Just because of a sentence, it seems that the senior brother is practicing dark magic. I, John Hong, fell from being a beloved senior brother to a demon. The 5 great saints used the lie-detecting stone to prove my innocence, while those junior brothers and sisters who I once took care of, now see me as an unforgivable sinner. At this moment, I regret being too good to these people, letting them take my kindness for granted. So, exhausted both physically and mentally, I transformed into a demon. In front of the Buddha, 1,000 years pass. Looking back at the mortal world, I do not become immortal. Since everyone says I am a demon, then today I will indeed transform into a demon. John Hong, are you worthy of the junior brothers and sisters behind you? You practice the swallowing heaven demon technique but dare not admit it. A voice full of anger came from the illusory sacred land of the Tianluo realm. The once peaceful mountain peaks are now surrounded by people. The elder's reprimand resounded again. As long as you step onto the guilt inquiry gate and prove that you have a clear conscience, this seat will consider you as if you have never done it. Facing the elder's interrogation, I was a little dazed. After looking around, I immediately understood everything, realizing that I had been reborn. In a previous life, I chose to break through the barrier of questioning in order to prove my innocence. Even if I prove my innocence through the heavenly way, once the seed of doubt is planted, it is difficult to remove. So, in the days that followed, I took even better care of my junior brothers and sisters. But until the moment of death, I never received forgiveness, and even was spurned by everyone. Thinking of this, I said, I, John Hong, have a clear conscience throughout my life. Since Elder Fan thinks it was done by me, then I admit it. When this was said, Elder Fan was shocked. He never expected that the usually obedient and morally excellent saint's son would speak to him in such a cold and harsh manner. Before Elder Fan could react, I continued, from today onwards, I will withdraw from the illusory sacred grounds. From now on, I am no longer the holy son, nor the senior brother of the sacred grounds. This scene stunned the disciples present. Could it be that we have wrongly accused senior brother? There must be a huge grievance on him. Senior brother, I beg you not to leave. We have misunderstood you. Seeing this scene, I felt no gratitude, but more of a sneer, because human nature is the most unreliable thing. Elder Fan was a little anxious because my reputation in the Holy Land far surpassed that of this elder. John Hong, as the Holy Son, you should consider the overall situation. In my understanding, those who ask you to consider the overall situation are often the beneficiaries. I considered you, but what about me? Should I just die? At this point, I have no intention of explaining. This sword is called Dragon's Roar, personally crafted by my master. Today, I will leave it here. From now on, I will have no grievances with the Mirage Sacred Land. Looking at the Dragon Chant Spirit sword nailed to the ground, all the disciples took a cold breath. They knew that the one holding the Dragon Chant was the next generation Saint Lord of the Holy Land, the one appointed by the Empress. At this moment, the disciples were already in tears, as they were about to see their beloved senior brother leave them. The direction of public opinion is getting stronger and stronger. Elder Fan directly roared, "Nonsense! Someone, take him to the cliff of reflection. Without my orders, he is not allowed to come out." I squinted and started thinking, although I am not afraid to face Elder Fan alone, there are still many old monsters in the Misty Sanctuary, and I know they must also be paying attention to this matter. After all, I am now labeled as practicing the swallowing heaven demon technique. If this matter is leaked out, it will be a scandal for the entire Tianluo realm, and I will become the target of pursuit. Since that's the case, please inform Elder Fan and His Majesty that I won't wait too long. If there's no response for a long time, don't blame me for leaving forcefully. With that, I calmly walked towards the cliff of reflection. At the same time, I glanced around and saw a young boy with a tender face in the crowd. In the previous life, I struggled with this son of destiny, almost killing him several times, but he always managed to escape inexplicably. Later, this heavenly Tao became inexplicable, and even when being swallowed and refined by the son of Chiluk, there was no resistance at all. However, I am now too lazy to think about these things. I just hope that in this life you will not reach out to me again. After I walked away, the young man with a tender voice said with regret, "More than a dozen senior brothers died. The murderer deserves to die 1,000 times. But I don't think it was done by the eldest senior brother, right?" But at that time, it seemed that only the eldest senior brother was there. The words of the young man made many people present tremble. Obviously his guidance had a great effect. After a moment, I was taken to the Mount of Reflection behind the sacred site. Only those who have made mistakes will be detained here. I just want to quickly resolve this matter now and then leave the Holy Land as a leisurely person. Just as I was thinking about what to do next, a voice suddenly sounded, "Host successfully reborn. Striving system bound." Hearing striving for progress, I feel like laughing. If it were the previous life, I would definitely strive for progress and become the pride of the current empress as the master. However, times have changed, and my heart is no longer the same. It is impossible for me to strive for progress. At this time, the system began to assign tasks, asking me to spend 2 hours at the bottom of the Seago cliff to be baptized by the pool water, with a countdown of 3 minutes for the task. I cursed the bad system in my heart. It would take 2 hours to wash in and not freeze to death. Whoever wants to go can go. Thinking of this, I closed my eyes directly to rest. The system's countdown is still ongoing, but I can't be bothered. Maybe because it sees me as too lazy. The system gives me a better reward task, but I still ignore it, taking out a cradle from the storage ring directly and falling asleep on a crooked neck tree. After a while, the system is still urging, please host to work hard and keep a positive heart. Accept the effort. Please press 1. Do not accept the effort. Please press the eyeballs. Seeing that I still ignore it, the system seems anxious, even starting to talk nonsense, as if it has malfunctioned. At the same time, in the back mountains of the Holy Land, a tender voice sounded among the echoing mountains and wilds. Zhang Heng, you've caused such a big incident and left the sect without informing me. It seems like you've really grown wings. The person who uttered the tender voice is one of the contemporary Taoist masters, Empress Anhongi of the Misty Holy Land, who was also Zhang Heng's master. At first, Anhongi did not believe it when he heard that his disciple was practicing dark magic and harming fellow disciples. Of this, she was not convinced. She still had faith in Zhang Heng's character, and it's also the disciple she was most proud of. The various evidences presented by the young apprentice also made it impossible for her to refute, and she remains silent for the time being regarding this matter. The original conception was that the sect elders would give some pressure and Zhang Han would naturally come to her to explain the issue. It had been so long since the incident, and she had yet to wait for Zhang Heng's arrival. Since this matter has already happened, why don't you come to me and explain to me? Is it because you're afraid I won't believe you? And Hongi continued to murmur, sweeping across the evening sun in the sky, and then turned her eyes to look into the distance. The location of the thoughtfulness cliff, a pair of beautiful eyes, as if you can see through the space, is swinging Zhang Heng. Then, her cold eyes took on a bit of resignation, seems to gamble and said, both you do not come to find this seat, do not think this seat to find you, you are dead or alive, and this seat does not have half a penny relationship. Thinking through the cliffs, Zhang Heng didn't know about all the things that happened in the sect, and even if he did, he didn't think anything of it. Looking at the warm morning sun, Zhang Heng yawned, shielding his fingers from the harsh sunlight and sitting up from the cradle. Zhang Heng was surprised. In his ears, the system's voice continued, please don't be a bad host, and face the great tribulation of heaven and earth together with the system. The current world Tendo has been a problem. Please correct the error in time. This system, don't be pushing it all night, right? Zhang Heng shook his head helplessly. Yesterday I slept too noisy for this system, closed the 5 senses and 6 senses, and had a peaceful sleep. Mostly, the other guy beeped all night, without hitching a ride. Zhang Heng received the spring water to wash up, and the system's next words left him a bit stunned. The arrival of the Son of Fortune has been detected. Please face it seriously. Current kill success rate 0.00007%. Sons of Qi, said Yi Beixian, right? Zhang Heng turned his eyes toward the road up the mountain. The son of luck mentioned by the system. In his opinion, except for Yi Beixian there was no one else. The other party, the culprit of it all, was also his little brother. The encounter was similar to his, and it was also Anhongi who went down the mountain once and realized that the other party had outstanding talent and saved him from the hands of demons. Since then, he worshipped under Anhongi and became his youngest senior brother. It is also the one who was under his care more than any other. At first, Zhang Heng had suspected that someone had framed him, but he had never suspected Yi Beixian, because the other party was acting, really, too naive. If not for all the later stages being fully exposed, he had no way of knowing until the end. End of chapter. Chapter 5. Chapter 5. It seems that my failure to set foot on the inquiring mind pass has left you somewhat baffled. Come here to test me? In that case, let's meet. Zhang Heng took a deep breath and looked towards the goat path leading up the mountain with a wisp of indifference in his eyes. Already hiding here, trouble still seems to find them. In that case, let's see what the future demon father Yi Beixian, who will stir up the world's wind and clouds, is going to do now. Eldest brother. Just as Zhang Heng was pondering, a crisp voice rang in his ears, and a youth was walking as fast as he could, quickly arriving in front of him. A light blue dress, handsome appearance, big watery eyes, looks very good. His eyes sized up Zhang Heng while looking at the terrifying astral winds around him. His expression was still a bit scared, an innocent gesture, unable to see half of his heart. Eldest brother, Are you okay? Yi Beixian looked at Jiang Hong with undisguised admiration in his eyes, while caring and looking at the terrifying astral winds around him. His expression carried a slight awe. No harm done. What is Beixian doing here? Jiang Hong smiled blandly, his pair of eyes unlike before, calmly looking at Yi Beixian. Yi Beixian was visibly trembling. He did not expect Jiang Hong to call him Beixian instead of junior brother. After glancing at Jiang Hong in dismay, he continued in silence for 2 seconds. Senior brother. Don't blame master. She also has difficult words to say, and has told me a lot in private dash. But so is master. Doesn't she know what you are like? How can you believe the words of these people? These elders left you at this dreadful thoughtful cliff. Facing the baptism of the astral winds every day for a long time will damage the Tao foundation, right? Yi Beixian clenched his fists, carefully watching Jiang Heng's reaction while beeping for him. The words were all about Hongi being deceived by a villain, which is why she didn't care about Jiang Heng's death. It seemed that, by the meaning of his words, this master teacher did not trust Jiang Hong very much. Master? Jiang Hong took a deep breath and exhaled a breath of turbid air. His mind's thoughts were entangled and could not be dispelled for a long time. The name Hongi, how familiar and unfamiliar. It seems that the thoughts go back to thousands of years ago. Jiang Heng's heart is particularly unsettled. In this case, the last thing I want to face is her. He has always been with him when he was lost, witnessing the other party's proof of the path and the rise of this extraordinary girl. Everything he did in his previous life was also in the hope that the other party would know that he had not done anything to degrade his master. The other party does not seem to feel his heart. And under 100 turns, the two hearts grew apart and drifted apart. In his last life until he was near extinction and buried, the other man didn't even seem to come to his grave for a visit. Since then, the sky has been the limit. Hate, not hate. There's nothing to hate. In this life, let's stop here. A wandering heart has to find a pure land to rest in, doesn't it? In death or in life. It's not my business from now on. Thoughts like tangled green threads, cutting through the chaos. Jiang Hong shook his head helplessly and muttered in a voice that only he could hear. He was no longer willing to explain to anyone the cause and effect of the present situation. As in, heaven and earth are easy and just go with the flow. Senior. As he watched Jiang Hong fall into deep thought, Yi Beixian's eyes lit up, and the scorn in the depths of his eyes subsided a lot. The 3 words in Hongi are really a soft spot. Got it. Jiang Hong nodded lightly, responding to what Yi Beixian said. The waves in his expression disappeared. Still cloudy and light. How about you? The emotions are so high. Yes. Come to see the joke of this seat? After saying that, Jiang Hong stepped forward, slightly nodding with the corner of the eye hanging each other. Condescending. A through the realm of ghosts breath pervade the Seo cliff. This majestic aura caused Yi Beixian to be shaken, immediately taking 3 steps back, the scorn that had just subsided in his eyes, pulling full in an instant. The path of cultivation is a struggle against the sky, against the earth, against people. All the time. There will be many stops along the way, and these stops are also known as realms. When one first enters the immortal path and uses true essence to enter the body, one is in the realm of nourishing element, followed by cloud sea, reflecting the moon, Yu Yang, Tong Yu, soul palace, spiritual void, cave soul, and sage. Jiang Heng's 5th realm, Tao Gi, and he was merely the 3rd realm's reflecting moon at the moment. The gap between the two was like a chasm, like a mountain and a sea, which could not be crossed at all. In addition, Jiang Heng's strength, when looking at the entire heavenly law realm, was a head and shoulders above the rest in the 5th realm. It is even rumored that he can fight the 6th realm ancestors. Battle power. Monstrous. Senior brother wouldn't dare. Just came to visit senior brother. If senior brother doesn't like it, senior brother will leave now. Yi Beixian's face was pale, beads of sweat dripping down from his forehead, and the so much scorn in the depths of his eyes had reached its peak at this point. After arching his hand at Jiang Hong, he dragged his body tremblingly towards the goat path. And, just as Yi Beixian turned around, a clear and crisp voice echoed in the Seo cliff. Eldest senior brother. I'm afraid it's a bit improper for you to treat junior brother this way. He's just trying to care for you. So you use the aura of the Tongyi realm to oppress him. What's wrong with him? What's wrong with him? As the words fell, the sense of oppression on Yi Beixian's body was instantly much smaller. Although it was still there, one could feel that most of it had been shared. On top of the goat path, a woman in a pale yellow dress was walking slowly with her steps. The skin was as white as jade, and the lotus root arms hidden in the sleeves were also exposed in the middle of the spell. Her posture is elegant and her appearance is stunning. After helping Yi Beixian share the pressure, she looked at Jiang Hong with eyes filled with surprise. Senior brother, how did your fury become so heavy? Junior brother merely came to care for you. What did he do wrong? This move is not like the man you once were. Once, Jiang Hong narrowed his eyes and looked at the woman slowly pacing around, his expression not half changing when he saw the other party's elegant posture. The other party is called Chang Cheng. Is in Hongi this vein of the eldest sister? But also when he at the same time to enter, grew up together with the childhood sweethearts. Memories of being dependent on myself not so long ago. Only, after Yi Beixian came, the other party seemed to have changed into a different person, and in his words and behavior, he seemed to be deliberately keeping a distance. Senior brother, the sea of bitterness has no end to turn back to the shore. If you really cultivate the devil's power, I'll take you to seek out your master, and as long as you're willing to abolish the devil's power, there's still a possibility for everything to start all over again. I'm sure that master, the senior brothers and sisters, including the entire clan are willing to re-accept you as well. Just as Jiang Hong was silent, Chang Cheng took a sidestep to protect Yi Beixian behind her and looked at Jiang Hong warily. Like Jiang Hong, she was silent for a few seconds and began to persuade. Was devil's kung fu to plead guilty? End of chapter. Chapter 6. The system is also open for swinging? Chapter 6. The system is also open for swinging? Reflection? Listening to these vocabulary words, the corner of Jiang Heng's mouth slowly raised, his eyes looking deeply at Chang Cheng. He didn't understand how the other man could say these words with a straight face. Is there any evidence? Immediately, he spoke. Since you feel that this seat has practiced demonic techniques, what else is there to say? You were at the questioning pass earlier, weren't you? At that time, this seat said that I had no desire to continue explaining this matter. Reflection. Why reflect when there is no fault? What he had done before was worthy of heaven and earth, worthy of the people in front of him, and even more worthy of the entire ethereal Holy Land. This life is flawless, and it's not all talk. Listening to the words of Yi Beixian, these people were convinced that it was so funny. So what else is there to talk about? To explain? Explain it to who? There's nothing wrong with needing to explain it to anyone. If you don't believe me, so be it. Eldest brother, how did you become like this? Jiang Heng's cold words caused Chang Cheng's entire body to tremble, and the light in her beautiful eyes flowed like a haze. She couldn't believe that Jiang Hong would speak to her like this. Once upon a time, what happened to that gentle, considerate and understanding eldest brother? How did it come to this? Doesn't she mean well when she says that? As long as you put yourself down and go to the elders of your division to explain, you will certainly be able to lift the clouds and fog to see and get to the truth. Me? The corners of Jiang Heng's mouth rose with a slight sneer. When he opened his mouth to say something else, the system's voice in his ear came through. Detected the arrival of childhood friend. Current closeness, 69. 63. Limit value, 100. Assignment, repair relationship with Nagaru, successfully obtained heavenly rank, lower grade magic weapon, purple heavenly thunder ruler dash. Purple heavenly thunder ruler, made from 10,000 years of purple gold thunder bamboo. It has an unparalleled effect on evil demons, ghost cultivators, and evil spirits, and its power will increase explosively when you perform thunder-based techniques. Hint, intimacy is decreasing. Please complete the task immediately. Amended relationship with Nagaru? Listening to the system's voice in his ears, Jiang Hong slightly raised his head, his eyes carrying indifference. Mending? What's there to fix? The two have grown up for decades, going from upheaval all the way to prosperity. What's there to fix when it comes down to a chisel and hammer to death without even asking? Jiang Hong sneered. Instead of patching it up, he should have grabbed Nagaru by the neck and asked once more, have you ever trusted me at all? In a previous life? That is. The other party was unknowingly close to Yi Beixian, and after this incident, he was the first to come to his side to interrogate him. It was as if he had done something outrageous and was not a suspect but a real murderer. Decades of love and affection had gone down the drain at that moment. Spent. If you two don't have anything to do, don't come over to disturb this seat's purification in the future. Remember, this is a notice, not a discussion. Looking at Chang Cheng's shocked eyes, Jiang Hong was displeased in his heart and immediately spoke. When the words fell, the ear system seemed to be stuck. Detecting that the host is driving his childhood friend away, affinity decreased by 10. Current remaining affinity, 59. 63. Hint, continued decline in intimacy will result in a complete reversal of the childhood friend to the son of fortune. Urgent note, please correct yourself in time. Urgent note, please correct yourself in time. The system kept reporting errors in the ear, as if it had been stimulated by something. After the prompt, it kept repeating this sentence. This makes Jiang Hong very helpless. Do not know this system and what crazy. Recently more and more so. No longer taking care of the system. He turned his eyes to look at Chang Cheng and Yi Beixian, and immediately gave the expulsion order. Still not leaving? Was waiting for this seat please? Clear and cold words, not mixed with any emotion. Chang Cheng dignified posture, also a little taut. Taking a deep breath, he said incredulously, you've changed. Eldest brother, you've become a stranger to me. You never, ever used to talk to me like that. It seems that you've lost your mind by the magic power. I'm going to find Master. Nagaru's heart ached. She didn't understand why Jiang Hong seemed to have changed into a different person. In the past, the gentle and elegant eldest brother was so cold and stubborn towards her at this time. Obviously she meant well too. After saying that, Chang Ching stopped speaking and pulled Yi Beishuan's sleeve, turning towards the goat path, heading towards the holy mountain not far away. In this manner, she had to tell Hanyi about Jiang Heng's situation at this time. In response, Jiang Hong smiled coldly, without words or retention. The mind despises it. Some people are like that. When you are good to her, she does not remember a million times. Out of the heart her should be. May. But if you fail to do one thing right, then sorry, she will hold a grudge for the rest of her life. This is the case at hand. When he first brought Chang Ching down to the mountains to practice, his divine body was discovered. And this is a stove physique, which can greatly enhance the potential and cultivation of the dual cultivator. It caused the devil sect to spare no expense and send experts to chase after them for 3,000 miles. At that time, despite his own death, I followed him all the way and fought many bloody battles against the demon sect before I could protect her. And, so great a favor that it seems not to be remembered. And as if it had been deliberately forgotten and no longer mentioned. Just now it was just a bit of cold talk. And you look like an enemy. Humanity. Surely it is the last thing that can be tried. Good or bad. Since then the grudges have been cleared. And I don't need you to repay these favors. I hope that in the future, you will not bother me again. Thinking of these past events, Jiang Hong felt solid and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Watching the back of the two men leaving, he turned towards the crooked-necked tree. This kind of argument he was tired of. Pose again. May. Just sitting on the cradle. The ear system seems to be stimulated by something. Began to become delirious. Detected the host refusing the mission again. Detected a plummet in childhood friend intimacy. New mission being sent. Mission completed. New mission being sent. Mission completed. System error. System error. Detected that the host has succeeded in winning back his sister's heart. Reward, Purple Heavenly Thunder Ruler, *******. Listening to the system in his ears, Jiang Hong narrowed his eyes and looked unhappy. Originally in a bad mood. This thing is still endless rambling. But as he listened, he felt something was wrong. What with all the system errors coming in? But at the end of the day, Jiang Hong was completely confused. What's this about successfully winning back your sister's heart? When did this happen? How does he not know? A ruler that was purple and emitted a trace of thunder arc floated in front of him, vaguely oozing purple aura. Looking at the heavenly grade, lower grade magic treasure that had suddenly appeared in front of him, Jiang Hong didn't know what to say anymore. End of chapter. Chapter 7, Are you really aggrieved? Chapter 7, Are you really aggrieved? Jiang Hong is speechless. There is a bold idea in his heart. Could it be that the system was forced by him to open the pendulum together? Not really. Jiang Hong people confused. This suddenly born guilt. What is the matter? Say, isn't the system too fragile? I just didn't listen to you. And now I'm on? Glassy-eyed. Ha, forget it, don't take a dime. For nothing, I don't bother. Looking at the purple heavenly thunder ruler in front of him, Jiang Hong shook his head and decidedly refused. What wasn't his, he didn't give a damn about. After pondering for a few seconds, Jiang Heng's thoughts returned to the previous wave of releasing cultivation just now, which was also for the purpose of exerting pressure. As a result, before it could be fully cast, the person came. It seems that this kid is really not easy to slaughter. Just, let it be. I'm afraid that thing is about to start. 2. According to the time projection, Jiang Hong stared at the mountain with a deep look. No longer thinking, immediately closed his eyes, began to dream of meeting the Duke of Zhou. And, at this time, a quiet, ear system sound are gone. This moment it as if by Jiang Hong hurt through the heart. It's also as if it's really messed up. It also seems to be because the bait that was thrown out did not catch this big fish. Jiang Hong, and fell into a state of collapse. Short period of time. Please ask the host to immediately put away the mission reward, Purple Heavenly Thunder Ruler. Please ask the host to immediately put away the mission reward, Purple Heavenly Thunder Ruler. Host's extreme rebelliousness detected. System is being optimized. Optimization failed. Current system mission misalignment detected. System is self-correcting. Failure to self-correct. Failure to self-correct. Sanctuary, backcountry. Clouds surrounded the top of the mountain, taking in the stars and rivers of the 9 heavens. And the deep blue canopy covered the clouds and led to the endless deep space. Senior sister. What now? Senior doesn't seem to want to care about this matter. But, eldest brother is clearly going off the deep end at this point. We need to let the clan elders know. Outside the courtyard at the back of the mountain, Yi Beixian looked at Chang Cheng, and then turned his eyes to look at the elegant garden. At this time, the two of them had not received Hongyi's permission for their invocation, so they were not allowed to enter without authorization. Yi Beixian was indignant in his heart. After all he had done, he couldn't make Hongyi die to Jiang Hong. Originally, according to his plan, even if Jiang Hong stepped into that ask the heart, he would not be able to clear his body of the wrongdoing. Jiang Hong caught him off guard with this hand of retreating and a hand of swinging. At this time, many people throughout the entire clan, the attitude in their hearts seems to have changed. He even heard some senior brothers and sisters say freely that Jiang Hong must have been aggrieved, otherwise he wouldn't have thrown such a big tantrum. What the hell? Is this human language? In theory, if one is afraid to break through the heart barrier, shouldn't one be weak-minded? How did it become a commission? Beixian, why do you think elder brother became like this? Why is this? Yi Beixian's words. Changqing did not put it in her heart at this time. Looking at the sunset in the distance, emotions filled her heart. She was saddened by how the always gentle eldest brother could be so cold to her. Senior sister, don't mistake yourself. Listening to Changqing's murmur, Yi Beixian coughed a few times, dragging her back from her thoughts. Continuing, he said, elder brother has had his sanity eroded by the demonic power, which is why he is so irritable. Leave it to the clan elders, I'm sure everything will be fine if they take care of it. At this moment, Yi Beixian fell into deep thought. Why are all these people in Nagaru, all of a sudden, starting to rip off their own selves? The obvious fact is that Jiang Hong is suspected of practicing magic. Shouldn't he be severely punished? 1 or 2 would be fine. What's going on? Yes, let's go to the council hall now. Even if eldest brother has changed, it's impossible that he won't listen to his elders, right? Yes, go find the division elders. They have a way to make big brother change back. Changqing seemed to have grasped the straw that saved her life and nodded to Yi Beixian. Then he took a deep look at the cliff, bowed slightly to the elegant garden, and walked toward the council hall. Yi Beixian's face sank as he looked at Changqing's impatient back, staring for a long time without saying anything. Master, my disciple will leave first. After bowing to Ye Yuan, Yi Beixian followed Changqing's pace and left the back mountain. Autumn winds sway and the remnants of the setting sun outline and draw to welcome the night. Inside the elegant garden, and Hongyi was silent. A red dress as if stained with blood, for the already austere temperament, added a few points of coldness. She heard the report from the 2 disciples at the door, but her heart was in turmoil at this moment. A few days passed and Jiang Hong never came to her, not even a strapline. She didn't understand or get it about the move. Looking at the evening sun in the sky, and Hongyi murmured, Jiang Hong, what's wrong with you? This move, it's not like you at all. Are you really aggrieved? Why don't you come to me when you're aggravated? Even though she was a female emperor and one of the strongest in the Tianluo realm, she was also very aggrieved. It was her first time to become a master, but she was only in her 30s, which is equivalent to an infant for a cultivator. She didn't know what she hadn't done well, but she always felt that Jiang Hong was annoyed with her. Misty sanctuary. Inside the main hall, a serious atmosphere permeated the scene, and the elders, or the Grand Elder, or the Holy Lord did not have the slightest bit of laughter in their expressions at this time. Who spread the word about this? Sacred Lord Feng Qingtian looked at the elders below, his eyes like a sharp sword, sweeping a circle from left to right. The moment this happened, he ordered that no news be passed on. After all, Jiang Hong was suspected of practicing the devouring devil technique, and once the news was passed on, it would not only be a shame for the Netherworld Holy Land, but would also cause other holy lands to be questioned. Although this Tianluo realm looked calm, the storm in the dark was not small. There was a dead silence in the room. No elder dared to look directly into Feng Jingtian's eyes, and they all lowered their heads in shame. This matter was passed on too quickly, and although it was contained in time, disciples of all sizes within the sect seemed to know the details. So what now? Elder Fan smiled bitterly. The person most responsible for this matter was him, and at this point, he was already in 6 minds. It never occurred to me that Jiang Hong had rebelled as well. It's hard to get. This matter is no longer just about us. The Xian Heavenly Sacred Land has already sent people over to test the waters. It will arrive in a matter of days. What it represents is not only the Xian Heaven Holy Land, but also the large and small forces of this Tianluo realm. Everyone, it's impossible to let a demonic skill inheritor rise to power. The Holy Lord shook his head and after a few seconds of contemplation slowly opened his mouth, uttering something heavenly. At that moment, a Holy Land had already sent someone. It seemed to be a test or something else, but the elders, the establishment, knew it. Seemingly calm Tianluo realm. I am afraid that a smoke is going to rise, spreading from them until it spreads throughout the Tianluo. End of chapter. Chapter 8, Fishing. Chapter 8, Fishing. Then what should our attitude be at this point? Strive to protect John Hong? But if he truly cultivates the devouring devil technique, what should we do? Present. All the elders were silent. They had no answer in their hearts to this question. John Hong was the one they had watched grow up, and had a clear perception of his character. There was also no one in the entire clan who didn't like him. Everything right now seems to be moving in an uncontrollable direction. What if Jiang Hong really practiced magic power? Is it really strong insurance? Hundreds of thousands of years ago, there was once an emperor who rose from the dust and rose up against the odds with this set of weird techniques. Under the vast expanse of the world, the great emperor was certified. He decimated all the heavenly prides of his peers and killed no one in the world who dared to claim respect. In that era, blood flowed into the river, comparable to the dark turmoil, and it took hundreds of thousands of years for the heavenly law realm to regain its vitality. In the years since then, once the devouring demon power was discovered, everyone in the entire Tian Luo realm would have to kill it. This is why this gong method is not allowed to survive for long. In the end, it is still necessary for Jiang Hong to step on the 3 hurdles of asking the heart, asking the mind, and asking the feelings to prove his innocence. Otherwise, the entire Tian Luo realm will be his enemy. After all, things have come to light. Sacred Lord Feng Qingtian sighed slightly. Things had developed to this point, and it seemed to be beyond his ability as well. If Jiang Hong is safe, he really has not practiced magic power. Due to the identity of the ethereal Holy Land, Holy Sun, no one in the entire Tian Luo realm dared to take action against him. After all, her teacher is a witness and the empress of the world. However, if Jiang Hong really practiced the devil's skill, then the other holy places and families in the Tian Luo realm would surely rise up to attack him. Nip the devil's seed in the bud. Jiang Hong is only afraid that he won't. Elder Fan spoke with difficulty. In front of the jade steps, Jiang Heng's attitude was very clear. It was a kind of rejection from the bones, although he didn't know what Jiang Hong had gone through. For the questioning heart pass, Jiang Hong most likely wouldn't be willing to step foot again. Isn't he going to quit the clan? Tell him that if he's willing to step into the questioning heart pass, as long as his heart is clear, then this seat will allow him to quit the sect. Feng Qingtian did not take Elder Fan's words seriously and nodded slightly with a rare smile on his face. In his view, Jiang Hong stepped into that ask the heart pass, if it is practicing magic power, should be dealt with by an Hongi. But, if you have never practiced magic power, young people, coaxing a little bit will be the end of the matter. Terrific. He this holy lord personally down, with Jiang Hong to make amends. Is it said, this late generation even this face also do not give him? Jiang Hong is his successor. This bit of face, or to give him this old-timer, right? With this move, all that was needed was for Jiang Hong to agree. Then everything would be fine. The whole room, in an uproar. All of them were 10,000-year-old foxes and instantly understood what Feng Qingtian meant, and all of them immediately nodded their heads, agreeing with this statement. Elder Fan was the only one who touched his head and looked at the surrounding atmosphere, his face falling into confusion. Go on, old thing, tell that brat about the decision made by the clan. Feng Qingtian shook his head helplessly and pointed in the direction of the Sea-Do cliff. Good, I'll go at once. Thinking through the cliffs, cicadas chirping from the summer quiet in the fall, green branches at this time rendered on a layer of yellow, the atmosphere of depression overflowing in the mountains. At this time, beside the cradle, I don't know when, but there is a lot of treasures. Jiang Hong woke up in a daze, looking at the magic treasures all over the place in front of him. His eyes almost stared out. Asterisk, what have you gotten yourself into? He's numb, real numb, sleeping for 2 or 3 days. The system seems to be laying eggs, unknowingly all over the treasure. Detected that the host is at the Thoughtfulness Cliff. Mission, accept the astral wind for 30 minutes. Mission reward, 1 golden gung fruit. Ding, detected that the host has completed the mission, and the golden gung ho fruit has been issued successfully. Detected that the host is at the Thoughtful Cliff. Mission, go to the 3-ing pool and bathe for 30 minutes. Mission reward, 1 9th grade soul purity pill. Ding, detected that the host has completed the task. 9th grade soul pure pill has been issued successfully. Ding, detected that the host has completed the mission. The 7th grade bush cloud grass has been successfully issued. Ding, detected the host completing the mission. Heavenly grade technique for elements of heavenly will has been issued successfully. This. Having been a man for 2 lifetimes, Jiang Hong boasted that he was still very experienced and sophisticated. But at this moment he really couldn't tense up. The system bumped. In this life, all he wanted to do was start a pendulum and mingle, eat, drink and then wait for death. The scene at hand really shook him. The system, the pendulum is swinging worse than he is. This place is full of treasures. 7th grade Song Yun grass can quench the spiritual power. so that their own spiritual power is more thick, long, the gold content of this thing. All do not need to do too much elaboration, but wherever thrown into the auction, that is bound to be robbed fights. 9th grade soul purging pill. This was even more exaggerated, directly quenching the soul. When the soul was strong, doing anything was twice as effective. As for the piles of magic treasures and techniques, they all start out as earth rank top grade. The more powerful ones have even reached the heavenly rank lower grade. Any one of them is a jaw-dropping supreme treasure. His previous dragon's breath was only of heavenly rank medium grade. What are you doing? Force me? Jiang Hong was speechless, truly speechless to the extreme. What does it mean that the system is dropping a bunch of them on the floor? Seduction? Temptation? Rubbish. I don't want it. Jiang Hong sneered. This life has long since decided to swing for the fences. Does the system think that if it gives him some crap, he will be grateful and work hard to cultivate? Delusional. He doesn't want any of it. Immediately got up, blandly walked through the pile of treasures, walked to the side of the spring, began to wash up. This image, once again, seems to be a chain reaction. Detecting, dropping, drip drip drip. TikTok, hosts extreme rebellion detected. System is correcting. Correction failed. Correction failed. While washing up, the system's error report in his ear rang once again. Hearing this, Jiang Heng's heart is a little guilty. After all, this thing is to help him. In this life, he just wants to swing for the fences to the end. Jiang Hong immediately chose ignore and stopped listening to the system's chatter. But it seemed that the heavens were not to one's liking. Just within a few seconds of clearing the air, an old voice in the ear slowly reached the ear. Jiang Hong. A few days of introspection. Do you know the error of your ways? End of chapter. Chapter 9 Considerations. Chapter 9 Considerations. This familiar voice, Jiang Hong knew who it was without guessing. Turning to look down the goat path, an immortal old man came into view, was blowing his beard and staring at him. What is it that Elder Fan has come for? Jiang Hong rolled his eyes without moving, his words blandly mixed with a bit of displeasure. I counted that the clan was afraid that someone would come in the next 2 days, but I didn't count that it would be him who would come. The old man is stubborn and not easy to get along with. Ha, you are? Elder Fan did not reply to Jiang Heng's words, his eyes looking at the cradle in dismay. At this moment, there is a wide array of exotic treasures. It was the system's mistake to give Jiang Hong a mission reward, although he didn't care about it. For others, it's as if drugs are as tempting. This is Song Yun grass? 1 leaf, 1 product, even 7 leaves. This is the 7th grade Song Yun grass? This is Soul Pure Pill. 9 grades? This is the 9-grain soul purging pill? This golden fruit? Could it be the golden gung fruit? It's said that if you eat enough of this thing, you can even cultivate natural aptitude and mana immunity. Earth rank superior grade magic treasures. There are actually 7 of them? Heaven ranked magic treasures? So many? Looking at Jiang Heng's unimpressed garbage heap, Elder Fan went numb. This heap of things, any one of them to take out, not to say kill, blood flow into the river. Head busting is a basic operation. One is more pompous than the other, and the number is surprisingly large. As far as magic treasures were concerned, the ones he used were only of earth rank middle grade and earth rank lower grade. But Jiang Hong, the magic treasures of this place, the least is earth rank top grade. It's better than his best one. What's more, those spiritual essence of heaven and earth and top level techniques are all existences that make people want to seek them out. One time, surprisingly, so much? Where did you get all this good stuff? Elder Fan questioned. He's crazy. Is this the benefit of being a disciple of the Empress? If he wasn't older and more talented than Jiang Hong, he would have kowtowed to his master on the spot. It's so good, isn't it? Picked up. Jiang Hong rolled his eyes, looking at Elder Fan's unproductive appearance. He expressed his contempt. Isn't it just some broken brass? What's so rare about that? The heavens and the earth are small. The eternal ages, and all that is, will wither away in this river of ages. Everything is just smoke. You want? Suddenly, Jiang Hong seemed to have thought of something, narrowing his eyes at Elder Fan as he continued. If you want, you can tell me. Old man. Old man can have one? Elder Fan was shocked and looked at Jiang Hong with eyes filled with gratitude. Any of the things here would be greatly beneficial to him. I think it would be great if I could actually pick one. Ahem. I'm just asking. How dare you lick your chops and ask for it? Throw it away and you won't get it. Jiang Hong smiled faintly, despising it in his heart. If it was the previous life, this wave, not to mention give a piece, really see the share, at least give a third, or even give half out. Now, I won't give it to you even if I lose it or feed it to the dogs. You junior. Elder Fan blew his beard and eyes. He had never expected that Jiang Hong would play him, and play him so righteously. Huffing and puffing, huffing and puffing. After a few deep breaths and adjusting his mind, Elder Fan said indifferently, I came over to give the sect's instructions. John Hong, if you have any grievances on you, you can mention them to the sect. If you don't want to mention them, then stepping through the 3 passes of asking for the heart, asking for the heart, asking for the heart, asking for the heart is the last patience that the sect will give to you. If you set foot on the 3 passes and prove your innocence, at that time if you still want to leave, the clan will take care of you. Is this acceptable to you? When Elder Fan said that, he stopped speaking, his eyes looking deeply at John Hong. This is the result of the clan's deliberations. In any case, John Hong needs to prove his innocence, which is more than Zhang Heng's honor and disgrace. The honor and disgrace of the ethereal sanctuary is at stake. The words were chiseled, and Zhang Hong was silent. In his heart, he was already like the sea of shock. I'm coming. The beginning of everything came. In his last life, after Yi Beixian framed him, he used the chain trick. Secretly, in the entire heavenly law world, he announced that he was the inheritor of the devil's power. It drew countless large and small clans to come forward to claim their rights. Yes, by that time, you've already broken through the 3 levels of the inquiring mind. In the end, with Hongi's intervention, the matter had to be mediated, and, as such, his relationship with Hongi became even worse. Got it. Zhang Hong nodded bashfully. He had to lament that these old guys of the sect really understood him too well. Knowing that he wanted to leave, he made a deal with that. In fact, it is no big deal for him to step into the 3 levels of inquiry. But, being able to exit the sect in this way would be an overwhelming benefit to him, and the sky would be the limit in the future. You promise? Elder Fan was delighted. As long as Zhang Hong agreed to this request, it meant that this matter would, soon, come to light. The conflicts that had been inflamed naturally dissolved. Do I promise? Zhang Hong despised a glance at Elder Fan, and after a cold laugh, he turned around and walked to the cradle. Lay down with your eyes closed. He would need to reconsider this kind of thing. The waves were definitely bigger than expected this time around. You, pissed off old man. You rats. Elder Fan turned around and walked towards the mountain, and as his silhouette disappeared into thin air, the voice transmission arrived once again. Jian Hong. In this case, no matter what, you must make a choice. In the Tian Luo realm, clans large and small are watching. Ask the Heart is in 7 days. There is also a competition here, which you must also take part in, and will require you to win the Toad Palace to prove the majesty of my misty Holy Land. In that case, the clan will let you go by itself. Listening to Elder Fan's lingering voice, Zhang Heng's tightly closed eyes slowly opened, looking at the turquoise blue dome of the sky as he lifted his hand and painfully rubbed his temples. He didn't want to be dusty, but the dust came with the wind. For a moment, he was not good at making a choice. Wholly backwoods, early in the morning with the sunrise, and Hongi sat on the green stone in a red dress, curled up and looked at the distance and did not move. It's like a rock of hope. She stayed here, for 5 days now, never moving or seeing anyone for the past few days. John Hong, aren't you coming? And Hongi's blown-out face became especially holy under the rendering of the morning sun. Only, now puffed up. In the meantime, Zhang Hong hadn't come to him for 5 days, so he was really a little bit unable to sit still. Master and disciple come to greet you. At the doorway, a childish voice came, causing Hongi's emotions to calm down quite a bit. Su said, something. Yes, it's about Big Brother. End of chapter. Chapter 10. Here we go. Chapter 10. Here we go. Outside the door, Yi Beixian's heart was very heavy. He had come many times in the past few days. There were greetings and also questions and requests about cultivation. I've been looking for a lot of reasons, but after knocking on the door many times, and Hongi never paid any attention. John Hong, why? Why do you all like him? Yi Beixian clenched his teeth and looked at the Jingyi's wooden door. His heart was suffocating. He couldn't understand why so many people cared about John Hong even though he was like this. The others did, and so did Hongi. John Hong. The girl's voice inside the door was clear and cold, and when she heard Yi Beixian's words, she seemed to be interested. Indifferently, he said, say it, don't push the door, just say it there. Ha! These words caused Yi Beixian to tremble, stiffening the hand that pushed the door, at a loss for words. Originally, I planned to go in and ask for peace and then explain, but in the end, I couldn't even get in the door. Yes, Yi Beixian took a deep breath, and after adjusting his emotions, he still had an innocent face. The Holy Lord, as well as the elders of the clan have decided to let eldest senior brother step on the 3 passes again to prove his innocence. At the same time, many holy places, already on their way here at this time, are here for eldest brother. It seems to be for the purpose of exterminating the demon seed, and the sword debate. Please don't worry, Master, This time I will definitely win the sword discussion to prove the might of the ethereal sacred land. In a matter of days, I will step into the fourth realm. Flare Sun, Yi Beixian said while his eyes looked deep into the wooden door. He wanted to pass through the door and see the expression on Hongyi's face at this moment. When he said Zhang Hong, the scorn in his eyes was still so obvious. If Zhang Hong was here at this moment and saw this expression, he would definitely be confused. Having lived 2 lives, Zhang Hong didn't even know why this kid hated him so much. I don't know. However, the scorn passed in an instant. And when it came to his imminent breakthrough to the Flare Yang realm, the complacency in Yi Beixian's heart was so obvious. Bang! Unbridled. The wooden door steeply was shattered by a majestic spiritual force, and Hongyi's absolutely beautiful posture, reflected in Yi Beixian's eyes, still sitting on the green stone, but at this time there was a kind of unruffled authority, and Hongyi looked at Yi Beixian. The displeasure in the depths of her eyes was already hard to hide. This seed has not yet made up its mind. How dare you speak so presumptuously? Whether or not Zhang Hong is the inheritor of the devil's skill has not been finalized, and it is even more so not something that you, a junior, can delude yourself about. Oof. Those clans came and they came. What else can they do? If this seed doesn't promise, who in the Tianluo realm would dare to take him away by force? Besides, you're only about to break through to the 4th realm. Which of the leaders in those clans that came are not in the 5th realm? And what makes you think that you can defeat them? The already red dress appeared to be filled with killing intent. And under Hongyi's cold eyes, Yi Beixian's entire body trembled and steeply fell to his knees. He doesn't understand. I didn't know that Hongyi would throw such a big tantrum. After a few seconds of silence, Yi Beixian looked at Hongyi with his head held high and immediately confessed. I'm sorry, master. I didn't say that eldest brother is the inheritor of the devil's power. I just think that everyone is concerned about him. Me. I'm just trying to get the master's attention. I'm sorry, disciple knows I'm wrong. Yi Beixian pouted. The corners of his eyes tearful, stubbornly raised his head and looked at Hongyi. Seems to have a big problem. That's all. Seeing this, Hongyi shook his head helplessly, exhaled a long mouthful of turbid air, and said softly, since you have no intention in this statement, the teacher will not take it to heart. All this time, the center of gravity has indeed been on your eldest senior brother. At the end of this sword discussion, I will personally guide you in your cultivation. Refrain from arrogance and impatience. Yi Beixian's repentance, coupled with his naive posture, made Hongyi heartbroken. After a brief explanation, he waved his hand and the entire courtyard returned to its previous state. Similar. Nothing ever happens. Yes. Yi Beixian was delighted and immediately kowtowed, looking behind the wooden door like a barrier, stood up and turned to leave, the corner of his eyes, seemingly with a triumphant spring. After Yi Beixian left, Hongyi's cold temperament once again turned into her previous sad face. Twisting his head to look at the sky, he whispered, Zhang Hong, this time I'll see if you're still coming to me. Hongyi's cold features brought a slight light smile. In her opinion, the fact that multiple holy places and sects had come here this time would definitely put a lot of pressure on Zhang Hong. When the time inevitably came that they couldn't top it, it wouldn't be her turn, the most affectionate master, to step in and help Zhang Hong defuse the situation. At the thought, she looked into the distance with a little bit of anticipation in her eyes, thinking through the cliffs. The green fields are overgrown, but in the richness of autumn, a layer of red makeup. Zhang Hong sat upright on a moss-covered green stone, dull expression. At this moment, even from the CO cliff, he could hear the gongs and drums within the sect, which was welcoming him in the middle of the road. Mostly, some of the remaining clans were going to arrive. For me? Zhang Hong shook his head helplessly. It seemed impossible to hide at this moment. The situation in this realm has changed drastically, so the hosts need to keep their heads up, keep a positive attitude, and let's face the difficulties together, okay? Detected that the host has successfully advanced and obtained the technique, 7 Inferno 7 Upper Zone, Heavenly Rank, Lower Grade. Detecting that the host is making efforts to cultivate, and obtaining a reward, the Vein Passing and Heart Condensing Herb, 7th Grade. The boy, Zhang Hong, was too helpless. The system is getting more and more upside down, and now it's insane. At first, there is the pretense of handing out a task, and then brainstorming about the completion of the task and giving a direct reward. Not now. The kid's so crazy. He just gave it to me. Reasons are not even sought. These days, when you sleep and turn over, the system will say, the host is working hard to exercise. Rewarded golden gum fruit. Yawn. System, host draws chi into the body. Rewarded with Jushin Dan, 6th grade. As long as Zhang Hong dares to move a little, the system will directly give. There were hundreds of treasures on the ground, the least of which was a 6th grade pill. What's the point of this? Zhang Hong sighed. He didn't know how to describe the system's dog-licking behavior. They say it and don't listen. They listen and don't do it. They do it and don't do it well. And they don't change it if they don't do it well. There's no way around it. There's really no way around it. Shaking his head, Jiang Hong took a deep breath and looked toward the goat path in the distance. Since you're here, don't hide. After saying that, a cold voice swiftly reached Jiang Heng's ears. Eldest brother, the elder asked me to ask you when you can come down from the mountain this time. Your confinement has been lifted, and the holy places, clans, and lineages led by the Xin Tian Holy Land have all arrived. End of chapter. Chapter 11 The Challenge. Chapter 11 The Challenge. Beside the green stone, Nagaru walked with broken steps, still the same light yellow dress, out of the dusty temperament. All around the dew are somewhat eclipsed. With a cold face, she looked at Jiang Heng's bashful attitude, and was a little displeased in her heart. Jiang Hong was the eldest senior brother, and he was still playing a childish temper. Since the elders came and shouted at him once, he should have gone down the mountain earlier, and make her come back. This time the major holy land to come here, is not it for the magic power inheritor thing? And the sword discussion should have been fought by Jiang Hong, the eldest senior brother. Ding detected sister coming here. Current closeness to Nagaru is 45. 38. Please repair your relationship with your senior sister immediately. Reward for success, mountain moving and sea covering technique, heavenly rank, lower grade. Listening to the system's voice in his ears, the corner of Jiang Heng's eyes twitched viciously. This gross is really just a stitch in time. Catch a break and find a way to make him a lickspittle. Repair? What's the point of fixing this? Phew. Jiang Hong took a deep breath, and after taking a deep look at Chang Chang, he faintly shook his head. I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. After removing the aura of family and friends, he felt more and more that the person in front of him was so incomprehensible. He will not be the same as in the past. Senior brother and sister to say a few soft words, or a temper, and then coyly to coax, to help. Continuing, he said, don't forget that I said that after this, I am no longer a disciple of the ethereal sacred ground. I won't let you worry about this matter. Even if you go to participate in the sword debate, it's so that you can return to the mortal world under the sect at an early date. Said. Jiang Hong closed his eyes. Breath also in this moment is natural, and the seat under the green stone seems to blend into one. As such, he has no intention of repairing the so-called relationship. In this life, Jiang Hong wasn't going to care about anyone's feelings and only wanted to live for himself. Let's not talk about whether it will go down or not. Even if you choose to come down from the mountain, you will have to step into the 3 levels of inquiring mind and fight in the sword discussion. That's also for later. To get away from this sad place for good. Senior, how did you become so unbelievable? Hearing Jiang Heng's words, Chang Qing's petite body trembled, and her stunning eyes revealed a flash of surprise. She never expected Jiang Hong to say that. She had already listened to the elders and put down her stature all on her own initiative to come and invite them. So why were her words still so icy? It's like a December wind. What more does she need when she is given a step and doesn't move down? Does she really have to get down on her knees and admit that she is wrong in order to do so? But, what did she do wrong? It's all for your own good, isn't it? Elder brother, stop at the right time. You've already had your mind consumed by the demonic power. If you continue you'll fall into darkness completely. Chang Chang took half a step backwards and looked at Jiang Hong in pain. In the past, Jiang Hong was not like this. This time and time again, scene by scene, told her that the gentle and elegant eldest brother in front of her seemed to have really changed. Go down the hill. I don't want to say it a second time. Jiang Hong still had his eyes closed tightly, sitting on the green stone without looking at Chang Qing more than once. The girl in front of him is indeed absolutely beautiful, and her temperament is also out of the world. But he has not had the heart to appreciate it since the moment of his rebirth. Me. Chang Qing trembled, frozen in place at a loss for words, raising her hand to point at Jiang Hong, intending to say something. Jiang Hong was the first to speak. Phew, this thoughtful cliff. It seems to be bustling with activity. Come on out. Ahem. Haven't seen you in 2 years. Why are you getting pulled? The cliff of thought? What's with staying in this hole? Jiang Hong. Just as Jiang Heng's words fell, a man with a stern face slowly walked out from the bushes not far away. A light blue costume with an ink-colored scabbard at his waist stood out. He looked at Jiang Hong the first time he came out. You are Sword Dustheart. Looking at the man who walked out, Nagaru shuddered violently and took 2 steps backwards once again. Sword Dusty Heart, the sword son of the heavenly sword sect, was one of the leading figures of the younger generation in this heavenly Luo realm. It was also Jiang Heng's former opponent. Oh, isn't this the follower beside Jiang Hong? What? Did you guys fall out? Ha 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 ha. Girl, why don't you follow me? I'm much better than him. Ha 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 dash. After peering into the clumps of wildness for a long time, Zhen Duxin looked at Jiang Hong and Chang Qing with interest. In his memory, Chang Chang was very dependent on Jiang Hong, to the point of reaching worship. Nowadays, how could the two be so at odds? He was really interested in this big melon. It has nothing to do with you. You're also just a defeated member of eldest brother. Chang Ching's face turned cold, and after glancing at Jian Duxin, she did not intend to care about the other party's purpose. Icing her face, she turned and headed down the hill. In this case, Jiang Heng's cold attitude let her know that it was useless to say more. Walking to the stone steps, Chang Chang did not forget to turn around and whispered, "Senior brother, I hope that you will soon come to your senses and disperse your demonic powers. Turn around." After saying that, Nagaru walked down the mountain without looking back. Hearing this, Jiang Hong heart coldly laughed without saying a word. At the same time, his eyes looked towards Jian Duxin, faintly said, "Something is wrong?" "Sure." Seeing that there were only two of them, Jian Duxin walked towards Jiang Hong step by step with a different emotion in his eyes. Continuing, he said, "Jiang Hong, I don't care if you cultivate demonic kung fu or not, but, the ranking of the younger generation, isn't it time to change it? I, Sword Dusty Heart, will step on you today to be invincible." Ha, ha 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 ha. While saying that, Jian Duxin laughed maniacally, and a white sword chi around his body was like a swimming fish, constantly wandering around. A large barrier of sword chi was formed. "Oh, you're so great." Jiang Hong yawned, nodded lazily, and continued, "You won. Mr. Jiang was outmatched and lost to your sword." Jiang Hong was helpless to the middle-aged boy in front of him, and the other party was not hostile. Previous life after his death, the other party raised his sword to fight with Yi Beixian to the death, although it is said to be fighting for the world's first, but he knew that the other side was trying to take revenge on him. Ultimately undefeated, but not sure about retreating, fought hard again. Yi Beixian broke the heavenly abyss sword and died at the Solos Ridge, becoming a withered bone. These, after death, are captured by the remaining will. Although the other party was always fighting him, he didn't fight to the death, and he could sense that the other party seemed to recognize him. You're going to swing for the fences? How can you swing it?" "No, I won't allow it." Listening to Jiang Heng's words, Jian Duan's heart was a bit anxious and he drew out the heavenly abyss sword with a red face, whispering, "Don't you make me." In response, Jiang Hong rolled his eyes and looked at Jian Duxin in dismay. "Forcing you? Brother, you're pushing me, okay?" Jiang Hong was speechless. Who's forcing who now? You're holding a sword and saying I'm forcing you? End of chapter. Chapter 12, Beaten Stupid. Chapter 12, Beaten Stupid. Numb. May. In the next second, the harsh cold aura, with an irresistible sword aura, swung towards Jiang Heng's face. It was so fast that it was impossible to dodge. Why bother? Looking at the harsh sword chi in front of him, Jiang Hong knew that this was forcing him to make a move. While the pendulum swung for days in the moment, it was not swinging before that. No one in the younger generation of this heavenly law realm could contend with him for the time being. Not the present moment to be precise, but a long time in the future, before Yi Beixian grew up. No one can cross him. What's more, the system likes to give for nothing. There are quite a few rewards that are given out directly in these days of swinging for the fences. For example, enhancement of the physical body, the divine soul, the odd meridian, and so on. He was already gifted with a peerless talent, plus this madman system, causing his strength to rub upward while lying down. He will break through the 6th realm soul palace in the near future. At this level, it is equivalent to the level of the ancestors, which is the general clan's heritage. We won't invite a soul palace realm ancestor as a last resort. I'm not going to call out a soul palace realm ancestor until I have to. Elder Fan is in this realm. Ju. Looking at the sword chi in front of him, Jiang Hong slowly lifted his right hand, gathered spiritual energy in his index finger, and a shining cross star instantly condensed, quickly popping out like a slingshot. Shoo! The cross star flew so fast that it even had the sound of breaking through the air, and in an instant, it crashed on top of Jian Duxin's sword chi. Bang! The large force directly shook Jian Duxin back 3 steps, and his face turned a little red. With this move, he suffered a dark defeat. The astral winds around them also subsided quite a bit under the collision. Jian Duxin stared at Jiang Hong with wide eyes, confused. From the test move just now, he sensed that Jiang Heng's strength was quite a bit stronger compared to 2 years ago. At least 2 years ago it wasn't this easy to kill with him. Yeah, great. Feeling the pressure given by Jiang Hong, Jian Duan's heart became more and more intense, gripping the heavenly abyss sword tightly, and the sword tire in his dantian continuously exerted its power. The breath, too, became sharpened. Sword in dragon seal. Jian Duxin wielded the heavenly abyss sword, and a long golden dragon steeply converged and came face to face towards Jiang Hong. Sword Dusty Heart. I have no intention of continuing to strike here. Farce, it's time to end. Looking at his opponent's sword dragon seal, Jiang Hong frowned tightly. This was already the bottom of the box. If the fight goes on like this, without a day and a night, it will most likely not be able to distinguish a winner from a loser. The appearance of the other party would have been unexpected. In the previous life, the other party was not here. I guess it is because I have not stepped on the 3 levels of inquiring mind, which has caused some of the original direction to change a little. Jiang Hong, are you insulting me by holding back? Just in the moment when Jiang Hong was lost in thought, Jian Duxin spoke solemnly. He was an innate sword body, and although he was not able to defeat Jiang Hong, he could not endure that Jiang Hong was holding back here and there. Today is the day to compete. He didn't allow Jiang Hong to release water. Instead of fighting like that, it would be better to kill each other in pain. I'm sorry, I really shouldn't have stayed my hand. Looking at the speeding sword dragon, Zhang Heng's face revealed an apology. Exact. It would be disrespectful to the other side to be holding back. 7 Flames 7 Supreme Zun Zhang Hong immediately stopped holding back and directly used the gongfu gifted by the system. A majestic heat wave erupted from Zhang Heng's hands as the spiritual energy gathered. In a split second, the huge Seacombe cliff was ablaze with fire, and countless spiritual plants were swept and burned to ashes by the majestic heat wave at this moment. The 7 inferno dragons hissed violently and tore towards one of Jian Duxin's sword dragons. The speed was fast, and they collided together in an instant. Rumble. There was a loud bang that sent up a cloud of smoke and dust, interspersed with intense flames, and for a while it was hard to see what had happened. A moment later, a breeze came up and blew away the smoke. A large crater appeared in the center of the explosion. In the distance, Sword Dusty Heart was scorched black all over his body, lying on the ground and panting heavily. His previous lingering posture had long since disappeared. Jiang Hong, are you stepping on me with the intention of killing me? Jian Duxin coughed out a mouthful of blood and looked at Jiang Hong in dismay. This wave has knocked the others silly. We said we'd spar, but is this killing him? A little more heavy-handed and he'd really have to go to the Grandmaster. Heavenly rank technique? Sword Dust's heart soured. He really soured. Although the Heavenly Sword sect was a relatively top-tier sect in the Tian Luo realm, it still had a gap compared to a Holy Land like Jiang Hong. Jiang Heng's heavenly grade technique had indeed caught him off guard. At the same time, he was shocked. Are you about to step into the Soul Palace realm? Numb. He's really numb. If we only talk about techniques, his sword dragon seal was earth rank upper grade, and the difference between the two would not be too great. He was like porcelain, breaking at the slightest touch, so there was only one possibility. Jiang Hong was about to enter the 6th realm, Soul Palace. Sour. Teeth are sore. Sword Dust Heart didn't understand. They were both geniuses. Why was Jiang Hong always so dazzling? Handsomer looking than others, higher cultivation than others, and demonic battle power. It's just not fair. Ugh, man, vegetable addiction. Let you not fight, you have to fight. Can't beat you and say I'm going to kill you. Jiang Hong took a long breath and was very speechless in his heart. Continuing. Feats? Sort of. With regards to feats, he did not intend to expose them. After all, no one can explain where the system came from. And people won't believe me if I say the system is given for nothing. It will just say you insulted his intelligence. You stepping horse. You wait. This time I haven't fired yet. Wait for the sword discussion and we'll fight it out. With a pale face, Jian Duxin used Tian Yuan to support his body, viciously spat at Jiang Hong, and limped towards the bottom of the mountain. The mind is already cursing. This time, he had come to cheer with Jiang Hong, but it turned out that the other party had hit him so hard. Sure enough, brothers are superficial. Give. Seeing this, Jiang Hong shook his head before throwing out a healing elixir given by the system. Afterwards, he sat down on the green stone and closed his eyes. Poof. Jian Duxin did not make any pretense, and took the elixir and sniffed it next to his nose, and immediately became ecstatic. Humph. Count on your good sense. And when it comes to the sword discussion, I'll be a little lighter on my hands. With that, he walked down the hill, satisfied. Meanwhile, the voice of the system in Jiang Heng's ears was still working tirelessly. This one was especially exciting. Ding detected the host defeating the innate sword body, and detected the host's successful advancement, rewarding the host with 5 golden gung fruits. Ding detected the host defeating the innate sword body, and detected the host's successful advancement, rewarding the host with 1,000-year wooden spirit. The system's series of white gives made Jiang Heng's corners of his eyes twitch. The other party's crazy posture? Really quite scary. With a friend to cut a little. Direct endless give. This time, and brush a ground of elixir. Magic treasure. Gong Fu. End of chapter. Chapter 13, the 8 parties gathered and the beacon smoke rises. Chapter 13, the 8 parties gathered and the beacon smoke rises. Think under the cliffs. The verdant fields were thick with birds of prey wading rapidly, and a clear stream, descending from the top of the mountain, led to nowhere. Ahem.
Jian Duxin coughed woefully while wiping the wounds on his body with stream water. His expression tinged with anger. This brat's hands are not light or heavy.
I don't know if I can recover during the sword discussion. He was speechless. Indeed, he did not expect that a small competition with Jiang Han would result in such a serious injury. 4 ribs were broken. The skin of his entire body was damaged. His handsome posture was 10-3. And his organs were displaced. If it wasn't for his natural sword tire, I'm afraid he would have been killed on the spot. Terrifying. Zhang Heng's battle power was too terrifying. Roll out.
While wiping his wounds, Jian Duxin's eyes looked towards the clump of wood not far away. The eyes were sharp, like a sharp sword.
Senior Dusty Heart. It's me. A youth peeled back the clumps of wood, revealing his boyish face. It's you, Zhang Heng's junior apprentice brother? Seeing the visitor clearly, Jian Duxin let out a long breath of relief, his vigilant heart slowly dropping. Yi Beixian he had met before, a follower of Jiang Hong. Also, it's sour. Jiang Hong had many followers, a Chong Cheng, a Yi Beixian, and a first daughter of the imperial dynasty, Nangong Ni Wang. Envious. Why are you here? Looking for me for something?
Jian Duxin looked at Yi Beixian who was gradually approaching and spoke curiously.
It's nothing. I've come to greet eldest brother dash. Seeing elder brother Dusty Heart incidentally came over to say hello.
Yi Beixian wore an innocent smile as he walked towards Jian Duxin step by step.
Approaching, he asked curiously, Senior sword brother, I heard that you are an innate sword body. Is that so?
Yes. Jian Duxin smiled with his head held high.
The top of the mountain, which was straight up in the clouds, seemed to have been cut off by a sword. The cut was smooth and level. In the center, a large monolith towers. Above the monolith there is a blue beam to the sky. This is that Ask the Heart monument that Jiang Hong has stepped on, also called Ask the Heart Pass, whose questions go straight to the heavenly Tao to explore the hearts of the people. Under the questioning Heart Pass, the densely packed crowd could not see the head at a glance. Some exchanged words and some voiced their indignation. The contradictions, it seemed, all pointed toward Jiang Hong. Heavens, isn't the Netherworld Holy Land one of the 10 great holy lands? How could a demonic skill inheritor come out? Jiang Hong, that immaculate saint's son Jiang Hong? Fake, right? Isn't he one of the top 3 in the younger generation? How can this be false? We came here today. Do you think we're really here to discuss swords? After the sword discussion, it's time for the 3 levels of questioning the heart. And if Jiang Hong is a demon seed, he'll be killed on the spot. If Jiang Hong is a devil seed, he'll be killed on the spot. He doesn't want such a good future and goes to cultivate magic? What's he thinking? Che, where do you think he got his cultivation? Isn't it all devoured from others? The devouring devil technique, as its name suggests, is to devour other people's physique and cultivation. And it is said that back then, that one devoured countless physiques and in the end, cultivated to the invincible chaos body. The Xian Heaven Holy Land, Heavenly Sword Sect, Great Diffraction Sect, White Deer School, and many other disciples were gathered together at this time, exchanging information with each other. Surprised, for Jiang Heng's work as, many people expressed incomprehension. After all, the world-famous Immaculate Conception had fallen into the devil's way and become a devil seed. There was also a part of the group that disdained it, believing that Jiang Heng's cultivation was all due to devouring. Must have practiced devouring devil technique. For a while, the language present was unanimous, sparing the disciples of the Netherworld Holy Land from opening their mouths at this time. After all, they're weak-minded too. Not far away, the leaders of all the great sects gathered at the stage under the Heart of Inquiry Pass. Looking at the clamor of the disciples below, they did not deliberately stop it. Sitting in the center was an old man in black clothes, and under his snow-white eyebrows were a pair of sharp eyes. He looked indifferently at Feng Jingtian, who was also in the same first seat beside him. Without too many pleasantries, his words were nonchalant. Feng Jingtian, Jiang Heng's matter, you, misty sacred ground, shouldn't you give the entire heavenly law realm an explanation? Devil skill inheritors must not be retained. Have you forgotten the tragic pain that the Tian Luo realm once felt? His words caused the strongest members of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Great Diffraction Sect, White Deer School, and other sects present to nod their heads in response. The Misty Holy Land, the group of people led by Sacred Lord Feng Qingtian, were silent when they saw this. Right now, it's really not a good idea to argue about anything. Now that the news has leaked out, there is no need to cover it up. A moment later, Feng Qingtian said in a low voice, it's still undecided. Would it be too early for Saint Master Daoxian to make this statement? Jiang Hong has yet to set foot on the 3 levels of inquiring mind, so he can't be sure that he's the inheritor of the devil's skill. Wind Prime looked at Daoxian and a nameless fire surged to his heart. Although this heavenly law realm looked peaceful,
Over the years, there had been quite a lot of secret fights in the shadows. The other party had brought a large group of people to raise a large number of people, obviously for the purpose of suppressing them. The sword debate is also one of the purposes. However, the core purpose is to combat Jiang Hong. Even if it cannot be completely eradicated, it will make Jiang Hong lose the heart of the road. Otherwise, in the future, when Jiang Hong rose to power, he would press down on their heads for another 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years. In that case, let's discuss the sword first. The Daoxian Holy Lord sniffed and didn't continue to dwell on this issue, and when he said this, he looked at Feng Qingtian. Good. In response, Feng Qingtian also did not immediately stood up, came to the front of the martial arts stage, and announced to the many disciples, "This sword discussion has thus begun, and all the great clans have begun to report their lists. The process is uncomplicated, and the first place winner of the final competition receives the 9th grade Heavenly Vein Condensing Spirit Grass. Attention, this sword discussion is for sparring. If anyone moves to kill, then don't blame the seat for showing no mercy. Start signing up." After saying that, Feng Qingtian let out a long breath, and he had a deep meaning in that last sentence. After all, this group of people define Jiang Hong as the core, but most likely to trip. If a disciple died in the Netherworld Sanctuary, it would be a whole lot of trouble. Thinking through the cliffs, the quiet morning sun padded with a layer of gold. The summer wind, a little cicada chirping, seems to be saying that this hot summer is coming to an end. If I want to leave the ethereal sanctuary in peace, it seems like the only way to go. These old guys, they really seem to have my lifeblood. Looking at the Tsongyi not far away, Jiang Hong was in a heavy mood. The upcoming Ask the Heart Pass, in fact, whether or not to step on it, has a profound significance for him, but if you set foot on it, you can go down the mountain peacefully, and the sky is the limit since then. This was his greatest purpose since he was reborn. He really didn't want to be involved again in this life of deceit. And, just as Jiang Hong was thinking, the sound of the system in his ears, Su delivered. Ethereal swordplay is now open. Dispatch, capture first place. In the ethereal, sword of sacrifice bagged the first place. Reward, Yi Beixian information. Includes moves, encounters, past, luck, realm, and golden fingers. Yi Beixian information? Listening to the system's voice, Jiang Hong was a bit surprised. End of chapter. Chapter 14, Descending the Mountain. Chapter 14, Descending the Mountain. Having lived 2 lifetimes, it would be impossible to say that one was not curious about Yi Beixian. After all, the targeting in the previous life was sudden. In this life, it seems to be deliberately targeting as well. And with this one piece of information, it would be possible to know what the other side is targeting him for. Only, this heaven and earth are all a whisk of dust. So what if I know? So what if I don't? Jiang Hong shook his head, ignoring the mission sent by the system. He can go to the 3 passes of the heart. But if it's about swords, then it's a no-brainer. What did the glory and disgrace of the Netherworld Holy Land have to do with him at this time? Although he was very curious about Yi Beixian's information. But what's the point of knowing? Is it possible to go on fighting with this devil? For another 10,000 years? In the end, all of his family were separated from him and he died, and was turned into a withered mound, which no one worshipped on New Year's Day. I don't want to enter the world in this life, and I don't want to fight for it. In that case, let's go and see. Listening to the noisy bamboo fire in his ears, Jiang Hong knew that all the big clans were expected to arrive, and the sword discussion should have begun. Look toward the verdant path of the Sith's cliffs. I don't realize that it's been 7 days since I came to this place. Never went downhill in this time. Immediately paced toward the green stone path. Between the foot, Jiang Hong felt his emotions. There is a slight mess. This is, in his previous life, his divine sense had long been powerful, and this was an alarm. Interesting, ahaha dash. Jiang Hong smiled brightly. Of what happened next, he actually had a premonition, but it seemed to elude him. I didn't mean to stir up the dust, but I can't help it if it comes with the wind. Looking at the verdant path down the mountain, Jiang Hong didn't hesitate to walk over. In front of the ethereal sanctuary and the questioning pass, there was a constant clamor and shouting from the crowd. Thousands of disciples, all the elites of the major sects, at this time have converged. Looking at the core, seems to be bright red-colored martial arts platform. Game 10. Heavenly Sword Sect Chunchang. Win Misty Holy Land Xiongwei. Lose. On the martial arts stage, with the announcement of the elders, the curtain fell on this competition. Disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect, defeating disciples of the Netherworld Holy Land. The scene brought sighs of relief to the room. The Netherworld Holy Land was a top-tier power, so it was reasonable that among disciples of the same rank, there shouldn't be a fall. In the moment, defeated, and 3 losses in a row.
It's said that the Netherworld Holy Land's generation is not as good as the next generation. And if it wasn't for the emergence of Empress and Hongi, it would probably have gone downhill. That's right, their holy son, John Hong, has also cultivated demonic skills. It's even more heavenly. That being said, who do you guys think is the first place winner in this sword discussion? Of course it's the Xian Tian Holy Land's Fuji Ichuan. Or else it's the heavenly sword sect's Jian Duxin Dash. Present, the disciples of many sects were talking, gloating over the several consecutive defeats of the Netherworld Holy Land. This scene also brought shame to many disciples of the Netherworld Holy Land. A chubby youth raised his voice and said angrily, "Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. We have elder brother Zhang Hong. He is the strongest." That's right, our eldest senior brother is in the top 3. The leader of the 3rd generation of disciples in the Tian Luo realm. Speak up. When eldest brother comes down from the thoughtful cliff, he will definitely not let you go. Oh, the Sisho cliff? You also know that your eldest senior brother is at the Sio cliff. Ahaha dash. Humph. So what if he comes down? Not to mention the fact that Jian Duxin and Tu Ichuan are not weaker than him. Then again, he is the inheritor of the demonic skill. Dare he make a move? Thinking of your big brother at this time. Ha! The provocations of the other sects made the many disciples of the Netherworld Holy Land indignant, and they immediately opened their mouths to retort. In their opinion, as long as Zhang Hong was willing to make a move, all of this in front of them was dirt. This, too, caused the rest of the clans to be disdainful. After all, on the surface, Zhang Hong is suspected to be the inheritor of the devil's power. Not to mention, according to the news, Zhang Hong is facing the wall at the Sikong cliff, so he can't make a move at this time. The clamor of the disciples below was not interfered with by the Holy Lord and the elders of the great sects in the elegant seats. Disciples with a bit of bloodlust could only be good for the sect. Elder Fan, has Zhang Hong arrived? Feng Qingtian looked at the situation somewhat speechless, and Hongi and Jiang Heng's emergence seemed to occupy a great deal of the Netherworld Holy Land's luck. The result was that the rest of the disciples were not as good as they used to be, and were even worse than their generation, losing 3 matches in a row. And these 3 disciples, all of them were headstrong existences. It will come. Elder Fan wasn't sure. Jiang Heng's previous attitude wasn't good. Aha. Feng Jingtian nodded and didn't say anything more. Everything that followed would be determined by itself. If Zhang Hong wanted to leave the Netherworld Sanctuary, going down the mountain was his only option. Sacred Lord Feng, have you seen my disciple Jian Duxin? Just as Feng Jingtian was contemplating, an old man came over drunkenly, with a white beard, holding a brown gourd at his waist, looking kind and compassionate. Elder Sword. Feng Jingtian got up and slightly arched his hand at the old man. The other party was the Heavenly Sword Sect's Grand Elder, and according to seniority he needed to call out as senior. Except that the realm was the same at the moment, so it was omitted. Not seen. Sulking for a few seconds, Feng Qingtian shook his head. After he had seen Jian Duxin once since the Heavenly Sword Sect arrived here, and there was no goodbye. This brat, he's been out of touch for a whole day. Elder Sword shook his head, his eyes showing a touch of worry. Holy Lord, I've met Senior Dusty Heart. Just as Elder Sword was planning to leave, not far from the crowd, Chan Cheng stepped forward and came to Feng Qingtian's side to speak in a small voice. This scene caused Elder Sword's pace to come to a screeching halt, and he looked curiously at Chang Cheng. Where? Elder Sword inquired. 2 mornings ago, the Cliffs of Thought. Senior Dusty Heart seems to be looking for Senior Zhang Hong for a match, and when I was coming down the mountain, there was a very strong fluctuation of spiritual energy at the Sichuan Cliff. But, that location is very special. The astral winds shielded my spiritual sense, so I can't know exactly what happened. After a few moments of contemplation, Nagaru told the whole story of what he knew, words that dumbfounded everyone in the room. The strongest members of the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Xian Heaven Holy Land, and the White Deer School all looked at Chang Cheng in dismay. What? You said Dusty Heart went to find Zhang Hong? Elder Sword's entire body trembled as he looked at Chang Cheng in dismay. A bad premonition steeped in his heart. Zhang Heng's identity as the inheritor of the devil's power had not yet been cleared. Jian Duxin's innate sword body was an excellent tonic for the devil seed. If the consequences of meeting a lone Elder Sword dare not think about it. Don't worry. In my ethereal Holy Land, nothing like this will happen. Feng Qingtian raised his right hand, stopping the clamor here. When he opened his mouth and intended to say something, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a man dressed in white not far away, walking over leisurely, dusty and polished. It was Zhang Hong. Looking at the hustle and bustle in front of the martial arts stage, a touch of dissimilarity passed through Zhang Heng's eyes, as similar things happened in his previous life. End of chapter. Chapter 15 Zhang Heng's Demonic Nature. Chapter 15 Zhang Heng's Demonic Nature.
Zhang Hong did not participate in the previous life of the sword. At that time, because of the 3 passes of the inquiring mind, he was also unable to clear his body of any wrongdoing, which led to all the major clans, including the Misty Sacred Land, not believing in him. In the end, Nagaru lost. The Xian Holy Land's Fuji Ichuan exploded his reserves and defeated Jian Duxin to win the top spot on the stage of the finals. Phew! Thinking of this, Zhang Hong let out a long sigh of relief. And this time he still did not intend to participate, letting this show of force go by the wayside. While contemplating, Zhang Hong walked towards the green stone not far away, meditating and waiting for the end of the sword discussion. Once again, I'm going to go through the 3 levels of inquiry. And Zhang Heng's appearance was as if a stone had been thrown on a calm lake, causing an uproar. Hundreds of Xian Tian Holy Land, Heavenly Sword Sect, and White Deer School disciples came over with hatred. Zhang Hong, this devil seed of yours still dares to appear? Are you not afraid that we will join forces to kill you? Humph. Everyone gets to kill the inheritors of the devil's skill. You won't have a good ending if you degrade yourself. When the sword discourse ends, it will be time for the 3 passes of inquiring mind, and Zhang Hong will no longer be able to hide at that time. It's a pity. It's really a pity that my Tian Luo realm's top 3 most popular figures have degraded themselves. It's a pity and shameful. The vast majority of people were outraged at Zhang Heng's appearance. The term devil seed in this realm is a symbol of corpses strewn everywhere and rivers of blood flowing. Though the passing of the past once made them regret, the depravity of this moment made them even more indignant. Many exit, word for word. Oh, listening to the condemnation around him, Zhang Heng's eyes came to life, faintly standing up from the lapis lazuli and lazily looking around. Ha ha. After a ha ha laugh, his demeanor was untamed. You guys just said to kill me. Are you worthy? Ha ha ha. Zhang Hong laughed maniacally. These people in front of him, as if they had told a heavenly joke, making him unable to stop. If it were before, he would have explained with sincere eyes, telling these people that he was not a devil seed and that he was really a good person. And I hope these people, too, will remember how good he was. He has helped in many secret realms, and even in places infested with demons. He has been the one to pacify and save countless people. Now, there's no need for that. Looking at the many familiar and unfamiliar faces in front of him, some of whom had been favored by him. Thinking of this, Zhang Heng's eyes became indifferent. Come, kill me. After saying that, Zhang Hong leaned forward with his steps, 1 step at a time, and kept approaching towards these disciples. Majestic spiritual energy. At this moment, raging, a monstrous aura, as if the furious star in the dust. The fallen leaves around us began to sway, curling up in a cloud of yellow smoke. Backwards, the countless disciples who had just opened their mouths had fallen back, looking at Zhang Hong with fear in their eyes. At this moment, they were afraid, truly afraid. They forgot that the man in front of them, regardless of whether or not he was a devil seed, was the top 3 of the 3rd generation of disciples in the Tian Luo realm. It's not for them to mess with. Gulp. Zhang Hong, are you going to kill us? The elders are all here. How dare you show off? Aren't you afraid that the elders will kill you? Don't be afraid, everyone. Even if the demonic species is strong, it's impossible for one person to beat so many of us. Just, don't be afraid. People. The disciples of the several big sects had a flurry of words as they watched Zhang Hong, who was pressing forward at every step, keep falling backwards. The mouth keeps moving to the elders and all the people united. Only, the pace of the feet was honest, as if it was communicated. Hundreds of people actually did not have a person to stop. All of them were walking backward. Ha, ha ha ha. Zhang Hong laughed, brashly. In 2 lifetimes, it was the first time he felt so amused. Suddenly have a little understanding of Yi Beixian, the feeling of being a devil, so that his long-deposited anger, get a little release. Zhang Hong, it's just, on the elegant seat, Feng Qingtian's face was ugly, looking at Zhang Heng's actions at this moment painfully. This move was not something he expected, although he knew that Zhang Hong would not take action, but so threatened these people, spread out the face of the ethereal sacred land. Still want to lose it? Feng Jingtian pursed his lips and said, Come, I have something to ask you. After he said that, he looked at Elder Sword, who was not far away and had lowered his eyes, and the emotions in his heart were a bit embarrassing. The 2 words, demon seed, gave him too much pressure. Zhang Hong is suddenly very rebellious. Not to step on the heart of the 3 passes, resulting in the whitewash cannot be washed. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong narrowed his eyes and curiously looked towards the elegant seats, and what met his eyes were some familiar faces. Elder Sword of the Heavenly Sword Sect, Holy Lord of the Xian Tian Holy Land, Dao Xian, Old Man Chen of the White Deer School. These, all of them, were the explicit leaders of the Tian Luo realm. After a few seconds of silence, Jiang Hong nodded his head and swept a circle of disciples from all the major clans,
indifferently saying, "Don't talk blindly in the future. It's going to kill me." After saying that, ignoring the indignant, fearful eyes of the crowd, he blandly walked toward the elegant seat. The pace was quick, passing through the martial arts stage, passing by the disciples of the ethereal Holy Land. These former senior brothers and sisters fell back, looking at Jiang Hong with fear and loathing in their eyes. There were also a few disciples with pained eyes. In response, Jiang Heng's heart tightened as nameless anger swept through his divine soul. Hate. This monstrous hate. In his previous life, everyone here had been favored by him. The secret realm, the clan mission, the protector during the realm breakthrough, and so on. He was involved in all of them, pampering these senior brothers and sisters like fledglings for the sake of clan unity. Always thinking about, I don't care if I'm tired. As long as the students are well, it doesn't matter. Complain as much as you want. But what I got in return was betrayal, disbelief, and dislike. It was exactly the same as the eyes in front of me. Bang! Ka-ching! Jiang Hong unconsciously pushed his pace harder, and the ground made up of mountains and rocks appeared to chafe at this moment. Powerful fluctuations once again swept up the yellow sand in the sky. Huge vibration, so that many of the Netherworld Holy Land disciples present, nearly unsteady, to stand stable have backed up in fear. I want to stay away from Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong. On the elegant seat, Feng Qingtian couldn't hold back any longer and opened his mouth to sternly reprimand. Jiang Hong had done this, completely failing to give them, the elders, any face, and so aggressive in front of them. Shu, Sacred Lord Wind, what is the reason for seeking me out? Upon hearing this, Jiang Hong sneered in his heart and immediately performed the shrinking ground to come to the elegant seat. Looking at the many elders, his expression is very plain. Here, he did not choose to argue with Feng Qingtian, about to ask the heart. He did not want to cause more trouble, and at that moment, there's a dead silence here at the seat. Whether it was Elder Sword, or Feng Qingtian, or Dao Xian or Old Man Chen, they all looked at Jiang Hong with serious eyes. Previously that majestic breath, it is enough to shock people, and now this hand shrinking into the ground, it has even more surprised them beyond measure. When did Jiang Heng's strength become so strong? P.S. Families don't feed the book. Oh, it's important to catch up on new books. Chirp, love you guys. End of chapter. Chapter 16, Sword Dusty Heart Dead? Chapter 16, Sword Dusty Heart Dead? Sixth Realm Soul Palace? The Heavenly Sword Sex Sword Elder narrowed his eyes and carefully looked at Jiang Hong from head to toe, trying to see something, but even with his strength, he couldn't see at all. It was as if Jiang Heng's body was covered by a layer of mist that could not be seen through. This scene shocked him even more. He didn't dare to think that if Jiang Hong was really a demon seed, what would happen to Jin Duxin if he challenged Jiang Hong? Young Master Jiang is truly young and capable. I admire him. Although there is speculation, but the Sword Elders do not dare to jump to conclusions at this time. Ask the heart of the three passes has not yet begun. He can't be so arbitrary. At the same time, Sage Master Xian Tian and Dao Xian also had lowered their eyes. How many years had it been since Jiang Hong had set foot in the fifth realm, Tony? Right now, it seems that they are about to step into the sixth realm, and may even have already reached the sixth realm, Soul Palace. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid that they would still be at the early stage of the Tawny realm at this point, and, which wasn't sinking in the Tawny realm for decades, or even hundreds of years, before breaking through? Worthy of the Immaculate Conception, Feng Qingtian, your successor will be great in the future, an existence that will prove to be a great emperor. A few breaths of silence. Dao Xian thoughtfully surveyed Jiang Hong. To the Wind Prime Tian opening, said the word successor 3 words, bite very heavy, that's for sure. In the face of Dao Xian's cynicism, Feng Qingtian snorted coldly. The exchange between the two caused the Heavenly Sword Sex Sword Elder to sigh slightly. His eyes looked towards Jiang Hong, and he said solemnly, Junior friend Jiang Hong, have you seen Dusty Heart? After saying that, Elder Jian swept away his drunkenness and looked at Jiang Hong with serious eyes. Dusty Heart. Jiang Hong was puzzled. At Elder Sword's inquiry, he was a bit unable to find his way around, but still answered seriously, seen it. As the words fell, Elder Sword's body visibly trembled as he hurriedly spoke. Where is he? At the same time, the entire atmosphere of the elegant seat was much more serious, and the air seemed to have stagnated. Dao Xian, Feng Jingtian, Old Man Chen, and other giants looked at Jiang Hong, waiting for his reply. Phew, he came to the thoughtful cliffs to challenge me, and was knocked off the mountain with a serious injury. Without hiding it, Jiang Hong told the whole story of his meeting with Sword Dusty Heart one by one. While saying that, Jiang Hong had a bad premonition in his heart. Eyes, unconsciously to the corner. At this moment, a tender youth was standing there with a harmless face. his eyes carrying a yearning. Anyone who looks at him will think he's a good boy. It was none other than Yi Beixian. Serious injury. Hearing this, Dao Xian, Feng Jingtian, and the other giants were all dumbfounded.
They didn't expect that Jin Duxin and Zhang Hong would be able to be directly seriously injured in a sparring match. Sword Dust Heart is innate sword body.
In the present basically no rivals. The future achievement of a higher realm is even more unique. After all, it was completely undefeated by Zhang Hong. At this time, Zhang Heng's clothes were not stained with dust, and there was no disorder in his breath, so he was in full bloom. And what about the follow-up? Do you know where he went?
Hearing that Jin Duxin was only seriously injured, Elder Jian was relieved instead.
As far as he was concerned, as long as people didn't die, there was room for everything. I don't know.
Zhang Hong shook his head and continued.
I'm at the Thoughtful Cliff, and I just came down today.
The disciples of your sect should go searching on their own.
They shouldn't come and ask me. Successive inquiries, coupled with speculation if anything, put him in a poor mood. And,
although Sword Dusty Heart had been seriously injured,
it was not so much as to say that.
While Zhang Hong was thinking, an urgent voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning his head to look, a young man dressed in blue and carrying a sharp sword ran in with a terrified look on his face.
After finding Elder Sword, he fiercely fell to his knees and hissed with a pained face. Great Elder, Dusty Heart, Senior Brother Dusty Heart, he's died. Boom! It was as if a thunderbolt had struck the large elegant seat, and the expressions of everyone present froze as they stared at the visitor with wide-eyed incredulity. Sword Dust Heart, Gotham! How is this possible? The innate sword body, the fifth realm Tony, plus all the magic treasures, magic weapons, supreme techniques, supreme mastery. The first thing I want to do is to get rid of all the treasures that I have. So how can I do it? What are you babbling about?
Elder Sword's dusky eyes were sharp at this moment, staring at the visitor dead on, as if two sharp swords were flying out.
Deep Cold said,
my disciple Dusty Heart innate sword body and has a sword chi sealed as a backhand. Ordinary people are not his match at all.
How could he die? Great Elder,
it's the Qian sword order that came from the sect.
Senior Brother Dusty Heart Soul Lantern, extinguished dash.
The visitor lowered his head. The tears in the corners of his eyes could not be stopped, and his voice was hysterical, so that he could not see that it was half false.
Puff. Upon hearing Soul Lamp extinguished,
Elder Sword stumbled and fell directly onto the chair.
Wide-eyed and disoriented, he murmured, how could it be? The soul lamp the soul light went out?
You're an innate sword body.
How can you die early? He couldn't accept this scene.
Jin Duxin's body was infused with his life's energy. It's been nurtured for over a decade, from children to young adults, and there's so much heart and soul that goes into the journey.
At this moment,
Elder Sword's already old posture was even more as if he had aged 100 years.
It's him. It's definitely him. It was Zhang Hong who did it. It was Zhang Hong who did it. In this netherworld Holy Land, the only one who can steadily suppress Senior Sword Brother is Zhang Hong. He's a demon seed. A demon seed.
The visitor stood up violently and pointed at Zhang Heng's nose and growled.
In his opinion, in the vast netherworld Holy Land, only Zhang Hong could kill Jin Duxin. First of all, the elders had absolutely no reason to make a move. After all,
the Heavenly Sword sect was no match for the netherworld Holy Land.
But it wasn't a soft target either.
Within the clan there is the Sword Ancestor.
Yes, other than the elders,
only Zhang Hong of the younger generation had the battle power to strike out and kill Jin Duxin without God realizing it.
And
everyone knew that Jin Duxin liked to stick to Zhang Hong,
so if it was a sneak attack, then it was even more likely.
Such a roar from the Heavenly Sword sect disciple caused many of the people present to get up and look at Zhang Hong solemnly.
Among them, it also includes Feng Qingtian. Zhang Hong, let me ask you, did you do it? Feng Qingtian looked at Zhang Hong incredulously. He did not expect Zhang Hong actually under the hand. Sword Dust Heart although arrogant, but to Zhang Hong that is worship. As you know, words are always barbed. However, this person has been praising Zhang Hong in public many times. He is a real fan. Young Master Jiang, Elder Sword's entire body trembled. His eyes red as he looked at Zhang Hong, his hand resting on the gourd at his waist. In an instant, the sword intent, if any, permeated out from the gourd, transforming into a white swimming fish, quickly sweeping through the large elegant hall. Elder Sword stared at Zhang Hong, walking forward one step at a time. The dense fury in his eyes seemed to be completely dissolved. Continuing, let me ask you, did you kill Dusty Heart? P.S. Ask for a catch-up read. Family. End of chapter. Chapter 17, will forgive if you admit you're wrong. Chapter 17, will forgive if you admit you're wrong. The deep voice of questioning seems to carry an invisible murderous aura. Milky white swimming fish, non-stop around the Sword Elder. It was as if Zhang Hong had said one wrong word,
These swimming fish would instantly cut him into pieces.
Meanwhile, the entire elegant hall was silent,
and no one said an extra word. The emotions are too depressing. Heavenly sword sex sword dusty heart, so dead in the misty Holy Land.
Do not even say the moment.
Even the huge Tianluo realm would be shaken for more than 10 years when they received this news. It's the future successor of the top clan. If he had died in another location,
it would have been understandable.
But this was the Netherworld Holy Land, a sect where a great emperor existed.
And there are hidden underpinnings. For a while, eyes were focused on Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong was silent.
This time he was really silent. Although Sword Dusty Heart was cynical,
he belonged to the type of person who was extremely arrogant. Not to mention the general public.
Even those who know each other can't come near at will.
Is it because of me? In an instant,
Zhang Hong had an insight into the causes and consequences. The other party worshipped him not for a day or two. If he could be killed so easily and unknowingly, then it must have been Sword Dust's heart dropping its guard.
Then, the only way this person could be someone close to you. And
the one who had a murderous intent towards Jian Duncan's heart and had the ability to sneak attack and kill him would not be Chang Cheng or any other disciple.
Thinking of this,
Zhang Hong immediately used the corner of his eye to look at the harmless face in the corner.
Yi Beixian. He didn't think he'd have the guts to do it. At the same time,
the emotions in his heart were on the verge of exploding in this moment.
The other person is one of the few people who can understand him, and one of the few confidants. What is my current kill rate?
Zhang Hong interrogated the system in his mind.
Ding Host's current realm is half-step, Sol Palace. Yi Beixian's current realm is Yaoyang realm, late stage. Kill success rate, 0.00471%. Got it. Is it in the late stage of Yaoyang?
Zhang Hong wasn't surprised at all when he got this result. Whether or not he could kill Yi Beixian wasn't a matter of battle power at all. Otherwise it would have been done in a previous life.
The other party is under the protection of heaven. If he dares to make a move, there will always be an accident to save him. This accident could be the Xian Tian Holy Land, Dao Xian, the Netherworld Holy Land, Fengcheng Tian, the Heavenly Sword Sect, Elder Jian, the White Deer School, Old Man Chen. Anyway, there are bound to be surprises. But, can you swallow that? Can't swallow. No. Zhang Heng's demeanor was indifferent,
his pupils staring straight into Elder Sword's eyes without the slightest hint of evasion.
Continuing, after injuring him, I gave a phoenix blood pill and let him leave. After saying that,
Zhang Hong did not say another word. Even when facing Elder Sword's pressure,
he didn't retreat a step. If he did it, he did it. If he didn't do it, he didn't do it. In this life, no one will be able to take the blame from him. Upon hearing this,
Elder Sword's pupils shook,
and after taking a deep look at Zhang Hong,
he fell silent without continuing to speak.
Strange.
Besides little friend Zhang Hong who has this strength.
Then who else? It's hard to believe that it's Fuji Ichikawa. Not far away, the Xian Tian Holy Lord and Dao Xian narrowed their eyes and spoke thoughtfully. Words that seemed to be to the point, but also seemed to have a hidden agenda. The entire audience's vision was once again focused on Zhang Hong. Yeah, it is. Not to mention the heavenly law realm. If you just look at the words in front of you, who else is there besides Zhang Hong? It can't be Fuji Ichikawa, can it? In response, Zhang Hong was silent.
Although he guessed who the murderer was,
he didn't open his mouth, and after all he had experienced in his previous life, he knew one thing well. Once trust is broken, there will be no more trust. At this point, directly saying that Yi Beixian killed him would only cause these people to laugh. And these people have, at this point, decided that he did it. Indiscriminate. Much ado about nothing. If you have proof, then show it.
Zhang Hong nonchalantly glanced at Dao Xian, a cold smile grinning from the corner of his mouth after a slight nod. The strong stance caused Dao Xian to raise an eyebrow, glancing at the silent surroundings with astonishment in his heart. Zhang Hong seems to have really changed.
In the past, he had often said some barbed words, but Zhang Hong was always polite. Even if you hear it, you pretend you don't understand it. In all these years, there has never been such an instant dislike, nor such a lack of politeness, as this one. A person who cultivates Taoism has a breath of lightness. A person who cultivates the sword has a breath of sharpness like a mane. And a person who cultivates Confucianism has a breath of color like ink in water. A person who practices magic knows that his breath is violent and his heart will change. Right now, Zhang Hong seemed to corroborate this. Senior brother, just admit it. Just when everyone was gazing at Zhang Hong and the elegant hall was silent, beside Feng Qingtian, a girl in a long pale yellow dress walked step by step to Zhang Hong with an elegant stride. Without waiting for Zhang Hong to speak, Chongqing continued. Senior brother, there is no end to the sea of bitterness. Turning back is the shore. As long as you are willing to sincerely repent,
all of us are still willing to tolerate you and accept you.
It's not hard to admit a mistake.
The corners of his mouth curved.
Mocking, repentance, forgiveness, inclusion. The sea of bitterness is endless. Turn back to the shore? You're getting better and better at these vocabulary words. Jong Hong laughed, angrily, like a chrysanthemum's calmness, at this moment disappeared, just like a real devil, full of coldness and severity. Indifferently, he said, Chang Chang, don't wishful thinking. I, John Hong, don't need anyone's tolerance, don't need anyone's forgiveness, much less do you need to take the moral high ground and judge your benefactors. Why do I need your forgiveness when I have done nothing wrong? This time to go down the mountain. Originally is to retreat.
At the moment Jiang Hong has no patience.
Continue to explain this problem. Where's the fault?
Right.
There is. Wrong indeed.
The mistake was that he shouldn't have been so kind to these people,
letting them take his favors and take them for granted. His goodness, as the hands of the chess to play, the watery tenderness,
as a casual abuse of the plaything, taking his heart of gold and throwing it into a cesspool.
It's so wrong. Shouldn't have been so nice and forgiving to this group. John Hong, you are unbridled. Isn't it for your own good that your senior sister said that? You're so hostile. It seems that you've really gotten into the devil.
Faced with Jiang Heng's brash attitude,
Feng Qingtian immediately reprimanded. At this moment, he couldn't pretend he couldn't see it. Jiang Hong could dislike Dao Xian,
who wasn't supposed to be on the same path, and he could dislike the disciples of those sects, who were all outsiders.
Mei, Nagaru is your sister. Isn't it for your own good that she's so sad? P.S. Beg a chase read, oh family people. New books must not raise, easy to raise hanging. Ensure that every chapter has a point of view. End of chapter. Chapter 18, No Need for Trust. Chapter 18, No Need for Trust. In Feng Qingtian's opinion,
Chang Qing had been so bitter, but Jiang Hong still didn't know how to be grateful.
What is the difference between this and the devil? As Feng Qingtian's words fell,
the atmosphere of the entire elegant hall began to change invisibly.
Everyone's eyes were fixed on Jiang Hong.
The atmosphere was even more dead silent in this moment.
In the corner, Yi Beixian saw this scene,
and a touch of undetectable delight appeared on his tender face, murmuring in a voice that only he could hear.
A thoughtless hand of chess could have brought matters to this point. Sword dusty heart, your death was worth it. It wasn't worth the risk I took. Jiang Hong, as long as you're dead, I can rest easy. If it was in the past, Jiang Heng's words were polite and he explained with sincerity. There might still be a little chance at this time. But for the moment, these people are clearly outraged. Yi Beixian didn't think Jiang Hong would be able to get through this safely. His eyes immediately looked towards Jiang Hong and said with a naive face,
Eldest brother,
just admit it. Jiang Hong, you still don't know your mistakes. Hearing Yi Beixian even say that, Feng Qingtian's mood worsened.
Yi Beixian was in the sect, and was known to be well behaved.
And it was also a disciple of Empress and Hongyi.
And words carried weight.
What's wrong with that?
Jiang Hong narrowed his eyes and looked nonchalantly at Feng Qingtian as he continued.
From where did Sacred Lord Feng conclude that I, Jiang Hong, am the murderer? After saying that, Jiang Hong raised his hand and pointed at Nagaru. Is it his side of the story?
Then he pointed his finger towards Yi Beixian.
Or perhaps his red heart?
When it came to the heart of the naked child, Jiang Heng's spoken words bit down hard, and the mockery was all too obvious.
After saying that, Jiang Hong swept his gaze over everyone present.
Such a tough talker. I think it would be better to take him down to extract his soul and refine his spirit, so that he will naturally know the reason for everything.
What do you say, Sacred Lord Wind?
Jiang Heng's insubordinate stance caused the Dao Xian Holy Lord to sneer in his heart and look at Feng Qingtian after raising his eyebrows. This matter has nothing to do with your Xian Heavenly Holy Land.
So don't talk too much, Holy Lord Dao Xian. Wind Prime coldly grunted. He is not a little cute. He's not a cutie pie. So how can he be soul-sucking at this point? What if Jiang Hong is really innocent? Isn't that the beauty of this sacred land of heaven? However,
Jiang Heng's extremely poor attitude and great suspicion made him not know what to do at this time. Such words have already lost face in front of the younger generation.
He,
the Holy Lord of the Netherworld Holy Land, had long since lost his majesty.
Thinking of this, Feng Qingtian turned his eyes towards the silent Elder Jian. After all, the other party was the victim. Elder Jian, what do you think about this matter?
Break through the 3 levels of the Heart of Inquiry and make a heavenly Tao oath under the Heart of Inquiry monument, as the way of heaven is not.
I will personally kill Jiang Hong. Doing so,
the Netherworld Holy Land has no problem with it,
right? After pondering for a long time,
Elder Sword looked deeply at Jiang Hong and turned to ask Feng Qingtian after a long sigh.
Although it is an inquiry,
but from the tone of voice can be heard,
this matter to this point seems to have no discussion, regardless of whether Jiang Hong was a devil seed or not,
or whether he had killed the sword and dusted his heart or not. As long as there was a problem with the heavenly Tao of asking for the heart, it had become ironclad evidence. Hiss? Feng Qingtian shuddered and looked at Elder Sword in shock. Looking at the other party's hand has been placed on the waist of the gourd. He also knows that there is no negotiation. The other party's wine gourd, also known as the sword gourd, is the heavenly sword sect's town treasure, hammered by countless heavenly sword sect seniors to this day, passed down from generation to generation. This generation was supposed to be passed down to Jin Dushin. With the innate sword body, the power of this magic treasure increased by at least 30%. The moment the gourd opened, the 10,000 sword chi that warmed it would crush all targets. Even he was bulking. Feng Qingtian shook his head and immediately spoke. This matter is very big. May. Zhang Hong nodded indifferently without waiting for Feng Qingtian to finish. After his gaze swept from Dao Xian, Feng Qingtian, and Elder Sword. Continuing, he said, all of you forcing me to set foot in the questioning heart pass is already a great insult to me. Zhang Hong. In this case, I have no desire to continue the argument. After the questioning heart pass, I, Zhang Hong, will withdraw from the Netherworld Holy Land, and the grudge will be cleared from now on. After saying that, regardless of the eyes of everyone present, Zhang Hong deeply glanced at Yi Beixian. He turned around and walked straight to the square not far away. It's still the same big green stone. This has become a habit. When it was on this piece of green stone, early in the morning, instructing the younger brothers to practice, and waiting for the younger brothers and sisters to return at dusk. And at that moment, the sky seemed to be approaching sundown. With a touch of sadness, the crowd looked at Zhang Heng's determined back, and everyone had different emotions in their hearts. Grand Elder, why did you let him go? The previous Heavenly Sword Sect disciple, looking at Zhang Heng's back, had a mouthful of teeth that were on the verge of crunching, opened his mouth to question in spite of his status. In his opinion, as long as Elder Sword makes a move, even Zhang Hong is bound to die a horrible death here. The identity of the Devil's Seed has long been established, and there is no need to continue checking it at all. Shut up, Elder Sword reprimanded, and after his cloudy eyes took a deep look at the visitor, he turned around and walked towards the other side, the back of the hill and mountain peaks. At this moment all the vicissitudes of life. It was as if an old man with 5 celestial failures. By the ears, Jian Dushin's voice kept echoing, Master, what is that Zhang Hong? I can't even beat him? Master, I'm going to find Zhang Hong. I'll be back in a few months. Master, I must defeat Zhang Hong and become the number 1A in this Tian Luo realm. Qualified worker. Zhang Hong, Dusty Heart thinks so highly of you. If this is really your doing, I'll have you thrown to the ground. After Elder Sword left, the entire atmosphere in the elegant hall became exceptionally strange. An old man Chen of the White Deer School shook his head and left one after another after arching his hand at the two holy lords. Shortly after, Dao Xian and Feng Qingtian talked for a few moments, and with the Xian Tian Holy Land's men and women, they also left the elegant hall. In the large elegant hall, only the ethereal sacred lands people were left. Other than Nangong Ni Wang, you two have the best relationship with Zhang Hong. Do you also think that this matter was done by him? Feng Qingtian to this point was unwilling to believe that Zhang Hong could do such a thing. That flawless life had been his proudest and identified successor. In less than 100 years, Zhang Hong will surely succeed him as the Holy Lord. Me. Chang Cheng looked towards Zhang Heng's back and sighed. Sword Dustheart has only met eldest brother. On that day, I was. Said no more. I think that eldest brother is just in a funk. As long as he is given the chance to reform himself, he will definitely become the eldest brother he once was. Yi Beishuan's body trembled. His face was very ugly, and after taking a deep look at Zhang Hong on the distant green stone, he excitedly opened his mouth. Phew, I know. The words of the two men shattered Feng Qingtian's last thoughts, and after shaking his head helplessly, he turned his eyes toward the martial arts stage. At this point, the game there seems to be nearing its end. On the large martial arts stage, only Fuji Ichikawa stood on it alone to ask for advice. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Posey. End of chapter. Chapter 19, The Closed Grave. Chapter 19, The Closed Grave. Ethereal Sanctuary, Holy Mountain. The blazing sun of that day gradually declined, and the gold color faded to a touch of orange-red, waving in the elegant little garden. The heavenly sword sect's sword sun is dead, died in my netherworld holy land, and Hanyi was facing the setting sun. Her long eyelashes, after hearing the news, visibly trembled. Yes, Feng Jingtian's face was ugly. The situation at this time is no longer his holy lord, can be controlled. In the vast ethereal holy land, there are supreme elders above the holy lord, and there are people above the supreme elders, and Hanyi was the ethereal holy land's proof of the way and Zhang Heng's master, so he couldn't fail to notify him of this matter. If not, if something did happen, the consequences would be completely unaffordable to him. Do you mean that Jiang Hung seriously injured Jian Duxin at the Seo cliff? And then sneaked down the mountain to use the devouring devil technique to devour the innate sword body? Why is it that my divine sense has not sensed any of this? And Hongi stood up from the green stone. Her stunningly beautiful figure looked magnificent under the light of the afterglow. She was curious. It was reasonable to say that a person like Jian Duxin would be able to be keenly aware of it if he withered away in the netherworld Holy Land. But the divine sense has not warned. And Hongi murmured as her fingers continued to flow, and one by one, seal characters that contained the meaning of the Tao continued to appear in her hands. No way. At this moment, she was deducing the true cause of Jian Duxin's death. And, no matter how he deduced, after Jian Dust's heart was under the Seo cliff, it was as if it was covered by a layer of unspeakable fog. Subsequently, it is not projected at all. It was as if this person did not belong to the long river of history after leaving the cliff. Even you couldn't deduce it? Feng Qingtian shuddered and looked at Anhongi incredulously. The other party was one of the witnesses of the heavenly law realm, a great emperor of the world, and one of the strongest. Even she couldn't act it out, so there was only one possibility. The karma is so great that the heavens are obscured, devouring demonic skill. Feng Qingtian cautiously looked at Anhongi's face and couldn't help but gulp a mouthful of saliva when he saw the cold as frost expression on Anhongi's face. The devouring devil technique was a typical example of this. It cannot be projected, cannot be known, and is a special method that goes beyond cause and effect. This, too, was one of the reasons why the heavenly law realm was jealous. Those who cultivate this technique will conclude a great cause and effect with the former one in the underworld. There was also a rumor that the one would be returning for good in the near future. Go down. And Hongi didn't say much. However, the gaze made Feng Qingtian's heart thump, and without daring to ask more questions, he immediately turned around and walked towards the outside of the elegant garden. Wait until Windy Prime has completely left. And Hongi looked at the setting sun with her head held high and murmured, "If it's you, why are you striking it this time? Is it really because you can't hide it anymore? To approach me back then, just for today? May, if it's not you, then who could it be? Jian Hung, think under the cliffs, clumps of wild in the forest, mountain streams ringing, clear streams wading down and racing toward the distant horizon." Jiang Hang's gaze swept around the circle. His hands continuously urged the Tao and Law, a ghostly blue fluorescent light since the middle of the free, and then flew toward the creek. It finally stopped at the place where Sword Dusty Heart had been healing. Jiang Hong stepped forward a few steps, came to the location of the fluorescent light, lowered his body to look carefully. May. Nothing. If you can find your way here, you have already used your past lives. Thwarted? Jiang Hong raised his head to look at the sky and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Tough. Yi Beixian is indeed very. Nowadays, I am no longer interested in watching the group of vegetable chickens pecking at each other under that ass cart pass. Thinking about Jian Duxin's remains, he immediately left there, expending a great deal of energy to project to this location. Regrettably, the bodies are gone. Shaking his head helplessly, Jiang Hong took out a hoe from his storage ring, looked at the green land not far away, and chiseled down ruthlessly. After digging out a big pit, he took out a wooden sword from his storage ring. This was given to him by Sword Dusty Heart 7 or 8 years ago. Sorry. Jiang Hong threw the wooden sword into the mound, casually cut off a piece of green stone not far away, carved on the my brother's mound of Dusty Heart. Brother Jiang Hong stand after, buried the cloak and dagger completely. Jiang Hong. After doing so, Jiang Hong intended to leave. When not far away, a figure on a hill mountain peak came this way step by step. Upon seeing the cloak and dagger, the expression moved a bit. Elder Sword said hoarsely, "Thank you. You're welcome." Seeing the visitor, Jiang Hong was not surprised. When he left that asked the heart pass, Elder Sword was bound to follow him, no matter what his purpose was. Sincerely, I ask, is Dusty Heart really dead? Elder Jian looked at the grave of the clothes, the corner of his eyes a little moist. Until now, still unable to accept the departure of Jian Duxin. Dead, thwarted and not reincarnated. Jiang Hong closed his eyes, his emotions tinged with heaviness, and his body trembled slightly when he said the last 4 words. There are only a few people in this world who can stop him from being violent. Right now, there's one less. Understood. Understood. Tomorrow at the questioning heart pass, I will personally supervise. And if young Master Jiang is innocent, I will cut my own throat on the spot as a way of thanking young Master Jiang for his sins. Hearing Jiang Heng's reply, a line of clear tears waved down from Elder Jian's cloudy eyes. I can't stop my whole body from twitching. It was hard to imagine that an old monster who had lived for an unknown number of years would shed tears at this moment. Men don't shed tears. They just don't get to the sad part. What has this old man, again, not experienced? Only the vicissitudes of the sea, watching his only disciple wither away.
white hair to send black hair. This extreme pain is very human to bear. It also seemed like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Since it is so, it need not be so. Jiang Hong nodded, and after answering the old man's 2 sentences, he continued. Dusty Heart told me he has a favorite grandfather and a favorite brother. I'm sorry for your loss, Elder Sword. As for my affairs, you don't have to worry about them. I'll carry the karma of Dusty Heart. His blood will not be shed in vain. After saying that, without waiting for Elder Sword to reply, Jiang Hong turned around and walked towards that Ask Cart Pass. Now that he's settled, it's time to settle what's right. Thank you. Thank you. Words that made Elder Sword unable to tense up any longer. The white-haired old man covered his face and cried bitterly. Looking at Jiang Heng's back, there wasn't the slightest bit of hatred in his eyes. He knew that Jiang Hong couldn't be the murderer when he set up the mound. The other party was willing to take on this karma and seemed to be doing so to protect him. Dusty Heart, don't worry. Master isn't old yet. There's still power left. If it really wasn't the work of your most respected brother, Master would have made sure he left the Netherworld Sanctuary unharmed. After saying that, Elder Sword wiped away his tears and firmly looked at the direction Jiang Hong had left. He's already in his 5th year of life and has a keen eye for danger. Jiang Heng's body, seeping out a wisp of death. And this aura, in their eyes, is the great catastrophe. Regular people can't cross. End of chapter. Chapter 20, Inviting You to Die. Chapter 20, Inviting You to Die. After setting up the grave and bidding farewell to Elder Sword, Jiang Hong returned to the front of the Heart of Inquiry Pass alone. Sitting on that familiar green stone, he raised his eyes to the stars in the sky. Seeing that bright moon, Jiang Hong cannot help but feel it, and once how similar the stars were all in favor of the moon, and the moon's radiance was unreserved, and all of it was waved to those stars. But now the clouds are dark and the stars are gone, and things are not the same as they were in the beginning. What is to be liquidated will eventually be liquidated. I did not intend to stir up the dust, but since the dust comes with the wind, I will look at this great wind and dust, letting go of the heart. In this moment the emotions filled. At this moment Jiang Hong thought about a lot of understanding. Under this spectral momentum, it seems impossible to reach the other shore by following the waves. From the time of refusing the 3 levels of inquiry, all kinds of trouble will still come to us. In response, Jiang Hong sighed helplessly. Ding detected that the host's mind is rebellious, and detected that the host has already shown signs of being possessed. Please correct the error immediately. Ding detected that the host's mind is rebellious, and detected that the host has already shown signs of being possessed. Please correct the error immediately. Jiang Hong had chosen to ignore the system's beep in his ear. A life of floating. In this moment he finally figured out that doing whatever you want. Thinking clearly about all this, Jiang Hong used the corner of his eye to look at Songyi on his right, who, now that you're here, come out. The silence of the bush field is constantly rustling. In the layer upon layer of bushes and trees, cultivators wearing colorful uniforms were tiptoeing out. There's hate in everyone's eyes. There were disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, disciples of the Xian Tian Holy Land, and disciples of the White Deer School. There were also quite a few Misty Holy Land disciples, all familiar faces. Jiang Heng's former senior brothers and sisters. Jiang Hong, you have fallen into the devil's path. Today we have come to eradicate you. You found out, so I'll send you on your way early. Don't be afraid of him, everyone. He's just one person. This person is committing such murder. If we don't kill him, we will all be victimized by him in the future. Demon Seed suffer death to avenge those dead souls. The quiet mountain wilderness was full of young cultivators shouting and shouting, each of them carrying hostility towards Jiang Hong. The purpose of coming here at this time is to completely kill the devil seed in the cradle. As far as the eye can see, hundreds of these, all of them, were the elites of the major sects and the future mainstay of the major sects. Seeing their arrival, there was no surprise on Jiang Heng's face. It would be odd if it didn't come. Yi Beixian is not only strong luck, but also the nature of the heart. The other side secretly stirring up the storm clouds, burning embers of the large Tianluo realm. How can the means of general? It would have been a real surprise if these people had not been compelled to come in the moment. Invite the king in? Then this feast is as you wish, and I hope the thunder and rain you bear. Thinking clearly about the causes and consequences, Jiang Hong murmured at the corner of his mouth, and immediately raised his head to look directly ahead at the densely packed young cultivators. Teasingly, he said, you and the others traveled in brocade clothes at night, when you are ready to die. This path is cruel, and there can be no mercy between life and death. He would not be merciful to these people, but whoever strikes, kills without mercy. Under the moonlit night, the densely packed crowd trembled after Jiang Hong uttered these words, and emotions visible to the naked eye filled the air. The timid ones, when they saw the immaculate Jiang Hong under the moonlight, were immediately afraid. This being is a passionate, at the instigation of many people to come, right now.
Jiang Heng's words were like ice water, completely dousing the restless hearts of many people.
Brother Dao, the killing aura is a bit too heavy. Just as the disciples' morale was low,
a man in black clothes at the back was slowly striding to this place.
Fuji Ichikawa, it's him who has come. With him joining us, we will be able to exterminate the demon seed today. In the crowd,
a small fat man hissed in excitement when he saw the visitor clearly.
In the next second, many people agitated. Yes, Tu Ichuan is not weaker than Zhang Heng. Together with us attacking as a group, we will definitely thwart him. Tu Ichuan is a half-step soul palace. He alone is enough to single-handedly kill Zhang Heng.
The two have fought many times.
Demon, you scream again.
Humph. His senior brother Yi Beixian has given up on him, so it seems that this demon seed has become disliked.
Seeing the arrival of Fuji Ichuan, many people's hearts, as if by a shot of cardiotonic, immediately stabilized.
The eyes that looked at Zhang Heng were also much less fearful and scornful.
In their opinion, it is hard to say who the top three of the younger generation are, but there must be Fuji Ichikawa among them. The other party was the saint son of the Xian Tian Holy Land, and his battle power was no weaker than Zhang Heng. Yeah. Seeing the visitor,
Zhang Heng opened his mouth in surprise.
Then you came over on a moonlit night to greet me? Saying that, his eyes mockingly looked at Fuji Ichikawa. You. Fuji Ichuan shuddered and looked at Zhang Heng with much surprise in his eyes. It's changed.
Zhang Heng has really changed.
In the past,
even if Zhang Heng had moved to kill, it was impossible for him to have such a heavy hostile aura.
At the moment,
it was difficult for him to apply the title Immaculate Conception to Zhang Heng.
That's just it. Since I'm an old rival with him, the Holy Lord ordered me to wrestle this man at this time.
Take advantage of this public opinion,
then eradicate him,
so as not to cause endless trouble.
Although Zhang Heng's change had surprised Fuji Ichikawa a bit, he could only follow the orders that Dao Xian had secretly given him. It doesn't matter if you're going to be a gun for someone else. To each his own. The process doesn't really matter as long as it serves its purpose. Come on, gentlemen. If we keep standing like this, it will be almost dawn.
Zhang Heng spread his hands and looked at the crowd with an open chest.
Kill him. Fuji Ichikawa no longer hesitated to speak at once. Kill. In the crowd,
the previous disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect was the first to take the lead.
Holding a sharp, cold blade and coming towards Zhang Heng to take his life.
Red eyes that look like they're ready to die.
100 steps turned into 10, and in a short while, he arrived in front of Zhang Heng. The sword did not hide its edge, and ruthlessly sliced at Zhang Heng's neck. 4th realm. About to be 5th realm.
You should be a top performer in the Heavenly Sword sect as well.
Pity.
The so-called geniuses are just challenging my threshold. Looking at the sharp sword that was close at hand, Zhang Heng did not move his pace in any way, and his eyes were filled with essence.
Finger. A deep white light surged forth. It's just a wave of the hand, with a firefly across it. Ka-ching. The sword snapped, and a touch of crimson oozed out of the man's neck as he stared at Zhang Heng with wide eyes in death. The reluctance is so obvious. You shall not die.
After the man said these words, his head fell to the ground with a thud and was cut off by Zhang Heng with his spiritual power.
Blood foam flying, seems to constitute a bleak picture.
Zhang Heng's clothes were not stained with dust, nodding his head as he looked at these people in front of him, the corners of his mouth rising provocatively.
Both have come. Then please be generous in your deaths. P.S. Begging for a catch-up read. Oh family, love you. Yo. End of chapter. Chapter 21, The blood of a moonlit night is the sweetest. Chapter 21, The blood of a moonlit night is the sweetest. After saying that,
Zhang Heng looked at the hundreds of people in front of him, his demeanor carrying an arrogance that these people had never seen before.
He's given these guys a lot of chances, repeated warnings, but these people are sincerely seeking death. Then he can only do it for them. Those who kill will always be killed. These people came here to kill him. Then there is only one end, like the headless body in front of you. Moreover, the corpse in front of us is a rebel who betrayed Sword Dusty Heart in his previous life. The afterglow of the moonlit night spilled down on the field in spots, and Zhang Heng stood on the green stone to bathe in the afterglow. In front of him was a standing corpse, with blood like a fountain at the neck, a bizarre picture to the extreme. This is the posture of absolute splendor, such as the banished fairy, white clothes not stained with blood, like a demon king, spreading his face in the midst of the flying blood in the sky. He smiled, just like the community of the banished fairy and the devil king, which was about to return to one person. This scene evoked fear and anxiety in hundreds of disciples, their chests rising and falling violently, trembling unceasingly. Kill, kill. The demon seed killed the Heavenly Sword Sect's Master Lu. He was a follower of Jian Duxin. How could you lay your hands on him? He even killed Jian Duxin. Is there anything he can't get off? Is the gap so big? Not even a single glance? Impossible. How is he so strong? Don't be afraid. He's putting on airs. This move must have used his full strength. As long as we attack as a group, Zhang Hong will be revealed on the spot. It was impossible to say that it wasn't chilling. The dead Heavenly Sword sect disciple, although not considered a top tier, was also a top tier in terms of strength. Without even a single glance, he was beheaded by Zhang Hong. The difference in their strength was truly visible to the naked eye. At the same time, they are outraged. How could Zhang Hong lay his hands on the devil? Shouldn't the devil be a sitting duck? The stern words made Zhang Heng's emotions rise and fall violently. Looking at the group of people in front of him, slanting his eyes following the faint opening. Come to kill people, and still not letting people fight back? That's just it. I'm afraid you won't retreat without shedding blood today. In that case, it's time for the farce to end. Come on, let this seat see if there has been some growth in your strength over the years. By the way, in a different way than before. This one misses. It's going to kill me. These people's words. Zhang Hong heart mockery. The sword is almost cut to the neck. Cannot still fight back? Is it justice to stand and let these people kill you? This kind of accusation and kidnapping that stood on the moral high ground was something that Zhang Hong had experienced too much of in his previous life. Can't listen to it anymore. And these people seem to have adapted to his kindness, and now feel that the world has changed if they do not get their way. He's Zhang Hong, fallen into the devil. The devil seed still dares to be so arrogant. Come together and slaughter him. From the crowd, I don't know who growled. Upon hearing the news, many of the disciples did not hesitate to respond immediately, holding a variety of weapons. 100 steps turned into 10, swarming to Zhang Heng's side. Colorful Dao spells, talismans, and magic treasures came one after another. Seeing this, Zhang Heng's eyes stared. Vegetables, really too much vegetables. At this moment, remove the colored glasses. He realized that in the past, bring these people. In fact, what is the gold content? How far does the dish go? And dare to come and kill him. Where does the confidence come from? Lei Ju. Zhang Hong raised his right arm and aimed his index finger at these people. In the next moment, the raging berserk thunder erupted in the index finger. The berserk thunder continuously compressed and coalesced, and the majestic spiritual pressure also erupted again at this moment. A purple cross with a lightning arc appeared in Zhang Heng's hand out of nowhere. Bang! With a forceful flick of his middle finger, the purple crucifix quickly flew out, transforming into a purple rainbow light. Instantly came into the middle of the crowd. This scene caused countless people's eyes to coalesce, and they all looked at the cross in fear. It was too late to say anything. Rumble! The cross quickly shattered, and an arc of lightning grew wildly, finally intertwining together and instantly drowning more than dozens of people here. Black smoke rolled in, but it was no longer clear what was going on inside. Many of the disciples who had not yet rushed to kill saw this scene, and a touch of ominous foreboding arose in their hearts. When the smoke clears, the image in front of them left them completely dumbfounded. A charred and blackened corpse took up a large area of scorched earth, with countless broken limbs and debris. The dozens of people who rushed forward, not a single survivor, have perished in the smoke and dust. Even the magic treasure, shattered into pieces. Numbed, the rest of the people who were holding their weapons were numb. For this scene, they had never envisioned it. Although they knew that Zhang Hong was very strong and powerful, but they had never thought that it would be strong to this extent. With a single casual move, he killed so many Fourth Realm Yaoyang senior brothers. Before the crowd could say anything, a miserable scream swept through their ears. Eldest senior brother. It's me. I'm Zhang Wei. I'm your senior brother. You taught me sword practice. Have you forgotten? Don't. Eldest brother, don't kill me. Before the screams could end, a wail of agony followed. Everyone gazed at them, and Zhang Hong had already come to their side at an unknown time. In his hand, there is still a strand of silver firefly, and at this time, he has already gone to the head of a person. That person was wearing light blue attire, around his early 20s, and was none other than an ethereal Holy Land disciple. Zhang Hong, that's your senior brother. How could you lay your hands on him? Devil, the devil has gone killing mad, killing dozens of us and still not satisfied? Fight him, fight him. Enchanted. Zhang Hong is really enchanted. He even killed his own senior brother. Let's all go together or we'll all die. Eldest brother, how could you kill Zhang Wei? You've changed. Watching Zhang Hong decapitate his own senior brother, everyone was outraged in their hearts. What kind of devil was it that could lay his hands on his own senior brother? Can't we just get a net? At the same time, they only now realized that Zhang Hong seemed to be truly motivated to kill. Unlike before, it wasn't a joke. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Hong laughed wildly, and the flowing fireflies between his fingers were like long whips, continuously harvesting one life after another. looking at the crowd. His eyes were full of mockery. You are only allowed to kill this seat, but not this seat? This seat has said this path is cruel, and there is no mercy between life and death. Since you are determined to die, how can this seat bear not to fulfill you? While saying that, Zhang Heng's hands did not stop killing. In a few breaths of effort, more than a dozen people fell at their feet, their blood staining the entire green field. Indifferently, he said, indeed, it is the blood of a moonlit night that smells the sweetest. Fuji Ichikawa, still not going to die? If you don't do it, my little senior brother won't be able to wait. More than 100 paces away, Fuji Ichuan looked at the blood-stained Zhang Hong on the moonlit night, the pupils in his eyes shrinking, his expression tinged with obscurity. Zhang Hong seemed to have seen through everything. P.S. There's another one coming soon. Families remember to take a look at it every day. Oh, it's updated steadily every day. It will be repeated several times a day as it is written, so feel free to watch it. End of chapter. Chapter 22, Yi Beishuan's Treachery. Chapter 22, Yi Beishuan's Treachery. The thickets and fields were so deep and obscured the view from a distance that only a vague glimpse of the trail could be seen. The young man in the light blue costume was looking hard inside. The pungent blood filled the tip of his nose, adding a touch of playfulness to his innocent expression. Zhang Hong, you're really stupid. You fell for such an obvious yawn plot. It seems like I overestimated you. Ha, ha 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 ha. Looking at Zhang Heng's butcher's knife, stained with the blood of several great clans, Yi Beixian covered his forehead with his hand as his body shook continuously. Emotions are at their peak in this moment. Originally, he thought that Zhang Hong would hold back, but it turned out that not only did he not hold back, but he also wantonly slaughtered. These are disciples from several sects, and there are even people from the Netherworld Holy Land. It directly saved him a lot of trouble. Soon, the bloodstained night will pass, and your life will die. Go and be a companion to Sword Dustheart, and there is no one else in this world that I fear. As Yi Beixian watched Zhang Heng's slaughter, a strange flush gradually appeared on his face. It's like the height of exuberance. I know, isn't he going to die soon? What are you still afraid of? Suddenly, Yi Beixian murmured into the air, continuing, look at him stupid like that. Is he a match for me? Don't worry, even if he is lucky enough to set foot on the inquiring mind pass, don't you still have you? I see, with my many backhanders, it will be impossible for him to leave the Netherworld Holy Land. Speaking here, Yi Beixian seemed to think of something. His eyes flashed with a hint of dissimilarity, and he Jie said, If I were to fight Zhang Hong one-on-one without you being exposed, how certain are you that I would win? A tie at best. It's okay, ahaha dash. While Yi Beixian spoke to himself, his eyes never left Zhang Hong from beginning to end. The deep scruples are so obvious. However, in a few moments, all that remains is untamed. While looking at the situation within the thicket, Yi Beixian looked out of the corner of his eye at the council hall from time to time and whispered, it should be coming soon. It's a bit stupid if you haven't felt it yet. After saying that, his gaze instantly looked deeper into the thicket field, to Zhang Heng's flawless face. Indignantly, he said, on what grounds? On what grounds? Obviously I am the favorite of this side of heaven and earth. Both Xian and Hong? Damn you, Zhang Hong, you deserve to die. Lush bush fields greeted the morning's arrival. The fresh, earthy fragrance, obscured by the pungent smell of blood, deep in the bush field, by the green stone. Zhang Heng's performance moved Fuji Ichuan's heart. That young master in the words, came to them in the moonlight and instigated them to take a shot at Zhang Hong. Yi Beishuan's naive and heartfelt expression was still vivid in Fuji Ichuan's mind until this moment. It's so painfully obvious. And, it also uttered some topics like the decisions of the clan elders and the shame of the clan. So, he rallied his men to go along with it. Not only solved the Xian Tian Holy Land's big problem, but also helped the Misty Holy Land to get rid of a devil seed. As you like it, comedy by Shakespeare. But before his eyes, Zhang Hong seemed to know everything already, which made him feel a little strange in his heart. Brother Dao. Looking at the distant horizon, Fuji Ichikawa knew he couldn't delay any longer. When the people are here, all the schemes will be gone. With a flash, he arrived more than 10 paces in front of Zhang Hong and slightly arched his hand. Dao brother, please. Zhang Hong was silent in the face of the invitation to battle. Eyes looked deeply around, and what met his eyes was a group of familiar faces staring defiantly at him. Meanwhile, the sound of the system in his ears, still echoing, did not stop for the night. Ding detected that the host killed hemp. Please host put down the butcher's knife. Excessive killing may lose luck. Ding detected that the host killed hemp. Please host put down the butcher's knife. Excessive killing may lose luck. Ding. Extreme rebellion detected in the host. System planning error. System planning error. Self-correction in progress. Correction failed. Tick-tock. $. $. Tick-tock. Tick-tock.
At hashtag $% dash. John Hong did not take the system's hint seriously. That is, these people were unwilling to let him leave like this. Death is their only destiny. I am the knife and the fish. This heaven and earth have always been so cruel. There was a time when he was the one who carried the weight. Now, he's tired of not carrying it. With no one left to carry it, the butcher's knife will naturally descend on this group. Come on, let's see if you've grown in these few years. John Hong nodded slightly, his eyes looking sharply at Fuji Ichiwan. With that said, he quietly waited for his opponent to strike. Facing me, you still dare to be so arrogant? Fuji Ichikawa is numb. Is the John Hong in front of us too wild? Or is it that the nature of the demon seed can't be hidden? Facing him, the sacred son of the Xin Tian Holy Land, he still dares to be so arrogant? He's on the same level, and he's playing like he's next to a bunch of bulls and horses, isn't he? Come to think of it, Fuji Ichiwan immediately operated the Xin Tian decision. His right hand's spiritual energy stirred, and a long spear as black as ink instantly appeared. Kill! The spear waved, creating a black lotus in the air, crushing towards John Hong. The surrounding trees and bushes shattered under this massive breath. The large flat field was as plain as a plateau at this moment, and was in full view. The early morning sunlight also pours down on the earth at this moment. This scene, shocking the demoralized disciples, the Fuji Ichikawa they had been waiting for finally made his move. Although many of our senior brothers and sisters died in battle, as long as John Hong is ambushed, we are all meritorious members of the Tian Luo realm, and the sect will reward us. Humph. Killing the devil seed will make me a celebrity in the Tian Luo realm in the future. This is the Mo Yuan that is on par with Dragon's Bard? Haha, John Hong has lost Dragon's Bard. What's he going to fight Fuji Ichiwan with? Senior brother Tang. It's getting late. If we don't kill him it'll be too late. Seeing this scene, the remaining 100 or so disciples at the back waved their flags. In their eyes, all the deaths and injuries were worth it. As long as John Hong was killed, their name would spread throughout the world, and the demon seed John Hong would be defeated by their hands. In later times, it was also a great story. Thinking of this, the gazes of more than 100 people gazed towards John Hong. In the field of vision, the black jade-like Mo Yuan spiked at high speed, bringing impermeable spears to John Hong's face in an instant. It's fast, too fast to dodge. In the eyes, a white-clothed snowy John Hong. In the afterglow by the gun directly stabbed rotten. The crimson blood was like a dew, splattered everywhere. Not seeing the glorious breeze of that moment just now. P.S. Ask for a catch-up read. Family, it'll be updated every day. End of chapter. Chapter 23, The Heart of Taoism has been shattered. Chapter 23, The Heart of Taoism has been shattered. This sudden scene frightened everyone present. The Immaculate Saint, John Hong, who was famous in the Tian Luo world, couldn't go more than one round in the hands of Fuji Ichiwan, wrestling on the spot. Right now, the blood foam flying in the sky seemed to say that John Hong had truly passed away. Mad. Let you be mad. Facing Fuji Ichikawa and still dare to be so arrogant. Who will die if you don't? The demon seed is overthrown? We've won this battle. Justice will prevail. Gulp. Great. Spread the word that we're the ones who are also famous. John Hong is really a reputation generation. Its strength is not as strong as imagined at all. He dash. Ask the heart pass? There was no need for that a long time ago. Zhang Heng's demon seed is without a doubt. In the face of Zhang Heng's death, the disciples of all the great sects were agitated, including the disciples of the Netherworld Holy Land. The charred and blackened corpses in front of them were the evidence that Zhang Hong had become a demon. If it was the Zhang Hong of the past, at most condemn a few words, rather than waving a butcher knife at them. At the same time, he was also very certain that what Yi Beixian had said was true, and that Zhang Hong had long since fallen into the devil's path. The hustle and bustle beside him made Fuji Ichikawa a bit bewildered, and he looked at all this in front of him in surprise. Until now, I couldn't believe it was true. I killed Zhang Hong? He's nothing more than that. After all, I overestimated him. Fuji Ichikawa murmured. The two had fought many times, and he had never taken advantage of Zhang Heng's hands, even to the point of being the one being pressed every time. But, the two have never lived or died together either. Right now, under his one fight, Zhang Hong was so unbeatable? True to these people's words, Zhang Hong was a paper tiger. Pop. The crisp touch of a shoulder dragged Fuji Ichikawa back from his thoughts, accompanied by an indifferent voice. You don't think you can kill me, do you? The sound is as clear as a spring and very pleasant to the ear. Many of the disciples who were originally exuberant were dumbfounded, looking at the ghost-like eyes, looking at the back of the Fuji Ichiwan. At this time, a man in white is standing there quietly, under the morning sunshine, the temperament of the dusty like an immortal. The breeze, a few pieces of white daisy leaves flew over. The man's temperament is more light wind and moon. It was Jiang Hung. You're not dead? He's resurrected? How is this possible? I saw him being sliced into mush with my own eyes. Why is it not dead? Did I see it was a fake? The clamor instantly overflowed the Tsong Yi, and many disciples were unable to believe the scene in front of them. Jiang Hong, who had been sliced into mincemeat and beaten into bloody foam, was not dead, and even his clothes were intact. The ground, those blood foams before, seemed to vanish like a hallucination. What kind of kung fu are you? Fuji Ichikawa neck like old machinery. A little bit of turning back, eyes with horror. He doesn't understand. Really don't get it. Why Jiang Hung is not dead. Other people cannot notice, but he is aware of. Mo Yuan gun head. Real piercing into the flesh. Jiang Hung didn't die after all. All of it, it seemed, was an illusion. Heavenly rank middle grade technique. The 4 elements of heavenly will decree. Jiang Hung lazily twisted his head, looking directly into Fuji Ichikawa's eyes with a faint smile. Continuing, you want to learn. I'll teach you, but you have to have a life to live. This technique was given by the system in a confused manner when the thinking cliff was in a bad state. After casually practicing for a bit, it turned out that the degree of this Gong method's anticlimax was comparable to the heavenly rank upper grade. Even all of the system's techniques are at the top of that class. Have to say, as much as this system likes to push the envelope, the stuff is given really well. Ding detected the opening of the Misty Sword Finals. Please win the first place. Reward, Yi Beishuan's information. Includes moves, encounters, past, luck, realm, and golden finger. Listening to the system's voice, Jiang Hong was a bit helpless. The system had started to go crazy again. Obviously, it's not a sword fight, but he has to take the first place. Remain silent. Shaking his head, Jiang Hong didn't care. No one could stop this system when it wanted to give. Just as before, a sleep can brush a land of heavenly treasures, excellent spiritual treasures, unbridled. Jiang Heng's lofty stance caused Fuji Ichuan to completely explode, his majestic spiritual energy spreading at a rapid pace, rolling up a layer of yellow soil on the ground. The half-step soul palace realm cultivation was exposed at this moment. Kill you. Fuji Ichuan once again wielded the incubus, the pitch-black lance in his hand constantly changing its orientation, stabbing towards Jiang Heng's lifeline. Just as the spear was about to pierce the dantian, ding! Jiang Hong slowly stretched out his index finger and touched Mo Yuan directly under the confused eyes of Fuji Ichuan. A pleasant sound as crisp as the collision of wind chimes instantly echoed. Mo Yuan, so by Jiang Heng's finger against, cannot move forward a little bit, as if piercing into a immortal gold. Seeing the scene in front of him, Fuji Ichikawa was confused, completely dumbfounded. He had seen strong people, such as the Daoxian Holy Lord. He had seen supreme powers, such as the Xian Tian Holy Land Ancestor, and many heavenly prides, all of which had been beheaded by him. Regardless of whether it was a strong person or a celestial pride, it was the first time he had run into one that disliked his Mo Yuan with his physical body. And that's an index finger. Pompous. That's too pompous for this treadmill, isn't it? No way. This is absolutely impossible. Fuji Ichikawa's Dao heart was a bit damaged, and he was already on the verge of tensing up. Did you use your full strength in that move just now? No, but it's 7 or 8 points of force. But you get this in return? What's impossible? Jiang Heng's eyes widened slightly with a curious expression. He said faintly, what you see is just a corner of the world, like a frog in a well or a finch in a cage. What you have realized is but inferior. All you see are molehills. And what makes you think that what is in front of you is impossible? And what gives you the illusion that you can defeat me? Jiang Hong laughed and smiled brightly. The winds and waves of the future are very, very big, and the fish in the waves are beyond imagination. As space and time capsize, the heavenly abyss crumbles, and countless stars are reduced to pieces. Even his talent was unrivaled, but it withered away in the years. Where can the eyes of a mere Fuji Ichikawa go? From the moment the other man set foot in this bushfield, he had never looked at him squarely. After all, the future was so stormy that he would have forgotten about this person had he not been reborn. As long as it's not in the memory, it's a cow or a horse. No, it can't be. It can't be. The gap between us. It can't be this big. Ha, ha ha ha, you're lying to me. Jiang Hong, you're definitely lying to me, right? Powerlessness. A feeling of powerlessness filled into the heart of Fuji Ichikawa. He swung hard in his hand Mo Yuan. It was as if he was shaking a star. Mo Yuan also didn't seem to belong to him anymore. No matter how he broke it, it was completely immobile. The difference, it's unimaginably large. For the first time, it was the first time that Fuji Ichikawa felt this majestic pressure. It took his breath away. This feeling was unacceptable to him, and his faith completely collapsed at this moment.
The path he cultivated was the path of invincibility, and the focus of his hopes was not to become a great emperor, but to become an immortal and ascend to the immortal world. But, right now, can't, it seems, move past it. Fake, all fake, this is all a lie. I must still be in the Xintian Holy Land. Why don't you call me out? I must have gone off the deep end. Ahaha dash. I am a great emperor. When I suppress all enemies in the world. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Family members. And for those of you reading this, don't forget to bookmark it. One more shift should be in the evening. End of chapter. Chapter 24, wrong? What's wrong with me? Chapter 24, wrong? What's wrong with me? I am the great emperor. Ha ha ha. I am the great emperor. Fuji Ichikawa laughed out loud as if he were a cooked shrimp, his body trembling. Creepy, maniacal and scary looking. Surroundings. The disciples who were watching the battle, before their smiles spread out, saw this terrifying to the extreme scene. They're stupid. People are stupid. In their vision, Fuji Ichikawa stabbed Zhang Hong shot, began to go crazy, and now even more crazy. So what the hell happened? What's going on? What's going on? Can anyone tell me? Zhang Hong blocked Mo Yuan's attack with one finger? Why is his physical body so powerful? Having your mind devoured by demonic power? That must be it. Fuji Ichikawa, what are you doing? Ouch. What are you doing? Fuji Ichiwan's posture, so that the presence of more than 100 disciples' eyes beads are staring out, as if under the footbridge, the starving epileptic. They couldn't imagine that the sacred son of Xiantian and the Fuji Ichiwan in front of them were the same person. At the same time, all of them backed up and moved away from Zhang Hong, feeling emboldened by the image. Fuji Ichiwan's all-out effort was casually taken by Zhang Hong with a single finger? So, send you on your way? Zhang Hong did not care about the clamor in his ears, his index finger against the tip of the Moyuan gun, and looked faintly at Fuji Ichikawa. Ha 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 ha. I am also nothing more than an ant, a floater under the great power of this phantom. Zhang Hong, I saw a corner. It's about you. I'll wait for you on the road to reincarnation. Fuji Ichikawa bowed his body, the madness in the corner of his eyes intensified. Looking at the depths of Zhang Heng's eyes, there was more deep meaning. Without hesitation, Fuji Ichikawa quickly drew back his moyuan and wiped his neck. At this second, scarlet blood, like wild waves, bloomed brilliantly from his neck. Fuji Ichikawa, Gotham. No. In the distance, a sharp hissing roar filled the entire Tsongyi, and Dao Shen, dressed in black, instantly arrived here. Confused. Ichikawa, you're confused. Looking at Fuji Ichikawa's fallen body on the ground, Dogen lost his mind. He didn't expect it. Letting it come over to kill Zhang Hong resulted in Fuji Ichikawa's own death. Or a suicide? Why suicide? Yeah, what's on your mind? This is, Moments later, several giants such as Wind Prime, Elder Sword, Old Man Chen, and others arrived at this place at almost the same time. Upon seeing Fuji Ichikawa's corpse, their bodies were shaken, with confusion in their eyes. Zhang Hong, it was you who killed Ichiwan. Dogen was holding the corpse of Fuji Ichiwan, looking at Zhang Hong with resentment. His trembling body was like a tiger ready to hunt. Don't you dare talk nonsense. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hong frowned and looked unhappy. He committed suicide. What's it got to do with me? Speechless. Zhang Hong was truly speechless. Fuji Ichikawa killed himself in front of everyone. Dogen witnessed it with his own eyes, and he can still say he killed him. You really don't want to lose face at all, do you? This black pot is going to be on his head as well. If it wasn't for you, how could he have killed himself in a good way? You drove him to his death. Dao Shen gently put down Fuji Ichikawa's corpse and took a step to Zhang Heng's side, a majestic aura that made the surrounding greenery tremble. As he said that, Dogen put down Fuji Ichikawa's body and pointed to the charred and blackened corpses around him, as well as a set of severed limbs and remains. In a low voice, he said, Zhang Hong, you still say you're not a devil seed? How do you explain all this wreckage in front of you? Only after Dao Shen's words fell did Feng Jingtian, Elder Sword, and the others react and look around. The charred and blackened corpses were visible to the naked eye, 40 to 50 of them, with countless broken limbs and wreckage, and there were more than 100 of them put together. Here, nearly 200 people died. Zhang Hong, you killed them all. Feng Qingtian was confused, completely dumbfounded. Staring blankly, he looked at Zhang Hong with a bewildered expression. Among these corpses, he even saw disciples of the clan. These were all Zhang Heng's senior disciples. How could he do that? Yes. Zhang Hong glanced around faintly, not choosing to cover up. Why? Why did you kill so many people? They were all your senior brothers. It's the future leader of the Tianluo realm. Hearing Zhang Heng's admission, Feng Qingtian's face turned pale and he nearly fell over as he stumbled. He's numb. He's really numb. Why did a nice kid turn into the demeanor in front of him? Holy Lord Wind. This world is cruel. My generation of cultivators fights with the sky, fights with the earth, and fights even more with people. It's nothing more than a fight to get across. If he wants to kill me, am I not allowed to fight back?
Zhang Heng's demeanor remained calm as he looked around at the killings he had created without the slightest bit of regret.
Continuing, I gave them a chance, and since they don't value their lives, I have no choice but to send them on their way. Even if they want to kill you, you shouldn't have killed so many people. Yi Beixian is right. Zhang Hong, you've gotten into the devil. You've really gotten into the devil. I can't make sense with you. I can't make sense. I'll call your master over. Feng Qingtian's entire body trembled, and looking at Zhang Heng's gesture, he was already powerless to say anything else.
Although these disciples had attacked Zhang Heng at night,
they were not moving to kill, were they? They're just kids. They're just having a tantrum. We'll just wait for the daytime, asked the heart. Won't we? Eldest senior brother, you are so wrong. The you of today really makes me look down on you. Behind Feng Jingtian, Chang Chang, wearing a long yellow dress, walked out slowly, looking at the corpses on the ground, her eyes in her heart. These, at least 1/5 of them, were all disciples of the ethereal Holy Land, as well as Zhang Heng's senior brothers and sisters, as well as her senior brothers and sisters. At this point, it's all Gotham. Zhang Hong laid hands on it. Eldest brother, the sea of bitterness has no end to turn back to the shore. As long as you are willing to dissipate your demonic powers, everyone will definitely still tolerate you. Come back, please, don't you ever be wrong again. People arrived one after another, including Yi Beixian, who went to Feng Qingtian's side after Chang Chang opened his mouth and looked at Zhang Hong with a pained expression. At the same time, many of the remaining disciples, seeing this bloody scene, stared in disbelief at what was happening. Sleeping around, over 100 dead here? Zhang Hong, from today onwards, you are no longer my young Hong's senior brother. I am done with you. Immaculate sacred son, demonic kung fu sacred son. I guess, he killed so many of our senior siblings. What an abomination. Fuji Ichikawa is dead? And so many fellow disciples are dead? Devil seed. Zhang Hong is a devil seed. If he hadn't had his heart tainted by the demonic power, how could eldest brother have become like this? He wasn't like this before. Eldest brother, please dissipate your demonic powers. Turn back to the eldest brother who once loved and cherished us, please. The wailing resounded through the fields, and many disciples of the netherworld's sacred ground watched the scene in front of them, their hearts aching so much. How could the once glorious eldest brother, the one who pampered them and went out of his way to protect them, have become like this? It's changed. Everything, it seemed, had become strange overnight. Zhang Hong butcher knife, kill to their own junior siblings. These can be worshipped Zhang Hong people. Accusations and invective echoed throughout the bushfield for a time, and the crowd grew and grew. When looking at the specifics, none of them stood by Zhang Heng's side. It was as if Zhang Hong no longer had a place to stay in this part of the world. 1,000 fingers and 1,000 scorns. In the crowd, Yi Beixian was still hysterical. A line of tears spilled down, looking at Zhang Hong with eyes full of pain. Ha, 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 ha. In the face of the crowd's abuse and ridicule, Zhang Hong raised his hand to cover his forehead as his chest rose and fell violently. This scene was all too familiar, having experienced it in a previous life. Those familiar faces, speaking familiar words. He's begging him to go back to being the big brother he used to be. Once that glorious big brother died, the hemp you chose, the idol, the tears he had shed in secret during those years had long since turned to dried blood and coalesced on his face. The wounds suffered in the heart have long since turned into bloody scars that can't heal in the heart. The bones of the dead, transformed into a dry grave in a nameless place with no incense to worship. Everything is done as a matter of course. Zhang Hong doesn't understand. There is no such thing as a quiet year in this world. He's the one who's carrying the weight. Ha, ha 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 ha. I, Zhang Hong, am ashamed of heaven and earth, of my parents, of my clan, of anyone. Zhang Hong raised his right hand, pointing to not far away, a blue-clothed female disciple with a pretty face. Shen Rong, you were trapped in the secret realm and almost died. I went in to save you with a formation-breaking flag, and nearly died a horrible death when I was hit by 9 soul-devouring nails. End of chapter. Chapter 25, Ask the Heart Pass. Chapter 25, Ask the Heart Pass. You. Zhang Han looked around and pointed to a male disciple with an indignant expression. Min Shinran, your life magic treasure lacks heavenly crystal sand. For this reason, I have traveled thousands of miles to the western desert, and have spent a great deal of money to find it for you. And you, Chen Chang, 81 members of your Chen family, massacred by your enemy.
You kneeled down and begged me to help you take revenge. I killed your enemy's house with one man and one sword, fighting off 3 Tanya realm powerhouses with the Yaoyang realm, and narrowly escaping death. And you, Zhang Shui, and you, Liang Liang. In the face of the crowd's accusations, Zhang Heng's mouth hooked into a cold smile as he spoke and pointed. Miraculously refers to 90% of the population now. However, all Netherworld Holy Land disciples had basically been favored by him. And even if they weren't Netherworld Holy Land disciples, they had also received guidance from him on their cultivation. Pointing to the end, Zhang Hong smiled to himself. In these years, he did not realize that he had helped so many people and done so many good deeds. It was not worth it. Zhang Hong really felt that it was not worth it. These people did not deserve him to do so much. Words, as if to the calm lake, threw into a piece of stubborn stone. The large flat field instantly set off shock waves. However, all the disciples who had been pointed at had lowered their heads in shame, not daring to look Zhang Hong in the eye. There were also quite a few disciples whose expressions shook as they looked around incredulously. Although he had heard of this sort of thing, it was only today that he realized that the disciples of the Netherworld Holy Land had actually received such a great favor from Zhang Hong. Even Sacred Lord Feng Qingtian's expression lowered his head in shame. What Zhang Hong said is true. For a while, the atmosphere of the entire Hirano became extraordinarily strange, as many people looked at Zhang Heng's face, somewhat at a loss for words. Zhang Hong is a devil seed, but they are also favored by Zhang Hong. Seeing this scene, even Yi Beixian, who was standing in the crowd, trembled slightly. He didn't expect that. It is amazing that so many people have been favored by him. 3 words have led to so much shame. Oof. At this point in time, what's the point of talking about this? Dao Xian snorted coldly, impatiently interrupting the clamor around him. Pointing to the surrounding corpses and the devastated mountains, he continued, even if you once did a lot, you can't hide the killings made in the moment. Credit where credit is due. Dogen's words fell. Many ashamed people, as if to find straw, emotions also excited, immediately cried out, yes, I, Chen Chang, was favored by you, but so what? You're a devil seed, and everyone gets to kill you. Don't think that some small favors can make me put aside the great right and wrong. I won't eat your words. My life that was saved? So what? This fairy tells you that if you're safe at questioning heart pass, I'll give you back your life. I, Chen Rong, say so. Turn back, eldest brother. Moral abduction? You think that just because you have favors with us, we will not know right from wrong? Like Zhang Heng's words like a sword through the heart. Undoubtedly in this these people ungrateful. It made them previously hard to watch and also seemed to find an emotional outlet. After Dao Xian finished speaking, countless disciples shouted out in the vast Hirano. There is a flurry of words, as if trying to prove something. For a while, the whole atmosphere of Hirano was filled with voices of condemnation. In the old man's opinion, it would be better to start the questioning heart pass earlier. Gentlemen, how does it look? Just as the clamor in the arena continued, an old man on the side, hunched over, walked to the center. The cloudy eyes swept around, only stopping when they landed on Zhang Hong. Young Master Jiang, what do you think? It was precisely Elder Sword. Sword Elder. You. Elder Sword's words caused Dao Xian to be startled and look at the other party with indignation. People are stupid. The current Zhang Hong was basically dead as long as he didn't set foot in the questioning pass. Later, he would force his hand, and within 3 breaths, he would need Zhang Heng's life. But if you step into the heart of the matter, in case something goes terribly wrong, for example, what if Zhang Hong really isn't a devil? Then, wouldn't everything done in front of us be a joke? Fuji Ichikawa, that would really be a good thing to die for. To go plotting against people at night, they should be killed, let alone, or suicide. Even those who died deserved it. Brother Dao, you have an opinion. Elder Sword deepened his eyes and glanced faintly at Dao Xian. His cloudy eyes seemed to have 2 sharp edges stabbing out fiercely. At some point, his right hand had already caressed the gourd at his waist. No. Gritting his teeth, Dao Xian slowly spat out a few words and continued. I hope that senior will not regret it. Seeing this, Elder Sword walked up to Zhang Hong in front of everyone and continued to inquire. Young Master Jiang, how are you? May. Zhang Hong nodded his head indifferently and did not reject Elder Sword's good intentions. Right now, there was no point in continuing to dwell on it. His ultimate goal is still to set foot in the heart of Inquiry Pass, and then go down the mountain to settle his grudges. Good. Then I will make the decision on behalf of Sacred Lord Feng, and invite young Master Zhang to step onto the heart questioning monument and receive the heavenly Tao's heart questioning. Elder Sword raised his right hand and waved it casually. A majestic air pressure instantly pushed the waterlogged crowd away. This place and the questioning heart monument steeply opened up a path of prosperity. Elder Sword raised his hand. Please, John Hong nodded and followed Elder Sword's steps, walking step by step towards the jade steps under the questioning heart monument. On the way, the disciples on the left and right had hatred in the corners of their eyes. They can't wait to see Jiang Hung being held accountable by the heavenly Tao for exposing the devil seed. The two of them walked at a quick pace, and in no time at all, they ascended the jade steps. Jiang Hong looked at the dark blue, asked the heart monument. A speechless emotion surged in his heart. Here, in a former life, was the beginning of misery. But I didn't expect to come here again in a new life. That's just it. At least the future path is different from the previous life. I won't look at anyone's face in this life. That dog-licking big brother. Whoever likes to do it. Jiang Hong took a deep breath and turned his eyes to Elder Jian and nodded. Elder Jian, please begin. Elder Sword nodded deeply and turned to sweep the crowd. Upon seeing that Feng Jingtian, Dao Xian, Old Man Chen, and the other elders and protectors had no opinions. Speaking to the many disciples below, he said, the old man, Jian Yuanzuan, is the Heavenly Sword Sect's Grand Elder. Today, on behalf of Sacred Lord Wind, you all have no opinions about enforcing the questioning heart pass, do you not? There was a silence below. Not a single person opened their mouths to retort. After all, Jian Duxin's death in the Netherworld Sanctuary was suspected to be the work of the demonic species Jiang Hung, and if anyone was the most persuasive at the moment, it was bound to be Elder Jian. Seeing that no one below objected, Elder Sword turned to look at the questioning heart monument and hoarsely opened his mouth. I, Sword Yuanzuan, communicate with the Heavenly Tao in order to correct Qiankuan. Cross-examine Jiang Hung this day. The first question. The question of the heart. Jiang Hung, do you dare to swear to the Heavenly Tao whether what you do is out of your heart? Whether what you do is in accordance with the Heavenly Tao? P.S. I'm begging for a wave of catch-up reading. Oh family, the pace will get faster and the plot will get better. End of chapter. Chapter 26, Asking for the Heart Not Guilty. Chapter 26, Asking for the Heart Not Guilty. As Elder Sword's words fell, the large questioning heart monument was struck by a deep blue beam of light that descended from the sky. The runes on the monument gradually revealed azure-colored light, as if they were particles of swimming fish, instantly sweeping Jiang Heng's body. Feeling all this, a sadness arose in Jiang Heng's heart, a sense of powerlessness. Is what has been done so far from the heart? Out of the heart indeed, but when I look back, I feel even more disgusted. These people in front of him were not even worthy of his shoes, and what qualifications did they have to stand by his side and receive these favors? As for whether what is done is in accordance with the way of heaven, that was even more in accordance with heaven, and he had lost count of how many lives he had saved in this life. Thinking of this, Jiang Hong looked at the questioning heart tablet and fell into deep thought. Meanwhile, in the gaze of thousands of people under the stage, Jiang Hong bathed in the most primitive heavenly Tao power. They know. From this moment on, the trial of the heart begins. Go to hell, demon seed. If you dare to tell a single lie, the heavenly Tao will execute you. Eldest senior brother stepped onto the inquiring heart monument so firmly. Is it possible that he's really aggrieved? Humph. Can he not step foot? The Sacred Lord Dao Shen, and Elder Sword are personally supervising. Can he run away? Eldest brother, if you knew it would come to this, why did you do it in the first place? We can't save you like this. Looking at Jiang Hong, who was wrapped in the power of the heavenly Tao, countless disciples present lamented. A few disciples sighed. If Jiang Hong lost his way, with the past achievements, how could there be no way to live? Breathless is also wheezing, isn't it? However, the vast majority of people believe that Jiang Hong deserved to die like this, and that the matter of the devil seed was established without a doubt. Silence. Ask the heart to open. No clamor. Elder Sword snorted coldly, stopping the clamor on the field, and turned his eyes to gaze at Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong, answer the heavenly Tao questioning heart. In the face of Elder Sword's urging, Jiang Hong coldly scanned the bottom of the room and looked at the questioning heart monument beside him. Indifferently, he spoke. I, Jiang Hong, swore under the questioning heart monument that I am not ashamed of heaven and earth or anyone else in my life. Didn't do anything to apologize to the clan, to the human race. More, blameless to the way of heaven and earth. These resounding words, like the most powerful scherzo, left everyone watching the ceremony with their jaws on the floor. They couldn't believe Jiang Heng's words. How dare you lie at this point? Ah, why? How dare you, devil? How dare you talk nonsense? The heavenly Tao is going to send down thunder punishment. TSK, 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 TSK. Jiang Hong, it's no one's fault that you're here today, and you still dare to talk nonsense under the questioning heart monument. Terrifying. This has obviously entered the devil to the depths. Zhang Hang's reply was unexpected by all the disciples. At this moment, things seemed to be doomed. Still struggling, do you think that heaven is false? To know if that heavenly Tao feel will immediately call out thunder punishment. Waiting for Zhang Hong is heaven and earth, not into the suffering of reincarnation. Not far, a girl in pale yellow attire, listening to Zhang Hang's words in reply. A touch of shock appeared on her stunningly beautiful and elegant posture. Eldest senior brother, are you really not afraid of death? Nagaru's fingers clenched tightly on her sleeves, and she was frightened at Zhang Hang's answer. As far as she was concerned, it was just a matter of admitting it. At that time, with the help of the master, abolishing one's cultivation and being an idle mortal for the rest of one's life is not impossible. Why bother? This kind of thing, can it be fooled? Chang Cheng sighed deeply, confused. Why won't you admit a mistake? Blame it all on no one else. Listening to Chang Cheng's words, not far from her side, Feng Cheng Tian snorted coldly. Zhang Heng's obsession had made him no longer look good. If one was honest, one might still be able to save one's life, but lying to the heavenly Tao, what one would face would be death. Girl, this kind of person wouldn't need pity. You treat him as a senior brother, but he treats you as a senior sister. Just as well. As the thunder punishment descends, it's time for this seat to leave. Not far away, the corner of Dao Xian's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Zhang Heng's answer really made him happy. Ask the Heart Monument opened. Still dare to lie. I'm afraid that Zhang Heng is the only one. Don't even say if it's a magic seed. Let's just say that the brothers and sisters who were massacred before that have a clear conscience. Does it follow the way of heaven? It can't be, can it? Could it be that these people went looking for death? Zhang Heng had dissuaded them several times, and these people had to die. Maybe? And, just as Dao Xian sneered, not far away from the Ask the Heart Monument, emitted a touch of silver-white fluorescence, completely wrapping Zhang Heng. In the next second, a fluorescent light rushed to the sky and returned to the dome of the sky. 2 words were left, not guilty. Silence. The whole place was quiet. Everyone looked at the Ask the Heart Monument and their eyes were almost glazed over. They really didn't hear those 2 words from the heavenly Tao. What's the crime? Is it not guilty? No, it can't be, can it? Immediately, someone hissed, innocent. How is this possible? Zhang Heng's cultivation of devilish skills is detrimental to the heavenly Tao. Is this not guilty? Yeah, he does everything out of his heart. And killing Sword Dustheart was out of his heart too? Che, all that aside, are the 100 or so corpses not far away also innocent? The heavenly Tao monument did the trick? The whole audience was clamoring. The result in front of them, they cannot accept. Heavenly way to ask the heart trial results, not guilty. How do they take it? If a devil seed is recognized by the heavenly Tao, wouldn't everyone be able to cultivate the devouring devil technique? After all, the heavens have allowed it. What's more, having just killed over 100 people, is this a fake? Eldest brother? At the forefront of the crowd, Chang Cheng looked at the questioning heart tablet in surprise, a flash of bewilderment flashing through the depths of her eyes. Guileless, how can you be innocent? Of all the people, she was the first to be outraged, and after Yi Beixian told her, she reported to the clan and brought the rest of the disciples to try Zhang Heng. Right now it's actually not guilty? Could it be that we, really, were wrong about Zhang Heng? Feng Qingtian is most aware of the fairness of the Ask the Heart Monument, and countless outstanding people have died under the thunder punishment over the years. Either that or tell the truth and be punished by the clan. There has never been a special case. Right now, could Zhang Heng really be wronged? At this moment, under the questioning heart monument, after receiving the reply from the heavenly Tao, Elder Sword was also shaken and looked at Zhang Heng with eyes filled with affection. Remain silent. But the heart has long been in shock. He was glad that Jin Duxin recognized a good big brother and did not fail to live up to the trust, and also glad that Jin Duxin was not killed by Zhang Heng. Otherwise, how much must that child's heart ache? P.S. There's one more on the way. Begging for a catch-up read. Oh family. End of chapter. Chapter 27, the second level. Asking questions. Chapter 27, the second level. Asking questions. Good boy. Zhang Heng, you're a good boy too. Previously, he called Zhang Heng Zhang Young Master, because there is still a gap in his heart. No matter how to believe. Need to see Ask the Heart results. Now that the results were out, Elder Sword's heart truly regarded Zhang Heng as his own. With Dusty Heart gone, Zhang Heng was his second disciple. No harm done. Zhang Heng took a deep breath and exhaled a long, turbid breath. For the old man in front of him, he had a guilty conscience. In his previous life, Jin Duanxing died for him, and this life is still the same. And it seems that 2 lives cannot change anything. Zhang Heng, I have a premonition that you are like a dragon in the abyss at this time. and you will be like a koanpang spreading its wings in the future. If there is that slightest possibility in the future, can you help the old man from reincarnation? Remake the true spirit of the dusty heart? Elder Sword's cloudy eyes looked towards Jiang Hong with a vague look. In this life, he stopped at this point, unable to go further. While Jiang Heng's talent is the best in the ancient and modern world, the future if you break through that step, to a higher level, well, it's not impossible. Jiang Hong never promises anything. Jiang Hong shook his head. He's a man who spoke of oaths and was not willing to promise anything to Elder Sword. It is not easy for him to survive in this situation. How can we talk about reversing the cycle of reincarnation and codifying the living? After seeing Elder Sword's disappointed eyes, as well as the past with this younger brother, the other party in the case of not being able to defeat Yi Beixian, but also insisted on showing his sword, to seek a justice for him. This scene, Jiang Hong dared not forget. Jiang Hong murmured, "I do my best." With that, he stopped speaking. Well, with your words, the old man can rest in peace, replied, causing Elder Sword to rejoice in his heart. He believed that Jiang Hong could do it, and hoped that the arrogant and simple child would be able to return to this pale land sometime in the future. The idle chatter of the two men ignored the countless people below them. At this moment, the atmosphere in the square was still tinged with shock, as well as a strong sense of disbelief. Everyone was uncertain. Why does heaven say not guilty when the truth is so obvious? Forefront. Nagaru's perfect figure trembled slightly, and her pale yellow dress slowly swayed with the wind, as if it was a dazzling pearl in the square. She looked at Jiang Heng's flawless face, her expression lost in thought. Eldest brother, could it be that I really misunderstood you? Could it be that you've really been wrongly accused? Looking at Jiang Heng's windy figure, Changqing was a little out of his mind. He did not think that the person in front of him might have been wrongly accused. Murmuring, "Then why didn't you tell me when you were aggrieved? And who would know if you didn't? Senior sister, nothing has been finalized. The 3 hurdles have yet to be passed." Beside Chang, Yi Beixuan's expression was still innocent and flawless, but the depth of his eyes was already easily detectable. He looked at Jiang Hong under that Ask the Heart monument and was somewhat confused. Why? Will it pass? Could it be? For the latter, he dared not think. Not far away from them, the Xian Heavenly Sacred Earth Dao Xian sniffed, his face so gloomy that he could no longer control it. He couldn't accept the result. Sword Yuanzuan, have you forgotten that your disciple, Dust Heart, was killed by Jiang Hong? Dao Xian fiercely stepped forward and came to stare into Elder Sword's eyes at the bottom of the jade steps. At this moment, he no longer backed down. Jiang Hong can't live. Otherwise, in the future, he, Xian Tian Holy Land, had one less holy lord, or even the bottom. After saying that, Dao Xian ignored Elder Sword's rebuttal, turned to look at the disciples around him, and spoke indifferently. All of you, can you bear to see your fellow disciples brutalized and the demonic seed still surviving in the world? Behind you, there are the bones of your fellow disciples. While saying this, Dao Xian pointed at a charred and blackened corpse bone not far away, as well as a broken limb stump. They were all killed by Jiang Hong under the moonlit night. Thereby, the second level of questioning, supervised by the old man himself. What do you all think? Looking around at the emotions that were slowly being mobilized, Dao Xian immediately stated his purpose. The second level, the questioning, was to be supervised by him personally. The first level, ask the heart. The words of the sword Yuanzuan, sad or too soft? Ask directly. Have you practiced magic? Isn't that alright? I asked a lot of questions, but it turned out that Koan Mao was not. Dao Xian's words were like a strong dose of medicine, causing an uproar under the silent jade steps. It made the disciples present from the Xian Tian Holy Land, White Deer School, and the Netherworld Holy Land cry out, exterminate the demonic seed. The second level will be presided over by Holy Lord Dao Xian. That's right, those questions from Elder Sword can't prove anything at all. In case Jiang Hong is deranged and feels that what he did was deserved, isn't it a waste of time to ask? Yes, the second level will be presided over by the Holy Lord Dao Xian himself. We feel it's only fair. Today's Fuji Ichikawa is an example of what we will do in the future. If you are not ruthless at this time, we will be the ones to suffer. Holy Lord Dao Xian has come to the second pass. Ask. Shouts of approval, coming from the mouths of the disciples of the various great sects, gradually echoed in the large square. Without exception, all of them asked Dogen to preside over the second level. The questioning, in their opinion, only the Holy Lord of the Xian Tian Holy Land, Dao Xian, could preside over it in order to be fair. Excuse me, I'd like to ask you a question. Jiang Hong was gazing around, and when he saw this familiar scene, the corner of his mouth curved up in an arc. It looks familiar, too familiar. This time it was Dogen.
Last time it was someone else. After all, it's about stepping over 3 hurdles. Dao Xian, are you doubting old me?
Elder Sword changed his tired demeanor and turned his eyes to look deeply at Dao Xian.
Same move. Hands on your hips. Gourd. You. Seeing Elder Sword in this posture, Dao Xian vomited blood in anger. This old man is always touching the gourd to scare people. Without the sword gourd, even if he couldn't defeat the old man, it would be a 40-60th split at most. Yes. I can't. This matter cannot be put to rest. Elder Sword is planning to make an enemy of the world. Or perhaps you, the Heavenly Sword sect, want to harbor the demon seed? Upon hearing this, Elder Sword's eyes condensed with a cold aura, and immediately took a step forward. And just as he was about to walk down the jade steps, a white hand stopped his path. There's no harm in it. The world can't be gagged. Since there are doubts in your mind, let's invite Holy Lord Dogen to ask a question.
Zhang Heng stopped Elder Sword and shook his head slightly at the old man. This matter is his own business.
He Zhang Heng, do not need anyone to help him carry the cause and effect. If that's what Dogen wants, there's no harm in it. Flawless, not just talk. He can answer whatever question is asked. Good. Seeing Zhang Heng's frankness, Elder Sword understood, but did not leave. After all, Dao Xian had already arrived. He doesn't feel comfortable leaving Zhang Heng alone. Poof. Dao Xian did not think this. Came to that Ask the Heart monument, turned around and looked at the large flat field. Very confident, everyone rest assured. P.S. Pre-booked to fight PK. So very need to chase reading. Family members remember to come to see a glance every day. Oh, there are outline. Fine outline. Is not a new white. Look at the official love to rest assured bold chase. End of chapter. Chapter 28. Is he really not at fault at all? Chapter 28. Is he really not at fault at all? This seat's questions are absolutely fair. Just and open to the satisfaction of everyone. Gentlemen, any objections?
Dao Xian said while slightly raising his head in an indifferent demeanor as he scanned the surroundings. The Holy Lord's majesty was manifested at this moment, causing the disciples of the various clans below to not have a single person open their mouths to object. The whole room was silent. In response, Dao Xian nodded his head in satisfaction, and after turning to scornfully glance at Elder Sword, his eyes gazed at Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng, it's not too late to admit it. This seat will not be merciful, and when the time comes to ask, you will be judged by the heavenly Dao. You talk too much nonsense, please. Zhang Heng blankly glanced at Dao Xian and turned away from him. Junior, you, good, you're good. At those words, Dao Xian's expression stared and he clenched his teeth fiercely. For some reason, this time when he saw Zhang Heng, he was always prone to rage. Zhang Heng always had that high and mighty stance that directly screwed him up. Treadmill, who the hell is the Holy Lord? Are you the Holy Lord? You're such a high pussy. What am I supposed to pretend? I'm going? After giving a cold stare to Zhang Heng, Dao Xian turned to look at the questioning heart monument and immediately opened his mouth. I, Dao Xian, communicate with the heavenly Dao to set things right. Cross-examine Zhang Heng to stay. The second question. Question. Zhang Heng, have you ever practiced the devil's way? Has your Taoist heart ever fallen into the devil's way for a moment? Saying that, Dao Xian sneered. This question was the one he had pondered for a long time before choosing it. And it was also the reason why he desperately wanted to replace Sword Yuanzuan. Impeccable. No matter how Zhang Heng answered, he would be dead. You've never practiced magic? At least fall into the devil's path, right? That Hirano killed more than 100 people. Is it a fake? Dao Xian's heavenly Dao questioning left all the disciples of the Xin Tian Holy Land, Misty Holy Land, Heavenly Sword Sect, and White Deer School below the Jade Steps dumbfounded. They stared at Dao Xian with wide, shocked eyes. The question. It's awesome. No matter how Zhang Heng answered, there was a break. Tell a lie. Die on the spot. To be honest, even if he didn't practice magic, he still killed so many people. The question kills and kills. Gulp. If this question is asked, Zhang Heng will die 10 deaths. Fine. Fine. Zhang Heng, I will watch you fall. My senior brother was killed by you. Only if you die will my anger be calmed. Not so much. We are exploring the demon seed today, not asking for his life. This question asked is a death either way. Zhang Heng, have you ever regretted killing so many people? When you think of Sword Dust Heart, do you have that trace of remorse? Satisfied. The presence of more than 1,000 disciples are very satisfied with this ask. Zhang Heng Devil Seed identity has long been real hammer, but also killed so many people. He's already been punished. This question, in their opinion, was the last straw that crushed Zhang Heng. Eldest brother, why are you so stubborn? Admit your mistake. As long as you admit your mistake I'll go and beg the master. You admit it. Eldest brother, don't answer. You'll die if you do. At the very front, Nagaru couldn't strain herself. The question was too pointed. If Jiang Hong replied that he hadn't practiced magic.
Then how could he answer the second question? Really killed so many disciples. How is it possible not to enter the devil? Good and evil are not mutually exclusive. Being a holy place, they can't show mercy. Besides, she had hammered the magic seed with her own hands, and that was an ironclad fact. At the same time, the ethereal Holy Land, the back of the mountain.
The blazing midday sun dispersed the humidity of the early morning, and the golden sunlight spilled down onto the courtyard, spreading a layer of gorgeous golden color. And Hongi sat on the green stone, and through her supreme magic power, she built a mirror in front of her, which was stating everything under the questioning heart monument. As she listened to Dao Xian's question, her eyes were filled with killing intent, unbridled. If you can walk out of my ethereal holy land today, I, and Hongi, will not enter reincarnation. At this point, her killing intent had risen, and Hongi can allow the crowd to judge Jiang Hong. After all, Jiang Hong's body really cannot see through the haze. One does not testify against oneself. Asking after asking, Dao Xian was trying to force Jiang Hong to die. She never expected that Dao Xian would ask this. Phew, Jiang Hong, how are you going to answer that? It's already happened, and you're still not going to open your mouth for me. If you don't come and say something, it'll be too late. At this time, if Jiang Hong opens his mouth, she can break the accountability of heaven. If Jiang Hong answers, then karma is established. Even she cannot go against heaven. In the end, ashes will be the only end. Thinking of this, and Hongi's beautiful eyes stared coldly at the questioning heart monument, or to be precise, Jiang Hong under the questioning heart monument. In the next second, she violently stood up from the green stone and looked at Jiang Hong with unblinking eyes. You, ask under the heart tablet. As Dao Xian's words fell, dark blue beams of light descended from the sky, and a blue seal character revived on the questioning heart tablet. The seal character representing the heavenly Dao completely wrapped Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong, there are no words in front of the questioning heart monument. Speak, Dao Xian impatiently urged. In his opinion, Jiang Hong was already a dead man. Have heard what was said. Jiang Hong didn't bother. His eyes swept around, looking at each and every indignant eye. His heart rippled with emotion. Yes, going through many people does make them vicissitudes and cool. It was hard for him to imagine that he would one day be like this. Everything in front of him are his former favorite, the most precious. For these brothers and sisters he can die, can give up everything. As long as he sees the smiles of these people, he will be very happy, and all the aggravation and fatigue will feel worthwhile. Subocular medicine. He actually lived as a joke. Since that's the case, then I'll fulfill you all. Jiang Hong nodded slightly, his gaze coldly sweeping the circle. Turning to the Ask Heart tablet, he said, I, Jiang Hong, have never practiced magic. Rumble. Jiang Hong's words were like a thunderbolt that exploded the entire room into silence, and everyone stared at Jiang Hong with wide eyes and unbelief. They couldn't believe what they heard. Jiang Hong actually denied that he practiced magic power in front of the heavenly Dao. You're looking for death, aren't you? Jiang Hong, you dare to speak nonsense in front of the heaven's path asking? False. False, right? Have we really wronged eldest brother? Eldest brother is honorable. He's so perfect. Impossible. There's definitely something wrong with the tablet. How could he not have practiced magic? These people who died were fakes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Who the hell is telling the truth? What the hell is going on in this innings? I'm so messed up. Numb. Listening to Jiang Hong's answer, more than thousands of people at the scene were numb. Unbelievable. It was truly impossible to believe what Jiang Hong had said. Eyes coincidentally looked toward that Ask Heart monument, waiting for the answer of the heavenly Dao. P.S. Please catch up on your reading, family, and remember to check in every day. It won't break. It will be updated every day. End of chapter. Chapter 29, Devil? I, Jiang Hong, have become a devil today. Chapter 29, Devil? I, Jiang Hong, have become a devil today. Excuse me, I'd like to ask you a question. Jiang Hong's bland reply caused Dao Xian's body to tremble, turning his head like a machine and looking at Jiang Hong in dismay. Are you serious? They've long been convinced that Jiang Hong is a magic seed. Now Jiang Hong said that he didn't practice devil's power in front of the Ask Heart tablet. Isn't it looking for death? Poof. What responded to him was Jiang Hong's cold snort in his eyes. You, wait for the thunder punishment you. Dao Xian only felt that his chest had been chiseled, and there was nowhere to vent that mouthful of bad anger. Being a junior, several times 3 times pretend beep, that high above the posture, he completely cannot pretend. Beep were all loaded for Jiang Hong alone, dead to the world, and still don't know it. Please ask heaven to send down thunder punishment. Dao Xian coldly grunted and turned around to call out Ask Heart tablet. 1 second, 3 seconds, 5 seconds. Choke. The whole place is choking.
When everyone saw this scene, a bad feeling quietly arose in their hearts. Zhang Hong, 1954. Chinese writer. It can't be true that you don't practice magic, can it? May. On Zhang Heng's body, the azure-colored runes remained calm, with no signs of punishment at all. Dogen, please judge. Dogen again tried his best, but for a long time, the heavenly Tao remained silent. This scene caused countless people below to be stunned beyond measure, and this result was worlds apart from what they had expected. Fake, right? What's Tendo doing? Stuck? Chop him to death. He lies and doesn't even kill? From beginning to end, Zhang Hong was emboldened. Could it be that he was really wronged and aggrieved? It should be that the question wasn't answered. Zhang Hong, you have the ability to say that you didn't enter the devil. Countless people are at a loss as to the inaction of the heavenly Tao. It is reasonable to say that there is no drama under the Heart of Inquiry Monument, but anyone who lies will be punished by heaven and earth. Even if the great emperor came here, it would be the same. May. The heavenly Tao did nothing. As if everything Zhang Hong said was true? How can they tolerate it? Immediately, he opened his mouth and asked Zhang Hong to answer all the questions. Zhang Hong, answer dash. Has there ever been a moment when your Taoist heart has fallen into the devil's way? Hearing the shouts from below, Dao Xian reacted and immediately opened his mouth with a cold smile. Zhang Hong is stuck here with a bug. Treadmill. Stop talking in the middle of a sentence. Phew. Glancing at Dao Xian, Zhang Hong looked deeply downwards. Seeing these crusading senior brothers and sisters, the corners of his mouth tinged with moroseness. At this moment, he smiled, laughing untamed, laughing out of the corner of his eye. Ha 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 ha. Demonized. So what if I, Zhang Hong, have fallen into the devil's path? In the midst of your indiscriminate tirades, I, Zhang Hong, have long since fallen into the devil's path. A kowtow of 3,000 years before the devil, and a return to the mortal world without being an immortal. Zhang Hong declares that from now on, I will voluntarily fall into the devil's path, and when I see you again in the future, I hope you won't show me any mercy. Zhang Heng's body rose and fell violently to let loose a wild laugh, lifting his right hand to point from the left to the right. This one familiar face caused a monstrous hatred in his heart that could no longer be concealed. Magic? What's magic? Is it magic to follow your heart? Is it a devil to wreak havoc on the people? Or is it a devil to be insulted and verbally abused by these molehills without fighting back? If entering the devil can calm the hatred in his heart, then he Zhang Hong today into the devil. And how? The heavenly way asks, which is originally two parts. Answering the first one, that he had not practiced magic, would have been the answer. Heaven knows it's true. There's no way to judge it. That's why it keeps its mouth shut. And these people guessed the outcome and are still self-deceived. For these, Zhang Hong no longer wanted to refrain. Magic. I, Zhang Hong, have become a demon today. You, Dao Xian trembled and looked at Zhang Hong with wide-eyed fear. Be bewitched. The demon in front of you, whose talent crowns the future of the past and present, is going to enter the devil's path? For the first time, Dao Xian felt this monstrous wild wave on Zhang Heng's body, and there's this horrifying, demonic aura. He could be certain that Zhang Hong really seemed to be going into the devil. Judgment of the heavenly Tao. Zhang Hong has not practiced the devouring devil technique. Zhang Hong has fallen into the devil's path. On trial. Zhang Hong, not guilty. And, just as Dao Xian was stunned and the whole room was in an uproar, the large heart inquiry monument transmitted the results of the heavenly Tao's judgment. Zhang Hong, not guilty. This time, the second level. Ask, again not guilty. Impossible. Even if he didn't cultivate magic skills, why is he not guilty? He killed so many people. Why is he not guilty? Da, eldest senior brother has really been falsely accused. I told you that the flawless eldest senior brother, how could he have fallen into the devil's path? Eldest brother, why don't you tell us? As long as you tell us, we'll all believe you no matter what. Zhang Hong is guilty of killing so many people, so why would he be innocent? I'm not convinced. On what grounds are you not guilty? These disciples died in vain? Fuji Ichuan died in vain? Sword Dusty Heart died for nothing? Under the deathly silence erupted, and countless disciples desperately hissed, not buying the result in front of them. Zhang Hong didn't cultivate magic power, which they doubt, but Zhang Hong actually killed more than 100 people. These 100 or so people were all fourth realm Flare Sun Prides, and all of them died under Zhang Heng's butcher's knife. Could it be that? Is it fake? Not guilty. On what grounds not guilty? Demonized and not guilty? Meanwhile, at the very front, a middle-aged man in golden attire, his whole body trembling, looked at the Ask the Heart monument, the figure of the light wind, with an expression like death. Zhang Hong is innocent. I'm ashamed of the ancestors of the Holy Land. I'm ashamed of Jiang Hung. Feng Qingtian stumbled and vomited a mouthful of blood, his face paling at this moment. He, regret, as a sacred lord, who had been in charge of the Questioning Heart Monument for so many years, he knew more than anyone else about what it was like for the Questioning Heart Monument. When Jiang Hung said that he didn't cultivate demonic power and that he had made no progress in the Questioning Heart Tablet, he knew that Jiang Hung might have been wrongly accused. When Jiang Hung said that he had become a demon, the Heavenly Tao Monument remained indifferent. Even when he said that he was not guilty, he was completely taught. Feng Qingtian trembled and hissed at Jiang Hung on the heart-inquiring monument. Child, you're a good child. It's me. If I'd been firmer, and the Heavenly Tao, always fair, seemed to sense that atmosphere of all the people at this time, and miraculously responded once again. This is the evidence. Jiang Hung is not guilty. In the next second, above the Questioning Heart Monument, the aura rapidly converged, and in the end formed a large mirror. An image was born steeply, under the moonlit night. More than 100 people dressed for the night, at the instigation of Fuji Ichikawa, groped toward Jiang Heng's location. P.S. The plot is well thought out, and each chapter has a point. Families, please read along. The kind that jumps up and kneels and kowtows. Love to all of you. Jumi. End of chapter. Chapter 30, please don't go. Chapter 30, please don't go. Shortly after, these hundreds of people were hiding in the bushes and fields, secretly spying on Jiang Hung. After some discussion, they did not intend to give Jiang Hung the opportunity to prove himself. The words are all about the fame after killing the devil seed. After Jiang Hung discovered these people, and the two sides fight unfolded, with that disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect being killed in seconds. Then, Jiang Hung persuaded and warned several times, but these people still have a strong intention to kill, like moths to the flame. General attack. After slaughter chickens and butcher dogs, one cut, Lei Ju blew up a large number of people. Jiang Heng's white clothes were as white as snow and as untainted as dust, swimming in the crowd like a stunning star. Walking by, passing by, is ahead. More than 200 people, but in the blink of an eye, a large portion of them died. After Fuji Ichikawa's mind was broken, and the whole thing started to freak out and commit suicide. Dogen's on his way. The image was vivid, with Jiang Heng's Daoan Dharma and the blood flying when he sliced off the head. When Fuji Ichikawa cut his own throat, the madness that made people afraid was in everyone's eyes. Suffocating, countless people were numb to the point of suffocation at this moment. People are stupid. Wave 1. They didn't expect that things would turn out like this, that these people would stop there and send them off wildly, forcing Jiang Hung to lay down the butcher's knife. You want to leave without screwing me today? This, who can stand it? Good words for a damn ghost? These people are there to deliver heads? Nong is out of his mind, isn't he? Who is Jiang Hung? You want to kill Jiang Hung? What are you thinking? I told you that eldest brother wouldn't be a devil. You all don't believe me. None of you. I'll be damned. Why didn't I trust eldest brother? Fuji Ichikawa is so bad? The corner of the truth surfaced under the mirror of the Heavenly Tao, and more than 1,000 disciples saw the picture. There were many who began to repent and shed tears. So perfect and selfless and honorable. The eldest brother was forced by them to be like this. All that I see before me is a falsehood. It was they who pushed Jiang Hung into the devil's way step by step. All of them, more or less, had spoken coldly, forgetting the favors they had received. Forefront. Holy Lord Feng Qingtian had long since lost the majesty of a holy lord. Looking at Jiang Heng's indifferent stance, his expression carried endless remorse. He had believed it firmly. He argued forcefully when everyone was skeptical. But, in the end, it didn't stick. This time, he also understands Jiang Heng's mood. So glorious, people light as a chrysanthemum disciple, suffered a great deal of aggression. How can not have a temper? To treat everyone as a treasure and to be stabbed in the back by a treasure. Jiang Hung, I'm wrong. Don't retreat from the clan. I'll abdicate immediately and let you take the position as the Holy Lord of the Netherworld Holy Land. I believe that those supreme elders, too, will agree. Looking at Jiang Heng's white clothes like snow, a wisp of black gas was faintly seeping out. Feng Qingtian's heart really hurt. Good kids. They drive them to this, to be enchanted. Eldest senior brother, you've actually suffered so much injustice. Behind Feng Qingtian, Chang Cheng had long since burst into tears. But I didn't do it on purpose. Will you forgive me once? Come back, okay? Just please don't get demonic. Don't go. Like a daisy-like long skirt, swaying in the breeze. Chang Cheng wiped her tears with her sleeve. Her beautiful eyes reddened. She wants to stay. Retain Jiang Hung. Yes, eldest brother. We all know we're wrong. Please don't go, okay? We really didn't mean it. Why don't you tell us if you have grievances? Looking at the steeply shifting picture around Zhou,
Yi Beishuan's eyes were gloomy, but he instantly reverted back to his naive demeanor. Be diligent in one's investigations. Looking at the gestures of these people in front of him, Jiang Hong felt ridiculous. Yesterday you were indifferent to me, but today you are pretending to beg for peace? Do you deserve it? Xiao Jiang, let's go. Get out of this noisy place that breaks your heart. Don't look back. The road ahead will be better. This group is not worthy of you and does not deserve you. Beside him, Elder Sword's dim eyes had long been covered in tears. Having lived for an unknown number of years, his heart has long since decayed, and he has become indifferent to life and death. But when he saw Jiang Heng's situation, his heart ached for it. There are no more words to describe the perfection of such a wonderful child. Also, what's the point of staying in this sad ethereal sanctuary when it's being trampled on by these people? Continue to be a dog for these people? Yeah. These people let me stay for nothing more than profit. Casually coaxing a few words. A glorious big brother. And will go through thick and thin for them to the death. I'm tired in this life. And won't be a cow or a horse for this group of cows and horses. Jiang Hong sneered coldly. But to myself, looking at the group of cows and horses in front of him, he felt that he used to be very ridiculous. At that time, he was soft-hearted and set foot on the questioning heart path to prove himself. But what he was met with was the same cold words from these people. These people want comfort. A servant to be a cow. Be bewitched. There's nothing wrong with that either. The conversation between Jiang Hong and Elder Sword hadn't deliberately lowered their voices, and the entire audience of over 1,000 people had heard it. They couldn't believe their ears. The gentle elder brother called them cows and horses. Before, it wasn't like this. They used to be Jiang Heng's favorite senior brothers and sisters. You devil. No matter what, it's a fact that you killed so many people. In the crowd, a chubby female disciple hissed. She couldn't accept Jiang Heng's insults. In the past, although her looks were average, Jiang Hong was very spoiled her, and even thought about marrying Jiang Hong in the future. And now the contrast was too much for her to bear. A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Many misty Holy Land disciples, at this time the mood are aggrieved. Yes, if you leave the Netherworld Holy Land, then you won't be our eldest brother, and there's no need for us to protect you. Don't think that a little small favor will make us tolerate you. Devil, if you dare to leave, you will be judged today. After killing so many people, do you think you can walk away? The ones who spoke were all Netherworld Holy Land disciples. Everyone had a twisted look on their faces, hating Jiang Hong to the bone. They can't stand betrayal. Jiang Hong abandoned them. Ha ha ha. Facing the condemnation of these familiar faces, Jiang Hong laughed arrogantly. There's no point in talking more. Holy Lord Daoxian, please open the third level. The heavenly Tao of questioning. These people in front of him. Jiang Hong has completely insight. After removing that aura, the vileness of this group was so obvious. When a person gives selflessly, unconditionally and without limitations, the recipient will, over time, take it for granted. Yes, at some point in the future, this giver may be careless or delayed. P.S. I'm begging for a wave of catch-up reading. I'll try to find a way to code more words plus a bit more in the next few days as long as I don't crash the plot, and then 2 early morning shifts every day. Love all of you, and those who call me names. End of chapter. Chapter 31, Regret? I do regret it. Chapter 31, Regret? I do regret it. The inevitable result is endless resentment on the part of the takers. That's what's happening right now. This is something he has only recently realized. Oof. Then let's begin. Looking at the united atmosphere, Dogen smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth. I, Dao Xian, communicate with the heavenly Tao in order to set things right. Cross-examine Jiang Hong this day. The third question. The question of love. Jiang Hong, have you ever done anything that you regretted in the sect? In the sect, have you ever done anything that you regretted for the rest of your life? After saying that, Dao Xian once again sneered in his heart. In his opinion, this time Jiang Hong cannot escape. This incident of the devil's seed was all caused by the deaths of the dozen disciples. Everyone recognized that Jiang Hong had done it. This version. How does Jiang Hong answer? If you answer yes, you will face judgment from the sect. Say no. There are no jokes under the heavenly monument, and lies will be punished by the heavenly thunder punishment. Also dead. Regret? In his opinion, Jiang Hong is a virgin bitch, and what he regrets the most is definitely entering the devil. As Dao Xian's words fell, a blue beam of light once again shot towards that asked the heart monument from the blue dome of the sky. In the next second, azure-colored runes surged and wrapped Jiang Hong again. This scene, to the delight of countless disciples below, Dao Xian's third question is also very tricky. No matter how you answer, you are still stabbing the sharp knife at Jiang Hong. Eldest brother, as long as you're willing to turn back to your prodigal son and admit your mistake with us, you don't have to answer this time. Yeah,
As long as you're willing to admit your mistake, you're still our big brother. John Hong, don't mistake yourself. Think it over. You can die for talking nonsense. At this moment, many disciples who had just been insulted by Jiang Hong felt pleasure. At this moment, they were in complete control of Jiang Heng's life. Not to mention other things, under the misty peak, those dozen disciples, it was always Jiang Hong who killed them, right? Could it be that too was falsely accused and that too was aggrieved? This, never. At the same time, many people actually hoped that Jiang Hong would come back, so that they would still have someone to protect them from the wind and rain in the future. Forefront. Listening to Dao Xian's third question, Chang Qing's absolutely beautiful face had a touch of shock on it. At that time, she was the one who arrested Jiang Hong. After the past, Jiang Hong did not say a word. After returning to the clan, is to ask the heart of the three passes. Jiang Hong refused to step on. All the spearheads seemed to be pointing at Jiang Hong at this moment. Eldest senior brother. Repent sincerely. I'm really going to break down. Nagaru fought to hiss. The face with the reddish color has lost its former elegance. Her heart ached too much. Jiang Hong, you. Feng Qingtian's voice was hoarse, and he looked at Jiang Hong with a blank look in his eyes. Ethereal sanctuary, holy mountain. The setting sun's afterglow carried a bit of coldness, rendering the grass in the court. And Hongi was still in that red dress, sitting on the green stone. Looking at the third question, a touch of sadness grew in her eyes. If it was before, she must have thought that Jiang Hong did not have any regret. At that time, on Jiang Heng's face, he always wore a bright smile. It was the best tonic to heal her childhood trauma. And whenever she was in a bad mood, she liked to guide Jiang Hong in his cultivation. This is also the happiest thing she has done since she was certified. But right now, the trajectory of everything seems to have shifted towards an unpredictable orbit. It's not the same as it was in the beginning. Do you regret it? Jiang Hong, have you ever had any regrets? Having said that, and Hongi did not continue speaking. She, not confident anymore. After a few breaths of silence, and Hongi stood up from the green stone, her beautiful eyes looking in the direction of the Ask the Heart monument. Take a step and disappear from the spot in an instant. She wants to see it. Since the incident, she has never come down from the mountain these days. In this case, regardless of the outcome, she has what she has to do and must do. In the meantime, ask under the heart tablet. The blue runes, still surrounding Jiang Hong, seem to be waiting for his words. Jiang Hong, you've already proven yourself. The next question doesn't need to be answered. Man, where there are no regrets. Just as Jiang Hong was about to speak, Elder Sword interrupted him. Jiang Hong took a deep breath and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His eyes scanned the bottom, taking in the view from left to right. This place, it does have a good view. It is possible to see the ugliness of the human heart in an instant. Continuing, he said, since we are stepping in today, let's put everything on the table. After saying that, Jiang Hong raised his hand to stop Elder Sword. The many words below made him lose his patience long ago and cross his eyes at everyone. Jiang Hong let out a loud laugh. Ha ha ha. You are full of benevolence, righteousness, and morality, and full of inquiring minds. Why don't you come and walk under this inquiring mind monument like I did? Silence, silence in the room. Hearing Jiang Heng's request, everyone instinctively took a step backward, wanting to stay away from the Heart Ask monument. Since ancient times, only criminals or those who needed to be judged would break through the Heart Pass. When all is said and done, who knows what questions the one on stage will ask? Jiang Hong, don't pull away from the topic. Please continue to answer. Yeah, are you hardly afraid? Gollum, that is, before you have the honor to answer whether you have a clear conscience. The pressure was so great that many of the disciples turned pale, not daring to look directly at Jiang Heng's question. Under the strong pressure, many disciples opened their mouths, urging Jiang Hong to continue answering the heavenly Tao questioning heart. In response, Jiang Hong smiled morosely and nodded his head gently. I, Jiang Hong, swear to heaven that I have never done anything to wrong the clan. Not a single one. Words like a chisel, like a hard knock on the head of many people. Everyone looked at Jiang Hong, not knowing what to do. At this time, the heavenly Tao remained calm as usual. Jiang Hong, it seems, is not lying. At this moment, many people in the mood of emotions can no longer taught. Previously, if he was still being stubborn, he really couldn't even be stubborn anymore, because there's no more mendacity. That gentle and honorable eldest brother never seemed to change. Static, it's them guys. At one time, countless emotions surged to the heart. Many previously hardened disciples, fell to their knees. Jiang Heng's reply was the last bullet to break through their defenses. Repentance pervaded the vast plains. And, before everyone could open their mouths to atone for their sins,
Jiang Heng's next words caused the entire room to go into an uproar. Jiang Heng's chest rose and fell violently. Laughing wildly, his white jade-like clothes inexplicably became dark, as if they had been stained by ink. Between the eyebrows, no previous light breeze, a black mark, quietly born. Jiang Hong scanned everyone and spoke indifferently. Regret? I, Jiang Hong, do regret. I've done a lot of things I regret for the rest of my life. P.S. Every day in the early morning update. Oh, family members, remember to take a look. Love you guys. Please ask for a wave of chase reading. Pre-chase reading is very important. End of chapter. Chapter 32 Liquidation. Liquidation. Chapter 32 Liquidation. Liquidation. I regret having shown mercy to the likes of you. I regret to convey all my good thoughts to each and every one of you. I regret setting foot on the questioning pass and being judged by you bulls and horses. While saying that, the long accumulated resentment in Jiang Heng's heart was completely released at this moment. Raising his hand, he named each of his senior brothers and sisters who had backstabbed him, one by one, and sneered morosely. I should have let you die in the demon cave in the first place. Let you be slaughtered by vendettas and die in the wilderness. And you, what more do you want with your own magic treasure if you don't have the ability? And you see you look this beep virtue, fat as a pig, but also delusion with this seed as a Taoist couple? Shell-resistant treasure-playing frogs, ugly looking and still want to play. Ha ha ha. Jiang Hong raised his right hand to cover his forehead and let loose a wild laugh. The emotions he felt in his heart at this moment were so soothing. Doing many things and saying many things that I could not bear to do or say before. It was a bit of a self-defeating experience, but the Me Too in front of him was too much of a temptation. For decades, it's never been so free-flowing as it is today. Not once. The entire room was silent as Jiang Heng's judgment by name caused many to shrug at a distance, too ashamed to raise their heads. There is no half-truth in all that is said. These things, within the clan, are communication with each other. Want to rely on it cannot be relied upon. This scene staggered the rest of the sect disciples. Wide-eyed, he looked at the heavenly Dao realm that appeared abruptly behind Jiang Hong. The content inside was exactly what Jiang Hong had said. Forced his way into the devil's cave. In order to protect his sister, he used his body to resist the 9 soul nails, spitting out blood on the spot, and still, he kept his bright smile, so warm and so sweet, for fear of his sister's worry. A man and a sword to kill into the home of his brother's enemy. The 3 great Tony realm strong attack. And Jiang Hong killed 3 days and 3 nights. The exhaustion of the 3 Tony realm on the reverse wrestling. Finally, to the younger brother, a bright smile, said, see, the older brother will certainly avenge for you. The Heavenly Sword sect and White Deer School disciples were shocked, sparing the Xian Tian Holy Land, a holy land that was at odds with Jiang Hong. Their expressions at this moment also carried indescribable shock. It's numb. It's all numb. This group of people really don't know what's good for them. If I had such a big senior brother, I'd be willing to make me a great emperor. Crying to death. This is what I fantasize about my big brother. To be right next to me and not know how to cherish it. Goodness. Such a big senior brother. Being forced by them to enter the devil? I shouldn't even be here. I look like a clown. Going on trial for being so perfect. I'll be damned if I'm standing here ashamed of myself. Regarding Jiang Heng's past, disciples from other sects, except for the Netherworld Holy Land, had tears in their eyes. This is a human being? This is simply their flawless self. It's the mole in everyone's heart. And it's what you aspire to be in your childhood and what you want to be in the future. And this is such a person, by a group of white-eyed wolves, forced to ask the heart of the pass, and now are going to enter the devil. It makes them all stand here with no place to go. Many disciples hate to leave on the spot. Looking at the surrounding clamor, Chang Qing's face paled and she glared at Jiang Hong, hoping that she wouldn't make a big deal out of it and lose the face of the Holy Land. May. Jiang Hong turned a blind eye, completely ignoring her gaze. May. When Chang Qing looked at the vague eyes of many senior brothers and sisters, he bit his lower lip and stepped forward to the bottom of the jade steps, slightly angling his head. He murmured to Jiang Hong, elder brother, let's call it quits. We know you're wronged. In the future, we'll make it up to you. Stop. These are your senior brothers and sisters. Don't let everyone get down. Oh, Jiang Hong was surprised. Senior brothers and sisters? Watching Nagaru act as the good guy, a nameless fire in his heart was about to erupt. Every time, this woman thinks she is the big sister and is superior in the clan, enjoying the fruits and glory he brings. She is also the one who stabbed him in the back the deepest. Thinking of this, Jiang Hong teased, you think there's nothing left for you? Nagaru. That year when you went down the mountain privately, your divine body was discovered by the demon sect, who wanted to use you as a cauldron. I hoofed it across 3,000 miles to rescue you, and alone, I fought several great elders of the demon sect in succession, and my body was almost drained of blood, and finally escort you back to the clan in peace. He was sick for 3 months and nearly destroyed his foundation. Do you, by any chance, remember? Jung Hong looked at the elegant and dignified girl in front of him and told the past word by word. And now, he's all about liquidation. Liquidating everyone in front of you is not about manifesting your selflessness, your greatness. It's to tell these people what he's done. He, Jung Hong, has a clear conscience. As Jung Hong spoke, that heavenly Tao realm behind him began to display the images of that year. The girl was not very old, as if she were the god of man, and carried herself with elegance and dignity that could be seen from an early age. She sneaks down the mountain, stumbles upon the demon clan, and instantly recognizes the god body. The image was crystal clear, engraved frame by frame, and everyone could see clearly that Jung Hong had braved death for Chang Chang. Use your flesh to block the knife. Wounds are visible in the bones and blood stains the red and white clothes. Just looking at it, I know how much it hurts, but Jung Hong refuses to retreat. One sword, a person of the devil's sect. 3,000 miles of bloodshed. After a thorny journey, the most beloved senior sister, escorted back to a safe place. Straight down. Asphyxiation. Everyone looked at this image and felt suffocated. Hadn't thought about it. They couldn't even imagine how Jung Hong had survived with such heavy injuries. Even, halfway through the broadcast, a female disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect hissed, "Eldest brother Jung Hong, just leave. Leave her alone." The girl's heart ached. Why did such a perfect eldest brother belong to someone else and not his eldest brother? At the same time, for this elegant and dignified girl, their senses have changed radically. This woman is such a B***tch. IB***tch. Why are you licking your chops? Why don't you get captured by the demon sect and become a furnace? Bitchy servant girl, it's really not worth it for big brother Jung to die fighting for you. How did you dare to stay out of this? You even speak up for your senior brother and sister? Breathless, all of them really are. At this point in time, Nagaru is supposed to keep his mouth closed until it stinks. But, he even dared to help his own senior brother and sister plead for mercy, making it seem as if this matter had nothing to do with him. And, just as everyone was talking, the image of the heavenly Tao realm, once again, jumped around. This time, it's different. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Posey, this book has achievements. Feel free to watch. Guarantee that every chapter has a plot point. Absolutely not in vain. Believe me once. Really. End of chapter. Chapter 33, aren't you wrong? Chapter 33, aren't you wrong? On the screen, Jung Hong shuddered violently, his eyes carrying a shocking shock as he instantly disappeared from his spot. In the next second, it appeared below the ethereal peak. This place is full of corpses. All of them were dressed in the costumes of the ethereal Holy Land. No, no, vom dash. Jung Hong's eyes were crimson as he looked at the misery around him and immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. Who is it? I will thwart you. Jung Hong was furious. This man who was light and gentle, who was as light as a chrysanthemum, is angry to the extreme at this moment. The most cherished brothers and sisters were killed as dogs. They're all dead. It's all my fault. I'm sorry. If I had come earlier, you guys dash. You wouldn't be dead. It's all elder brother's fault. Jung Hong muttered, putting all the blame on himself. He, with a heart of gold. Within a few breaths, Chang Chang arrived and looked at the scene in front of her, looking at Jung Hong incredulously. Senior brother, did you do this? Jung Hong was silent, his demeanor still out of focus. Shortly afterward, the Ask the Heart monument opened. Jung Hong refused to ask the heart of the heavenly way. The screen slowly played, is still a frame by frame clear and incomparable, but this time, is to let the whole room everyone shocked. The truth of the matter, in this moment, has surfaced, and all is vanity. Jung Hong, from the beginning to the end, did not betray anyone, did not do anything to apologize to the clan. He, who was innocent, from the beginning to the end, he was the one who was hurt beyond words, the one who was selfless and had to be bullied by the clan. He was the one who had the clan in mind and was abandoned. Asterisk. You group of Jung big brother heart have to be more pain have to be more pain Misty holy lands, are you guys not human? I really can't stand to watch, you guys make me feel sick dash, or are you taking too good care of you lot? I've made common cause with the enemy? I've become a rebel? Enter the devil. Eldest brother Jung Hong, enter the devil. Please, senior brother Jung Hong, don't go back, they'll do this to you again. Come to our Xian Tian Holy Land. We're not this bunch of villains. Empathy. Except for the ethereal Holy Land, the disciples of the other sects before that. At this time for Jung Hong, they were unable to generate hatred. They have no reason, no emotion, no business to hate this selfless person, this fraternal person, This perfect person. They did not expect Jiang Hong to forgive them for their previous crimes. They only prayed that Jiang Hong would not return to the Netherworld Holy Land, a place that made them sick to their stomachs. Not worth it. I really feel bad for Jiang Hong. On the jade steps, looking at the vocalization of the disciples under the stage, Dao Xian narrowed his eyes and smiled jaggedly as he turned to Jiang Hong and said, "Young Master Jiang, it is the old man who has been a manhwa. I didn't expect you to be so honorable and mindful of the clan. Truly a model for my generation. Receive a bow from the old man." Immediately, Dao Xian bowed and arched his hand. Then he violently stood up straight and spoke seriously to Jiang Hong. "Young Master Jiang, how about this? You join my Xian Heavenly Holy Land, and after this, you will be my Xian Heavenly Holy Land's holy son. Old me is not as cowardly as Feng Qingtian, and there's no way I'm going to let you suffer a little bit more." Dogen was laughing in his heart. He never expected things to turn out this way. It doesn't matter. If Fuji Ichuan is dead, then he's dead. If he can get Jiang Hong back, that's a first-class honor, isn't it? What's one dead Fuji Ichuan? Jiang Hong brought it back, and with this merit, it's not impossible for him to be honored as a Taishan elder. This scene caused the disciples of the Xian Tian Holy Land to be dismayed. It also made the other sects confused, not expecting Dao Xian to come this hand at this time. This holy lord, he really dared to open his mouth. The Xian Tian disciples were instantly ecstatic. If Jiang Hong agreed, they too could have such a perfect big brother. Instantly, his mind began to fantasize that Jiang Hong was there for them, guiding them in their cultivation, caressing their heads and softly saying, "You are my favorite senior brother and sister." Jiang Hong did not know about these people's fantasies. He turned his eyes to look deeply at Dao Xian, then stopped caring and looked at the many people below him. At this moment, he had no desire to continue dwelling on it. The 3 hurdles of asking the heart have been passed, and it's time for him to do what he needs to do. Thinking of this, Jiang Heng's eyes swept over Chang Qing to where Yi Beixian was behind her. Sword Dusty Heart's death. This cause and effect is deeply entangled. Cannot sit idly by. No amnesty for killing dash. Under the jade steps, feeling Jiang Heng's eyes, Chang Qing's stunningly beautiful cheeks. Her crimson red instantly lost its color, and with pale lips she murmured, "Eldest senior brother, I have my own bitter feelings. It's not what you think it is." The breeze from the large flat field, Chang Qing's clothes hunting, looking at Jiang Heng's eyes, full of aggression. She felt everyone's eyes, from admiration to dislike. It was as if she had committed a great crime of 10 evils. It was an emotion she had never felt before. In the past, once upon a time, no matter which sect's disciples, no matter how high the style was, they would be surprised to see her. Because of his temperament and appearance, he belongs to the top class in this Tian Luo realm. But right now, it seems different. The reversal of all this struck her as unfair in her mind. "Oh," Jiang Hong narrowed his eyes and looked down at Nagaru, asking after a curious survey, "What are your hardships? Did anyone make you do this?" "Hardly me." "Then before doing so did you ever think how I should conduct myself if I was wrongly accused?" This, Jiang Hong resented the most. His senior sister, whom he loved with 1,000 hearts and 10,000 favorites, was in such a hurry to judge him. It's like being on the wrong medication. From that thing to ask the heart of the pass, but only a mere hour. This all thunder and lightning. Even if Yi Beixian's mind is superior, the arrangement is seamless. But the horse, this group of people is no brain, is it? I don't mean that. Nagaru's face turned white, her jade feet stepping forward, her hands clenched tightly on her chest. Aggrieved, but you did not explain. You have aggrieved, you say and you do not say. At those words, Jiang Hong shuddered, with eyes like bronze bells. He looked at Chang Qing with shock. What does this seat need to explain? Explanation. Didn't he explain in his previous life when he stepped into the heart of the world barrier? In exchange for what? Called around and humbled to the core. Before this incident happened, everyone was a big brother, but after it happened, they were all murderers, condescendingly instructing him and enslaving the most pious and sincere goodness of his heart. Jiang Heng's words left Chang Qing completely speechless, trembling as her body continued to sob. After a few seconds of silence, she raised her head and looked stubbornly at Jiang Hong, the corners of the eyes with crystal aggrieved, sobbing, "Elder brother, I did not mean it. I have recognized the wrong. You want me to what? Could it be? Aren't you wrong at all? P.S. Remember to catch up on your reading, oh family. Love to all of you." End of chapter. Chapter 34, Hand-tearing green tea bitch. Chapter 34, Hand-tearing green tea bitch. After saying that, Nagaru Hyun was sobbing, and a bean-sized teardrop was about to fall from her delicate cheeks to the collar of her pale yellow coat. Jiang Heng's voice trailed off, and the pupils of his cold eyes carried endless shock. "Are you not at fault? Is that a factual aside? Where did I go wrong? Where did I go wrong with Tama? Jiang Hong really didn't know where he went wrong. Hadn't he done enough? Which time the senior brother and sister trouble, not he went to solve. This so-called big sister. And what did it? Now you're blaming me. This punch of Chang Cheng hit Jiang Hong spitting blood, head buzzing. It's so numb that you can't think. You, Jiang Hong whispered in a deep voice, and instantly left the questioning heart pass with an instantaneous body. Arriving at the bottom of the jade steps, the eyes that were like stars looked at Nagaru with such indifference. Although after his rebirth, his view of people like Nagaru had qualitatively changed, but also did not expect the other side will be so to give him a punch. Senior brother. Looking at Jiang Heng's arrival, Chang Qing wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with her sleeves and said in a resigned manner, I know you won't blame me, but you embarrassed me in front of so many people. I won't forgive you if you don't apologize to me. The two men talked without any intentional concealment. The surrounding disciples who were eating melon were shocked and looked at Jiang Hong with an extremely frightened look. They all knew that the Jiang Hong at one time was not a dog licker, but he was definitely a very kind person. It's the kind of person who forges the greater you and sacrifices the lesser me. At the present time, coming to Nagaru's face, is it hard to believe that he really came to apologize? Shouldn't really apologize, right? It would be too suffocating if this were an apology. Confused. Senior brother Jiang Hong, this group of people have done this to you. I hate this green tea whore right now. Lying to elder brother Jiang Hong all the time. Yeah, he's always talking about how eldest brother Jiang Hong has changed. But it's actually them people who have changed. The surrounding area was full of retainers, and the cultivators led by the Heavenly Sword sect's disciples opened their mouths to dissuade them. This time if Hong will apologize, none of their minds will fall apart. It was even more regrettable than when Jiang Hong had become a demon. Ethereal sanctuary group of people, from the beginning to the end of the Pua this man of light. Can't stand it. This they really can't stand. The surrounding clamor. Chang Cheng did not take it seriously, but instead her brows were happy. Because if Jiang Hong was willing to apologize and prove it for her again, then she'll be the god that everyone loves again. And, the next second, pop, in front of everyone's eyes, Jiang Hong raised his right arm and directly slapped Chang Cheng's absolutely beautiful face. The delicate body was like a chip, and was instantly sent flying more than 10 meters away. The whole person kept rolling in the air, and the green shade on the bushfield, on the way to Nagaru's rolling, was rubbed bald a large area. Limit, vomit. Nagaru vomited scarlet blood and raised her eyes to look at Jiang Hong incredulously. Feeling the burning heat on her left cheek, her heart was enraged to the extreme, and she no longer had the composure she had before. Jiang Hong, you dare to hit me? She couldn't take it. As a disciple of the Empress, the top 10 in the Tian Luo realm's rouge list, when had she ever been humiliated like this? Even when she was fighting a bloody battle for 3,000 miles, she didn't have a single trauma on her body. Even the clothes don't get dusty. But now Jiang Hong changed. Not only do not defend her, but also hit her. Complaints. Wordless complaints flooded Nagaru's heart. Tell me, where did I go wrong? Jiang Hong nodded and squinted at Chang Cheng, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. With this slap just now, he had used the Tao power of half-step soul palace. It's all about hitting the ball straight, one step at a time. Cool. It's a really sour touch. The anger that has been deposited for a long time really needs to be vented. Otherwise the psyche is all perverted. Looking at half of Nagaru's swollen cheek, Jiang Hong laughed lightly. This sudden reversal made many disciples who had previously opened their mouths clench their fists. Jiang Heng's slap refreshed them. The anger that was held back, also this under a slap, completely released. It's a real relief to see a hand tearing down a green tea whore. This slap made me climax. It's so cool. What god body? I think you are green tea body. It's really better to enter the devil. If this were the previous eldest brother Jiang Hong, he might have apologized for the sake of the greater good. I was there yesterday. She was the one who said that Sword Dusty Heart had only seen big brother Jiang. This woman's at ********. The atmosphere was very different from what was imagined. Not a single person present accused Jiang Hong of all praise. What in the world could be better than tearing down a green tea lady? This woman. She's always saying, big brother, you've changed. Yes. From beginning to end. Although it seems to be persuasive. In fact, the feminine accusation never stops. The position is not at all here in Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong, I'm going to tell master. I'm going to tell master that you beat me. The tirades from all around made Nagaru completely lose her composure and hissed angrily as she gripped the red and swollen left side of her face. At that moment, he stood up and was about to walk towards the sacred mountain to look for the Empress in Hongi. Just as she stood up, the youth, who had been silent for a long time, blocked her way. Senior sister, I'll help you take revenge. Yi Beishuan's tender face was filled with injustice against the world. and after slightly arching his hand at the clamoring crowd, indifferently, he walked to Jiang Hong, eldest brother. You have fallen into the devil's path. Today I, Yi Beixian, challenge you. Don't you dare accept this challenge. Let the surrounding wide-eyed. Everyone looked at this fledgling Yi Beixian. Directly, stupid wava. Ants day elephants? Toothpicks stirring the tank? You're challenging me? Challenging Jiang Hong? Isn't this the old man hanging himself? Looking for death? Fuji Ichuan couldn't even beat Jiang Hong. You can? In addition to the few hidden monsters of the younger generation, who is still qualified to fight with Jiang Hong clueless, they're all confused. Oh, Jiang Hong looked at Yi Beixian with interest. His original intention was to fly Chongqing, and then do away with this little brat. As unlikely as it may be, it's always a good idea to try. After all the backstabbing, even a mudblood has some fire in him. I didn't expect this little brat to come to my door. Ding detected that the host defeated Fuji Ichuan and successfully won the ethereal sword discussion. The reward, Yi Beixian's profile, is being distributed. The voice of the system in his ear made Jiang Hong a little surprised. This system's reflex arc. It is too long, but, although it's quite crazy, it's reliable by accident. Immediately, watch up. Name, Yi Beixian. P.S. Remember to check in every day. End of chapter. Chapter 35, Yi Beixian's secret. Chapter 35, Yi Beixian's secret. Identity, disciple of the ethereal Holy Land. Inheritor of Devil's Kung Fu. Heaven Eater. Seed of Chi Luck, not through normal channels. Realm, Yao Yang Realm, late stage. Techniques and moves. Devouring Demon Technique. Demon Seeding Technique. Ethereal Heart Sutra. Unbreakable Vajra Technique. Spirit Amazing Triple Shin Transformation. Dragon Emperor Technique. Fabrics, Cloud Sword. Golden Wisp Armor. Big Dipper Scissors. Immortal Dao Bottle. Physique, Innate Sword Body. Devouring Demon Body. Strange Encounters, worshipping the female emperor as a teacher. Pitting more than 100 people in the secret realm of spiritual void. Ambushing a disciple of the ethereal sacred land of Qi. And sneaking up on the innate sword body. Means of escape, heavenly demon disintegration. Blood escape. Miles of sky-breaking talisman. Boundary-breaking chess. Rainbow light escape. Golden finger, demonizing the heavenly Tao. It encapsulates part of the heavenly Tao's Qi. The power of the heavenly Tao. The origin of the demonization of the heavenly way. 170,000 years ago. Devouring the great emperor's ambition. Want to take the heavenly way instead. And finally failed. Withered in the river of years. According to unreliable information, he may not be dead. Secretly hibernating to wait for the time of day. If encountered. Not war. Lifelong enemy, Jiang Hong. Son of Qi Luck. Sheltered by the heavenly Tao. This is. Looking at Yi Beixian's information. Even Jiang Hong was surprised. There are as many as a dozen kung fu moves. And, there are many kinds of recluse arts. All of them. Basically, they were all heavenly rank, lower grade, middle grade, and even a small portion of them, which had already surpassed the current stage. The number of magic treasures and secret treasures was countless. Not less than 50 this number. At the same time, it also confirmed Jiang Heng's suspicion that this kid was indeed a murderer. Phew. The death of Sword Dusty Heart had always been something he couldn't let go of. In his past life and in this life as well. In 2 lifetimes, it seemed that Jin Duxin was the only one who treated him genuinely. As an adoring big brother, demonized heavenly Tao. Jiang Hong felt shocked by the demonized heavenly Tao in the golden finger. I didn't realize that the heavenly Tao of this side of the world had this kind of reason, so he had to admire that devouring great emperor. I know. Why is this little brat after him? As it was in a past life, so it is in this life. He was the son of Qi. The other party was the one who was going to swallow the sky, and the two seemed to be destined for everything from the very beginning. Pawns? After reading Yi Beixian's information, Jiang Hong instantly realized all the cause and effect. He and Yi Beixian are pawns, chosen by each of the 2 heavenly principles to protect themselves. Black and white, in Marxist theory. This game is only over if one side falls. What is my current hit rate? Jiang Hong interrogated the system in his mind. Ding host's current kill rate is 0.00051%. Congratulations host. The success rate has increased again. Phew. Getting this expected result, Jiang Hong narrowed his eyes without saying much and turned his eyes to Yi Beixian's innocent face. Indifferently, he said, "Oh, you want to challenge me?" "Yes, eldest brother. You're too deep into the devil. Eldest brother can't bear to do it. I hope to awaken eldest brother's conscience." Yi Beixian nodded his head with a very frank attitude. "In that case, then this seat will not show any mercy. Don't talk about the same level of battle. Cultivators fight to the death. Not a child's play." Jiang Heng's demeanor was as flat as a chrysanthemum. He had already predicted what Yi Beixian was going to say.
If it was in the past, it didn't matter to him, since so much has happened. Wouldn't it be a joke to have another same-rank fight? If he does, he will find a way to kill him. At the same time, in the bottom of Jiang Heng's heart, a speculation arose. Jiang Heng's words caused Yi Beixian to tremble and look up incredulously. Waves of shock flooded his heart. Don't be afraid. I'm here. Kill him. As long as we kill him, this realm will be ours. Promise him. Kill. In Yi Beixian's ears, the mysterious voice continued. That, in turn, made him vacillate. He knew better than anyone what level Jiang Hong was at, but if there is a little bit of fatigue, he would have found a way to murder. And still wait until today? Same class versus same class? It'll take those ancient demons to come out. He is only 16 years old. Where is the background to cross the level to fight Jiang Hong? Vomit. Just as Yi Beixian was thinking, Jiang Hong in front of him steeply vomited a mouthful of blood. The blood foam flying across the bushfield was so shocking. The clothes on Jiang Heng's body, from the ink-like black, were quickly infiltrated by white, and the black and white modeled as if it was a splattered ink painting. The entire person's breath, too, gradually withered at this moment. He can't suppress the demonic chi in his body. Good. No wonder you blocked my words directly. So you're scaring me. Looking at Jiang Heng's fatigue, Yi Beixian's heart rejoiced. As the inheritor of the devil's power, he knew the process of entering the devil. Jiang Hong was showing signs of becoming a demon, but there had never been a good opportunity for him to fall into the demon. So the forces of good and evil in the body are eroding each other. Yi Beixian could be certain that Jiang Heng's battle power was 10-1 at that moment. Alright, I promise you. Yi Beixian suppressed the ecstasy within his heart. If this was the case, he was certain that he could kill Jiang Hong on the spot. This scene happened so abruptly that everyone present didn't react. Who would have thought that Jiang Hong would have a battle with Yi Beixian? Even Wind Prime, Dao Xian, Elder Sword, and the others were surprised. But what surprised them even more was this. Jiang Hong was in a poor state at the moment, and it seemed like the perfect opportunity to defeat him. However, they weren't worried. After all, they're all here. So if there's any emergencies, with the strength of the four of them, they can definitely stop them. Come on. Jiang Hong was unimpressed by this. Jiang Hong gently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his right hand and waved his finger at Yi Beixian. Then senior brother is flattered. Dragon Emperor technique. Yi Beixian immediately used his energy, and a golden dragon shadow was abruptly born from behind. The breath, in this moment, was rising. Yaoyang perfection. Tongyi early stage, middle stage, late stage, great perfection. This scene shook even the few giants who were watching the battle. The Dragon Emperor technique is a royal technique of the human race. The main focus is on chi. When the chi contained in the caster is more massive, the more enhancement is gained. Did Nandong Nihuang give him all of his clan's best techniques? Watching Yi Beixian's strength continue to rise, Feng Jingtian, who was not far away, was shaken. He didn't expect that this naive Yi Beixian would have such depth and be such a blessed person. Raise a large realm in one breath. Kill. Yi Beixian conjured up a black longsword and swung it continuously towards Jiang Hong, and the five-clawed golden dragon behind his back also tore towards Jiang Hong. For a moment, Yi Beixian's aura reached its peak and seemed to steadily suppress Jiang Hong. Under the support of multiple Dao laws, Jiang Hong contained the demonic aura on his body while lifting his fingers to resist with all his might. It seems to be getting out of hand. At the same time, the system's beeps kept ringing in Jiang Heng's ears. Ding hosts current kill rate 0.0017%. Ding hosts current kill rate 0.085%. Ding hosts current kill rate 1.74%. P.S. Catch-up reading is so important. Family members remember to check in every day. The plot is non-toxic and will be checked several times after writing. End of chapter. Chapter 36, Immunity to Mana. Chapter 36, Immunity to Mana. Ding the host's current hit rate is 2.45%. Listening to the system's murmur, Jiang Heng's heart was free-flowing. Pretentious. All pretentious. What with the demons being turned back on them? The battle power is 10-1. It's all loaded. After seeing Yi Beixian's dozen or so evasive techniques and some means of escape, that's what he's planning. Normal killing. Yi Beixian sensed the threat will inevitably hide away. But if he reveals the cracks, a will die break? Then the nature will be completely different. Right now, this is the best break. Yi Beixian is a kingpin. It is impossible to let go of this opportunity. Jiang Hong, it seems that you have overstated your words. Originally I planned to make a move after being in the same realm as you, but I didn't expect you to be so inept. Seeing that the brief exchange suppressed Jiang Hong, Yi Beixian was ecstatic in his heart. Immediately, he urged his spiritual energy and controlled the two golden dragons, tearing at Jiang Hong with great vigor. Bang! Just as he was about to touch close,
With the strength of his physical body, Jiang Hong raised his hand and violently slapped the two golden dragons. Ahem! At the same time, Jiang Hong coughed violently, and a strand of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. Looking a bit wretched, this scene, it caused the people who were watching the battle around them to be shaken up. They didn't even know what was happening. How could Jiang Hong be dying in just one look? Is it still the Jiang Hong who casually crushed Fuji Ichuan? Hey, fake it, right? I've seen eldest brother Jiang Heng's battles. No matter who the enemy is, he's never been injured. Is the devilish reflux really that serious? Is he Beixian counting this as taking advantage of someone's danger? Regarding the situation in front of them, other than the Netherworld Holy Land, the disciples of the other sects expressed their shock. The impression Jiang Hong gave them was invincible, and since his emergence, he had been the absolute dust, the cliff-like dust, and the style was tremendously high, even higher than some holy lords. The style was even higher, but right now, it seems to be really going into fatigue. In the face of the surrounding clamor, Jiang Hong was unimpressed and his heart was unimpeded. Ding host's current hit rate, 74%. He had heard the saying that to make them perish, you must first make them mad. Yi Beixian saw the moment as a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and was bound to put up a fight. While Jiang Hong was tired of fending off Yi Beixian's attacks, the corner of his eyes kept scanning the three giants, including Dao Xian, Feng Jingtian, and Old Man Chen. As long as these three don't intervene, this plan will work. Ding host's current hit rate, 74%. As Yi Beixian's attacks became more and more violent, the system beeps in Jiang Heng's ears became more and more frequent. While resisting the various attacks of the other party's Dao and Law, Jiang Heng's pace continued to retrogress. Just as Jiang Hong kept retreating, Yi Beixian saw the right moment and decisively offered a milky white talisman paper. A pair of scissors with Taoist rhythm rushed out from the talisman and came towards Jiang Hong. It was fast and arrived close in a matter of moments. Jiang Hong lifted his hand, closing his middle and index fingers together, and a bright silver-white cross was directly shot by him. Bang! The moment the cross star touched the Big Dipper rune scissors, it made a huge explosion. Black smoke and dust instantly swept across the vast plains. This scene caused several giants not far away to stare in disbelief. Feng Qingtian looked at the rolling smoke suspiciously. It can't be? Jiang Heng's combat power. He knows better than anyone, even if he is not in good shape. It is impossible for him to be suppressed by Yi Beixian, right? Beside him, Dao Xian also revealed a stunned expression. How Fuji Ichikawa died was fresh in his mind. It's not because of the full force of the attack, cannot break through the defense of Jiang Hong, and then the heart of the Taoist frustration on the spot to kill themselves. Right now, the fight is so intense, and the dominant party is a 16-year-old child. How dare they believe that? And, Elder Sword looked at the black smoke and frowned slightly, not knowing what he was thinking. In suit, the fierce battle continued. Yi Beixian activated several types of Dao and Dharma, colorful Dao techniques, and continuously launched attacks on Jiang Hong. For a while, the advantage seemed to appear even greater. On the contrary, Jiang Hong seemed unable to control the spiritual energy in his body, and his breathing became disordered. The entire person's aura was less than 1% of his full-strength posture. Eldest senior brother, I didn't expect you to have this day of being in a sorry state. Ha 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 dash. Yi Beixian used his divine sense to transmit his voice to Jiang Hong as he attacked. Ahem, are you so sure you can kill me? Jiang Hong resisted Yi Beixian's attack and spoke indifferently after coughing dryly twice. At the same time, the sound of the system in his ears allowed the emotions in his heart to be released perfectly. Ding host's current hit rate, 67%. It's a little bit closer. It's just a little bit closer. Reaching 100% was something Jiang Hong didn't dare to think about. But if there was a 50%, then his purpose had been achieved. That's natural. I'm not afraid to tell you when it comes down to it. I killed Sword Dusty Heart. He was stunned when I sneaked up on him, and he didn't dare to make a sound for fear that you would notice, and he gritted his teeth and endured the pain to his death. Seeing that Jiang Hong was still towering over him, Yi Beixian could no longer control the ambition in his heart at this moment. As he spoke, his chest rose and fell violently. On the light blue clothes, a wisp of dark-colored breath filled the scene, and the realm also broke through to the Soul Palace realm at this moment. This is his last card. After the same realm, he had the confidence to defeat Jiang Heng's bottom card. Even though he knew it, hearing Yi Beixian say so, the anger in Jiang Heng's heart still burned every cell. Told you just so you could be an understanding ghost. Go down and keep company with Sword Dusty Heart, and don't trust people so easily in your next life. Die. Yi Beixian no longer hesitated. The cloudy sky sword in his hand turned into a rainbow light, ruthlessly stabbing at Jiang Heng's heart. Ha! Ha 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 ha! In the face of this scene, Jiang Hong laughed up at the sky, his chest heaving violently. This laugh confused Yi Beixian. In his heart, a bad premonition arose, and he immediately roared, "Unbreakable Vajra Law!" In an instant, a layer of golden shadow appeared outside Yi Beixian's body, completely wrapping him up without a single gap. This was a Buddhist technique, an upper-level Buddhist technique from the indestructible Vajra Sutra, and the defense was exceptional. The corners of Jiang Heng's mouth rose as he continued, "I know you killed him, I know all of it, but you're going to die." With that said, Jiang Hong exploded with all his might, a monstrous spiritual power that quickly swept through the large black smoke. Raise your left hand and slap the clouds at will. The majestic spiritual energy was continuously compressed and converged into a silver spike of about 5 centimeters at the fingertips of his right hand. Kill the living Faust. Turning 10 steps into 1, Jiang Hong leapt up to kill Yi Beixian. It's useless. You can't break this Vajra Law, Yi Beixian sneered. But the next second, he couldn't stop laughing. Outside of Jiang Heng's body, a milky white light curtain appeared abruptly. Then, ignoring the unbreakable Vajra Law, he came directly in front of him and faced him face to face. Mana immunity. P.S. Families remember to check in every day. Ask for a catch-up read. Ask for a catch-up read. Ask for a catch-up read. End of chapter. Chapter 37, Enhongi. Chapter 37, Enhongi. Mana immunity. How is that possible? This is the innate divine ability of the ancient imperial clan. How could you possibly know it? Looking at Jiang Heng's moves, Yi Beixian stared at him with a terrified expression. This move, either born with the natural aptitude, or must eat dozens of hundreds of golden gung fruit. May this golden gung fruit are heavenly price, but also have a price. Jiang Hong, by what, and when did he get dozens of them? How does he not know? At the same time, in Yi Beixian's mind, he recalled what Jiang Hong had just said, which caused him to be shocked. You know all of it. Luring me in with your body? You, counting on me? Are you stepping on a horse and pretending? Yes, you're still too young after all. Jiang Heng's mouth rose, his eyes carrying an indescribable solemnity as he continued. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been able to walk through 3 rounds in the hands of this seat, despite having countless undercards. This seat is afraid you'll run away. If it was his previous life, he believed that with Yi Beixian's nature of mind, he would definitely be aware of it. But despite his heavenly nature of mind, he is only 16 years old today. How much heart eyes can grow? That's what he's betting on. And, after the current kill rate came to 50%, it basically didn't go up much. It's time to let go. Listening to Jiang Heng's explanation, Yi Beixian's heart sank to the bottom. He did not realize that he had done everything to become a clown in the end. And, this reverse scene caused the surrounding disciples who were watching the battle to be dismayed beyond measure. Originally, it was Jiang Hong who was being pressed, but after the black smoke, Jiang Hong had been absolutely dominant, and it seemed like he was going to kill Yi Beixian right now. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Big Brother Jiang is still Big Brother Jiang. It's really powerful. Maya scared me to death. If Big Brother Jiang loses this battle, my Dao heart will crumble. That's the right style. Really, this brat is ruthless and his crime is punishable by death. The surrounding disciples led by the Heavenly Sword Sect and the Xian Heavenly Holy Land murmured, feeling satisfied with the image before them. Jiang Hong was their recognized head armor. If he was killed by a junior against his will, it would be really bad. This is the right result. At the same time, a few giants not far away were shocked at the sight of the scene. Feng Qingtian immediately stepped forward intending to strike. He saw it. Jiang Hong was planning to take Yi Beixian's life with this wave. This Tongtian Fudu is a heavenly rank top-grade technique, which is also the limit of what can be performed at this stage. And in the hands of Jiang Hong, even he has to avoid its sharpness. Yi Beixian couldn't resist. And, just at the moment when Feng Qingtian raised his hand, a hand shaped like a withered one gently rested on his shoulder, directly unloading his force. Feng Qingtian turned around angrily, but saw the vicissitudes of Elder Sword's eyes. Elder, what are you? Just now, Jiang Hong almost died, without seeing you make a move. Elder Sword avoided the question and turned to ask a rhetorical question. Me. Wind Prime shuddered, wanting to say something but it stuck in his throat. When he turned his eyes to look, he had realized that Jiang Hong was only a foot away from Yi Beixian. It was too late, even for him. At this moment, the gazes of more than 1,000 people in Kangi have gazed at the core battlefield. Eldest senior brother, don't kill me. I know I'm wrong. I'm your favorite junior brother. Looking at the silver-white spikes that were close at hand, Yi Beixian felt death for the first time. With this move, there was no way to dodge or defend. Jiang Hong had immunity to mana. Even some recluse techniques were useless. Yi Beixian is not willing. He was ambitious and was not willing to fall like that. Jiang Hong is silent. He didn't have the heart to waste his words with a dead man. In his hand, the life-killing butcher kept approaching forward. Yi Beishuan's golden wisp armor, in front of the killing life buttress. It seems like tofu and shattered in an instant. The next second blood flew across the room. Yi Beishian could feel that this silver-colored thorn was getting a little bit closer to his heart. 1 millimeter further and he'd be dead. John Hong, I shouldn't have ended up like this. Between me and you, there should have been a sensational fight. Yi Beishian let out a hiss. He was resigned. Truly resigned. There's still a lot of cards left in the deck. And it wouldn't have come down to this if it hadn't been so careless. There are no more ifs. Jiang Heng's eyes were like On's, sparing no effort. This move poured out everything, and even used part of the past life reserves. Even if Feng Jingtian made a move, he might not be able to block it. Purpose, kill on sight. And, just at the moment when he was about to churn his heart, a monstrous pressure instantly swept through the vast Song Yi. The turquoise blue sky seemed to be cracking open at this point. Countless disciples couldn't carry the pressure and fell to their knees with a thud. Even the faces of several giants paled. The red figure was as fast as a mango, so fast that it was impossible to see. Coming from behind Yi Beishian, the incident was sudden. She slapped her palm to Jiang Heng's chest. Bang! Mana immunity, at this moment, seemed to fail, and Jiang Hong flew straight to the back like a kite with broken strings. The body, tossing and turning in the air. It wasn't until hundreds of meters away that it managed to stop. Vomit. Jiang Hong vomited out a mouthful of blood, ran his right hand through his messy green silk, and raised his head to look forward in an eerie manner. What came into view was a woman, a magnificent woman, with a domineering face. She protected Yi Beishian behind her. Her bright eyes were like stars, and she was looking at herself painfully. It's en rouge. You. Jiang Hong stood up faintly and dusted himself off. Looking at the woman in front of him, his heart was full of thoughts. I had thought that I might not be reunited with her again until I came down from the mountain. Even in this life, there will be no goodbye. Meeting in this way. You're going to kill your senior brother? And Hongi murmured, her voice like a clear spring, but with disbelief. At this moment, more than 1,000 people in the audience were suffocating. I did not expect to see the legendary Empress and Hongi at the Heart Pass. Even the Netherworld Holy Land disciples had never seen this magnificent woman. Yes, the depths of Jiang Heng's eyes carried an indescribable sadness. This was the case in a previous life. After the world's clans came to this place, she overbearingly made a strong move to protect him, and questioned the same thing afterward. You practiced magic? He opened his mouth to deny it, but in the end, fate was against him. Stepping into the 3 passes of inquiring mind is enough to wash away the injustice on you. What are you still in a temper for when things have come to this? Follow me back to the mountain. I have something to ask you. And Hongi took 1 step forward and came to Jiang Heng's side, stretching out her hand that was like sheep's fat jade to pull Jiang Hong away. With her hand raised just above her head, she realized that Jiang Hong had already taken several steps back. Today, it's him and not me. Jiang Hong raised his hand and pointed at Yi Beishian, who was looking aggrieved. Not far away. P.S. I'm begging for a catch-up read. Family, chirp. Ask for a catch-up read. Ask for a catch-up read. Ask for a catch-up read. End of chapter. Chapter 38, The Cause of the Day and the Effect of the Day. Chapter 38, The Cause of the Day and the Effect of the Day. Karma arises and falls. The cycle of cause and effect. The cause of other days. The fruit of today. Jiang Hong does not intend to continue to entangle. The past is in the wind. It's time to draw the line at this point. Jiang Heng's torch-like eyes made Hongi unable to look directly at her, and she felt that the great disciple in front of her seemed to be different. Since we parted a few days ago, we've become 2 different people. Murmuring, how did you become so strange? I'm proud of you, ya. Looking at Jiang Heng's body, the hidden demonic aura, and Hongi's heart was in pain. Jiang Hong had never let her worry about anything in her life, and had always done everything satisfactorily, and had always been her pride. So much so that she always fantasized that if she and Jiang Hong were not master and disciple, without that layer of ethics, it would be so good. But the attitude of Jiang Hong in front of her was so unfamiliar that she choked. Jiang Heng's eyes were not like before, and the coldness in the depths of those pupils made her heart ache. It was as if there was something that was going to be completely lost. Phew, the years are like ons, the heart always rots, and nothing is set in stone. Just as I, and you, have not come to this. Jiang Hong took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions before looking at Hongi's absolutely beautiful face and indifferently said, "And Hongi, answer me." It was so far gone that he didn't care to continue explaining. What had been said in a previous life, and there was no need to repeat it now. And Hongi was dumbfounded, and her red lips, which were like the sun like fire, showed a touch of pallor. She glanced deeply at Jung Hong and fell into a short silence. This scene. It's what everyone present didn't expect. Who doesn't know that Jung Hong and Hongi are in love with each other in the entire Tianluo realm? Everyone had fantasized about whether Jung Hong would marry the empress on the day he truly ascended to harmony. But right now, broke up? Why? Asterisk 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 why must Jung Hong want Yi Beixian to die? That goes without saying. He has suffered so much. It must be someone instigating behind the scenes. This Chongqing and Yi Beixian duo. B asterisk cheese. So two loves can go as far as looking at each other. I don't believe in love anymore. It's not fair at all. If the empress really loves Jung Hong, then why didn't he believe what eldest brother Jung Hong said? And why did he suffer so much aggravation? Many people did not expect. Jung Hong and Hongi actually became their heart difficult to get even. There were also many disciples who complained this world was inherently unfair to Jung Hong, for such a perfect person to be so aggrieved. Where was the empress when Jung Hong was wrongly accused? Why don't you make a move? Why don't you suppress it? Discussions and clamor echoed in Hongi's ears, and her face blanched, without her previous dominance. Me? I thought you'd come to me and have been waiting for you to explain. Are you mad at me? And Hongi pursed her lips, and her star-like eyes looked at Jung Hong without blinking. I'm not angry. I'm calm. Jung Hong did not say anything else. His eyes were not half as timid as he pointed at Yi Beixian, who was not far away, and continued. Answer me. And Hongi snapped. Where's the reason? You have to give me a reason if you want to kill your senior brother, right? That, in turn, left her at a loss. Why? Why did the family that loved each other suddenly turn against each other in life and death? Ha ha ha. Reason? Upon hearing this, Jung Hong narrowed his eyes and smiled arrogantly. After licking the dry corners of his mouth with his tongue, pointing at Yi Beixian, he said meaningfully, then what if I say that he is a devil seed? After saying that, Jung Hong sneered coldly in his heart. Yes. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone did not expect that Jiang Heng's group would open so simple and rough. They all turned their eyes to Yi Beixian. Upon seeing those tender cheeks, and the innocent gesture, they all revealed a touch of helplessness. Eldest senior brother. Although senior brother Beixian has overstepped the rules a bit, he's just a child. How can it be a magic seed? I'm a god body. If he was a demon seed, I would have been murdered by him long ago. Not far away, Chang Cheng, who had been silent all this time, fiercely stood out and blocked in front of Yi Beixian, staring at Jung Hong with an aggrieved look. Eldest senior brother, come back, please. I really know I'm wrong, so don't be mad at me, okay? I was somehow. I didn't mean it. Upon hearing this, the corners of Jiang Heng's mouth hooked up with a touch of teasing, and after lightly glancing at Chang Cheng, he stared at Hongi without saying a word. Jung Hong, stop it. And Hongi shook her head, denying Jiang Heng's statement. He's only 16 years old. Where did he get so much heart? Do you have to ask this seat to apologize to you? Ha, 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 ha. Jung Hong raised his right hand to cover his forehead, his whole body trembling. It was a scene he had expected. Otherwise, how could you have suffered in your previous life? I got your answer. Jiang Heng's mouth was tinged with a cold smile. His left hand casually waved out a stream of fireflies, and in the distance a golden rainbow sped over. Ding! The golden dragon, violently inserted into the rocky soil in front of Hongi, seemed to emit a wail. Dragon's breath has accompanied me for many years, and was refined by your own hands. I'll pay you back today, and from now on I'll clear my grudge with you and not owe each other anything. In the coming day, when grace is grace and revenge is revenge, may you show me no mercy. Ha 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 ha. Looking at these people in front of him, whom he once considered the closest people, Jung Hong couldn't stop laughing wildly. From this moment on, he wasn't trusting anyone. In this world, there is no family, no one to befriend. Devil? Since I have fallen here, I should fall into the devil's path. Jung Hong smiled arrogantly, and, not far away, the dragon's breath seemed to sense Jiang Heng's emotions, and immediately trembled violently. Buzz dash. Kaching dash. The sword shook and made an ear-splitting sound, and in front of everyone's eyes, it snapped itself. Golden shards spilled out all over the floor, a sword that could become a Dao weapon in the future. Just like that, it fell. At the same time, everyone was surprised to find that Jiang Heng's state at this moment was a bit off. 3,000 green silk swaying with the wind. From the end of the position began to fade. A root-like ink hair actually began to become gray, snow white. By the end of the day, a head of gray hair. The clothes, on the other hand, became black as ink. His demeanor and temperament are like a devil. Rumble, rumble, the blue dome of the sky. At this moment the thunder in the sky like a spider web, covered the entire sky. Wow, wow, the sky turns black. The rain, pouring down, one like the size of a soybean,
swept over the large bush field, but strangely enough, the rain was indescribably scarlet. It's a rain of blood. A pouring rain of blood. The rain of blood represents the tears of the heavens. P.S. Requesting a catch-up read. Should be an extra chapter tomorrow. End of chapter. Chapter 39, we're done for. Chapter 39, we're done for. At this moment, the heavenly Tao is wailing. It caused countless disciples of the heavenly sword sect, Xian Tian Holy Land, and others who were watching to burst into tears. What is there to question at this moment when heaven proves it? Big brother Jiang, fall into the devil's path completely. All I ask is that you not be burdened in the future. The heavenly Tao cries out in sorrow. Even the heavenly Tao is crying out for big brother Jiang Hong. How much aggression must he have suffered? Ha ha ha. A heavenly pride of supreme splendor, driven to such a state by each and every one of you. The heavenly Tao is heartbroken. There's no such thing as quiet years. It's all about big brother Jiang carrying the weight. The heavenly Tao is a sad sound, and it can only appear after a person with great fortune has completely changed his destiny toward the sun. To put it bluntly, the situation at hand is less than a merger. For many thousands of years since the beginning of time, although the number of harmonizers is rare, it is still like a river of carp. However, the number of blood rain occurs very few, and even many people are regarded as legend. Now I've seen it for real. And the scene. It made many disciples of the Netherworld Holy Land regret if they weren't so greedy. Jiang Hong was still their eldest senior brother. Eldest brother, we know we're wrong. Please come back. We'll be good from now on. Dragon's breath is broken, and he has the same pride as eldest brother. The heavens have always been fair, and the rain of blood under our eyes proves everything. So it's all our fault. The large ethereal Holy Land, with more than 1,000 elite disciples, had fallen to their knees at this moment. Kneeling to the black-clad figure in the rain, they prayed for Jiang Heng's forgiveness. If they were still able to talk tough at questioning Heart Pass, then with the rain of blood pouring down in front of them, they really knew they were wrong. Jiang Hong never apologized to them. And Redcoat, that year in the daisy-covered hills, I regretted meeting you, and came to bring me endless pain. I, Jiang Hong, will have nothing more to do with you from now on. In the rain of blood, Jiang Hong looked up to the sky and laughed, the depths of his eyes carrying endless sorrow. Throughout, he was not chosen, the abandoned one. In that case, forget it. Bathed in blood-colored rain, Jiang Heng's expression was sad, as if he were a wounded tiger, a wandering heart with no place to rest. And Hongi looked at Jiang Hong, losing her old confidence and dominance. For the first time in several years of the merged path, she felt fear. Fear. She felt that the most important thing in her life was really leaving her. Left for good. Regret. You regret meeting me? I caused you pain? Me? And Hongi murmured. Her heart jerked hard. Her pale lips wanted to say something, but it stuck in her throat. Vomiting out a mouthful of Emperor's blood. She looked at Jiang Heng sadly. Other people don't understand me. Don't you understand me too? I do believe you. Even if the world leaves you, I'm on your side. Don't you leave me. Don't. It is only when you lose that you realize how valuable it is. And Hongi was afraid. The heavenly punishment at the time of the harmonization more than 10 years ago did not frighten her. Right now, she was really scared. She was afraid that she wouldn't see Jiang Heng smile, or eat the porridge every morning, or the fairy tale in her ears at night when they were in each other's company. And, we're done for. Jiang Hong stopped his maniacal laughter and took a deep calming breath as he looked at Hongi. In this moment, he let go of all of it. In this moment, he lived no longer for anyone. In this moment, his future would only be himself. A wandering heart always needs a place to rest, but it must not be the present moment, not the ethereal sanctuary, nor beside Hongi. Karma is over? Hongi stared at Jiang Hong with wide eyes, full of confusion. The karma between us is so deep. How could it be that the fate is over? I'm not allowed to. Jiang Hong, I won't allow you to leave me. While murmuring, Hongi bathed in blood and rain with a miserable smile as she walked towards Jiang Hong step by step. Absolutely beautiful, but at the moment showing a touch of bleakness. With every step she took, a scarlet lotus bloomed beneath her feet. Unconsciously, a path generated by a red lotus just appeared out of thin air, and Hongi arrived near Jiang Heng. It seems to have come this far after all, looking at the magnificent woman in front of him. The corner of Jiang Heng's mouth hooked up into a cold smile. Right, you took a shot at me just now anyway. Today, I'm leaving. If you're so capable, slap me to death from behind. After saying that, Jiang Hong took one step at a time towards the distance in front of everyone. Right now he was unwilling to continue to dwell on it. As for Yi Beixian, with the presence of Hongi, it is unlikely that he will be able to get his hands on him again. The mountains are high and the moonlit night is still long. Since then, identities have swapped.
he would let Yi Beixian know what it meant to be cruel. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that slap. It was just a sudden thing I couldn't do. John Hong, will you understand me? Jiang Heng's words were like a sharp sword that pierced into Anhani's heart, causing her already heavy emotions to instantly tremble. Raising his head, he looked at Jiang Heng's back that was gradually walking away and spoke loudly. Don't you leave me. You know, I can't take it. At the end of her words, out of the corner of Anhani's eyes, a clear tear flowed down, forming a stark contrast with the rain of blood in the sky. She couldn't figure out how it could turn into what it was right now when it was so good before. May. Jiang Hong ignored it, as if he hadn't heard it, and walked forward step by step. Step by step. Don't force me, John Hong, don't force me anymore. And Hongi raised her hand, and several red seal characters instantly appeared. But seeing Jiang Heng's determined back, the hand was in the air, half moved. Seeing this scene, not far away from the sword elder breathed a long sigh of relief, placed on the waist of the gourd hand, also slowly relaxed. And, just when he thought that this matter had come to an end, several figures instantly came to Song Yi. Red clothes, have you considered the face of the Holy Land when you let him go? If this son leaves, my netherworld Holy Land will not become a joke in the Tian Luo realm. Those who betray the clan shall be killed without pardon. Blood rain was in the air, and three figures slowly revealed their true forms from the rain. Seeing them, many of the ethereal Holy Land disciples violently fell to their knees. It's the Supreme Elders. It's the three great elders of gold, silver, and copper. They actually came out? When they saw that the Empress was unwilling to make a move, many of the ethereal Holy Land disciples were still feeling sorry for them. After all, they really didn't want to let Jiang Han leave. May. When they saw the men arrive, a smile returned to their faces. It's you guys, and Hongi glanced sideways and saw the trio arrive, her face still wailing with grief. The leader, an old man in golden attire, looked at Jiang Heng's departing back and laughed coldly. He has received so many cultivation resources from the Holy Land, and has gained so many benefits. Want to leave? That's just it. For the sake of friendship, let's knock out the bones, abolish the spiritual root, and leave the mountain as a wild dog. P.S. I should be adding more tomorrow. I'm begging for a wave of readers. I love you guys. End of chapter. Chapter 40, Killing a Man at 10 Steps. Sword Gourd Explosion. Chapter 40, Killing a Man at 10 Steps. Sword Gourd Explosion. The crane-haired gold man didn't lower his voice, as if he was speaking specifically for all to hear. After saying that, he looked at Jiang Heng's back with contempt. Genius? So what? Even before he grows up, he is only a half-step to the Soul Palace. Even if he really stepped into the Soul Palace realm, he could still crush him with his hands. John Hong, the sea of bitterness has no end to turn back to the shore. Stop now. I can make the call and pretend this never happened. Beside the gold man, the silver man, who was wearing a simple silver outfit, arrived in front of Jiang Hong in an instant and with a kind smile, blocked his way. Gold, silver, bronze. Jiang Hong stopped, his eyes indifferently sweeping the trio. These three were the Holy Land's supreme elders, and were only comparable to the Sword Elders if they were based on age seniority. The battle power was second to none in the vast Holy Land. One sings the white and the other the red. Take me for a little kid? Interesting. What if I say no then? What are you going to do? Jiang Hong nodded slightly and looked at Yin Luo with a smile. With today's move, he had no intention of going down the mountain properly. This is not a place for mercy. He's not going to be let off the hook. Humph. Then it's as the gold man says. Misty Holy Land disciples obey. Execute the rebels. Set the world right. Kill without pardon. The silver man glanced at the kneeling Holy Land disciples and pointed at Jiang Hong. Receive news of Sacred Land disciples have looked up, shocked at the silver man. After a few breaths of silence, each took out a magic treasure and opened their mouths. Eldest brother is sorry. The master's order is difficult to disobey. Jiang Hong, since you chose your own path, don't blame us for not being polite. Don't show any mercy everyone. You all know how strong he is, right? Jiang Hong, you're the one who said that the grudges are settled, so don't blame me if I lay my hands on you. At one time, thousands of elite disciples present have sacrificed magic treasures, quickly formed a large circle. They've completely surrounded Jiang Hong and blocked the way down the mountain. Very good. Let's use your blood to sacrifice this devil's heart of mine today. Gentlemen, show me no mercy. Jiang Hong grinned, waving his right hand casually. A silver-white willow appeared. Ju. It was a technique that he had created in his previous life, and although it was only a heavenly rank upper grade, it was a very high match for him. You can manifest any shape, including flying swords or crosses, and throw them out at will. Kill. In the crowd, I don't know who shouted, and immediately a dozen people took the lead and rushed out. 100 steps turned into 10.
instantly arriving in front of Jiang Hong. Shoo! In response,
Jiang Hong had no qualms about quickly flinging the willow, cutting the offending disciple off at the waist. Blood spilled over the flat field, and many disciples who had broken their bodies let out wails of pain.
In an instant it swept over the large bush field, and
Jiang Heng's pace did not stop. Looking at the familiar faces, his heart burst out a kind of guilty pleasure.
kill.
Jiang Hong kept wandering through the crowd, just like the passing of a gleam of light, and came to a familiar female disciple, precisely the fat head.
Big brother is me. You always praise me for being cute. Have you forgotten?
Before the words were finished, the silver rainbow light flashed away and Jiang Hong sliced off her head.
And, all around, it was too late to be surprised.
Shoo shoo shoo. Jiang Hong used Ju to manifest a dozen flying swords,
cold on whistling past, to the rapid spread around.
The speed is very fast, many people simply cannot dodge.
Just like Gord was directly string up. In a matter of moments, dozens more were beheaded. The cause of other days, the fruit of today. Mr. Jiang killed you all.
There's no guilt in his heart.
Jiang Hong was fast. This is a strong physical body, coupled with the system of the 108 golden gung fruit, the cultivation of immunity to mana at the same time. The physical body has long since reached the state of the art. In just a few short breaths, hundreds of the thousands of elite disciples were killed or injured.
You're so mean. Watching Jiang Heng's killing spree, the corner of Silver Man's eyes twitched. He had meant to attack the heart.
Jiang Hong? It's just the Virgin Mary. Definitely won't lay a hard hand on senior brothers and sisters. But, more than laying a hard hand, killing hundreds of people. Ha ha ha. Ruthless?
Jiang Hong waved the willow branch in his hand,
harvesting one life after another,
and spoke indifferently amidst the mournful screams.
Isn't this world as you wish it to be? You called them out. You killed them. Ha ha ha. And, only allow you and others to kill Jiang Mao. Not allow Jiang Hong to kill you and others? Crafty tongue. You die. The Silver Man immediately struck out decisively, instantly arriving in front of Jiang Hong as a rainbow light. Like a withered hand, the silver Tao constantly coalesced. At the same time, the two great elders, Jin and Copper, who were not far away, joined hands to attack, intending to subdue Jiang Hong at the first opportunity. And, where are the two fellow Taoists going?
Just as Jin and Copper were about to reach Jiang Heng's side, an old voice stopped their steps. Elder's sword trembled as he came before them, his eyes looking at them unkindly.
After a goodbye more than 100 years ago, the two of you are already Taishan elders. Today, why don't you catch up with the old man?
Elder's sword grinned, his only remaining tooth looking a bit funny.
But, again, so reliable. At the same time,
a white swimming fish continuously overflowed from the gourd and began to wander around him.
It's sword energy. Tao brother, what do you mean by this? Jin Lao frowned, looking at Elder's sword incredulously. There is no other meaning.
The old man's days are running out when his life is about to end, and he saw some old friends,
just remembering old times.
Elder's sword's smile was still wide, but the remaining light from the corner of his eyes looked at Jiang Hong from time to time with anticipation.
Murmuring, dusty heart, master won't let you down. That's what you want, isn't it? I may be rotten, but I have tasted a battle. Sword 2. After saying that, the gourd at Elder Jin's waist, as if stimulated by something, burst out countless white swimming fish in an instant.
Tens of thousands of sword chi quickly swept across the large clump of fields. This scene caused the entire room to choke, and they all redirected their gazes to look at Elder Sword.
Are you crazy, old man? You, Heavenly Sword sect, are you planning to make an enemy of my misty Holy Land?
The gold man shuddered. He didn't think that Jin Yuanzuan would really dare to release the sword gourd here.
This wave is the equivalent of going to war.
The Heavenly Sword sect can afford it? Where are the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect?
Fight alongside Jiang Hong until death do us part.
Elder Sword ignored Jin's words and turned his eyes to look at the disciples carrying long swords in the distance.
Yes, we are at your service. Yes, honor the order of the Grand Elder. Big Brother Jiang, we will protect you to leave. If we die in battle you must not be sentimental.
Atone for the previous misunderstanding.
Willingly, hundreds of flying swords erupted, and dozens of ethereal Holy Land disciples fell under this sudden attack. P.S. Today is a triple shift, and the third one is a big chapter with a lot of drama. End of chapter. Chapter 41, Killing the Fault, Executing the Silver Man, Casting the Devil's Heart. Chapter 41, Killing the Fault, Executing the Silver Man, Casting the Devil's Heart. The Heavenly Sword sect disciples broke through a gap and quickly came behind Jiang Hong, helping him continue to open up in the direction of the mountain. The rest of the sword's blade has not the slightest wand to show mercy. Hiss, Elder Sword, why bother?
Jiang Hong knew that what the Heavenly Sword sect practiced was sword intent and also sword heart.
Never timid in going forward, and never lacking. The Heavenly Sword Sect people are returning the karma. But why should the Heavenly Sword Sect pay back this karma? My generation is very small. All of them are floating in the dust of the world. John Hong, your future is still long, still far away. And, even if you and I don't have a cause and effect today, I won't sit idly by. Otherwise, where is the sword heart? The sword of my generation cuts down injustice in the world, when it also cuts down this misty holy land. Elder Sword rode the swimming fish and answered Jiang Heng's words while walking slowly towards the gold and bronze men. Under the 10,000 sword chi, the two of them kept falling back, getting farther and farther away from Jiang Heng. Phew, Dusty Heart, you have a good master. Seeing this, Jiang Heng felt heartfelt emotion. What kind of elders there are? What kind of disciples they teach? This group of people from the Heavenly Sword Sect, each and every one of them is a man. After all one's words, Jiang Heng turned his eyes to look directly in front of him, and a palm came into view. A thin, bony arm wrapped in a loose Taoist robe. Knowing that old me is coming, how dare you still be distracted? The silver man was nonchalant and slapped Jiang Heng's chest with a powerful palm. Bang! A muffled grunt struck. A far cry from the expected image. Jiang Heng raised his jade-like palm and directly carried Yin Lang's palm hard. The aftermath of the collision shook everything around him. Many disciples vomited blood on the spot. This can't be right. Feeling the heaviness of his right hand, Silver narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiang Heng in shock. According to reason, this move Jiang Heng ate, although it is not to kill in seconds, but it is a package of serious injuries. Right now, evenly matched? One must know that his realm ratio was quite a bit higher than Jiang Heng. Rotten souls, long overdue for burial. Silverbrook, send you on your way. Jiang Heng's mouth hooked up a cold smile, staring straight at the silver man's eyes. This moment to break out the past life heritage. He was going to instantly kill the silver man. Turning mountains over sea seals, Jiang Heng used his Dao fruit. His right hand violently shook away the silver man. Make a quick seal from among the gaps. In the next second, a seal containing mountains and oceans was continuously compressed and recompressed. It appeared steeply in Jiang Heng's hand. Shoo! Before the silver man could think, Jiang Heng had already rushed towards him. Junior, be reckless. A rhinoceros finger. The silver man burst heave, shaped like a withered hand, immediately pointing out a circle of invisible ripples. It spread rapidly toward Jiang Heng. It can be seen that when these ripples spread again, the objects that they touch are instantly turned into fragments. Whether it was the bodies on the ground, or the green shade of the bushfield, they were crushed. In an instant, it completely wrapped Jiang Heng. Death, the silver man sneered. But the next second, he couldn't stop laughing. Jiang Heng wandered in the middle of the one finger of rhinoceros again, completely free of worry. This is mana immunity? No way. When did you learn that? The silver man's scalp tingled. This immunity to mana is a special power that transcends grade and ignores all Dao and law when it is activated. As long as the strength wasn't absolutely crushing, then it would be forcibly dragged into a physical fight. He, over 6,000 years old, the chi and blood had long since decayed, so what could he compare his flesh with the young? Jiang Heng, are you going to bully your master? The silver man hissed. That path of reincarnation that leads to the Yellow Springs. You remember to call me by my true name. Effective immediately. I am Demon Lord Jiang Heng. The corner of Jiang Heng's mouth hung up a touch of cruelty. Over mountain over sea seal immediately knocked out fiercely at the silver man's chest. Bang! The decaying body was directly penetrated by Jiang Heng, and the silver man was like a kite with broken strings, being directly sent flying. It didn't come to a halt until a distant mountain peak was smashed into pieces. Vom dash! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and his eyes were less in and more out of breath. This scene caused the surrounding Holy Land disciples who had surrounded Jiang Heng to reveal their trepidation. Are they here to kill the devil or to die? Run! Run! This person is possessed. We are no match. Gollum! The Supreme Elder couldn't even subdue him? Eldest brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have made an enemy of you. For a while, many disciples sprang into retirement. The gold, silver, and bronze trio were in charge of law enforcement, and their battle strength was relatively top-notch among their class. The silver man was killed by Jiang Heng as a dog. Where were their opponents? Ha ha ha, now you want to leave? 7 flames, 7 superiors. Jiang Heng jie laughed. The right palm of the 7 inflammatory dragons instantly erupted. In order to burn the inflammation to boil the sea of the momentum, toward the surrounding violent outbreak, the large bushfield and the majestic jade steps were all bathed in a sea of fire. The wailing, the agony, it goes on and on. Many of the disciples of the Holy Land, all of whom were once faces, were now in the sea of fire, letting out agonizing pleas for mercy. The flames are sky high. The men were reduced to ashes in no time. Far away, the gold man who was fighting with Elder Sword was completely shocked by this scene.
He was incoherent. The scene in front of him completely shattered his expectations. Where's Ginkgo? What the hell? But after some searching, he found the silver man lying on the far side, a head-sized hole in his chest, and his breath long gone. Karma up. At this moment, the gold man was completely confused. The gold man spoke indignantly. This son must not be kept. Must not be kept. He's scared. At this moment, he was truly afraid. A half-step Soul Palace latecomer, fighting off veteran powerhouses like them in a one-on-one situation. If Jung Hong grows up, what will happen to this ethereal holy land of theirs? The next second, he was even more tense. In the dim sky, a thunderbolt descended from the sky and directly struck Jung Hong. Pounds of majestic aura erupted from Jung Hong's body. At this second, Jung Hong stepped into the sixth realm, Soul Palace, and Jung Hong's aura was no longer the ethereal holy aura, but a black demonic aura. The whole man, completely fallen into the devil's path, to kill and destroy to prove the devil's way. You forged the devil's heart of the heavenly Tao? The gold man shuddered and looked at Jung Hong with wide-eyed death. It was a scene that he really couldn't stand. The young generation of the Netherworld Holy Land had been directly decimated by Jung Hong by more than 1,000 people, and with his departure, the entire third generation of disciples had broken. And Hongi, are you still not going to make a move? The gold man couldn't hold it together any longer. And Hongi was silent, her eyes staring blankly at Jung Hong, her body trembling constantly, as if she was afraid of something. At the same time, amidst the sea of fire, Jung Hong raised the sky and laughed. Ha ha ha, the cause of other days, the fruit of today. Thank you for stepping in and giving me complete relief. Ding has detected the host's extreme rebellion. Please don't go astray. System self-correcting. Error correction failed. Ding, congrats to the host for proving the Tao by killing and obtaining the reward, the heavenly Tao demon heart. P.S. Today is a triple shift. And the third one is a big chapter with a lot of drama. End of chapter. Chapter 42 Leaving. Human Emperor Streamer, Extra. Big chapter. Chapter 42 Leaving. Human Emperor Streamer, Extra. Big chapter. Ding host obtains the technique, Heavenly Demon Sutra. Heavenly Tao Demon Heart? Feeling this newborn heart, Jung Hong's expression was neither sad nor happy. The tide on the Qiantang River is coming in, and today I realize that I am me. After I leave here, my future will be better. Jung Hong muttered and whispered. After saying that, he turned his eyes to the distance, where Elder Sword was. At this moment, 10,000 milky white sword chi streaked across the room, and the old man showed off his elegance as he fought 1 against 3. Seemingly sensing Jung Hong's gaze, Elder Sword's sword chi streaked across the room, violently erupting to force back the 3. Jung Hong, the first half of your life was too bitter. The old immortal hopes that in the future, you won't be so tired, and I hope, too, that you take a sunny path. Have heard what was said. Jung Hong was shocked in his heart and raised his eyes to look at Elder Sword in shock. The tone. It's not right. Elder Sword. Jung Hong was surprised, but halfway through his words, he was interrupted by Elder Sword. Go, only when you are out of the cage will you realize how big the world is, and that this ethereal sanctuary isn't worth the effort. As he said that, Elder Sword called out a black mini-sword. The small sword streaked across the sky, cutting a large gap in the deep sky. At the same time, Jung Hong's ears echoed with Elder Sword's voice. Go, the sword ancestor will shelter you. Go together. Jung Hong refused. Although he has fallen into the devil's way, he has his own 3 views and leaves his comrades alone to live. He can't do it. And Elder Sword did not say anything. At this moment within the pale body, a monstrous chi and blood burst forth. Haha laughed and said, my sword Yuanzuan is the man of the world, but his fate is so bad that it breaks the road ahead. Now that the mantle is buried, I have a death wish. Jung Hong, live and seek the other side of your heart. There must be a place for your wandering heart. The next second, the sword gourd crumbled, and 10,000 sword chi completely streaked across. Above the misty peak, a milky white swimming fish crushes the mountains and rivers. At the same time, Jung Hong was directly disliked by an irresistible force into the spatial teleportation. No, Jung Hong hissed. The scene in front of him was one he would never forget, and Hongi struck out. Countless sword chi was easily crushed by the red Tao, and above the canopy, the old man who looked down upon the world was shattered, leaving only a head. The head was looking at him with a charitable smile. Me, vom dash. Jung Hong vomited a mouthful of blood in a fit of rage, a mouthful of jade-like teeth clenched in death. And Hongi, ethereal holy land. Today's revenge, I, Jung Hong, will not forget. In the coming day, thwart the bones and burn the ethereal sanctuary. Looking at Elder Sword's burning remaining candle flame, Jung Hong's heart sang with grief. He's been walking on thin ice all his life.
and the warmth he's never seen before is in strangers. The hatred is monstrous. In an instant in Jiang Heng's heart, a seed was planted, just waiting to germinate and grow into the sky. Did this seed let you go? Outside the space. And Hongyi's eyes were scarlet, her fierce aura monstrous. Continuing, instead of letting you go, I'd rather keep you prisoner with me for the rest of my life. In the next second, countless red runes like a tide, instantly locking the large foreign space. Within the space, like glass, it began to rapidly crumble. Jiang Heng felt that he was being dragged again, and those big hands made up of seal characters wanted to drag him away. Although, in his previous life, he was invincible with the fruit of the Tao, but now that he was facing the harmonization of the Tao with the Tongyu, he still felt suffocated by the sense of powerlessness. Unbeatable. Jiang Heng gritted his teeth and sighed helplessly. And, just when Jiang Heng was at the point of no return, the miniature sword violently erupted with a golden sword aura. It seemed to cut down the red seal characters in the space across the endless space and time. No, hissed in Hongyi. The scarlet eyes carried a monstrous fury. Sword ancestor, you dare to stop me? In that case, there is no need for this heavenly sword sect to exist. Jiang Heng, you can't leave me. My fury, it's going to get out of control. You're not allowed to leave me. You're not allowed to leave me. Looking at the closed space, and Hongyi's whole body sickly trembled. And Hongyi, why did you make your move only now? Looking at Jiang Heng's departure, Copperman was indignant and spat at the remains of Elder Sword before coming to Hongyi's side to question him. Shoo shoo shoo. Several imperceptible cold auras instantly intertwined, and before the Copperman's eyes widened and his questioning expression dissipated, his entire body was sliced into countless pieces, turned into a puddle of blood. Unbridled. When is it your turn to question this seat? It seems that Jiang Heng's gentleness has worn away quite a bit of this seat's temperament, allowing you and the others to ride on this seat's head? With immediate effect, the Netherworld Holy Land declares war on the Heavenly Sword sect, and Hongyi didn't even look at the corpse, after her eyes swept from Fengkentian and Jin Lao, turning toward the Holy Mountain. Seemed to think of something, and Hongyi pointed at Yi Beixian, who was in a state of panic. Take him to ask for the heart pass. Yes, there is also her. After pointing at Nagaru again, she left without looking back. At the scene, only the White Deer School and Xian Tian Holy Land disciples remained, and they were shivering as they looked at the devastation. I didn't realize that a questioning pass had led to this mortal disaster. Immaculate Saint's son Jiang Heng retreated from the clan and threatened to level the misty sacred ground. The entire third generation of disciples of the sacred ground had been killed off. Subocular medicine. The Netherworld Holy Land went to war with the Heavenly Sword sect. This is the Holy Land War, and it's bound to affect the entire Tian Luo realm. All know, this Tian Luo world is going to be windy. Tian Luo boundary, South Ridge, Yangzhou, Nangong Imperial Dynasty. Green bricks, green tiles, traffic, traders and pawns are busy for 3 meals a day. Curb. A young man was in rags and had a dirty face, but surprise, the filth and mess couldn't hide his splendor at all. Just sitting there. I've already had a lot of people come up to me and talk to me, most of them women. Yangzhou, is the location off? Ahem. Jiang Heng coughed lightly twice. It has been 3 days since he came here, and within the teleportation space, the injuries caused by Hongyi have also gotten a lot better, and will be healed in a matter of days. This is a neighboring state of the Sword Continent and the seat of the Nangong Dynasty. The Nangong Dynasty? Ha ha. Little sister, I wonder if you are well in this life. Interesting, so interesting. Yi Beixian, now that I've swapped identities with you, then you should savor the feast that I've brought for you. Figuring out everything that had happened, the corner of Jiang Heng's mouth hooked into a cold smile. Previous incarnation, Buddhism, Nangong Ni Wang, as a junior sister, had secretly hooked up with Yi Beixian a long time ago. During that time, many things were done to count him out. One of them, there's no proof, but it's 8 or 9. Yi Beixian's original magic weapon, the human emperor streamer, was refined by Nangong Ni Wang, and after, in front of the world, he said that the human emperor streamer was forged by him, Jiang Heng. Since then, the world has hunted them down endlessly, become the public enemy of both the righteous and the devil. 9 turns dragon phoenix body, human emperor streamer, ha ha ha. Interesting, interesting. Jiang Heng nodded and raised his head to look into the distance. It was a lofty temple, golden and majestic to the extreme. He's decided, the Sword Continent must go, and the Black Sword Tire is still with him and needs to be returned. But before you go, you might as well take a look inside this imperial city. Everything Yi Beixian has, he wants. With the positions swapped in this life, he was curious how Yi Beixian would progress. Ahem. Thinking of this, Jiang Heng coughed violently twice. Brother, eat. A full stomach doesn't hurt. Just as Jiang Heng coughed,
A brittle voice in his ear spoke cautiously, turning her eyes to look. It was a dirty girl with patches all over her clothes, but she looked like a porcelain doll, was holding a dirty bun and smiling to himself. Carefully, the girl plucked away the dirty part of the bun and ate it, fearing to waste a tiny bit of. Wiping his small hands on his clothes, he handed the clean place to Jung Hung. Ahem. No need. Jung Hung turned his eyes and coldly glanced at the girl before closing his eyes. The little girl, whose name he had not asked, was the one he woke up to 3 days ago when he landed here, and it seemed that he had robbed the pit where the girl was perched. The girl had tirelessly helped him go in search of food for the past few days, despite the mood swings. Right now, the injury would heal in 2 days at most, and he didn't want to get involved in karma. The girl's head, or rather everyone's head here, has a dead air on it. It is leading to the endless vault of heaven. This is something you can only observe after practicing the Heavenly Demon Sutra. Brother, you have to be happy. Hearing this, the girl looked at Jung Hang's face seriously. To smile, brother must look good when he smiles. At those words, Jung Hang's heart trembled. Laughing. How long has it been since I've felt that word? It seemed that he hadn't laughed since the last Inquirer's Pass. Until now, in the rush of 10,000 years. Nowadays, can't seem to feel that emotion anymore either. Closing his eyes, Jung Hung stopped speaking and started to wash the marrow of the 8 meridians by operating the Heavenly Demon Scripture. The little girl pursed her lips at the sight, glanced at the steamed bun in her hand, and carefully tucked it into her chest, then head out into the crush of people looking for today's dinner. Inside the Imperial City, the outside of the Gilded Temple was filled with golden-armored soldiers patrolling. In the back garden, a woman looks to be graceful and luxurious, sitting on the phoenix couch, looking at the front of the pool fish. The corner of the mouth hooked up a cold smile. Although there are a lot of heroes in this world, only the North Shen brother is to leap the dragon gate of the person. When no one was around, Nangong Nihuan picked up a jade pendant and immediately activated her spiritual energy. The jade pendant lifted up in the air, emitting a bit of fluorescence, and instantly became a mirror. A young, innocent face reflected in it. Senior brother Beixian. Looking at the person in the mirror, Nangong Nihuan's attitude shifted. Mirror, have you arranged the human emperor's streamers yet? All is in order, except for a child girl born in a cloudy year, month, and hour. Nangong Nihuan smiled brightly. Good. Yi Beixian was visibly pleased, and seemed to remember something as he continued. According to my projections, it's possible that Jung Hung is in the Southern Palace dynasty. He was seriously injured by an Hongi. He won't be able to recuperate without a month. Send men to search, find them and kill them without pardon. At those words, Nangong Nihuan shuddered, and a touch more contempt was added to the depths of her eyes. I'll immediately have father send someone to search. By the way, senior brother, when are you coming over? My 9 revolutions dragon phoenix body has matured. You can pick it any time. P.S. Families, just catch up on your reading every day to help the main character get stronger faster. Cunning face. End of chapter. Chapter 43, Breaking into the Imperial City. Soul Searching. Chapter 43, Breaking into the Imperial City. Soul Searching. Dawn has arrived. The golden morning sun drives away the cold of autumn. The crowded Imperial City is still noisy. Ahem. After a night of conditioning, Jung Hung felt that his body's condition was, well, a lot better. Seems to think of something. He glanced at the clearing beside him with a staring brow. The straw mat was still there, but the petite figure was nowhere to be seen. Sighing slightly, Jung Hung gazed at the Imperial City. For a moment, stood up and headed that way. Crowds are coming and going. However, many people Jung Hung would still look sideways as they passed by, surprised at the wretched man. They think that with such temperament, they shouldn't be in such a mess. In response, Jung Hung was unimpressed. The vicissitudes of 10,000 years have long been ignored by worldly eyes. Except for those few and far between events, the pace did not stop, and when passing a tea house, Jung Hung faintly stopped his footsteps. Drunken immortal house. From the outside of the building, Jung Hung could sense that it was full of cultivators gathered here, talking about a field of topics. Have you guys heard about it? Something big happened in the Netherworld Holy Land. The 3rd generation disciples were killed off. Less than 100 remain. It was Jung Hung who did it. Asterisk. He's alone. Ha? Does it have to be a bull's ass like that? The people from the ethereal sanctuary said it was demonic, but according to my distant cousin's second aunt from my great-aunt's family, it was a case of rage after being falsely accused, and he slaughtered all the people who framed him. So raw? Asterisk. That's Jung Hung, with the qualifications of a great emperor. The Misty Sacred Ground has issued the Misty Order to play a qualifying match against the Heavenly Sword Sect. It's a battle to exterminate the clan and the sect. There's turmoil over in the Sword Continent. Countless clans have responded to the Heavenly Sword Order and sworn to live and die with the Heavenly Sword sect. And it seems that the hegemon of the Sword Continent is about to get real as well. Be careful in recent days. This imperial city is not peaceful. As far as I know, hundreds of young children have already disappeared. Next door is the Sword Continent. I don't know if we, Yangzhou, will be involved in it. Hey, the gods fight and the vegetable dogs suffer. Jiang Hong stopped his footsteps, listening carefully to the gossip inside. Although many of the news are empty, but the experience of his previous life told him that these smoky alleys and willows were the fastest and most reliable sources of information. It's faster and more accurate than any intelligence service. The mountain rain is coming down. After finishing this matter, I do have to rush to the Sword Continent as soon as possible. Also, my beloved senior brothers and sisters and elders, come and gather at the Human Emperor's streamer in the coming day. Ha ha ha. The whole body would be affected by one hair. The Heavenly Sword sect was in trouble this time, and Jiang Hong did not intend to put it at risk. Enter the devil to enter the devil. The blood feud with the Netherworld Holy Land, the grudge with Yi Beixian, all of this had to be resolved. At the present moment, however, there are things to do. 2. Boys and girls. Jiang Hong pursed his lips. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed for the Human Emperor's streamer were not the main focus, but the souls, bones and blood of the 999 children were the most important. It takes extreme energy, along with millions of resentful spirits to form a streamer. This is, how did the sky turn red? What happened? What's with all the skeletons? Tramp, this is a sacrifice. Run, run, it's a knot out there. We're trapped. Just as Jiang Hong fell silent, the clamor around him dragged him out of his thoughts. Curious to see, the streets, which were once orderly, became messy, with disorganized goods scattered all over the place. The sky did not know when, but it had long since become blood red, and countless lessened skeletons were roaming around, seemingly ready to thirst for blood. The scene made the atmosphere terrifying. Among them, the old men with seniority, recognizing the situation of the place, hissed loudly, "Has it started?" All of this was not unexpected by Jiang Hong. From the black breath that he saw yesterday, he knew that this huge imperial city was most likely the object of the sacrifice. Originally, I thought there were a few days left. I didn't realize it would start so soon. Seeing this, Jiang Hong was unperturbed and did not make a move to crush these skeletons, turning to look at the imperial city. A few leaps. It wasn't long before we reached the bottom of the imperial city. At this time, this place has long been full of people. Looking around, about 1,000 are here to ask for claims. Jiang Hong ignored it. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, a path was pushed open with manna. He walked up to the guardsmen and was just about to say something. The soldier snatched his mouth. Stinking beggar. Is this imperial city a place for you to come? Asterisk 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 off. Seeing Jiang Hang's ragged clothes, a few soldiers immediately reprimanded him. Oh, Jiang Hong was slightly surprised. In the eyes of several soldiers, the index finger casually waved a few silver-white crescent. The next second, their vision began to spin. Puff. 8 soldiers had their heads directly sliced off by Jiang Hong. Asterisk 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 asterisk, it's a tough one. Big brother, you're too impulsive. You can't afford to mess with the Nangong Imperial Dynasty. Run. Why does this person look so familiar? I should be wrong. It can't be that lord. Behind the trouble, behind the cultivators. Originally afraid of the Nangong Dynasty's power, but also dared to beep a few words. But when he saw Jiang Hong killing people at the drop of a hat, he was immediately shocked. In response, Jiang Hong didn't bother. The eyes looked not far away, and at that moment there a man in armor was hurrying there with more than 100 elites. Look at the realm. It's Yo-Yo. How dare you? Dare to commit murder at the foot of the imperial city? I'll capture you and extract your soul. The man looked at Jiang Hong and immediately opened his mouth to reprimand. But when he saw Jiang Hang's face clearly, his expression evoked a flash of excitement. It's you. Oh, Jiang Hong was suspicious. Good. Great. The Rapunzel ordered me to have someone search for you, and you ended up delivering yourself to the door. Kill him. The male general laughed and immediately greeted his men and attacked. Oh, got it. Jiang Hong hooked up the corners of his mouth in a cruel smile, immediately waved hundreds of the silver crescent. Shoo shoo shoo. In an instant, a crescent moon resembled the scythe of the god of death, and the sheer chopping attack directly sliced through the hundreds of people in front of him. Blood clots flew across the floor and blood was on the ground. The man still wanted to resist, but his neck had already been choked by Jiang Hong. Senior, calm down. I'm Lu Chang, the guard general of the Southern Palace Imperial Dynasty. You killed me? The dynasty liquidates you. Out of the corner of his eye, Lu Chang glimpsed the remains of the broken arm behind him, and his soul was scared to the bone. How many people has he seen in his years of guarding the city? There's no shortage of hostile forces to cause trouble. May. I've never seen such a ruthless person, who immediately kills so many people at the drop of a hat, and is simply a devil. And Nangong Nihuan had actually asked him to catch this man. Can he fight? The fifth realm. Yao Yang was not even a chicken in front of Jiang Hong. Your words are too dense. Jiang Hong coldly grunted. Immediately draw the soul and refine the spirit. As far as the eye could see, the man's soul was extracted by Jiang Hong, and countless memories were swept away by Jiang Hong. I hope it's not too late. Jiang Hong scanned through the memory fragments and found the shadow of that girl. Last night went to look for food, guarded the door of a Baozi store, picking up the buns, was found by this person brought to the Imperial City. P.S. Remember to visit every day. Wahahaha. End of chapter. Chapter 44 Prisoners in Buns. Chapter 44 Prisoners in Buns. Knowing this, Jiang Hong immediately shrunk into an inch and disappeared from his original position after he gained insight into the Imperial City structure, sprinting toward his destination. Behind them, thousands of cultivators looked at the place where Jiang Hong had disappeared, their eyes almost falling out. No. What realm is this senior in? Why do I look so familiar? It shouldn't be possible that it's him, so ruthless. Extracting the soul and refining the spirit should be the most miserable way to die, right? How old is he? What kind of absolute demon is this? Numb. A bunch of people are numb. If Jiang Hong was an old man, it would be fine. Everything would be normal. It's an old monster. May. It was obvious to the naked eye that Jiang Hong was at most in his early 20s. Where did such a powerful cultivation come from? And he kills without mercy, more ruthless than the old monsters. The Imperial City and the backyard. Quiet atmosphere. A world away from the outside of the city. Nangong Nihuan sitting lazily on the Phoenix couch, looking at the distant scarlet sky. Emotions are very excited. Phoenix, our clan has gambled everything we have. Young Xian won't be negative to us, right? Not far from Nangong Nihuan, the middle-aged man wearing a dragon robe had worried eyes. He was the contemporary emperor of the Nangong Imperial Dynasty, Nangong Tian, and the contemporary family head of the Nangong clan. 5 years ago, after seeing Yi Beixian, coupled with his daughter Nangong Nihuan's encouragement, after communicating with a few old ancestors, they resolutely decided to bind with Yi Beixian, be an angel investor. Cases like this were commonplace in the Tian Luo realm. It is a shortcut for countless second-tier powers to advance to first-tier powers. As long as Yi Beixian is certified as a great emperor, they will also be mother and son. Don't worry, brother Beixian won't fail me. Nangong Nihuan was confident. Whether it was her talent, or her looks, she was second to none in the Tian Luo realm. With your words, my father is relieved. Nangong Tian took a long breath and nodded. Has Jiang Hong found it yet? The human emperor's streamer is important. It can't be spoiled by him. No, the Forbidden Army was sent to patrol the whole Imperial City, and they have not found him. Are you sure he has come? Nangong Tian stroked his chin, puzzled. It was reasonable to say that they rummaged through locations that might exist, luxury inns, the homes of some powerful people. Even the hidden corners are unnoticed. Hearing this, Nangong Nihuan coldly grunted. If brother Beixian says he's there, then he must be there. That's just it. He can't make any waves. If he dares to show up, let's throw his soul into the human emperor's streamer together. Father, it's getting late. Prepare the sacrificial streamers. Fine. You inform the clan's ancestors, and my father will go to the prison. Imperial City, Blackwater Prison. Dampness, the smell of decay filled the air. A scream was unceasing, and there was blood all over the place, casually decapitating a few guards. Jiang Hong frowned as he walked towards the depths. From memory, it should be in the very back. As he walked, Jiang Hong glanced at the cages on the left and right, which were filled with the cries and threats of a group of death row inmates. Kid, save me from this, and I'll pass on your supreme divine power, and you'll prove to be a great emperor someday. Gouge the boys' eyes out and stomp on them as fish bubbles. Dig out the cashews. I want them cold. In response, Jiang Hong smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth and casually swung out a few silver nails, killing a few of the most ferocious screamers. It's only now that the big prison is quieter. Jiang Hong walked to the end. A wooden cross, on which girls with patched clothes are nailed, is in front of the eyes. Above each acupoint, blood seeps out little by little, pulling it into a copper bowl. The girl was bloodless and breathless, as if she would perish at any moment. Hiss. Seeing this scene, Jiang Heng's eyes were like awns, and his entire body could not stop trembling. Bitch, you like to play, don't you? You wait for me to pass. He paced over to the cross and quickly pulled out the soul-devouring nail that had been nailed to the girl's body. The moment it was drawn out, the girl's body jerked as if in pain. The breath, even weaker. Jiang Hong immediately took out a phoenix blood pill and fed it into the girl's mouth. The pill was very soft, and when it entered the throat, it turned into a liquid, instantly moisturizing the girl's 8 meridians. The girl's face grew bloodshot. When I first came here, I borrowed your place of residence for 4 days, and now that I've saved your life, the karma has been cleared since then. Seeing that the girl's breath was much better, Jong Hong slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Taking the girl into his arms, he walked towards the cell door. Brother, did you save me? Eat the bun. Don't cry. It won't hurt if you eat your heart. Jong Heng's face, a dirty little hand, was gently caressing him. Looking down, the girl had awakened. Left hand, and that bun from yesterday. Apparently, they don't want to eat it. You. Jong Heng's heart trembled as he looked at the girl in shock. The girl's eyes were clear as he had ever seen them, seemingly able to see through everything. Does it hurt? Indeed, the heart is not aching all the time. It has become numb with pain. Are you always underfed? After saying that, Jong Hong was a bit embarrassed. How does this girl look like she has a meal? Being asked by Jong Hong, the girl was obviously a little nervous, carefully glanced at the steamed buns and said seriously, I'm very full Brother, you eat. I'm not hungry. After saying that, after taking a fond look at the steamed bun, he handed it to Jong Hong with both hands. Jong Hong was silent and didn't say anything. Cause and effect. Looking at the buns in front of him, he knew it was huge karma. It was just a bun, but it was all the little girl had. Muttered to oneself for a few moments. Jong Hong gently looked at the girl's flawless eyes, reached out and took the steamed bread in his hands. The buns were a little dirty and a little misshapen. Jong Hong didn't dislike it and chewed it bite by bite, swallowing it all into his stomach in no time. Brother, does it still hurt? Seeing Jong Hong eat the steamed bun, the girl smiled. Jong Hong did not say anything. His expression was cold. I'm going to kill a lot of people later. If you're afraid, cover your eyes. At that, the girl immediately covered her eyes with a shudder, possibly worried about Jong Hong. Her index and middle fingers showed a slit and peeked around. In response, Jong Hong shook his head helplessly, turning his eyes to the stone wall not far away. He spoke indifferently. Lowly wild dog, can you not die by hiding? Ding! Holding the girl in his left hand, Jong Hong popped out a silver cross with his right hand. The distant stone wall shattered. A stout middle-aged man revealed his figure, wearing a bright yellow dragon robe and carrying his hands behind his back. After being discovered by Jong Hong, he took a step forward with surprise on his face. Young Master Jiang. No! The traitor Jong Hong, seeing this emperor and still not asking for peace. Nangong Tian smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth and said in surprise, not afraid that this seat will skin you? Oh, Jong Hong nodded and took one step forward, following with surprise, Yi Beixian didn't tell you that Yin Lang was done in by me? Don't you want to die? How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? P.S. I'll try to write more fine outlines and then add a little more. I'm begging you to catch up on your reading. Wahahaha. End of chapter. Chapter 45, I'll take the streamer. Jiang Heng's words caused Nangong Tian to stare at him with wide eyes and a confused expression. What the hell? You're a ginkgo? See if you're talking like a human being? What kind of script is that to write? Not afraid of being liquidated? At this level, the silvers are at the bottom of the barrel level of the average place. Even a holy place is quite a license. How did you die at the hands of Jong Hong? Big talk. Nangong Tian didn't believe it, and a cold smile hung at the corner of his mouth. Wait, you know? He trembled steeply and looked at Jong Hong in shock. You guess. Jong Hong nodded his head gently. It seems that I can't keep you today. Nangong Tian's demeanor was ice cold as he looked at Jong Hong with eyes full of murder. This is something that no one can know about. If word got out, what the entire Nangong family would face would be an endless pursuit. Not to mention angel investment can continue to be the limit. Dragon Emperor's decision. Nangong Tian immediately performed his mastery. Under the support of the dragon shadow, his already majestic aura continued to rise from the early stage of Soul Palace until it reached the full circle of Soul Palace before coming to a halt. Nice. Jong Hong nodded and cast an appreciative glance. What did you say? Nangong Tian gritted his teeth. Jong Heng's attitude was a complete recognition of the strong over the weak. Who's the elder anyway? You're done with the beeping. What am I supposed to do? You die. Nangong Tian couldn't tense up any longer and transformed into a golden shadow of light, instantly arriving in front of Jong Hong. Turning his palm into a claw, he knocked hard at the throat. Jong Hong did not think so. The Dragon Emperor technique was indeed very strong in the early stages, and if ranked according to the weight ratio, it was comparable to the heavenly rank. This thing has a big disadvantage. The more advanced, the cultivation converted by the luck, the weaker. So, at the questioning heart pass, Yi Beixian had clearly forced his way up to the Soul Palace realm, but he was still no match for him. This battle power,
Too flimsy. He was invincible at the same rank. Not just words.
Jiang Hong left hand blandly holding the steamed bun girl, right hand silver rainbow light burst,
middle finger index finger together, directly stabbed at the dragon claw. Bang!
In the instant the fingers touched the dragon claw.
The momentum ran through Nangong Tian's palm. Flesh and blood. Ah! With a miserable scream. Before he could make any reaction, Jiang Hong smoothly pinched Nangong Tian's throat.
You let me go and I'll pretend nothing happened today.
Jiang Xiao, have you forgotten? I even invited you to dinner.
Being removed from his Dao power,
Nangong Tian was completely cowed.
The debacle at hand was something he hadn't anticipated.
Although Jiang Hong was a demon, there had to be a limit, right?
He has been practicing in the Soul Palace for 80 years,
and with his Dragon Emperor technique,
his combat power is no weaker than that of a Soul Palace perfection.
May, being slaughtered by Jiang Hong? Yeah, had dinner. Nangong Nihuang is still the one I brought to the Netherworld Holy Land.
Jiang Hong laughed lightly.
Indeed,
when he traveled away from the world to this place, he met Nangong Nihuang by chance and was robbed.
At that time only the fourth realm reflecting the moon. In order to save the people,
he didn't hesitate to kill a few fifth realm and bathed his entire body in blood to save Nangong Nihuang. This old boy invited him to dinner as a token of his appreciation.
After,
Nangong Nihuang became his youngest sister after studying at the Misty Holy Land.
Then came a series of nefarious schemes.
Even he couldn't help but feel that all the women who grew up in the palace were growing hearts and minds.
Yes, in that case, my daughter still adores you. We'll all be family by then. Feeling the force on his neck, Nangong Tian hurriedly spoke.
Then let's go see her. Jiang Hong smiled gently and broke Nangong Tian's neck amidst his joyful expression.
But you're too heavy.
I'll take a head with me.
Carrying Nangong Tian's head,
Jiang Hong glanced faintly at the girl, and when he saw that the girl was covering her eyes and her expression was still a bit scared,
he didn't open his mouth. There is some cruelty to be experienced. Sooner or later,
the blood moon was hanging in the sky over the huge imperial city, and a bizarre skeleton was coming from the south to the north,
plundering a life. At this time, there is a lot of wailing and a lot of corpses. Some cultivators fought back, seemingly in vain.
Tens of thousands of miles in a radius, encapsulated by a layer of scarlet-red boundary,
it was impossible to escape. Inside the imperial city, on the large altar, a bright yellow flag, along with the cloudy wind, trembling violently. At the same time, a skull is flying out of it, picking fruit back. Why isn't my father back yet? The streamer sacrifice is about to begin. Nangong Nihuang looked at the human emperor streamer with satisfaction, then turned around and asked, right now,
I'm thirsty for the blood of millions of living beings.
If you add the name of the girl, you can try to call out the human emperor's haki. It should be soon. There won't be any problems.
A white-haired old man below the altar spoke indifferently. The remaining few old men nodded in agreement.
In the Nangong Imperial City, with Nangong Tian's battle prowess, they would definitely not have any problems. Even if that Jiang Hong is really there, he won't be able to beat Nangong Tian. Coming. A bright, soft laugh echoed as a bloody head was thrown over to it, its face covered in fawning and dismay. Seeing this head, the hundreds of people present were shocked. This person, wasn't it the current majesty, the emperor of the Nangong Imperial Dynasty, Nangong Tian? Unbridled, the leader of the old man burst up, majestic mana surging all around. Even the flag of the human emperor streamer was also blown to sway. He was Nangong Tsanlong, the bottom of the Nangong family and the oldest ancestor. He was surrounded by his former brothers, 7 in all.
Eyes were directed to the jade steps not far away, where a white-haired man dressed in black was holding a girl in his arms. It's Jiang Hong in steamed bun.
Jiang Hong, seeing the visitor, Nangong Nihuang's expression stiffened,
and the resentment in the depths of her eyes was not concealed.
Hello, my dearest little sister. Jiang Heng's expression was bland,
ignoring the group of old men beside him as he raised his hand and waved it to greet Nangong Nihuang.
After leaving the prison, he swept through the imperial city with his divine sense,
only to find that this place had already fallen.
Those who are still alive are basically cultivators. Not a single mortal left. And then, straight here,
seeing the bright yellow streamers in the distance,
Jiang Hong exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. In his previous life,
Yi Beishuan's most difficult to deal with was the streamer in front of him.
This thing is a growth kit.
That kid pits and kills and eats souls all the way through,
leading to this thing being so powerful in the end that it's breathtaking. Even the dragon's breath,
which had been refined countless times in his previous life,
could not compete with it. Only, right now it belongs to him. Thinking of this,
Jiang Hong raised the corners of his mouth and smiled lightly. I'll take this streamer. Jiang Heng's words caused the 100 or so people present to be startled and look at him suspiciously.
Who are you? What do you want? You said you wanted it as soon as you got here? P.S. Requesting a catch-up read. Oh family. End of chapter. Chapter 46 Blood Road. Sacrificial Streamers. Chapter 46 Blood Road. Sacrificial Streamers. Jiang Hong. Nangong Niawang's voice was shrill, and her entire body couldn't stop trembling. She would not allow Jiang Hong to snatch Yi Beishuan's chance. This is also her surrender to Yi Beishian. No room for error. Immediately, he turned to look at Nangong Sanglong and the other elders. Old ancestor, kill him. Jiang Hong is no longer from the Netherworld Holy Land. And that girl is extremely in physique. Less others, the royal streamer is crippled. Nangong Nihuang pointed at Jiang Hong and finally settled on the girl in Jiang Heng's arms. This caused the little girl to tremble. Her eyes closed and buried her head into Jiang Heng's chest. Junior, cut yourself. If the old man makes a move, you'll live a life worse than death. Nangong Sanglong knew what was at stake and nodded before arriving in front of Jiang Hong to block the way forward. In his opinion, the Nangong family's move today has long been a desperate move, and Jiang Hong was already a dead man the moment he stepped on the altar. It's better to kill. Later, he said that Jiang Hong had made the human emperor streamer and escaped, so there was no proof of his death. Jiang Hong was speechless and looked deeply at the girl. He did not expect. This girl is also extreme in body. How so coincidental? Rarely seen extreme in body, but coincidentally all have cause and effect with him. That woman, too, is an extreme in body. You're all in this together. Jiang Hong raised his hand and pointed at Guangong Sanlong, and then pointed at the rest of the Nangong elders around him. The gesture, it left the surrounding children of the Nangong family in shock. They couldn't figure out where Jiang Hong got the courage to challenge so many elders at once. This kid ate too much, didn't he? So arrogant? Throw it into the human emperor streamer as sustenance later. Boy, who do you think you are? This kid wouldn't consider himself as a Holy Land inheritor, would he? Around them, some of the richly dressed sons of the imperial dynasty spat at Jiang Hong, a young man in the district, but only 20 Langdang years old. How dare he call out their old ancestors? You think you're the holy son of the Holy Land? Junior. Nangong Sanglong's eyes contained killing intent. As the oldest ancestor of the Nangong family, he was also the strongest person in this imperial city. It is not something that a junior like Jiang Hong can clamor for. Continuing, although you have some strength, this is our place after all. In the next second, the huge imperial city consolidated out of the golden boundary. Countless chains from all parts of the imperial city, flying to this side. Jingle. Amidst a crunching sound, the chains converged one by one, locking Jiang Hong up completely. This scene, in the delight of all the children present, even the Nangong Niwang, whose expression was gloomy, raised her eyebrows. This cage lock could not be broken free without the 7th realm spiritual void. What's more, Jiang Hong was only in the 6th realm soul palace. Second brother, kill him. Nangong Sanglong spoke to the old man beside him. Yes, Nangong Tuahu, who wore a golden augur robe, manifested a spear in his hand as he walked towards Jiang Hong step by step. When he came close, he laughed. Die. When the spear was waved, the air around seemed to freeze, and everyone watched the scene intently. And, in front of everyone's eyes, Jiang Hong easily tore off the chain, and with his right hand, a silver-white spike converged, pulling it towards Nangong Tuahu's heart. The silver spikes break through the skin with ease. Ah! A scream. Nangong Tuahu looked at his chest in shock. His heart, in Jiang Heng's hands, leaped, like breathing, said for you guys to come together. Jiang Hong smiled faintly. Well, one dead, right? Suffocation. The whole room was choking. Everyone looked at the heart in Jiang Heng's hand, and the air of a smile that was absolute and trembling. Why didn't the cage lock work? Fake. Right. Why was he able to break through the Tiger Ancestor's armor? What's with this kid? Oh, Tiger Ancestor is in the 7th realm. What makes him able to break through that massive spiritual power? This scene was too breathtaking for them. Originally, he thought that Jiang Hong was bound to die, but then he came with such a hand. And, the very trusted old ancestor was still killed by Jiang Hong with a single move. Terrible. Really terrible. Nangong Sanglong was the only one who was silent, looking deeply at Jiang Hong. To be precise, he was looking at this layer of silver-colored halo on Jiang Heng's body. Mana immunity, this terrifying innate aptitude. How could the human race possess it? The ancient imperial clan looks down on the world, relying on this divine ability. Why can you have it? Nangong Sanglong looked at Jiang Hong and opened his mouth word by word. He couldn't figure it out anyway. Eat the golden ginkgo? It's basically impossible. Even a huge dynasty can't afford to buy a dozen of them with all their money. The Holy Land smashed the pot. That's even more unlikely. Niwang, sacrificial streamer dash after a few breaths of silence. Nangong Sanglong immediately opened his mouth. He didn't think Jiang Hong was his opponent, but This hand of mana immunity was tough. In this case, it is better to offer the streamers earlier. Once the human emperor streamer was opened, Jiang Hong would surely die. Ancestor, Mei. Nangong Nihwan was shocked and pointed at the little girl in Jiang Heng's arms, who was shivering. With her missing, the human emperor streamer is crippled. But when she saw Nangong Sanglong's decision then, resentment looked at a glance at Jiang Hong, immediately turned around and began to sacrifice streamers. The mechanism opens, countless blood along the channel, quickly converged to the core. Blood, instantly absorbed by the flag. The originally silent and ordinary flag at this moment issued a sharp and strange ghostly sound. Millions of souls in the huge city quickly converged towards the human emperor streamer. For a time, above the sky dome of the imperial city was a single soul that was hissing in agony. Brother. The atmosphere was treacherous, causing the little girl, who was hiding in Jiang Heng's arms, to tremble continuously. Where has she read all this? Brother, would you be happy if I could help you? Although she does not understand a lot, but she heard out. She is the extreme body. Is the human emperor streamer need people? If that makes Jiang Hong happy, she can. Jiang Hong coldly glanced at the little girl, and immediately raised his eyes to Nangong Nihwan. Die. In a moment of distraction, a golden palm print came quickly. Rumble. The bricks on the ground cracked and splattered with smoke. Nangong Sanglong looked deeply into the smoke, and when the breeze came, where was Jiang Heng's figure at this place? Seemingly thinking of something, he turned violently to look at the altar. At some point, Jiang Hong was already standing beside Nangong Nihwan. Shrinkage. Mana immunity. Nangong Sanglong gritted his teeth. He couldn't understand. This kind of great magical power has one is very heavenly, but Jiang Hong has a set. There may even be more. The winds howl at the altar and the souls of the dead wail. Jiang Heng's arrival caused Nangong Nihwan to tremble, her eyes tinged with panic. But when he saw the little girl, the greed in his eyes could no longer be contained. Human Emperor Haki you want. I can give it to you, but she must be given to me. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Chirp. End of chapter. Chapter 47 and Hani 2? Chapter 47 and Hani 2? While saying that, Nangong Nihwan pointed at the little girl. In her opinion, the world is all about profit. Jiang Hong is now casting the devil's heart. A young child is bound to offer. When the streamer becomes a success, she will kill Jiang Hong like slaughtering a chicken or a dog. At those words, Jiang Hong glanced deeply at Nangong Nihwan, not rushing to speak. The system in my ear seems to be in a hurry and is nagging me. Ding detected. Fury weapon. Human Emperor Streamer. Please destroy the Human Emperor Streamer immediately. Successful reward. Heavenly rank. Top grade. Profound rainbow sword. Rolling his eyes, Jiang Hong shook his head helplessly. Although the top grade Profound Rainbow is very good, there is indeed a lack of a handy weapon. But this Human Emperor Streamer, he would never give it up. In the great battle of Jianzhou, we still count on it to show its power. Wouldn't it be great to have the group from the ethereal Holy Land come to the streamer for a gathering? You're making a deal with me? After a few seconds of silence, Jiang Hong laughed lightly. You don't think you have a capital, do you? While saying that, his footsteps did not stop, and he came close to Nangong Nihwan step by step. The ghastly wind whistled around her, the ghosts hissed, and Jiang Hong just looked down on her from above. This gave Nangong Nihwan a lot of pressure. Step by step backward, came to the bottom of the Human Emperor Streamer, only then breathed a sigh of relief. Elder brother, but the district's lowly servant girl, shedding her would be good for both you and I. You also want this Human Emperor Streamer, don't you? Without her, the power of the Human Emperor Streamer will be greatly reduced. From beginning to end, Nangong Nihwan's eyes has never left the little girl. This Human Emperor Streamer was the bond between him and Yi Beixian. It has to be done. Well, don't you know? Jiang Hong laughed lightly, a hint of surprise at the corner of his mouth. Oh right, with your lowly status, you really aren't qualified to know this either. Actually, and Hani is also an extreme body. Extreme body, with the age of the older, the body of the Yin Qi will be more and more intense. If coupled with the original bad mentality, it is very likely to transform. This is the origin of the extreme Yin. Over the years, he had never left in Hani for too long, and had been smoothing out the trauma of the other's childhood, resulting in the other's body's fury, which was very different from that of the first time he had met her. So Hani is very dependent on him, and has reached a kind of sickness, and, the day he left, and Hani gesture, he will not forget. It's what it looks like when the fury breaks out. Listening to Jiang Heng's words, Nangong Nihwan was indignant. Even though her status was no match for Jiang Hong, but it's also a full-fledged second-rate power. She is the princess of the Nangong dynasty and the future woman of the emperor. Who was Jiang Hong to look down on her? At the same time, she felt that Jiang Hong seemed to have really changed.
and the Jiang Hong of the past would not speak ill of her. The two are very close. Wait, what did you say? While angry, Nangong Nihwan seemed to think of something and looked at Jiang Hong with wide-eyed horror. What is the meaning of this statement? And Hongi is also an extreme body. So are you planning to use an Hongi, the Empress, as a streamer soul? Thinking of this, a wordless chill spread through Nangong Nihwan's heart. No matter how much she thought about it, she had never imagined that Jiang Heng's guts were so big. Just by you? Nangong Nihwan didn't believe it. What makes Jiang Hong so arrogant? Where did the confidence come from? Okay, let's sacrifice the streamers. This seed is out of patience. In the face of skepticism, Jiang Hong smiled faintly, and after taking a deep look at the bright yellow flag, he took a step backwards and spread his hands, waiting for Nangong Nihwan to sacrifice the flag. Good, I'll fulfill you. Talking about it wasn't going to work. Nangong Nihwan wasn't going to talk about it. Since Jiang Hong had come here to seize the streamer, only one side could stand. Human Emperor Streamer. Nangong Nihwan raised her hands to the sky, and a single rune quickly diffused from her body, converging into the large Human Emperor Streamer. At the same time, the millions of grievous souls emitted agonizing cries of grief, and the Human Emperor Streamer, like a vacuum cleaner, sucked them all in. In an instant, the surrounding atmosphere became even more treacherous. The bright yellow flag turned black at this moment, and on it was painted with a skull with resentment. Endless black dead chi, with the flagpole as the center axis, quickly spread outwards. In no time, the large imperial city was completely covered by darkness. Jiang Hong, you die. Blame it on you being too much of a trustworthy person. You think you're invincible? The original temperament of the gorgeous Nangong Nihwan looked treacherous and eerie at this moment. She flew in the air with her feet suspended in the air, her eyes red as if possessed by a resentful spirit, looking at Jiang Hong with spite. Continuing, he said, you killed my father and also tried to rob Brother Beishuan's Human Emperor Streamer. You deserve to die for your crime. Spiteful fury. The black streamer seems to hear the call, and in the black breath, a ghost rushes out. Although similar to the previous, but you can see that these resentful souls seem to ignore all the Taoan law. The imperial city's boundaries at this moment completely ineffective. They sped towards Jiang Hong in a swarm. This scene made the children of the Nangong family, who were watching the battle, completely exuberant. Great, Hada sung. We just need to hibernate for some years and wait for Yi Shao to be certified as a great emperor. This kid is that immaculate saint's son? Nothing more than that. That's right. It's far worse than Yi Shao. This Jiang Hong is full of treasures. They're all our Nangong families now. Ha ha. The appearance of Jiang Hong as a roadblock tiger had already made them unhappy. Plus the fact that he had killed the elder sage Nangong Tuavu had made them even more resentful. At the same time, they also coveted Jiang Heng's divine powers and magic treasures. Not far from them, the wrinkled Nangong Sanglong grinned as he watched the might of the Human Emperor Streamer. This is the Human Emperor Streamer, worthy of being a fury weapon. Even the old man would have a hard time resisting. This kid, die. In his opinion, even if Jiang Hong possessed immunity to mana, it would be impossible for him to resist the millions of souls. After all, this stuff doesn't last that long, and the Human Emperor Streamer's resentful soul does not die or perish. The streamer is in the soul. How can I resist? Jiang Heng's power is gone, and he died because he was too big. Rumble, rumble, and just when the Nangong clan thought the outcome was doomed, a sound of thunder completely awakened them. Purple thunder like the size of a bowl, densely spread over the entire dome. The might was appalling. Jiang Hong did not know when, but had already risen up in the air, directly facing Nangong Nihwan and the Human Emperor Streamer. He was as black as night and had white hair like snow. In front of me, there was a purple ruler that was rotating rapidly, like a round fan. Silky thunder arcs erupted from it, constantly stirring up the thunder in the sky. No, it can't be. This is the purple heavenly thunder ruler. It's impossible. Seeing the ruler in front of Jiang Hong, Nangong Sanglong's face turned pale and stared at it with wide eyes. P.S. Family members remember to visit every day. The pace is picking up appropriately, and each chapter strives to write something cool. End of chapter. Chapter 48, Heavenly Execution subdues 10,000 souls. Chapter 48, Heavenly Execution subdues 10,000 souls. There is no doubt about the power of the lightning magic treasure, but what is most coveted is its specialness. For the demons and monsters, it is an unbearable weight. And, in front of me, this purple heavenly thunder ruler is a magic treasure that has only appeared in legends. It can't be refined at all. It needs to be made by taking ore from the thunder pool when crossing the threshold. Plus 10,000 years of purple gold thunder bamboo. After countless years of refining, where did Jiang Hong come from? If the ethereal sanctuary had one, it would have already taken it out and filled it with cups, and would not have waited until now.
Humph. Running out of ideas? John hung. Below the clamor. Nangong Nihwan did not think. Facing the thunder in the sky. No fear at all. Yi Beixian said that once the human emperor streamer comes out, no one can resist it. You die. Nangong Nihwan stretched out a white finger. The next second millions of ghosts began to hiss and wail. Gusts of gloomy wind, accompanied by black gas, crushed towards Jiang Heng. Brother. The little girl kept trembling in Jiang Heng's arms, not daring to open her eyes long ago. The ghosts in the sky are too scary. No harm done. Jiang Heng spoke softly, his eyes blandly scanning a circle of stern ghosts. The corners of his mouth curled into an unusual smile. It's familiar. It's really too familiar. If there was anyone in this world who knew the human emperor streamer the most, that person would definitely not be Yi Beixian. It's him. In my previous life, I fought with Yi Beixian for 10,000 years, and I fought with this fatal weapon no less than 1,000 times. Even if it's a beating, that'll teach you a lesson, won't it? Jiang Heng smiled coldly and immediately used the past life method. The moment he raised his right hand, a huge amount of spiritual energy instantly erupted from his fingertips, like a laser shooting into the endless sky. At the same time, the purple heavenly thunder ruler in front of him erupted with countless thunder arcs at this moment. Rumble, rumble. The large dome of the sky was completely covered by thunder at this moment, as if it was extinguishing the world, which was horrifying to the extreme. A thunderbolt as thick as a foot basin roared and ventilated freely. At the same time, the densely packed resentful souls came before Jiang Heng. The sheer number of them could not be seen clearly at all, and they were turning their teeth and claws on him, to eat flesh and drink blood. For a while, the situation looked adversarial. This scene, the children of the southern palace who were watching the battle below were shocked. Jiang Heng made such a big commotion, but it turned out to be a dud. Laughed to death. What thunder system magic treasure? I think it's nothing more than that. Today, the third generation head armor of the Tian Luo realm is destined to die in our Nangong Imperial City. Humph. The grieving spirit of the human emperor's streamer is immortal. Regarding the millions of resentful souls devouring Jiang Heng, the children of the Nangong family only felt pain and pleasure. Moreover, in their opinion, if the resentful spirits of the human emperor streamer were so easy to remove, then this magic treasure would not be so famous. It's called the World Gobbler. And, just as the children of the Nangong family were exuberant, a light voice echoed throughout the imperial city. Heavenly punishment. Looking at the countless spirits in front of him, the corner of Jiang Heng's mouth hooked up a cold smile. Fingers and forefingers came together and swung violently downward. Rumble. The raging thunder. In this moment, crazy outbreak. Rolling thunder swept the sky. Completely descending thunder punishment. A purple thunderbolt was as numerous as raindrops, so dense that it was suffocating. The countless spirits seemed to feel something, looked to the sky in fear. Into the eye is that a thunder. Rumble. A thunderbolt struck down, and thousands of grievous spirits were directly churned into pieces and returned to the soul-devouring streamer at this moment. At the same time, the 10th, the 80th, the 500th, countless thunder roared uncontrollably, and millions of unjust souls showed their decadence at this moment. But in just a few breaths of effort, 80% of it broke. At the same time, Jiang Heng's purple heavenly thunder ruler erupted into a power grid, killing the remaining spirits one by one. There were only a handful of spirits left in the originally deadly imperial city. Numb. Seeing this scene, the children of the Nangong family went numb. The reversal of everything came too suddenly and too quickly. What's this heavenly punishment? A rumble and a few million spirits are gone? Sparing the Nangong Sanglong at the forefront. At this moment, his eyes stared out, his jaw dropped to the ground, and his entire person fell into a deep daze. How can this be? He was speechless. Originally, I thought that even the purple heavenly thunder ruler couldn't possibly be said to have such a great killing power. After all, the human emperor streamer's style is here. It's not something that a heaven-ranked magic weapon can resist. But what's a heavenly execution? So fierce? Phoenix, run dash. Nangong Sanglong seemed to see something, and immediately hissed, and his entire body also took off into the air towards Nangong Nihwan. It's too late. With the ground shrinking technique, Jiang Heng arrived in front of Nangong Nihwan in a matter of moments. Lifting his hand, he directly pinched her neck and spoke in a cold mockery. TSK, TSK, TSK. Exhausted for over 10 years, but only at the Flare Sun realm. With your qualifications, you are also qualified to be this seat's senior sister. Being clamped down by Jiang Heng's hand, Nangong Nihwan's entire body was unable to function with her mana. She kept kicking and hitting Jiang Heng with her feet, but it was as if she was knocking on the immortal gold, making her suffer a lot of pain. Spitefully, he hissed up, "What do you want? This streamer is useless even if you take it.
Unless you sacrifice this little girl as well. Jung Hung gently lowered his head, his eyes coldly looking at Nangong Niwang's pupils, and said in a single sentence, "Then it's not for you to worry about." After saying that, he didn't care and used his mana to forcefully pour into Nangong Niwang's body, wreaking havoc in his body, directly cut off the connection between the human emperor streamer and her. In a split second, the original black breath flag, after losing the supply of mana, steeply dimmed. Seems like an ordinary thing. This is from my Nangong family. Nangong Sanglong directly preempted and came to the position of the human emperor streamer. Ignoring the safety of Nangong Nihuang, his withered hand directly grabbed the human emperor streamer. Just a split second before we touch, a hand as white as jade grabbed the human emperor streamer in his hand. It was Jiang Hung. Letting go of Nangong Nihuang, he utilized the shrinking ground into inch and rushed here at the first time. Holding the human emperor streamer in his hand, Jiang Hung grinned at the corners of his mouth and smiled at Nangong Sanglong. "Oh, exempt. Jiang Hung, this is the treasure of our Nangong family." Nangong Sanglong was furious. Clenching his teeth, he looked at Jiang Hung resentfully. "Okay, I'll give it back to you right after I use it, but only if you can carry it." Jiang Hung nodded indifferently, holding the little girl tightly with his left hand. His right hand fiercely poured in mana. The fluttering black flag seemed to hear the call, and millions of grievous spirits instantly rushed out, covering the entire imperial city in a matter of moments. And the strange thing is that the bodies of these severe ghosts seem to be more powerful than when Nangong Nihuang manipulated them. P.S. Remember to take time to read it every day. Pa. End of chapter. Chapter 49, The Extermination of the Clan and the Hearth. Chapter 49, The Extermination of the Clan and the Hearth. All of them are like hormones and have grown several times. If the ghosts in Nangong Nihuang's hands are stragglers, then the ones in Jiang Hang's hands are generals. Summer bugs talk about ice. Not the same thing. This scene caused Nangong Sanglong to suck in a breath of cool air, looking at Jiang Hung in shock. Why is this? How can this streamer be so powerful in your hands? He felt that this human emperor streamer only seemed to be called human emperor streamer when it was in Jiang Hang's hands. Nangong Nihuang that can only say refugee streamer. In the face of questioning, Jiang Hong was silent, his attention all ears. I didn't pay attention for a moment, and the system started to go crazy again. Ding, the host has successfully approached the human emperor streamer. Please destroy it immediately. Reward for success, heavenly rank upper grade profound rainbow sword. Ding, please destroy the human emperor's streamer immediately. Successful reward, quasi-sacred rank, magic weapon golden scale Xian dragon ruler. Binding of the human emperor streamer detected. System error. Self-correction in progress. Error correction failed. Ding, the host has successfully destroyed the human emperor's streamer, and has been rewarded with the holy rank lower grade 5 birds and 7 amazing fans. 5 birds and 7 amazing fans, wholly made from the true feathers of 5 avian saints, plus 7 types of holy fire wielded to destroy the heavens and the earth. Hint, it can be grown, just replace it with a higher grade true feather. Hearing this, even Jiang Hong was a bit tense. Here we go. The familiar madness is back. Whenever he fails to complete a task, he will always self-strategize and make up all kinds of ideas that he has already completed. But this time, the stuff is really hard. This is the 5 bird 7 amazing fans? Jiang Hong looked at the magic weapon in front of him and couldn't stop the corner of his eyes from twitching. It was something he had only heard of in his previous life. The true feathers of the demon saints are only one in a lifetime, and belong to their bottoms. This next one is 5 roots, so you can imagine the difficulty. Jiang Hong casually put it into his storage ring and smiled faintly at Nangong Sanglong's surprised gaze. Immediately, he said in a cold voice, "I'll tell you if you resist this round." 10,000 souls spiteful fury. Jiang Hong immediately danced the streamer. Seemingly stimulated, millions of ghosts of grievances desperately hissed and cried out at this moment. The large imperial city was shaken slightly by this terrifying noise. The countless severe ghosts were like raindrops, and began to pour downward in a frantic manner. Ignoring Nangong Sanglong, he sped towards the bottom. For a moment, the Nangong children below were still in a state of confusion, unable to gain any insight into what was happening. They then saw that their home human emperor streamer had reached Jiang Heng's hands. Then the grudge came. Resentful spirits running to me? A short fat man trembled violently. Looking at the sky coming ghosts, legs began to wobble. Maya, isn't this our family streamer? Jiang Hong, you're despicable. Yi Bei Xian. Proposed horse. Jiang Shao, don't kill me. I'm just a mongrel. The scene was so horrible that it was too much for them, who were already well dressed and well fed, to bear. Not to mention the ghosts. Even a demonic beast that was a bit stronger was not something that many people could defeat. Fear seems to be the spice of the souls, and under the wailing of the children of the southern palace one by one, the unjust souls that covered the sky began to slaughter them to their heart's content. Some turned back and fled, but a spiteful spirit plucked out their hearts and ate them in one gulp. His soul was hooked away and dragged back to the human emperor streamer. There are also sons who rebel. However, no matter whether it is a magic treasure or the Tao and the law, it can't cause substantial damage to the ghosts. Even if they did, the rest of the wronged souls came forward, tear the resisting sons alive and drag them back to the soul streamer. It's only been a few breaths. The previously clamoring children of the southern palace were completely parted by countless stern ghosts in a miserable scream. It becomes the feed for the human emperor streamer. The scene of the incident, only the elders of the same generation as Nangong Sanglong were struggling to hold on, but they were already at the end of their strengths and couldn't carry on for long. John Hong, you seek death. Nangong Sanglong's whole body trembled with anger. Looking viciously at Jiang Hong, immediately raised his hand to cast the Tao. May. As he raised his hand to cast the spell, hundreds of thousands of ghosts, which had been waiting beside him, instantly surrounded him. Despite the strength of the Tao, thousands of souls were killed in an instant. May. He was surrounded by hundreds of thousands and growing, and the distance between him and Jiang Hong was growing. Junior. You destroyed my Nangong family, I will not share the same fate with you. Nangong Sanglong was tired of resisting. Looking at the huge imperial city, only he and Nangong Nihuang were left, with endless resentment in his heart. Their clan had been entrenched here for thousands of years before they had developed to this size, and now it's gone. Okay, you wait for me in the human emperor's streamer. In case I'm destroyed by my enemies one day, when the time comes, you're all in it together. By the way, you must keep your heart and hold on in there. Jiang Hong smiled brightly. There was no mention of the infinite killings caused by the other party's destruction of the entire Nangong dynasty. This world is already in chaos, and all the living people are all floating in the world. After saying that, Jiang Hong stopped speaking. The right hand flew to form a seal. Countless unjust souls quickly in all directions, brazenly wrapped around Nangong Sanglong. Despite casting the Tao, with a miserable scream, Nangong Sanglong's bones were gone, and his blue soul was dragged by the ghosts towards the human emperor streamer. As she passed by Jiang Hong, the hate in her eyes was so obvious. Jiang Hong, I curse you for being stubborn in the netherworld. In response, Jiang Hong hung a cold smile. It was useless to pay lip service to the countless stern ghosts that these people would face in the endless years to come, devouring each other and immortalizing each other, until the streamer is destroyed. Looking at the Nangong children in the streamers begging for mercy, Jiang Hong coldly smiled, no longer caring about this, turning his eyes to look not far away. Nangong Nihuang, who was hiding by the jade steps, shivering in fear. At this time, she has long lost her usual flamboyance. Under the messy green silk, her face is also dirty. Jiang Hong came to her side in an instant, narrowing his eyes and smiling brightly. This great gift that senior brother has prepared for you, do you like it? No. Nangong Nihuang spoke instinctively, but halfway through her words, she saw Jiang Heng's oozing eyes. Her whole body trembled and hurriedly opened her mouth. Like, as long as it's given to me by my senior brother, I like it. Scared. Nangong Nihuang was really scared. The Jiang Hong in front of him, which still has the appearance of a light breeze, is simply a demon king who slaughters the living. In the huge imperial city, so many people from the Nangong family were left by herself. It's just her. Good boy. As long as you're not a white-eyed wolf. Jiang Hong nodded with satisfaction, seemingly remembering something. Stroking his chin in surprise, he spoke curiously. Then, if senior brother is so good to you, aren't you going to return the favor? At those words, Nangong Nihuang shuddered. Looking around, the entire group was confused when they saw the devastation. Didn't you get the human emperor's streamer? Everything is yours. P.S. Ask for a catch-up read. Oh family. End of chapter. Chapter 50. Inviting Yi Beixian to watch the live broadcast. Chapter 50. Inviting Yi Beixian to watch the live broadcast. What else do you want? What else can I give you? Seemingly thinking of something, Nangong Nihuang was suddenly startled, staring at Jiang Hong with wide-eyed trepidation. You want the Tao fruit of the 9 revolutions dragon phoenix body? How do you know? It's her biggest secret and her greatest value. This is also the thing that Yi Beixian has been coveting for 10 years and waiting for 10 years. Now it is time for a fruitful harvest. Jiang Hong didn't reply and smiled faintly. Raising his hand, he pointed to the human emperor streamer behind him without any hesitation. And at this time, the picture within the streamer showed a corner. Those were hundreds of Nangong family's children, who weren't having a very good time and were desperately wailing. Jiang Hong, you're a devil, aren't you? Please kill me, Jiang Shao. I want to die. I beg you. Jiang Hong, the old man will kill his way out. I won't share the same fate as you, old ancestor. Stop screaming. If you scream again there will be another severe ghost coming. Beside them were the people in rags. The kind of people who were even worse than ants in the eyes of the cultivators. Now, they are attacking the superior monks, gnawing and biting like mad. Because of the characteristic of immortality, the picture is extremely cruel, cannot bear to look at. Seeing this, Jiang Heng's heart rippled. These people, he had purposely retained his spirit for the situation at hand. Why is the human emperor streamer terrifying? Powerful is one thing, but the most terrifying thing is that the enemy who lost to it is more terrifying than death. Not to enter the wheel of reincarnation, but to live forever in this human emperor streamer. You, me. Nangong Nihuan was dumbfounded, a pair of eyes staring almost falling out. This second she was really scared. As the executor of the plan, she was well aware of the terror within the human emperor's streamer. He had also put down harsh words to throw Zheng Heng in as well. But right now, me, Nangong Nihuan was stuck in her throat. Hurry up. I don't have much patience left. Zheng Heng narrowed his eyes and looked at Nangong Nihuan evilly. Hearing the words human emperor streamer, Nangong Nihuan's face turned pale. The tragedy of the clan was at hand. She, fear, eldest brother, do you remember Wind Chime? I'll trade her for my life. Okay? Nangong Nihuan seemed to grab a life-saving straw and looked at Zheng Heng with a face of dependence. Wind Chime. Zheng Heng narrowed his eyes as long-dusted memories flooded into his heart. Wind Chimes, a clan of wind demons. This clan is rare. When traveling the world by chance to meet, in the hands of some hunters to save her, and then with him back to the netherworld holy land to live for some time. This tribe was born to follow the wind and yearn for freedom. And, because his clan was burdened, he did not choose to travel the world with her as a second companion. Since then, there has been no news of her. Yes, when she went down the mountain 7 years ago, she was captured by brother Bei Xian and sent to me. If you let me go, I'll give her back to you. Seeing Zheng Heng fall into a brief silence, Nangong Nihuan hurriedly opened her mouth. Resistance she wouldn't dare. So many giants together were no match for Zheng Heng. There was no way she could. Zheng Heng smiled arrogantly. Not interested. Since you don't want to, this seat won't make things difficult for you. Enter the streamer and reunite with your family. He'd made a lot of compromises in his life, but he'd never compromised when threatened. All that's left of this life is pride. After all one's words, the soul streamer trembled. The black banner swayed in the wind, and countless black auras covered the sky. This scene caused Nangong Nihuan to panic and keep falling back until she was leaning against the wall. But looking at the soul streamer that continued to approach, her face was as white as paper as she hurriedly hissed, I'm willing. After saying that, Nangong Nihuan went limp as if she had lost her soul. Zheng Heng smiled faintly, not making any pity. The corner of his mouth lifted up a touch of teasing. Take off your clothes. Nangong Nihuan shuddered. But when he saw the swaying human emperor streamer, he pursed his lips and reached out to slowly unbutton his clothes, a body like sheep's milk. Seeing this, Zheng Heng raised the corner of his mouth and spoke indifferently. Although your status is lowly, but your maintenance is really good. It seems that Ji Beixian pities you. Red Pill is indeed still around. Opening the psychic mirror. How can such a thing work without seeking guidance from Yi Beixian? Eldest brother. At those words, Nangong Nihuan shuddered and looked at Zheng Heng with a shocked demeanor. What's that supposed to mean? Don't you want the fruit of the 9 turns dragon phoenix body? Why did you turn on the psychic mirror? What's that supposed to mean? You're going to let Ji Beixian watch us that live? It was a scene that she had never expected. Jingle. Zheng Heng did not say anything, and what answered Nangong Nihuan was the copper bell on the top of the human emperor streamer. Nangong Nihuan smiled bitterly. Now that her fate was completely in Zheng Heng's hands, she was even worse than a dog. The swaying human emperor streamer broke Nangong Nihuan's last psychological line of defense. She waved her white fingers, and as the aura emerged, a mirror just floated in the air. A moment later, the voice came. Mirror, the human emperor's streamer has become a success? A corner of the South Ridge in Tianzhou. This place is adjacent to the Sword Continent, which is the subsidiary territory of the Xiantian Holy Land. But at this time, all the people here are from the Dynasty Holy Land. Thousands of flying boats are in the air. Powerful cultivators can be found everywhere. Starting from the 5th realm, Yao Yang, the war has begun, and the people are dying. Everything is my fault if I. Standing on a high platform, Feng Qingtian had mixed feelings in his heart. If he hadn't faltered, there wouldn't have been so much going on behind him. Holy Lord, Zheng Heng has gone astray and has long been beyond redemption. In front of Feng Qingtian, a tender youth spoke seriously. At this time, he had faded his naive posture and had slightly more maturity. Continuing, he said, have I not also set foot in the questioning pass? Have I ever been aggravated? After saying that, Yi Beixian straightened his back, his expression confident. I'll be a good saint's son for this, and I'll do a better job than eldest brother. In the future, I will also personally execute the rebels. After saying that, without waiting for Feng Qingtian to open his mouth, Yi Beishuan's eyes turned around and continued. Sacred Lord, I'm going to patrol the borders so that the Heavenly Sword sect stragglers don't come to sneak in. Seeing Feng Qingtian nodding, Yi Beishuan immediately turned around and walked off the high platform, darting towards the distant clump of fields. When he came to a dense forest, he checked that no one was around, and then he immediately activated the psychic mirror. Adjusting his mood, Yi Beishuan looked at the mirror in a high and cold manner. The human emperor streamer has become a success? The immediate plan was deviated, but he still had an absolute advantage, and as long as the human emperor streamer was in his hand, he would be invincible before long. And a sharp gasp passed out from the mirror, and the sound caused Yi Beishuan to be shaken. Seemingly thinking of something, he stared at the mirror with wide, unbelievable eyes. The images inside were unforgettable to Yi Beishuan for the rest of his life. It was a man and a woman who were sweating hard, and the woman's gasps were clearly etched into his eyes. Frame by frame. P.S. Updates on time every morning. Remember to check in every day. End of chapter. Chapter 51, Brother will help you try first. Chapter 51, Brother will help you try first. Before Yi Beishuan had a chance to speak, the man in the mirror greeted him warmly. Have you eaten? Bow. The trees wanted to be quiet, but the roar across the wilderness resounded through the clouds, dispersing the birds of prey from the entire area. Ah ha. Hissing and roaring at the top of his lungs, Yi Beishuan's eyes were red. His neck veins rippled. His chest seemed to be blocked by something. This moment suffocated uncomfortably. He did not want to see, but his eyes disobeyed. Staring at sea. Staring inside. The image that angered him to the core. Hissing became his only outlet. In the mirror, the male voice was impatient. What are you yelling so loud for, Yi Beishuan? Zhang Heng's questioning caused Yi Beishuan to tremble, his head spinning skyward as he fell into a brief moment of contemplation. Why are you yelling so loud? What? Why yell you don't know? Justified? Yi Beishuan numb. Why Zhang Hong can be so justified? Don't you know she's my childhood sweetheart? Zhang Hong, I want you to die. I must want you to die. Yi Beishuan's entire body trembled. A strand of blood seeped out of his black pupils, and the voice that pierced his throat caused his white teeth to be stained scarlet. Raising his hand, he pointed at Zhang Hong in the mirror and hissed. The mirror was surprised and puzzled. Senior brother saw that you were inexperienced and helped you try it out first. What are you so excited about? Isn't it all for your own good? You're a dog that can't be fed. Yi Beishuan shuddered. Suffocating, he looked at Zhang Hong in the mirror, who was standing up and stomping. This is a statement that shocks others silly. Do you need to try? Is he no bull? Yi Beishuan couldn't believe that this was the person who had once been the one who had a glorious, magnificent and dusty personality. Although he had been calculating and plotting against Zhang Hong for more than 10 years, wasn't this not screwed up? Thinking of this, Yi Beishuan gritted his teeth and hissed, Zhang Hong, you're shameless. You seduced senior brother's woman. You're going to be struck to death by lightning. On the other side of the mirror, the man spoke in displeasure. What are you talking about? She volunteered. Yi Beishuan shuddered and looked at the woman in the mirror incredulously. In the mirror, after a wail, the woman said word for word, you're too incompetent. I volunteered to serve eldest brother. Greenish blue sky. It was as if a shocking thunderbolt flashed by, directly splitting above Yi Beishuan's head. This one had his brain down. Voluntary. He couldn't understand why Qingmei seemed to be a different person after only one night's absence, calling him incompetent, and that she volunteered. Suffocation. Yi Beishuan only felt suffocated. The heart of the way. It's going to break. Bitch. You cheap. Yi Beishuan hissed, his crimson eyes staring at Nangong Niwang. Looking at Nangong Niwang's agonized expression, he even felt a hint of pleasure. At this moment, the man in the mirror seemed to be unable to bear it and comforted. Senior brother, why are you sad? I feel okay after using it. You've made a lot of money this time. This girl, very moist. Use it together next time. Vomit. Yi Beishuan shuddered at the words and immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. Zhang Heng's murderous attack on his heart was beyond his ability to withstand. Heart, colic. All these years, he had been telling Nangong Niwang about his future dreams, to become that invincible great emperor, to fight his way into the immortal world, to be the one to dictate the ages. Why is it like this? Yi Beishuan didn't understand. Through the mirror, seeing Yi Beishuan's pain, the male voice in the mirror shook his head. TSK tisk TSK. That's just it. Who asked me to be your eldest senior brother? Then I'll help you one last time. This seat deposits her into the human emperor streamer. The next time we meet, the two of us will savor it. Yi Beishuan raised his head, eyes blankly looking at the mirror. When he saw Nangong Niwang's body gradually decay, the luster of the skin dimmed a lot. Hissed, "No. Senior brother, please don't kill her. Don't. Senior, don't." Nangong Niwang was his white moonlight, a woman with whom he shared a common language, and an object he wanted to vent to in the future after he stood at the top. He doesn't give up. And, no matter what, say it to your face. In the mirror, the man was already impatient. "Elder brother is helping you. Why are you so unintelligent? Women, it only affects how fast you can draw your sword. Listen to Shifu, I'm doing this for your own good." The words fell. The woman's wail resounded through the psychic mirror. Yi Beixian looked at the mirror without blinking. What's in there? It made him go into cardiac arrest. Nangong Nihuang seems to have been sucked out of the vital energy. The skin has become parched. Where there is still the previous gorgeous posture, white hair, like an old woman, looked at Yi Beixian before swallowing his breath. The blue souls, on the other hand, were brought into the human emperor streamer by countless ghosts under compulsion. There was nothing sadder than this. Yi Beixian looked at the mirror. Heartbreak. John Hong, I will kill you. Yi Beixian lost his soul and muttered. Mirror laughed softly. It will take about 15 days to get from Yangzhou to Jinzhou, so the two of us brothers will run together then, okay? John Hong. Yi Beixian hissed. Desperately. May. Because of the death of Nangong Niwang's physical body, the psychic mirror consumed the last trace of mana and broke the connection. John Hong, I'll wait for you to come. I'll kill you myself. I will kill you. I will kill you. Yi Beixian's hair fluttered about as if he was a maniacal lion. He looked at the mirror with indignation as 2 lines of blood flowed down. Yi Beixian, your hatred is put aside for now. That girl beside Zhang Hong must die. Yi Beixian's ears. That cold voice rang out, which made him very indignant. What do you mean? I'm green as a bastard. You still want me to endure? It's her. It must be her. She's returned from reincarnation. It's her. The mysterious voice did not answer, seemingly with fear, and spoke to itself. The conversation diverged. This caused Yi Beixian to tremble and glanced at the mirror in shock. Indeed, just now behind Zhang Hong, a porcelain doll, closed eyes, covered ears, looks very good. What do you mean? Tell me clearly? Tian Luo Boundary, South Ridge, Yangzhou, inside the Nangong Imperial City. Millions of ghosts cover the sky. The large imperial city as if the ghost city in general. Countless cultivators outside the city. See this scene? Do not dare to cross the minefield half a step. Soul Palace, great perfection? This 9 revolutions dragon phoenix body Dao fruit is indeed extraordinary. Zhang Hong felt his own power and nodded in satisfaction, turning his eyes to look at the human emperor streamer not far away and casting an appreciative gaze. This fruit of the road is really good. However, after giving Yi Beixian his experience, this woman had no value. It is natural to return to one's homeland. A family is meant to be neat and tidy. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Updated on time in the early morning. End of chapter. Chapter 52 Barbara. Wind chimes, Jianzhou. Chapter 52 Barbara. Wind chimes, Jianzhou. John Hong, you promised not to kill me. You promised not to kill me. In the human emperor streamer, Nangong Niwang, who had transformed into a blue soul, looked at Zhang Hong with resentment. She didn't understand why Zhang Hong still wanted to kill her even though she had cooperated so much. The human emperor streamer has millions of resentful souls. Not one more than her. Not one less than her. And, obviously promised not to kill her. Zhang Hong stared with a puzzled brow and spoke. When did I promise you? On second thought? Didn't you say it was voluntary? I didn't threaten you. You? Nangong Niwang's soul was shocked. But before he could say anything, he was completely sucked into the soul-devouring streamer. In response, Zhang Hong smiled coldly. The reason why he didn't kill this woman was to meet Yi Beixian soon. When all is said and done, how can you not give a little gift to your dearest little brother? Little sister. Isn't that the best gift of all? Phew. Exhaling a mouthful of turbid air, Zhang Heng's gaze was indifferent as he scanned the large and dilapidated imperial city. The jade steps, which symbolized power, were devastated at this time, and the glorious temple had long since collapsed into ruins. There was no one else in the large inner city except him and the little girl. Time to go. Zhang Hong gazed towards the southwest, which was the location of the Sword Continent. In addition to seeking the Sword Ancestor to return the Black Sword Tire, this huge war was also an excellent opportunity to quench the human emperor's streamer. And, there are still people there that he misses very much. Buzz dash. Just as Zhang Hong was pondering, a stern ghost came slowly with a green-colored bead. He pursed his lips as he received the beads, which he had manipulated the ghost to find specifically. Crush it instantly. In a flash, the wind rose up and a white figure was bathed from the gale. This is an extremely good-looking cat. but it looks like a fox, with soft snow-white fur, about the size of a tiger. When she saw Jiang Hong, she didn't have much surprise and mouthed, "Jiang Hong, it's me." Jiang Hong nodded slightly. She was Windbell, and this cat was also the original body of the Wind Demon clan. "The whole body is a treasure. Sorry to trouble you again." Wind Chime lowered her head, her eyes tinged with guilt. Jiang Hong shook his head, did not pick up the words of the wind and bell, turned to speak deeply. 10,000 feet of red dust, colorful color. The end of the world, clouds and water road is long. Wind Chime, now that you've broken free from your cage, go and find the freedom you desire. With that said, he turned towards the little girl without a word. Windbell wanted to open her mouth to say something, but when she saw Jiang Heng's back, she smiled bitterly. "I know, let's go to the Sword Continent together. I'll take you there faster." As a wind spirit, she knew exactly what was going on outside in the bead. It was also known that Jiang Hong was going to the Sword Continent. She, too, is going. Jiang Hong glanced deeply at Windchime and didn't say much. Everyone has their own path to follow. He doesn't want to interfere too much with his people's destiny. "Still covering your ears?" Jiang Hong walked to the little girl's side and gently plucked away her delicate hands. "Is it finished, brother?" The little girl smiled happily, showing her milk teeth. Jiang Hong nodded and immediately inquired, "No name, right? Since you and I know each other by our steamed buns, then from today onwards, I will call you Barbarian." "Barbara? Ah, Barbarian. Ah, Barbarian." Barbarian happily stood up and wrapped himself around Jiang Heng's leg. Barbarian is famous. The corners of Jiang Heng's mouth lifted without opening his mouth, turning his eyes to look at Windchime and said, "Let's go, Windchime." Saying that, he picked up Barbara and came onto Windchime's back. "Good." Windbell nodded her head and disappeared from the spot as a wisp of wind, speeding towards the location of the Sword Continent. Sword Continent, border, 10,000 Sword City. The city, which used to be noisy in the past, was silent at this time, and many mortals were moved to deeper places. This place is full of cultivators. Most patrols are led by troops wearing dark blue uniforms with long swords on their backs. It was the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples. Yangtze Anju, second floor. Jiang Hong sat on a high platform and looked at everything on the streets, and could not help but sigh over it. "Phew, Dusty Heart, you didn't worship the wrong clan." With this move, the Heavenly Sword Sect was planning to take everything on, fighting for all the fires of war that would not burn on the mortals. Even if he was completely demonized now, there was one thing he would never do. That is the slaughter of mortals. He can be merciless and ruthless with his enemies. "Brother, eat chicken legs. Yummy. Suck it." Jiang Hong was thinking while a chicken leg almost disliked his face. The little girl was holding the chicken leg in her left hand and the juice in her right hand and pouring it hard, like starving ghosts. This state of affairs lasted for half a month. "I've gained more than 3 pounds. Nowadays, it's more like a porcelain doll." Ahem. Jiang Hong rolled his eyes, somewhat speechless. Why was this image so familiar? This girl, every time there is something good, she has to share it with him first. Wait until he doesn't eat before you move your chopsticks. Brother Dao. Just as Jiang Hong reached for a chicken leg, a youth carrying a long sword tiptoed over to Jiang Heng's table. Somewhat embarrassed, he said, "Ahem, I wonder if you would like to join the guard. We have generous conditions, and when we win at that time, the Heavenly Sword Sect will bestow a lot of magic treasures and Dao magic. Of course, we're defending the frontier. We don't kill innocents indiscriminately." As he spoke, the youth blushed a little. He knew that it was difficult for people. After all, what he was facing right now was the Netherworld Holy Land. Although the Heavenly Sword Sect was the overlord of the Sword Continent, it was still much inferior to the behemoths like the Misty Sacred Land that controlled the 2 states. Not to mention, the Xian Holy Land was also among the ranks of this time. There seems to be an alliance. It also led to many people running away, and it became increasingly difficult to recruit cultivators from the Sword Continent. Both knew it was going to be a death sentence. "Why don't you leave if you can't beat them?" Jiang Heng's expression was bland, his eyes looking straight into the youth's eyes. With a family behind them and people to guard, the sons and daughters of the Heavenly Sword Sect will not give in. Jiang Heng's eyes made the youth a bit intimidated, but after hearing the question, he resolutely answered. Seemingly thinking of something, he gritted his teeth and said, "Our sword son died in the Netherworld Holy Land, and the Grand Elder also died in the Netherworld Holy Land. No matter what, even if the Heavenly Sword Sect is destroyed, we will never retreat. Have you heard their stories?" At those words, Jiang Hong shuddered. His jade-like chopsticks instantly pinched, and said seriously, "I've heard of it. The 2 of them, they are human masters that Mr. Jiang admires from the bottom of his heart." When he heard the names of the 2, Jiang Heng's emotions, which hadn't fluctuated for a long time, couldn't be tensed at this moment. How could he?
How could he not have heard of it? Before Elder Sword died, he told him to seek the Pure Land, saying that there must be a place for the greatness of the world in his wandering heart. Tell him not to give up. Jian Duxin worried about him before he died and gritted his teeth to death. How could he forget all this? P.S. Try to add more over the next 2 days. Requesting a wave of catch-up reading family members. End of chapter. Chapter 53 Beacon. Underbelly. Sick girl. Chapter 53 Beacon. Underbelly. Sick girl. Is Brother Dao willing to? Zhang Heng's reply caused the youth to rejoice. My name is Jin Cheng. I am a 4th-generation disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect. Invite Brother Dao to join the Heavenly Sword Alliance. Zhang Heng put down the broken chopsticks in his hand and gazed at Jin Cheng, immediately shaking his head. During the meal, he had heard the people at the next table talk about the Heavenly Sword Alliance. It was led by the Heavenly Sword sect, the Great Diffusion sect, the Ci Hang Sword Ceremony, and the Tripartite Pavilion were supplemented by a combination of hundreds of other sects. The purpose was to fend off this attack by the ethereal Holy Land. That, in turn, coincided with his purpose. Only, he does not intend to join any coalition. I'm here to kill. When the time comes to kill, a whole lot of so-called righteous words will be too much for him to bear. That's a real pity. Seeing Zhang Heng shaking his head, Jian Qing sighed slightly. This is, just as Jian Qing sighed, he realized that Zhang Heng had a black sword tire in his palm. On top of that, a wisp of black sword chi seeped out. This is the nine-jacked sword fetus. Jianqing looked at the sword tire, his eyes beating up. As a disciple of the Heavenly Sword sect, how could he not know this? This object belongs to the sword ancestor. It was the object of faith of the Heavenly Sword sect, and possessed supreme power within the Heavenly Sword sect. This, how did it get in Zhang Heng's hands? Seemingly thinking of something, Jian Cheng looked at Zhang Heng with a trembling shock. You are elder brother Zhang Heng. It's the only possibility. That time when the Heavenly Sword sect went on an expedition, the Grand Elder, Jian Yuanzuan, seemed to have brought this sword tire with him. According to one of the disciples who had returned, the sword tire seemed to be in the hands of Immaculate Saint Sun Zhang Heng. It was given by the Grand Elder. It's me. Come on, take me to the helm of your place. Zhang Heng glanced at Barbara, and seeing the other party patting his belly in satisfaction, he immediately stood up and walked towards the outside of the store. Winchime followed closely behind with Barbara. Ji Unqing, on the other hand, stood mute and shocked as he looked at Zhang Heng's back. If anyone's name was a household name in the Tian Luo realm at this time, it would definitely be Zhang Heng. He broke through the 3 passes of the heart and the tears of blood in the Heavenly Tao, completely wiped out the 3rd generation of disciples of the Holy Land, and forged the demon heart of the Heavenly Tao. Not long ago, it is suspected that he killed the Nangong royal family and refined the human emperor streamer. This treadmill is no longer epic. It's legendary. Senior brother Zhang Heng, wait for me. I'll lead the way. Jianqing was very excited, not realizing that his idol was right in front of him. Sword Island, northern border, Jade Sword City. The towering city walls were full of chaffing, and countless broken runes were stained with blood, as if telling of the great battle that had taken place here not long ago. On the ground were shattered long swords, as well as countless corpses dressed in blue, with Jade Sword City pulled down. 10,000 Sword City is next. Congratulations, Holy Lord Wind. On the citadel, Dao Xian pointed at the pale rays that filled the sky and applauded Wind Prime. After a few days of heavy fighting, 6 of the 8 cities on the border of the Sword Continent had already fallen. Yes, they could use this as a base to keep attacking towards the core of the Sword Continent, until the entire Sword Continent is annexed. In response, Fengqing Tian sighed. The living are in abundance. In this battle, they killed tens of thousands of Heavenly Sword sect disciples, and at the same time, they also accidentally killed many mortals. Make some adjustments and attack 10,000 Sword City in 3 days. A moment later, Feng Qingtian let out a long breath. As the Holy Lord, he knew his mission. The battle had been ignited and there was no turning back. If not, where is the majesty of the ethereal sanctuary? And, just as the two of them were negotiating, a token sped from the west and hovered in front of Feng Qingtian. This is, seeing the token, Feng Qingtian was a bit surprised. This was a message from the Secret Sun, and generally, without very important information, it would not be used to contact him. Thinking of this, Feng Qingtian immediately grasped the Dark Order, and in the next second a message flooded into his mind. It gave him a jolt. Zhang Heng has arrived at 10,000 Sword City and is in the process of approaching the Heavenly Sword sect. Dogen was curious. What information that surprised you like that? Zhang Heng is here, in 10,000 Sword City. Feng Qingtian didn't cover it up. This matter Dao Xian would have to know sooner or later. After all, those forces can't just defect to them. What? Before Dao Xian opened his mouth, Behind Wind Prime.
Yi Beixian shuddered violently, his gaze staring fiercely at the west.
Jian Hong. Jian Hong.
Yi Beixian was breathing heavily. His emotions were hard to contain at this moment. This scene caused Feng Qingtian and Dao Xian to be stunned and look at Yi Beixian in confusion.
They don't understand.
Jiang Hong is such a familiar name. Although the appearance of the 10,000 Sword City is very surprising,
but it is not so exciting, right? The wife is used. Fuss. Beixian.
Wind Prime was displeased.
In his opinion,
Yi Beixian was really far worse than Jiang Hong. Although Jiang Hong pushed his luck and was never polite to him. But, that kind of arrogance without changing color in front of the mountain crumbled in front of him really fascinated him.
Yi Beixian?
That's much worse.
It's okay. I'm okay. Yi Beixian took a deep breath. Facing the question he was difficult to speak. Originally like a star like eyes. This moment the depth of all. Taking a deep breath, he continued. Sacred Lord. This time, 10,000 Sword City, please let me lead the team. I swear to God. Kill the traitor Jiang Hong with my own hands to prove the majesty of my ethereal holy land.
Feng Qingtian pursed his lips and turned his eyes to the west. His gaze seeming to see the lofty 10,000 Sword City through millions of miles.
Sujiu, then I'll give you this chance. At that time, there will be 3 Taishan elders, and an undertaker going with you. Speaking here, Feng Qingtian was silent for a few seconds, glancing at Dao Xian before continuing. No need to show mercy, kill without pardon. Yes. Yi Beixian was delighted. Eyes regained their luster. The 3 supreme elders. He didn't care.
When the word underpinning comes out, the nature is different. Those were all old monsters buried in the earth, and any one of them would be enough to shake the Tianluo realm. With him, Yi Beixian believed that Jiang Hong would not be able to escape this fate.
I want you dead. Jiang Hong, I want you to die. Sword continent, nameless mountain range,
green hills and verdant fields,
insects and birds cry,
and a bland clear spring flows slowly,
leading to the jungle below. A woman in red, with a magnificent posture, looked at Jianzhou with a morose gaze. Outside of his body, a red aura filled the air, and the grass and butterflies around him withered the moment they touched it. Are you still coming? Ha ha ha. Sword Ancestor can't protect you. Jiang Hong, you can't get away from me. I'm destined to be with you. Come back. I'll protect you this time. No one can make you suffer.
And Hongi received the letter, white as jade face,
written full of flushing, such as ruby pupils show madness.
The gesture was a far cry from what it had been before.
The whole person, as if sickly. Sword Ancestor, when I step on your heavenly sword sect, let's see who else can stop me then. Ha ha ha. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Oh, an update on time in the wee hours of the morning. End of chapter. Chapter 54, Sword Ancestor. 9-jacketed sword fetus. Stained blood. Chapter 54, Sword Ancestor. 9-jacketed sword fetus. Stained blood. A corner of the Sword Island. Heavenly Sword Sect. Back Mountain Forbidden Land. The bamboo forest is so secluded that you can hear the sound of the spring when you listen carefully. Limit. The old man was dressed in plain clothes, sitting by the brook and dozing off, waking up from time to time and looking around in a panic. Old Ancestor, are you listening? Jiang Hong has arrived at 10,000 Sword City. Behind him, Jian Xian, who was wearing a light green long dress, pursed her lips and spoke with a puff of air. The plain-clothed old man awoke with a start and spoke blankly. What hurts? Jian Xian? Old Ancestor, Jiang Hong has arrived at 10,000 Sword City. She was speechless. Sword Ancestor's deafness had gotten worse lately. I wonder if the atmosphere is too depressing. Teasing her. Anyway, very angry. Oh, ha ha ha. Jiang Hong has arrived, right? Good. The Sword Ancestor laughed and said in a loud voice. Go on then. Go find him. Good.
Jian Xian pursed up the dimples on her face and stretched out her white fingers after giving a complaining glance at Jian Zhu. A long emerald green sword rushed out from his sleeve.
Old Ancestor, Qian is gone. Before leaving, Jian Xian didn't forget to exhort. I don't know if I'll be able to return, but Jiang Hong is the one recognized by eldest brother. So remember to protect him for sure. Hear that? I know. The Sword Ancestor laughed, revealing a single tooth that wasn't even there. Shoo. The girl turned into a green rainbow light and sped towards 10,000 Sword City. Stay after he's gone. The Sword Ancestor was silent, staring carefully at the fish swimming in the stream, blankly contemplating. 9-jacketed sword fetus. Through the 9 tribulations, you will be immortalized. Yuanzuan Na, you're a heavenly genius but your life is full of misfortunes. You just shrugged it off and left. Alas, Dusty Heart is gone too. Is Jiang Hong worth your trust? Speaking here, the Sword Ancestor looked up indifferently with a cold aura in his eyes that seemed to shatter everything. Jiang Hong, is that Heaven's Destiny person? 10,000 Sword City, the main residence. Courtyard leaves decline in autumn. The setting sun's afterglow reflected in the pool. Jagged waves.
Jiang Hong sat in the small pavilion in the center of the lake.
Looking at the surrounding scenery, the mood is rarely calm.
Under Jianqing's arrangement, he brought Barbara and Fengling here to wait for the talker of this place.
In any case, it's a must-see.
He was willing to defend the city together if it was somewhat competent. But if these men were incompetent,
I'm sorry. Then, the sky and the clouds are each on their own side. Ouch. Just as Jiang Hong was pondering,
a muffled grunt echoed in his ears. Squinting his eyes to see that the little girl covered her head and was looking at a middle-aged man in fear.
Bastard girl, don't you have eyes?
The man in the golden robes immediately rebuked angrily,
raising his palm and calling out to Aban.
The middle-aged man beside him and carrying a long sword stared with wide eyes.
And before he could do anything, the slap was already about to arrive. Bang! Just as the slap was about to land on Barbarian,
a muffled grunt echoed through the large elegant garden.
Oh, you cursed someone and still want to kill them?
Jiang Hong tackled the man in gold's arm,
his eyes teasing. If I hadn't shrunk, I really wouldn't have made it in time. With this slap, Barbara's head will be shattered. So what if I am? You're going to be the outlier? Do you know who this seed is?
Although Jiang Heng's appearance caused the man to be startled,
after seeing the age,
the corner of his mouth sneered.
Immediately,
his arm exerted force, trying to break free from Jiang Heng's hand.
To his surprise, his hand seemed to be clamped in an iron vise, unable to move at all. Forceful. Surprisingly so. I am Jin Wu, the master of the tripartite pavilion and the human pavilion. Boy, are you still not letting go?
Although he had not fully exploded his strength,
Jin Wu knew that he, today, had kicked the bucket. Young Master Jiang, can you give me 3 thin noodles? Master Jin Gu has always been grumpy.
I am the head of the 7-star sword.
Tian Shu.
The heavenly pivot sighed helplessly. Jiang Heng's arrival had torn them apart before they could even ask the reason.
You're Jiang Hong? Jin Wu's pupils shrank and his body shook.
He didn't realize that the handsome black-clothed man in front of him was the Jiang Hong who had made a scene in the Netherworld Holy Land.
Heavenly Hub.
Jiang Hong narrowed his eyes and looked towards Tian Shu, who was carrying a long sword. Although it looked svelte, one could feel the sharp sword aura in its body.
It's one of those things that doesn't make a difference. And, 7-star sword head,
is the heavenly sword sect is a renowned existence. The status is equivalent to the ethereal sanctuary gold,
silver, copper 3 guys. There are 7 of them in total,
corresponding to the 7 stars of the Big Dipper: Tian Shu,
Tian Xian, Tian Gui, Tian Quan, Yu Hong, Kaiyang, and Sha Kuang.
That's just it. Since you heavenly sword sect opened your mouth, then Jiang Mao should give 3 thin faces.
Kaching dash.
Jiang Hong smiled shallowly,
revealing his white teeth. Seeing this scene, Jin Wu breathed a sigh of relief. He, not wanting to go against this bogeyman, whose beheading of the Silver Man under the questioning pass was already a good story. But, before Jin Wu's smile spread, the touch on his arm made his whole body tremble. Twisting his head to look, his arm was directly ripped off by Jiang Hong. It's fast, so fast that the pain isn't even noticeable. It was only then that the sharp pain came. Ah!
Jin Wu hissed as he covered his right shoulder.
The blood was like a gush, staining the large pond red, and many small fish smelled the blood and converged on it. Jiang Hong, you! Tianshu raised his finger to point at Jiang Hong, the corners of his eyes twitching. He's stupid. This Tama alliance seems to be chafing before it even starts. Speechless and helpless, Tianshu sword master. Mr. Jiang has given you enough face. Jiang Hong was displeased and said enough with a heavy bite.
In his opinion, it had already given the world a great deal of face.
If not, once the mana immunity was on, this man was so close to him, he could still live? No blowing, 10 lives are not enough to die. So what if the realm was higher than his? Got it. Tianshu's brows sank as he looked indifferently at Jin Wu. Pick up the arm, young Master Jiang, please. After saying that, Tianshu didn't care about Jin Wu's attitude, and after making a pleased gesture to Jiang Hong, he led the way towards the small pavilion in the center of the lake. Walk carefully, the face of the heavenly sword sect will always run out. Next time, you won't be so lucky. Jiang Hong didn't move right away and walked over to Jin Wu,
wearing a sunny smile and admonishing him word by word.
Saying that, he turned his back directly to Jin Wu and looked at Barbara. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Barbara smiled and showed her milk teeth.
Jiang Hong nodded his head and took Barbara's hand,
walking towards the small pavilion in the center of the lake.
Jin Wu took out an elixir and quickly swallowed it into his stomach, connecting his arm to his shoulder and looking at Jiang Heng's undershirt with resentment in his eyes.
A few seconds of silence. No shot. The moment Jiang Hong ripped off his arm, he instinctively did not fight back. It was a sensation, unspeakable and undefined. Go wild.
There are still 3 more days before the Netherworld Holy Land comes. At that time you and the crowd of the Heavenly Sword sect will die together. Jinwoo laughed coldly, casually wiping the blood on his body, following Jiang Heng's pace, quickly walking towards the small pavilion in the center of the lake. P.S. Ask for a catch-up read. Family. End of chapter. Chapter 55. Die even if you beg for mercy. Pavilion in the center of the lake. Only when Jinwoo came with a dark face did the Heavenly Pivot Sword Master manage to nod his head, picking up the teapot on the table and pouring a cup of tea for Jiang Heng. Young Master Jiang, wait a moment. There are 2 other Dao friends who have come. Although Jiang Heng's realm was lower than theirs, the path of cultivation was bluntly spoken. It was still fists that spoke. Jiang Heng's current battle power was somewhat impenetrable even to him. May. Jiang Heng nodded without saying more, and after glancing at Jinwoo in a brash manner, he took out a jade comb and helped Barbara comb her hair. It's been about an hour since I burned the incense. 2 figures appeared outside the courtyard, and upon closer inspection, they were still stained with blood. Ha ha ha, this seat has hunted 3 more ethereal dogs of the spiritual void realm today. The 3 fellow Taoists have been waiting for a long time. The visitors were a man and a woman, around their early 30s, who were walking in pairs this way. The man was stout, with a full beard, and looked very bold. The woman's temperament is absolutely stunning, with a kind of celandine flavor, belonging to the type of mature big sister. Fellow Taoist De Yen, Senior Lady Hui Xin. Seeing the 2 arrive, the Heavenly Pivot Swordmaster hurriedly stood up and slightly arched his hand at the 2. At the same time, he turned to Jiang Heng and introduced him. This is De Yen, Taoist of the De Yen sect. His flesh can crush mountains, and an unusual magic weapon cannot leave a scar on his body. This is the head of the Zihong sword ceremony, Shifu Hui Xin. Her cultivation is divine, and her swordsmanship is even beyond the reach of even old me. After saying that, the Heavenly Pivot Sword Master nodded before pointing at Jiang Heng and said, "This is young Lord Jiang. There is no need for me to say more about his name, is there?" After introducing and exchanging pleasantries with each other, several people settled down in the small pavilion, and for a while, the atmosphere became incomparably quiet. The gazes of the 4 people all fell on Jiang Heng at this moment. A moment later, the Heavenly Pivot Swordmaster coughed dryly. "Young Master Jiang, although the question is a bit of a monstrosity, but, what is the purpose of your trip?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Heng was silent, and after helping Barbara tie up her crocheted braid, he spoke faintly, "Murder, also fruit." After saying that, Jiang Heng stopped speaking. "Came here for those 2 things." These words caused Tianshu, Hui Xin, and Dan Yen to be silent, but Jinwoo, who was not far away, violently slapped the table. Bang! Jinwoo looked cold and arrogant as he stared at Jiang Heng and said, "This matter started because of you. What's the point of talking about returning the results? If you hadn't killed so many in the Netherworld Holy Land, would there have been so much? You'll cut yourself on the spot if you're still fruitful." The words were not finished. Jiang Heng didn't know when he had appeared in front of Jinwoo. On the body, a layer of silver-colored fluorescence was attached. A hand as white as jade stretched out his sleeve and instantly pinched Jinwoo's neck. "I told you that the face of the Heavenly Sword sect won't be useful all the time. You still dare to disobey this seat? On the road to reincarnation, remember to glorify my true name." Jinwoo shuddered violently, his eyes tinged with panic. He never thought that he would be targeted by the opponent's C position right after the group started. Immediately, he exploded all of his Dao techniques to break free from Jiang Heng's bonds. May. The golden-colored mana. The black clothes didn't even sway as it bathed Jiang Heng's flesh. The mana seemed to be pouring into an ocean or an endless abyss. Mana immunity. "Young Master Jiang, it's Mr. Jin who's been rash. Can you let me off the hook?" Jinwoo finally figured out how the Silver Man died. Jiang Heng possessed 2 great magical abilities, Shrinking Earth and Mana Immunity. "Young Master Jiang, it's not going to count." De Yen Taoist quickly rushed over and placed his hand on Jiang Heng's arm, wanting to stop it. The next moment he was shocked. Cultivating the Great Diffusion technique, his physical body basically belonged to a unique class in the Sword Continent. The only ones who could outsmart him were the old ancestors within the clan. May. It was a moment of stupidity for the others. Jiang Heng's fleshly body was so incredibly powerful that even he couldn't shake it. He was a great cultivator of the 8th realm cave soul, 2 realms beyond Jiang Heng, and the main focus is the physical body. What's this for? The Great Diffusion Taoist doesn't understand. Shu. Jiang Heng raised his left hand and made a SHHH to the Great Diffusion and Heavenly Pivot, and his right hand immediately exerted force. Catching dash. Jinwoo's neck was just ripped right off. Blood flew about, seeming to form a scarlet scroll. A half-step cave soul cultivator was slaughtered directly by Jiang Heng, like slaughtering chickens and dogs. "Jiang Heng, you shall not die." Jinwoo, who had only a wisp of his residual soul left,
roared desperately at Jiang Heng. Bang! But in the next second, the soul was directly slapped apart by Jiang Heng's casual hand. The soul will not be reincarnated. This man, completely erased from the ages. Dead silence. The original quiet and comfortable pavilion in the center of the lake. At this time incomparable dead silence. The three of them, Tian Shu, Hu Weixin, and Dan Yen, looked at Jiang Heng with eyes that were filled with seriousness. They had never heard of Jiang Heng only by name. Rumored to be a flawless person with a saying that you could always trust Jiang Heng. What we see today is ruthlessness. Unspeakably ruthless. Young Master Jiang's methods, the heavenly pivot admires them. The heavenly pivot glanced at the corpse on the ground and shook his head helplessly. He never expected that Jiang Heng could easily shoot down Jinwu. Also helpless, the tripartite pavilion had 3 pavilions, heaven, earth, and human, and although it was only the human pavilion master, it also represented this level of power. It's a pain in the ass to deal with. You may proceed, gentlemen. Jiang Heng smiled faintly and wiped the blood in his hand with a silk scarf before making a pleased gesture to the 3 of them. Aha! Tianshu nodded and continued. Latest news. Jade Sword City fell at noon. The Misty Holy Land's men and horses will arrive at 10,000 Sword City in 3 days. This is a sound battle. How do you all feel about it? Upon hearing this, the 2 of them, Hui Xian and Dian, were not surprised and seemed to have known about this news. Eyes flocked to Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng pursed his lips, picked up the tea and drank it all in one go. No need. They'll be here soon. What? The heavenly pivot sword master was shocked and looked at Jiang Heng in surprise. What's coming up? Fallen at noon. How long has this been going on? Without resting and hoofing it in? The 2 of them, Hui Xian and Dian, shuddered and looked at Jiang Heng in confusion. But he saw Jiang Heng's bland expression. An uneasiness arose in their hearts. Jiang Heng stood up slightly and stretched lazily. 3 of you, lay out the layout as early as possible. Ding detects the devil approaching. Distance, approximately 50 kilometers. Approximate distance, 44 kilometers dash. Coming so fast? The system's beep made Jiang Heng interested. In his view, what the Nangong imperial dynasty did was indeed detrimental to Yi Beishuan's Dao heart, to the point where he was so nonchalant today. It's the speed. Why is it so fast? Young Master Jiang, I won't beat around the bush. Although this matter is voluntary for our clan, the Heavenly Sword sect has never abandoned your excellency. You know this. Even at this time, my Heavenly Sword sect has no intention of failing your excellency. What are you going to do next? The Heavenly Pivot Sword Master stood up and stared straight at Jiang Heng. The Netherworld Holy Land had actually sent word to hand over Jiang Heng to stop this battle, only to be rejected by them. Sword Dusty Heart and Sword Yuanzuan's 2 Gothams were in the Netherworld Holy Land, and their Heavenly Sword sect would not let it go like this. Even if the other side doesn't come, they will go. P.S. I'm begging for a catch-up read. Family. End of chapter. Chapter 56, Treasure. Have you eaten? This statement. Jiang Heng recognized it. What the Heavenly Sword sect did, indeed, never failed him. This clan, it's not bad. I'll go to the city first, and give you my advice. First, root out the tripartite court men completely. Do it, and remember to be ruthless. Cultivating the Heavenly Devil Sutra. He could see many things that ordinary people could not see, before one's eyes. Whether it was the Heavenly Pivot Swordmaster, or Master Hui Xian, or Taoist Dian, there was a wisp of dead qi above their heads. This is the established cause and effect which remains unchanged for the time being. Yes, Jinwu's head was devoid of dead air the moment before he died. There are only 2 possibilities. One is that the old boy has run away, but the question is there any egg under the nest? A canine this vegetable can live? Then there's only one possibility. The tripartite court has mutinied. The Netherworld Holy Land must have promised many benefits. For example, with the destruction of the Heavenly Sword sect, your tripartite pavilion is the only agent of my ethereal Holy Land in the Sword Continent, and we will cover you. Jiang Heng had seen this kind of tactic too many times, drawing a lot of pie. When things come to fruition, to cash or not to cash is still not the fist big say? What? You mean? Having lived for thousands of years and being an old savant, how could the Heavenly Pivot Sword Master not understand Jiang Heng's meaning? The tripartite court has defected? But, where is the evidence? The Heavenly Pivot Sword Master was in a difficult position. Jiang Heng said bluntly, at this time still dare to come here. Obviously intends to live and die together with them. This was also the reason why Jiang Heng killed Jin Wu and he was able to pretend he didn't see it. For one thing, Kim Wu was out of his depth. Secondly, he believed in the people that Elder Sword valued. Yes, if Jiang Heng's judgment is wrong. Beside him, even the bland and incomparable Master Hui Xian's expression was more than serious at this time. If there's a rebel in the face of the enemy, a stab in the back will have consequences. No wonder,
No wonder my 10,000 difficulty city was lost so quickly. The Great Diffusion Daoist was incomparably indignant. The border has a total of 10 cities. The Heavenly Sword Sect 4 cities. The remaining 3 families of family of 2 cities. But, in the blink of an eye, those cities and pools with the tofu, in a moment was pulled down. The first one to drop was the city of the tripartite court. Speaking of which, the 3 of them glanced at each other. All of them could see the depth in each other's eyes. Being able to live for so many years, none of them were mediocre. In a moment, a decision was made. Since the 3 of you have made up your minds, go ahead. The citadel can't be lost for a while with me, but I can't promise for long. Seeing this, Jiang Hong smiled bashfully and picked up Barbara, who was drinking tea, and instantly disappeared in place. When Wind Bell saw this, there was an extra strand of depth in her eyes, as if she was thinking about something, and soon dissipated into a clear wind. Only Tianshu, Dan Yen, and Huixin were left behind. Tianshu Dao brother, do you think? De Yen had a moment's hesitation, although he made a decision. But if it was, kill without waiting for Tianshu to speak. A flash of moroseness flashed out from the mercifully soft eyes of Master Huixin. I, Sihong Jianjai, am fighting for the greater good this time, but I do not wish to sever my legacy. It's better to kill the wrong person than to let them go. Good, then the 3 of us will do it ourselves. The citadel at night was a bit quiet. The evening breeze carried a cool feeling, and the blue flag of the Heavenly Sword Sect fluttered in the wind. It seems to speak of this place, of the impending slaughter. The coming and going Heavenly Sword Sect disciples did not slack off and were meticulously patrolling. John Hong, dressed in black, sat on the roof of the building, his star-like eyes looking playfully to the north. Sting detects the devil approaching at a distance of approximately 5 kilometers. That's fast. That's fast. Jiang Hong grinned, his entire body unable to stop trembling. Here we go. Interest is all over the place. At the moment, although the destruction of the ethereal Holy Land, but these people all slaughtered, is also quite cool. Eldest brother Jiang Hong. Just as Jiang Hong was pondering, a familiar youth not far away walked slowly with coyness. Jianqing. Jiang Hong nodded lightly. They're almost here. Scared? When he first came to the city building, he was also questioned, but after taking out the sword tire, he gained everyone's trust. Jiang Hong was somewhat helpless. This Heavenly Sword Sect is more like a family than the Netherworld Holy Land. Afraid, Jianqing was unapologetic. Then stand at the back. It's easy to die when you're sharp. Jiang Hong lightly glanced at the top of Jianqing's head and carefully instructed. No, I want revenge. Jianqing shook his head in rejection and turned to look to the north. As long as I can kill 2, I'll have earned it. Senior brother Jiang Hong, if I die, can you help me bring my bones back to the Heavenly Sword Sect? Burial at the foot of the mountain would be nice. After saying that, Jianqing looked at Jiang Hong vaguely. Upon hearing this, Jiang Hong exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and didn't say anything more, nodding slightly and looking sharply to the north. At this point, it's dawn. In the skyline, a flying boat was like a flock of birds, speeding towards 10,000 Sword City. The number is huge, no less than 1,000. More than 100,000 people have come. Jiang Hong raised the corners of his mouth and lazily stood up. He could see that it wasn't just the Holy Land disciples who had come, but also some of the affiliated sects under his command. The nature is similar to that of the Great Diffusion Sect and the Sihong Swordsmen. All within 10,000 Sword City. Listen up. My name is Yi Beixian. I am the Holy Son of the Netherworld Holy Land. The Heavenly Sword Sect has created killings in my misty Holy Land, and it is no longer justified by the heavens. Today, we follow the heavens with the aim of leveling the Heavenly Sword Sect. Anyone who abandons the city and leaves, we are willing to give a way out. Ran. Those who resist, kill without pardon. Thousands of flying boats came to the outside of 10,000 Sword City in a matter of moments, about 3,000 meters away. On top of the largest flying boat at the head, Yi Beixian rose up in the air and shouted at the interior of 10,000 Sword City. Beside him were Feng Qingtian, Dao Xian, and 3 old men in gray robes, all of whom were no weaker than the Heavenly Pivot Sword Master just by looking at their realms. At the same time, thousands of flying boats outside. One by one, the cultivators are flying with their swords, or standing in the air, as if they were swarming in general, and in a few moments, they scattered more than 100,000 people. The scene alone is creepy to watch. This vast scene, it made many of the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples in 10,000 Sword City tremble with fear, also including the disciples of the Sihong Sword Sect and the Great Diffraction Sect. They watched in fear and anxiety, farting nasty dog farts. You misty Holy Land killed my Heavenly Sword Sect's sword son and harmed my Heavenly Sword Sect's grand elder. This enmity will not be shared. Brothers of the Heavenly Sword Sect, follow me to meet the enemy. There were thousands of people on the citadel, all of them silent, while a young man gritted his teeth and trembled all over. When he heard slander, he hissed desperately, and his fair and handsome face was now covered with crimson. It was Jianqing.
Griffin. Yi Beixian laughed coldly. When I enter the city, I will be the first to kill you.
Yi Beixuan's sinister eyes caused Jianqing to tremble, unconsciously taking a step backwards and bumping into a chest.
He turned around and saw that it was a plump, jade-like man.
The man smiled slightly and patted him on the shoulder.
Bashfully walking up to the top of the city building, he revealed his white teeth to Yi Beixian and said happily, "Bao, have you eaten? P.S. New book catch-up reading is very important. Family members remember to take the time to glance at it every day. Yo." End of chapter. Chapter 57. Grass has grown on the bastard's head. Bao, have you eaten?
Why does that sound so familiar?
Have I heard it somewhere?
Yi Beixuan's pupils shrunk as he hurriedly looked towards the source of the sound. What came into view was a white-haired man.
A black dress as if day and night. Just standing. The 4 words magnificent and dusty are no longer enough to describe. It was Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng.
Yi Beixuan's heart clenched. The picture of the previous scene unconsciously erupted from his mind.
Sweeping through every brain cell, his whole body was suddenly hot and dry.
Looking at Jiang Heng blandly at ease, Yi Beixian hissed morosely,
"Jiang Heng, it's you. I will kill you today." He no longer had much to say.
A roar of indignation swept across the battlefield. The war had not even started yet, and this large hiss caused everyone present to be shaken,
and they all looked at Yi Beixian in uncertainty. How much hatred is there to erupt into such resentment? It's not that bad, is it? There it is, my treasure.
Jiang Heng hovered in the air with a bright smile and raised his right hand to greet Yi Beixian in a friendly manner.
"Look at you. Besides yelling and spraying me with saliva, what else can you do?" he said. He pursed his lips smoothly, as if remembering something guffawed. "She and Hata are both very moist." Yi Beixian was shocked. His body kept trembling.
Jiang Heng this murderous and heartless, making it difficult for him to bear.
The 9 revolutions Dragon Emperor Dao Fruit and the Human Emperor Streamer,
which had been planned for 10 years,
were all intercepted by Jiang Heng. Qingmei is still being Jiang Heng. That is to say, a large part of his previous scheming went down the drain. And, although Yi Beixian was silent, the tens of thousands of cultivators around him couldn't tense up at this moment. Although Jiang Heng did not say much, but the information seems to be a bit big. What streamer? What moist? Who is very run? Boy, do I have a bad feeling about this? This sun, how come it seems to be green? Am I mistaken? Asterisk. There's definitely something we don't know about. Many people are curious about this hidden melon.
She was moist with the streamers and all.
What's a streamer? Her, who is she? Run, what does it mean again? For a while, confusion, curiosity, filled the large battlefield. For the upcoming fight, added some spice, whether it was the ethereal Holy Land, or some affiliated sects.
The disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect and Siihang sword ceremony in the city of 10,000 swords had raised their heads at this time,
looking at the 2 most dazzling people on the battlefield. "Jiang Heng, you're shameless." Yi Beixuan's heart stopped. He didn't think that Jiang Heng would say this in public. Out of the corner of my eye, I glanced around and saw many meaningful looks. He knew it couldn't go on like this.
Poof. Yi Beixian suppressed the indignation in his heart and let out a cold snort as he turned to look behind him, at the tens of thousands of disciples.
Seriously, he opened his mouth. "Fellow disciples."
Jiang Heng cast the devil's heart,
wrecked his fellow disciples, and killed more than 1,800 disciples of the Holy Land under the questioning heart pass, causing a break in the 3rd generation of disciples. "Today, we will level 10,000 sword city and kill the devil Jiang Heng to prove the might of my misty Holy Land." As he spoke, Yi Beixian raised his right hand high in the air, his demeanor indignant. In words, there was no mention of his feud with Jiang Heng. It's all about Jiang Heng's ruthlessness towards his fellow disciples. The sharp words instantly provoked many people's emotions, and a number of them became angry on the spot. Humph!
Jiang Heng wielded a sword against his fellow disciples, and has long since ceased to be our eldest senior brother.
That's right.
Don't think that small favors in the past will make us let you go today.
Jiang Heng,
what else can you do but hold favors?
Today, you and the Heavenly Sword sect people will be buried together, and in the coming day, we will step on Heavenly Sword Peak Dash. The ones who spoke, many of them were the disciples who had been rescued from that battle, and there were only 300 or so of them as things stood today. This was also one of the few soul seedlings in the 3rd generation of disciples. Listening to the rambling invectives and duties,
Jiang Heng was unimpressed and narrowed his eyes at these people.
He's curious. These people, if they survive this battle, in the future, when Yi Beixian devours him, what will that gesture of regret be like? Come on, it's time to settle the karma between me and you.
Jiang Heng nodded his head slightly.
opening his chest in an indifferent demeanor as he looked not far away. Seemingly thinking of something, she turned her eyes to Yi Beixian. Beixian, it's the last thing my brother can do for you. Yi Beixian shuddered, instantly guessing what Jiang Hong wanted to do, and immediately reached out to try to block it. May. The black aura of the undead instantly filled the entire dome of the sky and began to devour all colors except black. Behind Jiang Hong, a black flag swayed in the wind, and the embroidery on it was a creepy skull. It was emitting a black light and laughing at them. Human Emperor Streamer Yi Beixian's voice was hoarse. Normally, this breaking weapon should be his, and it is also a move that has been laid out for a long time. In the end, giving Jiang Hong a dowry, and also getting this huge battlefield, is even more like a tiger. Yi Beixian opened his mouth, but in the middle of his words, he was interrupted by Jiang Hong. Bitch. Jiang Hong nodded and waved it casually. In the black human emperor streamer, a graceful and elegant woman slowly floated out from it. It's the blue soul body. Only, at this time, his breath was shriveled, as if he had been endlessly tortured. Jiang Hong, kill me if you can. I beg you to kill me. I beg you. The woman was none other than Nangong Nihuan. She flopped and fell on her knees at Jiang Heng's feet, looking at Jiang Hong with eyes full of longing. Nico, Yi Beixian hissed. Beixian. Nangong Nihuan twisted his head incredulously to look at the boy he had been thinking about day and night, sobbing, I'm sorry dash. It's all my fault. All. Enough. Jiang Hong was not happy with the mutual love between the two and licked the dry corners of his mouth before looking at Yi Beixian. What a great love story. Master Beixian. Your vision does however. The taste of this girl makes this seat linger. Jiang Heng's voice, which was not deliberately suppressed, instantly echoed across the large battlefield. Everyone stared at Jiang Hong with wide eyes, incredulously, and then looked at Nangong Nihuan. The grass is growing on this bastard's head. Inside 10,000 Sword City, a heavenly sword sect disciple wearing light blue attire spoke in shock. Tramp, this scene is so exciting. This Yi Beixian has been pretending for so long, but in the middle of the day, he's a green turtle. So the moist that elder brother Jiang Heng said is that this girl is very moist. Ha ha ha. On weekdays, they are so focused on the sword that they really don't have such a foul mouth. But, this was a different time, and many of the heavenly sword sect's disciples were just going to open their mouths like this. P.S. Remember to look at it every day. Family, I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 58, The Emperor Streamer Shakes the Netherworld. Yi Beixian's smug, arrogant stance in front of the flying boat had long irritated them. Presently, the only word that can be used to describe it is awesome. And, Jiang Heng's strong stance mesmerized many disciples. Open a big group in front of others. Isn't that shrimp and pig's heart? This time, even the disciples on the ethereal Holy Land side had ugly expressions. They had roughly heard about the relationship between Nangong Nihuan and Yi Beixian, and had heard that they were a pair of sweet lovebirds. At the moment this kind of thing happened, Jiang Hong had the audacity to engage in these in front of Yi Beixian. They want to say something comforting, but it's in my throat. What to do when your wife has been played with, slaughtered and controlled by someone else? And, if no one knows about it, it's okay for this asshole to be in the shadows. May. This time, the whole world knew that Yi Beixian was a bastard spirit. On the foremost flying boat, Feng Jingtian and Dao Shen glanced at each other, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Previously, they were all spitting in their minds. Yi Beixian's gesture at that time was really petty. It's not like the wife is used, but right now, it's a real use of a horse. For a while, the two of them didn't know what to say and gave each other a bitter smile as they looked at Yi Beixian sympathetically. As men, they all knew how Yi Beixian was feeling. Ha! Just as everyone was talking, Jiang Heng's puzzled voice completely interrupted their thoughts. Continuing, he said, Senior brother Beixian, why don't you smile anymore? Is it because you don't like to smile? A stone has stirred up 1,000 waves. Will Heng's words caused the entire crowd of more than 100,000 people to be shocked, unconsciously turning their gazes toward him. Look to this buxom, jade-like man. They people are stupid. How can a 36-degree 5 mouth say anything that is hundreds of degrees below zero? I don't think anyone can laugh at that, can they? Vomit. Yi Beixian was so furious that he immediately vomited a mouthful of blood, wiping the blood with his sleeve as he stared viciously at Jiang Hong. You're just good at pulling off little tricks. You can leave 10,000 Sword City alive today. Attack! At that moment, the battle power of the two sides had long been unequal, and there were a full number of great cultivators of the 8th realm on their side. In the shadows, there is also a hidden presence. This is an insurmountable mountain. Even if Jiang Hong is more heaven-defying, all kinds of means plus mana immunity, he will have to die horizontally on the spot. As long as Jiang Hong died, all that would go up in smoke. For a while, the atmosphere on the field was serious and incomparable.
as thousands of flying boats kept pressing forward. Cultivators in the air around them also began to offer up their magic treasures one after another. There are flying swords, talismans, rulers, bronze mirrors and so on. Seeing this, Zhang Heng smiled faintly as one person blocked in front of 10,000 Sword City in the air, his eyes still looking at Yi Beixian. It's just, both you fail your senior brother's good intentions, then she's worthless. No, Yi Beixian's eyes widened as he stared at Zhang Heng in death. Zhang Heng was unimpressed. Azure-colored spiritual energy surfaced in his right hand and very casually slapped at Nangong Nihuang. With everyone watching, bang! The soul, directly slapped and exploded. The soul is broken. This scene, shocking hundreds of thousands of cultivators on the opposite side. They hadn't expected that Zhang Heng would do this. He would be so ruthless that he would erase Nangong Nihuang in front of Yi Beixian. It's already an undying grudge. Zhang Heng, Yi Beixian, swear to the heavens that I will destroy your bones and ashes. Looking at Nangong Nihuang's dissipating soul, Yi Beixian hissed and vomited a mouthful of blood again. The breath is quite depleted. On fire? Gums bleeding this much? Zhang Heng contained a smile, evilly hooking up the corner of his mouth. You owe me quite a lot. This is just a little bit of interest yet. Besides, the principal hasn't been paid back yet. In his opinion, that's not enough. What he did to Nangong Nihuang was the same as what Yi Beixian had done to Jian Duxin previously. And, since the roles are reversed, a variety of means need to be put in place. After saying that, without waiting for Yi Beixian to react, he turned his eyes to the opposite side. The tens of thousands of allied troops, you and the others are determined to come here, so you must be ready to die. If that's the case, don't cry foul when you come under the butcher's knife. Right. Wind Prime. Flying boat front. Hearing Zhang Heng's words, Feng Qingtian slowly flew out, still in the same golden robe, but with a bitter expression. Looking at Zhang Heng's eyes dodged more than a little. Sighed, things have come to this. Who is right and who is wrong, everything is difficult to say. Zhang Heng, but you should never have killed so many people. Today, even if you beg for mercy, it's useless. At the same time, Dao Xian also stood up in the air from within the flying boat and said blandly to Zhang Heng, Zhang Heng, stalling for time is useless. In the face of absolute strength, all intrigues and schemes are vain. Just like those aggravations you had in the Netherworld Holy Land. If you were a great emperor, who could make you aggravated? And, you're only at the mere Soul Palace realm. Even if your battle power is heaven-defying, what can you change? Dogen sneered. In his opinion, Zhang Heng was merely stalling for time with this statement. It's still an ineffective time to delay. In this place, there were more than a handful of strong people in the 8th realm Cave Soul alone, and some hidden backhanders. In this battle, victory or defeat has long been established. Interesting. Zhang Heng grinned coldly. That is, you think that this seat is stalling for time? Then open your doggy eyes and see for yourself. 10,000 souls transformation fury. Zhang Heng activated his magic power and immediately awakened the human emperor streamer. The flag, which was already filled with a black aura, exploded with an endless aura of death at this moment. Countless grey ghosts rushed out from the streamers like cannonballs, covering the sky and the sun for a while. There are so many that it's impossible to count them all. The great dome of the sky, this time dim, the whole world seems to be sinking. This is, Dao Xian was shocked, and looked at the flag that emitted death aura behind Zhang Heng. The previous melon was so big that he overlooked the streamer. Right now, coupled with the rumors, he could already be certain that this was that legendary fury weapon. The human emperor streamer. You really refined the human emperor hockey? Feng Jingtian looked at the sky in shock. These millions of stern ghosts, the uneasiness in his heart, seeping in more and more. He didn't expect that the human emperor streamer had really come out. This object is not known. Since ancient times, holders of streamers have not had a good end, slaughtering the living and endangering the earth, and are the target of all forces. Zhang Heng, it seems that you have truly fallen into the devil's path. Feng Qingtian looked at Zhang Heng in pain. Originally, he had planned that after this battle, he would find a way to save Zhang Heng's life and suppress him for 1,000 years under the Misty Peak to completely eliminate the demonic aura. It's a compensation for Zhang Heng. P.S. Please read after all. The new book after reading is very important. Chirp. End of chapter. Chapter 59. Why don't you all come to my human emperor streamer for a gathering? The conversation of several people, without deliberately lowering the volume, echoed in the large battlefield. Split second. Tens of thousands of cultivators knew what Zhang Heng meant by the streamers are moist. That's the human emperor's hat. That black skeleton flag is the human emperor flag now? I mean, why is it so draggy? The human emperor streamer grievance spirit is immortal. These millions of stern ghosts. I can't even suffocate just by looking at them. Are we here to exterminate demons?
Or immortals. Numb. The originally high-morale allied forces were all numb the moment the human emperor's streamer appeared. A fatal artifact is an existence that transcends grade and corresponds to a Tao artifact. The more it is quenched, the stronger it becomes. The upper limit of its representation is endless. A number of years ago, there was a monk who wielded the human emperor's streamer to call out hundreds of millions of severe ghosts, slaughtering all living beings. The righteous and the devil joined forces and paid a great price before they managed to wipe out that great devil. Nowadays, the human emperor's streamer was introduced again? Come on. The human emperor's streamer fluttered in the wind, the black aura of death filling the sky. Zhang Hong stood with his hands in the air, gazing indifferently. Didn't you already know? This seed casts the heavenly Tao demon heart. Do you think it's for charity? You don't think that this seed will wag its tail and beg to go back with you to be that so-called senior brother, do you? After all one's words, Zhang Hong no longer cared about Feng Qingtian, turned his eyes to look at the shocked crowd outside the flying boat. All familiar faces. Ah, with you and others have not seen for many years. This seed is very miss. Why don't you come and gather in my human emperor's streamer? Drink turbid wine with me. After saying that, Zhang Heng's chest, black magic chi filled. As if an endless seed, it erupted into a frightening aura. Roar. Hiss. All of a sudden, the sky was filled with roaring ghosts, and endless grey grievances filled the entire sky. At this time the city of 10,000 swords, where is like a human city, completely like a ghost city. The entire outside of the city is ringed with endless stern ghosts. This scene made the crowd outside the thousands of flying boats jittery on the spot. Marred. How can this be a fight? Who's going to go to a gathering with you at the human emperor's streamer? Don't be afraid. Everyone. Zhang Hong is just one person. We are more than 100,000. Each of us can drown him with a mouthful of spittle. Yes, everyone, don't be afraid to go together. Kill the devil and destroy the soul streamer. Yes, we still have Mighty. He is alone. Brothers, I will lead the charge. For a while, the atmosphere became necessarily depressing. Only, there are also warriors. Someone in the crowd, I don't know who, growled, making the low morale instantly high. A few bold cultivators rushed out on the spot with their magic treasures and came towards Zhang Hong to take their lives. Devil, die. Humph. You're no longer my big brother. In response, Zhang Hong Jijia smiled and looked at the two rash youngsters. This kind of one-track mindedness often die the fastest. If you're fooled, you don't even want to die. That barking dog is hiding at the end of the line. But he will not be merciful. If you're here, you're either a brother or an enemy. Zhang Heng's eyes were deep and seemed to carry a teasing look as he watched several flying swords speeding by without flickering or dodging to look at the flying boat in the distance. This scene made a few people ecstatic. Devil, die. Ha ha, I'm famous. What bull asterisk immaculate saint son. You die. You karma. At this moment, a few people with a ferocious face look crazy. May. In the next second, agonizing hisses echoed across the vast battlefield, and thousands of severe ghosts, at some point, completely surrounded the several people. In less than a breath's effort, the blood and flesh on the several people were eaten up by the stern ghosts, leaving only a withered bone. Spirit. It was instantly put into the human emperor streamer. Seeing a few people again, they became the enemy, became Zhang Heng's horse. It's numb. All of the allied forces that came to attack were numb. Is this the so-called human emperor hockey? Until this moment, they really understand why so many big men in the immortal cultivation world will turn pale at the talk of this fury weapon. Stronger and stronger at the same time. Roar and enjoy. In front of the human emperor's streamer, Zhang Heng's green silk fluttered, and a pair of black gem-like pupils showed scarlet red. His chest rose and fell violently, and he laughed very painfully. Come on, all come to gather in my human emperor's streamer. Words, so that countless severe ghosts violently hissed. This moment they turned defense into attack, covering the sky toward the large coalition army. Fierce attack, like locusts, like flocks of birds. In a hiss, quickly picking up more than 100,000 cultivators. Scarlet blood stained the sky in an instant. In just a few short breaths of effort, there were more than 100 dead and wounded. All of them, one after the other, became the feed for the human emperor's streamer. Even though many people had profound magic power and killed many severe ghosts, in less than a few breaths, these severe ghosts once again rushed out of the human emperor streamer and fought and twisted together with them. All kinds of fearlessness. Ha ha ha. Painful. Zhang Heng's heart throbbed very much with fastidiousness as he looked at these former deceased people. He's not a killer, but it never occurred to him that slaughtering this herd of cattle and horses would make him so happy. This blood. Sweet. Ha ha ha. Zhang Hong covered his forehead with his right hand, his eyes carrying an indescribably fierce light as he laughed loudly and maniacally. Asphyxiation. Behind Zhang Hong, inside the 10,000 sword city,
The disciples who were originally waiting in tight formation choked beyond measure at the sight of this tragic scene. They didn't expect that it was Jiang Hong and his human emperor streamer that helped them out this time. With the strength of one man, he held off an army of 100,000 men. This human emperor streamer is terrifying. Hiss. Although senior brother Jiang Hong is on our side at this time, but in the future, this is the Fury weapon? I hope eldest brother won't be affected. The Heavenly Sword sect disciples, the Great Diffraction sect disciples, and also the female disciples of the Zihong sword ceremony felt incomparably chilled at this image. Some people who were unfamiliar with Jiang Hong even began to worry. After all, the human emperor streamer is really too terrifying. On the city tower, a youth heard such words from the rear and immediately growled. What are you guys farting about? When this group of people kills their way into 10,000 Sword City, it will definitely be even more terrifying than it is now. Great Elder Sword Yuanzuan said that the swords of my generation of cultivators can cut down mortals, injustice, and demons, and as for what to cut down, it all depends on a sword heart. What's the difference between this human emperor streamer and the swords in our hands? The speaker was none other than Jian Chang. He held his head high and looked at Jiang Hong with determination in his eyes. Eldest brother Jiang Hong, we all believe in you. Even though I'm gifted and weak, I want to fight alongside you. Heavenly Sword sect disciples follow me out of the city to kill the enemy and support senior brother Jiang Hong. P.S. Remember to take a look at it every day. Oh, these 2 days are ready to arrange for additional work. End of chapter. Chapter 60, Two Holy Lords, but they've come to die? The Heavenly Sword flag fluttered in the wind, seemingly telling something. Although Jian Chang was not the person at the helm of this place, he gritted his teeth and looked at his fellow disciples, hissing firmly. This scene, it made many disciples ashamed, especially the Heavenly Sword sect disciples. Although from beginning to end, they were on Jiang Heng's side, in many people's hearts, there was still a disconnect. When all is said and done, the cause of this incident is also because of the Heart of Inquiry Pass. But, there was no falsehood in anything Jianqing said. Whether or not the human emperor streamer would slaughter the world also lay in the person who used it. Jiang Hong was the one who was sacrificed from the beginning to the end. This time, he even defied life and death to stand in front of them, fighting against more than 100,000 cultivators with the strength of one man. Marred. I'm not going to be the old man. I'm going to fight side by side with elder brother Jiang Hong. Yes, the senior brother who came back said that the most correct thing he did in his life was to gallop to the aid of elder brother Jiang Hong. As the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect set out on their journey, we would rather be broken for the sake of the jade than for the sake of the tile. Cut down the injustice and kill these ethereal dogs. Hissing, hot blood filled the large city. Countless disciples like arrows in general, from the city of the sword in the air, quickly rushed out of the city, to meet the offending allied forces. Sword energy was running through the air, and not a single person was cowed at this moment. Even when faced with a behemoth of more than 100,000 cultivators, he was not afraid at all. Listening to the clamor in his ears, Jiang Hong pursed his lips and did not choose to open his mouth. In this manner, the Heavenly Sword sect disciples wielded hot blood. It was the romance of a man to the death, the hatred of a sea of blood, and he was not qualified to persuade anything. Let's just say, reach out as much as you can. Roar, roar. Jiang Hong made a seal with his right hand and immediately activated the human emperor streamer. The black flag swayed once again, and countless stern ghosts were like chicken blood, deadly and entangled with the allied cultivators. In conjunction with the disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, the Great Diffraction sect, and the Zihong sword ceremony, the momentum actually stabilized somewhat during the short fight. Though, from time to time, disciples fall, but the allied side was like a moth to a flame, and the speed of death was shocking. Wind Prime, what are you waiting for? Seeing this scene, Dao Xian couldn't tense up. Within this group of people, some of them were their Xian Tian Holy Land disciples, and some of them were their affiliated sects. Where can you stand to be so dead? And, the dead disciples all entered the human emperor streamer and became blades inserted into their bodies. This is a long way to go, and if we keep dragging it out, we're still going to be able to beat the bar? Okay, please, the three supreme elders, make a move to kill Jiang Hong. Feng Jingtian turned around and arched his hand at the largest flying boat. On the spot, 3 majestic mana, from the flying boat out, instantly let the surrounding scorching battlefield get instant stagnation. 3 old men with white hair slowly rose in the air from the flying boat and came to Feng Jingtian's side. It could be seen that all of them were great cultivators of the 8th realm. Judging from his aura, he had most likely already entered the cave soul late stage, and even surpassed the middle stages of Dao Xian and Feng Jingtian. With a condescending face, "Humph, a mere 10,000 sword city, and you're asking us to personally take action? That's just it, we'll go out and shoot that rebel. Human emperor streamer?
but the cultivation level is too low, so it's useless to possess this fury weapon. The three of them opened their mouths one after another, their postures arrogant and incomparable. This, to Dogen's delight. These three seniority, compared to the original gold, silver, copper three brothers, is not inferior, whether it's war power, or force. Then please kill Jiang Hang and control the human emperor streamer. I still need to preside over the big picture. Feng Qingtian nodded his head repeatedly, not daring to be too disobedient. These three, it's watching him grow up. They're all his elders. Oof. The three of them grunted coldly and nodded their heads at once. Whoosh directly disappeared from the original place. The next moment appeared in front of Jiang Hong. The leader of the black-clothed old man brashly opened his mouth. Those who rebel against the clan, die. Saying that, without any mercy, his fist transformed into a palm and palm into a claw, containing great magical power, directly digging into Jiang Hang's heart. It was fast and electric. The old man was decisive and had no emotions to speak of. The claw strike was about to touch Jiang Hang's chest when a sharp, cold aura descended from the sky, directly chopping into the old man's arm. Shoo! The old man's figure was like the wind, quickly dodging backwards and looking at Jiang Hong in front of him in surprise. This time, the three of them were blocking Jiang Hong and were looking at them with serious faces. The heavenly pivot sword master, Master Huixin, and De Yen Daoist. The old man in black murmured, his words tinged with displeasure. These three were all 8th realm cultivators, with the heavenly pivot swordmaster being in the same segment as them. Young Master Jiang, the heavenly pivot believes that the sword has a use for it. I'm very relieved that you're executing the human emperor streamer. The heavenly pivot sword master held the heavenly pivot sword and nodded slightly to Jiang Hong before turning to look at the three supreme elders of the Netherworld Holy Land. Speaking to the two men beside him, he said, one for each of us. Yes, kill. The two of them, Huixin and De Yen, didn't say much, and after each of them chose their opponents, they directly killed them. The heavenly pivot sword master then eyed the black-clothed old man. Senior Long E, please, Buzz Dash. The heavenly pivot sword trembled as if it was accumulating sword intent. Long E laughed coldly and raised his withered hand, pointing at Jiang Hong. I want him to die. It's useless even if the sword ancestor comes. Continuing, he said, Junior, do you think that by holding the heavenly pivot sword, you will be able to shake the old immortal? Sword Yuanzuan didn't have you to be big. Kill the heavenly pivot sword master didn't talk nonsense and immediately swung his turquoise blue longsword, cutting out his sword chi, and Ryuichi wrestled. For a while, the war on the battlefield erupted to a deeper level because of the appearance of the human emperor streamer. And, from start to finish, Jiang Hong did not move a bit. He indifferently looked at the several 8th realm cultivators fighting. No intervention. His opponent will show up. Jiang Hong. Or did it come to this? Jiang Hong nodded slightly and looked towards the source of the voice. A middle-aged man with golden robes, pacing in the air. Beside him, there was a black-robed man. It was none other than Feng Qingtian and Dao Xian. After Long Yi, Long Wu, and Long Lu were stopped by the heavenly pivot trio, Feng Jingtian and Dao Xian set off directly. If the human emperor streamer is not destroyed in this battle, although the ethereal sacred land can win the fight, the price to pay is too great. Both of you, are you ready to die? Jiang Hang smiled faintly and moved the human emperor streamer back a few hundred meters. To Dao Xian and Feng Qingtian, he made a gesture of invitation. Dao Xian opened his mouth slightly and looked at Jiang Hong in surprise. Junior, aren't you too much of a trustworthy person? Although he didn't know what means Jiang Hong had used to kill the silver man. But the holy masters like them are the leaders of the disciples of the same generation in the sect. To put it bluntly, it's the equivalent of the old Jiang Hong, though not quite as top-notch. But it's also high-end. Although in front of the supreme elder, there was some humility, but that was a matter of seniority. In terms of battle power, it was not comparable to an ordinary Taishang elder. Jiang Hong, how dare you act like that? P.S. Remember to come and read it every day. I wish you all a happy day. Chirp. End of chapter. Chapter 61, Ferrying Spirit Void, Executing Dao Xian, Entering Soul Streamer. What's the point of talking so much nonsense? Jiang Hong gently gazed at his brows, his demeanor unpleasant. Please, after all one's words. He spread his arms out to show his chest and spread his hands in a please gesture. This resembles the posture of a devil. With his white hair swaying in the wind, he looked divine. Even Dao Xian had to sigh. Jiang Hang's skin was really too good. Just standing like this, it was as if an exiled immortal was in the dust. Sacred Lord Wind, please. The corner of Dao Xian's mouth hooked into a cold smile, and he immediately made a please to Feng Qingtian. Good. Feng Qingtian took a deep look at Jiang Hong, shook his head slightly inside, turning his eyes to Dao Xian. He has mana immunity. You know that right? Don't get close at will. Use your realm to suppress him. In this case, he will show no mercy. This battle is not only about honor and disgrace, but also about the majesty of the Netherworld Holy Land. If a small 10,000 sword city can't be pulled down, the subsequent general duel with the Heavenly Sword sect will still hit the bar hair? And, having chosen the way forward, the only way to truly stop is to fall on one side. There are no concessions to be made. Kill. The Great Hand Seal of Sorrow. Feng Qingtian immediately took 3 steps back and used the Buddhist technique with both hands to form a seal. In his right hand, a golden palm print, the size of a mountain, quickly coalesced in front of him. There was no hard slap at Jiang Heng. Beside him, Dao Xian laughed coldly and immediately called out a black jade-like copper bell. He activated the Xian Tian skill and slapped the big bell hard. At the mouth of the bell, a majestic shockwave instantly came towards Jiang Heng. This scene, it caused the Heavenly Pivot Swordmaster and the others who were fighting with Dragon 1, Dragon 5, and Dragon 6, soundly, to be taken aback. They didn't expect that the 2 holy lords would be unashamedly fighting against a junior, and it also used the advantage of the realm to cast spells from a distance. Crap! Master Hui Xian glanced at the front line. With the help of the human emperor streamer, the disciples on their side were fighting hard, but the situation was still good. After all, there are millions of undead and undefeatable ghosts. If the human emperor streamer is destroyed or briefly sealed, then what awaits them will be the fall of the building. Shameless, De Yen Daoist gritted his teeth and immediately shook off Long Wu, wanting to go and rush to Jiang Heng's aid. But, the old monster who had lived for thousands of years, how could he not know what he was thinking? And he immediately activated his great magic power and slapped his palm to his back heart. Junior, you dare to save someone after fighting with an old man? That kid, dead in the water. Long Wu immediately sneered. De Yen Daoist vomited a mouthful of blood and turned around to look at Long Wu in a wretched manner. See this scene. The heart of the Heavenly Pivot Sword Master was cold, and inside the 3, Long Yi's battle strength was the highest. Being entangled, he had no way to gallop to Jiang Heng's aid. If left unchecked, Jiang Heng was bound to be no match for Dao Xian and Feng Qingtian. After all, these 2 were, at first, headstrong existences. If dealing with one person, he believed that Jiang Heng would be able to defend himself. If the 2 of them, he felt that Jiang Heng was bound to die. After all, in between the Soul Palace realm and the Cave Soul realm, there was also a 7th realm spirit void sandwiched in between. Shameless, Tianshu spat viciously. Are you still a child, Tianshu? Long Yi sneered coldly, pointing at Jiang Heng while applying pressure. Battlefield killings are only about success or failure. Jiang Heng is not as skillful as others, so it's time for him to have a fate. Jia. Long Yi's eyes were cloudy, looking sinisterly at Jiang Heng, who was standing under the human emperor's streamer in the distance. Laughing chest kept rising and falling. The steeplejack couldn't smile anymore. A majestic mana. Dead ripples spread rapidly. And that is, Long Yi exclaimed in shock, losing his previous composure as his eyes stared at Jiang Heng without blinking. This time, Jiang Heng's state was clearly different. In the face of the Daoan Dharma that flew towards him, Jiang Heng didn't dodge. His eyes were teasing. The 6th realm? You're looking at it wrong. When was I in the 6th realm? Jiang Heng nodded slightly. A powerful fluctuation of mana, from the body to fly away, binding the realm of the shackles, in this moment to break apart. The aura of the 7th realm spiritual void constantly echoed in this area. He already had an absolute understanding of the realm, and with the addition of the 9 revolutions Dragon Emperor Dao Fruit, Jiang Heng made a direct breakthrough at this moment, stepping into the 7th realm of spiritual void. Dao Xian looked at Jiang Heng, his eyes almost glazed over. Battlefield breakthrough. This tread is a monster, isn't it? And it's a straight across. In other words, Jiang Heng's foundation was incredibly solid, and only then would he directly jump half-step spiritual void, directly completing the metamorphosis. It was too late to say something. All laws are put to death. Jiang Heng smiled coldly at the corner of his mouth, and his hands quickly formed seals. A black rune stood out from the handprint, and he clenched his fist, tapping his index finger hard on top of the rune. In an instant, a majestic shockwave sped toward the golden palm and the sound wave of the bronze bells. It was fast and touched together in an instant. And a strange scene happened. The moment the palm and the sound wave touched the shockwave, it was as if the ice and snow had dissolved into a summer's day. It was purified straight away. No, this is impossible. Dao Shen stared in disbelief as he watched his gong method being easily dissolved. Bang! And the momentary loss of concentration caused Dogen to shudder, twisting his mechanical neck and looking back behind him with difficulty. Jiang Heng's hand, at some point, was already on his shoulder. Jiang Heng, let's talk.
Bean-sized beads of sweat on Dao Xian's forehead kept sliding down his cheeks. He really didn't dare to move at this moment. Mana immunity, strong physical body. These are the blades that will kill him. Good. Jiang Hong grinned, cruelly pointing at the human emperor streamer. Then please, Holy Lord Dao Xian, go to my human emperor streamer. I'll be here in a few days. Dao Xian trembled, and immediately did not retain any strength. The Xian heavenly skill operated to the extreme, and the strength of the cave soul realm all exploded in this instant. It sent a shiver down the spine of everyone in the room. A layer of silver-white fluorescent light appeared on Jiang Hang's white jade-like hand, and just like that, it broke through the magic power and stabbed into Dao Xuan's chest, pulling out a heart that was leaping. Above the heart, drops of scarlet blood continued to drip down the back of Jiang Hang's hand, falling onto the green ground 100 meters below. Jiang Hong. Dao Xuan's breath shriveled. Man stupid. He had thought about killing, and he had thought about dying one day, but he had never thought that he would die so casually. Being approached by a junior, beating him without any help. That mana immunity is like a plug-in. Go on. Jiang Hong nodded and casually waved his right hand, and a few stern ghosts immediately ripped out Dao Xian's soul and brought it directly into the human emperor streamer. No. Wind Prime, proposed blood mom. Jiang Hong, kill me. I don't want to enter the human emperor streamer. Count on me to beg you. Dogen seeks death. He literally begged to die. As the Holy Lord of the Holy Land, he knew the bottom of the human emperor's streamer. P.S. Remember to check in every day. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 62. All under saints or griffins. Inside this flag is a separate heavenly paradise, into which an endless hunger will arise, devouring each other with other ghosts. The fighting, it's endless. Definitely worse than dead. Yes. Jiang Hong had a sunny smile on his lips and even gave him a friendly wave. Not a word from start to finish. The ghost showed no mercy, dragging Dao Xian into the human emperor's streamer. When it began to gnaw and bite, Dogen trembled and hissed desperately, but without his power, he was no different from the ghosts. Only misery remains. Suffocating, tens of thousands of cultivators across the field stopped their hands and looked over in fear. Everyone did not expect that the unrivaled Dao Xian Holy Lord would be slaughtered by Jiang Hong, and his soul dragged into the human emperor streamer. It's a nutrient. Maya, the Holy Lord can't even stop him? Then in this battlefield, who else is enough for him to fight? Dao Xian are given to slaughter. It's young, is also the head of the corner of the existence of Ah. One man and one streamer of Jiang Hong can stand up to an army of 1,000. There's hang-ups, how can we fight this? Despair, the huge battlefield. The allied cultivators were incomparably desperate. For group attacks, Jiang Hong had the human emperor streamer and was completely fearless of them. 1-on-1, 2 holy lords fighting one, and one being countered. How is this game really supposed to be played? Just as shocked as these monks were, there were also the great powers who were at war, stopping the go at once. The 3 supreme elders, Long Yi, Long Wu, and Long Lu, looked at Dao Xian's soul with shock. I've lost all my teeth. This result, no matter how they projected it, was unthinkable. Dao Xian, slaughtered by Jiang Hong? How is that possible? Even the heavenly pivot sword master and the others who were not far away were staring wide-eyed and somewhat incoherent at this moment. The Yen Daoist was startled. When this Dao Xian died, he probably still had a whole bunch of cards he didn't use. That's for sure. A holy lord. How could it be possible that this is the only means? It's just that Jiang Hong is too heaven-defying. Mistress Hyacinth recognized it. Dao Xian's death was not because he was weak, but because Jiang Hong was too heaven-defying. With another person, it would have been impossible to do it. Night. Awesome. Even the heavenly pivot sword master was numb at this moment. Previously, he was not optimistic about Jiang Hong, and the 2 holy lords level was indeed too high. Jiang Hong directly annihilated Dao Xian with a thunderous force. This wave had ate his brain down. In addition to the astonishment of the great powers, the shock of the allied cultivators, and the delight of the heavenly sword sect and other disciples, Yi Beixian, who was standing at the core, was completely numb. He was very clear about how much weight Dao Xian had, but he was actually killed by Jiang Hong in seconds. That's a generation of holy lords. It was a head-turning presence back in the day. It's gone? At this moment, if he didn't break out his bottom card, he would be sweating even if he hit the Soul Palace realm. Jiang Hong can kill the cave soul at will? The gap seems to be widening. Grass DJ. Fark squid. Yi Beixian hissed, his eyes scarlet and already overflowing with blood. He stared at Jiang Hong, dead on. Meanwhile, under the human emperor's streamer, inside the flags that swayed in the wind, there were constantly ghosts rushing out, speeding toward the large allied army, bringing one live life after another. Jiang Hong. Feng Qingtian was dumbfounded and unable to speak, glancing at Dao Xian's remnant soul. His heart roared with grief. Never would I have thought that even after being so careful, he was still succeeded by Jiang Hang's sneak attack. Dogen, after all, withered away. Your turn, Sacred Lord Wind. Dao Xian, Sacred Lord Miserable. Why don't you pair up with him and come with him to spend your old age in peace in my human emperor streamer? To each other, and to look out for each other. Jiang Hong casually shook off the blood in his hand and smiled brightly at Feng Qingtian, revealing his white teeth. May. This smile made Feng Qingtian chilled to the bone. He's seen it several times. Discovering a detail, Jiang Hong now smiled extraordinarily brightly every time he moved his butcher knife. Jiang Hong, to kill him. Jiang Hong. Feng Qingtian's teeth clenched, and he didn't know how to answer Jiang Heng's words. What's the point of going to Hitotsubaki to live out your days? Is that a place to live out your old age? Growling lowly, there's no point in saying more. I'll never regret having come this far. Everything is your fault. It is you who are not strong-minded. It is you who are too weak. Ha 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 dash. These words made Jiang Hong cover his forehead and laugh untamely. Yeah, not strong-minded? Is the mind not strong enough to guard these yearlings for 10,000 years in a previous life? Is the mind not strong enough to hold back from killing these people when they are butchering him? The mind is not firm, and will keep on explaining in a pale manner while the world's pale people are rounding him up? That's just it. The past is smoke. Why should I mention it? The cause of other days, the effect of today. You've come to kill me, so I guess you're ready to die, so I won't advise you. Ha ha ha. Jiang Hong narrowed his eyes, squinting morosely at Feng Qingtian as he watched his opponent continuously pull away. In his heart, there wasn't the slightest bit of panic. Dharma, heaven and earth. The figure steeply appeared to transform. A morose silhouette that expanded and expanded greatly. At the end of the day, a hideous-looking Shura silhouette with 8 types of weapons appeared in front of everyone. Size, about 100 times that of a normal person. Hundreds of meters high. No, it can't be. This is Dharma, heaven and earth. Another great divine power. As he watched the shadow grow larger and larger, Feng Jingtian's entire body trembled. Jiang Hong, where did he learn these great powers? This Dharma, heaven and earth was something that required endless years to understand and sense. Its power completely surpassed that of the heavenly rank, and might not even be comparable to that of the holy rank, because the great avatar is a special method. Then, Sage Lord Wind, please come to the streamer for a gathering. Jiang Heng's voice carried echoes that spread across the large battlefield, and in the right hand of Shura's shadow, an ancient bronze halberd slashed down fiercely. At this moment, it seemed to carry a might that shattered heaven and earth, causing Wind Prime to have some initiatives to be uneasy and forget to resist. Just eat and watch. The whole room. A choking. Not a single person made a sound at this moment, and they all looked at the Shura shadow with shock. No one thought that Jiang Hong had realized such a great power as the law of the heavens and the image of the earth. The ancient halberd cuts down without a moment's pause. It arrived at Wind Prime's forehead in an instant. Ah! Feng Qingtian hissed and exerted all of his Dao techniques, doing his best to defend himself against this attack. The golden passport contained the ethereal technique, the undying Vajra technique. May. Kaching dash. The shield was like glass, directly shattered by the ancient halberd. In the next second, Feng Qingtian's figure, like a kite with broken strings, was directly sent flying out. There was more than enough blood in his mouth. And the ancient halberd was still pursuing, aiming at Feng Qingtian's body and slashing down fiercely. Under the saints, all are ants. Just as the ancient halberd was only a few millimeters away from Feng Qingtian, a majestic voice echoed through the vast battlefield. P.S. Remember to check in every day. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 63, The Might of a Saint. The unrivaled shadow of Shura shattered like glass under this indifferent voice, breezy and completely dissipated. A crane-haired old man slowly walked out from the largest flying boat. The whole body's breath was pristine, as if it were a plain mortal. Ling was in front of the flying boat. His eyes lowered and he just looked at Jiang Hong expressionlessly. Ding detected the murderous intent of a saint. Please flee immediately. We'll avenge this in the future. Ding detected the murderous intent of a saint. Please flee immediately. We'll avenge this in the future. The system that hadn't spoken for a long time kept echoing in Jiang Heng's ears. To this, he chose to ignore. This, in turn, made the system even more anxious. Ding detected that the host is rebelling. The system is calculating the best option. Ding miscalculated. System self-correcting. Jiang Hong shook his head and no longer cared, pursed his lips and took a deep look at Feng Qingtian, who was constantly vomiting blood. It's a pity. Just a few centimeters. If the ancient halberd of the heavenly law could reach it, even a holy lord of the cave soul realm would not be able to survive. It's a real shame that it's only a serious injury at the moment. At that moment, he turned his eyes to look at the old man in front of the flying boat, who was plain and ordinary. Ancient and saintly men are unbeatable. This old man is one of the underpinnings of the Netherworld Holy Land, and was also one of the Holy Land's generation of holy masters many years ago. It's also Yi Beishuan's Tao protector. If he had just made a move to forcefully kill Yi Beishian, this person was afraid that he would be one of the obstacles. In his previous life, when he was promoted to saint, this person joined the other 7 saints to sneak attack. Zhang Hong didn't expect that the Holy Land had moved this old thing out. Ahem, the talent is indeed good. To be able to go against the grain and defeat 2 saint masters, you are qualified to see the old man. My sage white feather, now that you have seen the Holy Spirit, why don't you kneel and be gracious? A hoarse voice that echoed in the large battlefield. The white feather sage's pair of cloudy eyes looked at Zhang Hong in a flat manner. Words seem to carry magic. Just so plain and simple sentence. Instantly let the surroundings set off shock waves. Countless disciples of the allied forces violently prostrated themselves on the ground, kneeling down towards the old man. The face was tinged with horror. They have absolutely no idea why they are kneeling. Just because a saint says it's time to kneel? Even the heavenly pivot swordmaster and the others gritted their teeth and carried on in death, desperately trying to keep themselves from falling to their knees. Sage and unbeatable. Even if one thinks that a quasi-saint is not something that an ant can look at, everyone had thought that the saints would definitely come out in this battle, but they didn't expect them to appear at this moment. Originally, I thought it was a duel, but now, it even appeared outside of this 10,000 sword city in advance. Marred. This time it's over. The heavenly pivot swordmaster looked at the white feather sage, a heart in his throat. Resistance? It doesn't exist. The heroes of the world are like crushing carp in the river. Countless people are stuck in the cave soul, great perfection. How many of them have reached the holy stage? It's not that the white feather sage is pretending to be an ant. It's that history has taught us that all saints are ants. Once you reach this level, you have transcended and are no longer human. Damn it! De Yen Daoist gritted his teeth. Their saints were preparing for a duel. There was no existence here that could fight against white feather. Phew! The poor nun is afraid of being buried here today. It's only a pity for my female disciples of the Zihang Jianzhai. Master Huixing shook her head and looked at sage white feather with eyes filled with scorn. This man she knew. It was once a feathered demon. Countless years ago, it used to be the sacred beast of the misty sacred land, and after being enlightened by that one, it became a saint. Poof! Let this seat kneel? You're not good enough. Just as everyone was terrified, an indifferent voice echoed across the vast battlefield. There was a lot of gazing, but I found that under the human emperor's banner, Zhang Hong was still dressed in black, his white hair swaying in the wind. Straighten your back and don't ever kneel. This scene shook everyone on the spot. It is reasonable to say that the opening of the mouth of the saint is the will, and it is not allowed to be vetoed by people with low strength. Zhang Hong is still straightening his back? What's this for? Oh, the white feather sage doubted lightly and looked at Zhang Hong with interest. If you don't worship when you meet a saint, your true destiny has been lost. Remember to recite my true name on your way to reincarnation. As the words fell, a majestic pressure instantly swept over Zhang Heng's entire body, and his shoulders seemed to carry down 10,000 pounds of boulders, making it impossible for people to withstand it. Old dog. Zhang Heng's body trembled continuously as he gazed at sage white feather. This old dog is shameless. He did it on purpose. He wanted him to kneel down in front of so many people to break his invincible Taoist heart. Otherwise, Yi Beishian could stand there with a good head on his shoulders and was looking at himself with a cocky face? Humph! Zhang Hong coldly snorted. At his chest, scarlet light flashed up incessantly through his clothes, seemingly accompanying Zhang Heng's will to rebel against an unjust fate as monstrous demonic aura burst out, resisting the white feather sage's pressure. Immediately, there was much less pressure on the body. This is the heavenly Tao demon heart? Baiyu instantly raised his eyes and gazed carefully at Zhang Heng's chest, the heart that blossomed with red light. In the depths of his eyes, a touch of greed permeated. Although he is now a saint, he was once a ferocious bird. This heavenly Tao demon heart, in his opinion, was an existence not weaker than a Tao artifact. Even more so, if you dig it up and swap it with his mediocre heart. The future, the promise, even if it was a great emperor, that wasn't impossible. Xiao Jiang, you are too arrogant to even put the old immortal in your eyes. It seems that you are so deep into the devil that you can't stay with you. The 10 cannons of the heavenly extreme, white feather from the cuffs, stretching out the arm as warm as lamb fat jade, immediately sealing to call out a volume of heavenly book. Above, many golden seal characters emerged. In an instant, it crushed the surrounding 100,000 severe ghosts, although countless severe ghosts went forward and backward. But in front of the saint, it seems to be not enough to look at.
thousands of seal characters ran in front of Zhang Hong in an instant.
This scene caused the tens of thousands of cultivators present to suck in a breath of cool air. It is not an exaggeration to say that,
except for the immediate future, many people in this life may not be qualified to see the saints, even less likely to see a saint make a move. Right now, see, and struck out. At this moment, not a single person felt that Zhang Hong could survive. Even Tian Shu, Hui Xin and the others thought that Zhang Hong would surely die. The black flag of the human emperor flag fluttered in the wind,
and Zhang Heng's white hair danced about as he looked at the golden seal characters that covered the sky.
A shiver ran through his heart.
It must be said that except for the one on the misty peak and under the questioning heart pass,
the one in front of us is the most dangerous. That's all. After getting it for so long, it's always worth trying.
Zhang Hong sighed and raised his hand to take out a colorful feather fan from his storage ring.
P.S. I wish you all a happy day. Remember to take a look at it every day. Oh, the follow-up plot is particularly well conceived. End of chapter. Chapter 64, Saints have been put to death? The feather fan is crystal clear. The texture is like a jewel, and each feather exudes a bright fluorescence. It looks quite extraordinary. It was the 5 birds and 7 amazing fans that was given to him when the system was crazy. It is a pure, holy magic weapon. In this life, Zhang Hong had never seen any other holy objects other than it. Just after holding it in his hand,
Zhang Heng's face changed as he looked at this holy object with surprise.
His mana, as thick as the sea, was crazily devoured the moment he touched it. This lupin is like a sinkhole that can't be filled. It was only a short moment of effort that sucked away a large portion of mana. Even the heavenly Tao demon heart passively began to replenish itself. One should know that when fighting with the 2 holy lords, neither of them used the heavenly Tao demon heart. There's no need to put up a fight. The white feather sage's attitude was still lofty. Looking at Zhang Hong took out a feather fan, although a little surprised but did not take it seriously. Zhang Hong came from the netherworld Holy Land, and he knew exactly how much weight he had. Though, the instincts of his sixth sense made him shudder, he remained unmoved. Surroundings. Countless cultivators were silent. The large battlefield became silent, and they all stared at the thousands of seal characters. The heart was already certain of Zhang Heng's death. When a saint is angry, blood is spilled. Unconscionable. He should have run when the saints appeared. Include this Zhang Hong in the human emperor streamer and torture for eternity. With a saint around, I'll see how big a wave Zhang Hong can make. Dash. This battle could last all day because of Zhang Heng's human emperor streamer. At this moment, the allied cultivators' hatred for Zhang Hong had reached its limit. Curses have been uttered. At the same time, the Heavenly Sword sect's disciples who were in the middle of the fierce battle were unable to speak in anger as they looked at the seal characters that filled the sky. It's like bullying the little guy. This Baiyu, really don't want some face. A rustic-looking youth looked at Baiyu with indignation. He felt unjust about Zhang Heng's situation. Next, bang! This Heavenly Sword sect disciple directly exploded without warning, turning into blood foam that floated in the wind, crushed to death by a single look from White Feather. Unbridled. A saint? Is it also for mole crickets like you to judge? White Feather sneered. His eyes swept around, passing over every Heavenly Sword sect disciple. Yes, the Heavenly Sword sect disciples had always been arrogant and temperamental. Where would they be willing to give in to softness? And immediately hissed, "Old dog, you have the ability to kill us all." That's right. If you fight against Big Brother Jiang at the same realm, you're a dog. Don't insult the dog. This old bird doesn't deserve it. This scene caused the White Feather Sage to immediately become enraged, raising his hand to conjure up a large seal character, which was about to crush into the crowd of the Heavenly Sword sect. And, just as he raised his hand, an indifferent voice made him instantly mute. Along with that, there was a monstrous fire, an unbearable searing heat. 5 birds, 7 amazing fans. Zhang Hong threw himself on the line and poured all of his mana into the holy object. Even the Heavenly Tao Demon Heart didn't leave much behind. This time, he's going to kill the saints. Immediately waved his feathered fan. Coax. The moment the feather fan was waved, a monstrous fire swept across the vast sky. The sky, which was originally covered with dark clouds, seemed to be burned through with flames at this moment. 7 flaming phoenixes were colorful. In an instant, they rushed towards the White Feather Sage, as well as the tens of thousands of allied disciples behind him. In the distance, even 100 miles apart, the green shades of the mountains began to burn, and a sea of fire spread across the vast mountain forest. Flames? The whole world seems to be bathed in flames. Asterisk. Seeing this scene, the White Feathers were dumbfounded. A pair of eyes stared deathly at the feather fan in Zhang Heng's hand, exclaiming, "Sacred product, 5 birds 7 amazing fans?" When he saw clearly what it was, White Feather couldn't stand it anymore.
His original body was a pure-blooded white-feathered skyrock, and he deeply knew the value of the true feather of his original life. The 5 birds and 7 amazing fans require 5 sacred true feathers to be made. Subocular medicine. Jiang Hong has it? How is this possible? Although there are 5 true avian demon saints in this world, will these people contribute their true feathers? This sacred object has always been a legend. Skyrock 10,000 feathers technique. The scorching incendiary flames incinerated everything, causing Baiyu to tense up and instantly run his innate technique. The body, transformed into a 100-meter-sized rock, wings waving, tens of thousands of white feathers, shooting toward the 7 colorful fire phoenix. Lots of feathers, not even gaps. It intersected with the fire phoenix in a matter of moments. A shocking scene emerged. Countless feathers, the moment they touched the flames, didn't even resist for a single breath before turning into ashes. Being completely incinerated, although one white feather after another, but into the sea of fire in the moment and then disappeared. The 7 fire phoenixes arrived in front of White Feather in an instant. No way. This is absolutely impossible. As a quasi-saint, Baiyu could not accept the scene before him. A junior, in charge of the holy objects, or in the holy objects of the famous 5 bird 7 amazement fan. And to him up. No. White Feather hissed. The fire phoenix arrived close enough to make him feel despair. An unbearable searing heat. The white feathers on his body, which looked like steel, were instantly burned and became black and coke. Before he could say anything, the 7 fire phoenixes completely engulfed White Feather. The large bird of prey, completely sunk in the fire, become a streak of ashes. A quasi-saint, just like that, was dead. This is something that hasn't happened in years, and has to be traced back at least 10,000 years. And the fire phoenix hadn't yet stopped its go, and the burning sea of fire engulfed the large allied army in an instant. Over 100,000 cultivators, under the swirling sea of fire, instantly lost a large portion of their lives. Endless wailing and hissing resounded through the sky. Burning flame, unshameable. Seeing this scene, the disciples of the Heavenly Sword Sect and the disciples of the Hang Sword Sect, all went numb. They couldn't breathe, suffocated to the point of oxygen deprivation. Brain, a blank. Saint Gothic? Saints Gothic. Asterisk. Jiang Big Brother executes the saint. How come you old bird don't scream anymore? Are you choking on your throat tube from eating? Exuberance. Unspeakable exuberance. No one expected that Jiang Hong would come up with a holy object and directly beat the unbelievable quasi-saint, White Feather, into crumbs of dust. Who would believe this? There was a mountain of chanting. In this way, this battle, there was already no suspense. A large portion of the allied forces were dead or injured, and the 2 saint lords were dead and disabled. Saints fall, the rest are leaks. And, just as everyone was cheering, a red lotus bloomed in the sky dome not far away. The red-clothed woman was magnificent, her ruby-like eyes, pouting and infatuated, staring at Jiang Hong. Her breathing was very rapid. She paced with her bare jade feet, stepping on the red lotus. P.S. Have a great day and ask for a catch-up red. End of chapter. Chapter 65. Jiang Hong, come home with me. The red lotus bloomed freely, paving a sunny path, coming from afar, aiming at the battlefield. And at that moment, the battlefield was dead silent, huffing and puffing. Jiang Hong's body trembled slightly, his forehead beaded with sweat as if it were grains, and he panted heavily. Tired. Very tired. The aftermath of wielding the 5 birds, 7 amazing fans. His entire body was emptied, leaving him with only the mana to barely maintain the human emperor streamer. More than that, not a drop left. But it was worth it. Ha ha ha. Jiang Hong smiled brightly and unyieldingly, looking at that ashes on the ground in the distance, as well as the blue souls in the sky of about 8 or 9 million. The mood was too good to be true. A certain person never goes back on his word in life, saying that letting you and others come to my human emperor streamer for a gathering. Letting you and others come for the human emperor streamer for a gathering. Ha 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 ha. As he spoke, Jiang Hong wiped the beads of sweat with his sleeve and raised his palm to ooze a ray of gray fluorescence. Countless severe ghosts began to roar uncontrollably as if they had gone mad. Standing out from the human emperor's streamer, he swooped down towards the large tens of thousands of people who had just died. The densely packed blue souls seemed defenseless in front of the stern ghosts of the human emperor's banner, refining in an instant. It was dragged back to the human emperor streamer and became the nourishment for the growth of it. Jiang Hong, you unforgivable devil, you deserve to die. Are you not a human being? Have been killed by you, but also we still have to enter the streamer? I'm wrong, Jiang Shao. Really wrong. Kill me, okay? Please. I don't want to enter the human emperor streamer. Don't enter the human emperor streamer. Hissing, cursing, and hurling insults filled the vast sky dome as these fading allied forces hissed at Jiang Hong.
At this time, they were unwilling to enter the human emperor streamer, those who died before the comrades in arms. The miserable look, they remembered. Don't want to die in peace. He will be enslaved by Jiang Hong for eternity, and will achieve a different kind of eternal life. Who am I going to talk to about this nigga? After using the heavenly demon disintegration to avoid a disaster, Yi Beixian saw that all of them had become sustenance, and he couldn't cry. Fury? It's no longer possible to be angry. 1300 warboats, 130,000 cultivators, 3 supreme elders, 2 holy lords, and 1 paramount saint. This is a lineup that is enough to destroy a quasi-first-class clan, fighting a city of 10,000 swords. The halberd was sunk and the saints withered. He didn't even know who to talk to. No, I have to go. Seemingly thinking of something, Yi Beixian shuddered violently and instantly turned around to run. Heads just twisted over before they could move. Yi Beixian with sea ghost like, crazy backward. A warm voice also followed, eat it, my treasure. What about coming to my human emperor's streamer to eat some? What was reflected in Yi Beixian's eyes was a flawless face, and the other party was revealing his white jade-like teeth as he smiled brightly at him. Jiang Hong did not know when, but arrived behind him, godlike and terrifying. Gulp, eldest brother. Yi Beixian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. His whole body tensed up like a quail. Impolite. Senior brother has spent a lot of essence helping you to temper Qingmei, and you don't even give a word of thanks. About to leave? Not allowed to treat senior brother to a meal to replenish this deficient body? Jiang Hong crooked his neck and pursed his lips, looking at Yi Beixian with a displeased expression. Me. Yi Beixian was stunned and looked at Jiang Hong in confusion. Did you go to the human emperor's hat to eat, replenish your body, and use up a lot of essence? What? Is that a human being? You're the devil, aren't you? Jiang Hong, don't bluff here. Expending your origin to wield the holy relic, you must be at the end of your strength. So why try to be a hero in front of me? I won't take advantage of you today, so don't force me. Yi Beixian does not want to continue in this issue entanglement. Jiang Hong cheap take advantage of the end. How to say he suffered losses. Immediate threats were made. Jiang Hong seemed to have heard some joke and laughed in spite of his image. After a long time, he indifferently said, Griffin, how dare you say that in front of this seat? You are simply lawless. The temperature around them instantly plummeted, as if it were the bitter cold of the far north. Jiang Hong slowly raised his hand, and black mana kept surging, forming a seal character in no time. Yi Beixian trembled as if he was facing a great enemy. Watching the seal character in Jiang Heng's hand approaching, he immediately planned to heavenly demon disintegration again. And, when the seal character was about to touch Yi Beixian, Jiang Hong slowly stopped and frowned as he looked at the sky behind him. There, a red lotus bloomed, and a woman paced in the air with her bare feet, stepping on the red lotus. Jiang Hong frowned and turned to look at the woman in red. He didn't expect this woman to come in person. This war in 10,000 Sword City is not a battle of focus. Jiang Hong, come home with me. The red-clothed woman's expression was cold, and in a matter of moments, she had stepped on the red lotus and arrived in front of Jiang Hong, scarlet like blood under the long skirt, bare jade feet as if sheep fat, absolutely beautiful posture like banishment. Cannot find half a flaw, quiet but not escaping. The cultivators present who still survived stared wide-eyed at the strange woman who had arrived, although most of them didn't recognize it. But this aura, this gesture, they all had guesses in their minds. And the woman was unique in that she never wore anything but red. Empress. Its Empress a disciple of the heavenly sword sex eyes were tinged with fear. What's she doing here? And that's hitting stripes of hair? I thought I'd won by executing the saint. But it turned out that my opponent directly king-bombed. The scalps of the heavenly sword sect disciples were numb, although they were unruly, although their ambitions were higher than the sky. But the trembling came from the soul, not the guts. The woman in red is the harmonizer, in tune with heavenly ways. Even the heavenly pivot sword master and the few people from the Huaxing master, they were completely devoid of any intention to fight at this moment. There were numb looks at the woman in red. Dragon 1, Dragon 5, and Dragon 6. See the Empress. Mei, Long Yi, Long Wu, and Long Lu flew to the woman's back and knelt down on one knee. Their attitude was very humble, and they were like two people before. The words of the three men completely shattered the illusions of many. Empress, it's really the Empress coming. Oh, home. Facing the words of the woman in red, Jiang Hong exhaled a long breath of turbid air and said coldly, and Hongyi, I have long since finished with you. It is also said that if we meet again, we will be enemies. You forgot? The sound of the words, as if the calm sea, set off a layer of wild waves. Break red breaths from the instant filled the large battlefield. Countless disciples prostrated themselves and looked up in horror at this female emperor. That year in the daisy-filled mountain field, you promised to watch over me for the rest of my life. And Hani's stunningly beautiful cheeks were as pale as they could be. And the red lotus that had originally blossomed was filled with fury at this moment. She stepped on the red lotus and walked towards Zhang Hong step by step. Come close. Reaching out, he gently caressed Zhang Heng's flawless face. P.S. The picture is of the main character as he is now. Got someone else to do it for a whopping $5. End of chapter. Chapter 66, You Don't Deserve It. Pop. Zhang Hong slapped Hani's hand away, and Shallow flew backwards 3 steps to pull away. Looking at each other flatly, I'm not with you as I was then. And don't mention the daisy-filled mountain field to me. And Hongi, you don't deserve to be mentioned there. Have you ever believed me when you said I betrayed you? Although the fate of the past life and this life is different, there is one thing that is always the same, and Hongi did not believe in him from the bottom of her bones. Yes, with the degree of his dominance, if one firmly and undoubtedly believed in him, when he was under the questioning heart pass, Yi Beixian would she be smashed into pieces with a palm, the kind that the gods can't even beckon to keep. So even at this point, he's still the one who's been given up on. The red lotus continued to bloom, the scarlet baleful aura increasing, and Hani's entire body trembled, her demeanor tinged with sadness. I really didn't. It was your bent in the first place. If you had come to me earlier. Enough. Zhang Hong impatiently intended, and Hongi pointed at the distant allied forces, and then pointed at White Feather, who had turned into ashes. Coldly, he said, the matter has come to this. I have no desire to continue explaining this sinful relationship. Let it dissipate with the wind. And Hongi, I'm done with you. At the end of his speech, Zhang Hong laughed to himself in his heart. Explain? How was it in the beginning? Stepping in for the first time to ask for a heart? The series of dirty false accusations that followed left him speechless? At the end of the day there is a lot of rebellion. The great tribulation of heaven and earth. He still chose to stand in the way of all living beings and finally fought. But behind the scenes, it is these moralistic people who are so hard on him. Who knows about the nameless mound? Dizzy. It's an uneventful, yet dramatic, dizzy, yet extremely ridiculous life. Nowadays, everything that hadn't happened was because he'd gone down, choosing to go the way of Yi Beixian. Zhang Hong, and Hongi murmured, a teardrop with blood at the corner of her eye sliding down, her whole body trembling, her hand unconsciously clenching her sleeve. It was a moment of heartache to the core. She's not worthy? Why? She really doesn't understand what she did wrong. You should stop arguing, brother. His heart is really hurting already. Just as Hongi trembled, a glutinous voice rang out from the 10,000 Swords City's castle tower, echoing in the great wilds of the bush. It was a little girl, about 5 years old, was looking bravely at the Empress, and could feel that she was scared and frightened. Her whole body was trembling. The face, too, was frighteningly white, but still very brave. And Hongi shuddered and looked at the girl in shock, unconsciously taking a step backwards when she saw the girl's clear eyes. Turning his eyes to Zhang Hong. Zhang Heng's heart hurts? Is it because of her? But where did she go wrong? There is no need for you to say anything about this seat. Under the strong pressure, and Hongi had a fierce aura around her. The scarlet aura instantly crushed countless Union disciples. She raised her eyes coldly towards the city tower, raised her white jade-like hand, and instantly waved a baleful aura. And Hongi, you. Zhang Heng's face went white as he looked at Hongi in shock. It was a scene that he had not expected at all. Barbarian's opening, and Hongi's furious strike. He didn't expect any of this previously, and Hongi had never struck out at mortals even if her fury had erupted. When all is said and done, she was a farm kid in the beginning and suffered bullying from her parents from a very young age. All I want is a home, a warm home. May. At that moment, she actually took a shot at Barbara? It's too late. Zhang Hong couldn't stop his entire body from trembling as he looked at the scarlet baleful aura. It's too late. Even if it was him, even if he possessed a shrinking ground, this was a harmonizer striking out. And Hongi. Zhang Hong murmured wordlessly. This way, he regretted it. I shouldn't have concluded the karma with Barbara in the first place. I just returned the karma and left. And now I've brought the other party an undeserved disaster. Although he has killed many people since he came down from the mountain, none of these people are innocent. In the moment, he really didn't want to see anyone else die because of him. Hissing is useless. The scarlet fury crushed corpses and bones all the way to the front of 10,000 Swords City, shattering the barrier in a matter of moments. Distance to Barbarian, only 1 meter. The little girl was terrified, her eyes looking fearfully at the fury, but her tiny feet did not fall back. In her heart, Jiang Hong was the best person in the world. You can see through people's hearts. This matter, she did not tell Jiang Hong because she liked to observe Jiang Heng's joy and sorrow in secret. That was enough for her. Feeling Jiang Heng's cry of grief just now, she followed suit and was unable to remain silent, choosing to open her mouth. Breaks. 1/2 meter. This distance can crush everything. Just as the baleful Qi was about to touch Barbara, a light green figure flew in front of her. Buzz dash. A sword roar resounded through the heavens and earth. In front of Barbara was a girl in a long dress, who took out an ancient iron sword, releasing a sword intent that penetrated everything. In an instant, the scarlet aura was completely shattered. It's Jian Xian, Empress, striking out at a girl. You're too deep into your thoughts. Jian Xian's green dress swayed in the wind, while her green silk danced about. She looked at Anhongi without a hint of cowardice. Tiny Soul Palace realm. Thinking that with a sword she sealed by the sword ancestor, you can do whatever you want? Even that old thing needs to lower its eyebrows when it sees the seat. Anhongi was aware of Sword Xian's arrival, but being able to block the attack was a bit of a surprise to her. But in an instant it was released. It was the sword she sealed by the sword ancestor, and that iron sword turned into pieces. Jiang Hong shrunk into the ground and came to Jian Xian's side, looking at the other party in surprise. Why are you here? It's dangerous. Go! This girl and the sword dust heart in the last life is a couple. The sword dust heart desperate battle buried in the funeral soul ridge. The girl was so strong that she cut her own throat and went with him. In this life, he will not allow the same mistake to be repeated, and he will not allow Jian Xian to die again. No go. The swords of my generation will not give in. Jian Xian shook her head and looked at Jiang Hong firmly. Big brother Jiang, elder brother Duanqin admires you and once said that you are the #1 sword cultivator in the world. The great elder trusts your character and is willing to die for you. I also trust you. Then without opening his mouth, he turned to look at Anhongi. Empress, my brother Dusty Heart was buried in the netherworld. Won't you give my heavenly sword sect an explanation? The emerald green long sword was held in Jian Xian's hand. She stared straight at Anhongi, without a hint of cowardice. The pride. The surrounding heavenly sword sect disciples were not afraid. Instead, they were filled with righteous indignation, and all of them were agitated. At this moment, none of the sword cultivators were timid. All of them had their feet on flying swords hanging in the sky. Their gazes dead on Anhongi. My brother Dusty Heart was buried in the netherworld. I ask the Empress to give an account. My brother Dusty Heart is buried in the netherworld, so I ask the Empress to give an account. P.S. I wish you all the best of luck. No hard work. Sit back and enjoy the ride, and a step up in the world. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 67, Broken Defense. The neat and unanimous shouts carry through the large battlefield, and the clouds in the sky, too, dissipated. Righteousness breaks through the heavens. Sayings. Faced with thousands of heavenly sword sect disciples pressing the issue, and Hanyi was unperturbed. This palace is an emperor. Would it care about the death or life of a mole cricket? Dare to question the harmonizer? How dare you? As the words fell, a red baleful aura rushed to the sky, spreading from Anhongi's body, causing the surrounding bushes and fields to wither one after another. The entire 10,000 sword city was rendered in scarlet, and the fury was about to devour all the heavenly sword sect disciples present. My brother Dusty Heart is buried in the netherworld Holy Land. I ask the Empress to give her word. Just as the Fury Chi was about to cover the heavenly sword sect disciples, a black-clothed silhouette blocked in front of the Fury Chi with his body. White hair like snow, eyes like the stringed moon, indifferently looking at Anhongi. It was Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong, what do you call me? You, with these outsiders questioning me? Anhongi looked at Jiang Hong with a pale face and a scarlet fury that became even more manic. Her heart, in this moment, ached. A heart-wrenching, bone-crushing pain. She could accept Jiang Hong calling her Anhongi, but she couldn't accept Jiang Hong calling her Empress. She was also with the crowd of the Heavenly Sword sect, asking her for a statement. I'm sorry, but at this point in time, for me, it's the outsider. Looking at the monstrous fury, Jiang Hong was unperturbed and coldly looked at Anhongi. Compared to the netherworld Holy Land, these Heavenly Sword sect disciples were the ones who had given him a home. And, ever since he swung 1,000 men under the questioning heart pass, he had severed his former ties. And Redcoat. Long ago, I stopped feeling sorry for myself. Heart, dead. Jiang Hong. Vomit. Anhongi was so furious that she vomited a mouthful of imperial blood on the spot, and she looked at Jiang Hong with confused eyes. Couldn't take that. She's the outsider to him right now. Anhongi's whole body trembled as she opened her mouth word by word. You're going to negatively impact me? I won't allow it. Not allowed. The emotion of sadness filled Anhongi's entire body at this moment. She couldn't accept Jiang Hong leaving her. If you want to think that way, there's nothing I can do. Jiang Hong exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, not bothering to continue explaining things that he said many times. In his past life and in this life, he has never failed anyone. At first, in the heart of the questioning pass, gave Hongi a chance, but the other party did not cherish it. So, even if his life is full of misfortune, there will be no trace of this man. What if I begged you not to leave me? And Hongi came in front of Jiang Hong and gently raised her head to look up at this face that she had longed for. She faded her overbearing aura. Her fierce aura instantly dissolved, and in her ruby-like eyes, drops of blood and tears flowed down to her collar. Seemingly thinking of something, and Hongi bit her lower lip and hurriedly spoke. You know, I only want a home. Entering the path of immortality is also a misadventure. Don't leave me. Jiang Hong, you don't leave me. We now return to the mountains. I will not be this empress. From now on the green lamps will follow us, and we will bathe in the daisy-covered mountains. She raised her lotus root arm and tugged Jiang Hang's arm tightly, her gem-like pupils looking at Jiang Hong almost pleadingly. And Rouge, we are on different paths, and you are plunged into darkness and sinking into the mire. Can't stop me, running for a better life. Can you? I can't live through that kind of bad life. Jiang Hong exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and shook his head, denying Hongi's request. The ethereal Holy Land's days of deceit were far from being as smooth as the current life. He has been wronged and humiliated in the past, and he tries to prove himself by all means, giving the best to others in the hope of getting a kind word, so that the other party can help him to clean up a bit. But it was met with cold stares and ridicule, and now the injustice and the humiliation. Ha! Did I give you too much credit? This comparison. How else can you live that kind of day? Okay? Meet sunshine. Darkness pervades the life and naturally becomes spiteful. It's a mud puddle? I'm taking you down into the darkness? This statement caused Hongi to be stunned and look at Jiang Hong incredulously. I'll make you a glorious and flawless man. Who under the sky won't envy you? How did I sink you? Enough. Jiang Hang's expression stared, directly shaking off Hongi's hand, and said in a single word, that ridiculous senior brother is what makes me the most disgusted. Speaking here, Jiang Hong pursed his lips to Hongi's side and whispered, also, you killed me. Your Dao weapon, red makeup, stabbed me in the back and out of my chest, and it was you who executed me with your own hands. After saying that, Jiang Hang's chest rose and fell violently, the corners of his mouth raised in a wanton smile, and his pair of eyes looked coldly at Hongi. In his previous life, he had stood in front of all the people during the great calamity of the pouring sky. Even when the bones in his body shattered and his blood dried up, he never retreated a step. And, at the most anxious moment, a scarlet long sword, penetrating his chest, buried him completely. The sword is red makeup. It's Hongi's original Dao weapon. No way. How could I hurt you? There's no way I could hurt you. You'd make up lies to get away from me. I won't let you go. I won't let you go. And Hongi shuddered, unable to comprehend what Jiang Hong had said. Kill? How could she possibly kill Jiang Hong? This heaven and earth were long, and the only person who could put her heart at ease was Jiang Hang. How could she? How could she hurt? Unbelievable. She doesn't believe it. See? You don't believe it again. Jiang Hong immediately stopped explaining. Do it. Right now. Again. And Hongi's whole life. Her words are all about trusting him, but her actions are all about questioning him. Every word was about him, and what he did was bone-chilling. Tired. Regardless, even though I may have killed you, I definitely won't in the future. Today, you must return with me. Seeing Jiang Hang's determined attitude, and Hongi broke her defense, fading the sobs on her face and reaching out to directly grab Jiang Hang's shoulder. The red seal characters filled the room, blocking the entire space on the spot. In the distance, Barbarian, Jian Xian and others saw the situation and wanted to do something very powerless. One can only watch with bated breath. Just as the hand touched Jiang Hang's shoulder, an overriding sword chi carried an unstoppable coldness. It directly chopped at Hongi's lotus root arm. Buzz. The sword chi broke through space, and Hongi immediately retracted her hand and raised her eyes to the sky dome angrily. Sword ancestor, have you lived long enough to badger me several times? At this moment, Hongi's body was surrounded by countless scarlet seal characters. These fonts are the origin of the heavenly Tao. It is the realization of the Tao by those who are in tune with it. Hey! In the dome of the sky, a sigh faintly resounded, and an old man with rustic clothing slowly came step by step. Your natural talent is truly appalling. Just 25 years to reach this point. I'm afraid that the only one who can stand alongside you in this universal world is little friend Jiang Hong. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. Remember to come and read every day. Chirp. End of chapter. Chapter 68. Barbara. Don't cry. The plain-clothed old man nodded to Hongi and looked at Jiang Hong with a kind gaze. The old man has lived for too long and has forgotten what his name is. You call me Sword Ancestor. Greetings, Senior.
Jiang Hang slightly arched his hand and looked at the Sword Ancestor with eyes full of respect. If there was anyone else in this side of heaven and earth that he admired, it was only the Sword Ancestor in front of him. The lineage of the Heavenly Sword sect is inherited from this man. He has never been timid in his life, and he has never been a bully. And, of all those powerful people in his previous life, the other party was the only one who stood by his side. It's a shame. When the heavens fall, they wither away in the midst of the ages. At the same time, what the other side says is not false. He was burdened by the clan in the first half of his life, and most of the time he took care of his senior brothers and sisters, and if he had dedicated himself to cultivation until now he would probably have already stepped into the quasi-saint,
or even saint realm. No harm done. You should follow Qian Qian and step back.
The Sword Ancestor smiled faintly,
one of his teeth absent.
With a slightly gentle force, he pushed Jiang Hong to Jin Shen Shen's side and turned his eyes to Anhongi.
Empress, retreat. Though you have great talent, you are not a match for the old immortal as you have not yet attained enlightenment. Then what if I say that your opponent is not me?
Anhongi coldly glanced at the Sword Ancestor.
Then her gaze went to Jiang Hong. The white jade-like hand immediately took out a token. The token burns,
and the smoke rises in the wind.
In the distant dome of the sky,
a circular space was opened, and an old man with a long beard stepped out from it,
all dressed in white, but no pallor in sight. Mid-air,
the first time he saw the Sword Ancestor,
he revealed a bright smile. Old friend, unhappiness. Ha, hey.
The Sword Ancestor sighed slightly and glanced helplessly at Jiang Hong, 9-jack sword fetus,
through 9 jinxes, and feathered into immortality. Old friend, follow me into battle. After saying that, the Sword Ancestor's eyes became cold,
and he immediately disappeared from his original spot.
And when he reappeared, he had already arrived in front of the long-bearded old man.
A pristine iron sword was brandished,
cutting out a sweeping sword chi.
The mountains and rivers crumbled,
and a deep, bottomless gully appeared in the vast bushfield. Heaven and earth are in turmoil. This scene, it left the surrounding crowds, who were still alive, shaken. Where have they ever seen a merged man? Not to mention the hands-on between the harmonizers and the harmonizers. Right now it's really a knife pulling on the ass-opening eyes. In the crowd, Yi Beixian saw the scene and gritted his teeth in indignation. Old thing, I will kill you on the day I merge with the Tao.
The Heavenly Sword sect had spoiled him several times.
Right now,
the Sword Ancestor had gone so far as to with the old ancestor of their netherworld Holy Land for the sake of Jiang Hong.
Beixian, while that girl hasn't awakened yet, you immediately explode the bottom to slaughter her. Be quick dash.
Kill her or wait for her to revive.
Have heard what was said.
Yi Beixian looked towards 10,000 Sword City, and when he saw the lineup clearly, he was confused.
How am I going to kill it? That girl is with Jiang Hong. I'm going to him with my head? Besides, there's Jian Qian Qian beside her.
That woman might still have the sword aura of the Sword Ancestor.
Yes, and the wind chime. If you don't kill her, you're going to regret it. She's a she, do you hear me? Who is she you say ah? Is it taboo?
Yi Beixian was impatient. The other guy talks every time he's godlike,
asks and doesn't say anything.
At this point in time,
he went to assassinate a little lowly. Is not the brains of the crime? And, just as Yi Beixian was talking to it,
the pattern under 10,000 Sword City had changed again, and Hong Yi paced coldly, stepping on the red lotus to Jiang Hong.
I told you, you can't escape me. Jiang Hong, this time you won't be able to leave me for the rest of your life. He. And Hong Yi was smiling.
Losing and regaining it made her long-deposited fury dissipate quite a bit in this moment.
In response, Jiang Hong was silent. Since his rebirth, both losses were given to him by Anhongi.
Even if a contemporary harmonizer uses up all of the fruits of the Tao from his previous life, it is unlikely to change anything. Less capable than desirable, idiom, not as strong as one would wish.
For the first time in my new life, I feel overwhelmed.
Although his peers were invincible,
even when saints didn't come out,
he was also invincible.
But, if you want to change your fate completely, lack of time. If you give him 3 more years, everything can be made. Asphyxiation.
Jiang Hong felt unprecedented suffocation.
Brother, at the 10,000 Sword City building, Barbara looked at Jiang Hong with empty eyes,
the corners of her mouth constantly murmuring,
"Brother, don't cry. Brother, don't cry." She kept repeating the phrase, once, 3 times, 5 times.
Through her pupils, she saw Jiang Heng's heart dripping blood.
Don't cry. Don't cry. Don't cry.
Barbarian suddenly hissed,
his entire body falling into a frenzy, and at his chest, the ebony light seemed to be able to devour everything.
Countless amounts of scarlet fury were instantly swallowed up by this flash of black ominous light.
Barbarian's body began to burn black flames. The fire is getting bigger and bigger. The aura emanating from it also shocked everyone around him.
It was a bilious aura they had never seen before. Even the sword ancestor who was at war, as well as old ancestor Linghu of the Netherworld Holy Land, shuddered at this. Could it be her? It can't be? Linghu old ancestor trembled. His eyes glazed over, and he turned around with the thought of running. The sword ancestor's face did not look good either, and the iron sword in his hand trembled madly. This scene, it also moved Jiang Hung. He didn't understand what was happening. And, just as he was wondering, the black flames that engulfed and incinerated everything burned out. In the midst of the flames, Barbara was nowhere to be seen. It made Jiang Hang's heart twitch, slightly opening his mouth, but it was like a lump in his throat. He was tempted to ask what was going on. Doubt it was made by Anhongi, but the style doesn't seem like it. And, just as he wondered, a warm touch came to his face, as if it were as silky as an egg. Out of the corner of his eye, a hand as white as jade was gently caressing him. Before he could do anything, his lips felt the touch. In his eyes, a woman of breathtaking beauty was kissing him deeply on the mouth, and her eyes, like dark jewels, were all infatuated as she looked at him. This is? Jiang Heng's brain went down. What the hell happened? He really doesn't get it. Don't cry. Don't feel bad. Everything is with me. In her ear, came her murmur, sounding like a wind chime in the transit of the south wind. Crisp and lilting. It made Jiang Heng's body, unconsciously, relax. It's never been done before. Bitch, how dare you seduce him? He's mine. Just as Jiang Hong was immersed in this relief, a hiss resounded through the clouds. Countless scarlet seal characters covered the gentle figure in Jiang Heng's arms. This caused Jiang Hong to be startled. Instinctively, he wanted to do something, when a soft murmur came to his ear. Don't cry. There's me. At the same time, and the system's crazy voice. Ding is dispatching the mission. Run. Successful reward, primordial Taoist solution, previous. Ding calculates that the host's current mortality rate is 100,000%. Please run away with the bucket immediately. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. Remember to come and read every day. Chirp. End of chapter. Chapter 69, 10,000 Reincarnations. I'm your barbarian too. There was so much information that Jiang Hong felt that his brain cells were completely inadequate. Where's Barbara? Who is this breathtakingly beautiful woman? Where did I cry? And the system? What's with the cold friggin' seizure? 1,000,000,000% mortality rate? How is this calculated? Then why should I run when you've done the math? Just die. Ding, please leave immediately. She is unbeatable. Current win rate, 0%. Please host Ding. System error. Is in the process of self-correction. Error. Her. The system in his ear reported an error, causing Jiang Heng's brain to almost go down as well. She means her? Jiang Hong was stunned and looked at the woman hugging him. This left him even more bewildered. Don't be sad. I'll always be there for you. The soft silver bells echoed in Jiang Heng's ears once again, and the hand that was as white as warm jade kept caressing his cheeks. Jiang Hong had a lot he wanted to say, but he didn't know what to say when the words came out. Everything. All still unknown. Seemingly thinking of something, Jiang Hong raised his eyes to look at the seal characters in the sky, and raised his hand to gather a silver seal character prototype. This is the fruit of the Tao of his previous life, equivalent to the rebirth. Inexplicably brought over a little deposit. It's one of those use a little less. Usually can't be bothered. But in the moment, no way. And, the moment the silver-colored seal character took shape, the surrounding area was instantly ablaze with monstrous incendiary flames. Everything, bathed in flame. The black flame destroys the world, devouring and burning everything, including the countless scarlet seal characters of Anhongi. This is, Jiang Hong shuddered, his head buzzing. This heaven-defying black incinerating flames, lightly incinerating Anhongi's Tao. Its heaven-defying degree was something that any individual could see. Don't cry. I'm. By his ears, the murmuring silver bells rang once again, which caused Jiang Hong to wonder. Who are you? Me? It's Barbara. It's you alone, Barbara. The silver bell was delighted and let go of the hand that was gently caressing Jiang Hong, fluttering backward by half a meter. It was only at this point that Jiang Hong was able to completely see her posture clearly. Skin like condensed fat, cool moon-like eyebrows, above the icy muscles and jade bones, is the perfectly sculpted face, white teeth and lips, cannot find half a flaw. 3,000 threads of green silk hanging from the waist, the breeze caresses the rest constantly swaying. The pupils were deep and just staring straight at him. You. Jiang Hong was dumbfounded. It was the best-looking person he had ever seen in his past life. May. Why hadn't he seen such a powerful cultivation in his previous life? You're not barbarian. Jiang Hong shook his head. At the time in the Nangong dynasty, if Barbara had 1/10,000th of this woman's strength, there would be no way that there would be that black line on top of her head. I'm Barbara. The woman was not in a hurry. Her figure was like a ghost coming in front of Jiang Hong, stretching out her finger like a green onion white. In the case that Jiang Hong was completely unable to resist, she pointed at the center of his eyebrows. In a blink of an eye, countless fragments of memory flooded into his mind. 170,000 years ago, in a corner of the northern plains, a girl in rags is following a boy who is as rich as jade. The boy aspires to be sword-peeping and flowing, embarking on the path of immortality. When the boy leaves, the girl waits bitterly, and a year later, when the cultivators burn the city, the girl dies in the flames. 110,000 years ago, in a corner of the eastern wasteland, a girl in rags hides in a corner and secretly looks at a handsome boy, who then goes out to do business, and the girl passes away with a disease of longing. 80,000 years ago, a corner of the eastern wilderness, the girl dressed in rags, walking aimlessly on the street. She was looking for empty eyes, do not know what to look for. She walked all the way, just like a footless bird. 10,000 years ago, in the corner of the western desert, the girl's bare feet are full of scars. She walks on the yellow sand. Her eyes are empty and she doesn't know where she is going. She walks west, all the way, all the way. 37 days ago, a corner of the South Ridge and the imperial city of Nangong. My brother eats buns, and his heart doesn't hurt when he eats them. Since you and I met on steamed buns, I'll call you Barbara from now on. Fragments of memories, like a walking lantern, wandered in Jiang Heng's mind, frame by frame, pile by pile, piece by piece. Seems like it really happened. Jiang Hong stared wide-eyed, not knowing what emotion to use to express what he felt at this moment. The ragged girl in the lantern is Barbara. The recurring youth is himself. No matter how many lifetimes she goes through, no matter what happens, she is always searching for herself. As luck would have it, both were born in the same place. As bad luck would have it, she was alone, windswept, and searching until she died. Unfortunately, mostly she was alone, aimless and drifting around. Even, for these 10,000 reincarnations, she was without a name. Barbara was her first name. And, each time, they don't live past the age of 6. Once, 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 29,999 times. And the moment, the one in the Southern Palace Imperial Dynasty was the 30,000th time. Why? Jiang Hong choked as he looked at the woman with confusion in his empty eyes. Barbara, why are you seeking yourself? If he wasn't reborn in this life, had Barbara been soul refined and buried in the human emperor streamer in the Nangong dynasty? Will that be the last time we see each other? Finally, how did Barbara end up? Why is it 170,000 years ago again? This point in time? At the same time, Jiang Hong became enlightened. At the time of the Nangong dynasty, Barbara in the handout that steamed bread before the two karma has long been predetermined. This karma is so deeply entangled that it has long been impossible to part with it. Heart, don't be in pain. Barbara will always be there for you. Crisp silver bells echoed in his ears. Jiang Hong felt warmth in his arms. Looking down, the woman buried her head in his chest, constantly murmuring and whispering. I see the goddess of mercy. I see Jinwu. I see my true self, and I unlock the old shackles of the past. Today I know I'm me. Past lives, present lives, and the cycle of years. Jiang Hong looked at all of this in confusion. He couldn't imagine that the girl in front of him had waited for him for over 170,000 years, through 30,000 reincarnations. 30,000 times I've been alone. 30,000 times I've passed by. 30,000 times I've been parted. How much willpower does it take to get through that? Or maybe, what level of obsession does it take to do all this? The girl never gave up or left him in her heart, and was steadfast in her choice from start to finish. Me. Jiang Hong wanted to say something, but his words were mute. In the reincarnation of 10,000 lifetimes, I am also your barbarian alone. She pressed her face against Jiang Heng's chest, listening carefully to Jiang Heng's heartbeat with a relaxed expression. Enjoy the quiet stillness of the moment. Jiang Hong did not say anything, looking at the girl's eyes in fascination. This deep pupil, ears, Elder Sword's dying voice also inexplicably began to echo. Jiang Hong, live. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. Remember to check in every day. Love you guys. End of chapter. Chapter 70, Barbara's Identity. Go and find the other side of your heart. There must be a place for your wandering heart. Tolerance? Jiang Hong murmured while looking down at his arms. This breathtakingly beautiful girl. Enough. Just as Jiang Hong was pondering, a hissing sound completely shattered the atmosphere. Red fury filled the large bushfield, and Hongi's eyes were cold. Watching Jiang Hong and her hugging, she couldn't hold on any longer. Originally, the one standing next to Jiang Hong should be her. Who the hell is this wild woman? Noisy. before Jung Hong could open his mouth. The girl in his arms raised her head unwillingly and kissed her cheek after. He lazily glanced at Hongi, then pursed his lips and looked at Jung Hong reproachfully. It's average looking. Not worthy of you. After saying that, she leaned down to murmur in Jung Heng's ear. Brother, does she look good or do I look good? Who? As she said that, she gently breathed into Jung Heng's ear. The fluffy touch caused Jung Hong to have a jolt and look at her with shock. In this moment, others were numb. I don't know what to do. Bitch, you seek death. Her provocative attitude caused Hongi to completely lose control, and countless runes emerged from her scarlet eyes. At this moment, the aura of a harmonizer completely erupted. The countless seal characters were like a sea of red tides, crushing towards her again. And she didn't move a muscle, quietly snuggled in Jung Heng's arms, her head resting on her shoulder, looking at Hongi blandly. Swallow the sky dash. 2 words. 2 very ordinary words. Nothing seems to be happening, but there seems to be a shocking change. All around. The instant the words fell, countless cultivators were like raindrops, pouring down from the sky and falling directly to the ground. Even people as strong as the heavenly pivot sword master and the others were unable to maintain their mana in the same way as Master Huaxin and the Great Diffractor. It fell straight to the ground and made 3 big craters. The scarlet seal characters that filled the sky turned into red fragments that dissipated with the breeze. No more semblance of scarlet. All the Tao and laws in this world seemed to have ceased to exist. Although some people on the ground wanted to try, the moment the mana surged out, it seemed to be completely swallowed up by an inexplicable force. The whole world. It fell into dead silence. Asterisk 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 asterisk. In the distance, Linghu, old ancestor of the netherworld sacred ground, watching to the scene, could no longer be taught. It's her. It's her who's back. Didn't she wither away 170,000 years ago? Fake, right? Linghu's ancestor is dumbfounded. 170,000 years ago, the entire heavenly Luo realm's great desolate ancient lineages, holy places, and mountain-converted harmonizers were united like never before. Go snipe her. Yes, couldn't beat it at all. She was killed by a single person, and finally fled in disarray. For invincibility seems lonely as snow. This woman has the audacity to run off and swallow the sky. Fading ensued. Right now, she wasn't dead, and had miraculously survived and, seemingly, lived well. Wait. Old ancestor Linghu seemed to think of something and looked at Jung Hong like a ghost. I didn't see it wrong. Did I? What is this demoness doing? Looking at her attitude towards Jung Hong, old man Linghu was completely confused. Is Jung Hong so sought after? Old man Linghu could not understand. Is Jung Hong really that fragrant? And how did the two get together when they weren't even from the same era? Why? Devouring Emperor? No one knows her name dash. Splendidly born. Standing in the 9 heavens. The splendor and talent of the ancient world. The sword ancestor looked at her with a serious expression. I never thought that a small wave would call this woman out. What now? How does it end? She was invincible in this world 170,000 years ago. And who else can sanction her in the world today? Demon Emperor, what do you want? The sword ancestor didn't look at old ancestor Linghu. At the moment, the safety of the Tian Luo realm was more important to him. The emergence of such a great evil is bound to plunge the world into chaos. He can't just sit back and do nothing, or he won't be able to live up to his belief in the iron sword. The sword ancestor's voice was hoarse but did not suppress his voice, echoing across the large battlefield. Below, tens of thousands of cultivators, including the heavenly pivot sword master, Long Yi, and the others, they all looked at the sword ancestor blankly, then turned their eyes to look at her. What demons? Emperor? What emperor? Magic what emperor? Devil emperor? The devil emperor? Numb. Tens of thousands of eyes are numb. They looked at Jiang Heng's arms, the languid and stunningly beautiful woman, and their entire being was bad. Demon Emperor? Devouring Emperor? It's the same emperor who created the devouring devil technique? She's a woman? Ha ha, I must be sick. Who's going to give me a cut and drag me out of my illusion? Fake it. Isn't she buried? This Jiang Hong is dead. He'll definitely get his bones knocked out and his marrow sucked. Who doesn't know the reputation of the devil emperor? Over the years, it has always been the talk of the monks after dinner, and everyone is afraid of her. Previously, the waves under the Heart of Inquiry Pass were also caused by the devouring demon power. You are the demon emperor. Old ancestor Linghu's words caused Hongi's pupils to condense as she indifferently looked at her. Just now, that move swallowing the sky made her very strange. It is clearly unreasonable to think that there can be such a law of the way that can burn all other laws. For this reason, it is incredible. Unexpectedly, that was just the beginning. The other party's real identity, unexpectedly, is 170,000 years ago, the world's devouring emperor. She is silent.
quietly snuggling in Jiang Heng's arms. She closed her beautiful eyes with incomparable enjoyment. It left Jiang Hong shaken. In his mind, the system's previous prompts kept echoing. 170,000 years ago, the devouring emperor had grand ambitions to take over the heavenly Tao, but finally failed and withered away in the river of years. Doubtful not dead. He didn't realize that the her in his arms was the devil emperor who was so talented. Why did the two develop this? I don't get it. It's really confusing. Me and you? Jiang Hong lowered his head and looked into her eyes. When he saw the deep and absolutely beautiful pupils, the heart was on the verge of overflowing with emotion. It's a very specific emotion. Craving. Wanting something. 10,000 reincarnations. I don't seek to become immortal. I only wish to reunite with you in the red dust. Jiang Heng's doubts were quickly responded to. She raised her head. Her beautiful eyes were full of determination. I will always be Barbara. You're Barbara alone. Jiang Hong was silent without words, looking deeply at Barbara. The reason Barbara won't say. He was reluctant to ask. When karma arrives, it will be known naturally. That piece of reincarnation debris. Jiang Hong knew it had really happened. Have this. That's enough. No one had ever cherished him before. Now he knew that there was a girl in reincarnation who had been looking for him, who had been waiting for him. P.S. I wish my family a happy day. And remember to check in every day. End of chapter. Chapter 71, Heaven's Fate in 3 parts. The girl waited painstakingly until the present moment and finally stood before him. I see. Jiang Hong glanced deeply at Barbarian and nodded immediately. I don't know what to do with this fruit for a while, but, at least the cause is known. This glance seems to experience 10,000 years. Barbarian pursed his lips and said seriously, you remember to protect me. This is the last life. I entrust everything to you. Brother, I'm so happy to be reunited with you again. At those words, Jiang Hong was stunned and looked curiously into her deep eyes. Reunion, protection, trust everything? As far as he knew, he could not think of anyone other than Tian Ting who could pose a threat to her. Yes, she is me and I am her. She is my earthly Tao fruit and my only lifeline. And her fall is my death. I want to be by your side forever, but I don't want to hurt you for myself. And this is the only way I've come up with to break it, after all I've done. Brother, heaven's order is threefold. If you're not satisfied, you'll lose. If you're overfull, you'll gain. Letting go of Jiang Heng's hand, Aban admonished deeply, his heart yearning for more. Then his eyes looked into the distance. Leave it to me next. Without waiting for Jiang Hong to say anything, Barbarian removed the little girl's body. Placing her in Jiang Heng's arms, he stepped onto the sky with his bare feet and looked at an Hongian old man Linghu not far away. And in the shadows, there are many kings and emperors who are hibernating. This is the boundary. If you cross it, you will die. Barbara drew a line, completely circling the huge 10,000 sword city. That moment, Barbarian's aura had changed, and was very different from the little woman's posture when she was snuggled in Jiang Heng's arms. This moment, it seemed that 170,000 years ago, the demon emperor, who had reigned over the world, had returned. Her demeanor was cold and disdainful. Just standing so faintly caused the distant Linghu old ancestor to fall back 1,000 meters. Damn! Old ancestor Linghu's face suddenly changed and he spoke in displeasure. Are you still watching and waiting? Next moment, many breaths erupted around them. A man holding a bronze battle halberd shattered the void and walked out. A sturdy body, and underneath his sword brows was a pair of majestic eyes. The Western Heavenly War Emperor has met the Demon Emperor. Central State Ji family, Ji Wu Chang. Meet the Demon Emperor. The void is broken. There is an old man slowly out of the hands of the duster waving. A Taoist robe appears to be immortal. Outside the body, there is a vaguely white immortal gas. Eternal Heavenly Father. Meet the Demon Emperor. Again, the void shattered, and a child slowly appeared in rustic attire. And at her hip, a green ox was stepping on clouds. The red dragon Demon Emperor greets the Demon Emperor. The white tiger Demon Emperor greets the Demon Emperor. The void in the 8 directions to the west was constantly shattering. In a matter of moments, in addition to Anhongi, the sword ancestor, and Linghu old ancestor who were present, 8 people came from the broken void. These 8 people, all of whom are the harmonized way of the world, can also be called emperor, or emperor. And, these people are all existences that have stepped into the top of humanism, and there are 12 of them at the moment. This scene made everyone present unable to breathe. The Western Heavenly War Emperor. A Western Heavenly War Emperor who has proven his path by killing. Everlasting Heavenly Father. A character from 100,000 years ago. He's still alive? Gulp. Red Dragon Demon Emperor. White Tiger Demon Emperor. Another harmonizer from over 100,000 years ago. Is the sky falling? In the whole world, besides the Demon Emperor, there should be no one with such a big name. right? At this moment, not only the allied forces, but even the Heavenly Sword Sect and Sihong Sword Sect disciples, all of them began to tremble when they saw this scene. They didn't know how many harmonizers had been hidden in the heavenly law realm for countless years. But now, 12 honors appearing at once was a terrifying sign. The waves are getting bigger and bigger, and it's only a matter of time before they form a shock wave in the end. 2,000 swords. One under the city of 10,000 swords, Matthew 4 verse 10. Seeing this scene, Jiang Hong furrowed his brows, looked at the sleeping little girl in his arms, and then looked into the sky. He was somewhat concerned. These people inside, all familiar faces, had more or less dealt with each other in their previous lives. Not a good one. It's alright, they don't dare to fight me. They're just here to test my depths. Brother, go to the central state. The relics of the immortal palace are about to open. There's an opportunity for you to become a saint there. Zhangzhou, the remains of the immortal palace. Hearing her say this, Jiang Hong slightly stared. The Tianluo realm is divided into 5 major domains. The eastern wasteland, the southern ridge, the western desert, the northern plains, and one more is the central state. The central state was dominated by many eldritch families and holy places, all of which were rooted here. It is one of the strongest and deepest regions, and the remains of the immortal palace was something that had happened on a larger scale in a previous life. There are Taoist seeds in it. It is something that every cave soul realm, or quasi-saint is incredibly thirsty for. With him, it is equivalent to having the ticket to step into the saint. The more famous ones are the Hongmeng Purple Chi Seed, the World Tree Seedling, the Infinity Seed, the 5 Elements Seed, the Life Seed, and these seeds were already incredibly powerful, and acquiring them would allow the strength, afterward, to reach a whole new metamorphosis. And, it's all about the fairy spirit. To put it another way, having them will also give you the ticket to step onto the path to immortality in the future. Heavenly leaning. Got it. You pass on the devouring demon technique to me. Thoughts swept through his mind as Jiang Hong nodded slightly. A trip to the Middle Kingdom was already in the plans. The original plan was to return the sword tire and go to the central state to wait for the opening of the immortal palace ruins. Right now, since it's a done deal, let's just go for it. Only, before you go, devouring demon skills is a must. Good. When the words fall, Jiang Hang's eyebrows immediately flashed with a deep light, and everything about the devouring devil technique was all encompassed in his mind. It's not just about the technique. There was also the hundreds of thousands of years of Ayan's perception of the devouring demon technique. Help me stop these harmonizers. I have never broken a promise in my life, and I have yet to fulfill it. If you say you'll kill their whole family, then their whole family must die. Pursing his lips, Jiang Hong looked towards the remaining 40,000 to 50,000 men of the allied forces, the corner of his mouth lifting up with a touch of arrogance. All of these people, they are the feeders of the human emperor's streamer. Now that these harmonizers have been stopped, who else can stop him? Human emperor streamer. Jiang Hong urged his mana. In the next second, the black flag fluttered in the wind, and millions of ghosts shot out from the flag again. Inside, there were cultivators who had previously died from the allied forces, powerful people from various clans, and the paragon White Feather. Well, brother, I really like this gesture of yours. Don't worry, no one will get through. The sky above. Barbara was dressed in a long black dress, and when she looked at Jiang Hang out of the corner of her eye, her admiration was not concealed. Then he raised his eyes to look at the 12 harmonized Taoists. Gentlemen, this palace is in a good mood today, so if you don't move, you can live. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. Ask for it daily and remember to catch up on your reading. End of chapter. Chapter 72, The Flying Black Flag. The dominance and the words of a barbarian caused the several harmonizers to be stunned, staring at her with staring brows and cold stares. Here, there are people who have merged with the way of 10,000 years. Some people have been in the path of enlightenment for over 100,000 years, and never thought anyone would dare to speak to them like that. But in the moment, someone really spoke up, and really bluffed. The Western Heavenly War Emperor, Everlasting Heavenly Father, Ji Wu Chang, and the others, glanced at each other and fell silent and stopped speaking. Bitch, you have a big mouth. And Hongyi paced forward, stepping on a red lotus close to Barbarian. The aura of the harmonized way completely exploded at this moment. Red, don't be ridiculous. Just as he was about to make his move, Old Man Linghu directly tugged on her arm, preventing her from taking another step forward. Old Ancestor. And Hongyi looked at Old Ancestor Linghu in surprise, but what she saw was the other party helplessly shaking his head. Old Ancestor Linghu took a step forward and nodded to Barbarian afterward. Demon Emperor, you've been in seclusion for more than 170,000 years. What is the reason for this emergence? To fight for a single point of heaven's mandate? Barbara is silent. After indifferently glancing at Ling Hulauzu, he turned his eyes to look Hongyi up and down. Will brother be happy if he kills you? That's just it. He has his own arrangements for his brother. Words that made the silent atmosphere even deadlier. Many harmonizers stared wide-eyed, incredulously glancing at Barbarian, then seemed to think of something and violently looked down at Zhang Heng. Brother? What do you mean? A real brother? They couldn't believe what kind of person could make the demon emperor call out to his brother. This huge amount of information caused the Western Heavenly War Emperor, Ji Wu Chang, and the other harmonizers, many speculations. You, wanton, and Hongyi snapped, her ruby-like eyes looking indifferently at Ah Ban. 25 years into the practice of merging with the Wei, she was the fastest harmonizer ever, and heaven's bounty would not be an exaggeration to describe her. Even the demon emperor failed to do this back then, and Hongyi grunted coldly. You were just born earlier, born in the same era as me. You are destined to be stepped on by me. In 100 years at most, I'll be able to catch up with you. The water of the ditch. Do not dare to compete with the ice ocean. Barbara face flat, and Hongyi's words did not in her hear. Splash a ripple. Back then, when she created the devouring demon technique, what she faced was the endless pursuit of the world, with the mortal body against the upward merging of the path. Talent through and through? So what? It's just a knockout to see her. There's no shortage of geniuses in this world. After saying that, Barbara no longer cared about Hongyi. Fascinated, he looked down at the white-haired figure among the endless severe ghosts. At the same time, outside 10,000 Sword City, the black flag of the human emperor's streamer kept fluttering, and Zhang Heng's white hair swayed in the wind as he stood with his arms folded, coldly looking across the street. Millions of stern ghosts, under his control, hunting frenziedly against the remaining allied forces. It was a rout. At this moment, many cultivators had long since lost their will to fight. Miserable screams filled the large battlefield. This scene right here, it's no longer a war, it's a unilateral massacre. Zhang Heng, you shall not die. You've killed 70,000 to 80,000 people and you still refuse to let us go? Devil, you big devil. Great Emperor, make a move to kill Zhang Heng. I asked the harmonizer to take action to destroy the human emperor streamer. Tens of thousands of cultivators were circling in the sky, trying to escape the tearing of the severe ghosts. Millions of them, and even if they avoided 1 or 10, there were still hundreds and thousands of severe ghosts. For a while, the allied cultivators were like leaves falling in the wind, withering away one after another. They hissed, hoping that the great emperor in the sky would make a move, but what responded to them was silence. It's the cold shoulder. Zhang Heng laughed coldly at this. How could a harmonizer, who thought too highly of himself and was aiming for the immortal path, fight for an ant? And, even with that thought there is no fear. She's here. Zhang Heng, I regret that I hesitated for a moment and didn't kill you myself. In the crowd of people fleeing in a sorry state, Feng Qingtian vomited blood while looking at Zhang Heng with resentment. Those who died in this manner were all disciples of the Netherworld Holy Land. Many of them were second-generation disciples, elders who had set foot in the Soul Palace, or even Spirit Void, slaughtered chickens and dogs. After this wave, the Netherworld Holy Land wouldn't be able to recover for thousands of years. How dare a mole cricket peek into heaven's destiny? Zhang Heng nodded and indifferently looked at Feng Qingtian. Since ancient times, the king has become the loser. Where is the word regret? Kill him. As he said that, he instantly waved his hand. The tens of thousands of severe ghosts, like a tornado, surrounded Feng Qingtian. Launch a bloodbath. The entire battlefield was filled with wails, and countless people became part of the human emperor streamer one after another. This scene, it caused Yi Beixian in the distance to be stunned. He's not well. The plot. How did it go? Everything is unexpected. He stretched his neck and stared straight up at the sky. The stunning woman, devouring the great emperor? I never thought that silly little girl, whose milk teeth are not even complete, is the legendary magic emperor. What the hell kind of script is this? The core technique cultivated at the moment, the devouring demon technique, was created by this woman. Now, you've met my father? What's your situation? Why don't you tell me? Yi Beixian hissed in his heart. He practiced devouring devil kung fu. There is a great cause and effect with this demon emperor, and he may become a seed. Mysterious voice, I've long told you to kill her at all costs. You're too scared of things to mess with them. Who's to blame? Yi Beixian was furious, pondered for a few seconds and sneered. You gave me the devouring demon technique in the first place. It was for this step, right, to bring me and her to the opposite side. Mysterious voice, humph, you have gained so many benefits from me, and while taking on this karma of Zhang Heng, you should have taken on the karma with her as well. Yi Beixian? Why was that? He kind of couldn't understand it. You have karma with Zhang Heng, can you help you kill Jiang Hong? It's no problem, taking people's money for their own good. But with her, if there is no devouring demon power, what else can there be in terms of cause and effect?
The mystic mused for a few breaths. 3. After saying this word, as if in fear of what no longer speak. 3. Yi Beixian was even more confused. He hated people who talked half-heartedly and asked others to guess everything. Ponder for a few seconds. Yi Beixian casually eliminated a few of the severe ghosts and turned his head to look at Feng Qingtian, who was in a sorry state. Not far away. The rich and powerful are in danger. I don't have time to develop. After taking a deep look at Jiang Hong, Yi Beixian transformed into a blood man and arrived beside Feng Qingtian with a strange speed. With a sincere, fervent face, Holy Lord, it's me. I'm escorting you away now. There's no fear of not having wood to burn when you've left a green mountain behind. We'll settle this score with Jiang Hong in the coming day. Upon seeing the visitor, Feng Qingtian's nose was moved to nod. Beixian, you're good, very good. I really wasn't wrong about anyone. You're much better than that thief Jiang Hong. You're the hope of the netherworld Holy Land. Feng Qingtian never thought that. When he was most despondent, it was Yi Beixian, who he had always despised, who desperately escorted him away. P.S. Families remember to visit every day. I originally planned to add a chapter today, but I deleted and changed it 4 times. So I'll add a chapter tomorrow. End of chapter. Chapter 73, I'm sorry for Jiang Hong. Let's go Holy Lord. Leave them alone. Opening the blood escape. Yi Beixian transformed into a bloody person and quickly grabbed Feng Qingtian's arm. Good. Feng Qingtian coughed out 2 mouthfuls of blood and glanced scornfully at Jiang Hong, nodding his head instantly. With the support of the blood escape, the two of them turned into rainbow light and completely disappeared from the battlefield. Not far, next to the human emperor's streamer. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, Jiang Heng's cold as ice face evoked a meaningful smile. What Yi Beixian did, he took in. There was no special intervention. The kill rate system broadcasted in real time, and with the kid hellbent on leaving, the success rate of the interception was low. And, this windy prime is still barking? Interesting. It's a shame I don't have time, or I'd love to go over there and see that regretful look on your face. Ha ha ha. Looking in the direction the two left, Jiang Hong sighed slightly before turning his eyes to the battlefield. Kill. Not a single one. Under the order, the severe ghosts in the human emperor's streamer became even more ferocious, and the cultivators were slaughtered at a speed visible to the naked eye. The remaining 30, 000 to 50, 000. After only a few incense sticks, there were already less than 20, 000, or even less. The rest of them, after a walk in the human emperor's streamer, became comrades in arms on their own side. The heaven continent, at the border with the sword continent. Corner, unknown cave. Tick dash, tick dash. Inside the soggy lair, a stalactite hangs upside down at the top of the cavern, dripping water. It added a bit of depth to the deep cave. Ahem. Feng Qingtian leaned against the gray wall, his chest rising and falling as he covered his mouth with his hand and coughed violently. Beixian, thanks to you this time. Or else, that thieving son of Jiang Hong, he's going to bully his master. Back then, I really misjudged him. He shall not die a good death for his wolfishness. Ahem. Feng Qingtian repented. Right now he actually saw that Yi Beixian was the hope of the netherworld Holy Land. Jiang Hong? But a rebel. Beside, Yi Beixian straightened his waist, narrowed his eyes and looked deeply at Feng Qingtian. His words coldly said, when Ni Wang died, did you mock me? Feng Qingtian's old face reddened. He had indeed scoffed with Dao Xian and the two of them at that time. That sort of thing. It's hard to give in and not laugh. Immediately serious, my generation of people, these are just floating clouds. Do not care. I'm not finished yet, being pinched by Yi Beixian, so you're admitting it. You old dog. I want you to be like my phoenix. The words were mixed with coldness and severity. Yi Beixian's hand on his neck. Black magic power surged rapidly, constantly plundering the pure origin of Feng Qingtian's body. In an instant, Feng Qingtian posture, as if aged more than 10 years. Swallow, devouring devil technique? How do you know the devouring demon technique? Feeling his origin being siphoned off, Feng Qingtian looked at Yi Beixian in horror, trying to revolt by running his magic power. The two halberds of Jiang Heng's Dharma heaven and earth had caused too much damage to him, and with the countless ghosts haunting him, he was in a state where he had no one left. At the same time, Wind Prime was a little confused in his heart. Why did Yi Beixian devour the demonic skill? You are so stupid. Can't you see it by now? All of this is being plotted by me, and I killed Sword Dusty Heart as well. Yi Beixian laughed coldly, enjoying the majestic origin, and the hand that was choking Feng Qingtian's neck became even harder, rapidly demanding. Feng Qingtian stared at this innocent child in front of him with wide eyes, incredulously. At this time, the other party's posture, where there is still childish, as if a sinister Wolverine. Moments. He understands. Everything is clear. Jiang Hong was innocent, framed from beginning to end, and their entire ethereal sanctuary knew no one well. Jiang Hong was the one who was hurt. I should have thought of that. I've watched him grow up. I know what kind of person he is. Jiang Hong. I'm sorry it's all my fault. I deserve to die Feng Qingtian was in old tears. He never thought that the honorable man was burdened with so many grievances. They're the ones who put him where he is today. The entire ethereal sanctuary is a sinner. It's the sinner of the ages. Crocodile tears? I even feel unworthy for Jiang Hong. You didn't cherish it when you were there, and now you're regretting it. It's okay, this seat will bring you all together and reunite you down here. Looking at Feng Qingtian's penitent stance, Yi Beixian sneered, though it is true that all this was his plan. How could he have succeeded so easily without the push of these people? The 3 of diamonds is out, and he can't help it if these people want a king bomb. Sword continent, 10,000 sword city. Millions of severe ghosts stood vertical in the sky, and thousands of previous flying boats became the mark of the battlefield's wreckage. The remnants of the allied forces, numbering no more than 1,000, had fallen into utter despair. Jiang Hong, you are so cruel. Supreme Elder Long Yi blocked in front of the cultivator and looked at Jiang Hong with a resentful face. At this moment, he was in bad shape, weak and frail, like a candle in the wind. I'm afraid that a casual visit will kill you. Yeah. Jiang Hong pursed his lips and murmured thoughtfully, you're the one who said I must die. And you're the one who said I'm ruthless. Bleep is loaded for you. What else am I loaded for? Jiang Hong raised his right hand and threw out a cross with his index finger. Ding! Crisp cross-stitch, turned into a rainbow light. The place where Long Yi was completely detonated. The smoke and dust are so thick that it's impossible to see what's inside. We could only see a single stern ghost dragging a blue soul from inside, bringing them into the human emperor streamer. Since then, the first legion of the Netherworld Holy Land, the battle of the Heavenly Sword sect, except for the few people who, all killed in action. On the city floor, countless Heavenly Sword sect disciples, Great Diffraction sect disciples, and Ci Hang Jianjai disciples. It also included Tian Shu, Hui Xin, and the others, who looked at this scene with shock. They had thought a lot about the outcome of this battle, but they had never imagined that it would end this way. To put it in a non-exaggerated way, what good are they? This battle was completely fought by Jiang Hong alone, taking over 95% of the battlefield. One man, one streamer, across the world. One. Big Brother Jiang led us to victory. Great. The ethereal dogs are dead. I told you, trusting Big Brother Jiang is absolutely right. Big Brother Jiang, do you take us for big brothers? Happy. Countless Heavenly Sword sect disciples were too happy. Ever since Jian Yuanzuan and Jian Duxin, both of them, folded up in the Netherworld Holy Land, they had harbored a bellyful of fire. Right now, killing all these ethereal dogs is what is called raising an eyebrow. The clamor around them overflowed into Jiang Heng's ears. He doesn't answer that. This life is like walking on thin ice. If one agrees to their request in the heat of the moment, it will not be a good thing for the Heavenly Sword sect. In the future, his enemies will be everywhere, few indifferently glancing at the battlefield. Jiang Hong raised his eyes to the sky. When she saw the woman in the red dress, the corner of her mouth raised a coldness. And Hongyi, come down. End of chapter. Chapter 74, If you love me, you'll be my streamer. Brother. Hearing Jiang Hong shouting for Hongyi to go down, Ban's pupils stared at him and wanted to speak again. The eyes that looked at Jiang Hong were filled with worry. Cluck cluck cluck. You old woman. Jiang Hong loves me. He can't let go of me after all. My love for him is simply beyond your comprehension. He was 8 years old, and I met him in the daisy-covered hills. Hearing Jiang Heng's call, and Hongyi was delighted, slightly angling her head and using her white hand. She stroked her neck. He looked at Barbara with contempt. After giving a victorious look, and Hongyi stepped on the red lotus and came to Jiang Hong step by step, like ruby eyes, looked at Jiang Hong affectionately. I know, Jiang Hong, you love or you still cannot let go of me. We are the right match, the chosen and the only one. Come on, I'll take you home. And Hongyi's nose was sore. She had a real sense of crisis when Barbara appeared. It's all right now. Take Jiang Hong home and everything will go back to the way it was before. This scene, taking the breath away from the room. All the Sword Continent disciples trembled. They didn't expect Jiang Hong to call for Hongyi to come down. From the bottom of their hearts, they were unwilling to let Jiang Hong go back with Hongyi. After all the suffering and aggravation, it's really too suffocating to just go back. Jiang, big brother, don't go back. The sky is high enough for birds to fly. This world is 4 seas for home. Yes,
That sad place. It's futile to go back. Brother Jiang, we all respect you. If you want to go back, then it's better not to. They really don't treat you as a human being. Big Brother Jiang, as long as you ask, we'll fight to the death to protect you away. The Sword Continent disciples were filled with righteous indignation, and everyone supported Jiang Hang's final decision. You can feel it. As long as Jiang Hong said a word of no, they would brazen it out and launch a group attack on Anhongi. At the same time, the many harmonizers above were also interested in seeing this scene, and after roughly understanding the cause and effect, they were also a bit surprised by Jiang Hang's decision. The Western Heavenly War Emperor, the White Tiger Demon Emperor, and a few others looked at Barbarian with a teasing look. The mockery in his eyes couldn't have been more obvious. They're not sure what they're going to do, but it's good enough to see the Demon Emperor suffer. In those days, so many harmonizers joined hands to snipe at her, but she didn't suffer any losses. Instead, she was killed by many people. Brother, Barbara lightly bit her lower lip and looked at Jiang Hong. Her pupils were deep, as if the endless deep holes that could not reach the other side of the stars. The whole room was in an uproar. Everyone's vision was focused on Jiang Hong. Right at the moment Anhongi's jade-like hand touched Jiang Hang's shoulder, a resounding slap was delivered, echoing in the great wilds of the bush. This crisp slap caused tens of thousands of people present to have their jaws dropped. No one expected such a scene. Jiang Hong slapped Anhongi's face red, stunningly beautiful as ruby eyes, still with a stunned, "I'm numb." The disciples of the Sword Continent, the Heavenly Pivot Sword Master and other powerful people, or the many harmonizers standing in the Heavenly Vault. The moment is all numb. Nice guy, you call someone's sister over. They're ecstatic, and you raise your hand and give them a slap in the face? The game, can it still be played this way? Jiang Hong. Anhongi was dumbfounded by the blow and looked at Jiang Hong with confused eyes. You hit me? This moment, Anhongi felt the sky spinning, the kind of sensation one would get when one's life is in danger and one's nerves are being controlled by the Furies. She covered her head and looked at Jiang Hong in disbelief. All around, the scarlet aura that had originally disappeared also filled up at this moment. This slap is the interest I collected for Elder Sword. Don't say you love me, Anhongi, you really don't deserve it. Plain, emotionless words came out of Jiang Hang's mouth as he looked at Anhongi blandly. In the eyes, there were no waves. In Anhongi's surprised expression, Jiang Hong pursed his lips, pointed to the black flag fluttering in the wind behind him, and spoke blandly. How do you think about my human emperor streamer? It's still missing a main soul, a body of extreme een born in a een year, een month and een hour. Aren't you going to keep me company? Go inside and stay with me so you can see me every day from now on. Deathly stillness. When Jiang Hong finished speaking, there was a dead silence in the room. Everyone looked at him with ghost-like eyes. They had never heard such ferocious words before. What does that mean? They don't understand. Your human emperor streamer is short of a main soul, and you're letting a harmonizer be your main soul? It's simply lawless. Even the White Tiger Demon Emperor and Red Dragon Demon Emperor, a few harmonizers who were known for their ferocity, had drops of sweat seeping out of their foreheads when they heard these words. This Jiang Hong, so overbearing, the White Tiger Demon Emperor looked deeply at Jiang Hong, and in his ferocious eyes, the touch of shock was hard to dissipate. The Red Dragon Demon Emperor followed suit, letting Anhongi be the master soul. He's eaten too much, hasn't he? What audacity! With Jiang Hang's statement, not only the two of them, but some of the remaining harmonizers couldn't tense up. Madness. It's just wildly out of control. In the entire room, Barbara was the only one who was smiling, squinting her eyes in fascination as she looked at Jiang Hong. Just as everyone was shocked, Jiang Hong gazed indifferently at Anhongi. After the other party fell silent, he spoke again. What? You say you love me, but you don't want to be a master soul? Me? Anhongi was dumbfounded. At this moment, she didn't know what to say, and she couldn't even be angry. In front of the eyes of this glorious man, seems to have really changed his heart. You for that woman, really want to abandon our more than 10 years of feelings? Anhongi looked seriously into Jiang Hang's eyes. That's just it. Since you don't want to, then forget it. Jiang Hong raised the corner of his mouth and teasingly looked at Anhongi. Let's do it this way. You want my man. I want to settle karma. Then fold a center. 3 years. 3 years from now I will set foot in the Netherworld Holy Land, and at that time, I will put an end to this grudge. If I can't destroy your misty Holy Land, then I'll voluntarily be imprisoned by you for the rest of my life, and I won't leave you even for a single step. Sure, if you lose, I will overthrow the Netherworld Holy Land, and you, Anhongi, will also be the main soul of my human emperor streamer, and will spend the endless years to come within the streamer. Speaking of this, Jiang Hong smiled profoundly and faintly inquired Anhongi. Empress, what do you think? Me, and Hani unconsciously took a step backwards, her mouth somehow more bitter. I want to say something. It's stuck in my throat. After a few seconds of contemplation, her demeanor was cold and arrogant. Jung Hang, you have to know that I'm also a natural talent. 3 years. On what basis are you speaking here? And Hani stepped forward, stepping on the red lotus to Jung Hang, obsessively grabbing the collar of her coat, and indifferently said, 3 years from now, I will treat you like a dog, imprisoned by my side for eternity. End of chapter. Chapter 75, The 3-Year Pact, plus, at that time, no one will be able to get you away from me. What she wanted was Jung Hang's person. As long as Jung Hang was by her side, she could feel at ease. As for the heart, there is still a long time ahead. It's not too late to control the person first and then slowly temper them. Words of two people, clearly echoing in everyone's ears. The outcome of this scene was unexpected. 3 years? Stop it, Big Brother Jiang. 3 years to merge with the Tao? This is absolutely impossible. Yes, with your natural talent there's absolutely no need to rush. You're bound to surpass her in time. There's no need to rush for revenge. Eldest brother Jung Hang, would it be too much of a trust? The disciples of the Sword Continent really couldn't remain silent about this matter, though Hani has not yet attained enlightenment. But, it's the fact that it's not long after this harmony that's scary. There are many emperors in this world, including the Emperor of the Western Heavenly War, the Emperor of the White Tiger Demon, the Emperor of the Blood Demon, and so on. Why doesn't Hani have a single female name? Empress. It may seem like a simple title, but it is a very honorable title. Representative. It's the gift that makes it so great. Demon Emperor, your little mistress is a bit too big for you. Ahaha dash. Above the celestial dome. Hearing Jiang Heng's words, the Western Heavenly War Emperor looked at Aban with an arrogant look, raising the corners of his mouth teasingly. 3 years from now in that battle, I, the Western Heavenly War Emperor, will definitely be watching the battle. Not far away. The White Tiger Demon Emperor nodded his head with a smile. I, the White Tiger Demon Emperor, will also be there, as a witness. The old man will be there. I shall see you at once. Ji Wu Chang, Everlasting Heavenly Father, Sword Ancestor, and the others immediately nodded their heads, willing to be witnesses for the battle 3 years later. Only, aside from the Sword Ancestor, the rest of them had 3 parts teasing, and 7 parts mocking on their faces. They recognized that Jung Heng's talent was the best of his time. May, isn't that what happened to Hani? 3 years? It's simply not attainable. 3 years later, and Hani would be so deep in the field of harmonization that even many of the older generation of harmonizers would need to be careful in the face of her. Not to mention the fact that Jung Han was only in the spiritual void realm at the moment. On top of that there are cave souls, paraclete, saints, great saints, and paraclete emperors. Then, it was to merge with heaven and step into the emperor realm. The palace feels he can win. Just as the many harmonizers did not believe it. Barbara looked at Jung Hong in fascination, raised her white finger, and bit it with her tiger teeth to break the. A drop of blood floats in the air and turns into a seal character, which then forms a contract. What happened today? This palace does not want anyone other than us to know, or else, die. Gentlemen, contract it. At this moment, Barbarian's breath shifted once again, and the temperature of the surroundings seemed to be a few points lower under the words. A monstrous demonic aura filled the vast dome of the sky. Sudden change of color, idiom, changeable situation. Barbarian's body. There is still a wisp of white, pure white mist. See it? A few of the harmonized Taoists stared wide-eyed, suffocated to fainting. But, without a single word, they all bit their fingers and concluded the contract. Very well. Barbara smiled brightly. Congratulations to all of you for saving a life today. If you want to think of this palace in the coming day, come to the Acacia Mound. Absolute silence. It was only at this moment that the many harmonizers realized that Barbarian had really been joking before, and it was only now that he was taking the next step. The white mist. Unspeakable. At the same time, it was also very shocking to them. What is the truth of everything? Farewell. The Western Heavenly War Emperor's face was grim as he immediately shattered the void and walked away. Bad luck. The White Tiger Demon Emperor's face sank as he immediately shattered the void as well. At the same time, the void shattered, and the many harmonizers left immediately. The scene of the incident, only the Sword Ancestor, Linghu Old Ancestor, and Enhongi were still there. Old Ancestor Linghu glanced scornfully at Barbara, then looked in the direction Ji Wu Chang had left in silence. Shu, instantly appearing beside Enhongi. Let's go Hongi. This is the end of the day. Upon hearing this, Enhongi remained silent, her ruby-like eyes staring at Zhang Heng. Zhang Heng, I'll wait for you for 3 years. 3 years from now, I'll be sweeping the couch to meet you at the ethereal Holy Land. At that time, you are mine alone. And Hongi, I will use the soul-devouring lock to lock you up. You will never want to leave me. After saying that, she raised her eyes to look at Barbara and revealed a meaningful smile. Followed by, the red lotus bloomed and the void shattered. And Hani stepped into the void and left with old man Linghu. The many harmonizers left one after another, causing the oppressive atmosphere on the Tsongyi to become much more soothing. Looking at the place where Hani left, Jiang Hong let out a long breath of relief and turned his eyes to the battlefield. Seeing that it was almost time, he immediately put away the human emperor streamer. This wave, the growth of the human emperor's streamer was staggeringly large. There are 120,000 cultivators, the worst of which are at the Yao Yang realm, and the more powerful ones even have many cave souls. There's also a paraclete. For the human emperor's haki, it is a great benefit, not comparable to the souls of mortals. Ding detected that the host has successfully survived the danger, obtaining the reward, the origin Dao explanation, previous chapter. Just as Jiang Hong was organizing the human emperor streamer, the voice of the system in his ear rang out coldly. In his mind, there were more runes composed of seal characters. The Dao contained therein left him stunned. It's something I never realized in my previous life. This system, there's something good about it. Jiang Hong pursed his lips, somewhat surprised. With this, his foundation was much more solid, and it would be much lighter for him to step into sainthood in the future. Little friend. Just as Jiang Hong was silent, the sword ancestor, who was wearing a gray-veiled suit, walked step by step. Elder, this item is returned to you. Seeing the visitor, Jiang Hong took out the black sword tire and politely handed it out. Indeed, he also guessed that he was afraid that this thing came from a surprisingly large source. It looks ordinary though, but it always gave him a special feeling. This object is yours. The sword ancestor shook his head and continued. The 9 tribulation sword fetus, born in the midst of the tribulation. By my hand, it has gone through 8 kalpas. You are this 9th calamity. I know you have a lot to ask, but I can't explain. The 9 heavens sword fetus will make its own choice, and the old man can't interfere. Seemingly guessing what Jiang Hong was going to ask, the sword ancestor shook his head. After obtaining the 9 robber sword fetus, he has made his way through all the obstacles and achieved harmonization of the way. For 10,000 years henceforth, the 9th karmic event has not even come. In the darkness, he felt the appeal of the sword tire, so more than 1,000 years ago, he gave the sword tire to Jian Yuanzuan. Thereafter, it came into the hands of Jiang Hong. It's all cause and effect as far as he's concerned. Qian. After this, you will always accompany Jiang Hong. After a few breaths of silence, the sword ancestor beckoned to the girl wearing a long emerald green dress in the distance. Jiang Hong stared at the sword tire without saying a word. Sword ancestor chanting for a long time. 9 robber sword tire. Why is it his? At the same time, looking towards the rapidly arriving Jin Shen, his frown deepened. The next journey is destined to be thorny and thorny. This girl with the side if Gotham. How can he explain it? P.S. Ask for a catch-up read. Oh family, remember to check in every day. End of chapter. Chapter 76 Departure. Marriage. No. Jiang Hong shook his head, refusing the request. It's too dangerous for you to be around me. Just stay at Heavenly Sword Peak. Jin Xian was in the Heavenly Sword Peak, with the sword ancestor teaching and sheltering her. The future was much safer. Following him around in the wind and at night. And the next place to go is the Central State, where the remains of the Cloudwater Immortal Palace have come into existence. And at this time in the past life, many ancient demons from millions of years ago have come into existence. It's these guys who are fighting. It's too risky to take Jin Xian with you. No. Jin Xian's emerald green pupils stared, gambling like a crooked neck to look at the upper left corner. I want to supervise you until you become the world's #1 sword cultivator. After saying that, she stepped on the emerald green longsword and swooshed behind Jiang Hong without saying a word. You. Jiang Hong licked the corners of his mouth in embarrassment and glanced deeply at Jin Xian, shaking his head helplessly as he wanted to speak. She's a tough girl. In my previous life, I had a lot of dealings, but in those days, if you didn't listen, you could use the chestnut to knock each other's brains out. Present. Can't get down. Seeing this, the sword ancestor lightly stroked his beard. His iron sword shattered the void, and he left without looking back. Phew. After Jiang Hong slightly arched his hand to bid farewell to the sword ancestor, he turned his eyes to the barren battlefield, his heart filled with emotion. But I did not expect that this war, with all its twists and turns, would end with such a gesture. At the same time, and that 3-year engagement, he didn't forget that Sword Dusty Heartscloth's tomb is still located at Misty Peak. After 3 years, it's time to pay your respects. Brother, my spirit body left the dojo and couldn't last long. You remembered to come to the Acacia Mound. I'll wait for you. Barbara's broken skirt danced with the wind, and at some unknown time,
She came before Jiang Hong, a pair of deep eyes, staring tightly into Jiang Heng's eyes. After looking at the little barbarian in his arms, he gently nudged Jiang Heng's brow. With fond eyes, he turned into a rain of light and dissipated completely. Acacia Mound. Jiang Hong pursed his lips as he watched barbarian dissipate into a rain of light. This place seems to have heard of it, but the memories are too long ago to remember some of them. Let's go. Glancing at Jin Chen Chen, Jiang Hong gazed at 10,000 Sword City. With that out of the way, it's time to get out of here. I've seen all the people I need to see. The Heavenly Sword Sect is not going. Brother Jiang, are you leaving? Just as Jiang Hong turned around, a youth in the crowd, who was covered in injuries, ran out excitedly. It's Jianqing. Seeing him, Jiang Heng's heart warmed. This kid may be a dish, but that piece of nakedness is definitely good. Yeah. Seeing Jianqing's wretched appearance, he nodded slightly. Cultivate well. With that said, the storage ring flashed, and a green-colored longsword stood out. It's from the system. Although the grade is not bad, but this sword for Jiang Hong, the level is still too low. The longsword hovered in the air a few times before. Ding! Inserted into the rocky soil in front of Jianqing. This is. Jianqing was shocked and looked at it in surprise. Although his cultivation was not high, but we can tell it's a heavenly grade treasure. Grade. It was simply not something he could covet at this segment. Brother Jiang. Jianqing looked up and instinctively tried to refuse. But, where else was Jiang Heng's figure? Wind Chime and Sword Chen Chen are also gone. The large battlefield was devastated, and only the disciples of the Sword Continent were left. 15 days later, Ethereal Sanctuary, Holy Mountain, autumn water bathed in evening sunlight, egrets flying, orange and red afterglow spilled over the elegant garden. A little cooler. Master, disciple knows that he is wrong. Yi Beixian knelt beside the green stone, sweat sliding down his forehead drop by drop, not daring to look directly at the green stone. That absolutely magnificent woman. You're good. Isn't it especially fulfilling to have even this palace treated like a monkey by you? And Hongi raised the corners of her mouth, pouting as she looked towards the setting sun, the corner of her eyes looking towards Yi Beixian on the occasion. It's all cold. A solemn aura filled the large elegant garden. Me. Yi Beixian trembled, his eyes full of fear, and after a few seconds of contemplation, I, indeed, was wrong. I was just too infatuated with Master. Me. I'm jealous of eldest brother, and I want the same love as eldest brother. Yi Beixian raised his head and gathered his courage to look at Hongi. Discovered. Originally, he thought that if he handled it cleanly, his secret would not be discovered. The move of devouring Wind Prime was too risky. Exposed. Bang. As the words fell, Yi Beixian's body, as if it were a broken line of wind and air, quickly retreated backward. It was only after crashing through an acacia tree that he barely managed to stabilize his body. Vom dash. Yi Beixian immediately vomited a mouthful of blood and looked at Qingshi in a wretched state. A dog in love is worthy of looking straight at this palace. Still dare to compete with Jiang Hong? You are nothing but a dispensable dog beside this palace. And Hongi laughed cruelly, like ruby eyes, killing intent lingering. It's you. You are causing me to misunderstand Jiang Hong. What do you think I should do with you? Bean-sized beads of sweat slid down from Yi Beixian's forehead and dripped onto his collar. He gasped for air and fiercely fell to his knees. Beixian. Beixian is a dog by Master's side. Beixian will be Master's dog for the rest of his life as long as Master wishes. Woof dash. While saying that, Yi Beixian stretched out his hands and made a gesture of good dog. Eyes all pleasing. Ha ha ha. Seeing this scene, and Hongi raised the corner of her mouth. Pacing in front of Yi Beixian, she kicked him over, her red embroidered shoes stepping on his face. Good dog. If you want to live so badly, I'll give you another chance. This time, for the immortal palace ruins. The Netherworld Holy Land, have reached an alliance with the Ji clan to explore together. Speaking here, and Hongi glanced at Yi Beixian in disgust, you joined forces with that girl from the Ji family, the divine daughter of the Ji clan in Central State. Ji Luo Shui? Yi Beixian was stunned and looked at Hongi in surprise. Luo Shui, the goddess of the Ji clan, was in existence second to none. Whether it was in terms of talent, or looks, it was the dream girl of how many male cultivators. Yi Beixian didn't expect that he would be betrothed to her by mistake. If it comes to pass, it's the equivalent of having another eternal life family behind you. The road ahead is bound to be more open. You're happy. And Hongi increased the force of her feet. Don't dare. Beixian has been Master's dog all his life. Yi Beixian hurriedly opened his mouth, not daring to show the slightest bit of resistance despite being stepped on in the face. Remember, your only value right now is to slow down your big brother. If that can't be done, you are no better than a dog in the eyes of this palace. Looking at Yi Beixian's humble stance, The dislike in Hongyi's eyes increased. If we didn't need to slow down Zhang Heng's pace, she would not keep Yi Beishuan's life. With that, he turned towards the green stone and raised his eyes to the sunset in the distance. Yes, Beishian knows. I'll set off for the central state. Yi Beishian didn't have time to wipe the dirt from his face and bowed down to prostrate himself on the ground. Then he turned around and walked out of the elegant garden. Don't stop for anything. P.S. Remember to take a peek every day. Family. This chapter has a great storyline. End of chapter. Chapter 77, Old Friend, Holy Maiden of Yaoqi. In a corner of the central state, Tianyao City. In the bustling street, the left and right sides are full of cultivators' stalls. One by one, ancient artifacts are placed in a rustic manner. Bronze rings, ancient porcelain tiles, mysterious parchments, fragments of unknown metals. Brother, you eat. Among the pedestrians, a conspicuous white cat is carrying a girl. Beside the white cat, there was a white-haired man and girl in a long emerald green dress. The group just walked on, leaving many people around to stare. Those with eyesight knew that the white cat was a wind demon. It made their jaws drop. The wind demon clan is so bold now? Dare to walk around with their own bodies? No, you eat. Zhang Hong rolled his eyes, ignoring the stares from all around him, and politely rebuffed the little girl's gourd. Shortly after arriving in the central state, this little girl awoke, with no memory of what had happened. To this he made no mention, but there was no use mentioning it. The little girl certainly didn't understand. Okay, barbarian eat. Barbarian took a serious look at Zhang Hong and seemed to see something, happily revealing his milk teeth. Then he looked at the gourd, his eyes shining. In response, Zhang Hong shook his head. This girl, more than likely, could tell he was in a good mood. Definite. When you revisit a place, it is inevitable that you will reminisce about the past. I came here a few years ago and had an adventure with the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi. Explore a very dangerous secret world. The girl had a great personality and didn't do that backstabbing thing. Since then, the friendship was deep and letters were exchanged throughout the year. Even if Yi Beishian was falsely accused, that girl Yaoqi would risk universal condemnation and openly support him. One of the few best friends. Get out of the way. Just as Zhang Hong was pondering, a furious shout in the distance dragged him back from his thoughts. Looking around, a divinely handsome red BMW with a body covered in scale armor was carrying a youth as it sped along. The monks on the road are moving out of the way. Instantly, Ryoma heard it in front of him. Young Master Jiang, the Holy Maiden has an invitation. The dragon horse stopped in front of him, and a man dismounted and came to Zhang Hong, arrogantly taking out a token. The token is rustic, with a peach engraved on it. The youth did not lower the volume of his voice, and it clearly echoed in the ears of the surrounding cultivators. They're not fazed. In this heavenly Yao city, there is only one person who is qualified to be called Holy Maiden, and that is the Holy Maiden of Yaoqi Holy Land. May. In all these years, the Virgin has never invited a man. ********. No wonder this wind demon dares to go big. So it's covered by someone. The Virgin never invited a man. Did she? Yes. There was a time a few years ago when that flawless saint's son, Zhang Hong, wasn't he the guest of honor? It was rumored in Sky Yao City, and the Yaoqi Holy Land has yet to dispel the rumors. Zhang Hong? Young Master Jiang. He's Zhang Hong? Devil Zhang Hong? The quiet, restful streets are full of hustle and bustle at the moment. While everyone was shocked, many people recognized Zhang Heng's identity, which made them even more confused. This time, who else in this Tian Luo world doesn't know him? Zhenzhou ambushed 130,000 people from the misty Holy Land with the human emperor's hat, and it was said that the empress had even stepped in. Only, I don't know why. At this moment, this devil strutted to Tianyao City? Didn't your master tell you to keep a low profile? Zhang Hong stared at the youth coldly. This kid, there seems to be hostility towards him. It doesn't matter to him, but in this case, that girl's reputation. It's not good. After all, not many people in this Tian Luo world thought he was a good person, right? The Holy Maiden is not of the same world as you. I hope young Master Jiang since. Pop. The youth's face was icy cold, and he looked at Zhang Hong with indignation. But before the words were finished, the entire person was directly sent flying like a cannonball. The stores of the street, instantly smoke and dust. The youth vomited out a few mouthfuls of blood and climbed out of the smoke with difficulty, looking at Zhang Hong angrily. As you can see, the entire right side of your face is swollen. What I do with Xiaowan? You're an inferior and you're still pointing it out? Zhang Heng's demeanor was bland as he straightened his sleeves without a hitch and looked carelessly at the soot. Shoo, seeing the youth climb out, Zhang Hong raised his right hand and lowered his lips with his index finger. The attitude is bland, but, yet, with a few oozes. The youth blushed, and the veins on his neck rippled.
he was about to hiss. But when he saw Jiang Heng's eyes, he didn't dare to continue. Good dog.
Jiang Hong smiled indifferently and no longer took care of the youth, turning his eyes to the girl beside him, wearing a light green long dress.
Qian, follow me to go to a trip to Yaoqi. Not going.
Jian Qian rolled her eyes.
Going to see you guys in love.
I'll take Barbara for a stroll so as not to spoil your eunuch John's pleasure.
You. 6.
The corners of Jiang Heng's eyes twitched, and he glanced at Jian Qian breathlessly. When he saw the other party's justified expression,
he knew it wouldn't wash. The world is abuzz with rumors that he and the holy maiden of Yaoqi have something going on. Injustice. Pure revolutionary friendship. Okay? That's all. Jiang Hong didn't want to explain. After nodding to wind chime,
he turned into a rainbow light and disappeared into the busy streets.
Like this.
With this girl Jian Qian around, there is no need to worry about Barbara's safety.
In the busy streets, this interlude was very powerful, spreading like the wind throughout the huge Tianyao city.
The holy maiden of Yaoqi invited the devil Jiang Hong alone.
The holy land of Yaoqi, temple of the Holy Virgin.
The flow of the spring seems to play music. Pool water is above the white mist.
Look carefully. It is not difficult to find a woman is dancing. One like a swimming dragon, like a stunning dance. The dance is exquisite, as if the most beautiful painted scrolls.
Concubine has met young Master Jiang. Suddenly, the woman stopped dancing and rolled up her cape and slowly walked towards the inner hall.
Stop it.
Jiang Hong sat on the bench,
his eyes looking toward the Yaoqi. A woman wearing a cape, wearing a light blue dress, is strolling along. Beneath the slender waist was a pair of breathtakingly long legs, with perfect body proportions. The long dress was open to the thighs, and the snow-white skin was like sheep's fat. She's as light as autumn water. Beautiful?
Mu Wanyun smiled at Jiang Hong,
and instantly turned around,
seemingly seeing the embarrassment on Jiang Heng's face.
Like amber eyes, more than a touch of cunning, compared to your master? Phew, talk about things. Jiang Heng's face sank, unwilling to continue on this issue. Looks like it's really broken up.
Mu Wanyun serenely pursed her dimples, came to Jiang Heng's side and poured a glass of wine.
Are you going to attend the Yaoqi Fest? Also, the Misty Holy Land and the Ji family will immediately join forces in marriage, between Ji Luoshui and Yi Beixian. Boring.
It's just some more climbing and comparing. Hearing about the Yaoqi Fest, Jiang Hong shook his head and refused.
What's the point of doing it when the jackpot's right in front of you? Only. Mu Wanyun's second sentence made him instantly come to his senses. Yi Beixian is getting married? I remember. Ji family, that girl, seems to be interesting to me. Right. When love but not almost crazy, seems to be still stirred up by you.
Jiang Hong licked his teeth with his tongue and looked meaningfully at Mu Wanyun.
P.S. Remember to take a peek every day. Family. This chapter has a great storyline. End of chapter. Chapter 78, Goddess Luoshui. Back then, when traveling the world, Tianyao City was one of the stops. When he befriended Mu Wanyun and shared the exploration of the secret realm, the goddess of the Ji family, Luoshui, was in danger, and he saved the other party by staining his white clothes with blood. I'm afraid that the goddess will have fallen in love with me by then. Thinking of this,
Jiang Hong pursed his lips somewhat helplessly.
He's a good-looking guy, at that time, and liked to wear white. The scenery of the posture, and what girl enclosed the legs, together with the buff of the hero rescuing the beauty. Ji Luoshui returned to the Ji family and wanted to marry, saying that marriage would make the family more prosperous and stable. When the elders of the Ji family heard these words, they didn't feel that there was anything wrong. Instead, they felt that Ji Luoshui knew what was right. The Ji family sent someone to the misty sacred land on the spot to join them in marriage. Only, the man who went there was killed by an Hongi. The rage strikes, and the bones are gone. Since then, the Tian Luo world has been swirling with gossip about him and an Hongi. Yes, in the sight of this girl, the explicit and implicit stirring, that a marriage completely yellow. Cluck 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 cluck. Mu Wanyun guffawed, raised her fingers as white as green onion, resting on Jiang Heng's shoulder gently and softly pinched. Where does that wannabe hoof deserve you? And the concubine hasn't even nibbled on it yet, and it's her turn. While saying that, Mu Wanyun turned around, very naturally hitched in Jiang Heng's arms, slightly angled his head to look into Jiang Heng's eyes. Stay for dinner at night? I'll make you a few small dishes and share a jug of cloudy wine. Jiang Hong was silent, his eyes carrying contemplation. A moment later, the immortal palace ruins are about to open. The Ji clan's people should be in Tianyao City at this moment as well, right? Where? Jiang Hong. Mu Wanyun was petulantly angry, like amber eyes, staring straight at Jiang Hong. Really, white give all don't want? Ahem.
Jiang Hong covered his mouth with his fist and coughed dryly twice, gently picking up Mu Wanyun and placing her on the side of the guethe couch. It's not early. I'm going to Ji's house for a bit of business. Turning toward the door. Like this? How dare he want it? The Yaoqi festival is for the holy maiden of the Yaoqi Holy Land to choose her partner, which is different from other holy lands.
C. Recruitment of son-in-laws. Each term of the holy maiden will recruit the emperor's son-in-law of her choice, who will be the pillar of the entire holy land in the future. It's always been the same. Changbei seeing Zhang Heng's determined attitude.
Mu Wanyan's eyes flashed with a touch of resentment in the depths of her eyes.
After a slight sigh, the Yaoqi fest will be waiting for you. Got it. Zhang Hong didn't turn around and walked straight towards the door.
It disappeared into the Yaoqi in no time.
Tianyao City North. Ji family residence.
A red carpet with no end in sight runs through the streets, with bright red petals spreading over the streets.
Inside the elegant garden, a spirit wood is hung with red makeup, and there are many lanterns on the houses. There's a lot of people standing down there. The two at the head had deep breaths, no less than Baiyu, Ji family master. In the future, our two families are even closer. An old man with an upright figure and a light step gently stroked his goatee and looked at the middle-aged man with a smile. Beside him was a richly dressed youth. His expression was incredibly confident, and his eyes occasionally looked at a woman in a long pink dress not far away. Seemed satisfied. The youth was none other than Yi Beixian.
I didn't expect that this time.
It's Sage Tongmua leading the way. It's really a fluffy, 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 fluffy.
The marriage between my daughter and your Holy Land's northern Xiansain son was also decided by the elders of both families.
All happy. Ajit Songyun looked up to the sky and laughed very boldly. As he said that, after nodding to Sage Tonghe, he looked at Yi Beixian.
Arriving at the spiritual void realm at the age of 18.
Xian nephew, your talent is even stronger than Zhang Heng's. Ha ha ha. Misty Holy Land.
Another good seedling has been obtained.
A future great emperor is expected. For Yi Beixian, he was very satisfied.
Arriving at spiritual void at the age of 18. This was only seen on an Hongyi back then.
Compared to Zhang Hong, his promotion speed is even faster. Humph. Father, if you don't have something to say, don't say it and upset people. On the side,
the woman dressed in a long pink dress originally had a high and cold expression, but when she heard Ji Tsongyun's words,
her face instantly sank. Unhappily glancing at Ji Tsongyun,
she slightly nodded her head and looked at Yi Beixian.
It's impossible for me to be with you,
so just die of this heart.
Said, attitude is very high cold. Immediately stopped talking. Luo Shuwei, don't fool around. This is a marriage contract set by the uncommon ancestor himself. Where are you to speak? And
that Zhang Hong has already become a demon and is definitely not a good match,
so you should give up on him as soon as possible. Ji Tsongyun's face turned blue.
He didn't realize that he had caused his daughter to become so agitated by just saying something about Zhang Heng's faults.
On weekdays, the nature is as scanty as water. Why do you talk about Zhang Hong when you mention it?
Father, I don't need you guys to talk about my business.
And I have no possibility with that Zhang Hong anymore. Like a cat being stepped on. Ji Luoshui's stunningly beautiful face showed a touch of anger. Family Master Ji, it's better to leave the space for the youngsters. Let's go inside and have some tea. Not too far away.
The Tongmei sage heard Ji Luoshui's words. His eyes turned when he immediately pulled Ji Tsongyun's hand and walked towards the inner room.
Not long after, Yi Beixian and Ji Luoshui were left outside. My name is Yi Beixian. Meet Goddess Luoshui. Seeing this, Yi Beixian wore a light smile and took a confident step to Ji Luoshui's side. He was dressed in white today and his hair was straightened, poised and sword-browed. Ji Luoshui didn't say anything. She just looked at Yi Beixian in such a high and cold manner. Seeing him walk step by step, she shallowly retreated backwards. Sage Sun Yi should stay far away. Men and women are not related.
It's not good to spread the word. This high and cold stance caused Yi Beixian to be stunned, and he swallowed back the words that were on his lips.
He knew that if he said anything, he would look like he had no manners. You can't lose your poise in front of the woman you love. Otherwise, it will be looked down upon. Since it is so, Yi Beixian arched his hand and politely said, in this manner, it is indeed a Mengwang. It's a pity that the elders of the clan said it, and Beixian as a junior wouldn't dare to disobey. But I'm sure that if you and I get to know each other better, we'll find that I'm a very dependable person. Yi Beixian is in no hurry. His looks weren't bad, and he was on par with Zhang Hong in the spiritual void realm, and on the surface he was 18 years old, which was even more beyond Zhang Hong. Conditions like these, he couldn't believe Ji Luoshui wasn't moved. I'm tired. Sage Sun Yi, please go ahead. Ji Luoshui was as pale as frost, glancing at Yi Beixian before walking straight towards the depths of the mansion. The pace was quick, and it wasn't long before he was in the inner room. Phew. Seeing her house, Ji Luoshui sighed slightly and pushed open the door to her room. What came into view was a figure dressed in black, and all that could be seen in the dimly lit room were the silver strands of his shaggy hair, and scarlet eyes. was lazily leaning back in his chair, looking at her evilly. The man spoke indifferently. I haven't seen you in a few years. Your temper has grown. Brother Jiang Hong. Seeing the man, Ji Luoshui trembled and was ecstatic, but she seemed to think of something. His eyes were fixed and his demeanor was icy. What are you doing here? P.S. Remember to check in every day. I'm begging you to read it. Family, I love you. End of chapter. Chapter 79, I'm on fire. The silver-haired man sitting on the chair was none other than Jiang Hong. After Mu Wanyun informed him of the location, he used shrinking ground to come here. Course of events. It's still a little dangerous. Tong Hua and Ji Songyun were both quasi-saints, and were only a foot away from being true saints. If you don't use the 5 birds and 7 amazing fans, you lose more than you win. It looks like you're not very welcoming to this seat. That's all. It's just for Mr. Jiang to leave. Hearing Ji Luoshui's questioning, Jiang Hang's already cold expression gained an extra touch of displeasure. No hesitation. Immediately, he stood up and walked towards the door, without the slightest pause as he brushed shoulders with Ji Luoshui. I didn't. Seeing that Jiang Hong was really going to leave, Ji Luoshui's slender body tensed, instinctively stretching out her jade fingers to grab the sleeves of her coat, sweeping away the high and mighty stance from her face, biting her lower lip in aggravation. I thought it was a stranger. Brother Jiang Hong, how have you been after not seeing you for so many years? Quickly digressing from the topic, she wrapped her arm around Jiang Hong and gently dragged him back to the room, pushing him onto a chair before quickly closing the door and making tea for him. Pretty good. Jiang Hang's eyes were indifferent, and after skimming the tea leaves with the covered bowl and taking a sip, he absently said, It's clearer. It made Ji Luoshui's eyes happy. It was a common and simple compliment, but one she had never heard before. It doesn't matter how a sentence is said. It matters who says it. It's the first time Jiang Hong has praised her for her beauty. Thinking of this, Ji Luoshui pursed her lips and said, Does your master still covet you? That old woman. You don't have to worry about her. The Ji family is a family of longevity, and there are harmonizers within the clan. As long as you're willing, I can go communicate with the elders. They won't say no if it's you. As she spoke, her demeanor rose in indignation. If Anhongi hadn't spoiled her good deed in the beginning, the child with Jiang Hong now would more than likely be in the Yingyu realm. In this regard, Jiang Hong was silent, his eyes as scarlet as blood, coldly looking at Ji Luoshui, raising the corners of his mouth like a smile. But it's just some past events. What's the point of talking about this? You're marrying a man soon, and I've come today to congratulate you. Congratulations, Goddess Luoshui. Jiang Mao for the devil, is the world's public enemy, so no longer stay for a long time. I hope that you are well. Do not think and do not miss. After saying that, Jiang Hong picked up the tea and drank it all in one go, and immediately got up to leave. Seeing Jiang Hong standing up, Ji Luoshui's petite body trembled, her eyes carried trepidation, and she hurriedly hugged Jiang Hong from behind. No, that Yi Beixian I don't like. It's you I like. Brother Jiang. He's nothing but a pawn and a peddler of dogs. It's always been you that I've had my heart set on. At this moment, Ji Luoshui completely put down the stature of a goddess, very different from before in front of Yi Beixian. She, knowing that Jiang Hong had misunderstood her, she doesn't like Yi Beixian at all. All she has in her heart is Jiang Hong. Haven't seen you in a couple years. Jiang Hang's body lurched, turning to look at Ji Luoshui in surprise, pursing his lips. How come you like to tell lies? You are the goddess of the Ji family. If you don't like it, why would you join the marriage? Rashu, I, for one, am disappointed in you. While saying that, Jiang Hong shook his head helplessly, his eyes full of disappointment. I didn't. Everything I said was true. Ji Luoshui trembled, holding Jiang Hang's hand curled tighter, seemingly afraid of disbelief. She sincerely looked at Jiang Hang's eyes. What do you need to believe me? Have heard what was said. Jiang Hang's face was expressionless as he turned towards the wooden chair and sat down blandly, his scarlet eyes looking deeply at Ji Luoshui. Kneel down. Crawl to me. Brother Jiang Hong. Hearing Jiang Hang's request, Ji Luoshui was stunned. It's something she never thought she'd do. One day, to crawl on her knees in front of others. As the goddess of the Ji family, she has always had a heart higher than the sky. Facing Yi Beixian, she was despised from the bottom of her heart. I'm running out of patience. Jiang Hong exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, somewhat impatient. Me. Ji Luoshui's absolutely beautiful face overflowed with a touch of panic. Mind. A million anxieties. Hesitate. And dare not hesitate. She knew that Jiang Hong was really out of patience, and if she got up and left, she might not be able to see it for the rest of her life. At the thought of this, Ji Luoshui shuddered, her crystal eyes firmly looking towards Jiang Hong. Puff! The snow-white jade-like knees fell to the ground, and very obediently crawled to Jiang Hong. Raising her head, she looked at Jiang Hong delicately. Brother Jiang Hong, I'm willing. Jiang Hong was silent and reached out to grab Ji Luoshui's hair. I'm a bit on fire. Press the button now. For a long time, Ji Luoshui, dripping with fragrant sweat, used a silk scarf to help Jiang Hong wipe clean before wiping the corners of her own mouth. There was no point and a half in displeased in his eyes, but rather ecstatic. This move of hers, it was in a dream, and now it's real. Brother Jiang Hong, can I prove myself? Ji Luoshui inquired cautiously. Absolutely beautiful eyes with expectation. Phew. Jiang Hong tiredly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and looked deeply at Ji Luoshui coldly humming. It's not enough. Marry Yi Beixian as early as possible. I'll come to you on the day of your wedding. Where's enough? The purpose of his visit today was not meant to be a moment of comfort. Me. Ji Luoshui pursed her lips and looked at Jiang Hong in surprise. She didn't think it was bad, but she was curious if Jiang Heng's taste would be too heavy. Yi Beixian was never treated as a human being. Doing it that way is much less psychologically taxing. It's even exciting. Okay, I'll wait for you on the day of the cave. Not daring to hesitate, Ji Luoshui nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. At this very moment, she only wanted to grasp the slightest possibility with Jiang Hong. Have been waiting hard for a few years and don't want to miss it. Good boy. Jiang Hong revealed a smile and reached out to pinch Ji Luoshui's face. When he saw that the girl was in some pain, he nodded with satisfaction. Remember, I'll give you this one chance to serve me. Miss it and it's gone forever. After saying that, Jiang Hong let go of his hand and transformed into a black shadow, completely disappearing into the Ji family mansion. I will. Ji Luoshui's face was crimson, and her eyes carried determination. After carefully arranging his collar, he stood up and walked out of the room, his surplus waist twisting quickly as he made his way towards the large council chamber. This time, the council chamber, Ji Tsongyun and Tong Hei, the two paramount saints, were struggling to negotiate the marriage thing, or you have to be willing. Ji Luoshui disagreed. There's such a pain in the ass to deal with. And, just as a few people were distressed, Ji Luoshui, who was wearing a long pink dress in the distance, came without any hesitation. Father, seniors, since I am the divine daughter of the Ji clan, I should open up the Ji clan. I agree to the marriage. Do it as early as possible. After Ji Luoshui bowed slightly to Tong Hei, she came to Ji Tsongyun's side and nodded, agreeing to the marriage. At once, the two paragon saints were ecstatic. They never expected Ji Luoshui to stay by herself for a while and directly figure it out. On the wooden chair on the right, Yi Beixian was silent, his demeanor arrogant. In his view, women are all like that, facing the front of his charm like a tidal sea, falling in minutes. P.S. Remember to check in every day. I'm begging you to read it. Family, I love you. End of chapter. 80. Clashes in the streets. Isn't that what happened to Ji Luoshui in front of us? An hour ago was still cold to death. A cold as frost do not enter the posture of people. Now, oh, you came here to talk about the marriage? And too shy to look at him. Beixian is very happy that Divine Maiden can think this way. Yi Beixian paced beside Ji Luoshui, looking at her stunningly beautiful posture. He revealed a confident smile before turning towards the two paragons, Tonghua and Ji Tsongyun. The Divine Maiden's request is also a request from Beixian. Please grant the elders a marriage. After saying that, Yi Beixian bowed and arched his hand. His attitude was very sincere, and out of the corner of his eye, he kept looking Ji Luoshui up and down. The stunningly beautiful body, with a little bit of clear light, showed off the Divine Maiden's temperament, even more overwhelmingly. But the eyes. It made Ji Luoshui's beautiful eyes flutter and her stomach turn over. She forced herself to endure her nausea, not forgetting Jiang Heng's instructions, and nodded to Ji Tsongyun after. Father, organize the wedding as early as possible. Seeing that the two parties were in agreement, Ji Tsongyun smiled brightly at the Tonghua paramount before nodding his head and saying, business is important. When the immortal palace ruins are over, the two of you will quickly consummate your marriage. Upon hearing this, Yi Beixian nodded, and Hongyi's words, he did not dare to forget. If the Yunshui immortal palace ruins did not achieve the purpose, he had no doubt that the other man would shoot him. Sheltering means are available, but there is a reluctance to venture into risky areas at the moment. It's all up to the elders. Yi Beixian smiled brightly, revealing his white teeth to Ji Luoshui, revealing a light wind and clear moon gesture. Thank you, father, and thank you, Sage Tong Hei. Ji Luoshui ignored the situation, and after nodding to the Ji Tsongyun and Tong Mei duo, she took a light step and turned towards her house. It made Yi Beixian indignant. In his opinion, Ji Luoshui had clearly taken so much initiative and still put on a condescending stance. Bitch, when the wedding day comes, I'll make you sing Conquest at my crotch. Your dream man Jiang Hong? He's not as good as one of mine.
Yi Beixian murmured through clenched teeth. His voice was so subtle that only he could hear it. After all one's words, a flash of arrogance in the depths of his eyes. Beixian Xian nephew. The immortal palace ruins you and Luo Shui to cooperate with This time our two families but under the blood. That thing must be gotten. Ji Yun walked to Yi Beixuan's side and gently patted Yi Beixuan's shoulder with a meaningful admonition. Yi Beixian nodded confidently as he heard this. Yes, the late generation will do their best. No one in the younger generation can stand alongside me. That's good. That's good. Tungyao City, south. The bustling street, originally lively crowd, was in an uproar, and they all gathered in a group, standing in the distance to watch. At the core, a large white cat carrying a girl with a long emerald green sword was standing in front of them with a cold gaze. Across from them was an unruly man. Naked. His upper body was toned and muscular as if he were a rock, and his pupils were tinged with white. The eyebrows are white. Many of the surrounding cultivators who were watching the scene, seeing his appearance, revealed their horror. White eyebrows. The White Tiger clan only has white eyebrows when their bloodline returns to their ancestors. Is he the son of the White Tiger Demon Emperor? It's a parent child, isn't it? If it's a parent child, then it's not a contemporary. It must be someone from how many thousands of years ago. Strong. He's so strong. Most likely a great cultivator of the cave soul realm. Bringing a wind demon around. You've kicked the bucket this time, haven't you? For this sudden scene, many cultivators know in their hearts, if not they do not have the strength to beat the green dress of the girl, they will also go to grab that one wind demon. Subocular, medicine. There's no excuse for strolling around with great fanfare and being targeted. No one sympathizes. Wind demon? Not bad. Come with the king dash. The white-browed man pointed at the wind chimes. His cold, blade-like tone carrying no doubt. Wind chime's entire body exploded in silence, arching her body to stare viciously at the man. It was originally envisioned that with the Yaoqi festival and the immortal palace ruins just around the corner, there wouldn't be any chaos in a stroll. And the sword Xian is still there. The average person is really no match for her. Mei, as a wind demon, she keenly sensed that the white-browed man in front of her didn't seem to be something they could fight against. Asterisk off. Jian Xian raised her long sword sideways, facing the white-browed man's powerful aura. She didn't retreat at all. The corners of his mouth murmured. Wind chime. You take Barbara and go first. Leave this place to me. Nobody's going anywhere. Before Wind Bell could say anything, the white-browed man appeared directly beside her, close to 2.5 meters tall. In this moment it looked stout, full of muscle arms, and so fast that it took one's breath away. A chokehold on Wind Chime's neck. Wind Chime's huge body was like a kitten being lifted in his hands. Roar! Wind Chime hissed, her eyes looking worriedly at Barbara. The little girl dropped to the ground, her face covered in dust, looking at the gourd that Jiang Hong had bought for her. The tip of her nose, which was like porcelain, began to blush bright red. The petite body kept twitching. This scene made Jian Xian furious. The emerald green long sword stabbed directly at Bai Mei at a tricky angle. In a flash, it reached the throat. Ding! The long sword seemed to stab a very sharp object, making a pleasant crunching sound. Despite the thrust to the throat, it could not be saved. The sword technique is good, but it's a pity that the force is a bit poor. Reaching the 7th realm of spirit void at this age, you do deserve to be proud of yourself for a bit. However, in front of this king, you are not qualified. I am Bai Tu Dao, the 9th son of the White Tiger Demon Emperor. Bang! Sword Xian's chopping attack. Bai Tu Dao is completely fearless, lifting up his large palm. A slap flying sword Xian. Put! The emerald green figure with scarlet blood. Jian Xian's entire body flew backward 100 meters. It didn't stop until it crashed through a store. She rushed out of the black smoke in a lurch and once again worked her mana to wield a longitudinal sword chi. In response, Bai Tu Dao was unimpressed and looked at Windbell with satisfaction. This wind demon. It's just right to give it to Shawan. Compared to that, she'll be happy, won't she? Ha ha ha. While laughing, Bai Tu Dao clenched his fist without even looking at it, and directly slapped that one emerald green sword chi. Mana, turned into dots of green fluorescence completely dissipated. Badass. Badass. Watching Jian Xian and Fengling being bullied, Ben bit her lips in aggravation and came to Bai Tu Dao's ankle and kept pounding with her small fists. This drew the displeasure of Bai Tu Dao, who immediately raised his leg with the intention of stomping Barbarian to death. You touch her, you'll die. Jian Xian warned in a cold voice. She hadn't spent much time together, but she had seen a lot. Jiang Hong, who was indifferent to everything, took surprisingly fine care of this girl. Then I'll see who kills me, Bai Tu Dao sneered, and his right foot immediately exerted force. The black boots were like dark clouds, bigger than a barbarian, and they just stepped right down. P.S. Remember to check in every day.
Wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 81, The White Ball. This scene, like a wild wave, it left the surrounding cultivators who were eating melon shaken. They all knew that the White Tiger clan had always been brutal, but they didn't expect that they would dare to slaughter young children in the city of the human race. Mud. Would someone please clean him up? Don't be a fool. That CUI-clothed girl is from the Heavenly Sword sect. It's probably in the category of swordwoman. She can't even be shaken. By Tu Dao. The pride of the White Tiger clan 37,000 years ago. Sealed to this day for the Cloudwater Immortal Palace? Unbearable. This girl is going to be mush. Although shocked by this scene, many cultivators did not make a move. Chilling the White Slaughter Road obscene power. At the same time, they also determined that within this huge Tianyao city, there was basically no one who could arm wrestle with Bai Tu Dao. The girl child. I guess it's gone. Jian Heng. The clamor around her. Jian Shenshen ignored it and watched Bai Tu Dao lay down the killer as she fought to hiss. He flew forward and tried to save Barbara with his life. In the meantime, feeling the blackness above her head, Barbara's crying red face instantly faded in color. Looking over his head in fear, the small hand clutched the gourd Jiang Heng bought. Brother. There. Just at the moment when Bai Tu Dao was about to step on Barbarian, a soft voice echoed in Barbarian's ears. In front of everyone's eyes was a silver-haired man with scarlet pupils that looked like they had been stained with blood, with a ghostly solemnity. Bang! The moment he appeared, the silver-haired man delivered a back kick that viciously chiseled at Bai Tu Dao's face. The astral wind swept. Bai Tu Dao's body, as if it was a cannonball, was directly sent flying dozens of meters away. Big body, crushing everything on the road. On the way, a few unlucky cultivators who were previously enjoying themselves, directly crushed into mush. Brother. Seeing the silver-haired man, Barbara couldn't hold herself back any longer. Her little pearls dripping down as she aggressively hugged the man's neck. He's a bad guy. Bullying Sister Winchime. Bullying Sister Qian Qian. And my gourd. At the end of her sentence, she gave a condescending look at the dusty gourd in her hand. Jian Heng. Jian Shenxian flew behind Jiang Heng with an apologetic face. I'm sorry. There's no need to blame yourself. Jiang Heng shook his head to stop Jian Shenxian's words, and after nodding to him, he turned his eyes to look at Barbara. Don't cry. Brother will buy it for you again. After all one's words, he didn't put Barbara down, and with a lurch of his left hand, he completely embraced the little girl in his arms. This sudden change, it made many of the people who were eating the melon tense up. They looked at Jiang Heng like a ghost and couldn't believe their eyes. Asterisk 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 asterisk. This person is so fast. It can't be the great avatar, shrinking ground, right? Impossible. Those who comprehend this thing start out as saints. And basically those who cast it are great saints. Jiang Heng? He's the devil Jiang Heng? The immaculate saint's son, the heavenly Dao demon heart, and the devil Jiang Heng, but, even he couldn't possibly defeat Bai Tu Dao. Could he? This sudden strike, even though it was a sneak attack, was enough to blow a few years away if it could send Bai Tu Dao flying. And, what made them even more surprised was that this silver-haired man was actually that Jiang Heng. Although they had previously heard that Jiang Heng had arrived in Tianyao City, meeting him now still shocked them. The force is good. In the smoke and dust, a huge figure slowly rose up and waved his right hand violently. As the gale swept through and the smoke and dust receded, a layer of white fluff grew on Bai Tu Dao's chest where Jiang Heng had kicked him. Not a single black color above the plush. Pure-blooded ferocious demons. White tigers. You are Jiang Heng? Bai Tu Dao twisted his neck, and on his ferocious face, there was more than a touch of teasing. The force is okay, just the accuracy is poor. With his huge height, the distance of dozens of meters was but an instant. He arrived in front of Jiang Heng and towered over him. How should I kill you? Rip you limb from limb and eat it with the girl's blood? Or? Bai Tu Dao looked at Jiang Heng cruelly, and as he said so, he pointed at Aban in Jiang Heng's arms. And, before the words were finished, Jiang Heng once again kicked. Bang! Bai Tu Dao's body, like a kite with broken strings, once again sped toward the distance. This time a lot of people learned the hard way and stood far away. The smoke filled and dispersed. Bai Tu Dao stood up violently, a scarlet red color showing in his white pupils. I want you to die dash. Snarl. The robust right arm transformed into a sharp claw, as if with 5 steel knives, fiercely grabbing at Jiang Heng's chest. The white tiger pulls out the heart. Bang. At the instant when the claws were about to touch Jiang Heng's chest, Bai Tu Dao's body, once again like a cannonball, was kicked dozens of meters away. I want you to die. Dispersing the smoke and dust, Bai Tu Dao's entire body was crimson, and his anger caused the veins on his entire body to be clearly imprinted on his skin. Bang! As the words fell, Bai Tu Dao rushed out once again, and was once again yanked away as he arrived in front of Jiang Heng. My whole body flew a few dozen meters away. Stillness.
The large and bustling street was no longer a bit noisy, except for the sound of the tumbling of the White Butte Road. Everyone stared at this scene with wide eyes.
Numb, no longer able to speak. What's the deal? Such an understatement? He's still holding a girl, giving someone a kick in the balls? Another double flight? Kind of funny, seriously. Originally, everyone was not optimistic about Jung Hong in this battle. After all, one was a demon who had been silent for 10,000 years. One is the current generation. Between the two, the time base alone was 100,000 miles away. And everyone knew that Jung Hong was worrying about the sect every day, wiping the asses of his senior brothers and sisters, and that his cultivation had fallen a lot behind. But right now, what's the situation? White Tutor is like a ball of leather. Another double oboe? Slightly funny. Jung Hong was unimpressed by the clamor around him, holding Barbara step by step, step by step, step by step, step by step, coming in front of Bai Tu Dao. He nodded slightly. Kneel. This seat doesn't like looking up to others.
This overbearing stance caused Bai Tu Dao's pupils to shrink, and a mouthful of fangs gnashed.
When was he ever so insulted? Right now, a man of the world was making a big deal out of making him kneel? Who is he? Bai Tu Dao.
The White Tiger Demon Emperor's most accomplished cub.
Even in that era, he was the head leader. This king wants you dead.
Bai Tu Dao's muscles trembled,
and above his smooth skin,
white fluffy hairs grew rapidly.
In a short while, the whole person was completely transformed into an orc.
He raised his right arm and pointed at Jung Hong and spoke morosely.
One move. I want you dead in one move.
Have heard what was said.
Jung Hong Jie laughed,
his chest rising and falling violently, as if he had heard some kind of joke.
Good. I was going to let you not even be able to return the hand. Since you said so, this seat has come to the point of interest, and I will give you a chance to make a move. Come on, kill me with one move. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 82 Thin Face? I, the human Emperor Haki, also want thin faces. In his previous life, this person pestered Muan Yun, and also repeatedly clamored against him, because of the ethereal Holy Land behind him. There was no great conflict with it at the time. Subocular medicine. This man hurt Qian Qian, insulted Windchime, and tried to trample on Barbara, so he already had a way to die. Then we'll settle old scores with new ones. Letting the other side strike and completely breaking down the mental defenses is what's brutal. In Jiang Heng's opinion,
it was far more pleasurable to crush the heart of a genius than to kill him with a slap.
Just you?
I was careless just now and didn't flash. Jiang Heng's words caused Bai Tu Dao to be stunned. The person who dares to receive a blow from this king has yet to be born.
When the words fall,
Bai Tu Dao's already toned muscles were rapidly expanding, and his torso was even bigger.
It's like an inflated ball. Next moment,
the leather ball deflated, and the muscles of Bai Tu Dao's entire body kept compressing and recompressing at a bizarre degree.
In the end it actually became a normal human size. The
muscles and bones on its body were like steel,
and when it trembled,
its mass could even be clearly seen. Bai Tu Dao raised his right arm and his 5 sharp claws kept bending. In the end there was only the index finger straight, aimed at Jiang Heng's throat with a cruel smile. White Tiger, put to death dash.
Shoo! In the blink of an eye, Bai Tu Dao arrived in front of Jiang Hong, after giving him a cruel smile.
The dark sharp claws, shining with a flash of white light, ruthlessly stabbed at Jiang Heng's throat.
All of this happened with a swiftness. All of them didn't react,
and could only stare at the sharp claws about to pierce their throats.
It's over. Too much trust. Imperial bloodline. Ah, the 9th son of the White Tiger Demon Emperor.
Not at all comparable to ordinary holy sons.
White Tiger execution. This is the White Tiger clan's racial secret method. For each of the 5 fingers together, its power increases by 100%. And when there is only one finger at the moment, it's 500%. Manifestation of the original body. Realm suppression. Plus the inherited secret method. Jiang Hong is finished.
This sudden scene caused the surrounding cultivators to sigh helplessly. Jiang Hong was at a great advantage at that moment just now and could have completely injured Bai Tu Dao.
Even continuous suppression. But right now,
this so-called White Tiger execution seems to be very difficult to resist.
At least among the crowd. No one can block it. Jiang Hong was unimpressed by the clamor around him. In his last life, he was already the top of the young generation, and that was the result of not practicing much. Since the beginning of time, the depths that this journey through the world held were unimaginable in the previous life. The fruits of the Tao in his previous life, the comprehension of the Tao and the law, the heavenly Tao demon heart, a strong foundation, and the various feats given by the system. There is also the origin of Taoism, which was acquired not long ago. Strength, long ago, is not what it used to be.
looking at the black finger claw that was about to enter his throat. Jong Hong raised the corner of his mouth and smiled indifferently. Then you'll see it clearly. How far you are from this seat. Kill the life buoy. Jong Heng's left hand was holding Barbara. His right hand lifted up, closing his middle and index fingers together. A silver-white spike instantly appeared on his fingertip. Gaze. Silver-colored spikes, stabbing directly at the black finger claws. Next moment, a very different, if not gut-wrenching, picture that anyone expected emerged. Black finger claws, in the moment of touching the kill life pontoon, as if a piece of square wood, directly crushed into wood chips. Fingers, they've been smashed. Jong Heng's body was like a bow as he kept pressing forward. Bai Tu Dao's fingers, palms, and arms were all directly churned to pieces by the slaying Faust. The pain that gouged out the heart and eroded the bones made Bai Tu Dao let out an agonizing hiss. The tiger's eyes looked at his right arm. It was so unbelievable. White tiger execution, the secret technique of their clan. His rank is sacred. He's a great cultivator of the 8th realm. But Jong Hong is only in the 7th realm. Why? That's how it turned out? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Bai Tu Dao hissed desperately as he looked at the life-killing Faust that went straight into his chest. You're going to get it? The relics of the immortal palace were released, and there was a chance to become an immortal in this life. And before he had a chance to shine, he was going to get his box lunch? The silver spikes were relentless, crushing everything to break through his ribs and gouge into his chest. Little friend, can you give the old man 3 thin noodles? Just at this moment when Bai Tu Dao's heart was about to be stirred to pieces, a flat, uninteresting voice echoed through the vast street. At some point, an old man appeared and directly clamped down on Jong Heng's hand, stopping his attack that was like a shocking wave. Paraclete. Looking at the visitor, Jong Hong narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Presently, only a saint could have staggered him with this move. Even a few 8th realm cultivators were unable to break through his killing life float. The grade of this move is holy, because it's self-created. The battle power has to be multiplied. The old man's appearance caused a dead silence to surround the area. Heavenly Yao City, the main city of the Yao Qi Holy Land. Even in the vast central state, it was a renowned city. There are saints they are not surprised, but it still gives many people chills when they actually see it. After all, the saints are invisible. This Bai Tu Dao is completely no match for Jong Heng. Porcelain, broken at the touch. This devil is so raw. Jong Heng's wave knocked out the saints? Stop, that's the only way. How about a saint stepping in and giving face? None of them had expected that Jong Hong would beat Bai Tu Dao in a crushing manner. Half of his body was crushed. Blood flowed all over the place. And the whole person half kneeled on the ground in a sorry state, gasping for breath, his eyes still carrying the fear of the aftermath of the robbery. What's more, I didn't expect. It was the saints who intervened to stop the war. The talent of the little friend, the old man has only seen in his life, even when in Hongi, I'm afraid that cannot be compared. Bai Tu Dao is the son of the demon emperor. Dying in this heavenly Yao city would not be good for my Yao Qi Holy Land. I am Xian Yi. Would it be alright if my little friend gave 3 points? An old man dressed in black, shaped like a withered hand, tugged on Jong Heng's arm in a deadly manner. You're welcome. But the dominance in the words was chilling, telling the identity of Bai Tu Dao, Yao Qi's position, and his own seniority. Mei, Shu, bang. A black flag, which appeared steeply behind Jong Heng, shattered the bricks and hung in the ground. Black streamers flying. Millions of ghosts sprang up like bamboo shoots, covering the huge Tianyao city in no time. Included among these, a large, ferocious bird, the sky rock, instantly caught everyone's attention as it leered at the Xian Knight Paragon, stirring his wings and hissing loudly. The banner of the emperor. Jong Heng's silver color danced with the wind, and a pair of eyes like red jade looked indifferently at the Xian Knight Paramount Saint, pointing at the human emperor streamer behind him. He also pointed at the white feather paragon who had transformed into a severe ghost, and spoke indifferently. Senior, why don't you ask Mr. John's human emperor streamer if he's willing to make good? P.S. Remember to check in every day. Wishing you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 83. Little friend Jong Heng is acting on behalf of heaven. Or is it the same as old bird White Feather, who also wants to be a guest in my human emperor streamer? After saying that, Jong Heng indifferently raised his head, and with the corner of his eye, he coldly looked at the Xian Knight Paragon, still not letting go. Looks like you really want to touch base with this seat. Stop like that? Ridiculous. He was never going to stop. Why didn't this old dog come out when Bai Tu Dao injured Jin Shenxian? And why didn't this old dog come out when he snatched the wind chime? Barbara almost died. This old dog is still ignoring it. Is it invisible? It can't be. This side of the situation. He was a few thousand meters away. With the sense of God have felt, if not shrinking into an inch, absolutely too late. In other words,
This old dog was afraid of the White Tiger Demon Clan's fierce reputation and didn't dare to offend them. The ones before that, pretending not to see it. This scene, all the surrounding cultivators stopped in their tracks and looked at the sky with chills. These millions of severe ghosts. They didn't expect Jiang Hong to be so raw. He intimidated the Paramount Saints with his words, and even dared to call out such a deadly weapon as the Human Emperor Streamer within the Heavenly Yao City. This is the Human Emperor Streamer. It's truly terrifying. Ever since becoming a demon, Jiang Hong has acted more and more wildly. If I had his strength, I'd be even madder than he is, and I'd give a couple of big wall pockets to dogs passing by. Humph. Show off for a while. How will he end up facing a saint? Facing the Human Emperor Streamer. It is false to say that they are not afraid. They all know that entering the Human Emperor Streamer is definitely more terrifying than death. Immediately, many people began to retreat and disperse, fearing that they would be affected by Jiang Heng's wave. There were also those who shook their heads, believing that Jiang Hong would inevitably be overthrown if he provoked the saints. The might of the saints is untouchable. For a moment, everyone's gazes converged on the face of the Xian Knight Paragon. Little friend. Xian Ye's expression was condensed. Without his high and calm earlier, his eyes were gloomy as he looked at Jiang Hong. He hadn't expected that Jiang Heng's temperament would be so great. A word of relief. The Human Emperor's Streamer was pulled out. What was this to do? To go on and on with him? Yao Qi Holy Land? Quasi-Saint Xian Knight said in a deep voice. Aren't you being too unbridled? Even though this seed is a quasi-saint, there's a world of difference between it and a minor cultivator like you. At this stage of the Human Emperor Streamer, this saint also. Before the words were finished, a feather fan rose up into the sky, hanging in the dome of the sky and constantly rotating. And under the infusion of mana, majestic flames quickly whistled. Coax dash. Coax dash. The flames rolled out waves of flame that kept flapping in the air, and the 7 fire phoenixes poked their heads out as if they were curious, staring at Xian Yi. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing it, Xian Knight shuddered violently, staring wide-eyed with a terrified expression. Sacred product, 5 birds 7 amazing fans? At this moment, the others were confused. It was something he had only heard of, never seen, no matter how. Jiang Hong could not have imagined that he could pull out this thing. At present, he just realized how White Feather died. That battle was rumored to be out of this world, but the specifics of how it went down varied in words. Many people say that Baiyu was killed by the Sword Saint of the Heavenly Sword Sect, and others say he was crushed to death by the Sword Ancestor. But, he knows, it was burned to death by Jiang Hong with a feather fan. Cough cough dash. Xian Knight dryly coughed a few times and gave a seat after an awkward smile, pointing at Baitu on the ground. This demon is making waves in Tianyao City. This saint wanted to execute him just now. Luckily, young Master Jiang has raised to take the place of heaven. It really makes me admire you. Arching his hand at Jiang Hong, Sage Xian Knight completely stepped aside, giving a smooth path straight to the White Slaughter Road. Surroundings. Dead silence. Some of the people who avoided the battle had not even unfolded their running strides when they heard Sage Xian Knight say this and directly fell to the ground. There were also people who had melons in their hands that directly fell to the ground and looked at Xian Yi with a dumbfounded expression. Thousands of people were there. All of them looked at Xian Knight numbly. What substitution for heaven? Who substitutes for heaven? Asterisk 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 asterisk. This Sage Xian Knight's attitude has changed so much? Sage Xian Knight, you're a sage. Are you reserved? Ha? What exactly happened to make Sage Xian Knight concede on the spot? They didn't know what was going on. And all of them were staring straight at the black-robed Xian Yi Paramount Sage. Numb. They were truly numb at this moment. 1 second the juniors are unbridled. The next second to act on behalf of heaven. The old man admired all out. This let them how to taught. Ahem. Quiet. Xian Knight Paragon dry cough justified. For the surrounding hustle and bustle do not think. Living so many years, who has not embarrassed 1.5 times? Old face? Not for a long time. He didn't want to go and fight Jiang Hong to the death for the sake of a little face. When all is said and done, trying my best. Senior's great righteousness. Jiang Hong raised the corners of his mouth and put away the Human Emperor Streamer and the 5 bird 7 amazing fans. And after arching his hand at Xian Knight, he passed in front of him, with everyone watching. Jiang Hong licked his lips and lifted his foot to step on by Tudao's face. Oh, exempt. No one will come to save you this time. TSK, TSK, tisk. This physical fitness isn't good either. After giving you so much rest, you're still so badly injured? Looking at Baitu Dao's blood, converging in a huge puddle with broken internal organs, Jiang Hong continuously shook his head. If it's him, not to say healed after so much rest, he would have been on his feet a long time ago. The body, it's still too bad. You, Badudo let out a big gasp. He was a demonic beast, and his physical qualities were comparable to those of the human race? He
He can't really return the favor of being called physically unfit for this wave. Just now that move, he felt that Jiang Heng's flesh, as if immortal gold, has a kind of indestructible feeling. You dare to kill me? Bai Tu Dao refrained from dwelling on it and sneered at Jiang Heng. He's the heir of the White Tiger Demon Emperor. Who in this world would dare to kill him? Bang! Jiang Heng smiled coldly as his legs surged with mana and kicked Bai Tu Dao's head. White, red, pink, splashing around. It made the surrounding cultivators' jaws drop. Kill it! Baek Tu Dao is dead. The ninth son of the Demon Emperor. Gotham is in Tianyao City. Here's the headline. Even the corner of the eyes of the Xian Knight Sage, who was not far away, twitched at the sight of this scene. Jiang Heng he had seen many times. He didn't used to be like this. And just now, he thought Jiang Heng would give him some face. The results don't give. Dry crushed the White Butte Road. Cough cough. The old immortal will leave first. Young Master Jiang, make yourself at home. The Xian Knight Sage's words fell, and his person had already disappeared. Unwilling accept further karma, idiom, unwilling to let go of the consequences of one's actions. In response, Jiang Heng did not care in the slightest, lazily twisted his neck and turned to look at Jin Xinshen. Let's go. The Yaoqi Fest is about to begin. Go take a look. Aren't you not going? Jin Xinshen was stunned and looked at Jiang Heng curiously. Jiang Heng was silent, glancing deeply at Bai Tu Dao with a slight sigh in his heart. In this case, his plan was not to do so. Originally, he had planned to utilize Bai Tu Dao as a dog licker and then hook Yi Beixian, before using devouring devil technique to suck up Bai Tu Dao, then plant it on Yi Beixuan's head. As a result, this kid rushed to his death. Not only did he lose his rations, but he also lost a target to plant evidence on. Nolans Volans. We can only go to the Yaoqi Festival to choose another beautiful woman. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Wishing you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 84. I'm not looking for a corner. North of Tianyao City. Yaoqi's Sacred Mountain. Temple of the Holy Virgin. The white jade and ice porcelain floor tiles were spread throughout the hall, and on the surrounding forest of jade pillars, a phoenix came to life. It's like a fairy palace with clouds and mist. Are you really going to play this big? On the toffee couch, the silver-haired man was lazily half lying down, leaning his hands on the back of his head, his eyes roaming. Beside him, a woman with an elegant temperament and a light blue dress, as if she was an exiled fairy, was gently helping the silver-haired man rub his legs. Right. 3 years is too long. I can't wait. Jiang Heng pursed his lips and nodded seriously. After dealing with Bai Tu Dao, he came here. 2 days have passed since then, and the Yaoqi Festival has begun. As usual, he still let Jin Xinshen bring Ah Ban and stroll around the Yaoqi Fest for food. This time, there are not only the holy sons of the great holy lands, but also some ancient demons, and some overlord who won the era. If you're exposed, won't the whole world come after you? With your unparalleled beauty, coupled with the devouring devil technique, 3 years will definitely be enough if you're more stable. Mu Wanyun's 10 fingers, which were like white jade, kept kneading Jiang Heng's thighs, but her eyes were tinged with worry. This wave, Jiang Heng was going to exterminate all the younger generation in the Tianluo realm, within the immortal palace ruins, kill to extinction and abuse all the heavenly pride. I seek not a corner, I seek the highest. In this case, the moment I made the decision, there was no way back. Otherwise how could I set foot in the netherworld holy land in the short term? How can the hatred in my heart be dispelled? Taking a deep breath, Jiang Heng pursed his lips, and a strand of solemnity seeped out of his lazy eyes. Like this, the Dao seed he wanted was not the world tree seedling, the life seed, the Hongmeng purple chi seed, and so on. What he's trying to do, it's that heavenly Dao seed that may not even exist in the legend, to kind of peek into the heavenly way and to merge with the heavenly way, the way and the law of the people who sent them. In the future, it may not be impossible to use the seed to send the heavenly Dao and derive a great Dao of one's own. Since you're living again, everything needs to be topped off. This is a path that was never trodden even in a previous life. Therefore, what those heavenly prides want are extremely high-quality Dao seeds, and what his heavenly Dao seeds need are countless Dao seeds. The moment you enter the ruins, you're already facing life and death. Naturally all of them are sustenance for his journey to Chico. Hiss, I'll help you dash. Jiang Heng's intentions caused Mu Wanyun to suck in a breath of cool air. Looking at Jiang Heng's determined eyes, his face, which looked like a celestial being, had an extra touch of determination. It's been that way since. Ahaha dash. Go on. I'll be right behind you. For Mu Wanyun, Jiang Heng is absolutely convinced that anyone in this world may betray him. This girl won't. In past lives and in present lives, they have been their absolute champions. The Yaoqi Festival is held once every 100 years, and it is the day when the Holy Maiden of the Yaoqi Holy Land chooses her son-in-law. It's also one of the few events in the Tianluo realm It made the pride of the great clans happy. The temple settled on top of the spiritual roots, and the court was filled with white lotus mist and glazed pure earth, with a clear fragrance coming from the nose. Many cultivators with divine light and extraordinary aura were chatting with each other with smiles on their faces. I'm afraid that Yao Qi is organizing the event in advance, and I'm afraid that it's also for the Immortal Palace ruins. Who do you think will win this time? It's hard to say. This last chance, come the demon absolutely more than in previous years. That claimed to be invincible in 3 worlds of the devil. Gu Jia. The goal must be the heavenly devil seed, and the crown of the 8 times of the unicorn sun. Will certainly want to unicorn seed. Isn't it one less to say? Young Master Jiang fears that he also has this poker face, right? Jiang Hung. Many cultivators opened their mouths, sharing some of the news they knew, all of it to others, so as to obtain feedback. Among them, many cultivators are the object of most people's scorn. After all, the ruins of the Palace of Immortals are just around the corner. Those headstrong presences are the ones that need to be figured out. For example, the demon lord Gu Jie, the Kirin son, the Little Rock King, the Jiang family's holy body, the demon emperor's own son, or perhaps some of the great religious preachers. And, just as the crowd was climbing, a red-haired man, dragon walking and tiger stepping came slowly, his naked upper body, a dragon tattoo running through his toned muscles. The expression is wild, with a touch of ferocity. It's the eldest son of the red dragon demon emperor, Red Burning Yen. Seeing the man, many people exclaimed in shock. See him coming. Many of the people who were talking to him consciously gave way, not wanting to provoke him. Following this path, Red Burning Yen walked straight to the very front and sat down proudly. Is it too late to be surprised? A strong man who looked like a human being with a statue walked over with an arrogant stride in his hands behind his back. Little Rock King. It's Little Rock King. Seeing the visitor, many people were once again shocked. They didn't expect that the golden-winged rock, which had always been unruly and untamed, would come to the Yao Qi Fest, which had never happened before. And, as if it was a discussion, the Jiang clan's saint body, demon monarch Gu Jie, and the Chen clan's divine body, arrived here one after another. Not much longer. Calling it a demon brings it up to double digits. And, people continued to arrive. And in the crowd, a man and a woman stood out. The man was dressed in white and was smiling at a pink group of young girls. The woman's appearance instantly caused the surrounding area to cry out in shock. Ji clan goddess, Luo Shui. I didn't expect her to come as well. Next to her is the current saint son of the Netherworld Holy Land, Yi Beixian. I heard that the two were joined in marriage. I wonder if it's true. The surrounding clamor clearly echoed in Yi Beixian's ears, and the look he gave to Ji Luoshui became even softer. This, just what he needs. With all the attention, marrying Ji Luoshui on his day would bring his fame up a notch. Rockwater, this way. Yi Beixian brought Ji Luoshui to the frontmost position and pulled out a chair for her to sit down. In response, Ji Luoshui was silent, looking around out of the corner of her eye as if she was searching for something. Then with sultry eyes, he slowly sat down. And, just as Yi Beixian was also planning to sit down, an abrupt voice echoed throughout the entire hall. The name of goddess Luo Shui resonates throughout the central state. She should be qualified to sit with us in the A class. Where did this kid come from to be a cow horse and dare to sit in the A class? In the first row, the black-haired man crossed his legs, his eyes teasingly looking at Yi Beixian. When he opened his mouth, the whole room erupted. The sharp-eyed ones instantly hooted and opened their mouths. It's the demon monarch, Gu Jie, Jiang Heng's old rival. I'm afraid it's to go out with Jiang Heng. Ha ha ha, the smell of gunpowder is so strong before it even starts? Listening to the surrounding cultivators' comments, Yi Beixian's slightly boyish face overflowed with a touch of displeasure. Presently, what he was most proud of was the identity of the Holy Sun, which brought him endless honor. This Gu Jie directly made him look bad in front of the heroes of the world. It's not like a cuckold, so how can it be tolerated? Yi Beixian's eyes were lowered, his demeanor unhappy, and he was still planning to say something. A lively clamor then came from the doorway. Young Master Jiang. It's young Master Jiang coming. P.S. Remember to check in every day. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 85. Can Jiang Heng open the banquet without coming? Moments. Overcrowded Jade Road. Cultivators have to give way. A road to the A seat. So, out of nowhere, many cultivators, a touch of adoration overflowed on their faces. In this Tian Luo realm, the ancient demons don't count. But Jiang Heng is the famous head armor. It's the one that countless people look up to. Although they have fallen into the devil's way, it does not prevent them from worshipping from the bottom of their hearts. I apologize for being late. Jiang was delayed due to trivial matters. Stepping onto the Jade Road, Jiang Heng revealed a bright smile, different from his usual. Today's white dress,
waist on the red line, tied with a jade pendant. The whole person temperament like yesterday, light wind and moon.
It instantly compared to Yi Beixian. Just this one smile made many of the female cultivators in the surrounding area clench their legs on the spot with a blush on their faces.
Young Master Jiang is not saying anything. We wouldn't dare to open the banquet without you coming. Yeah, if you don't come,
this Yao Qi Fest will exist in name only. Jiang Young Master, in the past years a goodbye you look more elegant than ever.
Slave Xian, you still remember me? This stupid dog, Bai Tu Dao, still dares to provoke young Master Jiang. The sound of admiration overflowed the huge event,
and many cultivators with outstanding talent, seeing Jiang Heng's gesture, were not shy about their admiration.
In this case, none of them were sitting down,
and they all got up and picked up their glasses and drank.
Much ado about nothing. Much ado about nothing.
Jiang Hong returned the salutes one by one with a light smile, and walked to the forefront of the A seat amidst all the gazes. Poof! The little rock king snorted coldly and glanced at Jiang Hong indifferently.
Young Lord Jiang.
The Jiang clan's sacred body rose and arched his hand.
Coming? Gu Jia laughed and slightly arched his hand at Jiang Hong. Red Burning Yen greets young Lord Jiang. Red Burning Yen nodded slightly, revealing his fangs. A sitting area, each with a different attitude towards Jiang Hong.
The vast majority of them, with smiles on their faces. This picture of love and affection made Yi Beixian, whose face had not yet receded from his anger,
directly dumbfounded on the spot. What does that mean? How come he didn't have this card when he came out?
How could this group of heavenly prides be so courteous to Jiang Hong when their noses were turned to the sky?
That Jiang clan's sacred body, when he saw demon monarch Gu Jia,
was close to jumping up from his stool and tearing himself apart.
And the red burning flame, he killed your brother Baek Tu-do. How can you still smile? What are you laughing at? Numb. Yi Beixian was truly numb. The difference between his platoon and Jiang Heng's was too great. It made him incredulous. And, intending to say something, Yi Beixian was surprised to find that Luo Shui, the goddess beside him, was looking at Jiang Hong with eyes that were almost drawn. This Nima? Rock water.
Yi Beixian's face was gloomy as he opened his mouth to remind. Ji Luo Shui was stunned as she looked at Yi Beixian's face, disgust flickering in the depths of her eyes.
Glancing at Jiang Hong, remembering her explanation from a few days ago,
she barely managed to squeeze out a smile.
You know, I'm at loggerheads with this Jiang thief. After we are married, let's have a good life. That's natural. Yi Beixian smiled arrogantly.
Although the role was lost, the women who looked up to Jiang Hong would look up to him in the future. The thought made him much more comfortable. At the very least, he had bullied Jiang Hong once, eldest brother. Yi Beixian smiled and opened his mouth, sidestepping to the side as he spoke, revealing Ji Luoshui's perfect posture. Continuing, he said, Senior brother, Goddess Luoshui will be my wife from now on. Your younger sibling. In a few days, we will be married. Words with a smile, does not sound the slightest malicious, but let the surrounding cultivators have been dumbfounded. It was all known that Goddess Luoshui looked up to Jiang Hong. Yi Beixian simply slapped Jiang Hong in the face when he opened his mouth like that. At this moment, even Red Burning Yen, the Jiang clan's sacred body and the others looked at Jiang Hong with interest. It's Master Beixian. It's a good thing you opened your mouth. Otherwise with your aura, I wouldn't have noticed you. Seeing Yi Beixian, Jiang Hong feigned surprise and nodded to him before walking over to Ji Luoshui. Raising the corners of her mouth, she smiled lightly. Luoshui's sister, after a farewell in the past years, she has become more and more colorful and attractive. How have you been? Ji Luoshui shuddered and looked meaningfully at Jiang Hong. Met a while ago. Jiang Hong can be so frank. She cannot do. There is a kind of caught in bed feeling. Brother Jiang Hong, my little sister as well. Ji Luoshui pondered for a few breaths, not looking at Yi Beixian beside her, and answered Jiang Hong with a smile. When the words fall, the crowd, who had originally planned to watch the show, stared at Ji Luoshui with wide eyes, incredulously. All knew that the divine maiden was dignified and sensible, and it was reasonably impossible for her to answer like this on such an occasion. May answered. She even called Jiang Heng's brother affectionately. This is brother Jiang Hong? It's love brother, isn't it? It's not supposed to be an affair, is it? How can that be? That's Goddess Luoshui, the fourth-ranked Luoshui on the heavenly immortal ranking. I don't think so. After all, on an occasion like this, surely you must give a trifle. This Yi Beixian really loves to find images for himself. Well, his face is red. The comments from all around caused Yi Beixian to almost lose control of his emotions. Not long ago the scene in Jianzhou, like a nightmare, surrounded in the mind for a long time, unable to dissipate. Present, these people still say that. This caused monstrous resentment in Yi Beixian's heart, and everyone within his gaze. Gu Jia, the Jiang clan's sacred body,
red burning yen, and not far away, the group of cultivators who were up in arms. He swore, when we enter the immortal palace ruins, we must use the devouring devil technique to make these people look good. It's all nutrients. Senior brother is also well. Yi Beixian immediately picked up the choke and smiled clearly. In response, Jiang Hong lightly nodded his head and turned around without another word, walking straight to the first position in the first row. After arching his hand at the looks cast around him, he sat down very self-effacingly. Brother. As soon as he took his seat, the girl in the big red coat quickly jumped into his arms. Aha! Looking at the little girl's eyes, Jiang Hong smiled lightly. Eat? Barbara looked around cautiously. Just now Jian Shenshen told her not to eat without anyone present and to be polite. Eat? In the future, with me around, you can do whatever you want. Jiang Hong didn't deliberately lower his volume. It was said for everyone to hear. It's also telling a lot of people. He's changed. No longer the virtuous man he once was. Short period of time. Pleasing tones filled the air from the large booth, where a dainty girl was dancing in a sari. Half of a dance. As a light blue fluorescent light emerged, Mu Wanyan slowly fell from the air like a fairy. The dark blue long dress, together with the pair of breathtakingly long legs, the lotus root arm, snow white skin visible to the naked eye, jade feet landing on the stage. Mu Wanyan smiled gently at the many cultivators below. Welcome to the Yao Qi event. Gentlemen, let's open the table. At that moment, there was a song and dance, and the maids that were originally serving around them began to dance as well. The large Yao Qi event was like a wine pool and meat forest. Pang would like to ask, is Yao Qi selecting a son-in-law for the Holy Maiden today? Could this seat be qualified to be the Holy Maiden's guest of honor? Just as the crowd was putting on the wine, a bratty voice interrupted the sound of the moment. The little rock king raised his head and glanced at Jiang Hong with contempt before turning his head to look at Mu Wanyun. P.S. Remember to check in every day. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 86, Snipes and Snails? The little rock king's insubordinate words caused the huge event to be in an uproar, and everyone didn't expect that. It was surprising that he was the one who spoke on such an occasion. A totally unexpected person. Of course, Mu Wanyun hooked up her orchid finger and gently blocked her lips and laughed. Yao Qi selects a son-in-law, and the one who is able to do so will be the one who does. Since Emperor Peng's heir wants to attend, of course Wan Yun welcomes it. Without moving, she glanced at Jiang Heng, and after realizing that Jiang Heng's expression was careless, she immediately nodded her head. Yes, Little Rock King proudly cold hummed, then my golden-winged rock clan, Little Rock King, is the son-in-law candidate of Yao Qi. Speaking here, he turned his eyes to Jiang Heng. Jiang Heng, it's rumored that the Holy Maiden of Yao Qi is your confidant. You just watch, HM? This sudden provocation caused Jiang Heng to furrow his brows and look curiously at the Little Rock King. Previous generations in this life, idiom, one's life in the past and one's life in the present. There's basically not a lot of interaction with this bratty little bird. When? That's natural. Since this seat has come, I have admired the Holy Maiden of Yao Qi and hope to tie the knot with her. Jiang Hong gave a wink to Jin Xianxian, handed Ban to the other party, and blandly got up and walked to the top of the steps. Looking at the stout Little Rock King, he nodded slightly. What are you going to do? The atmosphere of swords and crossbows instantly plunged the large temple into dead silence. Everyone didn't expect it. Fire would collide between Jiang Hong and the Little Rock King. This is running towards Jiang Hong to help Bai Tu Dao take revenge? It shouldn't be, right? Little Rock King has long been a cave soul great perfection, and if it wasn't for the Dao seed forcing down his realm, he would have been a saint many years ago, and would be much stronger than Bai Tu Dao. Hiss, then young Master Jiang isn't difficult? Young Master Jiang has been tired of the clan all these years and has fallen behind in his cultivation. Even with his heavenly talent, it's a bit hard to resist. In the face of the Little Rock King's provocation, the genius cultivators from the 4 domains and 8 wastelands were not optimistic about Jiang Heng. The Little Rock King's reputation spreads far and wide. Many years ago, he was able to massacre a great cultivator of the 8th realm. It's not something that can be compared to Bai Tu Dao stream. Then please. The Little Rock King coldly grunted and immediately waved his golden wings, arriving at the left martial arts platform between whistles. Here, it is specialized in solving the conflicts of cultivators. There is more than just tussling at the Yao Qi Fest. It was meant to be a place for the younger generation to discuss their paths. That's natural. Jiang Hong did not care about the surrounding clamor, and after taking a deep look at the ring, he transformed into a black streaming firefly. Flash, please. Nodding slightly, Jiang Hong spread his hands out. The demeanor was even more bratty than that of the Little Rock King. Today, this king will not let you die in vain. To the ground to let you be an understanding ghost. You killed my maternal uncle, and I'm here to get revenge. The Little Pong King coldly grunted, and while the golden color emerged,
Two bronze war halberds were held in his hands, and his already fierce eyes were staring at Jiang Hong as if he was staring at his prey.
Uncle? Jiang Hong was stunned. Who? When? Whose uncle did I kill?
This reply made Jiang Hong a little confused, and as if he thought of something, he raised the corner of his mouth and smiled coldly.
A black flag is flying. The human emperor streamer just stood behind him. A white-feathered sky rock. Its huge body just appeared out of nowhere,
hissing at the little rock king with all its might, but the eyes were tinged with hurt,
obviously unable to control his body. Uncle Nyang.
Seeing the white feather quasi-saint, the little rock king hissed angrily, his fierce eyes staring resentfully at Jiang Hong. You refined my maternal uncle into the soul-devouring streamer,
and I'm going to extract your soul and refine your spirit as well. That old bird white feather is your maternal uncle? Yes, I should have thought of that.
Jiang Hong pursed his lips.
This is something he should have thought of a long time ago.
The white-feathered sky rock is a ferocious bird, and the golden-winged rock is also a ferocious bird,
and the two are close relatives.
The grudge was set long ago on the occasion of the Sword Continent.
In that case, that's good.
His eyes lightly glanced at Mu Wanyun. Jiang Hong immediately turned his eyes to the little rock king and made an inviting gesture. Since the grudges can't be cleared up, then please ask the little rock king to give us a lesson.
Die.
The little rock king's eyes contained a ferocious light, and the golden wings behind him quickly incited,
instantly gliding in front of Jiang Hong.
The bronze war halberd in his right hand slashed down fiercely.
The forcefulness, the feat even crushed the jade bricks under his feet,
carrying the intention of certain death.
It's an electric scene.
Let the presence of the pride of heaven have been dumbfounded,
rapt to do the front row of the many demons. This instant also hold their breath.
They didn't expect that Jiang Hong had done away with the little Pine King's maternal uncle, and had even taken him out of the human emperor's streamer in front of others.
That's a bit harsh, isn't it? Gentlemen, what do you think of this battle?
Red Burning Yen gazed at the little rock king, scorn flickering in the depths of his eyes.
My Hong Di will not lose. Demon monarch Gu Jie laughed jealously. It's hard to say. Little Rock King is still a top-ranked existence even among that group.
The sacred body of the Jiang clan immediately denied Gu Jie and spoke out a heavy news. This caused the demons in Seed A to fall silent,
and they gazed at the ring, but the moment they did so, express one's feelings, not phased.
Little Rock King's powerful move was directly dodged by Jiang Hong. His halberd shattered the ring,
sending up a huge cloud of smoke. Next, bang!
The Little Rock King rushed up to the sky as if it were a cannonball, directly penetrating the sky plate and flying towards the huge dome of the sky.
Jiang Heng's white clothes were snowy,
turning into white light as he followed closely behind. Those with sharp eyes were shocked to discover that the Little Rock King was kicked away and Jiang Hong was there to chase after him.
Demon monarch Gu Jie stroked his chin and cynically said, making such a big. For a time, many were silent, and some intended to get up and go after them to see what was going on. When all is said and done, there aren't many chances to see a fight of this level. Seeing this,
Mu Wanyun eyes a condensation, immediately the corner of the mouth with a smile. All of you, in the past years a goodbye this palace even miss. Why don't we talk about the strange and interesting things that you all have learned outside over the years, and also let this palace grow in knowledge. Mu Wanyun immediately intended all the people's thoughts and raised the jade marquee in her hand to drink it all in one go. It made many of those who were planning to get up,
stop and take a drink from their glasses. Immediately,
the temple was full of uninhibited talk. Some people talking about the strange encounters they had had over the years,
others explaining the Tao and the law. For a while,
it seemed to forget that Jiang Hong and the Little Rock King were still fighting in the distant dome of the sky.
A seat, right side forward position.
Yi Beixian raised his head and looked at the large hole in the ceiling.
His heart was a little anxious for some reason. Why don't you go check it out? Beside her, Ji Luoshui revealed a sweet smile.
If that Jiang thief is seriously injured,
will you help me kill him? You know, he abandoned me back in the day.
Yi Beixian was stunned at his words. A myriad of emotions filled the mind. Ji Luoshui smiled at him for the first time,
which was a good sign. At the same time,
the Little Rock King's reputation was far-reaching. He didn't believe that Jiang Hong could defeat it,
and even if he won this battle was bound to be disastrous. Between life and death, one of us is going to get seriously hurt, right? If the Little Rock King won, then Jiang Hong would be his sustenance.
If Jiang Hong had won, he would have eaten the Little Pang King directly, and then falsely accused Jiang Hong of practicing the devouring demon technique as he had done.
P.S. I wish you all a happy day. Remember to check in every day. End of chapter. Chapter 87, Yi Beixian, I didn't practice magic. I didn't do it.
It's extremely rewarding to get both the beauty of the world at the same time.
For him, it's earned anyhow. Good. Since Sister Luoshui has invited me,
Beixian will do his best. Yi Beixian smiled confidently,
immediately agreed to Ji Luoshui's request.
drinking the wine in his jade calabash in one go. He stood up and arched his hand at Mu Wanyun. Holy maiden, my eldest senior brother has not returned after a long time. I'm worried about him and I want to see him. Luo Shui, go. After he said that, without waiting for Mu Wanyun to reply, he made a pleased gesture to Ji Luo Shui, and the two of them transformed into a rainbow light and disappeared in this huge hall. The rest of the group looked at each other in disbelief. In this regard, Mu Wanyun's face was expressionless. A flash of teasing flashed in the depths of her eyes, thinking of what could possibly happen next. She's in a great mood. Said it. Jiang Hong told her everything. Yi Beixian cultivated the devouring demon technique and was the one who planted the evidence against him in the first place. Calculate the time almost. Thinking of this, Mu Wanyun pursed her lips and drank her jade calabash in one go, whispering to the many heavenly prides around her. Gentlemen, it's better to settle grievances than to tie them up. It's better not to see blood in today's Yaoqi event. Go with me and persuade. Alright, this monarch goes with the holy maiden to take a look. Of course, this is not to give Jiang Hong face. Gu Jie lazily stood up, pushed away the serving girl beside him, and flew out of the temple with his feet in the air. Red burning flame, Chen Plan's divine body, Jiang Plan's holy body, and so on. They rushed out of the hole at the top one after another, turning into a colorful beam of light. It sped towards the east. Previously, Jiang Hong and the little Rot King were heading in this direction, and they both had insight. Looking at the empty temple, Mu Wanyun raised the corner of her mouth, returning the favor of others in their own way. Yi Beixian, what should you do about it? As the words fell, Mu Wanyun rushed out of the temple as a beam of blue light and sped towards the east. Tianya City East, Sky Demon Ridge. Insects and birds cry from time to time in the mountains, and ancient trees stand in the sky and reach the sky in clouds. Bang! Kaching dash! Kaching dash! The golden figure was very strong, crashing through a sky-high ancient tree as it flew backwards. Put! The silhouette spewed out a mouthful of blood. His eyes shocked as he looked across the room. That is a white-haired man, a white coat like snow, after a fierce battle, still clothes without dust. Jiang Hong, you're hiding. You've been hiding all along. What did you trick me into coming here for? The little Rock King wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his arm, and looked at the opposite side with indignation. The figure that walked step by step, out of the temple. The two fought all the way. Jiang Hong was suppressed by him all the way and ran all the way. Finally escaped here. What the hell? After he came, he was like a different person, and his battle power skyrocketed 100 times. He can't even hit him back. Physical body, mana, crushing in all aspects. Even the bronze ancient halberd was directly crushed by Jiang Hong with his hand. Not an order of magnitude. The little Rock King could be certain that no one in the Cave Soul Great Circle was Jiang Heng's opponent without the quasi-saint being present. At this moment, all of his internal organs were shattered. All 7 meridians and veins were broken, and not a single bone in his body was intact. The great disability. My target is not you. It's just that you're looking for death and there's nothing I can do about it. Jiang Hong took a step in front of the little Peng King, pursed his lips and shook his head helplessly. Original. It is intended to get Red Burning Yen dead. This person has fought before to explain. The nature seems to be hot, straight, but in reality, it is sinister. He is an 8 friend of Bai Tu Dao, whose father's relationship is irreconcilable. Why don't we just kill them all? As a result, the little Peng King wanted to take revenge on his maternal uncle, so there was no way out. What do you mean? The little Rock King trembled, inexplicably looking at Jiang Hong, uncertain as to the meaning of the words. Yes, Jiang Hong did not say anything, reached out and pinched his neck. Good boy. It won't hurt anymore in a moment. It won't hurt anymore in a moment. As he said that, the black light in his hand erupted, as if it was a black hole, rapidly eating away the power in little Pang Wang's body. Just a few breaths. The little Rock King with a golden feather, whose feathers had become gray and decaying. The whole person seemed like an old vulture, looking at Jiang Hong with shock. The little Rock King's entire body trembled, terrified. Devouring demonic skill? Didn't you step into the questioning pass without a magic skill? Why is that? Chill. In the heart of the little Pine King, there was only the word chill. He didn't expect that Jiang Hong, whom he thought he had casually abused, had not only abused him, but had also cultivated the devouring devil technique. And there seems to be a heavenly conspiracy brewing. Me, Kaching Dash, snapping the little Pine King's neck and sucking the last bit of its mana clean. Jiang Hong pursed his lips. What a tonic. TSK, TSK, Tisk. Complimentary. Really too complimentary. Sucking a small Pong King, led his cultivation at the early stage of spiritual void, directly skyrocketed to the late stage of spiritual void, if not rooted to perfection, maybe all spiritual void great circle. At the same time,
Jiang Hong finally understood why everyone was so afraid of this kid. Because the roots are solid. When you suck, you can't suck enough. At all. It can only be described as sour. Puff dash. Like throwing away garbage. Jiang Hong casually threw the little rock king away. In his right hand, azure-colored mana surged, erasing all traces of himself. Afterwards, it transformed into a pitch-black shadow and completely disappeared into the area. About 10 breaths or so. This is the right place. A white silhouette transformed into a rainbow light and quickly came to this place. Looking around very cautiously, determining that the surrounding area was safe, Yi Beixian let out a long breath of relief. Because of the fear of Ji Luoshui and Jiang Hong rekindled old feelings. There are some special means cannot be seen. He specially sped up to get rid of Ji Luoshui and came here alone. This is. Yi Beixian's eyes looked around. The previous battle fluctuation. He was sure it was here. He shuddered incredulously when he saw a figure covered in white hair under a tree in the distance. Shoo! The fly came close. When looking at the specifics, Yi Beixian was violently stunned. This white-haired figure, the Little Rock King, was a corpse that had been drained of its Tao rhythm and life force. The image of the body was all too familiar to him. Swallow, devouring devil technique? Yi Beixian's heart condensed and goosebumps rose all over his body. What's the situation? How could it be devouring demonic skill? Who else but me and that woman? No, I have to go. The perception of danger made his whole body explode, and he instantly wanted to storm off and leave this place of wrongdoing. Kitsujin, did you make this? You killed the Little Rock King? And, just as Yi Beixian's entire body trembled, a soft exclamation of shock echoed in his ears not far away. Gazing at it, Ji Luoshui was covering her mouth. Her eyes beaded wide as she looked at him in fear. That innocent, sweet look on her face, it was very familiar to her. It was precisely the same pained look on his face when, at first, Chang Chang had slandered Jiang Hong. Luoshui, I didn't do this. I didn't kill Little Rock King. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. Remember to check in every day. End of chapter. Chapter 88. Yi Beixian was framed. Ji Luoshui's inquiry caused Yi Beixian's scalp to tingle. He never imagined that he would be in such a field. It's all a coincidence. 1 coincidence, 3 coincidences, 10 coincidences. But when these coincidences came together to form this answer at the present moment, Yi Beixian was certain that all of it would definitely not be a coincidence. Occupied, as in restroom, counting on him. This is devouring devil technique? Just as Yi Beixian was pondering and thinking, Ji Luoshui, who was not far away, walked over to the Little Rock King's corpse and bent down to check. When it's clear, the whole person staggered and almost fell to the ground. She took a few steps backward and looked at Yi Beixian with a terrified face. Beixian, you practiced devouring devil technique? Luoshui, I didn't do this. He was already dead when I came. Yi Beixian's face was grim with a serious demeanor. It's Zheng. Halfway through the sentence, he couldn't go on. The words came out at this time, more like a framing of a love rival, a jealousy of a genius, and a climbing bite on the verge of extinction. Something that pales in comparison. Only, Yi Beixian at this time can be sure, Jiang Hong must have practiced devouring magic power. All the coincidences are Jiang Hong step by step to push the cause and effect, put him to death without showing any trace. No, I already practiced devouring devil technique. If I mess up like this, even if I didn't practice it, I'll still be framed. He knew what had happened to Jiang Hong, and was unable to defend himself under the tablet of the heart. People, they only believe what they think. Humanity, it is the least tested. At first, Jiang Hong was glorious and was recognized as flawless in the all-heaven Luo realm. And the result? They've been forced to do this. Thinking of this, Yi Beixian stood behind Ji Luoshui and looked at her back with fierce eyes. Just going to do something about it. The countless clamor in his ears echoed steeply. It's here. My divine sense won't be a problem. The man who spoke was dressed in a white robe, his handsome face written with confidence. It's the holy body of the Jiang family, Jiang Chongfeng. At the same time, by his side, hundreds of demons such as the Chen clan's divine body, the Zhang clan's divine son, Mu Wanyun, and so on arrived in droves. Saint Sun Beixian, is there anything to be found here? Mu Wanyun slightly smiled with a dignified posture, bowing politely to Yi Beixian. It is? Seemingly seeing something, Mu Wanyun revealed her curiosity and skipped over Yi Beixian, flying towards the white-furred bird on the ground. Yi Beixian's demeanor was startled, and he immediately sidestepped to block. Holy maiden, this place. But halfway through the sentence, the others were confused. How can I explain it? Say what? Say he didn't do it? No matter what you say, it's all for naught. This is Mu Wanyun's side. The rest of the people see this gesture. Interest can come, despite the obstacles directly to the white-furred bird's side to see. But when it comes down to it, hundreds of demons present, all of them reveal shock, turning their heads to look at Yi Beixian in shock. Swallow, devouring demonic skill? Yi Beixian, what the hell is going on here? No wonder this kid is so nervous. Where's Jiang Hong? Killed by the Little Rock King? There was a flurry of words, all of them feeling shocked by what was happening here. The large bush field, hundreds of people hovering in the air, dressed in colorful clothes, instinctively forming a circle, sealing off all retreats from this place. If Jiang Heng's human emperor streamer was enough to scare them, in that case, devouring devil power, they really couldn't pretend to be invisible. The human emperor streamer, as long as they didn't have a conflict with its holder and the other party wasn't that heartless, it wasn't any of their business. The devouring devil technique was different. Anyone who was present could have been a feeder, not to mention being devoured, but inevitably being complimented with a stupid beep. Hot Kuan. Can it be tolerated? It wasn't me. It really wasn't me. I'll be like this as soon as I get here. Just a little half an incense burner before you guys. The locking of hundreds of cultivators in the surroundings caused Yi Beixian's heart to cry out in agony. It's really yellow mud in the crotch. It's either or it's not. Yi Beixian's voice hissed, surrounded by hundreds of heavenly pride silence. But the hunting around the frame has not retreated half a point. This scene made Yi Beixian's heart sink to the bottom. And when he wanted to say something, he saw Mu Wanyun come close. Fellow Taoists, we can't jump to conclusions on this matter. What if the Northern Xian Saint's son was framed? Mu Wanyun raised her jade-like hand and made a slight gesture of stopping, revealing an encouraging smile to Yi Beixian. This made Yi Beixian's heart ecstatic. Mu Wanyun's next words made him instantly fall into an ice cave. Sister Lohui, have you been there all along? What the hell happened? Mu Wanyun's legs were long and slender, walking step by step to Ji Luoshui's side, looking at the disoriented girl, holding her in her arms and gently patting her back. Ji Luoshui was visibly flustered, and after glancing at Yi Beixian in fear, she bit her lower lip and murmured, I don't know. I don't know anything. Beixian said it was dangerous here and left me behind. He came first. When I came here, I saw Master Beixian squatting beside Little Rock King, not knowing what he was saying. Here. Speaking of this, Ji Luoshui's face became even more alarmed. Beixian is the only one here. Rumble. As the words fell, it was as if countless thunderbolts swept through the sky. Everyone's scalp tingled, looking at Yi Beixian in fear and shock, unconsciously taking a step backward as if they were facing a great enemy. Yi Beixian, you cultivate the devouring devil technique. Your crime is punishable. Kill this brat so that he doesn't use us as rations in the future. The first time I looked at this kid, I felt sinister. I can't keep you today. Everyone together, the devouring devil technique is evil. For a while, the mana of the vast forest surged, and the blistering winds that whistled by caused the towering ancient trees to shake. Everyone was on standby, staring at Yi Beixian. The scene, making Yi Beixian's heart sink to the bottom, was not out of his expectation. The path of cultivation was originally a struggle against the sky and people, not to mention that he's highly suspected. Even if there's only a slight possibility, he'll be killed by these people. Yesterday's Jiang Hong, today's him. It wasn't me. This was Jiang Heng's doing. Yi Beixian fought to hiss with a reddened face, though he knew it was useless. But, still want to try it. Bastard. You're still climbing on Jiang Hong. As Yi Beixian's words fell, not far away, a silhouette dressed in black was assisting a man dressed in white, slowly walking over. On the man in white, from the left shoulder to the right side of the abdomen, a penetrating wound was deep enough to see the bone. At this time, still bleeding, the man in white was none other than Jiang Hong, and the one assisting him was Demon Lord Gu Jie. You're all in this together, working in tandem. Yi Beixian hissed. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. Remember to check in every day. End of chapter. Chapter 89. 1,000 mistakes are all due to my Jiang Heng's poor teaching. Gu Jie's words were not at all convincing to Yi Beixian. Although the two were rivals, they'd been fighting each other for years, but anyone with eyes could see that Gu Jie had long been convinced by Jiang Heng's charisma. We're on the same page. We're enemies. Yi Beixian's words caused the originally tense atmosphere around them to loosen up quite a bit. When all is said and done, this battle was between Jiang Hong and the Little Rock King, and Jiang Hong was still suspicious. Red Burning Flame, say something. Gu Jie laughed coldly and turned his eyes to look at Red Burning Yen, who was hiding behind the arbor with a helpless face, not far away. He shook his head helplessly, his crimson hair fluttering in the wind as he came closer and smiled bitterly. First, I'll make amends to brother Jiang Hong. I, indeed, did not do it right. Just now, in the distance, Jiang Hong was seriously injured and his life was hanging by a thread.
so I came closer with the intention of finishing him off and avenging my brother by 2 Dao. Speaking of this, the hundreds of heavenly pride present were shocked, staring at red burning yen with wide-eyed incredulity. I didn't realize that there was such a thing in this other place. Then how did Jiang Hong come out unscathed? As if seeing the doubts of the people around him, red burning yen smiled awkwardly. Gu Jie is here. It didn't kill. But I can testify that the injuries on Jiang Heng's body are the real deal. Red burning yen patted his chest. Tell me everything you know and what just happened. Cough cough in Gu Jie's arms. Jiang Heng's face was pale and breathless, and he smiled bitterly. In recent years, I have indeed wasted my cultivation, and I am no match for the little rock king. Luckily escaped and lived to tell the tale. As he spoke, Jiang Heng's expression carried a loss that was hard to quell. This scene, it made the hearts of the people around them, who were still in shock, ache to see it. This is Jiang Hong, whose talent surpassed the ancient and modern worlds, had exploded from the Yuan nourishing realm all the way to the Yao Yang realm in a very short period of time, breaking the cultivation record of the entire Tian Luo realm. Since ancient times, a talent like no other. Young Master Jiang, with your talent, the great Emperor Dao fruit is within your reach. What's a momentary success or failure? Young Master Jiang has an unlimited future. Young Master Jiang, there's something wrong with the way you educated your senior brother. This kid cultivated the devouring demon technique. You were falsely accused by him in the first place, weren't you? Asterisk. You say so really? So the one who framed young Master Jiang in the first place was this little beat boy? The heavenly prides and demons present spoke out to comfort them. When Jiang Hong traveled the world, many of them had received favors. Right now, they felt indignant about Jiang Heng's situation. Talking, the conversation went off the rails. Everyone realized that Ji Beixian was behind Jiang Heng's false accusation. Truth out. What? Vomit dash in Gu Jie's arms. Jiang Hong was stunned and immediately vomited out a mouthful of blood. Staring at Ji Beixian with wide-eyed shock, junior brother, you practiced devouring devil technique. This devil technique harms people. Did you frame me? Jiang Heng's demeanor was saddened and pained, wiping the blood at the corner of his mouth with his sleeve that was as white as snow. I poured my heart out to you. I gave you the best of the world. You said you envied my dragon's breath. I'll go beg Master to refine the red sky for you. You say you've been wronged, and I'm only a sword. I've been so good to you, and you framed me? Even when I was a demon and an enemy of the world. I never even suspected you. So why are you doing this to me? While saying that, Jiang Heng's breath was disorganized and his demeanor withered as he once again spat out a mouthful of blood. Look, grieving. Asterisk. You stepping horse is really a little. Gu Jie looked at the brother in his arms, wailing into this state. The indignation in his eyes was hard to express. He hissed, this seed is a devil cultivator, and acts not like you. You are really a dog that can't be fed. Everyone around, the Jiang family sacred body, Red Burning Yen, Chen family divine body, and Mu Wan Yun, including hundreds of heavenly pride, looked at Ji Beixian with indignation. Jiang Hong they knew too well. This was a person who had no hacking to do. From character to battle prowess and then to behavior, there was not a single blemish on the weight of words in their hearts. It's big. Me. Looking around at the eyes filled with anger, Ji Beixian gritted his teeth in indignation. I didn't realize. The situation is reversed at both levels. A few months ago, when Jiang Hong was framed, he even called Jiang Hong stupid. Subocular medicine. It's actually become like this. Jiang Hong, don't pretend to be a good guy. You did all this, right? Admit it if you can. Ji Beixian hissed. The sound was loud, and drops of crystallized saliva splashed far and wide. You say what? Jiang Hong pushed Gu Jie away and took a few trembling steps forward, looking at Ji Beixian incredulously, murmuring, what am I admitting? While saying that, he was on the verge of losing control of his emotions and turned around to look around as if he was gambling. Gentlemen, I killed the little rock king. It was me who used the devouring demon technique to suck him up. After saying that, Jiang Hong turned around and looked at Ji Beixian sadly. I admit it. Are you satisfied? I did it. I did it all. This scene caused Ji Beixian's heart to rejoice as he hurriedly looked around. Look, he admitted it. He did it. He killed the little rock king. And then, Ji Beixian said while talking and lost his voice. What met his eyes were the disgusted expressions of the crowd, as if they were looking at a scorned child, a street rat, a dog stealing food under the table. Joker, Jiang Hong is honorable. Would he do such a thing? Asterisk. Still climbing on your big brother? Uncooked dog that can't be fed. Young Master Jiang has treated you so well. You're dying and you're still framing? Silly bleep. You didn't think we'd believe you, did you? Bah. This prolonged tirade caused Yi Beixian to be stunned, looking at Jiang Hong incredulously.
He doesn't understand. Jiang Hong, the murderer, has admitted it, so why don't these people believe it? It's obvious that Jiang Hong is the murderer. Beixian, admit your mistake. If you're willing to abolish your demonic power, I'm sure everyone will forgive you. Just as Yi Beixian clenched his teeth, so angry that his entire body trembled, a familiar phrase echoed in his ears. Ripe. Too familiar. Him. Heard. Nope. He said that.
That's what he told Jiang Hong at the time under the Ask Heart monument. Yi Beixian turned his eyes. What came into view was Jiang Heng's sad and compassionate eyes, and that glorious gesture.
Gentlemen.
Jiang Heng's face was bloodless as he kept shaking his head, panting heavily. 1,000 mistakes are all my fault, Jiang Hong.
I know I'm not qualified to say this. For old time's sake, allow me to say a few more words. It's because I, Jiang Hong, have failed to teach properly that Beixian has become so heartless. I'm not as strong as I used to be, so I'm afraid he won't obey me. This thing, make yourselves at home. I don't care. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. Remember to check in every day. End of chapter.
Chapter 90, The Cruelty of Role Swapping.
The bitter smile on Jiang Heng's face,
the sadness engraved in his bones,
and the powerlessness of the situation, deeply reflecting into the eyes of many heavenly pride. This way, they were straight up in tears. I thought young Master Jiang was planning to stop it, but I didn't expect young Master to be so deeply righteous. Truly a model for my generation. Yes, there's nothing sadder than the great righteousness. How much does it hurt to watch your grown-up senior brother fall into the devil's path? Young Master Zhang's action is in line with the heavenly Tao, worthy of my admiration. Lu Xian. On this is the cultivation world recognized as a person of high moral character? I finally saw it today. Don't worry, young Lord Jiang, I will execute Yi Beixian, this traitor. Many celestial pride opened their mouths, and while their eyes stared at Yi Beixian with unkindness, their tears couldn't stop flowing downwards. Moving. It's so touching. Originally thought, Jiang Hong may also intend to block. Never expected to choose righteousness. In this regard,
Jiang Hong took a deep breath and stopped speaking.
While turning his back to everyone, his eyes teasingly looked at Yi Beixian. It seems to be saying, look, I said I'm a devil. They don't believe me, so don't blame me. Jiang Hong. Vomit. Yi Beixian hissed, his voice trailing off as a mouthful of blood was directly sprayed out in anger. Be burning with rage. He didn't expect that this group of self-proclaimed prideful people would be teased by Jiang Hong as if they were dogs. At the same time, and resentment. He had no grudges against these people, and these people still wanted to target him like this. In fact, the evidence is not good enough at all. Looking at Yi Beixian's angry, yet helpless demeanor, the corner of Jiang Heng's mouth lifted into a cold smile. In his opinion, Yi Beixian still didn't understand human nature. The purpose of these people is to eliminate the devouring devil Kung Fu. In the final analysis, they are still trying to protect their own safety, and they do not care whether they are vilified or killed by mistake. As in the Netherworld Sanctuary, Nagaharu's rumor-mongering has resulted in his wrongful death by everyone, regardless of past favors. Subocular medicine. Exactly. It's just a twist of human nature. Senior brother, I can't help you now. You, seek your own happiness. Jiang Hong twisted his head behind him, aiming the back of his head at Yi Beixian, his words sorrowful to the extreme. Yi Beixian trembled and became furious, but it was too late to do anything about it. Red flame fire. See, red burning flame swept a red-colored fire dragon, carrying waves of scorching flames as it sped towards him. In response, Yi Beixian stumbled, gritted his teeth and turned around to leave. Buzz dash. Turning his head, he saw a palm-sized bronze bell, constantly chiming at him, invisible and colorless waves of sound sweeping over him. Cold sweat, instantly wetting Yi Beixian's back. Turn and run toward the right-hand side. Shoo. A longitudinal white jade bone ruler shattered the bushfield and sped toward his brow. In response, Yi Beixian wanted to cry without tears. Jiang Heng's words fell. This group of people really don't talk about politeness? Want to think about it? Hesitantly, he turned to look to his left. It was a bronze spear with an ancient rune. Its sound destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, and at a glance one could tell that it could not be resisted. Asterisk 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 in DJ. Yi Beixian was truly speechless. In front of your eyes are hundreds of magic treasures, each of which is of the highest quality, and is the bottom line given to the heirs of some of the great Tao unification. It was of the same grade as the dragon's breath in Jiang Heng's hand. This, how does he fight? Junior brother, you are to blame for having today. Looking at Yi Beixian on all sides, Jiang Hong sighed slightly and turned to lean weakly in Mu Wanyan's arms to watch coldly. Jiang Hong, I must kill you. I will kill you. Yi Beixian hissed angrily at Jiang Hong, who was watching from afar from the other side of the river.
as he dodged the magic treasures and Tao laws. "How dare you curse? If I don't beat the out of you today, I'll count you as having taken a clean last night." Gu Jia, who was watching the battle from the side, laughed coldly and instantly activated his demonic power. A black chain appeared out of thin air and instantly locked towards Yi Beixian. For a moment, Yi Beixian was caught in an endless pursuit. His white and pure clothes like snow, tattered and torn. Many places were stained red with blood, and his head was broken in several places. See this scene. Zhang Hong smiled openly in his heart, and only then did he understand Yi Beixian's mindset at first. Also promised, in this life, he will let Yi Beixian know what is called cruelty. Right now, bird food is cool. Will he survive? Mu Wanyun used her lotus root arm to support Zhang Hong, and painfully looked towards Zhang Heng's chest, the deep visible bone bruises. Not important. Zhang Hong shook his head, his demeanor careless. He survived to make it convenient for me to act within the immortal palace ruins, and at that time, whatever I do, it'll be Yi Beixian's doing. After all, he cultivated the devouring demon technique and I didn't. Not surviving. It makes no difference to me. It's just a little bit of trouble. Watching Yi Beixian being surrounded by hundreds of heavenly prides, Zhang Hong laughed out loud in his heart. As for what happened to the other party, he didn't care. Alive or not, it's a pawn. It's a lot harder to jump off the board these days, and there's a whole lot of backstabbing waiting for him. Brother Zhang Hong, are you alright? Looking at the crowd chasing Yi Beixian away, Ji Luoxue dared to trot over, and after carefully checking Zhang Heng's bloodied wounds, she complained and opened her mouth. That Yi Beixian's lowly life, and it even got you hurt. Zhang Hong didn't say a word, domineeringly dragging Ji Luoxue into his arms, lifting his hand to caress her thin pink lips. Good performance. There's a chance that if this kid survives, he'll go to you. Take him into the fairy palace ruins. Go on. Stay long enough to be suspected. Good. Feeling the residual warmth of Zhang Heng's fingers, Ji Luoxue nodded her head fondly and followed the crowd's pace, speeding in the direction Yi Beixian had fled. See the girl leave. The corners of Zhang Heng's mouth rose as he cruelly looked in the direction Yi Beixian had fled. Bow. The suffering before you is just the beginning. Within the ruins I still have a big gift package for you. You must survive. Let's go. Back to Yaoqi. The purpose was accomplished, and Zhang Hong did not want to pay any more attention to the follow-up. Just rest and wait for the opening of the Cloudwater Fairy Palace ruins in a few days. For this place, since he was reborn, he has never forgotten that he would have come even if Barbara hadn't told him. The Heavenly Law Realm. There is no such thing as a fairy, or it is doubtful whether there are any fairies in this world. But, one thing seems to have been agreed upon by default since the beginning of time. That's the master of the Cloudwater Immortal Palace, who seems to be an immortal. This was also the reason why every time the Immortal Palace ruins opened, the major sectarian systems tended to rush in. When all is said and done, many of the old monsters who remain hidden from the world aim to go one step further and achieve the legendary immortal. It seemed that many secrets were in the Cloudwater Immortal Palace. Previously, he was involved in this last site and knows most of the information inside. P.S. Remember to check in every day. I wish you all happiness and good health every day. End of chapter. Chapter 91 Opening of the Immortal Palace. In response, Zhang Hong was serious. This time, not only some ancient demons came, but also the heirs of those forbidden areas were moved to compassion. Celestial pride came out and competed for this last chance. Time flies like a white horse. Half a month later, a corner of the central state, the Cloudwater Plain. The night is deep blue, the stars are nowhere to be seen, and the early morning dawn shatters the deep sky and lights up the whole pale. A fairy palace looms in the blue sky. On the verdant plains, countless camps of cultivators were gathering in clusters, looking up at the huge immortal palace with a very reverent attitude. In the Tian Luo realm, basically all the forces above the first level had come. There's the Xian Tian Holy Land, the Netherworld Holy Land, the Heavenly Sword Sect, the Buddha Bathing Holy Land, the Yen Huang Holy Land, and the Heavenly Demon Palace. Or perhaps several of the great forbidden zones of life also send out their people one after another, huddled here in the Great Plains, waiting for the palace to open. Even some of the second-tier forces have followed their own upper clan, seeking the slightest bit of luck in the underworld. What if it takes off? I know you are ambitious, and I know what your heart desires, but one heir does not ask for anything else. Zhang Hong, I hope you come back safe and sound. At the Yaoqi Holy Land, Mu Wanyun looked worriedly at the silver-haired man who was sitting on the green stone not far away. She had originally envisioned that she would share her suffering with Zhang Hong. Although her strength is not comparable to those forbidden heirs, she is not afraid of ordinary ancient demons, such as the stream of Baitu Dao. But Zhang Hong wouldn't let her go. Like a rock, Zhang Hong raised the corners of his mouth and smiled lightly. Bad luck.
looking at Mu Wanyun's puffy expression. He pursed his lips and pinched the girl's cheeks. I'll bring a top-tier Dao seed out for you, and you'll become a saint with it. That's not what I meant. Mu Wanyun corrected her mistake. Jiang Hong lightly smiled and touched Mu Wanyun's head, gazing towards the dome of the sky, the large immortal palace. There you are. A moment. Jiang Hong, ears ringing a cynical voice, turned his eyes to look. Gu Jia, a black dress, is walking step by step. Injured? Jiang Hong was slightly surprised. Well, let's not talk about that. Gu Jia's face sank and he gritted his teeth before shaking his head. I'm sorry, that brat ran too fast and didn't catch up. Ha ha. No harm done. Jiang Hong nodded. Yi Beixian was able to run away. It didn't surprise him at all. If it was so good to kill, he would have slaughtered him in his previous life. What about fighting for almost 10,000 years? Team up. Martyr. Those guys are kind of powerful. It's kind of hard to do without getting the heavenly demon seed. Gu Jia pondered for a few breaths, glancing around before speaking bluntly. There are tens of millions of cultivators in this huge flat field. All of them are running to the immortal palace ruins. But he can't trust anyone. Jiang Hong was silent, glancing at Gu Jia's injuries, and staring at his brows as he was about to speak. Not far away, an introverted aura swept over his entire body without any scruples. It made Jiang Hong unhappy. Cultivators all have unspoken rules, that is, they cannot use their spiritual sense to sweep others. Without doubt, it also sweeps. That's seniors to mole crickets that can indeed be swept. Or maybe not. It was so blatant, he hadn't seen it in a long time. Jiang Hong glanced out of the corner of his eye. A man wearing a black robe walked slowly with a lazy pace. Tall, seemingly young in age, pale and somewhat handsome. Griffin, you are Jiang Hong. The people in the outside world are really sitting on a well and watching the sky. A mere spiritual void realm is called a talent that is unmatched in all ages? Better known than seen. The youth's words are very sharp, with a little feminine, arrogant posture to look at Jiang Hong, without looking down. Jiang Hong sat on the green stone and looked at the youth indifferently. Did you injure Gu Jie? The identity of the other party, he can figure it out with his toes. From the penalty box, each of these forbidden zones is not simple, and will be a major player in the future time of the fall of the heavens. And this man had dealt with him in a previous life and was not a good person. Yes, I'm the one who injured this loser. My name is Thunder Rock. As for my origin, you should have guessed it, right? Lei Peng raised his head and nodded in acknowledgement after giving Gu Jie a careless glance. Got it. Jiang Hong nodded, closing his eyes in silence. Sensible. Gu Jie, the Jiang Hong you defend seems to be a coward, not even daring to look directly at this seat. However, he can be much more sensible than you. Ha ha ha. Seeing Jiang Heng's bland attitude, Lei Peng laughed, turned away at once. Mud. This kid. Gu Jie gritted his teeth and looked at Lei Peng with indignation. Wacky. These forbidden area feats. All of them are wacky. Jiang Hong was silent as Lei Peng's information kept sweeping through his mind. Thunder Rock, an heir to the forbidden zone infernal thunder pool, whose clan essence was the immortal bird Thunderbird. This time, the target is most likely the heavenly thunder seed. The intention was to polarize thunder and break all laws with it. Take it easy. Jiang Hong opened his eyes and stood up to look at the sky. At this moment, above the turquoise blue sky dome, the hall that loomed above was becoming more and more solid. Immortal Palace. It's going to open up. Look, the Immortal Palace is open. We're on. For the last time, I, Chen Meng, will seize the opportunity and achieve greatness. 5 Elements Seed can control the power of the 5 elements, and is compatible with my 5 Elements sect. This kind will be mine. The life seed is constantly alive and immortal. What difference is there between this and an immortal? I'll take it. The moment the huge temple appeared in the dome of the sky, countless cultivators excitedly stood up and hissed with all their might. Very much envisioned for the future. All have goals of their own. The cultivators who were bold directly rose up in the air and sped towards the temple in the sky. May just reached the clouds. Rumble. A thunderbolt directly split it into ashes, the breeze to completely dissipate. A cultivator of the 8th realm died just like that. The Cloudwater Immortal Palace is our Dao lineage, and I am a true immortal for all eternity. A magnificent sound wave quickly resounded through the large flat field, reflecting into the ears of countless cultivators. They all looked up. Initiated. At the Fairy Palace. This sound means that it is about to open. I have placed everything here, through 3,000 reincarnations, and this will be the last. Want to be immortal? Come on then. As the words fell, the palace once again solidified, this time completely appearing in this area. The red metal door, the size of a mountain, slowly unfolded. Countless jade steps appeared out of nowhere. A path to the Immortal Palace just appeared in Hirano. Mad. At this moment,
All the cultivators went crazy, scrambling forward and backward to step on the jade steps in a swarm. Their demeanor was crazy as they sped towards the palace. Go! Gu Jia was also a bit excited and looked back at Zhang Heng. Aha! Zhang Heng nodded his head and took a deep look at the temple, then turned to look at Mu Wanyun. Xiao Wan, Ban is entrusted to you. Go! Without waiting for Mu Wanyun to reply, Zhang Heng patted the dust on his body and walked towards the jade steps without any hesitation. P.S. Remember to check in every day. I wish you all happiness and good health every day. End of chapter. Chapter 92, System Upgrade Successful? Seeing this, Gu Jia immediately followed Zhang Heng. The two of them blended into the crowd, like lone wolves, walking towards the heavenly stairs. In a short while, we arrived at the bottom of the jade steps. Zhang Heng looked up at the endless sky. He knew that this was the first trial, and only when he reached the end would he be considered to have truly entered the immortal palace ruins. Hong Di, which Dao seed do you plan to have? You've become a demon. You wouldn't grab the heavenly demon seed with my brother, right? Of course, if you call me brother, I'm still willing to let you have it. Hey! Gu Jia looked around to make sure no one was paying attention to him, and then his slack-jawed face suddenly burst into a playful grin. In response, Zhang Heng was silent and rolled his eyes before turning his eyes to the distance. It was a quasi-saint, but it seemed to have entered the 5 failures of celestial beings, and its aura was incomparably weak. As he pushed away the nearby cultivators, he hissed at the huge temple in the sky. I am a saint. I shall ignore all obstacles. This Cloudwater immortal palace ruins. Old monks when also able to enter. With that, he lifted his foot and stepped onto the jade steps. This scene, which instantly attracted the attention of everyone present, but before they could open their mouths in surprise, underneath the aging paramount saint's feet, scarlet karmic flames burned steeply, and the old man's body, like a wick, was completely ignited. I'm not happy. I'm not happy. In less than a few breaths of angry hissing, he was burned into nothingness by the karmic fire, leaving no ashes behind. Seeing this, Zhang Heng shook his head helplessly. The immortal palace ruins only allow people below the 9th realm to enter. Otherwise, why wouldn't those ancient demons or heirs to the Forbidden Zone break through? It's happened in the past. After all, many of the great cultivators have run out of gas, and there is the secret of becoming immortal hidden inside. It is normal to fight to the death. After a small interlude, Zhang Heng arrived at the bottom of the jade steps with the large group. After nodding to Gu Jia, he didn't hesitate to head up the stairs. Heavy touch on the feet. Every time he stepped on a jade step, the feeling he got was aggravation. And when he stepped on the 5th step, the weight was already double that of the first step. Gu Jia was startled and looked toward the sky in shock. The endless steps. He had a feeling that he would have to eliminate at least half of the people. After all, those who want to take a shot, not all of them are demons. In response, Zhang Heng was silent. Ears. The abrupt sound was very abrupt. System upgrade successful. Ding detected that the host has set foot in the Cloudwater Immortal Palace. This place is exceptionally dangerous. Please return immediately. Exit compensation, 7,000 burning flame technique. Sacred rank, lower grade. The system's voice made Zhang Heng roll his eyes. Seriously. After it first figured out the $1 billion mortality rate, it never opened its mouth again. Thought the boy had run off with the bucket. Results. Here we go again. With a comical upgrade to the treadmill. Speechless, Zhang Heng took one step upward without any further attention. Without realizing it, the pathway is halfway through. At this moment, Zhang Heng felt like he was carrying a lofty mountain on his shoulders. And, with each step, the pressure continued to multiply, and Gu Jia behind him was already sweating a bit. All around, the originally noisy crowd was much less at this moment. Zhang Heng was not surprised by this. The path of cultivation is that the higher you go, the fewer people you can leave behind. Unconsciously, 2 giant doors pouring into the sky came into view. It is the very same entrance that was seen underground. The door is empty. The forerunners have all entered. Let's go. Zhang Heng pursed his lips and looked deeply into the entrance, not caring about the gazes around him as he walked straight into it. Behind him, Gu Jia had a serious demeanor as he followed Zhang Heng's steps and walked into the Cloudwater Immortal Palace. The host has been detected stepping into the Cloudwater Immortal Palace. Immediately exit to obtain Holy Order Medium Grade Yuan Dan Yuan Fetus Mind Technique. The host's rebellion has been detected. The system is correcting the error. Error correction failed. Congratulations to the host for exiting the Cloudwater Immortal Palace and obtaining the Dao, Holy Order Top Grade True Dragon Spirit Seal. About a few breaths after the two left, Luo Shuwei. Thank you for believing in me. If it wasn't for you, I definitely wouldn't have been able to enter this relic this time. Don't worry. I won't let Zhang Heng go. A hooded man stepped onto the top floor, all wrapped up in a tight package. By his side, there was also a pink-skirted girl standing. The woman looked like Luo Shui, with autumn water as her bones, a thing of beauty and grace. It was none other than Yi Beixian and Ji Luo Shui. Beixian, you're too reckless. If you hadn't had to go first that day, those people wouldn't have been able to distinguish between right and wrong with me as your witness. Ji Luo Shui pursed up the dimples on her face and looked at Yi Beixian reproachfully. Ugh. Yi Beixian let out a long sigh and looked at Ji Luo Shui in shame. That roundup half a month ago caused him to be unable to return to the ethereal sanctuary residence, where he had no family to look up to. In desperation, he came to Ji Luo Shui. I never thought that the goddess would be so righteous and trust him so much that she would take him into the Cloudwater Immortal Palace. This made him instantly dismiss the idea of Ji Luo Shui colluding with Jiang Heng. When all is said and done, with such a great opportunity, if he really wanted to target him, it was only right to not let him in. By then, all the people who came out had the Taoist seed, and he didn't even have a single hair, not to mention looking out of the corner of the world. Even if they were lucky enough to merge with the Tao, they would not be a match for these people. Let's go. Ji Luo Shui was distracted, looking at the large entrance, and after nodding to Yi Beixian, she pulled his cuffs and walked in. Cloudwater Fairy Palace. North, the Hall of Heavenly Dan. Cloudy like a dream fairy palace. The eyes are all white and flawless. A jade pillar above the dragon-flying phoenix. Underfoot, too, was a piece of brickwork carved out of beautiful jade. The palace is huge and endless. Heavenly Dan Hall? Looking at the magnificent temple in front of him, Jiang Heng stopped his steps to look around. Now, people are arriving in their tens of thousands. All of them stood in front of the temple in disgust, not daring to step forward. Hong Di, the Cloudwater Immortal Palace is divided into 9 regions. The main hall, the Cloudwater Palace, is the legendary chambers where that immortal resides. Secondly, it is divided into 9 major side halls such as Fu, Dan, Sword, Qi, Formation, Scenery, Punishment, and Work. The Heavenly Dan Hall we're in is one of the 9 paramount halls. The entire Cloudwater Immortal Palace is a square of near infinite size. By utilizing the 9 palaces and 8 formations, you can reach the main hall, the Cloudwater Palace. Good luck. Even if I don't obtain the Tao Seed, I won't return empty-handed this time. Seeing Jiang Heng fall into silence, Gu Jie came to his side with great complacency and began to tirelessly explain. Got it. Jiang Heng rolled his eyes and didn't explain too much. On the surface, he did come for the first time. It was really pretended by this kid Gu Jie. Young Master Jiang, you're in great. You'll preside over the situation. Just as Jiang Heng and Gu Jie climbed into conversation, a lanky fat man hissed excitedly from the large crowd in front of them. Looking at Jiang Heng, his eyes were full of admiration. My name is Chen Fan. I'm from the Spirit Illusion Valley. You saved my life when you wandered away from the South Ridge. Do you remember? P.S. Remember to check in every day. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 93, Close the door and it's all mine. Chen Fan cried out in excitement. And for a moment, tens of thousands of gazes coalesced on Jiang Heng. After seeing that it was Jiang Heng, they all revealed smiles. Even if Jiang Heng was possessed by the devil, it seemed difficult to resist that flawless elegance in the eyes of many. Young Master Jiang is leading the team. Then I'm 10,000% relieved. That's right, the Tian Luo realms recognize number 1 in character. Young Master Jiang here is locked. Will the combined forces open him up? Don't worry, there's no problem with Jiang Heng. The emotions around them were instantly rendered, and with the exception of some of the demons in the crowd who didn't speak up, most of the 7th realm and 8th realm cultivators opened their mouths to invite each other. A snake without a head is no good. This is also true in their opinion. What a virtue! What an honor! After a few seconds of contemplation, Jiang Heng spoke in shame. In Gu Jie's surprise, Jiang Heng walked towards the crowd of people in a bland and self-assured manner, and only managed to stop in front of the door of the temple at the very front. In that case, then all of you should follow me. Jiang Heng nodded to the crowd and turned to look at the mysterious runes in front of the Heavenly Dan Hall. The runes were encircling a golden lock. Countless chains are like prisons, completely locking up the entire palace gate. What are you doing? You're going to break through alone? This is impossible. Watching Jiang Heng's actions, Gu Jie was startled. Each temple had seals that required tens of thousands of people to combine their efforts to forcefully break. Jiang Heng's gesture was that he was planning to do it alone. Kaching dash. Gu Jie's eyes beaded up as his words fell. Within his gaze, the golden lock, after being touched by Jiang Heng, seemed as if the mortal iron had completely lost its spirituality. The golden chains that trapped the gate were all shattered at this moment. The door to the Heavenly Dan Hall opened just like that. How did you open it? Gu Jie looked at Jiang Heng numbly. He wasn't like this when he came 10,000 years ago. Not to say it's a fight to the death. but 9 cows and 2 tigers are there.
A fluke. Jiang Hong smiled faintly. Very unfortunate. He had studied this thing in his previous life, and with his understanding of the Tao, he was able to break through a small restriction. It's not hard. The door, the moment it was broken open, the original crowd of people that had been clustered together, turned into a rainbow light and began to speed toward the heavily Dan hall. Now, no longer Jiang hangs light and clear. They're all in a rush. Humph. Still really think of yourself as a piece of garlic. I'll settle the account with you later. A burly white-haired strong man sneered coldly from the tide of people who sped past Jiang Hung. After that, he sped off into the depths. At the same time, among the leaping crowd, many demons with thick breath cast teasing glances at Jiang Hung. You see? Giving someone else the boot. Gu Jia rolled his eyes and pointed very helplessly in the direction the group had left. In the blink of an eye, tens of thousands of people, one is gone. That fat man called Chen Fan, a mouthful of idols, met the opportunity to be the first to rush in. Where's the idol? What's the problem? Jiang Hung opened his mouth and glanced at Gu Jia in surprise. In the other party's confused eyes, turn around and walk towards the back. Bowing slightly, he picked up the lock on the ground. In Gu Jia's suffocating eyes, Jiang Hong swept his magic power to close the door, knocked the rune and used the lock to lock the door completely from the inside. Rumble. Door. Closed. Asterisk. What are you closing the door for? Gu Jia's eyes almost fell out. Jiang Heng's hand closed the door. He did not expect, nor could he think of what Jiang Hong was going to do. It's nothing. An iron lock to bury the heroes. Jiang Hong spoke lightly, passing by Gu Jia and gently tapping him on the shoulder. Who can believe that? There is a scale in his heart as to what he is willing to believe. These people were mouthing off about young Master Jiang. He was only in the 7th realm, and the vast majority of people here were in the 8th realm. How can he be convinced? And he had long since seen through the coldness and warmth of people in his previous life, when he had faced the world alone. Other than a few people such as Sword Dusty Heart, Gu Jia, Mu Wan Yun, and so on, who else was standing beside him? A mouthful of river thieves and devil seeds, the way to take death. Then go? Gu Jia hadn't yet gotten over the shock. Only, these days together, Jiang Hong gave him a different feeling, particularly charming, feel utterly refreshing. Go. Jiang Hong laughed lightly, taking steps. The two were in no hurry at the moment, strolling idly, through a phantom formation. The two arrived at a medicinal garden and stood 100 meters away as the rich medicinal fragrance hit their faces. As he gazed around, many strains of sacred medicines, in the form of divine and exotic beasts, swayed in the agora, accompanied by, and the pungent smell of blood, flowing down to Jiang Heng's feet. TSK, such a gruesome kill. Ha! Gu Jia staggered, admiring Jiang Hong more and more. In the past, he was one of the victims. The idea of shutting the door never occurred to me when I was killing myself over a small amount of resources. Doesn't that mean I want it all? Jiang Hong ignored it and walked straight to the medicinal garden. What met his eyes were hundreds of cultivators, fighting fiercely. The magic treasures and Dao methods were all over the sky. On the ground, a bloodied corpse, beaten into scraps, blood and flesh mixed in the dirt, was crazily sucked up by those holy medicines. Big brother Jiang Hong, come and help me. I've taken your place. These are yours. Among them, a fat man covered in wounds hissed in excitement when he saw Jiang Hong arrive. It was the previous Chen Fan. He was being hunted by several men, his companions having long since died in battle. You are. Jiang Hong pursed his lips and looked at Chen Fan curiously. That's just it. It's useless to ask. I can't remember it anyway. Ju dash. Ding, ding, ding. This person, he really does not remember. Just opened his mouth. Also lazy attention. Flattery. He listened to decades. Listened to the numbness. Not bothering to beep, he bowed his index finger, and a bright silver cross coalesced. In a crisp, pleasant sound, it sped toward hundreds of people. These people stared at Jiang Hong with wide, shocked eyes. The uncertainty in their eyes was so intense, it was too late to react. Rumble, rumble, an explosion swept through the large agora, and black smoke filled the entire medicinal garden. In the midst of the black smoke, broken flesh, wreckage, and severed arms fell down. Clear, it's devastating. Hundreds of people all had weak breaths and looked at Jiang Hong with resentment. I poo. You're light-hearted. You shall not die. You're despicable. You sneak up on us and you're still the best in human character. You. Why are you trying to kill us? Impossible. Why are you so strong? You're only a minor cultivator of the 7th realm. Tirades and curses swept through the large herb garden. In this regard, Gu Jia's face sank. Marred. Dare to slander my Hong Di. If it weren't for your lack of martial virtues. While saying that, Gu Jia twisted his head to look at Jiang Hong, and when looking over, was surprised to find Zhang Hong walked over to the group. Black mana surged in his hand, similar to a black hole. These people's already weak auras were even weaker as the blackness engulfed them. The hair, visible to the naked eye, began to turn gray. P.S. Remember to check in every day. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 94. Yi Beixian did it. What's it got to do with me? Zhang Hong? The breath was like a candle in the wind, ready to go out at any moment. Swallow, devouring devil technique? Seeing the miserable state of these people, Gu Jie's eyes widened and his head turned to Zhang Hong in confusion. Split second. He seemed to understand something. Then Yi Beixian. Gu Jie could be certain. Now there is a wrongdoer, now thieves wrong. Or the kind of call every day should not be wrong. I don't know where I'm hiding and sobbing. You want to learn? I'll teach you. Looking at Gu Jie's surprised look, Zhang Hong raised the corners of his mouth meaningfully. Is it true? Hong Di Gu Jie was delighted and looked at Zhang Hong joyfully, but abruptly he seemed to remember something and took a step backwards. I'm not learning. Tramp. Learn to dip karma. At this moment, Zhang Hong locked the door. Must be a layer of killing in. When the time to die a large number of people. When you get out of here, will those great religions, holy places, and people in the forbidden zone stop so easily? No one can protect him. Have you thought about how to run away? Gu Jie inquired carefully. This made Zhang Hong, who was eating, a bit shocked, and he curiously looked at Gu Jie. Run? I have a clean slate and a flawless life. Why are you running? All of this was done by the devil Yi Beixian. What has it got to do with me? Zhang Hong? You? Dash? Gu Jie stumbled, his face almost landing on the ground. He looked at Zhang Hong in confusion. Yi Beixian did this? Looking at Zhang Heng's feast, he almost felt that he was blind and rubbed his eyes hard. Where's Yi Beixian? You mean? Gu Jie was shocked and looked at Zhang Hong in shock. He guessed. Shoo. Zhang Hong, then a gesture no longer say. Turn his eyes continue to look at the ground. These private rice. You cultivate demonic skills. You shall not die. Wrong, brother. I'm really your fanboy. I got carried away by lust. Can you forgive me? Zhang Hong, I curse you not to die. You have a deep heart. You opened the door to lure us in. You weren't going to spare anyone from the start. Hissing and cursing swept through once again. Everyone gazed at Zhang Heng's cold gaze, chills striking from the bottom of their hearts. This moment, it's all clear. From the moment Zhang Hong opened the door, he had no intention of letting anyone off the hook. Nonsense. It's not like Mr. Zhang is a bloodthirsty person. Zhang Hong narrowed his eyes and smiled lightly. At this moment, devouring the origin of these people, his cultivation level directly increased to spiritual void, great perfection. The foundation is incredibly strong. If you meet a group of them, you will most likely be able to achieve the 8th realm cave soul. This devouring magic is really good, saving the tedious cultivation. Coupled with his previous life's sense of Tao and Dharma, it was simply tailor-made for him. It makes Zhang Hong a little expectant that if those people break through to the quasi-saints, what a great supply it will be. Zhang Heng's words with a smile on his face seemed like a sharp sword piercing many people's hearts, and they were terrified. You're not bloodthirsty? More than 100,000 cultivators were slaughtered under 10,000 Sword City. You call that not being murderous? May. Without the time to speak, many people were like ashes, along with the gentle breeze, completely dissipated in this side of the world. Get your ass over here. After absorbing these people, Zhang Hong lightly glanced at the holy pills. Instantly, the original high and mighty unicorn, white tiger, green dragon, green ox and other sacred medicines have been like frosted eggplants, quickly speeding towards Zhang Heng's storage ring. In a single breath, there was not a single piece of holy heaven and earth spirit root left. Bull and beep. This is the first time that Gu Jie has seen such a fresh and unassuming beep. What's the difference between moving on your own? Tendan Hall, inner temple. Bright candle flames swayed with the wind, lighting up the large hall, and on the white jade bricks, a patch of blood stained morosely. To this sacred temple, it adds a little bit of solemnity. Only a short time to burn incense, rushed in to seize the Taoist seed of the cultivators, has been killed or injured more than half. It's almost like a quality control place where no one can live without passing the test. Celestial Dan seed, divine meteor seed, ethereal seed, 9 heavenly Lohan seed. At the forefront, a few white jade bushes quietly lying, on top of which, a few color-modeled points of light, so flat and strange floating. One of them seems to be an elixir, emitting brown light, with a clear pattern of Dan on it, making it impossible to move one's eyes away from it. There's another one that's colorful and vapid. There is also a Buddha-like, Lohan shadow-like breathing, expanding and spreading. I, by 2 Tian, will take these Tao seeds. In the lead, is a stout man, eyebrows hair are white. Looking at the most conspicuous a few Tao seed, cannot turn away.
Beside him, there were several men similar to him, all with white hair and white eyebrows, and stout figures. It's the White Tiger Demon Emperor's heir. The leader is the eldest son, by Tu Tian. Damn. How did we bump into this bogeyman? Grass. What should we do? He can break through to Paragon at any time. He can't be beaten. Just saw by Tu Tian? That ethereal Holy Land's Dao son. Linghu ethereal. You didn't see it? And the ancient Buddha son of the Buddha bathing Holy Land. Xian Kong. Looking at the front lineup, many 8th realm great cultivators gnashed their teeth. Compared to these ancient demons, they were completely lacking in depth. And the other party had been silent for 10,000 years just for the Dao seed. Forging immaculate saints. By Tu Tian. You're overbearing at the very front. An ordinary-looking man with an ethereal immortal-like aura spoke without a haste. Linghu Misty. By Tu Tian pursed his lips, his raspy voice carrying a morose tone. Your little brother Zheng Hong killed my 9th brother. I have yet to settle this matter with you. Misty Holy Land. Him? Linghu Misty didn't care at all. Just an outcast. You can kill or die as you please. But this ethereal seed is mine. Linghu ethereal. No comment? While saying this, Linghu Misty greedily looked towards the Misty seed, the thirst in her demeanor, already unable to hold back. There has been a legend in the Tian Luo realm since ancient times. All kinds of Dao methods are deduced from the seed, and the Dao seed in front of him, together with his ethereal heart sutra. A flawless cast is just around the corner. Then the young monk will take this 9 heavens Rowan seed. Is that alright with you all? On the left side, a white-faced young monk spoke slowly, staring at the 9 heavenly Lohan seeds with eyes full of greed. At this moment, the Buddha's mind seems to have swung away. Hoof. By Tu Tian snorted coldly, a breath that was infinitely close to the 9th realm, completely filling the heavenly Dan hall, and was about to open his mouth. In the distance, a teasing voice filled the entire inner hall. The 2 of my brothers have yet to speak. You dirtbags picked first? Inside the dimly lit passageway, 2 men walked slowly, one dressed in black, the other with white at his side. The CP feeling overflows the screen. Upon seeing them arrive, the eyes of the thousands of celestial pride present were not right. There was ecstasy, scorn, anger, teasing. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 95. Is it really a shame to make a fool of yourself? John Hong. Good yeah. The 2 of you are really working together. Seeing the 2 arrive, Bai Tu Tian stepped forward, sharp fangs chilling above the corners of his morose mouth. Behind him, the rest of the white tigers responded, looking fiercely at Zhang Heng. The crowded Jade Road was stained with blood, and the people who had knitted themselves into a ball had turned their gazes towards Zhang Heng. Unconsciously, a path just gave way. Young Master Jiang, it's great that you've come to help us do justice. Yes, Brother Jiang. These people are trying to take a few Dao seeds for themselves based on their power. Yes, this Tao seed should be for all of us. With Brother Jiang presiding over justice, we are relieved. The tide of people who had gotten out of the way, seeing Jiang Heng's arrival, were excited to open their mouths, completely forgetting about the fact that they had just come in to snatch the Dao seed despite everything. Like this, Gufozi, Xian Kong, the 5 white tigers of the white royal family, Ethereal Holy Land Daozi, Linghu Ethereal. These 3 forces alone left them powerless, and they could only pin their hopes on Zhang Heng. Master Zhang Heng, the sea of bitterness has no boundaries. Turning back is the shore. The blink of an eye is but a corner in the river of time. Seeing Zhang Heng stepping onto the bloody path and walking step by step, little monk Xian Kong bowed slightly with his hands together. However, this is also the moment when the Dharma breaks out. The large Buddha's shadow just appeared behind it. Zhang Heng, after years of separation, how have you been doing? Back then, you were beaten by me with a move to spit out blood. When the moment is also almost the 8th realm, time rushes off. Beside Xian Kong, standing in the center, Linghu Misty, looking at Zhang Hong stepping on the path of blood, the corners of his mouth lifted up in a brilliant smile. How about the 3 of us brothers, owning the riches of this Brahma heaven together? After saying that, he looked at Gu Jie with scorn. How to say? Gu Jie scanned the few people at the forefront and inquired in a whisper in Zhang Heng's ear. One word from you and I'll kill them all. Zhang Hong is silent, looking deeply at Linghu Misty. This kid, and he has a great grudge. His ancestor Linghu Laozu, is the actual controller of the Misty Sanctuary, but also in Hongyi's master. Years of plowing the Hedo. Back then, that old kid was behind the scenes, and was also the culprit who urged in Hongyi to backstab him. Not to mention this kid, at the time of the emperor, he was the one who joined with many other great prides to hunt him down. Previous life. But there is no such thing as the current life. That time 9 deaths. All the blood is drained before surviving. To put it bluntly, the ethereal sanctuary is the private residence of the Linghu family.
and the reason these people backstabbed him is simple.
And Hongi was coveted by this Linghu Misty from the beginning to the end. The level of infatuation with it is also very perverse.
Long time no see.
Jiang Hong ignored the left and right sides and looked at Linghu Misty in a bland manner.
In the past,
you had 5 great realms more than me.
And when you went all out on me, you were indeed unbeatable. Presently,
you have 1 realm more than me. I would like to ask if senior brother's elegance is better than in the past.
After all one's words, Jiang Hong smiled in a light and elegant manner, and walked towards the top step without any haste in the crowded crowd.
The words caused the surrounding cultivators to stare at Jiang Hong in dismay.
And then even more dismayed at Linghu Misty. 5 realms higher and at full strength? Does this person really have no face at all? What grudge? It's not killing a mom. It's mostly not such a big feud.
This Linghu Misty is still proudly showing off his skills.
Shameless already. It's numb all around. Didn't even realize that there was such a past.
It's the kind of thing that people with a bit of pride don't usually bring up.
5 realms higher to force your hand and show it off? Don't you want to lose face? Unbridled. This seat is also for you to discuss. Want to die?
The tirades around them made Linghu Misty clench her teeth. As the former leader among the ancient demons, he was so proud of his bones.
Where would he be willing to be insulted by a bunch of mole crickets? And, originally, he wanted to frustrate Jiang Hong, but he did not expect Jiang Hong to have such a powerful tongue. Seeing that the surrounding area was quite quiet, Linghu Misty immediately opened his mouth.
Then let senior brother see if you have grown over the years.
After saying that, he proudly held his head high and waited for Jiang Hong to arrive. At the same time, Bai Tu Tian laughed coldly and directly took a step backward.
Sitting on the mountain to watch the tigers,
so did the ancient Buddhist Sun Xian Kong, hands clasped together, waiting for the two to kill, did not venture to grab those top Dao seeds. Jiang Heng's expression was plain,
and he had already arrived at the front, looking at the unfamiliar and familiar Linghu Misty in front of him, and made a posture of invitation.
You're too much of a trustworthy person, Jiang Hong.
Then my brother will make an offering.
Looking at Jiang Hong let him a move.
Linghu Misty really can't stand it.
Once defeated, in front of him still dare to be so crazy? Immediately, the complete ethereal technique was activated. 3 white auras quickly surrounded Linghu Misty's body.
This scene caused the ancient Buddha Zi and Bai Tu Tian on the side to look serious. The ethereal technique was the core technique of the ethereal sacred ground, and it was also the foundation of the sacred ground's establishment.
And they all had similar techniques. Know how powerful it is.
It is said to have metamorphosed from the ethereal species. There's no way to tell where it came from,
but it's powerful. At the same time, the gazes of several people looked at Jiang Hong with contempt. In their opinion, the technique Jiang Hong had cultivated was bound to be no match for Linghu Misty. One is a holy son. One can be said to be the true young master of the netherworld Holy Land.
The techniques they practice are not of the same caliber.
And, eyes just cast, the expression on the face of the ancient Buddha son, completely stagnant. Spare him years and years of cultivation of Buddhism. A big heart also cannot be taught. Asterisk. Ancient Buddha son was shocked.
Jiang Hong also began to operate the ethereal technique,
and 9 white ethereal chi overflowed around his body.
It seemed to have taken the ethereal technique and practiced it to the extreme.
According to rumors, old man Linghu was only 8 Dao, and he's already spreading across the world. Mud, how is this possible? Bai Tu Tian looked at Jiang Hong numbly, unable to accept the 9 ethereal chi. When all is said and done, Linghu Misty, who was regarded as a great enemy, had only cultivated 3 channels of Misty Chi. Regarding the current situation, Jiang Hong unfolded the corners of his mouth in a shallow smile. Is senior brother really making a fool of himself? It's better to take out your full strength and fight me. Definite. To be able to cultivate 3 channels of Misty Chi at that moment, one was already a dragon among men. But, this technique is a realization of the Tao. In his previous life, his core technique was also the ethereal technique, and he had already reached the limit. In terms of ethereal technique alone, he is the number 1 in the entire Tian Luo realm. And, there's so much good stuff. It's something that he doesn't even use sparingly in this life. Linghu Misty's demeanor was stunned. Looking at Jiang Hong, who was surrounded by 9 channels of ethereal chi, the corners of his eyes kept twitching in shock. It was originally intended to be a pretend bleep. It turned out to be a real dedication. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 96, The Stance of the Ultimate, 3 Kills in a Flash. How did you cultivate the 9 Dao of Misty Chi? Looking at Jiang Heng's bland stance, Linghu Misty's self-esteem was thwarted. He boasts of genius precipitation 10,000 years, and Jiang Hong gap is so big, his ancestor Linghu old ancestor, to date, but also only 8 Misty gas. How did Jiang Heng's 9 paths come to be cultivated? Make your move or you won't have a chance.
John Hong nodded indifferently, spread his hands and made a pleased gesture to Linghu Misty.
Unbridled.
John Hang's lofty stance caused Linghu Misty's face to look sullen.
Who the hell is the senior brother? You put on the beep. What am I putting on? Immediately, without any further hesitation, the 3 channels of ethereal chi that surrounded his body were condensed into the palm of his hand. The Order of the Flying Fairy. In the palm of his hand, milky white seal characters formed a mysterious rune. Manipulating the seal, he instantly arrived in front of John Hong and knocked down hard on his chest. No staccato. The Flying Fairy Order knocks directly on the chest. This scene caused the originally shocked Baitu Tian and the others to be immediately staggered. That easy? Screwing them won't work.
The Flying Immortal Order had all comprehended that it was a sacred stage medium grade technique, which could also be said to be the highest level that could be performed at the moment. If you go higher, you'll need to be a saint to perform it. It wasn't something a 7th realm minor cultivator could resist. Hilarious, so braggadocious, so unbearable. Seeing the Flying Immortal Order hit, Baitu Tian's mouth smiled coldly at the corners, sparing the ancient Buddha Z who was not far away. He was also a bit surprised to see this and looked at Jiang Hong with wide-eyed confusion. He thought that Jiang Hong was bound to lose, but he shouldn't have lost so hastily. Why don't you make 100 or so moves? In the end. Spike, this is? Just as the ancient Buddha son shook his head, his body trembled steeply and he took a violent step forward, to quickly approach Jiang Hong. At the same time, White Turtle Sky and other white tigers, have also been like a great enemy, including below. The thousands of people who were watching the battle were shocked as they watched the scene. Within sight, Jiang Hang's whole body was wrapped in a layer of silver white light, and the Flying Immortal Order directly melted as if it were ice and snow the moment it touched it. And Jiang Hang's right hand directly knocked on Linghu Misty's left hand. Above the left hand a green dragon shadow angrily issued a dragon roar. True dragon spirit seal. Looking at the shocked eyes of Linghu Misty, Jiang Hong smiled bashfully. Senior brother, past the new year you are still so unhelpful. You claim to be a heavenly pride, but you're really a mediocrity. Send you down before the mediocrity. No. Linghu Misty exploded her entire body's mana, wanting to break free from Jiang Hang's bondage, but the surging mana all dissolved the moment it touched Jiang Hang's body. Mana immunity. Linghu Misty hissed. This is the forbidden area of the ancient dynasty of the original divine ability, not to mention the general human race. Even this clan, only the core of the direct line can control. Seemingly, it wasn't as flawless as Jiang Hong. How many golden gung-hos have you actually eaten? Jiang Hong, we're from the same sect. You're honorable. You can't kill me. Looking at the true dragon spirit seal that had already reached his face, Linghu Misty was really flustered at this moment. Jiang Hang's powerful physical body, coupled with his immunity to mana, he really didn't know what to do at this moment. Let go of him. Baitu Tian spoke indifferently. He didn't expect that Linghu Misty would be so miserable. There was no choice but to strike. After all, Jiang Hong and Gu Jia were two people. 5 sharp black claws, quickly brought together, leaving one index finger. At the same time, Great Sun Ruler Hand Seal, the ancient Buddha Sun also came to Jiang Hang's side, and at this moment, it was as if a layer of golden water had been poured on the surface of his body. The whole thing is glowing with Buddha's light. You guys. The sudden upsurge of the two made Gu Jia furious and immediately turned into black smoke intending to support Jiang Hong. But he was far away, much farther away than these two. Lightning flashes, the two had already arrived in front of Jiang Hong, knocking hard at him, intending to use this to force Jiang Hong to retreat. And, in the middle of the screen, a scene happened that made everyone not react. Jiang Hong twisted his body in a weird position, and the true dragon spirit seal knocked down hard against Baitu Tian's chest. Bang! White Tiger executed in front of the true dragon spirit seal, as if it was made of tofu. Baitu Tian's hardened physique was madly torn apart at this moment. The green-colored dragon head directly crushed the arm and ran through the body without any obstruction. Vom dash! A mouthful of blood gushed out from Baitu Tian's mouth as he looked at Jiang Hong in shock and confusion. You knew that I was going to come for support? You, coming at me? He was dumbfounded. Did Jiang Hong intend to shoot him first from the very beginning? He, fooled? But Jiang Hong did not say anything. In the eyes of Baitu Tian shocked, directly hard to carry the Great Sun Rulai hand seal. Bang! A muffled grunt came from Jiang Hang's back. This is mana immunity dash? Ancient Buddha Z looked at Jiang Hong in shock. While he was surprised by the immunity to mana, he was even more surprised by Jiang Hang's physical body. Dissociation. Probably about the same as him. It's not a putdown. It's a compliment. Buddhist techniques, from the moment of initiation, are all about austerity. That's why Buddhist masters' physical bodies are often incredibly powerful. Cultivating a special technique, even if they were hit
The one who would be seriously injured would be the other party. Moreover, he had begun to temper his physical body since tens of thousands of years ago. To this day, it has long been adamantine. And flesh is the greatest weapon. That palm strike on Jiang Hong just now was as if it had struck on top of a piece of immortal gold. And his hand was shaken with a sharp pain. Kill the living Buddha. Twitching his hand around by Tu Dao's chest cavity and directly ripping out his heart, Jiang Hong turned around to look at ancient Buddha Z morosely, middle and index fingers together. A sharp, silver-white spikes directly coalesced in the center of Jiang Heng's hand, the golden bell of the great sun. Seeing this, ancient Buddha Z's face sank, and immediately constructed a golden bronze bell outside his body. The bronze bell rotates, emitting a dazzling golden afterglow. In the instant it touched the life-killing pontoon, the bronze bell directly crumbled, and the silver spike seemed to have come for this moment. Jiang Hong breaks open the golden bell, rolling up a powerful momentum. It directly stabbed at the ancient Buddha Sun's chest. No! This is impossible! Ancient Buddha Z was shocked, staring at Jiang Hong with wide eyes. Look down! Golden blood dripped down Jiang Heng's hand. His thousand-hammered flesh was brittle as thin paper in front of Jiang Hong, and his entire chest was penetrated. Why are you so strong? Vomiting out a mouthful of golden blood, ancient Buddha Z completely calmed down at this moment and looked at Jiang Hong curiously. When the world, the seventh realm, and the outcasts of the Holy Land, these various panels add up to waste. How is it so fierce? I don't know. Maybe it's innate. Jiang Hong rambled and has read the mess back, pulling out the heart of the ancient Buddha child and casually flinging it to the side. He teasingly looked at Linghu Misty. Senior brother. It's your turn. It's all a blur. There's no way to react. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Thanks family. End of chapter. Chapter 97, Moral Kidnapping? What about my lack of morals? Everything seemed to be within Jiang Heng's expectations. Bai Tu Tian and ancient Buddha Z were dying, but it was only a matter of moments, leaving the entirety of Linghu ethereal in a daze. He knew the gold of the two. Bai Tu Tian, the eldest son of the White Tiger Demon Emperor, has been personally transmitted by the Harmonizer since he was a child, and is the strongest amongst several brothers. Ancient Buddha, that's even more of a demon. Even among the ancient freaks, it's among the top of the list, with a fleshly adamantine body, fighting with many demons. There was a momentum of suppression, but both of them, just defeated and will die? Elder brother, if you let me off the hook, I'll go back and have my grandfather write your name and say that you've been wrongly accused. Back in the ethereal sanctuary, we are all family and happy again. Linghu Misty looked at Jiang Hong vaguely. He doesn't want to die yet. The depth of the foundation is so deep. 10,000 years of accumulation in one life. But give him a quieter place. At any time can break through to the quasi-saint. And, as Linghu Misty's words fell, a clamor instantly came from the distant stage. Yes, elder brother Jiang Hong, let's spare the lives of others. If we're just Dao seeds, there's no need to hurt people's lives. Let them go, kill them, and when they go out, their Dao lineage, too, will come looking for trouble. Big brother Jiang, you can't finish so many Dao seeds. Why don't you share some with us? That's for sure. Young Master Jiang is a glorious and heavenly man. Surely he won't have it all to himself. Thanks to big brother Jiang, I want the ethereal seed. I want that heavenly dance seed. The originally silent celestial pride, after seeing Jiang Hong instantly seriously injured by Tu Tian and ancient Buddha Z, the throbbing heart could not be contained any longer. They have asked for the seed of the way. If it was by Tu Tian, Linghu Misty, and the others, they really wouldn't have dared to open their mouths. When all is said and done, while these people were known for their ferocity, Jiang Hong was completely different. Treadmill, my Hongdi fights for his life, and you guys even picked first. Listening to the clamor of the people around him, Gu Jia was about to explode with anger. Jiang Hong was there sacrificing his life for his life, and it wasn't easy to win. But it turned out that this group of people chose to do it first. One wants the ethereal seed, one wants the divine meteor seed, some want the 7-star seed, and others the celestial Dan seed. Above that altar, there were only a dozen or so Dao seeds. It's been divided up by this group. Gu Jia's words immediately made many people snicker. Young Master Jiang is so strong, he can still rob again in Cloud Water Palace. We are so weak. Won't he take care of us? Big brother Jiang hasn't even spoken yet. What are you screaming here? That's right. With young Master John's magnificent beauty, he will definitely let us. Isn't it natural for the strong to take care of the weak? In their opinion, Jiang Hong wouldn't be able to use up so many Dao types. If you're so strong, just go and grab the others. Is there a need to fight with the likes of them? The rebuttal was incredibly dense. There were accusations against Gu Jie, which caused his face, which was already red with anger, to turn a saucy purple color. Immediately, he turned his head to look at Jiang Hong. He couldn't stand it. As long as Jiang Hong nodded his head, he was going to go on a killing spree. You all want the Tao seed. Regarding Gu Jia's eyes, Jiang Hong lightly laughed and ignored it. His right hand pinched Linghu Misty's neck and smiled deeply at the many heavenly pride below. In response to Jiang Hong, there were many justified nods. Oh, Jiang Hong nodded. Got it. Strangling Fox Nix's hand. The next second a deep black light appeared, began to maniacally sucking the origin. This caused the already agonized Linghu Misty to tremble and look at Jiang Hong with a chilling look. Swallow, devouring devil technique? You really practiced the devouring demon technique? He still wanted to say something, but Jiang Heng's hand was like a pump, sucking up the Tao and origin in his body at a rapid pace. Within a few breaths, Linghu Misty transformed into a wisp of ash, completely dissipating in Jiang Heng's hands. Suffocation. Quiet. The whole room was in an uproar. Everyone stared at the death of Linghu Misty with wide eyes, watching as it was sucked away. Moments. Blow up. Swallow, devouring devil technique. Jiang Hong, you cultivated the devouring devil technique? Wasn't it Yi Beixian who practiced it? What the hell is going on? Could it be that Yi Beixian was framed? Fine you Jiang Hong, you shall not die for practicing magic. At this moment, many people couldn't tense up. How could they calculate that Jiang Hong had really practiced devouring devil skill? When they were at the questioning heart pass, could it be that the heavenly Tao was in error? Moments. Many of those who reacted quickly turned around quickly and ran, sprinting toward the door through which he came in. Many others stood mute and chillingly looked at Jiang Hong, while quite a few others organized themselves with the intention of saber-rattling to seize the Tao seed. Thousands of people in different postures. Only, Jiang Hong didn't care about what happened here, indifferently walking towards Bai Tu Tian, strangling the other party's dying body and quickly devouring the origin with devouring demon technique. Bang! The speed of sucking was very fast, and Jiang Hong felt that the spiritual emptiness that had been confused for a long time had completely broken open at this moment, officially stepping into the eighth realm, the cave soul. And Bai Tu Tian's origin was majestic, and the pure power continuously surged into Jiang Heng's body, causing his cultivation to rise once again. Mid-cave soul. Phew! Casually crushing Bai Tu Tian into ashes. Jiang Hong glanced faintly at the other white tigers who stayed in the distance and were chilling in fear. In front of them, he walked over to ancient Buddha Z. Holy monk, give you a ride. Thank you, scholar. The ancient Buddha Z knew that there was no more way to live, and showed a light smile to Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong doesn't waste any time. Immediately, he began to absorb it. Under the washing of the devouring demon power, this tide-like Buddha power surged into his 8 meridians and veins, instantly transforming into the most suitable power of the origin. Just started sucking. Bang! The strong wind from the realm breakthrough swept through in an instant. Cave soul, late. And Jiang Hong felt that the power within this ancient Buddha son's body was so thick that it was incomparable to Bai Tu Tian or Linghu Misty. For a long time, all of the ancient Buddha Z's Buddha power was absorbed, and his entire body was turned into ashes. Jiang Hong could feel that his realm was, at this moment, completely consummated. Cave soul, great perfection. Through and through. Jiang Hong twisted his neck, his light body, making him incomparably permeable at this moment. Maya, you've made it to the grand rounds? Looking at the speed of Jiang Heng's improvement, Gu Jia drooled all over the place, but did not dare to refine this evil technique. He's afraid of dabbling in karma, and it's still a monstrous cause and effect. These Tao seeds, are there any you want? Jiang Hong replied, pointing to the dozen or so Tao seeds that were suspended not far away. No. Gu Jia shook his head. He came from the Heavenly Devil Palace, and the Tao seed he needed was the Heavenly Devil seed. Right now, there's nothing he wants. Aha! Jiang Hong nodded and immediately walked towards the altar. Halfway there, he twisted his head to look behind him, his eyes holding a meaningful smile. Far behind the front line, the cultivators who had escaped earlier, all came back, their eyes carrying resentment. You locked the door on your horse? P.S. Remember to check in every day. Thanks family. End of chapter. Chapter 98, you're so good to you. You can't even give up your life? The line was unacceptable. They don't want to fight with Jiang Hong here. They plan to take a step forward and plan for the future. Results. No martial arts. Lock the door you came in through. It takes tens of thousands of reasonable people to open that door. And they're over 2,000 strong. How do you get away? The words caused the rest of the people around them to tremble and look at them in shock. Then like machinery, they looked at Jiang Hong stiffly. You have been planning to slaughter us all from the very beginning. Maya, Jiang Hong has blacked out. He's completely blacked out. Jiang Hong, you may not be able to kill all of us before your mana runs out. Since young Master Jiang wants the Tao seed, We'll just give it to you. We'll leave now. Taoist seeds? They really didn't dare to ask for it. And at the moment they just wanted to save their lives. Zhang Heng's action of locking the door represents a lot of information, which can't be explained in a few words. It seems that right from the start, the intention was to drive them out of business. The accusations around him. Zhang Hong did not think that these people for years and years. To him, moral abduction. There is no such thing as kidnapping. Pursing his lips, Zhang Hong teased. Gentlemen, was Mr. Jiang ever nice to you? The words fell, and there was silence all around. This one sentence caused many to speculate. Pretty good. Yeah, it was all so nice in the first place. Why don't we just be nice? Young Master Jiang, you're going to let us have the Tao seed? Many people opened their mouths, but they still can't let go of the Taoist seed. Since they have already reached the immortal palace ruins, then the Taoist seed is the most important thing. Many of them have the ability to break through to quasi-sainthood in just a few breaths in a random place after obtaining the Tao seed. Zhang Hong, the defeated dogger, turn over his hand to destroy it. Zhang Heng's words made Gu Jie, who was not far away, also look confused and couldn't figure out what he was going to do. Then, gentlemen, Zhang Hong has been so kind to you and others that my devouring demon technique needs to be tempered. My human emperor streamer's battle power is insufficient. Why don't you come to my human emperor streamer for a gathering? Isn't it just a life? I've been so good to you guys. If I ask you for a life, I'm sure I'll give it, right? Zhang Hong held his head high, his silver hair fluttering about, his scarlet eyes scrutinizing each and every one of them from left to right. Laughing, he laughed happily at this moment. Moral kidnapping. Who isn't going to? It's not too much to ask for a return of a life when you're recognizing a favor. Is it? Can't you even spare a life? Zhang Hong, you're shameless. Bang. In the crowd, men in colorful costumes raised their hands and pointed at Zhang Hong, but their heads instantly exploded as the words fell out of their mouths. Zhang Hong came to his side at an unknown time and smashed his head with a palm strike. In his hands, the devouring demon technique is in operation. All of this person's Tao and Dharma were devoured. In the meantime, a black streamer instantly appeared behind Zhang Hong. The flag fluttered in the wind, and many dead souls were sucked into the human emperor's streamer at a rapid pace, including the ancient Buddha's son, Bai Tu Tian, and Linghu Misty. Zhang Hong, you shall not die. You made me enter the human emperor streamer. Linghu Misty's blue soul hissed with all its might and struggled desperately, but to no avail. The black flag swayed and rolled out millions of severe ghosts, blocking the front road completely, each staring fiercely at the presence of these 10,000 people. A bunch of cheapskates. Zhang Hong smiled evilly at the corner of his mouth. Kill them all. When the words fall, the human emperor streamer, which had been strengthened several times, began to explode with powerful might. One by one, the ghosts covered the sky, slaughtering the living beings present, as if they were spectrometers, and the cultivators with low gold content died on the spot. Even many powerful characters were burnt out at this point. The death toll is climbing rapidly. 10, 100, 1,000, 3,000. Corpses are everywhere and blood is flowing. Seeing this scene, even Gu Jie, a heavenly demon, was somewhat surprised. The devouring devil technique sucks up the origin and refines one's body. The human emperor's streamer devours souls and is a powerful fury weapon. Double torture of body and soul. This idea, who came up with it? Seamless. It really didn't go to waste at all. Zhang Hong, you shall not die. You shall not die. Mud. Fight him. I won't let you go even as a ghost. Don't scream. We are ghosts as in the human emperor's streamer. Will be worse than death. The speed of the death of the cultivators exceeded the expectations of many, and many of the cultivators fought the human emperor streamer for the first time. After slaying the night ghost, it felt like nothing more than that. He was then bitten on the spot by the resurrected ghost. Fewer and fewer cultivators, more and more severe ghosts, plus the more souls devoured by the human emperor streamer. The battlefield, one-sided. Even those few white tigers were tired of resisting at this point and hissed angrily, dying under the siege. Surrounded by these, Zhang Hong didn't think about it and kept devouring the origin with his devouring devil technique. At this very moment, he entered into a state of oblivion. The veins, acupoints, muscles, bones, and strange meridians of the flesh, all seemed to be nourished. The physique, as if changed. This is, the traceless Tao fetus? Feeling the change in his physique, Zhang Hong was a bit shocked. Something he hadn't expected. The body, as if untouched by cause and effect, it won't leave any traces, just like the legendary traceless Taoist fetus. So it is. At this moment, Zhang Hong understood another benefit of the devouring devil technique. When the cultivation was devoured to its fullest and could not continue to inch forward,
The origin would then strengthen the flesh and evolve a legendary physique. For a long time, the inner sanctum was silent. With the cooperation of the ghosts and Gu Jie, none of the tens of thousands of cultivators present survived. Spare a few white tigers and they perished on the spot. Jiang Han looked at the devastation with a serene expression, and after nodding to Gu Jie, he turned around and walked up to the altar. The dozen or so seeds of the Tao, all of them into the sleeved Qiankuan. Why don't you just swallow one and get to quasi-saint first? Looking at Jiang Hong not swallowing a single one, Gu Jie was a bit surprised. By definition, the ethereal species can be refined. What degree the misty chi will reach when it is returned to 1 and 9 is anyone's guess. And there were lucky demons who were estimated to be quasi-saints at this moment. Cultivators and saints. There was a fundamental difference. In case there was a quasi-saintly heavenly pride, it was very difficult to fight. For example, the thunder rock of the infernal thunder pool. There's no need for that. You and I picked up a life with serious injuries. No one will target us. Even if there is, put up with it. People take the settlement money to play with you. Let them what? Jiang Hong shook his head, dismissing Gu Jie's claim. It's the same thing. All of this was Yi Beishuan's doing. What did it have to do with him? Jiang Hong? No psychological burden at all. Okay? Yunshui Fairy Palace. South. Clouds of mist in the center of the lake kiosk. A plant next to the lotus. Emerald green lotus leaves dotted. Chui dash. A boyish youth sneezed fiercely while running his energy to regulate his breathing, and looked around in surprise. Yi Beixian was stunned. Cultivators? Who can still catch a cold? P.S. Ask for a catch-up read. Wish you all a peaceful Dragon Boat Festival. End of chapter. Chapter 99. Eldest brother. I really don't know. Since just now, he's been distracted, feeling like something big is about to happen. May. The cause was completely unknown to him. When he entered the Cloud Water Immortal Palace, he parted ways with Ji Luoshui again. With the heaven-swallowing demon technique, this place was the greatest chance in his life. Those heavenly prides were nothing more than nourishment for his rise to greatness. Stepping stones to prove himself as a great emperor. You're sure that heavenly Tao seed is in the Cloud Water Palace, right? Shaking his head, Yi Beixian stopped thinking about this and muttered to himself. Mysterious voice, yes. This is your last chance to turn the tables, or else you'll be dead by the time the 3 heavenly destinies are revealed. Why is heaven's mandate threefold? What exactly does it refer to? Yi Beixian frowned. At this time, the other man was getting more and more demonic, and kept chanting the 3 points of heavenly destiny, but he didn't know what it meant. Ask and don't tell. Mysterious voice, origin, it's the devouring emperor. It's that woman, but I'm quite thankful for her. Her? Hearing the word devour, Yi Beixian instinctively shuddered. Inexplicably involved in karma, and as if this karma is destined to be entangled. If it is said that who in this Tianluo realm makes him most afraid, it must be the woman in black under the 10,000 sword city. The first time I saw it, my heart went into cardiac arrest. There was no need to question that the other party was the devouring emperor. 170,000 years ago, the desire to seize the heavens and take the Tao was a grand ambition. Got it. Things were too complicated for Yi Beixian to overthink, and now his situation was completely passive. Indeed, as he said, we must get the heavenly seed, otherwise all is in vain. Immediately, he stood up and raised his eyes to the north. There, where the Cloud Water Palace is located. At that moment, he no longer hesitated, stood up and sped towards the Cloud Water Palace, less than an incense burner. What met Yi Beishuan's eyes was a dense crowd of people. Now, the 9 side halls were raided and everyone was waiting here, ready to open the biggest secret realm, the Cloud Water Immortal Palace. Just as he was planning to surge into the crowd, a few indignant voices made Yi Beishuan's eyes drop out. Damn Yi Beixian, he pitted and killed over 10,000 people? Maya, this kid is so bad that he devoured all the cultivators of the heavenly Dan Palace? Luckily, young Master Jiang was blessed and didn't get ambushed by that kid. This is troublesome. He's devoured so many people with his devouring devil technique. He's more than likely already entered the Paragon. What's the best thing to do? It was a huge crowd, all insults, abuse and verbal abuse, causing Yi Beixian, who was wearing a cloak, to stagger as a whole and almost fall to the ground. What? What is it that I did? What did I do? Who the hell did I mess with? Yi Beixian hissed in a small voice, his eyes red, staring at the pale Jiang Hong in the distance. You set me up again? Speechless. He was truly speechless. Into the Immortal Palace ruins, then assigned the side hall as the Hall of Heavenly Works. 7 turns around the dog search. It is not easy to eat a few people. Up to 20. For one thing, others said that he had eaten tens of thousands of celestial pride in the heavenly Dan Palace. This heavenly black pot. It seems like it can't be washed away this time. Jiang Hong, wait until I get the heavenly Tao seed.
I want you to die. I want you to die. Yi Beixian gritted his teeth and looked resentfully at Jiang Hong. Since Jiang Hong down the mountain, as if everything is not in his control, every fight, it is he suffered a big loss. Subocular medicine. It's harder. Gentlemen, Mr. Jiang is ashamed. At the front, the man was handsome, with a white coat and silver hair stained with blood. Looking at the crowd below, Jiang Hong looked ashamed. Things have come to this. I have no intention of favoritism. This matter, it's my junior brother who did the wrong thing. I can accept that he resents me and hates me, but he shouldn't have killed so many people. These are all outstanding talents of our Tianluo realm. Cough, cough. Everyone, cultivating the devouring demon technique deserves death, so don't care about my face. While speaking, Jiang Hong coughed violently, and his pale face flushed with a strange redness. After sighing slightly, he leaned on Gu Jie's shoulder and turned around to walk to the Cloud Water Palace gate. This scene, making the square, tens of thousands of cultivators indignant. The roaring sound was like a wave of sound, and it was a mountain of sound. Your ethereal holy land, you chose such a thing to be the holy sun? As a fellow saint's son, I'm really indignant for Jiang Hong. The Empress has her guts in her pockets right now, doesn't she? Tell me, senior sister, do you regret it? The large crowd was divided into countless small groups, about thousands of sects. Everyone has said something, more or less, about the situation, and the tone, in droves, turned toward the ethereal sanctuary. To be precise, it's the team led by Nagaru, me, Chongqing's dignified posture, now a little overwhelmed. Looking at Jiang Heng's back, a line of tears slowly flowed down, biting his lower lip. Eldest senior brother. I really didn't know at that time. Junior brother is so simple. I didn't know that he was the one who falsely accused you. In this case, the Misty Holy Land was led by Linghu Misty, who was only in the 7th realm at the moment, and was not qualified to lead the team. And, when he came here, he was surprised to find that Yi Beixian had cultivated the devouring demon technique and killed the little Rock King in public. Before you come in, the Golden-Winged Rock Clan had already gone to the Netherworld Holy Land to question it. Things that are bigger than the sky. The Golden-Winged Rock Clan, which had been friends with the Netherworld Holy Land, had not expected such an outcome. The familiar voice caused Jiang Hong to be stunned and turn his eyes to look behind him. A woman in a bright yellow dress caught his eye. Nagaru? With over 100,000 cultivators on the scene, he hadn't really noticed that there was actually her among the crowd. Dirty Jiang Hong gently pushed Gu Jie away and with difficulty turned to look at Chongqing. You're too dirty to be qualified to call me eldest brother. When the questioning heart passes down, I've long since broken with you. Nagaru, I have no desire to continue to tangle with you after what has happened. Look to your own good. Jiang Heng's words caused the large square to fall into a clamor, as everyone looked meaningfully at the elegant, peerless, and highly poised Chongqing. It was the first time anyone had ever called Nagaru dirty. I'm dirty. Changqing trembled and looked at Jiang Hong in shock. Senior brother, I was also interrogated about the inquiring mind pass. What happened in the first place? I'm really innocent. Junior master acted too well. I didn't know. I really didn't know. When Jiang Hong had broken the void and left with the help of the sword ancestor, her master, and Hongyi, had asked her to go to the 3 passes of the heart. The first question was whether or not he had falsely accused Jiang Hong. The second question was whether or not he had done anything to betray the clan. And the third question was whether or not he knew of anyone who practiced the devouring demon technique. 3 questions, and she's innocent. Oh, you've also broken through the questioning heart pass. Jiang Hong pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes in a bright smile. Then you're awesome. Am I going to have to give out an award with you? P.S. Ask for a catch-up read. Wish you all a peaceful Dragon Boat Festival. End of chapter. Chapter 100, Chang. People are all inferior and superior. Listening to Chongqing's monologue, Jiang Hong almost couldn't hold it in, and was already angry and laughing. To put it bluntly, Yi Beixian's calculations were really imbecilic, belonging to the kind of IQ that was online but not much. How can such a simple framing make waves? The only person pushing the wave is Nagaru. The other party's words in the Netherworld Holy Land were too heavy. At first, when he was still in the Holy Land, many people begged him for help, such as refining their own magic treasures, enemies coming to their door, lack of money, and guidance in cultivation. A series of things that mostly begged for a long clearing. After all, these people are not qualified to have an audience with him, the Holy Sun, on a regular basis. Yes, Nagaru actually became the biggest beneficiary, so his prestige among the disciples was second only to him. Yes, when this woman opened her mouth, many disciples trusted it, and the simplest basic logic was that there was no reason for him to frame him when he and Nagaru were childhood friends and 2 children. Finally, the result of this, As for whether it was intentional or not, whether it was unintentional or not, Zhang Hong didn't care and didn't want to care either. What's a brainless person like that doing alive? Why don't we use our last vestiges to get another round for him? Thinking of this, the corners of Zhang Heng's mouth raised in a meaningful smile. Eldest brother, I didn't mean that. Chang Qing's eyes were sad, pursed her lips and said in a resigned manner, I was trying to say that I was really innocent in the beginning. I was also a victim. I didn't mean to wrong you. Chang Qing's apologetic voice caused the Netherworld Holy Land disciples beside him to lower their heads in shame. They were the few lucky ones under Zhang Heng's wide-open butcher's knife. About 100 of them. It was the last card of the young generation of the Netherworld Holy Land. Only, when the topic started, there was more than just gossip, and the rest of the clans that were eating around them didn't give the ethereal sacred ground the slightest bit of face. After all, those who are still standing here are the top clans of the 6 hexagrams and 8 wastelands. Even if they are not as good as the ethereal sacred ground, they are not far behind. Humph, you still say you're not dirty? If it weren't for you, how would my Heavenly Sword Sect sword elders, my brother Jian Duxin, and the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples under 10,000 Sword City have died in vain? Jian Shenshen snorted coldly and looked at Chang Qing in disgust. Understanding the causes and consequences, his distaste for Chang Qing surpassed Yi Beixian even more. This woman, she's the cause of all this. Beside Jian Shenshen, a group of Heavenly Sword Sect disciples revealed expressions of disgust. Included among these, a plain-looking man with a rustic iron sword behind his back. His temperament was like dust, but revealed a sharp edge. He looked at Nagaru with more hatred. Senior brother Jiang, is it possible for Jian Wuhan to execute this woman? The mediocre-looking Jian Wuhan turned his eyes towards Zhang Hong, who had a weak breath at the very front. No. Seeing the visitor, Zhang Hong was not surprised. Sword without traces, tens of thousands of years ago. The Heavenly Sword Sect Sword Sun, a sword chi temperature raised for 10,000 years. The strongest is the first time it strikes. It is said that the true saints come and cannot resist. And Nagaru is useful. It's better to give others a good time than to have a good time yourself. At the same time, Zhang Heng's eyes scanned the surrounding area, and among the large crowd, there were many hidden experts. These are people that have more or less met in a previous life. Some of them were tricky even for him today, such as the Infernal Thunder Pool, Thunder Rock, Morning Soul Ridge, Dimming Wave, 100,000 Mountains, Heavenly Demon, Blood Phoenix Clan, Phoenix Bell, Green Dragon Clan, Dragon Abyss, Ancient Emperor Clan, Ancient Yuan. These, all of them, are the young generation leaders of the Forbidden Zone. There were also demonic scholars who had been hidden from the world for these hundreds of thousands of years, just like Jian Wuhan, all hidden in the crowd, not up and coming. Interesting, Zhang Hong murmured. Rejecting Jian Wuhan's request, he turned his eyes towards Chang Qing. Come. Saying that, without looking back, he walked towards the east, where there was a small pavilion in the center of the lake. That's it? Beside him, Gu Jia was startled and looked at the Cloud Water Palace and then at the many demons below. If we leave first at this time, we'll lose the upper hand later on. It's useless for me to take that one or two, except for the Heavenly Sword Seed, the Heavenly Demon Seed, and the Life Seed. I want it all. Zhang Hong didn't turn around. Here, his plan is the Heavenly Dao Seed, this thing in the past life Yi Beixian figure, but in his stirring up, both did not get exactly how. He probably guessed it was the fusion of many Dao species, but exactly how many top Dao species, he did not know. 10, 50, 100? Thinking of this, Zhang Hong pursed his lips and casually opened his mouth. The Cloud Water Palace opens, and is bound to set off a bloody storm. I like the quiet, peaceful life is not good fight. After all, it's not like I'm some kind of demon. Well, said there, Gu Jian nodded, very much recognizing Zhang Heng's words. Halfway through the sentence, however, he shuddered violently. Looking at Zhang Heng's bland and relaxed demeanor, he was a bit tense. He had lived for roughly 40,000 years and hadn't killed as many as Zhang Heng's 1,000th of a person, and had already been shouted at by the world as a great devil. 10,000 Sword City has more than 100,000, just now killed tens of thousands, and the Netherworld Holy Land has several thousands, almost killed by you. You call that a bad fight? The two walked at a quick pace, and in a few moments walked to the kiosk, with Nagaru trotting in the distance, her pale yellow skirt swaying. The picture, it's very pleasing to the eye. Eldest brother, are you willing to forgive me? Seeing Zhang Hong call her over alone, Chang Qing was touched in her heart, knowing that the whole world had abandoned her and Zhang Han would not. When Jian Wuxian was about to kill her, the fear in her heart was unspeakable, and with Linghu Misty absent, she was afraid that her seventh realm would only be unable to carry a sword. Have you forgotten honor and dignity? You see this seat and are standing to greet it?
Jang Hong answered and has read the messy back, like the eyes of the stars, coldly looking at Chang Cheng.
Me. Chang Chang was stunned. Her body trembled slightly, and after a few seconds of contemplation,
she kneeled down on both knees and whispered in a thin voice. Senior sister pays her respects to the ethereal saint son.
The Holy Land, that is.
It was just that Jang Hong had,
at one time, been far too tolerant, leading to these people not being able to distinguish between honor and inferiority.
Elder brother.
An intimate term of endearment.
There was an essential difference between a holy son and a disciple,
such as the difference between the first and the second in a large family. Don't ever call me holy son again. And, did the seat tell you to get up? Bastard maid. Don't want to be forgiven? Zhang Heng's expression was flat,
the corner of his mouth slightly raised.
It's true that he hates the idea of a son of God, but it was something these people owed him, and after being rude so many times, it was only right to pay it back once. I'm willing.
Chang Cheng sniffed and immediately knocked her knees tightly and kept crawling towards Zhang Heng,
until he came under Zhang Heng's knees and looked up into Zhang Heng's star-like eyes, murmuring,
as long as eldest brother forgives Nagaru,
he will let Nagaru do anything.
Zhang Heng stared,
his flawless face instantly displeased.
Raising his hand, he slapped Nagaru across the face in an unbiased manner. His head was thrown sideways,
and on Nagaru's stunningly beautiful cheek, there was an additional crimson slap mark. P.S. I wish my family a peaceful dragon boat festival and family reunion. End of chapter. Chapter 101, I didn't pour her. She did it willingly.
She looked at Zhang Heng in confusion,
as if seeking an answer.
Bastard servant girl, I told you to distinguish between honor and inferiority.
You are so lowly, and you still dare to call me eldest senior brother.
Zhang Heng was a bit surprised.
Why can't he remember what he's been through? Totally unmemorable? You say it 1 minute and forget it the next? I'm sorry, I forgot. Saint son Zhang Heng.
Chang Cheng sniffed and shuddered violently, enduring the pain on her face and squeezing out a smile as if to curry favor.
Zhang Heng backhanded another slap to the left side of Nagaru's face. Absolutely beautiful cheeks,
instantly red on both sides, a little swollen.
I said that I don't like people calling me saint son. Zhang Heng was impatient. Nagaru was confused. She wanted to say something, staring at her wide-eyed and unsure of what to do. At this very moment, she didn't know what to shout at Zhang Heng anymore. Shout out to the big brother for getting beaten up and the holy son for getting beaten up. Shouting at Zhang Heng? That's gonna get you killed, isn't it? Said the honorable and the humble. On the side, Gu Jie was also confused. Watching Zhang Heng tame Chang Cheng, he, a heavenly demon,
was so ashamed that he wanted to find a crack in the ground. I've been craving the saintess of the Acacia Palace for a long time.
I've been licking it for over 10,000 years and I haven't even touched it with my hand. Subocular medicine. He looked at Nagaru's gesture. It was completely beyond cognizance. Still, is the godfather of love? And
Zhang Heng's next action made Gu Jie's mind racing, and he couldn't wait to take out his little notebook on the spot and carefully memorize it.
Not convinced? Zhang Heng slightly angled his head and looked indifferently at Chang Cheng. Nagaru, no. I'm willing to do anything as long as I can be forgiven.
Chang Cheng covered her face, her eyes tinged with trepidation,
and said in an almost pleading tone,
I was deceived by Junior Master.
No, Yi Bei Xian. In this regard, Zhang Heng was silent,
looking at Chang Cheng with a smile on his face. Because of your words,
I killed over 100,000 people from the Netherworld Holy Land, the entire third generation of disciples. I killed them all. You're sorry. Is this thing just going to blow over? As Zhang Heng's words fell, Gu Jie, who was beside him, was stunned and wanted to speak, and looked at Zhang Heng with eyes full of admiration. After saying that, he thought that the 100,000 people were killed by Nagaru. There is no higher art of language, is there? That's not what I meant. I'm ashamed. Nagaru trembled,
her kneeling knees almost unsteady, and the sadness in her eyes became even more intense.
Indeed,
under the misty Holy Land and the heart of Inquiry Pass, Zhang Heng had no choice but to go on a killing spree.
And under the 10,000 Sword City,
those crusading armies attacked the Heavenly Sword Sect, and Zhang Heng had no choice but to slaughter them.
Throughout, this honorable man was so forced, so innocent.
It all started with the phrase, Big Brother.
Did you do this? Zhang Heng was silent, staring faintly at Chang Cheng. 1 breath, 3 breaths, 5 breaths. The atmosphere of the kiosk became particularly eerie, as if a silent lamentation was mourning.
Nagaru's heart was at war with heaven and earth, and the emotions were too thick to melt away.
For ages,
Zhang Heng nodded and looked at the grieving Chang Cheng,
revealing a bright smile. Want this seat to forgive you? Chang Cheng was stunned. her sorrowful expression ecstatic. Her knees moved to Jiang Heng's side, excitedly saying, "Can I really? I want eldest brother to forgive me." When he said that, Nagaru instinctively shuddered. She had just called Jiang Hong eldest brother again. Jiang Hong raised his hand, and Chang Qing was scared to the bone. Only, this time, a light caress. This made Chang Qing flattered and full of emotion. Looking at Jiang Hong with a sour nose, "That's just it. As your senior brother, how could I really blame you?" Jiang Hong smiled bashfully, continuing, "But after you've done such a cruel thing to me and want me to forgive, wouldn't you have to do something to make me feel better? Of course, you can refuse, which means you'll just never expect me to forgive you in this lifetime." After saying that, Jiang Hong pinched Nagaru's cheeks with force, and the intense pain caused Nagaru to unconsciously open her mouth, revealing her pink tongue. Her eyes were slightly red and she looked at Jiang Hong accusingly. For a moment, he made up his mind. "I'll do whatever eldest brother tells me to do, as long as you're willing to forgive me." At this moment, Nagaru completely dropped her defenses. She only wants Jiang Heng's forgiveness. "Well, in that case, I'll use my devouring demon technique to kill someone later. You find Yi Beixian and bring him to me." Jiang Hong opened his mouth carelessly, speaking the 4 words devouring demon power in a flat manner. Blandly, Gu Jie's heart was in his throat. He stared at Jiang Hong with wide eyes and trepidation. People, totally confused. "You've got a lot of nerve. Didn't Nagaru hurt you? This, dare I say it?" Gu Jie opened his mouth slightly, his demeanor cold as he looked at Chang Cheng. The dark-colored light in his hand flickered, and he was about to shoot Chang Cheng right away. And Chang Cheng's words caused Gu Jie to be completely dumbfounded and fall into deep confusion. "It's all my fault. If it wasn't for me, eldest brother wouldn't have cultivated the devouring demon technique. You must have practiced the devil's skill because your situation was too difficult and you had no choice but to do so." "Okay, I'll listen to senior brother. I'll be willing to die if senior brother tells me to." Hearing that Jiang Hong practiced devouring devil power, Chang Qing's eyes were filled with self-blame and a line of clear tears flowed down. In his mind, it felt even more wrong. If it wasn't for her in the first place, Jiang Hong would still be the honorable senior brother, still the immaculate sacred son that 10,000 people admired, and the ethereal sanctuary would still be its happy place. Jiang Hong won't be reduced to a devil, holding the human emperor's streamer and being taunted by 10,000 people. Gu Jie? Looking at Chang Qing's self-strategy, Gu Jie was completely confused. Suffocating, he looked at Jiang Hong. In this way, he thinks that he is inferior to Hong Di, at least in the means of the sister of the raiders. 100,000 80,000 miles short. Where is the person who kneels, listens to the whole thing, and looks ecstatic when they don't get beat up? Isn't it right to not get hit? In just a few words, an elegant goddess has been made to be so lowly. It's unique, isn't it? Good dog. Jiang Hong splendidly stroked Nagaru's hair, looked at the other party's absolutely beautiful eyes, and carefully admonished, "What you just said should count. Oh, you're willing to die for me. You won't be lying to me, right?" Chang Chang was stunned, but in an instant, nodded her head very seriously. "It's not a lie. Chang Ching is really willing. As long as senior brother can forgive me, I'm willing. Go on." Jiang Hong nodded his head indifferently and pointed to the distance, where the ethereal Holy Land crowd was. "Good." Nagaru got up immediately, patted the dust on her knees, and trotted off into the distance. "She's been fooled into becoming a muggle by you." Seeing Chang Ching walking away, Gu Jie crooked his mouth and looked at Jiang Hong in general with paraplegia. "Snub? Who?" Jiang Hong was shocked and looked at Gu Jie in surprise. "When did I snub her? She said herself that she did it willingly. I'm barefaced. Don't you dare accuse me falsely." Jiang Hong looked solemnly at Gu Jie. After saying that, out of the corner of his eye, he looked at the large square, previously like a tidal sea of people, completely retreated, less than 1/10 of what it was just now. The main hall of the Cloudwater Immortal Palace opened. P.S. I wish my family a peaceful Dragon Boat Festival and family reunion. End of chapter. Chapter 102, Hybrid 2 Elemental Dust Extinction Formation. Wager. Now what the? I'm listening to you. The large crowd faded. Gu Jie had noticed it before, only that Chang Qing was still there and he didn't remind him. Seeing that Jiang Hong had noticed, he immediately opened his mouth. "I'll pass on a set of formations to you, and once all the people have gone in, you'll lock up the periphery of this Cloudwater Palace. All of them. When I come out, I will bring out the heavenly demon seed for you." Jiang Hong was silent, gazing at his brows in silence for a few seconds before raising his hand and nodding at Gu Jie's brow. This formation, which he had inadvertently obtained during his exploration in his previous life, was used to win several encounters with Yi Beixian. It's one of the most skillful formations. In this regard, Gu Jie was trusting and did not reject it. feeling the message of the formation. Gu Jie was stunned, staring at Jiang Hong with wide-eyed shock. The mixed two-embodied dust extinction formation. This killing formation, known as the Neverland, in the entire Tian Luo world. I'm afraid it's enough to rank in the top 5. And even many holy places in great religions' protective arrays are far inferior to this one. Jiang Hong passed this stuff directly to him? Not only, but also, full and easy versions are also included. Included among these, the simple version is suitable for the moment. Does it matter if you go in there alone? Looking at Jiang Heng's serious stance, Gu Jie faded away from his playfulness to be very serious. After so many years and meeting so many people, Jiang Hong was the only person he recognized, and he still wanted to fight side by side if he could. These next people are not good characters to deal with. No harm done. Wouldn't I be safer with you out there? Jiang Hong shook his head and gave Gu Jie a backward glance as he instantly got up and walked towards the entrance of the Cloud Water Palace. In response, Gu Jie pursed his lips, his raised arms slowly lowered, turned around and sat back in the kiosk, waiting for the crowd on the square to linger into the Cloud Water Palace. For ages, there were very few left in the square, and one of them caught Gu Jie's attention. Yi Beixian? This kid is really in no danger. No wonder Jiang Hong said you were hard to kill. Although he had never seen that strange face, Gu Jie still recognized it at once. Practicing the heavenly demon scripture. For these beyond the cause and effect of the information, there is an unspeakable control. Although Yi Beixian had quite a few means to hide information, the moment belonged to the straight face. Still recognizable. That's just it. Jiang Hong has his own plans. Gu Jie obliterated the runes in his hand, not intending to force his hand. Watching Yi Beixian's dog searching and entering the Cloud Water Palace, he sighed slightly. After making sure no one was around, Gu Jie followed the method Jiang Hong had passed on to him, and gradually opened the mixed two dimensions dust extinction formation. In a split second, at the top of the large Cloud Water Palace, a large yin and yang diagram emerged, in which countless black and white swimming fish is patrolling the north and south. And, as time goes by, the breathing of the formation seems to be getting more and more dense. Gu Jie sat in the eye of the formation and closed his eyes to refresh himself. Tian Luo Realm, Cloud Water Plain. The previously noisy Zhongyi was silent at this moment, and a towering temporary temple stood on this side of the world. Many powerful cultivators summoned their phantoms, seemingly showing off their skills, making some of the weaker cultivators terrified. Are you okay? Looking at the large hall in the sky dome, Mu Wanyun was incomparably worried. Jiang Hong was a danger, and would suffer a great loss if he fought with those people over the ferry, and it would be even harder to help her grab one back. At the same time, he was also worried. This time, Jiang Hong had made such a big move that it would be bad if he overplayed his hand. Now, many of the quasi-emperors of the Taoist system have come to wave their banners and show their support. By then, getting out is a big deal. Yuner, is that Jiang Hong really that good? Just as Mu Wanyun was thinking, a loving voice echoed in her ears. He turned his eyes to look at a middle-aged beautiful woman who was looking at her with a smile on her face. Mother! Mu Wanyun's small face reddened and slightly lowered her head, not daring to look at the beautiful woman. It's fine. That Jiang Hong is out of heavenly mischief. I can't afford to pocket the Yaoqi Holy Land. Don't forget that there are also gaps between holy places, and the fact that we landed in the central state and weren't driven away represents a lot. As if she could see what was on Mu Wanyun's mind, the beautiful woman walked to her side and gently patted her on the back. It made Mu Wanyun laugh bitterly in her heart. She wondered if her mother would still say that if she knew that Jiang Hong was planning to use the devouring demon technique and set aside the inside to go on a killing spree. The wind is rising. It may not be a bad thing if you don't go. The beautiful woman rubbed Mu Wanyun's hair painfully, and turned her eyes to the distance, where a standing statue of the law. There was the ethereal Holy Land Quasi-Emperor, Spirit Fox Lonely Jade, the Xian Tian Holy Land Quasi-Emperor, Fuji Zilong, and the Lust Buddha Holy Land Quasi-Emperor, Burning Ancient Buddha. Among them, there were also some Forbidden Zone Paragon Emperors who didn't care to show off and stood tall. Fellow Taoists, who do you think will take the top spot this time? Among the many Paragon Emperors, Spirit Fox Solitary was the first to speak. He was a middle-aged man, 7 or 8% similar to Linghu Misty, belonging to the Fluttering Duke type. Leipong is good, Gu Yuan is good, Long Yuan is good, and my Heavenly Sword Sect Trace has a chance as well. At the position of the Heavenly Sword Sect, a man drinking wine drunkenly looked towards Linghu Misty, and beside him, a rustic iron sword hung in the air. He talked about many people, the Forbidden Zone, the Great Sect Heir, but not Linghu Misty, Wine Sword Immortal. Seeing that it was him who opened his mouth, Linghu Kuojie sneered. Humph, Jian Wusheng is unruly, and most likely died miserably in it. Before going in, let my son Ethereal focus on it.
You heavenly sword sect is ready to collect the corpse with him. Words fall. A vertical and horizontal sword chi rises up to the sky and points straight to the sky. Wine sword fairy drunkenness seems to wake up. Mori looked at Linghu Lujia. Maybe your son Misty are slaughtered by Jiang Hung. Wine sword immortal's words fell. It drew many snickers. The Xian heavenly sacred ground in Quasi-Emperor Fuji Zilong raised the corners of his mouth. Jiang Hung is only in the 7th realm. If he were to face an ordinary heavenly pride, he would be able to cross the challenge. But if he were to face Linghu Misty, I'm afraid that he would die 10 deaths without a chance of survival. The golden-winged rock clan paragon laughed coldly. Humph. Your Excellency, the wine sword immortal, is getting more and more fond of jokes. With Jiang Hang's 7th realm cultivation, he'll probably go in there in fear and pick up some low-grade Taoist seeds. The death of the little rock king would not be taken lightly by their clan. Although it was Yi Beixian who killed him, their clan held a grudge, and Jiang Hung had counted his share. In the meantime, how about we make a bet on whether Jiang Hung comes out safely? Looking at these people mocking themselves, Wine Sword Immortal grunted coldly. I'll be the banker and take as many as come. This emperor's 10,000 year 9 leaves. Fellow Daoist Wine Sword Immortal catch it. In the distance, the White Tiger clan's quasi-emperor threw out a 9 leaf. Each leaf is a different color and sparkles in the sun. Then the young monk also places a bet. At the holy land of Buddha bathing, an old monk threw out a golden relic. Under the sunlight, it looks like a Buddha. This instantly shocked many of the surrounding paragon emperors. They followed the trend and placed bets, and many precious magic treasures, heavenly materials, and other items sped towards the Wine Sword Immortal. In this way, they are not worried that the Wine Sword Immortal will not recognize the account. P.S. I wish my family a peaceful dragon boat festival. End of chapter. Chapter 103, Reunion in Luoshui, abandoning the son of a barbarian. No money to have Sword Ancestor. Sword Ancestor ran away with so many disciples of the Heavenly Sword sect, so many of their clans. It can be said to be a collection of the world's great powers. A mere Heavenly Sword sect. They don't give a damn. This scene, it made Wine Sword Immortal's face turn blue as he looked at them with indignation. He didn't expect so many people to follow the trend. The White Tiger clan, Ethereal Holy Land, and Xian Tian Holy Land at the beginning. These people were the ones who had a grudge against Jiang Hung. He's targeting these people too. May, the Holy Land of Buddha bathing, the Infernal Thunder Pool, the Soul Loss Ridge, and the 100,000 Mountains. These great religions and forbidden areas also came to join in the fun? Good. My concubine will follow fellow Taoist Wine Sword Immortal and receive the karma of all of you together. Just as Wine Sword Immortal's face became indignant, a beautiful woman came to his side and bowed slightly to the crowd. Quasi-Emperor Qiuhan? Wine Sword Immortal was startled and looked at this quasi-emperor of Yao Qi in surprise. Then he looked at Mu Wan Yun, nodded gratefully. Yao Qi's downfall caused many great sects to be shaken, but it was limited to a shock. The items that were bet on flew one by one in front of the Wine Sword Immortal. The number, no less than 500. To put it bluntly, a great religion's 10,000 years of accumulation was probably just that much. If Jiang Hong lost, he could jerk the two quasi-emperors, Wine Sword Immortal and Mu Qiuhan, dry in one go. There's not a dime left, and they even have to take out a loan. In that case, buy it and leave it. Wine Sword Immortal raised his hand and waved out a large seal character, which then flew into the sky to communicate with the heavenly Tao. Not long after, a white seal character landed and came to the side of every paragon emperor who had placed a bet. At this, they nodded in satisfaction. Inside the Cloud Water Palace, to the eye is a jade-like white brickwork, walls, and coiled dragon pillars, all carved out of white feathers. Feeling the blood on the tip of his nose, Jiang Hong glanced slightly at the rear from the corner of his eye, stepping on the blood on the ground and continuously walking towards the interior. In front of us, there was a door. He knew that this was the door to a labyrinth, and that each door corresponded to a different path, but that it was crisscrossed with others. The purpose is to make the monks fight in blood. It's the end of the line. It's all about that fairy. Jiang Hong pursed his lips and randomly chose a door to walk through. Wait until Jiang Hong goes in. Soon after, two silhouettes slowly appeared. One person was dressed in black and the other in a light yellow dress. It was none other than Yi Beixian in Chongqing. Sister, thank you for trusting me. That really wasn't my doing. I didn't cultivate the demonic skill. It was Jiang Hong who devoured the little rock king and framed me. Yi Beixian looked at the elegant, dignified woman beside him and couldn't stop tears from the corners of his eyes. Touch, SB emotionally, he was really too moved. Coming in just now, he had trailed Nagaru all the way, intending to tell the other party about the grievances he carried. As soon as he opened his mouth, Nagaru forgave him and invited him to travel in company, which flattered him. Let's go and see what this devil is going to do. Chang Qing touched Yi Beixian's head,
and after pondering for a few seconds, as if she had made some kind of determination, she looked at the door that Jiang Hong had gone in through, and pulled Yi Beixian's hand, heading that way. Good. In this regard, Yi Beixian was also very interested. After practicing devouring devil technique for so long, he understood this technique too well. Once he used it once, it was truly addictive. That feeling of getting a boost without having to cultivate was really too wonderful. Remain enjoying oneself and forget to go home. While saying that, Yi Beixian walked ahead, somewhat impatient. One's social background. Nagaru's eyes were deep and silent, so quietly followed into that door Jiang Hong chose. At the same time, the inside of the door seemed like a dream bubble, very different from the scene outside. The bush is wild and the forest in green. The vault of the sky is full of countless birds circling, and the depths of silence seem to carry a stern. When he came here, Jiang Hong used his divine sense to investigate at the first opportunity. This place was huge, bigger than the Netherworld Holy Land, and many cultivators were fighting in the distance, as if they were fighting for something. He came to the scene of the crime first. What came into view was a field of blood, and the remains of broken arms, and thousands of heaven's pride were fighting with red faces and ears, constantly moving forward towards an altar made of stacked stone bricks. Above the altar, 5 Dao seeds were suspended, emitting mottled light. I am Ji Haoyang. This is my Ji family's Dao seed. Who dares to grab it? In the crowd, the man's stout figure erupted with a battle strength that surpassed that of a Homo sapiens. The Dao flowed in his hand as he slapped an 8th realm cultivator and sped towards the Dao seed. Beside her, Ji Luoxue was running her Dao and was doing her best to fend off the approaching heavenly pride. Humph. My Chen family is also a longevity family. If you Ji family can take this seed, so can my Chen family. In the crowd, the man in white erupted with a battle power not weaker than Ji Haoyang's and sped towards the top of the altar, wanting to seize the seed. In this regard, Ji Luoshue's complexion stared, summoning up the courage to fly to fend off the man, slapping out a golden palm print that sped toward the man's back heart. Bang! The man surnamed Chen smiled coldly at the corners of his mouth, casually slapping away his golden palms, and teasingly said to Ji Luoxue, Sister Luoxue, you, of the stature of a goddess, are here to deliver food with Mr. Chen? Immediately stopped his footsteps. His hand is constantly deep and long, as if it can break through the space. Instantly want to wrap Ji Luoshue's slender waist. Ji Haoyang's face did not change when he saw this, and he continued to run towards the Dao seed. Brother, you dash. Ji Luoxue was stunned and looked at Ji Haoyang incredulously. She didn't expect that her own brother would abandon her and choose to take the Dao seed. Nolens Volens, close your eyes. Just as the man surnamed Chen's hand was about to take hold of the surplus waist, a light and elegant voice echoed in the large battlefield. So lively. Bang! In the next second, the man surnamed Chen was like a cannonball, being kicked away. Ji Luoxue instantly lost weight and fell into the arms of a silver-haired man. Terrified, struggling, and ashamed, she raised her beautiful eyes to angrily stare at the visitor, but when she saw clearly, her entire face pouted. Brother Hang! Instantly, ecstatic, Ji Luoxue didn't expect to run into Jiang Hong here. It had been a long time since the last time they parted. After arranging Jiang Heng's mission, she returned to her clan, and now, by mistake, they are reunited. In Ji Luoshue's opinion, this is all predestined by heaven. Jiang Hong, the man surnamed Chen, got up from the ground, patted the dust on his body, and looked at Jiang Hong angrily. You a Holy Land outcast, Eastern Wasteland barbarian, dare to take a shot at this seat? As he said that, his pace moved forward step by step, his body's undertones erupted, and the pressure that was infinitely close to that of a saint covered Jiang Heng's surroundings in an instant. Surroundings. Seeing this scene, they stopped and slowly moved aside for fear of being affected. I know, this person was an ancient demon of the eternal life family, the Chen family, even the Ji family. Haoyang is not such a person. Brother Jiang Hong, I'm fine. You don't have to care about me. I'm a member of Ji's family. He wouldn't dare to do anything to me. Watching the man surnamed Chen pressing forward, Ji Luoxue was a bit flustered. P.S. I wish my family a peaceful dragon boat festival. End of chapter. Chapter 104. Sister, I'm going to call for you. Remember to testify for me, just as you did at the beginning. Glancing at Ji Luoxue, Jiang Hong pursed his lips. Is it very powerful? How does it compare to the ancient Buddha child? Ancient Buddha child? Chen Bai? That is naturally inferior. At those words, Ji Luoxue shuddered and immediately shook her head. The man with the surname of Chen was the man of the hour, although he was the leading man in the central state. But compared to a demon of the level of the ancient Buddha's son, it was still quite a bit short of the depths. Humph. Although Mr. Chen is not as good as ancient Buddha Z, he won't be under any pressure to deal with a minor cultivator like you. Chen Bai's face was blue, but he didn't dare to say something excessive. When all is said and done, ancient Buddha's son at this moment, still in the Cloud Water Palace, although it is a long time to see, but if the other side heard, to seek revenge, he may not be able to resist. Yeah.
This reply caused Jiang Hong to raise the corners of his mouth and smile gently.
Magic power surges. Whoosh! A black flag, fluttering in the wind behind Jiang Hong, was then inserted into the earth. There are millions of ghosts in the sky. Among them, a giant bird of a quasi-saint, a golden rock of the 8th realm, and a monk with fierce eyes, and a couple of white tigers. Static. There was dead silence in the room. As the crowd looked at the scene before them, they stopped the weapons in their hands, unconsciously sweating and creeping out. They saw it. The little Peng King saw the white tigers such as Bai Tu Tian, and also saw the ancient Buddha Z. Mud. This is a devil. It's him. It's all his doing. Those who reacted quickly were like hedgehogs in an instant, directly exploding. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ancient Buddha son. No wonder I did not see. Thought Ernhamp ran away. The result is dead. The White Tiger clan was finished by you? They won't spare you if you go out. Jian Hong. Run. Run. He's planning to kill us all this way. For a time, the many celestial pride that were originally at war quickly retreated in all directions. At this moment, they understood. Jiang Hong was the one behind it all and intended to wipe them all out. As for what Jiang Heng's purpose was, they didn't care. Subocular, medicine. Just want to run. However, the roaming stern ghosts, ancient Buddha Z, White Slaughter Sky, White Feather Paragon and other powerful stern ghosts, instantly blocked the way of the more than 1,000 people present. It's not a matter of words. It's a matter of direct slaughter. Scarlet blood, instantly staining the green and fragrant grass. You're a devil. Chen Bai's entire body trembled as he looked at Jiang Hong in fear. People are stupid. This present karma also came too fast. Beep not yet finished loading. Jiang Hong directly came to the wave of big. It hit him in the head. Wrong brother Jiang. Chen Bai's face turned pale. Looking at Jiang Heng's eyes that treated life like grass, he immediately squeezed out a fawning smile. And the sharp pain in his chest, so that he did not have time to say the next sentence, looked down. A pair of white jade-like hands, holding a constantly leaping heart. His heart, ripped out by Jiang Hong. Bang! Crushing the heart to burst, Jiang Hong indifferently walked towards the altar. Am I cruel? No. You're the best person in the whole world. And if the world is against you, it must be their problem. Ji Luoshui wrapped her arms around Jiang Heng's neck and gently bit on it, the red rouge remaining on her neck. Her eyes were very determined. This, already, was her obsession. Jiang Hong is the best person in the whole world. If anyone has a problem with Jiang Hong, it must be their problem. Jiang Hong is not going to be a problem. Good boy. Jiang Hong gently stroked Ji Luoshui's head and turned his eyes to look at the altar. The Ji Haoyang who was holding a few Dao seeds with a shocked face. Lightly, he said, "Can I kill your brother, Ji Haoyang?" Jiang Hong, you're the devil, aren't you? You're with my sister. I'm your great uncle, and you're going to kill me? Ji Haoyang went numb. It's so numb. This Jiang Hong has gone red-eyed, hasn't he? Even him? Kill it. Ji Luoshui looked deeply at Ji Haoyang. Her eyes tinged with disgust as she remembered the other party's previous abandonment. She didn't even dare to imagine that if Chen Bai had gotten his way at that moment, if word got out that her reputation as a goddess would become a disgrace in the Tian Luo realm. Bitchy, Ji Haoyang gritted his teeth and looked at the sister spitefully. Hissed, you. Before he finished speaking, Jiang Heng's index finger cut out a silver-white crescent moon. It was fast and reached his neck in no time. In response, Ji Haoyang angrily raised his hand, and the azure-colored water technique formed a barrier. Instantly, he turned and ran. The next second it was cut off. The silver crescent sliced through the blue barrier, splitting it directly in two. At the same time, the stern ghosts waiting for a long time not far away, while Ji Haoyang completely divided into food, the soul was dragged into the human emperor streamer. The rest of the stern ghosts carefully carried the Dao seed and delivered it to Jiang Hong. Meanwhile, a shrub in the rear. Gulp. Looking at the sky full of severe ghosts, as Jiang Hong continued to kill and use devouring devil technique to quench his body, Yi Beishuan's heart hated it to the bone. All of this, it should all be his. The human emperor streamer was his, and the one who devoured these people should also be him. It all becomes Jiang Hong. It's all Jiang Heng's. In this way, the gap is getting wider and wider. No, the gap between me and him has long been irreparable. Looking at this scene, Yi Beishuan calmed down. He knew that the battle power of the moment in Jiang Hong had long been the water of the ditch compared to the ice ocean. Combined. Yes, hop along. Seemingly thinking of something, Yi Beishuan's face was agitated as he murmured to Chang Cheng beside him, "Elder sister, wait for me here. I'll go and call for someone to come. We're no match for Jiang Heng. We need to unite everyone to deal with him." After saying that, Yi Beixian stood up and utilized the transportation technique to quickly go from the side, and sped towards the end of the labyrinth. In this way, he planned to go to the end, looking for those who were not weaker than the ancient Buddha's son, as well as those forbidden area heirs who had lofty horns, to join forces to deal with Jiang Heng. Before leaving, he murmured in Chang Cheng's ear, "Senior sister, later on, you only need to testify with me that everything was done by Jiang Heng, just the same as it was in the beginning." After saying that, the person disappeared. In response, Chang Cheng did not say a word, her eyes staring dead on Ji Luoshui in Jiang Heng's arms. "Ugh, it's all my fault. I should have been the one who was happy." Nagaru grumbled and spoke. At the end of the labyrinth, the inner hall of cloud water, shrouded in mist, unable to see out of sight, within the passageways of the various parties, one by one, the celestial pride arrived here. The body, more or less, is stained with blood. There are still so many people. It seems that these hundreds of thousands of years of precipitation are not all waste. The first section of the crowd, a feminine youth arrogantly looked around. This secret Amam's crowd, this person, was none other than Lei Peng, exclusion zone Thunderbirds of the infernal Thunderpool. Not far from its side, a group of people wearing golden robes also made it hard to ignore. "I, Gu Yuan, will take the flawless seed." At the head of the group was a man, elegantly dressed, looking out of place with the surroundings. This person was Gu Yuan, the first son of the ancient imperial clan. The ancient royal family is also the source of the great power's immunity to mana. P.S. I wish you all good health and happiness every day. End of chapter. Chapter 105, Caught in the Crossfire. With this divine ability, the ancient imperial clan was the leader of the Forbidden Zone, dominating the Tianluo realm for countless years. Since they've all opened their mouths, no one is going to snatch the true dragon seed from this seat, right? I have waited for this moment for 150,000 years. Ancient Yuan's words fell. The crowd out of a burly man slowly walked out. The whole body is hidden green scale armor. The dragon walks with a cold and proud demeanor. His appearance caused many demons with majestic breaths to unconsciously take a step backwards. Forbidden Zone, 10,000 dragon nests, dragon abyss, thunder rock, dimming wave, phoenix bell, ancient Yuan. All of these forbidden area heirs are indeed here. Had to pick up what they had left. Although the water within the field of ancient demons was very deep, there was also a strong absolute like the ancient Buddha sun. Only, compared to these penalty box passers, there is still a lack of substance. After all, since ancient times, it has been rumored that there are immortals in the Forbidden Zone. Although they may be broken immortals or pseudo-immortals, once you reach that level, it is equivalent to transcendence. According to rumors, the immunity to mana is an immortal technique. Otherwise the strength would not be so perverse. And, just as everyone was scornful, and the group of heirs of the Forbidden Zone were climbing over each other, at the end of the crowd, a young man dressed in black with a cloak came to the very front. Stand with these sanctuary passers. This scene caused the arrogant Lei Peng to instantly burn with rage. The living beings in the Forbidden Zone are all connected to each other, and it is impossible for there to be strangers. In the path of cultivation, there is also honor and dignity. Not everyone is qualified to stand with them. Unbridled thunder roared in all directions, and a flash of moroseness appeared on Lei Peng's pale face. In the meantime, the ancient imperial clan's Gu Yuan spoke indifferently. Scepter kill. As an ancient imperial clan, with this kind of rebellion, the first thing to do was to execute it. This clan of theirs was renowned in the heavenly law realm, and its main thing was that they had appeared many times and had destroyed many holy places and great sects. The youth did not change his face and looked around directly, taking off his hood, revealing his boyish face. "Are you?" Seeing him, a burly man in the crowd was startled and instantly became angry. "Killing my clan's younger brother and still dare to flaunt your honor." It's an heir to the Golden Winged Rock clan. This clan held a grudge and had never given up tracking Yi Beixian. "How dare you come here, cultivating the devouring demon technique? How dare you still be so wild? Pluck the skin off this boy, crack all the bones, and dig out his loins and dry them in the sun." In the audience, there could be more than just the human race. Many demon race and wood race celestial pride were looking at Yi Beixian with indignation. The devouring devil technique, to their category, was a calamity that destroyed the heavens and the earth. When all is said and done, their origin, compared to humans, has more characteristics. 170,000 years ago, the devouring emperor madly hunted their races and was almost killed and exterminated. The sound waves of the surrounding crusade made the corners of Yi Beishuan's eyes keep twitching. after giving them a scornful look, summoning up the courage to look at the forbidden area transmitter. Gentlemen, I didn't cultivate the devouring devil technique. I was wrongly accused. All of it, Jiang Hong did. The ancient Buddha son, the White Tiger clan, and other celestial pride have already been poisoned by him. Yi Beishuan's words were sincere. Fearing that the people around him wouldn't believe him, he immediately swore to the heavens, if it was me who did it, why would I need to make the trip? Isn't it good to wait peacefully for the relics to end? After saying that, Yi Beixian sincerely looked towards Lei Peng, Gu Yuan, Long Yuan and the others. He knew that, with so many people present, he still had to look at the meaning of a few people. That's a lot of talk. It made Lei Peng, Gu Yuan and the others, who originally had unhappy expressions, stare. Words. Indeed, that's how it works. Both Yi Beixian really cultivate magic power. There is no need to come and commit danger. Then you've come here to ask us to crusade against Jiang Hong? Lei Peng raised his head and looked at Yi Beixian in an arrogant manner. If you're using us as a gun, you have to show evidence, right? His words caused Gu Yuan, Long Yuan, Dim Bo, and the other forbidden area heirs to nod their heads. The devouring demon technique, even for them, was a bit scary. Yes, you can come with me. At this time Jiang Hong should still be devouring those celestial pride. Just this side of the passage. Yi Beixian replied resoundingly, raising his hand and pointing at the road he came from. According to his projection, those thousands of people would need at least 3 to 5 hours if all of them sucked in. At this point these people go together and are bound to bump into each other. These words caused the entire room to be dumbfounded, and they all looked at the passageway in shock. Rao Lei Peng, Gu Yuan several people, also have stared at each other. Go and see. I was going to wait for his audience, but now it looks like I'll have to meet him in person. Ancient Yuan, who was dressed in a golden robe, opened his mouth condescendingly. It had long been no great secret that Jiang Hong possessed immunity to mana, but anyone who had paid attention would know about it. He's curious, where Jiang Heng's mana immunity came from. This golden gung fruit of the Tian Luo realm was pocketed by their ancient imperial clan once it appeared, hundreds of thousands of years ago. Some disobedient Taoist lineages that wanted to rob the golden gung-ho fruit were destroyed by them in this way. There are 1 or 2 from time to time, but it's impossible to collect that many. Since Brother Gu Yuan wants to go, then this seat will also go and take a look. Long Yuan, who was covered in green scales, immediately nodded his head and took the lead to walk towards the passageway. Subsequently, Phoenix Bell, Dimming Wave, Heavenly Demon, and the others, followed the pace and sped towards the passage. Yi Beixian pointed out. Thunder Rock. On the other hand, choke Yi Beishuan's neck. Don't move. My Thunderbird breaks all laws with thunder. No one can withstand it. Dragging Yi Beixian, he followed the pace of several people and sped along. The rest of the celestial pride followed closely behind. Under Yi Beishuan's mobilization, 80% of Cloud Water Palace's heavenly pride went to crush Jiang Heng. Passage. Clumped wild. Deep blue altar. 2 pots of bonfire burning. Jiang Hong sat on top of the altar, looking at the surrounding devastation, his eyes staring deeply into the depths. Do you need me to serve you? I see you're a little on fire. Ji Luoshui saw Jiang Heng's unpleasant attitude, seemingly having something on her mind. Her blushing face, looking up at the eyes that looked like stars. Previously, when Jiang Hong was angry, he liked to be that way. Aha! Jiang Hong raised the corners of his mouth and looked at the deep end of the road, his eyes skimming over a touch of coldness. A moment. At the end of the place, a dense crowd of people, no less than 80,000 people, came speeding this way. It was none other than the men led by Gu Yuan and Long Yuan. This batch could be said to have gathered all the heavenly pride of the Tian Luo realm. And, at that moment, everyone stopped and looked at the altar, where the girl in the pink dress was kneeling down to serve the silver-haired man. They are, somewhat, taught. They all looked at Yi Beixian as if they were looking at ghosts. They don't get it. What does this Yi Beixian mean? Anyone like the Minotaur himself? It's not enough for you to be alone, but you like to call others to come and watch your fiancé serving other men together? Isn't this strange fetish too strange? P.S. I wish you all good health and happiness every day. End of chapter. Chapter 106. Eldest sister. Tell him Jiang Hong is a bad guy. Is this what you said Jiang Hong was devouring with his demonic power? Lei Peng stared wide-eyed and shocked at Jiang Heng's elegant gesture above the altar. The hand that was choking Yi Beishuan's neck unconsciously increased by a few points. Lei Xiao. He's playing you Not far away from his side, a small fat man wearing a robe from the 5 elements sect looked at Lei Peng with a shocked expression, then looked at Yi Beixian in a daze. At the same time, Ancient Yuan, Long Yuan, and the other forbidden area heirs had their gazes fall towards Yi Beixian, eyes with shock. Everyone knows that he and Ji Luoshui are engaged to be married. Right now. this scene happened. Zip, zip, zip. In Lei Peng's hands, the raging berserk thunder kept wandering around Yi Beishuan's body. It made his already shocked mood feel even more humiliated. He gets it. For a moment everything was clear. Bring false charges against. Framing from start to finish. In the beginning, even if he didn't go in advance outside of Tianyao City, Ji Luoxue would most likely find a reason to stumble and leave him alone to take the blame. These two, Zhang Hong and Ji Luoxue, had colluded together long ago. Not caring about the punishment given to him by Lei Peng, Yi Beixian raised his eyes and stared dead on at the female young lady wearing a long pink dress in front of Zhang Hong. Luoxue, tell me it's not true. Tell me it's not true. You must have been coerced by Zhang Hong, right? His whole body trembled, and a nameless, uncontrollable rage traveled upward from his dantian, as if it was about to spurt out of his throat at any moment. Hate. Too much hate. Zhang Hong hit him from all sides, seizing the human emperor's streamer, doing that to his childhood friend in front of him, and then later, in front of him, just shooting, and then, practicing the devouring devil technique. He framed him for everything. Subocular, medicine. Not even his fiancée. I am voluntary. Ji Luoxue wiped the stain at the corner of her mouth, stood up and turned her head to look at Yi Beixian. The water of the ditch, the delusion of the ice ocean? You are far inferior to Big Brother Jiang. All sides. All sides. These were words she had suppressed for a long time, and at the first sight of Yi Beixian, she loathed. Zhang Heng's temperament, appearance, and mannerisms that emanated from his bones were not something Yi Beixian could imitate. The picture of a snake is not enough, and always pretends to be a light and clear posture. It made Ji Luoxue gag. Bitch, you're a cheap too. Yi Beishuan's neck veins rippled, his red face abusing Ji Luoxue. He couldn't stand Nangong Nihuan that one time, and now this, how could he stand it? Put. Yi Beixian immediately sprayed out a mouthful of blood, looking at Zhang Heng's amused face, hissing, Zhang Hong, besides being able to play tricks and mind games, what else do you know? If you have the ability, fight me squarely. On the altar, two bonfires danced slowly, and Zhang Hong sat on a stone chair, watching Yi Beishuan's wretched posture. The corner of his mouth lifted into a smile. Beixian, is this pomp and circumstance not as you wish? Isn't heart, means, and city, what you're good at? Wasn't all of it laid out by you? Zhang Hong smiled teasingly and continued. If you don't like me, feel free to challenge me. Why bother falsely accusing me of practicing the devouring demon technique? Saying that, Zhang Hong really laughed. This man is a bit of fun. At the very beginning, he was laying out and utilizing devouring demon power to count on him. And now that he is bad, he is saying that others will only have heart, tactics, and city skills, which is not at all bright and honorable. Why are you saying all the good and bad things? When Zhang Heng's words fell, the expressions of many of the surrounding heavenly pride were not right. When they asked the heart pass was first spread around the world, most people knew that Zhang Hong was innocent. Right now, Zhang Heng's words were even more certain of this. Kid, you really dare to fool me? I am Lei Peng, the first young master of the Infernal Thunder Pool, the future controller of the Infernal Thunder Pool. Lei Peng was incomparably furious, changing his usual feminine nature, and the rampant wild thunderstorms raged on his body. The hand that was pinching Yi Beixian tightened even more. Beside him, Gu Yuan, Long Yuan, and the heavenly demon were also cold and displeased. Sparing the previously smiling Phoenix Belle, her expression iced over at this moment. It was the first time that several of them, who represented the younger generation of the Tian Luo realm, had been fooled like this. No, you guys listen to me. Yi Beixian was indignant. At that moment, it's a real, or it's a, sulking for a few seconds, as if thinking of something, Yi Beixian growled. Wait a moment, I have a witness. I have witnesses. He hurriedly pointed to the bushes in the distance and spoke to the Forbidden Zone transmitter beside him. My senior sister is there. He saw Zhang Hong devouring these people with his own eyes, and also used the human emperor streamer to detain everyone's souls. This time, Yi Beixian felt that Chang Cheng would definitely tell the truth. Initially, the heart of the questioning off, Chang Cheng was slapped by Zhang Hong, and since then a series of false accusations. The grudge between the two people simply cannot be adjusted. It's been life and death for a long time. Right now, in his opinion, it was Nagaru's best chance to get rid of Zhang Hong. It was bound to be impossible to miss. Although Zhang Hong was very strong, it was impossible for him to be a match for the heirs of the Forbidden Zone, who practiced the Daoan law that surpassed the Holy Land by a level. And every human race has a remarkable origin. Lei Peng, the immortal bird Thunderbird. Long Yuan, the true dragon bloodline. Phoenix Belle, the true Phoenix bloodline. The sound of the words made the surrounding anger subside quite a bit, and they all cast their gazes into the distance. To the bushes Yi Beixian pointed out.
A woman in a bright yellow dress was walking towards the altar step by step with a dignified, elegant stride. Seeing the visitor, Yi Beixian was delighted. He was afraid that Nagaru wouldn't come out. Eldest sister, tell the truth. Tell it how it should be. Tell them what Jiang Hong really did. Have heard what was said. Lei Peng, Long Yuan, Gu Yuan, and the others, all turned their gazes to Changcheng, waiting for the woman's answer. Junior. Changcheng looked at Yi Beixian with an expressionless face, then looked at the altar. Jiang Heng's silver hair. It finally settled on Jiang Heng's arms. Ji Luoshui's body. The heart was grieved. Eldest brother. Having heard what was said, Jiang Hong didn't say anything. He didn't even look back at her. His gaze was teasingly directed at Yi Beixian from start to finish. A moment. Changcheng took a deep breath, her expression carrying relief as she looked at the many forbidden area heirs beside Yi Beixian. Pursing her lips. I didn't see anything. I haven't been here long. I don't know anything. As the words fell, there was an uproar all around, and with shock in their eyes, the crowd turned their heads to Yi Beixian. Even Gu Yuan and the others were stunned. Changcheng's words had indeed surprised them. Yi Beixian's gesture just now did not seem to be a fake. Nagaru must know something. May. The answer is no. Gu Yuan, Lei Peng, Long Yuan, Dimbo and the others, all of them turned their heads and looked at Yi Beixian with displeasure. P.S. Have a great day and remember to check in every day. Family. End of chapter. Chapter 107 Locked Area Deathmatch. Yi Beixian. You have to die today. And this time, Yi Beixian didn't say a word. And the picture was very different from his previous anger to the extreme. The silence is horrible. He looked at Nagaru in confusion, his eyes tinged with disbelief. Not understanding. Yi Beixian truly did not understand. Why did Changcheng see Jiang Heng's devouring demon technique with her own eyes and still say so? Perjury here. In the beginning, did not see with their own eyes, all bite the dead. When the present with their own eyes, even said that they do not know anything? Didn't we see it together? Nagaru, do you realize what you're saying? Jiang Hong cultivating the devouring demon technique is already incompatible with heaven's justice. And you're going to help him perjure himself. You should not be confused. Yi Beixian's voice was hoarse, and as soon as he broke free from Lei Peng's restraints, he raised his hand with his whole body trembling and pointed at Changcheng. Unacceptable. This scene is really unacceptable to him. Nagaru, too, seems to have defected, became Jiang Heng's man. Junior brother, I don't understand what you're talking about. Yi Beixian's questioning caused Changcheng to shake his head. Instead of framing others here, you should make yourself better. As she said that, she looked at the many heavens pride with a look of confusion and amazement. Perhaps it was because of her posture and temperament. Nagaru's words were always so persuasive. Immediately, countless celestial pride looked at Yi Beixian one after another, and were certain of Changcheng's words. You brat! How dare you slander your eldest senior brother? Slaughter him! We can't let this brat leave today, or else we'll be on our toes in the future. You swore that Jiang Hong was devouring, swore that senior sister was a witness, and messed around with all lies. Be careful. This kid was still able to escape under the siege. He has some recluse skills. In an instant, the surroundings exploded, trusting Nagaru's words very much, as in a previous life. In her previous life, Changcheng had been abetted by Yi Beixian, and had continued to spread words like Jiang Hong is a devil. This has led to the whole world questioning Jiang Hong. Present, 2-level reversal. This boomerang, plunged into Yi Beixian himself. Gentlemen, Luo Shui and I have known each other since we were young and have long been privy to each other. Yi Beixian seduced his sister-in-law, slandered his elder brother, practiced devilry, and mutilated his fellow disciples. This kid's favorite thing to do is put on an innocent front and then do the dirty deed. The ancient Buddha's son was deceived by his naive appearance and sneak attacked to death. Just as the crowd was on a verbal crusade, Jiang Hong slowly stood up from the altar, his eyes coldly looking at Yi Beixian. While saying that, Jiang Hong utilized shrinking ground to step in front of the crowd. A shocking truth. The people who had a bland attitude around them looked at Yi Beixian with a shudder. The ancient Buddha Z was really poisoned by you? The ancient Buddha's son's body has long been adamantine. This kid really has the means. Since young Lord Jiang is so righteous, it's time for us to get moving. Kill the boy. Jiang Heng's words were like a shot in the arm, causing those around him who originally didn't intend to make a move to gather around. The words were blunt. The ancient Buddha's son was all made to die, and that nearly invincible and perverted defense couldn't even be blocked. They were sneak attacked by Yi Beixian, and they were dead. Jiang Hong looking at the flawless man in front of him, Yi Beixian fought to hiss, then looked around. You guys, May. The crowd didn't even give him a chance to answer, as they cast many Dao laws and began to surround Yi Beixian. Colorful Dao magic, various forms of Dao weapons,
and some bottomless talismans. When it comes to one's own safety and security, no one is left alone.
A large force of tens of thousands of people erupted at this moment with appalling combat power.
In response, Jiang Hong was silent, his gaze looking towards Lei Peng and the others. At this moment, this group of Forbidden Zonaires did not participate in the roundup. Gu Yuan, what do you think? Lei Peng looked at Gu Yuan beside him. This Yi Beixian kid, I don't think he's that bold, but no matter what, the devil's work will eventually be eliminated. In this version, Yi Beixian was able to break free from his bonds, and it was also because he had specially released the water. He believed Nagaru's words, Yi Beixian's words. He also believed them. He still believed Zhang Heng's words, but it doesn't matter. As long as Zhang Hong is suspected, that's enough. That's natural. The great divine power in my clan is also not allowed to stray. Gu Yuan nodded, recognizing what Lei Peng had said. He came here for a different purpose than the other Forbidden Area heirs.
The ancient imperial clan's natural aptitude and mana immunity were not allowed to be strayed.
If not, what else can their clan do to intimidate the herd? Cause and effect, long established. Several of you, are you interrogating Mr. Jiang? Looking at the posture of Lei Peng, Gu Yuan and the others, Zhang Hong nodded slightly, revealing a brash smile. It is a great honor for you to be interrogated by us. Long Yuan indifferently opened his mouth. He was different from the two in front of him. He didn't look down on anyone.
Zhang Hong was nothing more than a mole in his eyes.
Killing, and not killing, it makes no difference to him. Since he's a suspect, he's dead. I'm here now. If you don't kill someone, you've come for nothing. Yes, dang it. Looking at the 8 Forbidden Area transmitters in front of him, the corners of Zhang Heng's mouth rose, revealing a bright smile. Come together?
Wanting the heavenly Tao seed.
What was in front of him was unavoidable. From the beginning, his aim was to liquidate everyone. Far away, Yi Beixian, who was trying his best to resist the pursuit, saw this scene and revealed a cocky smile. Zhang Hong, you die. You karma. When you're dead, I'll come and collect your body for you. Heavenly demon disintegration. At that moment,
he did not intend to fight with Zhang Hong.
In this area to the death.
These tens of thousands of people he really cannot fight. But, as long as the Forbidden Zone passed on and resolved Zhang Hong, his future would remain open. Immediately performed the heavenly demon disintegration.
The black demonic chi, quickly dispersed in the body, the whole person as if dismembered, will completely disappear from this side of heaven and earth. And, at that very moment, several chains in the sky, completely locked it in place. The heavenly demon disintegration of Yi Beixian was directly extinguished. This can't be. Seeing this scene, Yi Beixian's entire body was stunned. Creation Songxing Lock. Zhang Hong, you've blocked off this area? He's stupid. This creation Cthulhu Lock, which appeared to be a chain, was actually a formation that blocked space. Block all the creation. If outside, he had a way to break this formation. But this was the Cloud Water Immortal Palace, which itself had the Qianquan seal, making it impossible for him to break this formation. Right. Zhang Hong ignored the Forbidden Area air in front of him, slightly raising his head to reveal his white teeth as he lightly smiled at Yi Beixian, who was not far away. Right. This is all for you from my brother. Do you like it? Beixian Na, I've been entangled with you for 10,000 years. It's time to clear up the karma today. P.S. Have a great day and remember to check in every day. Family. End of chapter. Chapter 108, blame it on your stupidity. Letting Ji Luoshui expose Yi Beixian.
Not stopping Yi Beixian from coming to the Cloudwater Immortal Palace, and using Chang Qing to get Yi Beixian to organize people to come over. All this and more. It was all carefully laid out by him long ago.
In other locations, Yi Beixian would definitely have a secret treasure like the boundary-breaking flag that can break through all barriers to escape. But here, the secret treasure could not take effect. And this was what Zhang Hong had chosen for Yi Beixian, the best grave. As for the rest of these people in front of us, they're just sustenance. It'll be the fuel for him to face in Hongi in the misty sacred land. 10,000 years. What do you mean?
Yi Beixian no longer hid his clumsiness and erupted with monstrous battle power, directly shaking away the magic treasures that surrounded his body. Zhang Heng's reply made his heart pump hard.
I have a feeling that something absolutely extraordinary is going to happen. At the same time, Yi Beixian's sea of divine consciousness, chaotic, yet starry, a black mist is very conspicuous. His eyes were scarlet as he looked at Zhang Hong through his body. Could it be? No, there's no way I can lose. This Yi Beixian is not a person of this heaven and earth. He should jump out of the 3 realms and not be in the 5 elements. He's the pawn off the board, the biggest variable. And I'm plotting right. No. The black mist seemed like an angry porcupine, directly exploding, hoarse hissing, echoing a large sea of consciousness.
Jiang Heng's words made him guess many things, and he thought that Jiang Hong was aware of his existence. At the same time, fine thoughts. Jiang Heng's character could not be so adventurous, and it was impossible to speak such heavy news without absolute control. In other words, Jiang Hong, eat them up. Eastern Wasteland, ethereal sanctuary, holy mountain. Bathing in the evening sun was a habit, and even when Jiang Hong was gone, Anhongi still did the same thing. Sitting on the lapis lazuli, his ruby eyes look indifferently toward the west. There, that's the direction of the Middle Kingdom. Red, your qualifications are the highest I've ever seen. This enlightenment in the land of extreme fury has allowed your cultivation to improve, qualitatively. Anhongi's long skirt swayed, and at her side, old man Linghu's eyes contained a smile. In her opinion, with Anhongi's cultivation speed, it wouldn't be long before she might be able to reach that realm. Anhongi is silent. All around, the scarlet fury aura, which seemed to materialize at this moment, caused even old ancestor Linghu to take a few steps backward. One has to wonder at the strength of the talent. Even a cultivator who has been in the way of harmony for 100,000 years may not have this kind of heritage. Old ancestor, don't make small moves behind my back. Anhongi looked at the setting sun without turning his head back. My patience has completely worn off. She was aware of the ones arranged by old man Linghu, but not too much interference. She knew that Jiang Hong would surely come, in his full strength, to settle this karma. She's waiting to be born, or to die. Got it. Old ancestor Linghu's face stared, glancing deeply at Anhongi's back without saying anything more. The red-clothed woman in front of him was a bit impenetrable to him even now. Continuing, he said, but, old age has old age's pursuits, and I need you to step into that realm, so that my ethereal sacred ground can be promoted to the ranks of the forbidden region. I, for one, will not allow an accident. You owe me this. You, Anhongi stared back, eyes like rubies, staring dead on at old ancestor Linghu. Good. In that case, I'll clear my grudge with you. Old ancestor Linghu lowered his face and nodded. That should be the case. Zhangzhou, Cloudwater Palace. Passage. As the battle raged on, Yi Beixian was in a sorry state under tens of thousands of hunt-by-hunts. The heavenly demon disintegrates and is sealed. The other recluse techniques were nowhere to be utilized, and the moment seemed to be a dead end. When you're dead, you'll know naturally. Jiang Hong had a smile on his lips as he watched Yi Beixian being hunted down. His heart was unbridled. Presently, it's already entered. This net that he has carefully woven, wanting to get out of it, has long been impossible. It's just exhaustion. The creation Cthulhu lock. Interesting. Opposite Jiang Hong, Lei Peng, who had an unruly face, stepped forward to Jiang Hong. It seems that we are also in your hunting plan? Saying that, Lei Peng smiled. The bright smile on the feminine face was a contrast. First, the heavenly law realm had existed for countless years, and aside from the devouring emperor 170,000 years ago, it was the first time that someone had put their hands on their forbidden area. Don't worry, the night is still long, isn't it? Jiang Hong licked the corners of his mouth and glanced lazily at Lei Peng, then turned his eyes to the distance. Yi Beixian's wretched figure. At this point, the other side of the body of the demonic aura. There have been a few mistakes. Caught by him directly sucked to death. It's black, and it's so bizarre. Devouring devil technique? Gu Yuan trembled and looked towards the devouring demon technique with scorn. 170,000 years ago, one of the 9 marks of the harmonizers of their clan was used by the devouring emperor to break the immunity to mana with this evil technique. The final grisaille is in the capital city of the dynasty. When he saw it in the moment, he was also a little creeped out. This brat has indeed practiced devouring devil technique. Lei Peng was stunned and looked at Yi Beixian with indignation. Same idea as before. He believed in Jiang Heng's words, and he believed in Chang Qing's words. Right now, it really wasn't unexpected, but it was certainly shocking. The remaining few forbidden area heirs had their eyes staring unkindly at Yi Beixian, the mysterious runes surging within their bodies, seeming like a fierce tiger that was on top of the mountains, looking down on its prey below, ready to pounce out at any time. And the one with the most shocked expression was the woman beside the altar. Wearing a light yellow dress, she has a stunningly beautiful face, and what's rare is that she carries an elegant temperament that makes people relaxed and happy. Unagaru looked at this with confused eyes. She, heartache to the bone. It was wrong. It was wrong from the beginning. It was her. It was all her. When she was under the netherworld peak, the dozen or so disciples were killed by Yi Beixian, and she was counted by Yi Beixian. The fact that he was bent on having his own way and did not know what was right and wrong made Jiang Hong a scapegoat. Truth revealed. In vain I trusted you so much. You're such a little. Nagaru's dignity and elegance were completely lost at this moment, possessing a bitter hatred.
If she could, she would drink in all of Yi Beishuan's blood, all that life, all those good days, and she ruined it. Elder sister. Chang Qing's hoarse cry of grief caused Yi Beishuan's face to become bitter, and immediately wanted to open his mouth to explain. But when he remembered that Chang Qing chose to side with Jiang Heng, the hatred in his heart was monstrous. I did it. I devoured those people and framed Jiang Heng. Don't blame me. Blame me for your stupidity. It's you who are not strong-minded enough to be counted by me. P.S. I wish my family a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 109, Collision with the Forbidden Zone Transmitter. If you guys really trusted Jiang Heng, how could he have been set up by me? You are to blame for all of this. Yi Beixian exploded all of his reserves, constantly using the devouring demon technique to devour each and every powerful heavenly pride. The originally shriveled state was actually looking out of the corner of his eye at this moment. He wasn't going to pretend anymore. After pretending to be a grandchild for so long, he couldn't pretend anymore. Showdown anyway. In today's deadly fight, either he dies or Jiang Heng dies. Chang Qing's face turned pale, choking on Yi Beixian's words, unable to speak, turning her eyes to look at Jiang Heng in fear, trying to open my mouth to explain something, but it seemed so pale. If there was no evidence before, then now the truth was right in front of him, and through Yi Beishuan's mouth, all that had happened at that time, came out. Eldest senior brother is sorry. It's all Chang Qing's fault. Chang Qing looked at Jiang Heng in shame, remorse written all over her face. No harm done. Jiang Heng just put a hand on it and raised the corner of his mouth with a faint smile. Just don't forget the agreement with me, senior sister. He was so tired of watching this vocal drama, probably due to the heavenly Tao demon heart. At this time his heart was less compassionate and more cold. Instead of forgiving, how about a family reunion? Meeting in another person's royal streamer. Wouldn't that make it even more beautiful? Gentlemen, don't you want to get rid of the devil? Jiang Heng turned his eyes to Lei Pang, Gu Yuan and the others, pointing at Yi Beixian who was in a sorry state in the distance. He cultivates devouring devil technique. At this rate, it's hard to say whether he'll win or lose. Presently, he didn't bluff. According to the characteristics of the devouring devil technique, if Yi Beixian was allowed to keep eating it, he didn't know if he would come to have a perverted physique. For example, the chaotic body, the immaculate sacred body, the sacred body of 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 the Taoist fetus. All of these were possible. Jiang Heng's words caused the 8 forbidden area transmitters to look at each other, each seeing the scorn in the depths of their eyes afterward. The full-bodied green-scaled, stout and extraordinary Long Yuan stepped forward and indifferently said, "This seat will go." Roar. Immediately, it transformed into a green-colored dragon shadow and sped towards Yi Beixian. It was fast, as if it were rainbow light. As Yi Beixian was shocked, the claws of the green dragon directly slapped onto Yi Beishuan's chest. Put. Fresh blood gushed from Yi Beishuan's mouth in large gulps. He looked at Long Yuan scornfully. Jiang Heng has also practiced the devil's power. You kill me, not him. When the time comes, you will also have to die. Ha! Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Yi Beishuan's eyes were filled with insanity. And after cruelly glancing at Jiang Heng, today's deadly game, let's see who can laugh in the end. When the words fall, clang, a sharp phoenix cry swept through the large clump of fields, and the ancient trees in the distance, under the phoenix cry, instantly turned into pieces. The huge mountains also crumbled at this moment. Yi Beixian once again vomited a mouthful of blood. A woman in full crimson, with bare ankles, came to him on 2 feathers. Forbidden Zone, Sycamore Forest. Blood Phoenix. Phoenix Bell. Seeing the visitor, the scorn in the depths of Yi Beishuan's eyes increased. This kind of forbidden area air, coming to one was already the limit. This moment Long Yuan and Phoenix Bell joined forces. The dragon and the phoenix were in harmony, and he didn't know if he could top it. Seeing the arrival of the two, the surrounding cultivators who had originally traveled around also seemed to have a backbone, and immediately became exuberant. The forbidden area's air is out of the way. This Yi Beixian will not survive 10 deaths. Damn it, there's something weird about this kid. Obviously his cultivation can't keep up with ours, but with his weirdness, he was able to hunt and kill so many people. It's just a matter of eliminating the demonic seed. There's always some blood to be shed. Let's set up a formation. Don't let this kid get away. Give the 2 adults space. Yi Beishuan's treachery. These people had suffered a great loss, and in just 1 incense stick, no less than 10 people had died. And, the more he fought, the stronger he got. The entire person continuously wandered through their crowd, harvesting and devouring one life after another. On the spot, many people spread out and began to take their respective positions, using the stars of the circumference as a guide. Many mysterious runic seals swayed and rose up from everywhere, forming a large perimeter star formation. locking Long Yuan, Phoenix Bell, and Yi Beixian in it. Not far.
The Forbidden Area heirs who saw the scene revealed light smiles,
And after a few seconds of silence,
their gazes turned to Zhang Heng. Gu Yuan stepped forward, slightly raising his head as the skirt of his golden robe fluttered.
I'm sorry,
The so-called Immaculate Saint's son.
you don't need a reason to kill you, do you?
Of course. Zhang Heng nodded seriously and spread his hands to look at Gu Yuan,
making an inviting gesture. Not far away.
When Nagaru saw this, her expression instantly panicked and she jogged to this place.
Agitatedly, he said, my eldest senior brother is innocent. On what grounds do you still want to take action against them? My teacher, and Hongyi, is the empress. When the world can achieve that realm, ranked among the immortals, in a few days, we will also be promoted to the Forbidden Zone. Are you sure you want to make such a big karma? Nagaru's words fell. Gu Yuan, Lei Peng, Daiming Bo and a few others.
Their faces were instantly obscure.
Before coming out,
the words were said above. The ethereal Holy Land can give 3 thin faces.
And that Empress and Hongyi's qualifications are through and through. In the future, it's possible to take that step. There's no need for that. Zhang Hong nodded indifferently and made an inviting gesture to Gu Yuan.
My destiny with an Hongyi is over.
All that remains is karma. Ergo, no need to tie your hands because of her. When he said the last 4 words, Zhang Heng's tone increased and his demeanor took on a disdainful look. Unbridled. Gu Yuan was shaken. Zhang Hong was too wild and arrogant.
Not to mention the possibility of an Hongyi stepping into that step.
Even if she did step into that step, compared to the one within their clan,
there were still countless years of precipitation missing. Which of those who could reach that point did not have qualifications that were unrivaled in the past and present?
Which one of them is not talented for ages? Senior brother?
Chang Qing was stunned and also were looking at Zhang Heng.
Do you really dislike us that much? Obviously you can. Before the words fell, a touch of displeasure was added to Zhang Heng's bland expression. Are you going to disobey this seed again? There's no need to emphasize some issues when you know them. Don't I understand my distaste for you? After saying that,
Zhang Heng stopped speaking.
Indeed, many people, in this life, have not gone so far as to do so much. He did do so with some determination. What had he done wrong in his past life? Trying to be a good big brother, trying to take care of everyone, and all he gets in return is enmity and a series of scorns. Instead of that, let's take the aversion to the end.
The path is no longer the same in this life. Then the grudge will be purged. The cold and harsh words caused Chang Qing's face to turn white as she miserably took 3 steps back and looked at Zhang Heng's back.
At the same time,
Zhang Heng stopped talking and turned his eyes towards Gu Yuan, the young supreme being of the ancient imperial clan.
I will cut your heart out.
Ancient Yuan slightly raised his head,
step by step towards Zhang Heng.
Every step, the green shade under the feet will quickly wither. The majesty of the breath was no better than that of a saint.
This is something that has never been done before. P.S. I wish my family a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 110, the flesh has long been sacred. At this moment, the entire room was dead silent.
Countless heavenly prides that had been precipitated for 10,000 years,
and even hidden demons whose strength was no weaker than that of the ancient Buddha Z, showed panic on their expressions. Their outburst of underpinnings was enough to shake the paramount saints. Some damage to the origin, but definitely doable. But, this ancient Yuan,
while his breath was bursting out, had a might not weaker than that of a true saint.
And if he was to go all out, how geometrical would his battle power be? Mad. This Zhang Heng is too mad. Today he will die. This is the Forbidden Area air. It's truly terrifying. Even if a saint comes, I'm afraid he won't be able to do any good. I bet that the moment Gu Yuan fuses the Tao seed, he will be certified as a saint, or even a great saint. At this point, it seems that although Zhang Heng's natural talent is through the ages, it is at most on par with the Forbidden Zone heir. But the other party possesses countless years of heritage. Defeated. Among the tide of people surrounding Yi Beixian,
many people stopped their weapons and turned their gazes to this one battlefield.
For what happened next? They all seemed to see it. I had a hunch. Zhang Heng won't win. The gap between the two was a chasm, a moat, insurmountable. Don't worry, Gu Yuan came to Zhang Heng step by step, indifference written all over his lonely face. After I kill you, I will send Yi Beixian down to meet you. Phew.
Zhang Heng exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and shook his head helplessly. There is indeed a lot of nonsense before one dies. Those who have lost to me have also spoken out.
Unbridled. Gu Yuan coldly grunted. I am Gu Yuan, the Forbidden Area Junior Supreme. Boom. Ancient Yuan's powerful leap crushed the rocky soil on the ground, and smoke and dust rolled up in the sky. He instantly arrived in front of Zhang Heng. The thick arm, like a python, stood out from the cuffs and directly pinched Zhang Heng's neck. All of this, in a flash of lightning, was breathtakingly fast. This scene, it made the people who surrounded Yi Beixian, as well as those who were watching the battle from the surrounding area, and the rest of the Forbidden Area heirs who had banter on their faces, stare. The ancient imperial clan and the strength of their flesh is exceptional, together with the fact that at this time, Gu Yuan's body was attached to a layer of silver-colored mana immunity. It was basically difficult for anyone to resist this move. The only way to live is to turn and run. Jiang Heng hadn't moved yet, so basically he wasn't far from death. Bang! As expected by the crowd, the rammed punch struck Jiang Heng's chest hard. A powerful, muffled grunt swept across the large bushfield. In the distance, the corner of Lei Peng's mouth teased. The heavenly prides in this world are like the crushing carp in the river, but there are only a few existences that can fight against us. Don't destroy this corpse. I'll bring it back to the Morning Soul Ridge, and he'll revive countless years from now. Only the one who's there may not be the one who's in front of me. A black-robed Dimbo, the aura of death as he spoke, surrounded his body. He's the most bizarre amongst the pride of the Forbidden Zone. There was a flurry of words for a while, but halfway through the conversation, many people stopped talking and looked at Gu Yuan in shock. On account of, the other guy didn't move half the time. Ancient Yuan? Lei Peng opened his mouth curiously. The rest of them, too. And, at this point, there was an extra touch of shock on Gu Yuan's cold expression, and his eyes, like On's, stared at Jiang Heng dead in the face. Flawless Dao body. This poem, indeed, rammed solidly into Jiang Heng's chest. But, Jiang Heng's powerful physical body, combined with the legendary physique, seemed to have reduced the power of this poem by more than one level. The remaining damage failed to injure Jiang Heng. If Jiang Heng had the sacred body without trace, the world would have already spread the word. Bang! What answered Gu Yuan was Jiang Heng's powerful palm, which directly slapped into Gu Yuan's chest. There is no Dao, pure physical force. Vom dash. Gu Yuan immediately vomited a mouthful of silver-white blood and looked at Jiang Heng incredulously. This slap caused his ribs to shatter and he vomited a mouthful of scarlet sweetness from his abdomen. Injured. It's impossible. Gu Yuan lowered his head and looked at Jiang Heng's white palms, the shock in his eyes difficult to dispel. How long has it been? He forgot how long it had been since he'd been hurt. With today's battle power, even a saint would not be able to do much damage to him. And Jiang Heng, a slap hurt him? Hey, Gu Yuan, what are you up to? Not far away. Seeing Gu Yuan vomiting a mouthful of blood, a touch of shock spilled out on Lei Peng's face. The two were old rivals, with their battle prowess about equal to each other. He had a deep knowledge of Gu Yuan's battle power, and he also had a clear understanding of Jiang Heng's battle power. At most, it's comparable to Gu Jie. But, Gu Jie was seriously injured by him in 10 moves. Even in a fight to the death, he can kill Gu Jie in 50 moves at most. Why is this scene happening? No harm. Gu Yuan raised his head and glanced at Jiang Heng with slanted eyes. Not bad. You have a bit of strength, but not much. Bang. Jiang Heng yanked Gu Yuan's right hand with his left hand and raised his right hand to instantly slap again. Vom dash. Before Gu Yuan's words left his mouth, he only felt as if his chest was being torn apart by something, and his ribs broke even harder. The bone that pierced his lungs caused a mouthful of blood to spurt out again. If Jiang Heng hadn't tugged on his right hand, it would have been sent flying. Gu Yuan looked at Jiang Heng in a daze, his heart somewhat confused. It shouldn't be. That ancient Buddha son, who claimed to have an unrivaled physical body, was slightly inferior in front of his absolute physical strength. A couple of physical fights, beating each other's heads to a pulp. Could Jiang Heng? Why is the flesh so powerful? Jiang Heng grinned, curious? Not telling you. If the previous life to deal with this ancient Yuan, the fight is bound to scalp. The other party at this time also attached to the mana immunity. But in this life, in the first stage, there were more than 100 golden gung fruit, so that the already powerful physical body got the ultimate quenching. And after a series of enhancements, coupled with the devouring demon technique being continuously refined in these several devourings, tens of thousands of Tianjiao's origin, letting the strength of his fleshly body at this moment was something he couldn't reach in his previous life. In the flesh, it has long been sainted. It was impossible for a true saint to come and take any advantage in a physical body duel. After all, most of those saints were saints by the way. You seek death. Ancient Yuan was furious. His right hand clenched his fist like a blistering wind and rain, directly blasting out more than 1,000 times in an instant. The dense fists covered Jiang Heng's entire field of vision in an instant. Just as the fist was about to hit, Jiang Heng cracked his mouth as he did. His right hand cupped his fist and blasted out more than 1,000 times at Gu Yuan. Split second. Bang. Bang, 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 bang. The two men clutched each other with their left hands, and their right hands went at each other in the most primitive way possible. The clash of fists against fists went on and on.
The violent collision created a huge sound wave that swept across the entire region,
shattering mountains and rivers. And
a scene that was unacceptable to many heirs of the Forbidden Zone appeared.
And Gu Yuan's fist was dripping silver-white blood. The bones, too, seemed to be starting to crumble. The entire arm, as if the force had been removed, was in a state of disrepair. It made Lei Pang and Dim Bo several people not calm down. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Thanks, family. End of chapter. Chapter 111, Forced to Melt the Seed. Ancient Yuan becomes a saint. In terms of physical body, of all the people present, Gu Yuan ranked first. But that's just it. To be beaten by Jian Hong in a purely physical sparring match? Visible to the naked eye.
Ancient Yuan's hand bones had long been shattered.
It was the will to defy defeat, and a fury that was holding strong. As for Jian Hong, his hands were still like jade, and even the blood that stained them was the silver blood of Gu Yuan. This kid's fleshly body is more than likely saintly. The heavenly demon among the Forbidden Region's heirs, who hadn't said anything all along, looked at Jian Hong with a grave expression. Subocular medicine. It was the only possibility that could make Gu Yuan suffer such a big loss. Otherwise, even if they were undefeated, they couldn't be so disheveled. Impossible. How is it possible to become a saint in the flesh? Lei Ping fiercely opened his mouth, vetoing this statement. In his opinion, Jian Hong was only a mole cricket. How could his flesh become a saint? This was something that only happened in legends. It's possible. His skin is like jade, and he has collided with ancient Yuan more than 1,000 times and is still flawless. So if it's not a fleshly body that has become a saint, then what is it? Dim Bo negated Lei Peng's opinion, his gloomy and deep eyes staring at Jian Hong with interest. The greed in the depths of his eyes was so obvious. It is? Lei Peng was about to open his mouth to retort when his entire body shuddered and violently looked towards the core battlefield. In view, ancient Yuan's arm was ripped off hard. Jiang Heng's jade-like hand transformed into a sharp knife, about to prepare to stab into Gu Yuan's chest and pull out his heart. Rumble. Thunder roared, and Lei Peng instantly transformed into a purple rainbow light, appearing directly beside Jiang Heng. Thunder ashes. With his bloodless right hand, he fiercely summoned a thunderbolt and slashed down fiercely at Jiang Heng. Rumble. Heavenly thunder, instantly bathing Jiang Heng. Seeing this, Lei Peng conjured up an ancient bronze halberd and directly unfolded the intertwined arms of Gu Yuan and Jiang Heng. Gu Yuan's body directly flew backward 7 or 8 meters away, tumbling several times before he managed to stop. Mind your own business. I'm not going to lose. Gu Yuan stood up from the yellow smoke, his eyes staring at Lei Peng with indignation. This time, his body was bathed in silver blood. His left hand was torn off and the skin of his right hand was chapped. The injuries have spoken for themselves. Humph. If you hadn't been beaten to this state, I would have stepped in to mind you? Lei Peng gritted his teeth and stared at Gu Yuan with indignation. There is an alliance between the restricted areas, although they do not violate each other. For example, between the 10,000 Dragon's Nest and the Sycamore Forest, there is an alliance. The Infernal Thunder Pool and the ancient Imperial clan are also allied. Otherwise, the remaining few people will watch, not panicking at all. Me. Gu Yuan's face deepened. Gritting his teeth, he looked angrily at the black smoke. Indeed, in this wave of fleshly collisions, he was inferior to Jiang Heng, but he had a deeper foundation. In the end, he would inevitably still be the victor in this battle. TSK, Tisk. The Infernal Thunder Pool and the ancient Imperial clan are nothing more than that. It seems that this heavenly law realm has indeed rotted, allowing you and the others to reign supreme for so many years. Indifferent voice passed out from the black smoke. Jiang Heng crossed his hands and clasped them on the back of his head as he lazily walked out, slightly raising his head. His eyes, like the stars, teasingly looked at Gu Yuan. Junior Supreme, nothing more than that. If I were you just now, I might as well be dead. This is a statement that is not delusional. In his place, he really would have been better off dead. This ancient Yuan said that the world is invincible. Proud of the crowd. The most basic pride are not. You. Ancient Yuan was silent. His body's aura resembled a raging gale that swept up the surrounding smoke and dust. Far away. Seeing this scene, the eyes of countless celestial pride were dropping out, and many people's mouths fell to the ground, unable to catch them. Gu Yuan was beaten to a dog? Impossible, right? Just now it was a purely physical body sparring match. What level is this Jiang Heng's body at? Fleshly sainthood. Definitely fleshly sainthood. Asterisk. It can't be. The Tianluo realm hasn't heard that word in countless years. Does this Gu Yuan go negative? Cutting off his own roots, melting seeds to become a saint. Numb. Countless celestial pride were numb. At this moment,
They finally knew what kind of gold content this so-called talent of Jiang Heng's that crowned the ages was. Flesh dueled against ancient Yuan, crushing it in an absolute manner, under the thunderbolt of the Thunder Rock, unharmed and unclothed. If this were them, 10 lives wouldn't be enough to die. At the same time, shocked, right now, Gu Yuan's physical body can't beat it. The only way is to melt the seed. He started out as a saint at the bottom of the ladder. At that time, Jiang Hong would surely die. Shut up dash. With all the clamor around, Gu Yuan had not opened his mouth, but Lei Ping beside him was furious. He didn't know what these people had in mind. Why have they waited so many years, being sealed over and over again, wasting time and years? It's not just about being perfectly attuned to the Taoist seed. In the future, we will be able to merge the immaculate foundation of the way. In this case, before finding the flawless seed, even if Gu Yuan fused any of the Tao seeds, the future would not be perfect. Phew! Gu Yuan exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His eyes coldly swept the surroundings, and cruelty and violence showed up. A few breaths of silence. He's calm. Same as the 8th realm. Even though he was deep and had an aura not weaker than that of a saint. In the end, he wasn't a true saint. His physical body wasn't as good as Jiang Heng's, and if he insisted on fighting, he would only have a miserable death as an outcome. At this time, the fusion of Taoist seeds. It was also equivalent to cutting off one's own path, and the right to compete with Long Yuan, Heavenly Demon, Phoenix Bell, and the others in the future, was gone. But, who will save him now? Shameless and Lei Peng 2 against 1? No more death. Jiang Hong, you're very good. Gu Yuan's entire body trembled as his blood swam through the tendons of his body. He's afraid. It wasn't fear for Jiang Hong, but fear for the future. Hundreds of thousands of years of planning have now been reduced to vanity. While saying that, a Dao seed shaped like a green leaf slowly flew from his sleeve to his forehead. See this scene. Behind them, a group of forbidden passers revealed meaningful smiles. It's that life seed. In the distance, greed showed in the eyes of many people. At least 20% of the people who come here come for it. Unparalleled restorative power, unparalleled vitality, which equals unparalleled longevity. What's the difference between an immortal and a fairy? Jiang Hong was silent, and after taking a deep look at Lei Peng, his gaze was fixed on the life seed. Sure enough, these people all have the means. This ancient Yuan spare Tao seed have been selected. Apart from the immaculate seed, the life seed was the most suitable for Gu Yuan, the emerald green Tao seed, like a leaf, fused in an instant in the center of Gu Yuan's brow, and the silver blood was green in the depths at this moment. The body's injuries, too, continued to get better at this moment, and the broken arm instantly grew wildly. Sinews, bones, flesh and blood regenerated at a bizarre speed. Ancient Yuan's aura continued to rise, breaking through the cave soul, arriving at quasi-saints, saints, early saints, middle saints, late saints, and great perfection, infinitely closer to the great sage. The accumulation of hundreds of thousands of years completely exploded at this moment. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Thanks family. End of chapter. Chapter 112 Ancient Elemental Stranger. Mortals can also reverse saints. The air seemed to be whispering in the vast Song Yi, and the pressure of a saint swept over this part of heaven and earth. Ancient arbor vitae, flowing mountain streams, and speeding birds of prey seemed frozen in the moment. The whole world plunged into a dead silence. A saint, a true saint. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Gu Yuan has gone out of his way. He broke through the mortal realm and got to see the saint level. Cutting off your own front path to settle a grudge as well? This Jiang Hong will die today. Definitely. Gu Yuan meticulously worked for so many years just to certify the immaculate great sage, only to have his way forward interrupted by Jiang Hong. Numb. For a moment everyone in the room was numb, although he was vaguely looking forward to the loss of the pride of heaven. But at this moment, when he really saw Gu Yuan break open the cage, he was still shocked. With this huge sage's aura, they had no doubt that as long as Gu Yuan was willing, not a single person present would be able to live. Strong. It's really too strong. Standing very far away, one could not wait to worship and kneel in reverence. Ha ha ha. In the star formation, Yi Beixian covered his left eye that had been blown out by Long Yuan, and looked at Jiang Hong with his right eye in a maniacal state. Ha ha ha. Jiang Hong, you die. You karma. Can you be stronger than a saint? Or a Tao seed saint achieved by a forbidden area being? Ignoring the injuries on his body, Yi Beixian smiled as if he was a pale wolf. Pleasure. It's too fastidious. Being suppressed by Jiang Hong for so long, even breathing became a luxury, and seeing that Gu Yuan was about to decapitate Jiang Hong, his silent heart began to leap. Overjoyed. Super painful. This Jiang Hong, is he really this strong? Long Yuan's entire body was covered in golden scale armor,
and his entire body resembled a human and a dragon,
stained with scarlet blood. He did not pursue Yi Beixian and turned his eyes towards Gu Yuan.
Curious, Gu Yuan can be beaten like this? To advance to sainthood even at the cost of breaking his own flawless foundation, and to wrestle this last match with Jiang Hong? Unbeatable. Phoenix Belle shook her head and gave Jiang Hong a serious look. I'm afraid that this Jiang Heng's physical body has long since become a saint. This person is hiding his clumsiness. I'm afraid his purpose is us. As for the cause, I cannot guess it for a while. She had been paying attention to the battle between Jiang Hong and Gu Yuan, and when she saw Jiang Hong beating Gu Yuan to a bloody pulp, she knows. Underestimated this guy. Talent through the ages doesn't seem to be empty. It doesn't matter. Even so, Jiang Heng's base is still insufficient to be comparable to us. Now that Gu Yuan has become a saint, he will definitely die. After taking a deep look at Jiang Hong, Long Yuan's gaze was fixed on Gu Yuan. In his view, even if Jiang Hong had become a saint in his flesh against the heavens, he would not be able to change anything, and the best outcome would be to flee in a sorry state. Now Gu Yuan was furious. Hundreds of thousands of years of accumulation of flawed, would let Jiang Hong go? Clearly unrealistic. The whole place was in an uproar. No matter who saw this scene, there was only one thought, and that was Jiang Heng's defeat. You, a mole cricket, are trying to reach the sky. I will make you recognize the reality and beat you into the dust. Knowing the gap with me, Ancient Yuan's body was surrounded by mana, and as he took a slight step forward, the mountains and rivers crumbled, and the vast clumps of wildness, a deep, bottomless gully appeared out of nowhere. Phew! The oppressive feeling in front of him caused Jiang Heng's heart to leap very quickly, as if the heavenly Tao demon heart was stimulated by something, constantly instigated by the rise and fall of the chest. Stimulated. Unspeakably exhilarating. Stress. The pressure he hadn't felt in a long time made Jiang Heng's mood at this moment exhilarated to an unprecedented level. Come on. Use your fists and beat me to death. Ha ha ha. Taking a step backward, he spread his hands out and once again made a pleased gesture to Gu Yuan. You have to use a little bit of force this time, or I'll beat you to death. Bang. As the words fell, Gu Yuan's left foot stepped on the rocky soil and his entire body flew out like a cannonball, building up strength in his right hand in the air. Rumble. The moment the fist was blown, a large sonic boom boomed, coming with the aura of shattering the stars. The fist had reached Jiang Heng's face in a matter of moments. At this moment, everyone held their breath and stared intently, sparing Long Yuan, Ming Bo, Lei Peng, and other forbidden area heirs, who also looked at Jiang Hong playfully. I know. The next instant was Jiang Heng's death. And, just as the fist was about to burst open Jiang Heng's head, rumble, Jiang Hong raised his right hand and aimed a fierce blast at Gu Yuan's fist. The same move as before. Bang! A violent muffled grunt spread across the vast bushfield. Many of the less cultivated celestial pride were shaken by this impact and spat out blood from their mouths, even to the point of breaking their internal organs. Shocking. Everyone looked at Jiang Hong in shock. They couldn't comprehend that the full force of the sainted ancient Yuan strike was resisted by Jiang Hong with his physical body. It's absolutely impossible. Maya, Gu Yuan is an ancient imperial clan, or a monster that breaks through the sacred stage. How did Jiang Hong block it? Internal injuries, absolute major disability. Terrifying. The impact of the two of them has left me seriously injured. I'm not in the same realm as them. The picture that was beyond common sense made many of the heavenly pride puzzled. It was reasonable to say that when this punch went down, what could Jiang Hong take to block it? Subocular medicine. Not only blocked. In their vision, Jiang Hong continued to return fire, and Gu Yuan began the most primitive physical combat. The fists of the two men constantly bombarded and collided, generating an aftershock that shattered all around them. Many are starting to vacate. The rocky soil beneath his feet had long since been reduced to pieces and gullies, and the one who couldn't understand it the most was Gu Yuan. His veins rippled all over his body, and his eyes were red as he looked at Jiang Hong. His teeth almost clenched. A fist blast, but as if knocking on top of the immortal gold, it instead caused his tiger's mouth to shatter and bleed silver-colored blood. If it wasn't for the restorative power of the life seed, he would have suffered another loss this time. On what grounds? Gu Yuan didn't understand. His current realm belonged to the peak of saints, and he might break through to become a great saint at any time. Jiang Hong was only in the 8th realm, the legendary fleshly body becoming a saint. Is it really that powerful? It's time for the farce to end. Gu Yuan. Jiang Hong quickly swung his fist, blocking all of Gu Yuan's attacks. The corners of his mouth turned up and he muttered in a small voice, "That's all you're worth. That's all you're worth." What do you mean? Gu Yuan was shocked, his leaping heart jerking violently at this moment. The body instinctively feels danger, as if something big was about to happen. Swallow without dash.
Jiang Hong closed his fist and formed his right hand into a claw, a black seal character forming in his palm. Moments. Outside of Gu Yuan's body, the silver-colored Dao Dharma that was attached to his body was directly under the swallowing nothing, and it was completely void. Devouring demon technique? This is devouring devil technique. Gu Yuan's body jerked and the blood in his eyes made up for it. Nervousness instantly permeated his entire body. The devouring demon technique, which had immunized the mana attached to the outside of his body, completely devoured it. Back then, the devouring great emperor had used the 5 marks to reverse their clan, and the 9 marks of the harmonizers were slaughtered in such a manner. Devouring devil kung fu restrains immunity to mana. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Family. End of chapter. Chapter 113, Chopping Ancient Yuan. I'm showing my cards. You all have to die. Now that he had lost his immunity to mana, he was like a naked chicken, exposed to the butcher's knife. That's a good guess. Jiang Heng's head tilted slightly, and his face was doting. So, it's okay with you to have you slaughtered, isn't it? Original. It was possible to kill ancient Yuan again in advance, but it was too much of a loss to suck it up without this kid bursting out at full force and breaking through to sainthood. The 8 forbidden area heirs in front of him are the foundation of his confidence when he goes out. The reason for bringing these people here is to prevent them from finding their own perfect Taoist seed. When the time comes, you will accidentally become a great saint. That would be a real pain in the ass to deal with. Devouring devil technique. So you are the one stirring up the storm behind the scenes. What is your purpose? Kill us all? Ancient Yuan's eyes silver blood continued to flow out. His blood pressure was about to explode at this moment. He didn't think about it. It hadn't even occurred to him that his fusion of life species was still so tricky to beat a Jiang Heng. Now, I have even met the devouring devil technique. This wave, tinker. Hush, good boy. It won't hurt after a while. Jiang Heng favored a gesture. His right hand surged with mana, and the true dragon's silhouette roared with abandon. True dragon spirit seal, instantly gathered in the hand. In the ancient Yuan shocked eyes, wrapped mana in unity, crushing Gu Yuan's head in an instant. Silver blood, like a fountain general splash, the remnants of the seeds on the ground. After absorbing the silver blood, wild growth not long after a few feet high, the greenery is lush. This Tsui, but with the surrounding atmosphere, formed a world of difference. Countless are hunting Yi Beishuan's pride, have stopped the Gunam to look this way. Electricity is gone. Guru Yuan is gone? Who is that headless corpse? A stunningly beautiful female celestial pride looked at Gu Yuan in a mute manner. She knows who it is. But, unacceptable. No way. That person can't be Gu Yuan. Maya, what the hell happened? The ancient element is gone? Jiang Hong killed Gu Yuan. He single-handedly killed the sacred rank's forbidden area heir. Devouring devil technique. Jiang Hong also has devouring devil technique. Creepy. The vibe was creepy in no time. Everyone looked at Jiang Hong with fear in the depths of their eyes. They couldn't accept this scene. That silver-colored origin was integrating into Jiang Heng's body, causing him to enjoy his expression at that moment. No way. The image, in stark contrast to Yi Beixian, whose lungs were about to explode with anger as he watched Jiang Hong devour the ancient Yuan's origin. His side takes a death beating. His head was filled with sores from long Yuan's beating, and his bones had been broken countless times. Jiang Heng's side had single-handedly killed Saint Gu Yuan and was devouring him with a face of enjoyment? Waste? What forbidden area heir? Simply waste. Yi Beixian hissed. How exactly does it play out that a saint can't beat a cultivator of the 8th realm? Long Yuan, stop playing dash. Kill this brat and we'll join forces to exterminate the devil. Not far from Yi Beixian, Phoenix Belle's entire body exploded as she looked at Gu Yuan's headless corpse. Out loud, he reminded Long Yuan. Aha! Long Yuan nodded his head and looked indifferently at Yi Beixian, erupting with a previously unheard of sense of oppression. In the meantime, Lei Peng, Heavenly Demon, Dimming Wave, and the others, looking at Gu Yuan's headless body, also stared in disbelief. The scene. Spare them the shock. How much weight Gu Yuan had, could they not be clear about it? And as a result, they were still slaughtered by Jiang Heng. 10,000 dragon nests unsolved secret technique true dragon spirit seal. Immunity to mana. Devouring devil technique. Heavenly Dao devil heart. Flesh body sainthood. This Jiang Heng is a monster. The heavenly demon looked at Jiang Heng, and a touch of scorn was added to his demonic, unlikable face. As the supreme heavenly demon of the demon race, this was the first time he had felt this kind of oppressive force. At this moment, he really wanted to open his eyes and see the world. Gentlemen, join forces. The always arrogant Lei Peng, looking at Gu Yuan's corpse, fell into silence. Just now wanted to make a move to come. Jiang Heng's move was too strong, too fierce. The addition of swallow without made him not have time in the first place. Seriously. When he saw Jiang Hung in the cloud water plains, he really didn't think there was anything remarkable about it. It's not a reputation, but it's that virtue. But now, it has become a big problem. But, otherwise all of us will have to fuse the Dao seed, and won't it be a joke to go out at that time? Dimplebo nodded. This will have to do. Gu Yuan's demise brought them to their senses. At this moment, without fusing the Dao seed, one-on-one was not Jiang Heng's opponent, and since he could wrestle, the risk was too great. Phew. Jiang Hong took in the situation over here and did not intervene. When all is said and done, the creation Cthulhu lock has gone under the hood. If that's not possible, there's still Gu Jie's big formation outside. At the same time, ancient Yuan's origin had given him too great a surprise. I could feel that the great divine ability of immunity to mana had once again been transformed. The mana in his body had made another breakthrough compared to before. Even the physical body, too, had become powerful by several stages. He didn't dare to imagine to what extent his strength would increase if he killed all these people. It won't be long before he can set foot in the Netherworld Holy Land and face Hongi directly. Come on, you're all in this together. Jiang Hong held his head high as black mana surged outside his body and a flag appeared out of thin air. It just hovered behind him. Black flags fluttered in the wind, and countless severe ghosts rose to the sky, numbering in the millions. Among them, there were hundreds of thousands of cultivators. There were also the ancient Buddha Sun, a few white tigers, the Chen clan's heir, the Ji clan's Hao Yang, and others. At the same time, ancient Yuan's soul, too, appeared first in the eyes of the crowd. At this moment, he still carried the shock. Ancient Buddha Sun, White Tiger Clan, so it was all you're doing. And, after the words were said and his soul was struggling, he was dragged into the human emperor streamer by the ancient Buddha Sun. See again. Although his eyes looked at Jiang Hong with resentment, his actions were wooden to the core. Gentlemen, I respect that you are the ultimate heavenly pride. The elegant seat in the human emperor's streamer is still there. Why don't you come and gather in my human emperor's streamer? Jiang Hong rushed up to the sky. His eyes coldly looked down below. His silver hair fluttered about, while the wild wind hunted. His white long shirt instantly dyed black and fluttered with the wind. A sneer tugged at the corners of his mouth. The sky thundered in all directions, accompanied by a ferocious stern ghost. Jiang Hong at this moment seemed like an absolute devil, a great echo, sweeping the heavens. This scene, it made the whole place suffocate, and the pressure gauge in everyone's heart was about to explode as they raised their heads to look up at the sky and watched this overwhelming gesture of splendor. Seriously, even if it was a great sage or a quasi-emperor, the pressure given at this moment was not as sufficient as Jiang Heng's. Madness, dominance, desperation, and ruthlessness all accounted for. It's a real devil. No way. This is absolutely impossible. Jiang Hong, who looked at the bright cards in the sky, Yi Beixian, was hysterical. Isn't this scene what he sees in himself? The former dog searching and devouring heavenly pride, and other strength to look down on the world. Standing at the top of the sky Luo world air overlooking the living, yelling out who else? P.S. Remember to check in every day. Family. End of chapter. Chapter 114 Thunder and Thunder? Heavenly execution and heavenly punishment. Good guy. This moment witnessed other people's happiness. Jiang Hong put his fantasy everything. All done? Why? Wasn't he the chosen one? Wasn't he the one? How come Jiang Hong loaded it? Think of something quickly. If I don't explode my reserves, I'm going to be killed by this dragon abyss. Looking above the canopy, Jiang Heng's posture was solitary, like an exiled immortal bathing in thousands of thunderbolts. Yi Beixian's heart kept dripping blood. He didn't want to hold back. Not anymore. Do everything you can. This period of enmity with Jiang Hong draws to a close. The only way to live in front of him was to devour the two Forbidden Zone Junior Supreme Beings, Long Yuan and Phoenix Bell. Let his cultivation reach the absolute top. The mysterious voice was low, as if scornful of something. I'll think about it. What else do you want? Yi Beixian hissed in his mind as he woefully dodged Long Yuan's punches and Phoenix Bell's flying feathers. And the mysterious voice stopped speaking. This caused Yi Beixian's emotions, once again, to become hysterical. Meanwhile, above the dome of the sky, purple thunder swept across the sky, black dark clouds covered the sky, and Jiang Hong was dressed in a long black shirt, his silver hair fluttering about. Looking down disdainfully, this army of top-tier heavenly prides was followed by millions of leaping, severe ghosts. Gentlemen, what does Mr. Jiang propose? Looking at the many heavens pride and forbidden area heirs who were waiting in tight formation, Jiang Hong raised his head and smiled lightly at the corners of his mouth. The group, led by the forbidden heir, was left silent. Screen, displayed by a computer. Too much of a shock indeed. Seriously, even a heavenly pride like Lei Ping and Dimbo, who had been sealed since the ancient times, rarely saw this scene. The current human emperor streamer is comparable to a holy weapon. Every single night ghost. The battle power is monstrous. Lei Peng, you are in charge of the imperial streamer. The heavenly demon stepped forward and looked at Jiang Hong solemnly. Now, the worst thing to deal with is the human emperor streamer behind Jiang Hong. Who cannot guarantee that, when you are fighting for your life, the countless ghosts will not give you a back heart. And Lei Peng is a thunderbird, born with a strong thunder system. It is the perfect candidate to restrain this human emperor streamer. Mud dash, Lei Peng muttered in a small voice, looking at Gu Yuan's soul in the human emperor streamer with scorn. Okay, I'll deal with the human emperor streamer. You guys don't wanna hide yourselves. Finish off Jiang Hong as soon as possible. There was no choice but to say yes. Dimming wave came from the morning soul ridge, and had restraining feats for souls and undead of the same kind, but it was far less effective than his thunder. No matter what, heavenly thunder will always restrain the undead. After saying that, Thunder Rock instantly exploded his underpinnings and instantly came to the sky dome as a purple thunderbolt. Gazing straight at Jiang Hong, little dog, I didn't expect to let you gain the upper hand. Earlier in the cloud water plains, I really should have shot you. This, he regretted the most. In the beginning, even if Jiang Hong had the heaven-swallowing demon technique or something like that, there might be accidents when he struck down, but he definitely wouldn't lose. In the Immortal Palace ruins, he had devoured so many heavenly pride. At the moment, if not self-destruction, really cannot help Jiang Hong. Indeed, Jiang Hong nodded gently, not denying Lei Peng's statement, and pondered for a few seconds with a faint smile. So you're here to die now? This Thunder Rock's mind. It left him somewhat helpless. It's true what the other guy said, but what you miss is what you miss, unless you're born again like him. You, Lei Peng's voice trailed off, but like a fish in the throat did not continue to argue. This world was complicated and pure. It was the fist that spoke. He couldn't really say anything in the moment. Still not making a move? Lei Peng hissed at the bottom, and his sickly white face began to grow feathers. The wings and feet transformed into avian claws. The beak, too, transformed into a golden beak. Still not shot? Jiang Hong followed suit and reprimanded. Look at the child's urgency. His own body is showing up, afraid that this seat will suddenly rise up and shoot him. On the Thunder Rock bird's face, a pair of ferocious eyes showed shock and indignation as it looked at Jiang Hong. You. Humiliating. It was the first time he had ever been so humiliated. Anger, so that the Thunder Rock completely exploded. Above the golden feathers, purple thunder arcs continue to run, as if the magnetic field, so that the dark clouds in the sky, also began to boil up. Electric arcs were constantly spilling out of the dark clouds. It's like the end of the world. Without waiting for the dim wave and heavenly demon below to strike, the entire person went completely crazy, generally killing in front of Jiang Hong. Heavenly punishment. A moment of thunder. A bullthick raging thunder poured down, causing the millions of stern ghosts behind Jiang Hong to show their expressions of horror. Hostile. Less numerous. Thunderbolt. Indeed superb, but your realm is too low, so don't disgrace yourself. Looking at the raging thunder in the sky, Jiang Hong's eyes flashed with a touch of teasing. Definite. The Thunderbird clan's control of thunder definitely belonged to the leader. But his comprehension of thunder law in his previous life was also quite deep. Having fought with Yi Beixian for 10,000 years, his human emperor streamer was extremely difficult to deal with. With his talent, he created his own thunder magic, King's Punishment. Previously, in the Nangong dynasty, he had relied on heaven's punishment to crush the human emperor streamer's millions of unjust souls. Presently, facing these heavenly prides, Jiang Hong pointed to the sky with his left hand and to the ground with his right. The sky and the world. I am the only one. Heavenly punishment. The words fell. Rumble, rumble. The original bull-sized thunderbolt had a lot more righteousness at this moment, different from the Thunderbird clan's thunder. The thunder that Jiang Hong conjured up was azure blue in color. Dark clouds covered the sky, obscuring tens of thousands of square miles. It made the entire sky darken countless times. Purple thunder seems to be completely eliminated. Covering the sky is azure-colored heavenly punishment. World of mortals. Numb. Many celestial pride raised their eyes to the sky, and what they saw was an extermination-like scenery. That streak of thunder that was like a dragon was something they had never seen before in their lives. The thunder system technique was already a masterpiece. The appearance of the heavenly punishment in front of them is even more beyond their reach. Beat to death mana immunity with mana immunity. And now you're going to educate Thunderbird with thunder? This Jiang Hong, just how many tricks does he have? Endless layers? It's going to die, isn't it? It's going to die. Marred. Thunder has blocked off the entire area. Is he planning a heavenly execution to wipe us out? Suffocation. The mood of countless celestial pride at this moment could only be described by one suffocation. In view, tens of thousands of thunder-like dragon, coiled in a black cloud, from time to time out of the steel, emitting azure-colored light. Eyes looked at them menacingly, as if pouring out at any moment. This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lei Peng looked at the thunder jiao that roamed the sky, his heart in a daze of emotions. People are numb. He doesn't understand. Why could Jiang Hong manipulate thunder? Or such terrifying thunder? Heavenly punishment? What kind of kung fu? Who created it? P.S. I wish my family good health and happiness every day. Remember to catch up on your reading. Oh, thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 115 Gourmet Feast. Acquiring Chaotic Body. Lei Peng can be sure that in the treasury of the Infernal Thunder Pool, there is no information about the heavenly execution, but right now it seems, this is definitely a divine power. Infinitely close to the great divine power, or even already a great divine power. Lei Peng was puzzled and angry. Earth shrinking, heavenly immunity, immunity to mana, and now heavenly execution? Run, run! Lei Peng violently turned around and hissed at the heavenly pride and forbidden area transmitters behind him. This heavenly execution, although he was jealous of it, definitely couldn't kill him. The Thunderbird clan had an extremely high tolerance for thunder, but the group behind them, they definitely couldn't carry it. He was most aware of how strong and violent the thunder system technique was. And Lei Peng's words fell. Rumble, rumble. Thunder like waves declared down. A long dormant dragon. From the dark clouds to the sky proud dive. The speed was blinking. Help! Among them, one of the closest standing 5 Elements sect cultivators was bitten by the auger dragon before he could hiss more. Thunderous catharsis. Words are never spoken. It's just seconds away. The body became black ashes, which were sucked up by the devouring devil technique in Jiang Heng's hands. The soul, quite naturally, went into the human emperor's streamer. Images like this are happening all over this bushfield. This sky, wailing, hissing, insults, abuse, and curses swept through the air. And the hatred that countless celestial pride had for Jiang Hong had reached the heavens, killing us while tempering our bodies and also strengthening our magic treasures. Ha ha ha, I, Jiang Han, have become a leak. What how can I fight this? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, I shouldn't have come. What am I involved in when you big guys are tearing each other apart? Just kill it. I'm too lazy to move. You win. Is it okay for me to die? Don't you laugh and creep out. Jiang Hong, I curse you not to die. This image of burning the heavens and destroying the world caused a portion of the heavenly pride to be unable to lift a thought of resistance. There are some who recognize reality and start swinging on the spot. Sit back and wait for death to come. They were so calm that they used their magic power to light up the concentration herb in their hands and savored the last smoke that refreshed their hearts. The rest of the people were desperately trying to survive in this world-destroying thunder by sacrificing their magic treasures and desperately trying to find a way to make up for it. May, a thunder auger declared down from the sky, completely flooding this heavenly dome. It crackled and boomed. The corpses of each heavenly pride turned into black ashes, becoming nutrients to grow Jiang Hong. 1, 300, 800, 4,000, 30,000. The vast legion of heaven's pride lost half of them in a matter of moments. The large and noisy bush field was completely quiet at this moment. The remaining people, horrified and confused, looked at the silver-haired figure in the sky dome, his black tunic swaying in the wind. The human emperor streamer behind his back also fluttered. The images, which made them indescribable, cozy and fearful. Don't make a move yet. When he finishes devouring these people, everything will be over. Lei Peng angrily looked down below, at the still shocked heavenly demon, dimming wave, and the others. A side note. Immediately took out a Dao seed in the shape of a flame. This is called heavenly fire. He found it in the hall of heavenly workers, but also in order to make up with himself, in case he did not find the heavenly thunder seed, to go the way of thunder to break all the laws. At least it can still form thunderfire. As the words fell, Lei Peng quickly fused this Dao seed, and the aura within his body soared. Quasi-saints, saints, early stage, middle stage, late stage, and great perfection, infinitely closer to the great sage. At the same time, there was a dead silence down below. The Forbidden Zone demons, such as Dimwave and Heavenly Demon, had not yet recovered from their shock. Lei Peng's hysteria startled them. What's going on with this heavenly execution? Lei Peng, the Heavenly Demon, was stunned and looked at Lei Peng in shock. Why didn't he know that there was such a perverted divine ability within the thunder system technique? We're all planted in this kid's hands. Ha 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 dash. Dimblebo ran his right hand through his hair and took off his hood to reveal his original face. It was as handsome a face as any, but there was not the slightest trace of blood in it, and it was as pale as a corpse. A slim hand,
covering his forehead, let out a wild laugh. This, making the shocked sky demon on the side. He laughed along after a few seconds of silence. Exact. 9 forbidden areas, in addition to the Acacia Mound. Here come 8. Presently, all 6 prohibited areas. Results. They, who prided themselves on looking out of the corner of the world and pushing across the current world, were forced into a corner by Jiang Hong. First, Gu Yuan cut off his own path, and now Lei Peng has fused the heavenly fire seed. Both of them. It seems that we are forced to become saints by melting seeds. Gentlemen, why don't you still do your best to fight? I'm really out of patience. Jiang Hong manipulated the devouring devil technique with both hands and continuously sucked in the origin power around him. It made him even more certain that the move of plotting the world was not a wrong move. Where else in the world can we find so many prideful people in this immortal palace ruins? Even Barbarian couldn't have devoured so many people back then, right? Here are. Which one is not the pride of heaven? Heavenly feather body, holy body, divine body, battle blood, imperial blood, various demon races, ancient races, and spirit races. At this point, he was put to death. All things in the heavens seemed to have become nutrients, and his body seemed to be a furnace, constantly refining and absorbing these origins. The body, in metamorphosis, Dantian origin of the sea of clouds, reflecting the moon, dazzling sun and other visions. This moment began to return to darkness. It's nothing, chaos like nothingness, chaos body. Jiang Heng's heart pumped with emotional joy. Never thought chaos body is actually so come. Also never thought this chaos body comes so light. The chaotic body that was claimed to be invincible under the heavens. Yi Beixian had devoured it for 10,000 years in his previous life, but he had never obtained it. Presently, it has not been perfected, but it has been achieved in a small way. 2 air-breaking figures sped, instantly arriving behind Lei Peng. It's Long Yuan and Phoenix Bell. In the meantime, the 2 people, Heavenly Demon and Dimming Wave, also hung in the air and stood with their arms folded. The 6 forbidden regions, except for Gu Yuan who had been done away with, the remaining 5 had stood in front of Jiang Hong. Marred. You guys are too foolish. Too foolish. When Gu Yuan died, I invited you guys to go all out. Lei Peng looked at Long Yuan, Dim Bo and the others and roared. The original golden-colored feathers had an extra splash of crimson this moment, as if it was the evening sun. Around the body, thunder accompanied by flames. My question. Long Yuan took a deep breath and glanced at Yi Beixian, who was still coughing up blood in the star formation. People are stupid. This Yi Beixian was like a little strong man, completely undefeatable. There's no end to the blood. There's no end to the vomiting. There's thousands of broken bones. The heart was dug out twice, and the internal organs were broken 5 times. This man, just die or not. Fighting and beating him, he got anxious and panicked, and under Phoenix Bell's huffing and puffing, the 2 of them had no choice but to let go of Yi Beixian and come over here. Presently, the identity seems to be 2-level reversal. Jiang Hong became the biggest boss. P.S. I wish everyone a happy day. Families remember to check in every day. End of chapter. Chapter 116, Flurry of Melting Seeds. Flame blast against flame. Bad luck. What's the point of talking so much? The heavenly demon coldly grunted, intending to say something more, but he wanted to stop. He knew he couldn't blame Long Yuan for that. Originally, none of them had planned to make a move. Gu Yuan alone was definitely sufficient. Ancient Yuan was not only unable to fight, but he was also crushed when he fused the life seed and became a saint. It happened, indeed, 100,000 times off guard. By now, their heads were buzzing. Melt the seeds. On the far left, a touch of helplessness appeared on Diaming Bo's pale face, and he opened his mouth sorrowfully after taking a deep look at Jiang Hong. The words fall. Tian Demon, Long Yuan, and Phoenix Bell's faces sank, wanting to open their mouths to say something, but when they saw Jiang Hong, whose black clothes hunted and silver threads fluttered, as well as the human emperor streamer behind him, they immediately shut up and stopped speaking. Can't figure it out. How did it come to this? Griffins change their lives and salty fish turn over. It's just Long Yuan sighed and immediately took out a golden eagle from his sleeve, knocked lightly on the brow. In the next second, the aura of the dragon abyss began to wreak havoc, and above the green dragon's silhouette, a pair of sky-shadowing feathers spread their wings. Under the fusion, it was as if that legendary ancestor of all dragons, Ying Long, and the breath, reaching the great perfection of a saint, the rock seed. Seeing Long Yuan's choice, Dimming Wave, Heavenly Demon and the other 3 were silent. They knew that it was their turn. Dimplebow suddenly rose into the air, took out a ball of wind and quickly knocked on the center of his brow. Next moment, the breath continued to climb,
breaking through all the way from the 8th realm until the great circle of saints.
And only then did he manage to stop.
And he was surrounded by a ghastly wind that seemed like it would stir up everything.
Celestialine seed.
Looking at this scene, the heavenly demon opened his mouth in horror. The celestialine species is a very good match for the race of Dimbo,
though not perfect.
But the fit is very close to perfect.
At that moment,
he also no longer hesitated and took out his own preparatory Dao seeds. It was a cloud of golden blood.
There was no form, as if it were the most primitive and ancient blood. This is heavenly blood seed? Seeing him, Long Yuan and Phoenix Bell, both of them, cast envious glances.
The heavenly blood seed was different from other Dao seeds. Its greatest effect is to refine its own bloodline,
making it longer and more ancient.
Trace the origins. And the origin of the heavenly demon is the legendary clan with the head of a man and the body of a snake.
Manhwa.
Their origins are unknown and nowhere to be traced.
The body of the heavenly demon, too, began to change,
with the lower half of its body sprouting a serpent's tail and the upper half appearing more feminine.
Looks like a man or a woman.
There was purple eyeshadow on the sharp eyes, pupils oval,
like snakes, and the Phoenix Bell was truly envious. For her, if she devoured that heavenly blood seed, she might really become a phoenix.
He had no choice but to take out his own spare Taoist seed. It's a firebird. The fierce demeanor and the flames surrounding the body caused the crowd to look sideways, shocked at it.
Vermilion bird seed. The sky demon murmured.
This kind of top-tier Dao seed,
if an ordinary person were to fuse it,
they would be able to become a supreme heavenly pride.
It is a type of direct battle enhancement.
Although the degree of fit is not as good as the heavenly phoenix seed,
but for the Phoenix Bell, it is the best Dao seed at the moment.
Blood phoenix with vermilion bird.
Gentlemen. Well, this seat, out of patience.
After the 5 people had finished melting their seeds one by one,
John Hong nodded slightly and yawned.
One social background. Millions of stern ghosts roared and hissed.
Among them,
a portion of the heavenly pride that filled the vast majority of the races in the Tianluo realm.
And at this moment, the Black Death aura of the human emperor streamer was even deeper, as if this fatal artifact was ushering in the ultimate metamorphosis. This scene, letting the most emotionally calm Phoenix Bell, the corner of her eyes kept twitching. Gentlemen,
I'll use my reserves.
Remember, don't hide your clumsiness anymore.
Or if one more person dies,
he's truly invincible. 5 birds 7 amazing fans.
As the words fell, Phoenix Bell raised her hands, and a colorful feather fan just appeared in her hands.
John Hong, this is...
Phoenix Bell jade fingers catalyzed the feather fan. Cold proudly raised his eyes,
just intending to say something else. In view, a colorful feather fan, reflected in his eyes. 5 birds and 7 amazing fans.
Asterisk. Lei Peng jerked and looked numbly at John Hong, only shock remaining in his ferocious and violent eyes.
What the hell is this? John Hong? 5 bird 7 amazement fan,
is made by the avian tribe True Feathers Refined. This world can be out of the position.
Only 3. The Forbidden Zone. The 100,000 mountains. Exclusion Zone. Sycamore Grove.
Even their infernal thunder pool can't put together the 5 birds and 7 amazing fans. There are indeed a lot of birds, but all of them are of the thunder system, and they can't form the 7 kinds of flames. The extent to which this magic treasure is heaven-defying is heaven-defying.
You too? No way.
Phoenix Bell glanced at the 5 bird 7 amazing fans in front of John Hong, and then looked at her own.
It's taught.
John Heng's body was full of treasures,
none of which were trash. Is that weird?
John Hong pursed his lips and looked at Phoenix Bell in surprise.
In the other party's surprised eyes,
John Heng's chest continued to rise and fall as the heavenly Dao demon heart violently erupted at this moment.
Coax dash. John Hong waved his feather fan. Scorching flame waves swept the sky, colorful flames, converging into a flame phoenix, with the image of burning the sky and destroying the world. It whistled towards Lei Peng, Ming Bo, Long Yuan and the others. Still fuming. Thunder Rock fought to hiss, and his already sharp upper voice even produced a thunderstorm. This is a group of people that he really can't afford to take with him, can't really afford to bring it.
The overwhelming incendiary flames are burning into your face, and you still don't swing your feathered fan,
and you're still fuming? 5 birds 7 amazing fans.
Phoenix Bell shuddered at the words and hastily waved her feathered fan. 7 colorful and mottled flames instantly swept through the sky as 7 colorful phoenixes sped away.
As several people watched, the colored flames instantly collided together. Coax dash. The scorching waves of flame could be felt asphyxiating even from the distance they were standing. Bushy fields and long ago sores. The remaining rock and soil on the ground had melted into magma under the intense heat.
Many of the heavenly pride who were hiding to catch their breath had long since lost the thought of life when they saw this world-destroying burning flame,
waiting to die in the fire. And, Win or lose. It's just a moment.
Lei Peng twitched and looked numbly at Phoenix Bell beside him.
Just you still have the Wutong Forest. Just you still have the 5 birds and 7 amazing fans. Rubbish. Rumble. After saying that, he immediately transformed into thunder and flew upwards towards the endless dome of the sky. Below, the wave of flame wielded by Jiang Hong swept through, completely engulfing the heat wave wielded by Phoenix Bell, carrying the image of burning heaven and destroying the world. It covered towards the remaining 4 forbidden area airs. It seems that a second late is a dead end. No, this can't be.
This one of mine is constructed from 4 Saint Stage native true feathers, plus 7 kinds of holy fire.
P.S. Remember to check in every day. Wish your family a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 117 Heaven's Mandate Advancement. Turbulence in the Forbidden Zone. It's already the best in the world. Looking at the endless waves of flame in front of her, Phoenix Bell was on the verge of an emotional breakdown. She's not very knowledgeable.
Where did Jiang Hong get this wild fan that is stronger than her holy weapon?
Why? Think of a way.
Looking at Phoenix Bell's collapsing emotions,
Long Yuan immediately spoke, scales exploding all over the body. Because of trust, he never walked away from the beginning. And, now the feather fan against the fight, but even suffered a big loss. I'll do it.
Looking behind her at Long Yuan, the sullen-faced Dim Bo and the others,
Phoenix Bell nodded. The flawless body, at this moment, burst into full flame, transforming into a scarlet blood phoenix. Clang! The phoenix is singing in the sky. Phoenix Bell swooped down towards the searing waves of flame that ignited monstrous waves of flame all around her. Coax dash! The instant the flames collided, countless fires rendered the vast canopy, setting the distant jungle completely ablaze. The blazing fire seemed to freeze at that moment. A moment. The fire subsides. A blood phoenix, covered with charcoal, rushed out of the flames in a sorry state and returned to its original position. Wow!
Jiang Hong pursed his lips and glanced at Phoenix Bell in surprise.
So open-minded?
Not bad for a vermilion bird species.
This was somewhat unexpected. The Phoenix clan, indeed,
had patience for flames, but it was impossible to resist the full force of the 5 birds and 7 amazing fan swings.
If you don't die, you'll be seriously injured. Right now, it's actually just a flesh wound.
The vermilion bird species.
It did surprise him. What about this?
Jiang Hong pursed his lips, and in the eyes of several people who were shocked,
he arrived in front of Phoenix Bell in an instant, reaching out to strangle her neck. Between life and death, he won't give it a break. Unbridled. Just as Jiang Heng's palm was about to touch Phoenix Bell's neck, the dragon abyss violently erupted. His entire body's scale armor exploded,
and his thick arm directly pinched Jiang Heng's hand. The dragon's eyes were majestic and carried a merciless sternness. The dragon's claw resembled a steel blade,
carrying a sharp cold aura. Instantly grabbing at Jiang Heng's throat. Great desolate dragon claw. May.
Just when the dragon's claws were about to touch Jiang Heng's body, a layer of silver-white halo was attached to the whole body.
Zip, zip, zip. The dragon's claws touched the neck and rolled up countless fires. This is.
Long Yuan looked at this scene with shock. Although the immunity to mana had faded most of his power,
but based on his physical body alone,
Jiang Hong should be seriously injured and bleeding from this move.
Right? May. Unharmed? This is the chaotic body. Not far away, the heavenly demon, who was planning to make a move, looked at Jiang Heng's fleshly body,
and his entire being was on the verge of exploding his scales.
This time, at Jiang Heng's neck,
where the dragon abyss had attacked, there was a chaos above the skin,
black and deep,
with what seemed to be countless points of colored light inside.
It was as if the universe was dotted with strands of stars in the deep holes of the unmarked. Far away, screaming continuously,
Yi Beixian faded away from his severely injured stance just now and arrogantly harvested a fresh life. The eyes were filled with disdain.
Traceless Dao body. Jiang Hong, I want you to die. Yi Beixian was too happy. This scene was simply heavenly. After Long Yuan retreated,
Jiang Heng's heavenly execution caused many heavenly pride to die of serious injuries. It turned out to be a cheap shot for nothing.
Harvesting is a snap. Just how long
on the construction of the traceless Dao body. This speed continues. We'll soon be able to see the legendary chaos body.
And, Yi Beixian's words fell,
and the sound of shock in the distance caused him to jerk his neck long, looking at Jiang Hong in confusion.
What chaotic body? Who chaos body? At this moment, he only felt his head. A buzzing sound. Jiang Hong, 1954. Chinese writer. Chaos body now? And, in the field of vision, at Jiang Heng's neck,
that one image caused Yi Beixian to be completely moved.
Jiang Heng's neck was a void, a chaos. It was indeed that legendary invincible physique. You chaotic body now? What chaotic body do you have? Yi Beixian hissed, his eyes almost glaring out.
and immediately hissed in his heart, "It's all your fault. It's all your fault. If you had lent me your power earlier, I definitely could have killed Jiang Hung. What's he going to do now that he's chaotic, right?" The mysterious voice seemed to be tinged with anger. "I've used a lot of my origin to keep you alive. If I were to throw my life away, when heaven's mandate is tripled, you would be dead as well." Inside the mysterious space, like the universe, dotted with stars, a black mist, is through Yi Beishuan's body, shocked to look at Jiang Hung. This moment, it is also confused. Think it's weird. How did everything come to this? Yi Beishuan, who was too intelligent, was tortured by Jiang Hung several times, and is now like a retard. Exact. Yi Beishuan is only 18, still young, but in his expectation, Jiang Hung belonged to the kind of person who was not good at mind tricks. What's going on? What if you can't count? Going the future is also a dead end. Jiang Hung chaos body, after absorbing these people physique more complete, when the possibility of winning is even smaller. This hand of devouring demon technique is something I never expected. No, is it really necessary to throw everything away? Central State, Ninth Life Sanctuary, Acacia Mound, cluck cluck cluck. Inside the elegant small courtyard, a bull-furred rooster with scarlet feathers was pacing back and forth vigilantly, and in the pond, a carp full of golden scales was hissing at the rooster. Quiet. On the consort's couch, the black-skirted woman's sleeves fluttered, her perfect cheeks rippling. Immediately, the courtyard was dead silent. The mandate of heaven has changed again? The path to immortality is imminent? The woman raised her eyes to the sky, as if through countless time and space, looking toward the large cloud-water immortal palace. Suddenly, a snicker spilled out from her perfect face. Becoming immortal. What a vain word. If you can't be with the one you love, what's the point of becoming immortal? Forbidden Zone, 10,000 Dragon's Nest, ancient mountains and fields, a giant dragon prancing happily, coiled mountains on an old dragon that could not see the end of the line. Beside it, any dragons looked so small, like loaches. Roar! The old dragon let out a long roar, and the originally noisy atmosphere completely receded at this moment. Countless loach small dragons instantly disappeared without a trace. Old dragon, a hoarse voice, echoing in the old dragon's ears. He looked at it spiritlessly. It was a morose middle-aged man. The whole body was wrapped in death aura. At the same time, beside him, there was a palace-suited beautiful woman, about 30 years old, with a cold and stunning temperament. There was another man, surrounded by wild thunder and stout. Everyone's aura was no weaker than the old dragon's. From the ancient times when to today, the destiny of heaven is advanced. The path to immortality is imminent, and the time has come for us to make an alliance. 170,000 years ago, that woman overthrew the ninth Forbidden Zone reincarnation cliff and created the Forbidden Zone, Acacia Mound, without defense. Old dragon, what do you mean? The old dragon raised his head lazily, his cloudy eyes looking around. There are too many karmic consequences, and heaven's destiny is in advance. There are factors unknown to us. Everything. Wait for the Cloudwater Demon Palace to end. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Wish your family a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 118, Slaughtering the Heavenly Pride of the World. Cloudwater Palace. Passageway. Unnamed mountains and fields. Under the quiet moonlit night, the large bush field has long been shattered, and the pungent scent of blood fills the mountains and rivers. The interplay of collisions resounded through the mountains, and several silhouettes sped to and fro. Jiang Hong, do you have to do this today? Above the dome of the sky, the flag of the human emperor flag fluttered, and not far from it, Long Yuan's entire body dripped blood as he looked angrily at Jiang Hung. Just a moment ago, after Jiang Heng's chaotic body manifested, he directly suffered a great loss and was beaten by Jiang Hung, vomiting blood, but, with the powerful body of the dragon race, slowed down. Then, a few of them started rounding up, but the end result was not good. The hardness of this physique took his breath away. He, along with Phoenix Bell, Heavenly Demon, Dimming Wave, and Thunder Rock, were more or less injured. Jiang Hong, on the other hand, still had silver threads fluttering about, and his demeanor was as dusty as an exiled immortal. What is there to talk about in a world of the weak and the strong? Long Yuan's words caused Jiang Hong to slightly shake his head and indifferently say, "If I don't defeat you and the others today, won't I be thwarted? And, the little thing has two other faces? This seat prefers your previously untamed appearance." This Long Yuan's words surprised him a bit. Previously, this person was the first to pop up, said so many arrogant things, beep to it's loaded. Now, reason with him again? This scene is similar to that old shrew, bullying people if he can beat them, reasoning if he can't. There's no need to talk nonsense with him. We may not necessarily lose this battle, and he may not necessarily win.
heavenly pale thunder flame, rumble. Above a few people, the thunder rock looked down, conjuring up countless thunderbolts of intertwined flames. The image was comparable to extinction. He's had a lot of fights with Gu Yuan. Mana immunity, this great magical power. There is a time limit. Gu Yuan can maintain at most one incense burner. Even if Zhang Hong was stronger than Gu Yuan, it would only take an hour at most. Subocular, medicine. It's almost over. And, against a meat monster like Zhang Hong, a long-range attack would be good. Other than Long Yuan, the remaining few people present were not weak in their Dao. This scene caused the eyes of the heavenly demon, dimming wave, and the others to condense. And after holding their breaths, each of them cast their divine abilities. Follow Lei Peng's pace and quickly hunt towards Zhang Hong. For a moment, the blood phoenix, the green dragon, the heavenly demon, and a blue flaming soul were constantly exercising the Tao and the law. In the moment, all are saints. The Tao and laws that could be scrupulously communicated to the heavenly Tao and performed were the purest power of origin. Colorful seal characters cover the sky. The wisps of clear moon, completely submerged, had sped toward Zhang Hong. Ha ha ha, mole cricket, you die. This scene made Lei Peng feel free. In his mind, Zhang Hong had always been a mole cricket, and how could a mere mole cricket be on par with them? Being a noble thunderbird, it couldn't be tolerated. Thunder rock. Just as Lei Peng Jie laughed wildly, the dragon abyss in the back roared violently. The dragon's roar carried waves of sound that swept behind Lei Peng. It added a touch of shock to Lei Peng's brash eyes. Turning his head to look behind him, a flawless face came into his eyes. Zhang Hong. Seeing the visitor, Lei Peng jerked violently, as if a vulture that had gone mad, and struggled up. Zhang Heng's hand was like an iron clamp, locking him firmly in place. Despite struggling against it, he still couldn't break free. At the same time, Long Yuan's dragon's roar arrived, and the sound wave swept over Zhang Hong and Lei Peng. And, when the sound wave touched Zhang Heng's body, the silver-white mana immunity completely wiped out all the damage. Only Lei Peng was the only one with his feathers upside down, as if he was a porcupine that had met a strong enemy. The dragon roars in the past. Lei Peng's posture was wretched. He looked at Zhang Hong and fought to hiss. Zhang Hong doesn't get it. He really doesn't. Why was Zhang Heng's speed could be as fast as this? Controlling thunder? His speed should have been at the top of the line. Zhang Hong was even faster than him, by quite a bit. In such a dense package of seal characters, he found a gap and instantly came to his side, capturing him. You can kill me if you have the ability. I am the infernal thunder pool. Lei Peng's gaze was sinister, his demeanor untamed as he stared at Zhang Heng's face, his sharp beak murmuring word for word. And, before he could finish his words, Zhang Heng's eyes stared with a cold expression and his left hand ruthlessly pinched his throat. Arms green with veins, ripped his head right off his neck. The large bird's body and head, directly separated. Scarlet blood, accompanied by thunder arcs, continuously rushed from Lei Peng's neck, forming a large artificial fountain. Zhang Hong Lei Peng, who only had his head left, defied. He's really not convinced. Obviously, a few days ago, Zhang Hong was still a mole, but now, by virtue of the eighth realm, he was able to overcome a supreme saint like him. So on what basis was he able to do so? Is the accumulation of 300,000 years a lie? I'm going to die with you. Lei Peng fought and hissed. When the words fall, Zhang Hong then saw Lei Peng's chest cavity, the purple color accompanied by the red color, becoming more and more piercing and burning. Blow yourself up? Joker. Looking at Lei Peng's kung fu square momentum, Zhang Hong snorted. This technique is similar to exploding the sea of clouds, completely shattering the scenery inside, and destroying the enemy with it. It's no use to him. With his right hand, the devouring devil technique immediately erupted. In Lei Peng's body, the mana, which was like a nuclear bomb, was under the black seal character. Instantaneous dissolution, devoured in a frenzy. Not long after, the entire body turned into pieces and dissipated with the wind, devouring much faster than before, including the heavenly fire seed, which was completely absorbed and devoured. Thunderbird, but that's just it. The storm clouds in this world are quite large, and your clan can't last forever. All are ants. Zhang Hong pinched the thunder rock's beak. The corner of his mouth was tinged with cruelty as he didn't give the other party a chance to open his mouth. Pounds of mana surged, completely crushing its head. Raise its ashes with your hand. Static. There was dead silence all around. The remaining celestial pride, Long Yuan, Phoenix Bell, and other forbidden area heirs, watched as Lei Peng was crushed to death like a chicken. The last wisp of arrogance in his eyes completely dissolved. If Gu Yuan was an accident, then how could the Lei Peng at the moment go about explaining it? Lei Peng's strength is really not weak. the Thunder System Tao, overriding all other Tao. After devouring the Thunder Rock, I'm afraid we'll all perish here. Is this group of Forbidden Area heirs not even his opponent? The wind has risen in the Tian Luo realm. After this person goes out, it's bound to be a bloody storm. The message can't get through. He's isolated all information. Hopefully the ancestors out there will realize the danger. In this manner, there was only a dead ash in the hearts of all the celestial pride. Resistance? The dominance displayed by Zhang Hong is fractured. It's absolute. It's crushing. This sense of invincible oppression was something they had never experienced in anyone of their age. Even the great sage of the clan is just like that, isn't it? P.S. I wish my family a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 119. Pa. It's your turn. Presently. Strangers, it seems, are the end of the line. Suzur, I'll fight to the death later. Yugo looking at Lei Peng's ashes floating in the sky. Long Yuan's heart overflowed with a touch of sadness. It all happened really fast. As with Gu Yuan's death, it was too late for people to react. The Taoist laws that roamed the sky seemed to be ineffective against Zhang Hong. No, I want to be with you. Phoenix Belle opened her mouth to reject Long Yuan, but when she saw Long Yuan's determined eyes, she had no way to speak her next words. Looking at Zhang Hong, who was standing with his arms folded, she murmured, "Is it really impossible to defeat? After all is said and done." Phoenix Belle was bitter in her heart. It's an image she's seen before. It's her in person all right. A few years ago, there were a few Taoist systems that challenged them to go to the Wutong Forest, and they went there, slaughtering the opposing great emperor. At the same time, she slaughtered the other side's holy sons, holy daughters, and Taoists with the power of one person as the king of the young generation. That battle was out of this world. It was also standing with its arms folded, exactly the same as Zhang Hong. Only, the strongest is the other, and she has become a mole. The ultimate decency is given to you as well. Gentlemen, would you like to go to your death in peace? As he watched the few people climbing, the displeasure on Zhang Heng's face became more and more obvious. Very busy. After you kill these people, you have to go to the end of the fairy palace. There's a lot more going on. At the same time, it's also very busy when you get out there. Go! Roar! Long Yuan violently erupted, transforming into a 100-meter-long green dragon, and with his wings behind him, he violently slapped Phoenix Belle. Turning into rainbow light, it came towards Zhang Hong to take his life. TSK, what a pair of outlaws. Zhang Hong was staggered, looking at the Phoenix Belle who fled in defeat in the distance. Without much expression, his eyes gazed at Long Yuan, as well as the heavenly demon and dimming wave behind him. But no one is going anywhere. Zhang Hong nodded and waved a cloud of black dead chi with his right hand. One social background. Millions of stern ghosts, as if activated, began to hiss madly, swooping down towards the speeding Phoenix Belle. This hundreds of meters of blood phoenix. For a moment her body was covered with severe ghosts that were crazily gnawing on her flesh and blood. The original scarlet, beautiful plumes became messy. Screams and screams, echoing through the fields. Suzaku dash. Long Yuan hissed. With a faster speed, he swooped down towards Zhang Hong. Grills, you are just lucky to have acquired the devouring devil technique. Without this heaven-defying technique, you would still be an ant. Hate. He had always been a loner and had never looked down on anyone. Right now, being forced into this situation by a man of the world was something he had never dreamed of. Destroy indiscriminately. Retrieve the honor. Only Zhang Heng's death could wash away his pride. The large green dragon arrived in front of Zhang Heng's eyes in a matter of moments, its sharp fangs knocking down hard. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. This death-defying scene caused the corners of Zhang Heng's mouth to rise. Griffin, the gap between you and me can't be bridged by years. Even if I give you another 1,000,000 years, you'll end up with nothing more than a cup of yellow earth. When he said that, he put his hands together and quickly coalesced into a Dao. The green-colored dragon seal appeared in Zhang Heng's palm. Ju True Dragon Spirit Seal dash. Roar. The green-colored dragon stood out from the seal character in the palm of Zhang Heng's hand, and kept getting bigger and bigger the moment it struck. In the end, it formed a green dragon about 100 meters long, similar to Long Yuan's demeanor. Seeing this scene, Long Yuan's eyes carried shock. However, it was fleeting. He still exerted his strength and slammed into the true dragon shadow constructed by Zhang Hong. Everything, it seems, will turn into dust. The dragon's head of the dragon's abyss, the moment it touched the shadow, seemed to rot away like a rag. The whole torso, too, seemed so. The moment it touched the shadow, it was directly and completely disintegrated and smashed completely. The intensity between the two seemed to be infinitely far apart. No. Phoenix Belle, who had almost fled to the edge, watched her partner turn into rotten meat.
and the sorrowful cry in her heart resounded through heaven and earth. Clang. Lit. The phoenix rises up in the sky. Idiom, fig. A magpie will emerge from the ashes. Phoenix Belle turned and swooped down, transforming into a scarlet firebird that came at Jiang Hong with a vengeance. Alas! In that case, this seed is not a cruel person, so let's let you be a pair of dead ducks. Out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Hong caught a glimpse of Phoenix Belle's bravery, and immediately clapped and applauded, without much hesitation. With his index and middle fingers together, he immediately wielded the green dragon shadow and swooped down towards the fire phoenix that was speeding towards him. In a matter of moments, they collided together. Fire splattered all around Phoenix Belle's large body, and the dragon abyss in general was directly torn apart. In absolute shock, clang, woo, with a mournful cry, the blood-colored flame phoenix completely fell from the sky. The picture, bleak, leaving the heavenly demon and dimming wave bewildered. They stared wide-eyed at Jiang Hong, who had a bland face. For the first time, I felt the gap. I'm at a loss. Why was it that Jiang Hong's battle power could be so heaven-defying to such an extent? Talent through the ages. I'm an ant, the heavenly demon murmured, as if his head was in severe pain. Raise one's hand and rest one's forehead. The demeanor was agonizing to the core. Two people, why bother with mediocrity? And, just in the instant that the heavenly demon was holding his forehead, a hand as white as jade rested on his and dim wave's shoulders. Turn your head and look. Jiang Hong had doubled up again and wondered when he had reached them. Pose or motion of one's body in martial arts. God is out of the picture. You have cultivated shrinking earth to perfection? Dim Bo looked deeply at Jiang Hong. This is impossible. At that moment, only the shrinking ground, which was known as the number one stance, was able to have this kind of speed. This is a kind of time body method, surpassing all body methods and recluse methods in the world. Griffin, how dare you peer into the heavens? Jiang Hong smiled faintly, unbridled. Dim Bo was stunned and immediately became furious. The body, like a grumbling spirit, instantly transformed into a ghostly blue beam of light, directly rushing into Jiang Hong's brow. Ah! In the next second, a miserable scream struck, and Dim Bo's ghost-like body flew out backwards from Jiang Hong's brow. Shocked, he looked at Jiang Hong. In that moment, he saw a glimpse of memory. It was the tumbling of mountains and rivers, the darkening of the sky and the crumbling of endless eternity. That's 10,000 years from now. You, Dimwave hissed. May. Jiang Hong's silver-white hand directly slapped his soul-like body, completely scattering it. With his eyes, he looked towards the disoriented sky demon. I'll do it myself. Seeing this, the heavenly demon lone smiled. The lower half of the snake's tail began to burn with an ethereal blue fire that burned from the tail to the torso. In just a few breaths of effort, it was completely reduced to ashes. Since then, Ancient Yuan, Thunder Rock, Dragon Abyss, Phoenix Belle, Dimming Wave, and Heavenly Demon, the 6 Forbidden Area heirs, perished one after another. And the scene, it made Yi Beixian, who was working hard to devour the heavenly pride in the distance, put down his hands. The demeanor was tinged with bewilderment as he looked over. Finished killing? He doesn't get it. These 6 Forbidden Area heirs, who looked out of the world when they came, how come they died so fast as the wind? How long has it been? And they're all getting boxed in? Bewildered on one side, Yi Beixian steeply trembled, twisting his head and neck to look to the right in fear. It was a familiar face, looking at him kindly and all but maliciously. Pa, have you eaten? P.S. I wish my family a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 120. Jiang Hong, Yi Beixian, will fight you. Jiang Hong smiled brightly, raising the corners of his mouth to reveal his white teeth. Bao, I'm asking you, have you eaten? Yi Beixian's throat stuttered. The unusual redness on his face instantly faded, and his lips all started to turn pale. Jiang Hong, this came to him? Beside him, on the upper right side, he also absorbed the origin of Heavenly Demon and Dimming Wave. Can't wait, by the looks of it. And the aura was even more majestic than before, and the sense of oppression went straight to the talent, making him feel as if he was facing a behemoth. What's the matter? You seem to be afraid of me. The corners of Jiang Hong's mouth opened slightly as he looked at Yi Beixian in surprise. Elder brother is like a father. I am equivalent to your father. And how could my father harm you? Gulp. Yi Beixian didn't know what to say as his mouth continued to secrete saliva. Eldest brother, I won't harm you in the future. Let me off the hook, okay? Just pretend I'm too young to know better. An elder brother is like a father. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Jiang Hong laughed long and hard up to the sky, looking at Yi Beixian's gesture of begging for mercy. In his heart, the killing intent is fierce. From the moment he left 10,000 Sword City, he was laying out the present. He didn't care how heaven-defying the thing in Yi Beixian's body was. Here, It is the cloud and water demon power. The other party is even more heavenly, cannot break free from this place. It's time for all the predestination, karma, and grudges to be purged. Kaching dash. Jiang Hong angled his head, his hands slightly harder. The sound of bones breaking instantly overflowed the large bushfield. Ah! Yi Beixian screamed miserably. A flash of red rose on his pale face again. The pain that tore through his heart and lungs made him hiss with all his might. It hurt more than when Long Yuan plucked open his chest. The whole shoulder. It's been crushed. What's the point of yelling so loudly? Jiang Hong teasingly pursed his lips, seemingly remembering something. Come out. You know, I'm not like that punk Long Yuan. You can't keep him. What? You know? Yi Beixian trembled and looked at Jiang Hong in fear. 10,000 years. What exactly do you mean by 10,000 years? At this moment, his heart sank to the bottom. The biggest secret of all. Jiang Hong surprisingly knew about it long ago. Inside him, contains the word mandate of heaven. And, words, like the key to break the riddle. Yi Beixian felt that something, as if at any time will be broken open. It was the tip of the truth, the source of his fear. Guess not, to have come this far. You guessed correctly that I am unable to bring Yi Beixian out of the Cloud Water Demon Palace. Just as Yi Beixian was shocked, his body steeply diffused a black aura, instantly forming a black mist, floating above his head. It was exactly the same as the black gas in the sea of stars in Yi Beixian's body, staring at Jiang Hong with fierce eyes. It looks like this. Jiang Hong pursed his lips, staring deeply into the black fog. This thing, it made his heart twitch a little. It was as if all the evil in the world had struck it, and it had an ineradicable shock. It's a creature's instinctive fear. How did you get out? Yi Beixian looked to the top of his head, his eyes tinged with reproach. He's bluffing you. What does he know? I never show my face. Stupid. Black Mist hated the iron and said angrily, you can cross over, but he can't be reborn? The Jiang Hong in front of you is from 10,000 years from now. In the star ocean within Yi Beixian's body, he had been thinking about this issue. Why? When Yi Beixian was counting on Jiang Hong, he was clearly ahead of the game, but with little effect. Even the human emperor streamer, which had been laid out for 10 years, had been harvested by Jiang Hong, devouring devil technique, and some powerful divine abilities. Even if Jiang Heng's talent was through and through, he still couldn't manage to comprehend all of the several great divine abilities. Could he? It takes more than talent. It takes time to harden. Add to that, it's time to put an end to a 10,000-year-old feud. Let him be sure. Jiang Hong, from the future. What? Yi Beixian trembled and turned to Jiang Hong in fear. You've been reborn. From 10,000 years later? Numb. He was completely numb. Before crossing over, I had read so many metaphysical novels and seen countless reborn protagonists, but I didn't expect to really meet them. Classic. Too classic. Snapdash. Jiang Hong clapped and applauded, raising the corners of his mouth. Wonderful. Just wonderful. Tell me about it. The 3 points of the divine order. What really happened 170,000 years ago? It didn't surprise him at all that the other man could guess. At the same time, the true identity of that black mist was something he had guessed through the system. It is only that the other person needs to narrate it in person to be completely sure. You're interrogating me? Black Mist's eyes were evil and looked at Jiang Hong with abhorrence. Or what? This question made Jiang Hong smile, stepping forward to casually choke Yi Beixian's throat, slightly raising his eyes to look into that pair of oozing eyes. At this moment, the heavenly Tao demon heart trembled violently, as if its majesty had been provoked and it was incomparably angry. Yi Beixian is numb, constantly struggling. He bombarded Jiang Heng's torso with Tao magic, and his feet viciously kicked Jiang Heng's legs, but with each stroke, it seemed to hit on top of the immortal gold. This body, the strength was beyond his knowledge. This moment, Yi Beixian was chagrined. Jiang Hong is tearing it up with black mist. What's the point of pinching him? You threatened me. Looking at Jiang Heng's hand, the black mist shook with rage. You kill him, I am indestructible. Yes? Jiang Hong twisted his head to look at Yi Beixian, looking at the resentment in the depths of the other party's eyes, and raised the corner of his mouth. Bow. He's given up on you. You are a mole and an outcast. While saying that, Jiang Heng's fingers kept exerting force, pinching Yi Beixian's eyes protruding out with his face red. Bitch dog. You dog also deceived me. I was going to lick Jiang Hong. It's all because you compelled me. You won't be any better off if I die. Yi Beixian hissed, looking at the black fog above his head, looking at that pair of oozing eyes. The resentment is monstrous. When he first traveled to this world, he was shocked and expectant. And after, this monster boasts of the way of heaven, said what to take him to pretend to take him to fly, all kinds of fooling, cajoling, and then taught a lot of forbidden techniques. One of them was the devouring devil technique. Since then, he began to use the devouring devil technique to enhance his cultivation, and after tasting that kind of pleasure, he simply could not extricate himself from it. That feeling of not having to work hard and arrogating the fruits of other people's cultivation. The feeling of trampling everything under his feet made him linger. That moment. He thinks he's the chosen one. It is the master of this side of the earth and sky, the immortal legend of the ages, the heavenly emperor who has uniquely ruled over the ages. The inexplicable appearance of Anhongi. At first glance, he knew that he would never be able to walk away from that magnificent figure in his entire life. Even if he had to be a dog by Anhongi's side, he'd be willing to do it. He did some math and slaughtered a village, constructing his innocent identity, worshipping the ethereal Holy Land, and becoming a disciple of the great emperor. Yes, Jiang Hong appeared. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 121 Gritters and Chess. Yi Beishuan's end. That light and clear temperament. That worldly appearance. That amicable smile like sunshine. It made Yi Beishuan feel ashamed of himself in his heart. Yes, Jiang Hong and Anhongi came out in pairs, and the dense affection between the two of them in the middle of their gaze was so straightforward, pure and simple. Jiang Hong also seems to have become Anhongi's dependent's favorite, as if the two destiny, from the beginning of the weaving together. This made Yi Beishuan unable to accept it. He was jealous. He hated. Jiang Hong was so perfect and still wanted to rob him of Anhongi. Everything was his and his Yi Beishuan's. He is a traveler, a son of fortune, a supreme human being chosen by the heavenly Tao. At the same time, in the ear, the heavenly way is also compelling. As long as he did away with Jiang Hong, Anhongi would be his alone. Followed by, he began to count, luring those disciples to step into his perilous situation. He mutilated those dozen people. Because the cultivation was not as good as these people, it was natural to exclude suspicion. And then, there's the heart barrier. TSK, sad, pitiful. Looking at Yi Beishuan's maniacal demeanor, Jiang Heng's eye showed a touch of teasing. Presently, he guessed a lot, but didn't dare think in that direction. Otherwise, everything in this world is too horrible to be true. His past life is ridiculous. Griffin, you dare to threaten me. The black mist spread violently, and a pair of evil eyes stared at Yi Beishuan in death. In his sharp eyes, two black ons like sharp swords shot towards Yi Beishuan's heart. It happened so suddenly. Everything was so off guard. You, proposed horse Yi Beishuan hissed, looking at the black mane in fear. For a moment, it was as if the body was bound, and all sorts of underlying Dao techniques could not be performed. Just as the black mango was about to smash Yi Beishuan, a hand as white as jade directly blocked in front of Yi Beishuan. The moment it touched the hand, the black aura transformed into a seal character, intertwining continuously in the palm of the hand. Scarlet blood, dripping down the little thumb in drops, fell to the ground, and the otherwise barren earth. After absorbing the blood, the bright green grass grows wild. You, save him? Black Mist shuddered, his eyes tinged with bewilderment. This one, he was never expecting. Wasn't the grudge entangled for 10,000 years? Why was it Jiang Hong who intervened against him? It was Jiang Hong, eldest senior brother. You forgive me? Yi Beishuan sobbed. His whole body couldn't stop trembling, and drops of bean-sized teardrops dripped down. I swear, I, Yi Beishuan, will be eldest brother's dog from now on. I'll do anything you want. I regret it now. I really do. Yi Beishuan was also confused. He didn't expect that it was Jiang Hong who struck. Pop. The crisp ringing sound instantly reverberated through the large area. Yi Beishuan's head was lulled by the whip and he vomited a large mouthful of blood on the spot. Bewildered, he looked at Jiang Hong. People, clueless. What's that supposed to mean? Ahem. Jiang Hong lightly coughed twice. Looking at the dripping blood of the hand has read messy back. You actually can hurt me? It's a bit of a surprise. Although he knew his opponent's identity, how could a non-physical freak harm him? Seemingly remembering something, Jiang Hong replied to Black Mist with his head held high. No other meaning, just want to tell you. This seat does what it wants. If this seat says Yi Beishuan can't die, he can't die. Speaking of this, Jiang Hong crooked his neck, narrowed his eyes at the Black Mist, and teased. You, can't do anything. Arrogant. Black Mist was furious. He's supposed to be a proxy for cynicism. So how can he tolerate someone else being a bigger drag than he is? Jiang Heng's gesture. It's really going to piss him off. There is no place to vent the fire of evil. At the same time, he looked deeply at Yi Beishuan. Like this. The Black Mist's gesture satisfied Jiang Hong, pinching Yi Beishuan's neck and laughing. Tell me what happened 170,000 years ago, and I'll do as you wish. Otherwise, you'll be at my mercy. You, think about it. Although not good at mind tricks, but this black fog posture. Let Jiang Hong heart have a clear understanding.
This thing, to kill Yi Beixian, by rights, he shouldn't fulfill the other side. This is Yi Beixian, eh? It's his stinky treasure, weighing the pros and cons. Put your troubles in the future. You too, you pigs and dogs. Where's the system? Where's Lousie's system? Shouldn't all travelers have a system? Watching the deal between Black Mist and Jiang Hong, Yi Beixian was hysterical. He became the carrier of the PY deal between the two men. The piglet in the pigsty, the cow or sheep under the butcher's knife, the meat on the chopping board. System. Jiang Hong was shocked in his heart. Some panic. This Yi Beixian, how did he know he had a system? And, hearing Yi Beixian's words caused Jiang Hong to be even more surprised in his heart. No wonder this system is coming from a strange place. Turns out, the wrong person was tied up. Nice guy. I didn't think it was a good idea in the first place, but now it seems to be a real bad idea. Ding! The system has corrected the error. The host's call has been detected. We're checking the current environment. Ding detected demon seed. Current kill rate 10,000,000%. Congratulations to the host. The Strive to Advance system will always be at your service. Listening to the system's Pledge of Allegiance, Jiang Hong covered his lips in embarrassment and gave Yi Beixian a strange look. Good boy. Sorry about that. 170,000 years ago, the silence of the scene lasted force half an hour. The Black Mist weighed the pros and cons. Long exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, devouring Great Emperor grandiose ambition. To devour the devil's work as the base. Want to take the heavenly Tao in its place. Reversed by the heavenly Tao. Failed, but in which the process is ebullient and convoluted. At the time when the devouring emperor was on the verge of extinction, the heavenly Tao draped over all things and transformed into a human figure to bring her warmth and continuity. Speaking of this, Black Mist gritted his teeth and looked at Jiang Hong with resentment. Be just like killing Father Mom. The devouring great emperor is barbarian. Jiang Hong took a deep breath and exhaled a long, turbid breath. That silhouette, it's mine, right? Therefore, she gave up the path to immortality and shed her Taoist body to cast Little Barbarian, waiting aimlessly for me for 170,000 years, through more than 30,000 reincarnations. It's to see me again. The heavy atmosphere and the depressing cause and effect made the heavenly Tao demon heart in Jiang Heng's chest start to tremble. He'd thought about all that, hadn't thought about it in that way. Otherwise, it's too much. He didn't quite understand why Barbara had fought so hard for that glance that had lasted 10,000 years in the first place. At the same time, he's a heavenly incarnation? Still not finished, right? Jiang Hong raised his head and looked deeply into the Black Mist. The most important information that the other side has yet to spill. What else do you want to know? Black Mist was displeased, eyes full of malice, staring resentfully at Jiang Hong. Quickly kill Yi Beixian and fulfill our promise. Presently, Jiang Hong was too deep and too strong. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 122, Jiang Hong. Are you trading me for a future? Just by stopping him like this, he would not be able to kill Yi Beixian at all. If he let it go, wait for that moment to come. As his former host Yi Beixian, he was definitely a great danger. What about the part in the middle? What happened? Jiang Hong seemed to be smiling, like a star-like eyes, staring straight at the black fog. To know that part. What happened? When the words fall, in the black mist, the pair of oozing eyes, the pupils visibly shrunk. He looked at Jiang Hong with abhorrence, then glanced at Jiang Heng's long-heeled fingers. It finally settled on Yi Beixian. Good. I said, finish and you fulfill your promise. That black aura, although it wasn't considered to be using its full power, it was still something that couldn't be blocked in this current realm. It also let Jiang Hong break some skin. It's fruitless to fight on. After a few seconds of silence, the Black Mist spoke in a deep voice. That woman has a monstrous demonic aura, and although she failed in devouring the heavenly Tao, her own demonic aura has tainted the heavenly Tao. Heaven is immaculate and will not allow such a thing to happen. Speaking here, Black Mist looked deeply at Jiang Hong and was about to open his mouth when Jiang Hong blandly said, so 3 parts of heaven's destiny. Barbara devoured the heavenly Tao and gained a heavenly destiny. I am the equivalent of the corrector of errors, and need to bring the divine order to unity, and a divine order. Then it's you, isn't it? Jiang Hong said, fiercely raised his head, slanting his eyes toward the black fog. Put it this way, everything is explained clearly. Why did Barbara have to go through so much trouble to get rid of little Barbara when it was so dangerous? It would also explain the origin of the monster in front of me, and himself. You really do know everything. Black Mist's eyes, which were full of violence, looked at Jiang Hong with an extra strand of calm. Continuing, he said, 3 heavenly destinies, ultimately 1. You and I were destined from the beginning for only one of us to live forever. That
you can't keep her either. Ha 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 ha. Saying that, the black fog smiled incomparably bratty, the fog constantly expanding and contracting. In a clearly good mood, growling, he said, John Hong, this long and great trend, even if you have the means to tamper with your life, you can't change anything. Have heard what was said. John Hong was silent. In his mind, there were still many questions, but he knew that the other party could not possibly say more. It's hit the bottom line. Only, Yi Beixian was a mole from the beginning to the end. So who was actually playing this game of chess? In the heart, there is a vague shadow, but he didn't want to think in that direction. Pa, you heard that, didn't you? After pondering for a few breaths, Zhang Hong turned to look at Yi Beixian. The corner of his mouth oxygenated with a smile as he pointed at the black mist. You are my beloved family friend and brother in arms. I would not have been willing to butcher you. He made me do it. After saying that, Zhang Hong had a teasing and innocent expression on his face. It left Yi Beixian's tender face with resentment written all over it. He's not a cutie. At the time of the showdown between Black Mist and Zhang Hong, he knew that he had been counted, and that he was a pawn from start to finish. Through and through, it was the desperate mole between the Black Mist and Zhang Hang's good offices. Even if Zhang Hong was successful in his calculations, in the future, he will be flattened by the black fog, not a real winner. And in the first step, he made a complete mistake. Ha 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 dash. Yi Beixian laughed up to the sky, as if revealing his true character at this moment. I've earned it, a glorious heavenly pride, forced by me to become a devil. The evil spirits who claim to be heaven's way have been forced by me to be obedient. Ha ha ha. Yi Beixian laughed as he fiercely pinched Zhang Hang's hand and fought to hiss. Zhang Hong, you won't win either. There are some things that only a pawn like me can see clearly, and in the end you will lose. Take it, take me, Yi Beixian, and exchange it for mileage. Ahahaha dash. At this moment, Yi Beixian had no fear. His eyes were scarlet as he teasingly looked at Zhang Hong. Good. Then, as you wish. Zhang Hong nodded seriously, waving his right hand and the large black flag, instantly throwing off the remnants of the heavenly pride that surrounded him. It came behind him in an instant. In the midst of Yi Beixian's gaze, Zhang Hang's right hand turned into a sword and quickly stabbed into Yi Beixian's chest, ripped the heart, which kept leaping, right out. Scarlet blood, staining his jade-like hand. Zhang Hong calmly looked at Yi Beixian. Then, you will be in the human emperor's streamer to see how I will turn the tide and flatten all the rebels. With a violent fling of his right hand, he threw the leaping heart into the endless abyss. Yi Beixian vomited blood and looked at Zhang Hong arrogantly. I'll wait for you. I'll wait for you. Ha ha ha. Zhang Hong, you never know who you're dealing with. And the day the mystery is revealed, what you see is what will make your Dao heart crumble. Ha ha ha. Yi Beixian's voice became smaller and smaller, and in the end, he was completely inaudible, his entire body bloodless. Short period of time, turning into a resentful blue soul, he flew towards the flag that fluttered in the wind. Become one of the members of the human emperor's streamers. Phew, 10,000 years. Zhang Hong looked at Yi Beixian's broken body and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Entangled with each other for 10,000 years, but did not expect to be reborn and return. Everything is so easy. As for Yi Beixian's dying words, unwilling to do too much thinking, he turned his eyes to the black mist. Isn't it time to clear the air between me and you? Roughly guessed the result, but he always wanted to try. Are you stupid? In the black mist, the pair of eyes was very unhappy. I am immortal. Swallow less. Zhang Hong didn't bother with nonsense. The devouring devil power in his right hand operated, and the surrounding Dao and law seemed to be drained away under this move. Only, there was no apparent fear or leap in the black mist. With malicious eyes, he stared disdainfully at Zhang Hong, knowing the outcome and still trying. Or else say you're stupid? Poof. Zhang Hong, I'll see you and I again soon. After saying that, the black mist turned around and rushed towards the creation Song Shenglock, and at the moment of contact, it directly penetrated through, so much so that the dome of the Cloud Water Immortal Palace could not even bind the black mist. It just disappeared from Zhang Hang's view. Ding! Congratulations to the host for destroying the devil, and is now handing out rewards. The Exorcist, Emperor's Artifact. Hint, host is requested to immediately stay away from the Cloudwater Demon Palace. After the black mist left, the system's voice echoed steeply, and in Zhang Hang's field of vision, a simple long sword came into view. Exorcism. Great name. Looking at the bronze-colored, breathless longsword, Zhang Hong nodded in satisfaction. Compared to the dragon's breath that had been refined countless times in his previous life, it was much more powerful. Waving his hand, the immortal Punisher is hidden in his sleeve. Zhang Hong descended through the air and came to the altar, turning his eyes to look at the woman in the light yellow dress.
The woman is elegant and dignified. It's like a flower that never fails. P.S. I wish my family good health and lots of money. End of chapter. Chapter 123, The End of the Immortal Palace. The source. Eldest brother. Looking at Jiang Heng's arrival, Chang Cheng was not surprised at all. That devastation. This relentless slaughter. All of this. She made the killings. If it wasn't for her. Everything is beautiful and nothing is unexpected. Is the divine body warming up well? My human emperor streamer is dull and lacks a splendid dew. Can senior sister fulfill this small wish for my brother? Jiang Heng's expression contained a smile as he looked at the elegant woman in front of him and walked step by step to its front. Slightly lowering his head, he locked eyes with the other. Me. Nagaru wore a miserable smile. Warmth is still good. Nagaru. Wished to go. Watching Jiang Hong arrive. She knew this scene. Today's Jiang Hong was no longer the Jiang Hong of old. And the grudges of the past should definitely be purged. Whether she is innocent or not. Or has a heart or not. The result is hurtful. Good boy. Jiang Hong smiled, lifting his hand to caress Chang Qing's green silk. Bear with it. It won't hurt for a while. The words fell. Jiang Hong urged the devouring devil technique. And the dark mana was like an enlightenment, violently pumping the origin in Chang Qing's body. It made her expression agonized to the extreme. This kind of gouging out pain, she felt it for the first time. In this life, she had never even had a shallow wound. It was well protected by Jiang Hong. Senior brother. May you go through 1,000 sales and return as a young man. Chang Qing bit her lower lip and used the last ounce of her body's strength to reach out and gently caress Jiang Heng's flawless face. Unarmed. As it was about to touch Jiang Heng's body, it dissipated like ashes, followed by the body. And finally, there's that sultry, unforgiving look. Elder sister. Go well. Jiang Hong nodded his head and turned towards the depths. Behind him, the azure-colored soul, by the rest of the stern ghosts, was forcibly dragged into the human emperor streamer. Eyes, still not letting go. Red. You're up in a minute. While speeding towards the depths of the passage, Jiang Hong exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Presently, the people who should be taken care of are basically taken care of. The day of clearing the karma is also approaching. Ho ho ho. While flying, Jiang Heng's body beside the countless ghosts galloped. A mottled point of light was held in the hands of the ghosts. There are green leaves, deep blue drops, invisible winds, swords, shields, axes. It's a Taoist seed. From human level, to earth level, to heaven level. It's those withered celestial pride, stripped from their bodies after death. When a man dies, the seed does not die. That much? These mole crickets aren't exactly losers. Looking at the thousands of Dao seeds, Jiang Hong nodded in satisfaction. Not a bad quantity. As for the deaths of those celestial pride, there was even less pity in his heart. In his previous life, the vast majority of the people here were involved in rounding him up. And even if some weren't, they were more or less karmic at that time, but no one took pity on him. And, even if he didn't kill these people and did nothing, by the end of the day, not 1 in 10 would go out. So kill it, kill it. There's no such thing as innocent or not innocent. Brother Jiang. Behind her, the young girl in the pink dress, sped in a rainbow light. I want to go with you. The person who came, was Ji Luoshui. Ever since she saw Jiang Hong, she made a comeback with all her heart. Go outside. Gu Jia is waiting for you there. Jiang Hong shook his head and refused Ji Luoshui's request. The next journey was the Cloudwater Immortal Palace's Jedi. Luring these people out is also a way to avoid a mutiny when the time comes. Go on. Jiang Hong activated his magic power, pushed Ji Luoshui away, pointed to the distant entrance and stopped speaking. He headed deeper. Then I'll wait for you outside. I'll wait for you all the way. Ji Luoshui pursed her lips in aggravation. After a serious reply, the fondness left. Jiang Hong didn't look back and advanced towards the depths. Cloudwater Palace. Inner temple. It seems to trigger some kind of mechanism. And the previous picture. There is a world of difference. A staircase leading to the sky appeared on the jade road before. At the end of the ladder is a large throne. The left and right sides of the white bones, adding a bit of solemnity to the ethereal mood. The crowd was about 1,000 strong and bustling. The 6 lords traveled and have been gone so long. Why haven't they returned? In the midst of the crowd, as plain-looking as a man, he looked curiously into the side passage. Gu Yuan, Heavenly Demon, Long Yuan, and the others, had almost gone for a few hours and hadn't returned by now. It's, a little unusual. It won't be anything. That Jiang Hong may be a demon, but he's still not enough to look at compared to the air of the Forbidden Zone. You're right, Mr. Silkworm. The person who spoke, with triangular eyes and a guttural nose, was looking with a fawning face at a slender young man, not far away. He is very short, about 1 meter 6, a white dress, His face is like a porcelain doll. Looks harmless. This person. Mount Indestructible. Heir to the immortal Silkworm clan. Silkworms. Beside him was a woman. The hair was black on the left and white on the right. The eyes were yin and yang. And the appearance was astonishing yet somehow alien. The whole person standing here seems to contain the will of the Tao. If Jiang Hong was here, he would have been a bit surprised at the identity of this girl, who was from the Kuan Pang clan. That's natural. Silkworm nodded lightly. Do you think that there are still fewer heavenly prides in our clan? We were selected through countless battles, not born into the position of the moment. An enemy who loses to our hands is enough to massacre enemies of the same generation in the Tianluo realm. The safety of the six is not questioned by the Silkworms. The Forbidden Zone is the sword hanging over the head of the Tianluo realm, symbolizing the shackles of power and strength. It's not bragging. He was telling the truth about that, too. Silkworm is right. The kunai woman nodded gravely. As the young master of the Forbidden Zone and the other side of the sea, he definitely had the right to speak. The affirmation of the two caused many of the surrounding heavenly prides to let out a long breath of relief. And, before it was too late to say anything, at the place at the end of the passage, a man in black was walking with a light pace. The speed was slow, but it came close to them in an instant. The man's silver hair kept fluttering under the breeze. His temperament was like an exiled immortal in the dust. Jiang Hong. In the crowd, I don't know who roared, making the atmosphere instantly weird. Everyone gathered their gazes and looked at the silver-haired man. They, the people, were stupid. We were just talking about this guy earlier in the day, and then it came up straight after? How did you get out? Seeing Jiang Heng's arrival, Silkworm Sang's demeanor was unpleasant. This scene was a slap in his face. Shouldn't I come out? Jiang Hong was curious. Instead, Silkworm was silent and looked at Jiang Hong suspiciously. In his view, regardless of whether Jiang Hong had cultivated the devouring demon technique or not, Gu Yuan would not let Jiang Hong go. And, with Long Yuan's character, he wouldn't let Jiang Hong go either. Lei Peng, Gu Yuan and the others, have you been allowed to come out? Silkworm Sang's demeanor was cold as he interrogated Jiang Hong. P.S. I wish my family good health and lots of money. End of chapter. Chapter 124. This is how the human emperor's streamer is activated. Jiang Hong licked the dry corners of his mouth, looked at Silkworm's cold eyes, and replied with difficulty after a few seconds of contemplation. It should not be allowed. The question was awkward, and Jiang Hong answered it awkwardly. After the answer, the whole vibe got awkward with it. Many people looked at Jiang Hong with wide-eyed puzzlement. How did you get out if they didn't allow it? What kind of answer is that? What is it supposed to mean? Yeah, they don't allow it. And you're still out? It must have stolen away. This kid's stance is unbelievable. If there were no forbidden passers here at this time, they would definitely look up to Jiang Hong. But, knowing that Jiang Hong was targeted by these heirs, he immediately began to pull the pedal. In their perception, the younger generation in this realm, and even many of the older generation, could not possibly be a match for the successor. The clamor around them made Silkworm stare, and after a few breaths of silence, he stopped the urge to kill. It's just, since Gu Yuan and Long Yuan both want to kill you, let them do it. With that, he turned to look at the ladder that led to the top, waiting for that moment. In response, the corners of Jiang Heng's mouth lifted into a smile as he quietly walked in the forefront, walking alongside Silkworm Sang in his astonished eyes. A little bit of time passes. Within the entire venue, the atmosphere began to depress, and the expressions on many people's faces also began to change. Those with a poor mindset looked back from time to time to see if Long Yuan, Gu Yuan and the others had arrived. Rouse Silkworm, Koan Pang female. This moment attitude, also no longer the previous calm. An hour has passed. That moment is almost here. And there's no way these people won't return yet. Kid, what the hell happened? Silkworm turned around and looked at Jiang Hong indifferently. Where are Gu Yuan and the others? It's a little cutie. It all felt out at this moment that something extraordinary was happening deep in that passageway. When all is said and done, this Cloudwater Immortal Palace was full of crises within it, with many prohibitions and small secret realms galore, and there was no lack of killing formations among them. You, interrogating me? Jiang Hong hooked his chin, and with the corner of his eye, he teasingly looked at Silkworm. You guess. Silkworm shook and looked at Jiang Hong angrily. Guess? I'm gonna guess a big star. His breath immediately erupted, and he quickly moved forward with the intention of strangling Jiang Heng's neck. And, just when he was only 5 steps away from Jiang Hong, an alarming cry from the rear was violently passed out. Gulp! The passage is closed. The passage is closed. In a flash, everyone looked at the speaker in shock. Eyesight, dialect. With horror, the closing of the passage means that the time is up and there are no living people within the passage. In other words, the entire Cloud Water Palace. Except for the 1,000 or so people present, there was no one left alive. The tens of thousands of celestial pride that had previously gone in, including Gu Yuan, Thunder Rock, Heavenly Demon, and the other heirs of the 6 forbidden zones, had all withered. In a flash, everyone's gazes converged on Jiang Hong, looking at this figure whose black clothes were like the night and whose white hair was like snow. The body, instinctively, produces fear. That's what the unknown brings. What the hell happened? Silkworm lowered slightly, his eyes rolling white as he looked at Jiang Hong. It was news that he absolutely could not accept. The depths of those people. He was much clearer than these mole crickets. More or less, they have obtained alternative Taoist seeds, and even if they meet danger, they can break the road to become saints. Ugh! All around the different eyes. Let Jiang Hong long exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, shook his head very helpless. You a pretend. I play. This life hurriedly past forget. Since we're going to get to the bottom of this, don't blame me if you don't. After saying that, Jiang Hong revealed a bright smile to Silkworm Sang, and as he laughed, black demonic chi streaked across his body. A dark human emperor streamer appeared behind him abruptly, while the flag is flying. 6 beings that looked mighty, the Green Dragon, Blood Phoenix, Nuwa Clan, Dim Clan, and so on, the very same Long Yuan, Gu Yuan and the others who had previously gone to trouble Jiang Hong. Behind the 6 main forces were the remaining tens of thousands of Heaven's Pride, looking eerily and evilly at the 1,000 or so people in the distance. The expression is cruel and bloodthirsty. The roar of the severe ghost resounded through the large temple, a stark contrast to the solemn atmosphere of the moment. Everyone said nothing and looked at the human emperor streamer in silence. To be precise, they are the ghosts of those powerful people under the banner of the human emperor. Emotions, no longer calm. Gu Yuan, Lei Peng, as well as Long Yuan and Phoenix Bell. They're all dead? False. This is definitely an illusion. Maya, Yi Beixian is in there too? Good lord. Jiang Hong did everyone in one breath? What level has the human emperor streamer reached now? Sacred weapon, quasi-imperial weapon, an emperor weapon? The image was so horrifying that there were no stupid people present, and it was enough for them to brainstorm many scenarios. Unconsciously, they all retreated, wanting to stay away from the human emperor streamer, but backing up is not right. Behind the original many passages, this time completely closed. The back way, completely blocked. Did you kill them all? As a descendant of the immortal god Silkworm Sang angrily looked at Jiang Hong. What are you going to do? Do you realize what you've gotten yourself into? At this, Jiang Hong was not amused, and he was not willing to hide it now that things had come to a head. Looking at Silkworm's angry eyes, he teased. Yes, I killed him. As for the bogeyman, I don't see it. Executing a few ants shouldn't be talked about as a scourge or anything, right? The words fell, causing an uproar. More than 1,000 people were present, wearing colorful clothes, and at this moment, their expressions were as one, as they looked blankly at Jiang Hong. Fig, tiny individuals with no power. There is some offense in speaking of them. If they had to say it, they wouldn't bother to say it back. Those 6 Forbidden Zone transmitters aren't just some mole crickets, are they? Each one of them is strong. That's just it. Since the state of affairs is already like this, then this seat will get rid of you and the others earlier and step onto the heavenly ladder alone. Looking at the silent attitudes around him, Jiang Hong raised the corner of his mouth and urged the human emperor streamer with his right hand. Ho! Ho! Hiss! Countless severe ghosts immediately roared up, covering the sky and filling the entire temple, taking their lives towards the ground. These 1,000 or so people, Gu Yuan, Lei Peng, and other severe ghosts, on the other hand, set their eyes on the 2 heirs of Silkworm Sang and Kuanping female. This tramp, Jiang Hong, you stepped on a horse. Silkworm was stunned, his subdued attitude completely disappearing as he looked at the 3 people in front of him in shock. Gu Yuan, Long Yuan, and Phoenix Bell. Beside him, the Kuanping female dealt with Thunder Rock, Heavenly Demon, and Dimming Wave. Numb. The silkworms are completely numb. He didn't realize that a baneful weapon like the human emperor streamer had this kind of operation, where the night ghost was able to utilize the power of the deceased's life. This is something that is not even recorded in the secret biographies. The human emperor streamer in front of him seemed different, and also seemed to operate differently. These 6 are all saints. Although the Daoan law is incomplete, it can be reborn indefinitely, and in terms of side, the battle power is even more terrifying than before it was born. Gentlemen, have fun. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 125. I am an immortal. Jiang Hong spread out his hands and gave an amiable smile to the group of people, and turned around to walk towards the heavenly staircase. Messing around with these mole crickets has long since lost its meaning. Give an order to the human emperor's streamers.
Just bring them all here with one breath left. You seek death. The silkworm was not convinced, and immediately transformed into a rainbow light and came towards the heavenly ladder. But he had just stepped on the heavenly ladder. Bang! The whole body wrapped in mana immunity of Gu Yuan. A fist will hammer him flying. The whole person like an arrow out of the string, embedded in a side wall. As the smoke cleared, he looked at Ancient Yuan in shock. There are also two other loyal dogs by his side, Long Yuan and Phoenix Bell. He could feel the shame and sorrow in the eyes of these few heavenly prides, as well as the feeling of powerlessness towards the future. This makes silkworms more fearful. Kunt-side girl, go. If we keep on doing this we both will surely die. Take the news out and let the world crusade against him. Weighing the pros and cons, Silkworm wasn't going to go brainlessly to the top at this point. If you explode your cultivation, you can indeed kill the three spirits in front of you, but they will be reborn from the human emperor's streamer in no time. Can you beat it 3 times? 5 times? 100 times? And, in his heart, he had a vague bad feeling about Jiang Heng, which was a talent of the immortal god Silkworm clan. The yin and yang fish, Kuenping female nodded, and without further ado, directly used the taijutsu to shock away the 3 people. Utilizing extreme speed to instantly arrive at Silkworm Sang's side, he violently tugged on his hand, and the yin and yang fish instantly broke through the spatial barrier. The two disappeared completely from the palace, leaving a group of heavenly pride who are struggling hard to see these. Their emotions can no longer be taught. The big brother on his side, running away with a bucket, leaving them with a group of Kadami to take the rear? Silkworm ran away? Go in and pass on the man. Dash. Why should we take the fall for what he's caused? Brother Jiang, let it go. You traveled the world once passing through the northern plains, and I even invited you to dinner. Begging for mercy, constantly echoing in the temple. These 1,000 or so people completely lost their resolve to resist. Presently, just want to get out alive. After all, more or less, there is a harvest. The poor also have human-level Dao species. With unbelievable luck, the heavenly Dao seed had been encapsulated. On the ladder, Jiang Hong did not look back at the hustle and bustle below, even as the Kuenpeng woman and Silkworm Sang broke through the space away from the spectrum. And he didn't care at all. Leaving the Cloud Water Palace, there was still a large prohibition outside. Today, within the ruins of this immortal palace, no one can go out. Listening to the miserable screams in his ears, Jiang Hong walked towards the top of the heavenly ladder without looking back. What met his eyes was a large green-colored altar. Above the altar, a 7-colored mottled Dao seed suspended, like a moonlit night dotted with stars, dense and massive. There is the 5 elements seed, which creates the 5 elements of heaven and earth, and the heavenly devil seed, which has a black aura. There are also various forms of Dao species such as true dragons, true phoenixes, unicorns and kunpangs. It's just sporadic. Ding detects danger. Please leave the Cloud Water Demon Palace immediately. Xian detected. Current win rate, 1.34%. By his ears, the system's voice sounded steeply, causing Jiang Hong to purse up the dimples on his face. Somewhat helpless. This kid, every time he shows up, he's spontaneous, no longer hitching a ride. Jiang Hong continued to walk forward. When you meet an immortal, you don't worship or enter the wheel of reincarnation. Step by step, bow down and allow your destiny to last forever. Just as Jiang Hong was watching the Dao seed, a profound wave of sound swept out from within the altar. It makes you hear it and can't stop wanting to get on your knees. This, instead, it made Jiang Hong raise the corners of his mouth. He looked at the large altar, the heavenly Dao demon heart in his chest constantly leaping as he walked over step by step. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Jiang Hong laughed wildly with abandon. A loser. How dare he boast of his heavenly destiny? You are also nothing more than an ant from that side of heaven and earth. And when you come to this side of heaven and earth, you pretend to be inscrutable. The path of reincarnation? You can break through it yourself first. The loser will eventually eat dust. This image, the previous life has experienced. This Cloud Water Fairy Palace rather than Fairy Palace, rather than Cloud Water Magic Palace. This is not a message unique to him. Many of the sect masters and great powers out there knew that it was nothing more than a fire. After all, the path of cultivation was meant to be a fight with heaven, earth, and man to cross over. Silence within the altar. It seemed like the first time in millions of years that someone had dared to talk to him like that. Disobedience. Backbiting. Stop. However, sensing Jiang Hong walking towards the altar step by step, the majestic voice directly warned. Jiang Hong is silent. Regardless, he continued to walk towards the altar, walking underneath it as the other man watched. Hold your head high and raise your right hand. Immediately revolving the devouring devil technique, a black haze instantly enveloped the large altar. The countless star-like Taoist seeds seemed to be embedded in the night curtain.
truly turning into a sea of stars. What are you going to do?
You're reckless. Looking at Jiang Heng's arrogant behavior, the voice above the altar began to hiss with all its might.
You're disobeying the immortals? Immortal? Listening to his hissing,
Jiang Heng pursed the corners of his lips and spoke blandly. Perhaps you were once an immortal,
but now that you have fallen here,
you have long since lost your qualifications for the game.
Taoist seed? Humph. Are these really Tao seeds?
Jiang Hong raised the corners of his mouth and looked at the colorful stars in the sky,
revealing a disdainful expression.
Over the past millions of years, you've sucked up a lot of heavenly pride's origin by virtue of this single seed,
right?
The fall of every human Tao seed's owner had something to do with you,
didn't it?
This was the truth that Jiang Hong had guessed.
This is the case in past and present lives. After acquiring the Tao seed, many prideful people will inexplicably wither away at some point in the future.
It was as if they were cursed, or had bad luck.
There are many different ways to die. You killed all my sacrifices?
The altar has been read chaotic back.
Seems to feel something. Deep openings.
Between the words, there was endless anger.
Right. I killed them all.
Jiang Hong replied seriously.
And I will also take away your origin.
The purpose of coming here is the illusory heavenly Tao seed. Regardless of whether or not it will work, there is more or less a chance that by fusing these Tao seeds in front of us,
this so-called immortal, spent countless years to build the origin, will be for him to do the graft. How did you know? You've got a secret in you. It's that. No, there are still secrets in you. It's this side of heaven and earth.
The voice within the altar,
hearing Jiang Heng's purpose, hardened and fell silent for a few breaths. It seems to be shaken to the core. Lose the blandness immediately. I won't open the altar to fight you to the death. If you come out, I'll run. I'll take this origin. If you dare to throw yourself on the line, then here you go. After saying that,
Jiang Hong stopped speaking and raised his eyes to look at the colorful Tao seeds in the black mist.
P.S. I wish you all a happy day.
End of chapter.
Chapter 126, Heavenly Seed. Great Sage Jiang Heng. After saying that,
the corners of Jiang Heng's mouth rose, revealing his white teeth as he gave the altar a cruel smile. This man has been planning for millions of years and is one breath away from being reborn.
He's curious. At the moment, the other side is considered important for the return of the transmutation.
Or is it important to accumulate for millions of years that one supreme fruit of the way,
chosen, given to each other? He, a bystander. Griffin, I am Cloudwater Immortal. How dare you scheme against me? Jiang Heng's showdown made Cloudwater Immortal abhorrent.
He hissed angrily.
This side of heaven and earth is originally a food bestowed by me. And you ants, presumptuously attempt to rebel against the Supreme Being?
Jiang Hong does not deny this.
In his past life, he knew many great secrets,
including the Cloudwater Immortal in front of him.
Tian Luo world is a small world in the many heavens and earth,
such as the vast universe, like an inconspicuous grain of dust. Above this world,
there is the immortal world. That's a place that can only be reached by becoming an immortal. In the forbidden area,
the powerful man who had been dormant for millions of years was also waiting for that moment to come.
Ascension, that supreme immortal realm. Indeed, this side of heaven and earth, originally unassuming,
is the Taoan law handed down by this Cloudwater Immortal. It was only under the sinking of time that the current system of practice slowly emerged.
Yes, there are 3 heavenly orders, 50 laws of operation and development, and the hidden one. In any case, people often have a silver lining. Presently, even a mole cricket can subvert the heaven and earth,
and dye the upper echelons of the world.
Thinking of this,
Jiang Hong licked the dry corners of his mouth and said with a smile,
you, too, are not being forced into a desperate situation by me? An ant? The Tao seed that has been precipitated and nurtured for countless years has not become my dowry?
While saying this, Jiang Heng's expression grew cold and raised his eyes to look at the stars in the sky. The black fog that made up the night was like boiling water at this moment,
and began to riot. A bright star began to die out, flickering and appearing. Sleeve,
hundreds of various shapes of Tao seeds,
also turned into a curve, flying to the top of the night curtain. Suffer the darkness to consume you, you Griffin, and that woman's karma. Within the altar,
the voice that spoke seemed as if its heart was dripping blood.
You're concluding karma with me. You're making karma with me. If you stop and retreat now, I'll let you off the hook if heaven and earth collapse in the future.
What Jiang Hong had done made the high immortal within the altar completely lose control. The sound of his voice was thick with coercion.
What's in the future? Let's talk about the future. What if I don't live to see that? Ha ha ha.
Jiang Hong smiled up to the sky and raised his right hand high. A black seal character appeared in his hand. This most primitive Taoist solution continued to enhance the efficiency of the devouring devil technique, causing the stars in the sky to dim 3 times again.
At a rate visible to the naked eye, it continued to decay. No, Don't within the altar.
The voice seemed to carry a shudder.
May.
Jiang Hong was still bent on having his way. The converging power of the Tao species continued to weave and intermingle, forming a milky white thread in the end. It converged in front of Jiang Hong.
As it accumulated more and more, the milky white lines
began to wind and twist rapidly.
A milky white vial is formed. This is the heavenly Tao seed?
Looking at the milky white vial,
Jiang Heng's eyes revealed delight. Without heavenly means,
it is impossible to forge this supreme treasure, and it is not too much to say that it is comparable to the origin of this side of the world.
Why did the cloud water fairy lie dormant for millions of years? The greatest purpose is to return and reaffirm the return.
There is also the point of stealing this supreme source by the power of the natives without interfering with the normal functioning of the heavenly Tao on this side.
Tendo seed. It was supposed to be the Tian Luo realm. Right now, it belongs to the owner. Only,
this cloud water fairy has become a moron.
A moron who works day and night. This is the supreme treasure of this seat. Within the altar,
Cloud Water Immortal seemed to sense that heavenly Tao seed.
Emotions rose again.
The large altar was shaky and seemed like it would fall apart at any moment,
and the powerful aura inside seemed to spurt out at any time, coming before Jiang Hong. And
Jiang Hong ignored it, his eyes still staring at the vial in front of him, under the purest baptism of the devouring devil technique.
The vial, over time, ceased to be a prototype and possessed a porcelain vessel full of lines.
There seemed to be all sorts of Tao and Dharma flowing on it, and it was the purest origin in heaven and earth.
Jiang Hong reached out his hand and touched the vial. Buzz dash. The bottle body seems to dance gently and happily, and the power of the origin is in harmony with Jiang Hong, and quickly integrates into Jiang Heng's body. In the center of its brow, a milky white seal was constructed, and his aura, at this moment, skyrocketed.
The shackles that bound the physical body completely crumbled.
Quasi-saints, saints, early stage, middle stage, late stage, and great perfection, and that yoke of the saints, it seems, will also crumble and chafe. Short period of time. Bang! A majestic chi, like ripples, spread out from Jiang Heng's circumference, completely shattering all around. This moment,
Jiang Hong reached the limit of saints and broke through to great saints.
This was a marvelous realm,
one that in ancient times only the supreme heavenly pride could possibly step into.
This is the heavenly Tao seed? Feeling his own Tao and Dharma.
Even with Jiang Heng's nature, he was somewhat shocked. The eyes looked at everything in front of them and seemed to be able to view the origin through the essence.
With the support of the heavenly Tao bottle made up of heavenly Tao seeds, together with the original Tao solution. In this instant, he could feel himself, having transcended the earthly realm, that a single thought could reach unimaginable proportions. If he were to face Gu Yuan, Long Yuan, and other heavenly prides at this time, just one look would be enough to obliterate the other party.
It is also a level not reached in previous lives.
You're reckless.
Just as Jiang Hong was immersed, a hysterical roar overflowed from the altar.
Accompanying it was a destructive pressure. With the exception of the altar,
the building began to crumble under the pressure to a degree visible to the naked eye.
Little by little, they're in pieces. Can't help it?
This mountainous pressure caused Jiang Heng's body to be stunned as he gazed ahead with a cold brow.
This is immortal? Mighty, indeed, is terrifying. Even with his depth,
he felt a shiver run down his spine behind him.
You can't leave. Inside the altar,
the voice was cold and stern.
I'm gone.
Jiang Hong laughed lightly, and when the sound wave was about to sweep over his body,
he raised his right hand and hooked out the yin and yang chi. Rumble.
The large cloud water immortal palace steeply collapsed into a gaping hole, and in the middle of the field of vision,
the two chi of yin and yang continuously flowed.
It was a large formation filled with death and covered with the two chi of yin and yang.
P.S. I wish you all a happy day, good luck and a big wallet. End of chapter. Chapter 127. What are you doing out here? This is? Yun Shui Shangxian felt the formation and immediately opened her mouth in shock. People are stupid. Since when was there a formation of this level outside the Cloud Water Palace? Then, high and mighty immortal. Since you don't come out to stay, the latecomer can only take the first step.
Jiang Hong spread his hands and gave a meaningful smile to the altar.
Utilizing the shrinking ground, he sped towards the hole. On the way, he also idly put away the human emperor streamer,
letting that large wave of majesty chase after him.
He was bland from the beginning to the end. Berserker, madman. Jiang Heng's words were heartbreaking,
causing Cloud Water Immortal within the altar and the bronze coffin to roar in anger.
Jiang Heng's departure was witnessed by him. That was fast. You will regret coming to this world when I return. Within the altar,
the voice seemed to have aged a long time.
After the violent shock,
he chose to face Jiang Hong with silence and did not make another move to stop him.
Out of court, settlement. Looking inside the hole,
At the large altar, Jung Hong revealed his teeth and smiled brightly. My humble self, Jung Hong, waiting for Cloudwater Immortal. Bet right. Cloudwater Immortal broke open the altar at this time. There is indeed a great probability to kill him and retrieve the heavenly Dao bottle. But, the price to be borne is, of necessity, greater. If not, for these millions of years, the other party would have been silent in the Cloudwater Immortal Palace, laying out little by little, but everything is an afterthought. Zhang Heng slightly arched his hand at the altar and turned towards the heavenly ladder that had long since crumbled. Only this ancient altar was left behind, and one man sank into the endless darkness. Today's cause, other day's effect. Everything is chosen by you, Jian Heng. The ages rush by, and I am eternally immortal on earth. In the coming day, pay a personal visit. Out of court, settlement. Zhang Heng watched the hole slowly heal and slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Seriously, just now, it was pretending. That wave of pressure. If the speed was a little bit faster, it was estimated that it would have caught up. Asterisk. What did you do? Who's that old guy? On the eye of the formation, Gu Jie's hair was in disarray, his head buzzing as he looked at the situation here in the Cloudwater Palace. The hybrid two-embodied dust extinction formation that he was operating was suddenly agitated, followed by, like a madman, he attacked the Cloudwater Palace. For a moment there, he was terrified. As a result, Zhang Hong rushed out with a whoosh, and then accompanied by a monstrous pressure, making him almost pee. Him? Zhang Hong pursed his lips and said indifferently, just a conspirator who has lived for an unknown number of years. No. Here. After saying that, Zhang Hong reached out and transferred a strand of origin, and in the continuous metamorphosis, it was constructed into a heavenly demon seed, sprinting towards Gu Jie. Gu Jie was still in a state of confusion as he watched the heavenly demon seed arrive in front of him, and his entire body had been shocked beyond words. Inside, what's going on? Hong Di, you really do have a talent. For brother, touched. Looking at the heavenly devil seed, Gu Jie nonchalantly picked it up and slapped it directly on his head. Marred. When this Lei Ping kid comes out, I want him to wash. The breath, too, began to metamorphose. Quasi-saints, early saints, middle saints, and late saints. It seems, at any moment, to be a great circle. Not bad. I'm still me. Gu Jie nodded with satisfaction, seemed to remember something and pointed at the two below. What about them? Where he was pointing, a youth was as white as a porcelain doll, and a woman had an icy demeanor, cold and arrogant and absolutely beautiful. It was the silkworm and the kunai woman. Two people, in breaking open the Cloudwater Palace ban, broke out a brain rush to the hybrid 2 meters dust array. It didn't even need Gu Jie to do anything, being firmly locked in place. Kill it. Looking at the two men, Zhang Heng spread his hands and replied casually. Presently, the origin of these two people was a little too much for him to look at. Although I don't know what kind of pattern is out there, it's definitely similar to my previous life. There were many paragon emperors. Having embarked on this path of killing to the depths, he had never thought of stopping. Zhang Hong, you dare to kill me? Silkworm Sang opened his mouth in indignation, his eyes looking at Zhang Hong in death. In this case, if you let me go, I'll represent Indestructible Mountain and ally with you to ensure that the rest of the 6 forbidden lands won't dare to make things difficult for you. Me too. I represent the other side. See. The Kuan-Pang woman hurriedly spoke. Behind Gu Yuan, Lei Peng, and Long Yuan, there is a forbidden area standing behind them. I'm not afraid to tell you that the ancient ancestor behind us is in existence that has stepped into that level. The two were really scared. Zhang Hong had killed 6 heirs. What else would he not dare to do? I'm afraid that Zhang Hong will kill them too. What? Gu Jie was stunned and looked at Zhang Hong in dismay. You slaughtered Gu Yuan, Lei Peng and the others? How did you do that? Gu Jie was confused, feeling 1,000,000% lost as far as cultivation is concerned. Stunned, he looked at Ji Luoshui. Sorry, I can't trust you. Ji Luoshui skimmed her lips and looked to the side with cold arrogance. Coming out, he didn't choose to tell Gu Jie what Zhang Hong had done inside. I'm afraid that Gu Jie, this kid, after taking control of the Great Formation, will become bloated and greedy, and will have a rebellious mindset. Kill it. Zhang Hong didn't reply to the words of the few people and gestured to the two people below. As for the threat of these two, he didn't care in the slightest. Just now, he had personally pulled out the lair of the Cloudwater Immortal and created such a big karma. Neither frowned. What's there to be afraid of? Doing away with Silkworm Sang and Kuan-Pang female. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, Zhang Hong finished devouring them and led Gu Jie and Ji Luoshui out of the Cloudwater Immortal Palace without any haste. Cloudwater Plains. The tide of people surging, like locusts, spread all over the large bushfield.
The distant sky-high ancient trees, here actually does not stand out.
A majestic statue of the law stood between heaven and earth.
It's a quasi-imperialist. Counting the time. The heavenly pride should be coming out, right?
The one who spoke was a middle-aged man, with the 5 phases of the 5 elements densely covered on top of his Dharma phase.
A quasi-emperor of the 5 elements sect. Naturally, I hope that my clan, the White Tigers, will return in triumph.
The White Tiger clan quasi-emperor was exuberant, and as he spoke, he also looked at Wine Sword Immortal from time to time,
making an intimidating gesture.
It made the Wine Sword Immortal's face gloomy.
For the rest of this month, after the news he knew that before going in, there were many people staring at John Hung. Misty Sacred Land, Linghu Misty, a few tigers from the White Tiger clan, and the Golden Winged Rock clan. There were also the ones from the Forbidden Zone who had their eyes on John Hung. Just as Wine Sword Immortal was about to retort, the sky above the dome of heaven and the huge cloud water palace slowly opened its doors. A jade staircase leads to the plains. The 3 were walking down idly. At the head of the group was a man with black clothes and silver hair, and the girl beside him was holding onto him with an infatuated look on her face. Behind him, the man in black crossed his arms and kowtowed, also lethargic. Seeing his appearance, countless paragons present were shocked. At the head of the group was John Hung. He walked out? It was reasonable to say that John Hung couldn't have come out. P.S. I wish you all a happy day, good luck and a big wallet. End of chapter. Chapter 128. Why is the Immortal Palace gone? Where are they? The siege of several powerful and overwhelming races, coupled with the targeting of the Forbidden Area's heirs, was hard for everyone to imagine. How does a young pawn come out alive in such a hostile environment? Subocular medicine. John Hung actually did it. This kid even came out? What makes him able to come out so calmly? I guess it's the last one.
When my clan's heavenly pride comes out, we'll naturally tell the original story and make this John Hung ashamed of himself.
Damn it.
This kid made the old man lose a 9-leaf wind spirit grass.
For a while, many of the great powers present held unspeakable shock at John Hang's ability to come out unscathed.
Eyes were gazing towards the gate of the Cloudwater Immortal Palace, looking forward to the arrival of the pride of one of their clans, carrying the Tao Seed King,
John Hung. In the crowd,
a girl with a long blue dress and fairy-like appearance saw the moment John Hung stepped out.
No longer able to care about being dignified,
he sped towards John Hung, who was dressed in black.
Puff dash. Fiercely zipped into John Hang's arms. I'm scared. Mu Wan-yun choked. Don't be afraid.
John Hung laughed softly and gently stroked the girl's head.
Nu aw. I promise your life seed. While speaking,
John Hung raised his index finger and constructed a life seed. With that heavenly Tao seed as the foundation,
he could now build any Tao seed at will. To put it bluntly, nowadays,
it would not be an exaggeration to say that he is the heavenly Tao of the great sage realm,
although he is a little short of it.
But there are also a number of advantages.
Mu Wan-yun looked at John Hung with heartache. It's not necessary. Really, took a lot of beating for it, didn't you?
Mu Wan-yun was touched in her heart.
She didn't expect that John Hang's casual remark would actually go and do it. I know.
There is bound to be bloodshed over this seed of life, which is recognized as the spare seed.
No matter what race, or what Tao they practice, the species of life is a perfect match. It's okay, it shouldn't be too hard.
John Hung recalled all the things that had happened in the Cloudwater Immortal Palace, and although the process had some twists and turns,
it hadn't actually been too difficult. After you beat the first level, the follow-ups aren't really that difficult. Ancient Buddha Z and Bai Tu Tian,
along with those tens of thousands of heavenly pride,
were indeed too complementary. Jiang Xiaoyu.
Just as John Hung was gently caressing Mu Wan-yun's green silk, a dignified beauty slowly walked over and cast a kind smile at John Hung.
Senpai.
John Hung let go of Mu Wan-yun and nodded to the beautiful woman.
He recognized it.
This is Mu Wan-yun's mother.
In her previous life, like Mu Wan-yun, she chose to firmly embrace him.
A woman with a pure heart.
Thank you for the seed of life. But, I'm afraid you've made many people furious by coming out. Mu Chiohan gave John Hung a serious nod before revealing a smirking expression.
Then the beautiful eyes swept around, each of those quasi-emperors with shocked faces.
Rage. John Hung narrowed his eyes and looked at Mu Chiohan with some curiosity. Why are these people raging at this moment when there's no showdown? Did something happen? John Hung was very curious about this.
You've offended a lot of people and opened a big plate.
But you can't walk out alive.
I'll undertake with Taoist friend Wine Sword Immortal to buy you to come out alive. Mu Chiohan covered her mouth and laughed lightly, and told Jiang Hang the ins and outs of the matter. This caused Jiang Hang to be stunned and look around in surprise. Upon seeing the White Tiger clan quasi-emperor,
the Golden Winged Rock clan quasi-emperor,
and many other races of quasi-emperors looking at themselves indignantly,
He licked his lips and gave a playful smile. This group of people even bet on it? If you're so surprised now, won't you storm out later when the door closes? Interesting. John Hong, come here to be interrogated. Just as John Hong was pondering, the White Tiger clan's quasi-emperor bared his fangs and spoke ferociously. Words that brought silence all around. No one stepped in to stop them. After all, John Hong made everyone lose money. Humph. Looking for trouble with juniors after losing a bet? Just as John Hong raised his eyes, his demeanor displeased, a blue-clothed figure descended from the sky and stood dashingly in front of him. It was the Wine Sword Immortal. He looked proudly at the White Tiger clan Paragon Emperor. I am the reigning emperor. Summoning a junior is his gift. What's wrong with that? Wine Sword Fairy? The White Tiger quasi-emperor held his head high with a monstrous aura and did not back down at all. His large Dharma phase, a morose white tiger silhouette, staring intently at Wine Sword Immortal. Sword chi was just about to explode. All around, a dense aura instantly locked onto the Wine Sword Immortal. Fellow Taoist, why should we hurt the peace between us for the sake of a mole cricket? The one who spoke was the phantom that belonged to the ethereal Holy Land. Linghu Quasi-Emperor, Golden Rock Paragon Emperor. Looking around at the aura locking onto him, Wine Sword Immortal's face was grim. Either way, are you forcing me? Have you ever seen a disciple of my heavenly sword sect? Retreat half a step. Sword 2. The Wine Sword Immortal let out a long whistle, and a pristine iron sword cut through the air, instantly coming to his side. He held his sword in his right hand and looked across the room indifferently, and was about to say something when Zhang Hong raised his hand and interrupted him. Senior, if people want to ask, let them ask. No harm. Zhang Hong flashed a smile at Wine Sword Immortal, then walked towards the front looking curiously at the many paragons. Gentlemen, what would you like to ask? Know it all. At that moment, the thing he was most looking forward to was going toe-to-toe with these people, since the other side had come to his door. Let's see. Humph. How did you manage to evade the pursuit of my clan's heavenly pride? The White Tiger Paragon was curious. There were more than one or two who had their eyes on Zhang Hong. Hunt? Zhang Hong pursed his lips and looked at the many Paragon Emperors with ease. I'm sorry, there's no one in there chasing me. And he's not telling lies. When is it the hunter's turn to hunt his prey? What? The many Paragons were stunned and looked at Zhang Hong in confusion. No pursuit? Apparently not. That group. What the hell are they doing? Not to mention the White Tiger clan, the Misty Sacred Ground, say the Forbidden Area Ancient Imperial clan. Zhang Hong control immunity to mana. To this clan's overbearing nature, do not go to slaughter Zhang Hong, the absolute its life? May. The answer is no. Zhang Heng's attitude was flat, and they could sense that no lies were being told. Poof. This reply caused the White Tiger Paragon to snort coldly, no longer opening his mouth to interrogate, and turning to the sky, the huge cloud water immortal palace. Humph. When the heavenly pride come out, then we'll know if what you're saying is a lie or not. His words caused many Paragon Emperors to recognize them. It's about time for them to come out. And, little by little, the sun sets, the stars hang in the night, and the morning sun shatters the sky. Dawn. Except for a group of Heavenly Sword Sect disciples, who walked out full of joy. There's no one anymore. The Cloud Water Immortal Palace completely disappeared. Everyone. The Eighth Realm Heavenly Pride, Quasi-Saints, Saints, or all the Quasi-Emperors present looked at Zhang Hong with wide-eyed shock. How come the Immortal Palace is gone? Where are they? P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 129, Might? Truth is always a fist. Numb. The unknown geometry of those present was completely numb. They stared at Zhang Hong with wide eyes and trepidation. The image was something they had never thought of. The large Cloudwater Immortal Palace had an unknown number of disciples inside. How few people actually came out? On what grounds? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Did none of the heirs of the Forbidden Zone come out? Right. It's impossible for anyone in the younger generation to defeat them. What happened within Zhang Hong? The Immortal Palace. The scene we saw earlier was indeed true. The Cloudwater Immortal Palace collapsed a corner. No. The heir to my clan is still among them. He is the pride of our clan. The sky has collapsed. The young generation of the Tian Luo realm is completely broken. Completely dead? Heavenly news. So that no one in the room is calm, which went in to say and not exaggerated, totally represents the future of the Tian Luo realm. Misty Sacred Land, Buddha Bathing Sacred Land, Xian Tian Sacred Land, Blue Feather Sacred Land, Ying Tian Royal Dynasty, Zhengzhou Chen family, Zhengzhou Jiang family, Zhengzhou Li family. There are countless forces, large and small. Among them, there are also the most outstanding heirs of the 8 forbidden areas, which contain a depth and Tao that far exceeds that of their peers. All of these people, all of them didn't come out? It left the room in shock.
It was impossible to continue thinking about it. The information that followed was too horrifying to contemplate.
John Hong? What happened? Quasi-Emperor Linghu looked at John Hong with indignation. His own son, Linghu Misty, was also among them, carefully taught for countless years for the phoenix to blossom, not blip. Present. It seems to be gone? Where are my 8 imperial nephews? The white tiger Paragon Emperor bared his fangs, his eyes already scarlet. He's bound to go back and not be able to deliver. How do I tell his brother? Say, your pups are all gone, taken in one fell swoop. You're not going to get shot on the spot, are you? At the same time, the old monk from the Buddha bathing sacred land, the ferocious bird of the golden-winged rock, and many other quasi-emperors had their emperor's thoughts quickly locking onto Jiang Hong. Subocular medicine. Only Jiang Hong can parse this. Jiang Hong. Seeing this scene, Mu Wanyun, who was beside Jiang Hong, tightly hugged his arm. You really did it? People are stupid. Before going in, Jiang Hong had said that he was going to sacrifice all of the younger generation of this Tianluo realm, to be the cornerstone of his return to the netherworld. He will not feel guilty about the weak and the strong in this world, or about the fact that there is no morality in this world. Like this, Jiang Hong really seemed to have done it, devouring that countless number of heavenly pride, laying a flawless heel. Jiang Hong remained silent and revealed a mysterious smile, turning his eyes toward the many paragons. He laughed. Don't you all think I'm bound to die? My cultivation is shallow. How can I know what you all are saying? While saying that, Jiang Heng's expression carried surprise. As these people say, there's nothing wrong with his answer. If he's that good, he's going to be hunted down by the pride of these people. And how would one know? Coquettishly, the first one to sit down was Quasi-Emperor Linghu. The rest of the people were fine. The one who died was his own son. Cloudwater Immortal Palace traditionally, the moment the time comes, everyone will be kicked out. Subocular medicine. No one. Then there's only one possibility. Except for these disciples who came out, all the rest were killed. None of them alive. Presently, Jiang Hong was the first to come out. If you don't ask him, then who should you ask? For a moment, it seemed like all the Paragon Emperors had figured it out, their gazes locking onto Jiang Hong. Little friend, there is a technique called soul extraction and refining. It's such a big deal that we don't need you to admit it. Do you understand? Yes, as long as we are willing, we can take you at any time. So, tell the truth. We can tell the difference between falsehoods. Don't make a fool of yourself. Do you want us to be angry if you don't speak yet? At this moment, there were no more saints speaking, and the ones who spoke were all quasi-emperors, who looked at Jiang Hong. This moment, there's no turning back for them. The death of so many disciples is not a small matter. Open mouths, threats. This made the two quasi-emperors, Wine Sword Immortal and Mu Chiohan, look unsightly. Neither expected that to happen. Looking at the many Paragon Emperors, the two of them barely managed to stand in front of Jiang Hong. It doesn't have to be. Jiang Hong laughed lightly and pushed the two away with a gentle force. It caused the two to be shocked and look at Jiang Hong in dismay. That force just now could have shaken them. You know, he too are the harmonizers. You are a great sage now? Wine Sword Immortal stared deeply, his pupils carrying incredulity. Great saints have been rare since ancient times. When Jiang Hong entered the Cloudwater Immortal Palace, he was only in the 8th realm, and it was only a few days before he had metamorphosed to a great sage. He couldn't imagine what was going on inside. Could it be, as a woman? Mu Chiohan's mind was much more delicate than Wine Sword Immortal's, and she captured a lot of information in an instant. As Yao Qi's son-in-law, no one can bully you. In her opinion, if she wanted to keep Jiang Hong, she had to fulfill the identity of Yao Qi's son-in-law. That makes it that much more likely. No harm. Jiang Hong shook his head, rebuffing the good intentions of the two men, nodding, turning his eyes towards the many Paragon Emperors that lived. If I'm unwilling to answer, do you plan to bully me with force? While saying that, Jiang Hong stepped forward, walking towards the many Paragon Emperors one step at a time. This scene, it made the pupils of many Paragon Emperors shrink. They looked at Jiang Hong in surprise, feeling unimaginable. What was Jiang Hong planning to do? Disobey them? They were quasi-emperors, powerhouses that could merge with the Tao at any time. The strongest group of people other than the great emperors. It's also a top-notch fighter who walks the earth. What is this brat planning to do? The White Tiger Clan quasi-emperor looked at Jiang Hong in surprise. The words fell. The rest of the paramount emperors laughed with laughter. This kid wouldn't want to challenge us, right? Griffin, if you are unwilling to answer, we will naturally use force. What can you do about the mighty? The many Paragon Emperors were unimpressed by Jiang Heng's attitude. Who among them is not a heavenly pride? Who has not dominated a region and an era? Jiang Hong,
could not possibly be their opponent. This was the arrogance and confidence of being a paragon emperor.
Enlighten me. Jiang Hong nodded, his gaze sweeping over the many paragon emperors without specifically fixating on anyone. The meaning is obvious. Anyone. Unbridled. Jiang Heng's words fell, and his cold voice echoed in the large bushfield.
A giant hand descended from the sky and crushed towards the land where Jiang Hong was.
The giant palm was milky white, with dense seal characters,
and the powerful oppressive force made the bushfield below crack.
A great abyss is revealed. I'm too lazy to ask the reason.
Killing you will naturally avenge my son. The one who struck out was the ethereal Holy Land's Linghu Paragon Emperor. The huge palm covered the clouds and caused many people to suck in a breath of cold air.
How many years? They hadn't seen a quasi-emperor strike before, and a strike that contained anger in the moment was just too terrifying. They all looked at Jiang Hong, their eyes revealing sadness. P.S. I wish you all a lot of money and happiness every day. End of chapter. Chapter 130, Reverse Felling Quasi-Emperor. The entire audience was shocked. In their opinion, no matter what level Jiang Hong was at, it was impossible for him to block the wrathful strike of a paramount emperor. This move, which contained a Tao that many people could not comprehend in a lifetime. The power of the might and the extinction of the Tao. Incredibly humbling. This is the means of a quasi-emperor? I've been a saint for many years, but I'm far inferior to quasi-emperor Linghu. This son is delusional. If he had respected his elders, he wouldn't have gotten into this mess. Quasi-emperor Linghu, please leave him alive. The late generations within my clan are also withering away in the immortal palace and need Jiang Hong to tell the original story. No need. Aren't there still Gu Jie, Ji Luoshui, and the Heavenly Sword Sect disciples? Just ask these people.
It doesn't matter anymore if Jiang Hong stays or not.
Listening to the clamor around him, Jiang Hong was unimpressed, his eyes looking upwards in a shallow manner, looking at the large phantom. At the corner of his mouth, he hooked up a smile. Dharma, heaven and earth. The words fell. Outside of Jiang Heng's body, golden light surged, and the whole person seemed to be coated with a layer of golden shadow. It began to expand rapidly. 10 meters, 100 meters, hundreds of meters. Rumble. The fierce sound echoed in the large bushfield, and the golden shadow raised its hand to resist the big hand of Emperor Linghu. The silhouette didn't move. Seems to be a good deal more than that. This caused the wine sword immortal, who was not far away, to be violently shocked, looking at Jiang Hong incredulously. This is the great divine power, the Dharma heavenly ability. When he said that, he was a bit incoherent. The phases they possessed were the result of communicating with heaven and earth, not the great divine power of Jiang Hong. And the extent of Jiang Heng's cultivation had clearly reached the realm of realization, and the increase in strength was very obvious. If not, it was also impossible to fend off the attack of Paragon Emperor Linghu. This child, his talent and aptitude are truly through and through. Mu Qiuhan's expression was surprised, and her words carried recognition. Jiang Heng's son-in-law was more and more pleasing to the eye. Impossible. It's impossible for you to have cultivated your Dharma heaven and earth to this level. Seeing that the Dharma phase attack was ineffective, Quasi-Emperor Linghu spoke with indignation and looked at Jiang Hong with more than a touch of shock in his eyes. This, he had never thought of. A young man, resisting his attack? There has never been one in all of history. Then you've seen it today. Jiang Heng's torso slowly floated to the top of the shadow, a pair of eyes looking indifferently at Linghu Paragon Emperor. That old dog. In his previous life, he had done a lot of insidious things, and Linghu Misty was under his command, trying to break his Tao. Followed by, there is a lot of counting going on, and the yo-yo has its calculations underneath it all. In the next few years, he even succeeded in merging with the Tao and became a true great emperor. Jiang Hong, being so reckless with your own old ancestor, you're really getting cocky. Jiang Heng's attitude caused Quasi-Emperor Linghu to become furious. Just as he was about to open his mouth to say something, Jiang Heng's teasing voice once again echoed in his ears. An old dog with dead pups does have a big temper. Looking at Quasi-Emperor Linghu, the coldness in Jiang Heng's eyes could no longer be held down. Ancestor? It's the old dog that's making a big deal out of it. What kind of clan elder goes to murder a junior disciple? This ethereal sanctuary, it's superb. You, the pupils of Commodore Linghu dilated, looking at Jiang Hong in dismay. At this moment, his whole body was trembling. Jiang Heng's words seemed to be a disguised admission that Linghu Misty was dead. His only son is gone. Jiang Hong, what have you done with my son? Commodore Linghu stared. You want to see him? Jiang Hong pursed his lips, looking down at Linghu Paragon Emperor with a morose look from the corner of his head. Upon seeing the apprehensive look in the other's eyes, behind him, a large flag fluttered, and the black human emperor flag stood behind Jiang Hong. Among the streamers, a handsome man slowly floated out. Roar, growling in resentment at Paramount Emperor Linghu. Yes, Linghu Misty. My son. Linghu Quasi-Emperor was shocked, staring at Linghu Misty with wide-eyed disbelief. His precious son has become a ghost in the human emperor's streamer, slaughtered by Zhang Hong? Father, avenge me. The voice of Linghu Misty, who had transformed into a severe ghost, was hoarse and looked at Zhang Hong with resentment. This scene, shocking the entire room, everyone also gazed at Zhang Hong as if they were looking at a ghost. Is this a provocation? Deliberately giving Linghu Misty the realization to speak words of vengeance? This Zhang Hong is so arrogant. Does he know that he is facing an emperor? Throughout history, the only one who dares to speak to a paramount emperor like this is Zhang Hong. Isn't it? Really good at attacking the heart in front of its father to engage in this. People must not be angry? It's numb. It's all numb. In theory, under the control of the human emperor's streamer, the ghosts of grievances had no consciousness. Right now, for Linghu Misty to be able to open her mouth, there was only one possibility, and that was that Zhang Hong was doing it on purpose. Tell him to tell his father to take revenge. At the same time, the feeling of suffocation surged into many people's chests. They did not expect Zhang Hong to dare to do this. So cocky, wildly perverse, a roar that resounded through the heavens and earth, echoing throughout the Zhongyi. As Quasi-Emperor Linghu looked at the tragic state of his own son, his mind could no longer be strained. Hissing at Zhang Hong, he said, Zhang Hong, release him. This seat will give you a pain in the ass. Oh, if I say no, what are you going to do? Zhang Hong raised the corners of his mouth, teasingly incomparable. All of you from the Netherworld Holy Land deserve to die. After saying that, in the shocked eyes of Quasi-Emperor Linghu, his right hand waved casually. Bang! Linghu Misty's blue soul was directly beaten into nothingness by him. The soul flies away. No! The Commodore Linghu's crimson eyes looked at Zhang Hong with resentment. If you kill my son, I'll kill all those who are related to you as well. Go to hell. The ethereal technique. Milky white seal characters surrounded the large phantom, and Emperor Linghu rose to the sky, his right hand knocking down hard against Zhang Heng's golden shadow. In this regard, Zhang Heng's demeanor remained calm. Raising his right middle finger and index finger together, the shadow made the same movement at the same time, stabbing hard against the palm. When the milky white phantom touched Zhang Heng's shadow, the invulnerable palm, which was surrounded by many seal characters, was directly pierced through. Buzz dash. Buzz dash. The shattered seal characters seemed to be emitting a wail as the shattering of the Dharma phase resounded through the heavens and earth, followed by arms, shoulders. The entire Dharma phase is beginning to crumble. Seeing this scene, Zhang Hong wasn't the slightest bit surprised. This was the addition of the heavenly Tao seed after devouring the ancient Yuan. Mana immunity completes the ultimate level of metamorphosis. It can dissolve and eliminate some spells, and the phases used by these people are not as good as his heavenly image of the earth, also on the hunt. At the same time, the god of Linghu Paramount Emperor was shocked. Watching his own phantom crumble little by little, he had the illusion that he had become a vegetable. It's reasonable to say, even if the Dharma phase was pierced, this scene would not be possible. Right now, it's as if the mana is crumbling. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Family. End of chapter. Chapter 131. Zhang Hong is willing to take responsibility for this matter. Once upon a time, fighting against quite a few powerhouses, it wasn't as if Emperor Commodore Linghu hadn't broken the Dharma phase. But, absolutely not. What kind of Tao is this? Quasi-Emperor Linghu dispersed his Dharma image and looked deeply at Zhang Hong. I've never seen it before. What exactly did you do within the Cloudwater Palace? Have heard what was said. Zhang Hong was silent as his silhouette held a bronze ancient halberd and slashed fiercely at Linghu Paragon Emperor. The violent chopping attack brought with it astral winds that swept through this side of the heaven and earth. Let countless saints, one after another, talk about it. Only then did everyone see that Zhang Hong had become a great saint. Saints are rare in ancient times, and great saints are even more rare. Back then, and Hongi was also a great saint, right? Zhang Hong has also become a great saint? Within this cloud water palace, what exactly is happening? I have a bad feeling and it feels real. This Zhang Hong wouldn't have slaughtered everyone, right? Wasn't there a rumor of devouring devil technique before? With him? No way should it be. For a while, the crowd was speechless with astonishment. Zhang Heng's metamorphosis was really too fast and too quick. Was a contemporary person, before entering the Cloudwater Immortal Palace, was without any substance. At that moment, not only did he break through to become a saint, but he was also a great saint whose legend was extinct. This kind of realm usually has a title, such as the Great Sage of Defeating Heaven and the Great Sage of Beheading the Dragon. In the future, if you prove to be a great emperor, you will also be able to inherit the title. The atmosphere was silent. The world seemed to be quiet for the moment. And, Numerous signals of various shapes and sizes broke the deadlock here. Similarity of content. The 5 Elements sect's demon soul lamps are out. The Chen family's demon soul lamps are out. And the Xian Tian Holy Land's demon soul lamps are out. The list goes on and on. This caused many paramount emperors, whose faces were already gloomy, to completely lose their temper. One after another, they erupted their breaths and looked towards the large silhouette within the venue. John Hong, what else do you have to say? The White Tiger Paragon Emperor's pupils were scarlet, and a cold aura flashed above his fangs. In the meantime, little friend, my ancient Buddha son of the bathing Buddha Holy Land, have you ever seen it? The old monk of the Buddha bathing Holy Land looked at Jiang Hong with cloudy eyes. Little thing, if you don't give my 5 Elements sect an explanation, you'll have to die today. The fat Paragon Emperor of the 5 Elements sect opened his mouth angrily, the fat flesh on his face squeezed together, looking hideous. Such images keep happening in the bushfield. Everyone had already lost their patience and communally forced Jiang Hong. Oh, are you all planning to take me on? Jiang Hong contained a smile as he looked at the hundreds of quasi-emperors around him, his expression indifferent. In that case, then Mr. Jiang will give you an explanation. After that, he waved a profound Dao with his right hand, and the human emperor's streamer surged behind him. While the flag was fluttering, a single stern ghost rose up to the sky, millions of them covering the clouds and the sun. The entire sky darkened. The images are harrowing and wailing. It made the jaws of countless people in the room drop, and they couldn't stop shivering. Many people saw their familiar figures, the very same heavenly prides that had gone to participate in the Cloudwater Immortal Palace's outing within their own clans. You're dead. All died and became under the human emperor's streamer. The mournful, resentful souls. It's my 5 Elements sect that's flaunting. It's my sect's absolute pride. Jiang Hong, you deserve to die. My Jiang clan's sacred body is also among them. Jiang Hong, I swear to kill you. Ancient Buddha child? You butchered my clan's ancient Buddha child? The old monk is going to purify you. Damn it. No wonder he's the only one who came out. So everyone was killed by him. This is Gu Yuan, Long Yuan, Lei Peng, the 8 heirs of the Forbidden Area. All of them folded and withered in this Cloudwater Immortal Palace? Many quasi-emperors, at this moment, completely erupted. An endless aura filled the thicket, and the heavens and earth changed color with it. They didn't expect Jiang Hong to do that slaughtering thing in Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, slaughtering all the heavenly pride. All of them. Even the 8 heirs of the Forbidden Zone were obliterated by Jiang Hong. Gentlemen, Jiang Hong is willing to take responsibility for this matter. Jiang Hong stood with his arms folded, teasingly looking at the hundreds of quasi-emperors in front of him. The only reason I didn't leave was to wait for this moment. After leaving the Netherworld Holy Land for so long, it was time to go back early to take a look and fulfill the promise of worshipping Sword Dusty Heart. Fellow Taoists, there's no need to be merciful. Exterminate this little devil. Quasi-Emperor Linghu spoke hoarsely. That was a test. He felt out a lot of things. Jiang Hong, it seems to have really become a climate. Although killing some, he thinks that he can still take it down. But it will only take a lot of gas. Presently, with so many quasi-emperors and a mouthful of spittle from each of them, Jiang Hong would surely die. It seemed that he didn't need to do anything, as many paragons glanced at each other and immediately mobilized the seal characters to form a large blue barrier, completely isolating this place from the outside world. Above the barrier, a seal character flowed, seemingly symbolizing the power of the origin. Flying Immortal Order, seeing this scene, Quasi-Emperor Linghu was very satisfied, and after giving Jiang Hong an indignant glance, he swooped down as a milky white stream of light. In his right hand, a token that was constantly surrounded by seal characters appeared and knocked hard at the center of the shadow's brow. Phew! Just at the moment when the token was about to touch the golden shadow, the golden ancient axe, at a strange speed, ruthlessly cleaved at Linghu Misty. In an instant, colliding together, the expected lopsidedness really happened. But, however, instead of the Flying Immortal Order going sideways, the golden axe sliced through the Flying Immortal Order as sharply as it sliced through tofu. 3 feet of cold light and scarlet. The axe gouged out the chest of Linghu Quasi-Emperor directly, and the white ribs, liver, and intestines were exposed to the air. The blood waved in the air. This can't be. Commodore Linghu looked at Jiang Hang's Dharma heavenly image earth and his entire body couldn't hold it together. Although great saints were rare, they were paramount emperors, half steps to the Tao. It was impossible to be challenged by Jiang Hong over the top. 2 encounters in total, and he's suffered 2 bloody losses? Alas, a mouse's eye is an inch, a pond fish is a corner. You are but a quasi-imperial, and how can you know how big this sky is? In the end, Jiang Hong sighed slightly. He possesses the heavenly Tao seed, which can perfectly control all the dharmas in the world and deduce them to the deepest level. He has the heavenly Tao demon heart, which is equivalent to a constant flow of mana,
and all kinds of magical skills and secret methods,
which he has comprehended in his previous life. All of this, the other side doesn't know.
Amidst the shocked gaze of Paragon Fox, Jiang Hung shook his head at him,
sending you on your way. With that, he stopped speaking.
On his right arms, the ancient axe and halberd carried monstrous might as they slashed fiercely towards the Linghu Paragon Emperor.
No, Quasi-Emperor Linghu hissed, once again urging the seal characters to form a Dharma phase. Just as it appeared, it was crushed by the ancient axe and sped towards his main body. The strange thing is, no matter how he dodges, the axe seems to carry the power of space, deadlocking him. Indestructible golden body. Just as the axe was about to chop into Linghu Misty, a Buddhist sound was incomparably melodious. The golden old monk, blandly blocked in front of him, facing the ancient axe and halberd, he raised his hand blandly. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Family. End of chapter. Chapter 132. The scene repeats itself. Fighting against the world with one man's power, like a withered hand, at this moment seems to be gilded with a layer of gold foil, the golden light of the rest, fiercely gripped the ancient axe of Dharma heaven and earth. Ding! The invulnerable golden battle axe was blocked when it touched the old monk's palm. The old monk, who was none other than the Buddha-bathing Holy Land and the bitter lotus paramount emperor. The images rolled and twisted, causing emotions to rise and fly in many of the people around them as they watched the scene numbly, barely squeezing out a wanton smile. Quasi-Emperor Linghu was almost decapitated by Jiang Hung? Why is that?
Mana immunity coupled with Dharma heaven and earth.
Two great aptitudes cultivated to the peak plus. It seems like he has the degree of being against the heavens. What? There's a combo technique? This is too heaven-defying, isn't it? Don't be afraid. With a Quasi-Emperor constructing the boundary and the bitter lotus Quasi-Emperor making a move, there's absolutely no chance of this brat surviving.
When they saw that Quasi-Emperor Linghu was about to spill his blood, all of them were dumbfounded, never expecting Jiang Hong to be able to reach this level. It was only after Commodore Bitter Lotus easily received the move that the many saints and commodores who had gathered to watch were able to breathe a sigh of relief. Before the smiles could spread, the scene of the picture made them completely suffocate. Above the Bitter Lotus Paragon's palm, drops of golden blood continued to drip down his elbow into the dirt. Green and wild, the grass grows wild. The seed becomes a tree in a flash. The Bitter Lotus Quasi-Emperor, who claimed to be undefeatable in the flesh, dribbled blood. This took the breath away from everyone in the room. Even Wine Sword Immortal, whose Tao is offense, was a bit shocked by this scene. He broke through Bitter Lotus defense? He had fought with Bitter Lotus many times, and he was well aware of the power of this person's physical body, and even he needed to exert a lot of effort in order to break through that perverted golden body. He was a Quasi-Emperor, an existence that could merge with the Tao at any time. Jiang Hong was only a saint, and even a great saint had not transcended this realm. The latter is a good thing. Quasi-Emperor Bitter Lotus's pale voice echoed through the vast bushfield. His cloudy eyes stared tightly at Jiang Hung. No wonder you were able to overthrow my sex Buddhist son. The pain of his cut palms made him recognize reality.
Jiang Hong, indeed, has something. In another situation, if the ancient Buddha son had achieved great sage, it would still be impossible to harm him. This is the suppression of the realm, the contempt of the emperor for mortals. Jiang Hong had done it, literally making him bleed. Jiang Hong did not say anything, the golden shadow of the imposing, six-armed Shura holding six kinds of weapons, looking out of the corner of his eye. He said, "Gentlemen, a certain person has had a miserable life. Are you willing to send me on my way? I hope you will not show any mercy." Presently, this was the path he had chosen, a path that went against the grain, and everything in this world was a sacrifice for his merging with the way. As for all the enemies in the world, he had learned that in his previous life and had long since stopped caring in this life. "You're crazy, White Tiger, Fury Dash." As Jiang Hang's words fell, a huge white tiger revealed its sharp claws next to the large shadow. The white seal character kept circling around his fingers and claws, gouging out the back of Jiang Hang's heart. Bang! Just as the finger claw was about to penetrate the golden shadow, the large shadow instantly changed form. The original majestic head split into three. One of love, one of majesty, and one of sorrow. That loving head smiled charitably at the white tiger, and then the two giant golden hands manipulated the giant G to slash down fiercely. Bang! The huge impact splattered countless black smoke and dust. This caused many of the quasi-emperors who hadn't yet struck to stare, waiting for the smoke and dust to dissipate. The breeze came and reflected the images inside. Jiang Heng's law of heaven and image of earth stopped Quasi-Emperor Bitter Lotus at the front, and his weaponry at the back stopped Quasi-Emperor White Tiger's chopping attack. On the side, Quasi-Emperor Linghu covered his wounds with an icy expression.
Although, it looked like Jiang Hong was looking out of the corner of the world, but in the eyes of many, Jiang Hong had already fallen into decline. There was no aura of world domination when he had seriously injured the Linghu Paragon Emperor at the beginning. Gentlemen, all together? Among the many Dharma phases, the Five Elements sect Quasi-Emperor whose body was bathed in five-colored elements opened his mouth to test the waters. Since, the one who answered him was a Paragon Emperor of the spirit race, whose essence was a heaven-mending vine that had lived for an unknown number of years. Kill the boy. Above the dome of the sky, the golden-winged rock that was about several hundred meters in length whistled, its piercing voice falling. Dive in now. The two golden sharp claws were like hunting, ruthlessly plucking at Jiang Hang's shoulders. In the moment of touching, above the golden silhouette, that one sad head looked towards the huge golden-winged rock. The twin spears punctuated the scene, fending off two giant claws that poured into the sky in an instant. Bang! The impact shattered the rocky soil on the ground completely, and the golden shadow trembled slightly as it struggled to resist. It made many people who were watching the battle completely tense up. Although Jiang Hong was arrogant, the current situation was 1 against 4, facing off against 4 Paragon Emperors in the position of a great sage. And, each of these 4 Paragon Emperors was a renowned powerhouse. Maya, this can even be blocked? The 4 Paragon Emperors joined forces, but they couldn't help Jiang Hong? No wonder he dares to clamor the world. He does have arrogant capital. Humph, what capital? 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, but there are more than hundreds of quasi-emperors here. 4 of them he's already exhausted. How can he fight the rest? Still too young, don't know how to advance or retreat, don't know what's right, deserve this. Many of the strongest people in the battlefield were shocked by Jiang Hang's combat power, and this picture was vastly different from what they had imagined. By all rights, Jiang Hong should have died of exhaustion when the White Tiger Paragon struck. Blocked. Even the claw strike of the Golden Rock Paragon Emperor was blocked. These people, who were manifesting their own bodies, did not show the slightest bit of mercy at all. At the same time, many people still hadn't changed their attitudes about the outcome of this battle. Jiang Hong, too impulsive. And, as if they were listening to the many people's comments, the paragons seemed to be listening, and on top of the phantoms that stood around them, a single seal character rapidly coalesced. It's all about the ineffable word and the law. 5 Elements Extinction. The 5 Elements sect Quasi-Emperor was the first to make a move, and the colorful seal characters converged into the 5 elements that opened up the sky and the earth. It sped towards Jiang Hang's Dharma heaven and earth. At the same time, a large dragon elephant shadow appeared, with a foot the size of a mountain, trampling towards Jiang Hong. The Taoist laws roamed the heavens, countless. In the distance, seeing this horrifying scene, Mu Wanyun completely couldn't hold herself together and tightly gripped Mu Qianhan's hand. Mother, help him. As long as you are willing to help him, I will listen to you in everything from now on, and I will never be capricious again. Have heard what was said. Mu Qianhan was silent, her eyes sadly looking towards Jiang Hong. In this case, it was really not good for her to make a move. Jiang Hang's words had offended the entire Tianluo realm, and the Paragon Emperors who had struck out this time contained all the powerful sects in the Tianluo realm. It is one man against the whole world. P.S. I wish my family a happy day and crazy money. End of chapter. Chapter 133, Beating a Paragon. Jiang Hang's immortal technique. Not to mention whether or not she will make a move. There are so many quasi-emperors in front of her, even if she is willing to make a move. And how much can it be resisted? 1, 2, 5 at the most, right? What can be done about blocking it? The remaining quasi-emperors, no less than 400 or so, each of their youth was a heavenly pride that crowned the era. No weaker than Jiang Hong at this time. Alas, Jiang Hong is in a predicament like this. Yuner, if you want to do anything, then remember the faces of these people, and in the future set foot on the harmonized path to avenge your young groom. Mu Qianhan shook her head, her eyes tinged with regret. In this case, even if she gambled her life, it was impossible to change anything. Mother, Mu Wanyun was in a state of grief. A bean-sized teardrop slipped down from her cheeks and dripped on her chest. In this life, she had long since decided on Jiang Hong, regardless of poverty or wealth. And Jiang Hong had already recognized her, and the two of them were just one step away from achieving what she wanted. Right now. Yet, Mu Qianhan was silent and shook her head in a low voice, stretching out her lotus root arm to embrace Mu Wanyun. Jiang Hong. Mu Wanyun unwillingly, looking at the core battlefield, the large Dharma heaven and earth. This time, many Dao laws had arrived, and the countless seal characters were blending together, and space seemed to be fluctuating. Gentlemen, thanks a lot. In the golden shadow, Jiang Hang's attitude was completely different from those around him.
the corner of his mouth lifting up in a smile. 10,000 souls grievous fury. All of a sudden, the huge human emperor flag swayed in the wind, covering the clouds with the grudging ghosts, and sped off in all directions. Vicious currents of violence. The severe ghosts killed people on sight, and saints with less than saintly cultivation, or saints with moderate strength, were instantly rounded up and slaughtered by the severe ghosts. Sparing many of the paragon emperors, there was a single tearing, stern ghost lying on their backs. The image changed color and many people looked horrified. The siege was more than just a hunt, and above the golden shadow, Jong Han looked up to the sky and laughed. Come on, I've been looking forward to the scene for a long time. Karma is purged and grudges are separated. No one who had ever hurt him would be spared. In the next second, the heavenly Tao vase overflowed from his brow, and the milky afterglow washed over Jiang Heng's entire body. The heavenly Tao demon heart trembled, emitting a bizarre scarlet red color. Kill! Jiang Heng's gaze was ferocious as he roared recklessly. Dharma heaven and earth above the golden body. A scarlet line surged, accompanied by white armor. The weapons held by the 6 arms also began to turn milky white. Old bald donkey with a good face and heart. I'll send you to meet Buddha. Jiang Heng's right arm exerted force, and the milky white axe went through with a single breath. Again, he exerted force on the bitter lotus paragon's palm. Golden blood streaked about, staining the milky white giant axe, and the bitter lotus quasi-emperor's hand was sliced right off. The residual might did not diminish in the slightest, and in an instant, it penetrated through the bitter lotus paragon's chest, amidst the gazes of countless people watching, chopping this legendary old monk right off at the waist. No, this is impossible. Quasi-Emperor Bitter Lotus forced himself to endure the excruciating pain, his eyes shocked as he looked at Jiang Heng. He, beheaded? What the hell is that cream-colored weapon? Why is his golden body, refined by 1,000 hammer blows, as thin as paper before it? Before he could say anything, the huge sword on the second arm on the right side above Jiang Heng's Dharma heavenly elephant earth cut him off directly from the center of his eyebrow. The whole man, cut into 4 pieces. Golden blood waved in the wind, and Bitter Lotus's soul was bare beneath the air as he looked at his body in shock. Eyesight, dialect, confusion arose. Up until this point, he couldn't accept the scene. Tens of thousands of severe ghosts, who would not give him a chance to turn around without any limit, dragged him into the human emperor's hockey in his bewilderment. Next, Bitter Lotus appeared in the crowd's field of vision, only this time the stance was that of Jiang Heng's horseman. Numb. The original clamor of the picture was numb and muffled at this moment, and there wasn't even a hint of sound. The reversal was too fast and too violent. They didn't expect that the indestructible Bitter Lotus quasi-emperor would die in such a hurry. It's only a breath away from death and a streamer. Now we're enemies? What? That white and red Fa Tianxian D. Is that the Fa Tianxian D I recognize? Bitterhorn was killed? He can die? What kind of strength is this? Blocking so many Tao laws with Dharma heaven and earth and fighting Bitter Lotus in a head-on battle? What is Jiang Heng going to do? What the hell are you going to do? They can't hold it together. This reversal is really getting to them. Chased by the Jiang Heng ghosts at the same time. They're Camp Big Brother, but also a karma. It's a performance that's so scary it's out of this world. It's watching Bitter Lotus blood spilling into the air. Emperor Linghu could no longer hold himself back. Looking at Jiang Heng's huge Dharma heaven and earth, he said hoarsely, beyond the level of divine power. Is it an immortal method? Impossible. What makes you able to possess immortal laws? Immortal law is a hazy concept, specifically to what level? What level? But also just a guess. But one thing is certain. That is, the strongest people in the several forbidden areas must have mastered this level of Tao magic. Outsiders call it immortal law. What? The white tiger paragon's heart twitched as he looked at the heavenly law in front of him in shock. See the white axes, halberds, mortars and pestles, knives, swords, etc. And the scarlet line that looks like a vein. The heart pumped with shock, although he did not know what Taoism, but the words of Linghu Jundu, he did not dare to deny. If not, how did Bitter Lotus die? Even if he fought with Bitter Lotus, it was mostly a toss-up between him and Bitter Lotus. Immortal magic? The two men's voices, which were not deliberately lowered, instantly echoed through the large bushfield. The people who hadn't died looked at Jiang Heng with trepidation. Immortal law. What a vaguely yearning word. Mother, is it true? Yaoqi location. This is the only pure land here. Mu Wanyun looked at the large shadow, eyes shocked. Her god. He knows that legendary immortal magic? Just how many more secrets were there that she didn't know about? Mostly. Within Mu Chiohan's eyes, the shock was also very strong. As she looked at this shadow of Jiang Heng, her body instinctively had scorn. She was a peak paragon emperor, The body's instinct was infinitely close to the Tao.
And this instinct meant that Jiang Hong had a good chance of fighting her.
Immortal laws, Yao Qi,
have stood in the central state for countless years without ever having immortal laws.
How terrifying, Mu Chuhun muttered. She was very curious.
Jiang Hong was only in his 20s.
How did he comprehend the law of heaven and earth, and also comprehend it to the level of immortal law?
Mother, this is surely a win,
isn't it? Immortal law
Mu Wanyun shrugged Mu Chuhan's arm,
broke into a smile. Beautiful face, written full of longing for the future. Mukiwan is silent, peach-colored eyes, deeply looking toward the large law of heaven and earth. Sulking for a few breaths, he shook his head helplessly. It's still hard to predict life and death, even if Jiang Hong explodes and beheads Bitter Lotus. But there are just too many Paragon Emperors here. P.S. I wish my family a happy day in crazy money. End of chapter. Chapter 134, The Frontier is revealed. And I am the only one who can do it. Quasi-Emperor and also Emperor. It is an existence that is about to merge with the Tao, and has long since transcended the level of life, accomplishing the ultimate leap under the limit of the realm. If it's so easy to lose, this big Tian Luo world would have been in chaos long ago. And, thinking of this, Mu Qiulhan raised her eyes and looked above the endless sky dome, where there seemed to be 8 figures. Mother! Mu Wanyun's eyes were hollow, looking at Jiang Hong, who was looking out of the corner of his eye, once again appearing worried, holding Mu Qiulhan's hand, even tighter. Don't cry, I'm your mother. I'll go out of my way to save Jiang Hong when necessary. Looking at her daughter pair with Rain, Mu Qiulhan swept away the haze in her eyes, hugged Mu Wanyun tightly, and looked firmly at Jiang Hong. She made up her mind. By all means, give your daughter a perfect defense. Eyes, looking towards the core battlefield. At this moment, Jiang Hong seemed like a lone wolf, looking askance at a group of lions, and despite his lack of breath, his aura was like a true dragon descending into the world. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Who else? Jiang Hong hissed with all his might, and the golden shadow held the Bitter Lotus Paragon's body in its grip, bathing the entire Dharma heaven and earth in golden blood, looking out of the corner of his eye, like a god of war. This scene made the scalp of the flanking white tiger quasi-emperor numb, and immediately let go of his pole white ancient halberd, turning around to avoid the front for the time being. Want to leave? Jiang Hong noticed him, and as he turned around, the white ancient halberd surrounded with a morose aura. In the white tiger paragon's dismayed gaze, whoosh! It chopped down violently. White tiger put to death dash. Seeing this, the large white tiger's entire body exploded. Sharp fangs accompanied by hissing. His right paw together with one index finger left, aiming at Jiang Hong's ancient halberd, he stabbed fiercely, instantly colliding together. Ding dash! The moment of impact, a pleasant roar was emitted, accompanied by layers of violent ripples, destroying everything around it, as much as possible. Only, the stalemate lasted but a second before the white tiger paragon's black toe armor was slashed by the white ancient halberd. Inch by inch it chafed, then the whole finger was crushed. The ancient halberd broke through everything, directly penetrating the white tiger paragon's body, scarlet blood gushing out, rendering the large sky. The 100-meter-long monster's breath became incomparably weak under this move. Impossible, even if it's an immortal technique, the gap can't be this big. I am a pure-blooded white tiger. I am the emperor of the world. And you are but a mere saint. The pain caused the white tiger quasi-emperor to become more and more manic as he opened his bloody mouth and exposed his fangs, hissing desperately at Jiang Hong. Blood continued to pour out from the ancient halberd in his chest. Gentlemen, why don't you make a move? Watching the white tiger paragon emperor fall into a state of decline, the golden rock paragon emperor above Jiang Hong had a brash demeanor and yelled out to the surroundings. In his view, if they continued to fight like this they would still fight strips of hair. Jiang Hong manipulated the human emperor streamer and possessed uncommon battle power. If, before his thoughts were over, the golden rock paragon emperor was dismayed to discover that the bitter lotus paragon emperor's body, it seemed, was being absorbed. This huge Dharma heaven and earth is greedily devouring the bitter lotus. Jiang Heng's aura grew stronger and stronger compared to before. The golden rock paragon emperor hoarsely hissed in surprise. Swallow, it's the devouring devil technique. This kid has cultivated the devouring demon technique. My nephew, Little Rock King, was actually killed by you? The golden rock man was stupid. He never thought that the originator of everything was the previously harmless Jiang Hong. It's, like, really behind the scenes, directing everything in plain sight. And, while thinking, a drop of sweat could not be stopped from flowing out from the golden rock paragon's forehead. He looked at Jiang Hong in fear and shock. Devouring devil technique. Then everything in the Cloudwater Immortal Palace was laid out by you in advance. From the very beginning, you intended to sacrifice the entire younger generation of the Sky Luo realm? Nope, Your purpose, and that includes us? Anyone who can get to this point is no cutie pie. All of them have great minds. All it takes is a little clue, a nudge, and an insight into the whole picture. He guessed all of Jiang Heng's planning and purpose, only just realized? In the shadow, Jiang Heng's black clothes hunted, slightly raising his head to look at Jin Peng in contempt. I said at the beginning that a certain person is willing to take responsibility for everything. While saying that, the large Dharma heaven and earth, the second hand on the left, milky white pestle and mortar, to the white tiger emperor ruthless chisel down, catching dash. The shattering of bones resounded through the vast bushfield, and the white tiger paragon emperor, who was nailed by the ancient halberd, was unable to move his body at all. Ben was weak and badly injured. Under this monstrous heavy blow, the spine in the back was completely interrupted, and the white tiger's tail embellishment area directly collapsed down. The styling is oozing beyond belief. The intense pain and the total lack of sensation in the lower half of his body caused the white tiger paragon emperor to raise the sky and roar. A pair of scarlet eyes looked fearfully at his lower half. His feet were already weak and he just collapsed to the ground. No matter how hard he tried, the lower half of his body didn't seem to belong to him. He was crippled by a mortar and pestle. The image is like a shocking wave that shakes the crowd. Many of the quasi-emperors who were striking out, or were planning to strike out, were horrified to the bone at the sight of this monstrous scene. It was inconceivable to them that a pure-blooded royal family, or a ferocious beast, the white tiger, would be crippled by the interruption of his physical body. This, in the past, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. This kid, he's a little too evil. In the quasi-emperor's Dharma phase, a lanky male lion roared violently. He was a Golden Lion clan quasi-emperor, and his might was no weaker than the white tiger quasi-emperor. The images empathized with him. After all, the races were similar and the battle strengths were similar, but the white tiger was crippled by Jiang Heng. Everyone, this kid cultivates devouring devil technique. I'm afraid that he's treating us as prey right from the start, so we can't hesitate at this point. Yeah, let's go for the kill. Small, the human emperor streamer has been a great treason. See your beautiful name outside, we do not care. Coupled with devouring the devil's work, today to stay you cannot. Everyone, get rid of the demons and restore Tianluo. At this moment, many paragons could no longer hold their breath. The Daoan law displayed by Jiang Heng had seriously exceeded their knowledge. At the same time, the combination of the devouring demon technique and the human emperor streamer also made many paramount emperors fearful. It was unimaginable that after the great accomplishment, except for those old monsters in the Forbidden Zone, who else in the world could do anything to Jiang Heng? For a while, countless seal characters swept across the sky once again, and the paragons of all the great sects spared no effort in mobilizing their own Dao techniques. The seal characters were like rivers, rapidly surging towards Jiang Heng's law of heaven and earth. At the moment of contact, the golden light that swept through the red veins was actually hardened against it. Many paramount emperors were shocked, and after looking at each other, they each offered up their own paramount Dao weapons. In a matter of seconds, knives, guns, swords, halberds, and bells continuously greeted the golden shadow. Catching dash, catching dash. The sound of glass-like shattering resonated through the large bushfield. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 135. Executing the immortals with a sword and staining the sky with blood. The golden Dharma heaven and earth was surrounded by many paramount emperors, and a crack spread all over his body. This scene caused the emotions in the hearts of many paragon emperors to be satisfied to a great extent. Combatants. That is to say, the scariest thing is that you can't see the enemy's blood tank when an invincible person starts to bleed out. He also lost that aperture. Becomes less awe-inspiring. Right now, the shattering of the invincible Dharma heaven and earth had given many paramount emperors the light of victory. But that's just it. All of you Taoists and I will combine our output. Even if the immortal law is powerful, you're only an ant in the Saint realm. We're all harmonizers. We'll slaughter you. 5 elements flag. Sacrifice. Boy, see my heaven and earth 5 elements, will you completely extinct? How dare a mole cricket peek into the sky? The greatness of this world cannot be subverted by a single immortal law. Words came and went, and the suppressed emperors at this moment spoke out in mockery. In their opinion, the moment the immortal law shattered, Jiang Heng was already a corpse. Hubris, there is a price to pay. On the spot, the quasi-emperor artifacts that covered the clouds and the sun swept towards Jiang Heng once again. In the middle of the journey, countless stirring ghosts hissed and blocked these bronze mirrors, bronze bells, flags, etc. But they were instantly worn out. The huge number of quasi-imperial weapons seemed to be unstoppable. Accompanied by many Dao laws, it completely encompassed Jiang Heng in an instant, completely sealing off all paths of retreat.
This scene caused many people to reveal their delight. And, just before the smiles of the many powerhouses had completely unfolded, a sharp whistling cry resounded through the vast bushfield. Shoo! On Zhang Heng's sleeve, a rustic ancient sword stood out, as if it was very much jumping, circling around it continuously. From the moment it appeared, the many quasi-emperor artifacts surrounding Zhang Heng began to tremble. Dawood, clearly decadent in 3 ways. All of you. You don't think that Mr. Jiang is the same as you and the others. All of them are dirt chickens and dogs. Looking at the magic treasures and Dao spells that sealed off all of his angles, Zhang Heng raised the corners of his mouth and smiled indifferently. He really understands the mentality of this group of people all too well. Exact. The fact that Fat Shangdi didn't top it was somewhat unexpected and gave these people great confidence. These people are also missing the point. That is, he resisted the attacks of hundreds of Paragon Emperors, and was originally tough in his own right. Exorcism. As the words fell, the rustic ancient sword trembled recklessly, and sharp waves of sound swept across the vast bushfield. It caused countless quasi-imperial soldiers to stop. In the midst of everyone's attention, Zhang Heng gripped his ancient sword tightly and directly chopped at the white tiger in front of him. 3 feet of cold awnings, blood staining the sky. There was no time to mourn. As the white tiger paragon's body was chopped off from top to bottom from the center of his brow as all the paragons looked on. The incision was flat and not even a drop of blood spilled. No! The white tiger paragon roared and looked at Zhang Heng in fear. He knew what would happen to him. At this moment, there's no way back. But it wasn't willing depositing countless years and being decapitated by a junior in public. This was an insult to an emperor like him. Who is Griffin? Looking at the white tiger quasi-emperor's unwilling eyes, Zhang Heng didn't give him an unnecessary look and turned to look at the many quasi-emperors behind him. The human emperor's streamer moved, the flag fluttered, and the stern ghost ripped out the blue soul of the white tiger paragon emperor and dragged it into the streamer. It's a horrible grudge. The body turned into dust and was completely devoured by Zhang Heng. Kill! Zhang Heng had his left hand on his back, his right hand holding a sword as he looked down at the many paragon emperors. This life of Mr. Jiang has been miserable. I beg you all to set me free. Sword 2. Zhang Heng raised the corner of his mouth and waved the immortal Punisher, a sword on that looked like a broken moon, speeding towards many quasi-imperial weapons. At the forefront, a 5-colored flag was embroidered with gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, and the 5 elements constantly surrounded it. It's a powerful look. Under the swing of the sword, the flag was directly crushed. At the same time, ancient bronze halls, bronze bells, bronze mirrors, giant swords, many quasi-imperial artifacts were under this sword aura. They were crushed, spilling the remains of imperial weapons all over the ground. No! The 5 Elements sect quasi-emperor was the first to roar, his heart aching to the bone as he looked at the Dao weapon he had nurtured for countless years. Original. This 5 Elements streamer will naturally transform into a Daoist weapon when he merges with the Dao. Right now, it was incinerated by Zhang Heng's sword. I want you dead. The 5 Elements sect quasi-emperor roared angrily, his hands gathering the sky with a 5-colored seal character sweeping across the sky, turning into the most primitive 5 elements. They crushed towards Zhang Heng. In an instant, it completely drowned Zhang Heng. The gold elemental swords and spears crushed Zhang Heng. The wind elemental crushed Zhang Heng. And the fire elemental completely burned Zhang Heng's body. The scene. It numbed the many paragon emperors, staring wide-eyed at the scene that took place, the corners of their mouths unconsciously rising. That's right. This kid has high damage and not much defense. That's right. We're quasi-emperors. He's just a saint. How can he block our strike? Fellow Daoist of the 5 elements is heavenly. Destroy the demonic invaders to prove my majesty. This little devil can be put to death. Great. What kind of freak is this? Immortal laws, Dao weapons, devouring devil technique, human emperor streamer. How come every one of them is a top match? The vial on his brow. What is its origin? Zhang Heng's battle power kinda took their breath away. Many people lived their entire lives, surviving for tens of thousands of years, and had never been challenged over the top. At that moment, Zhang Heng had not only crossed the line, he had also fought 1 against 100, directly decapitating Bitter Lotus and White Tiger Paragon. What kind of a battlefield is this? Many people were relieved that Zhang Heng's defense was too low for a saint to resist the attack of an emperor to be. The scene. The many paragon emperors looked at each other and looked at Zhang Heng's remnant body. When all is said and done, there are so many treasures. The vial, the immortal Punisher, the human emperor's streamer, the technique, the heavenly Dao demon heart. All of them make people rush to them. Even they can't go from there. I killed Zhang Heng? In the crowd, the fatty paragon of the 5 Elements sect was ecstatic, looking at the 5-colored laws in his hand, emotionally happy to the core.
Oh, just as the Five Elements sect Paragon Emperor was rejoicing, a teasing voice echoed in his ears, echoing through the vast bushfield. You killed Jiang Hong, then who am I? This voice caused the many Paragon Emperors to tremble and turn back to look at the Five Elements sect Paragon Emperors. Beside him, the black-clothed, silver-haired man was looking charitable, and the rustic ancient sword in his hand looked incomparably sharp. It was Jiang Hong. Seeing Jiang Hong, many people shivered as if they had seen a ghost. For the first time in his life, he was beaten out of his mind by a junior. There are also some people who are not angry. Turn their eyes to look at Jiang Heng's corpse location, and at this time there, where there is still the previous scene, it turned into a shadow and slowly dissipated. Shrinking the earth to the extreme can transcend time and space. But, that's an immortal method. How could he have so many immortal laws? P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 136, Feast of Slaughter. Tiger entering the flock of sheep. Among the frantically retreating crowd, a vicissitude and decaying Paragon Emperor saw Jiang Hong steeply appear behind the Five Elements sect Paragon Emperor. Couldn't tense up anymore. The only thing that can make such a noise is the legendary limit of it shrinking into an inch. This great avatar represents time and space. By cultivating it to the extreme, one transcends the earthly world. Exactly like the scene before him. In an instant, countless people exploded, one after another. They looked at Jiang Hong in a chilling manner. What kind of chance did you actually obtain within the Cloudwater Immortal Palace? According to rumors, within the Cloudwater Immortal Palace, that immortal still exists in this heaven and earth. And Jiang Hong has obtained his inheritance? The Emperor's sword, combined with the two immortal laws. If this Jiang Hong is promoted to Quasi-Emperor by virtue of his devouring demon skill, how else can we check him? To let this mole cricket become a hidden danger, it's really detestable. For a while, indignant voices echoed in the vast bushfield, and many paramount emperors looked greedily at Jiang Heng's immortal law, whether it is the law of the heavens or the shrinking the earth into an inch. For them, it is a supreme treasure. When all is said and done, there is no such thing as a category for these two magical powers. Anyone applies. This horrifying scene caused the Five Elements sect Paragon to become indignant as he looked around at these hundreds of Paragons, all greedily discussing Jiang Heng's underpinnings. Total disregard for him. You see, you scream the loudest and die the fastest. Have they, by any chance, ever thought to step in and help you? Its flash of shame and indignation did not escape Jiang Heng's eyes as he faintly pinched the Five Elements sect Paragon. The sound of crumbling came from the hard bones as the fingers kept exerting force. How about joining my human emperor streamer? The future of the Taoist friends will not deteriorate for 10,000 lifetimes and will be on par with the heavens. Ha ha ha. You, Jiang Heng's unbridled maniacal laughter, paired with the fluttering silver strands, caused a flash of fear to arise within the Five Elements sect Quasi-Emperor. Fear of a saint. The great emperor, developed fear of the saint. You, really dared to kill me? Jiang Hong, if you dare to kill me, the five elemental ancestors won't spare you. I was his closed disciple 100,000 years ago. At that moment, it wasn't as if he didn't resist as his body continuously surged with the five elements of mana, intending to destroy Jiang Heng's body. But the moment it touched Jiang Heng's body, it was all devoured. Even if more mana was output, it could not fill that one point of emptiness. In Jiang Heng's body, he knew that this represented the devouring devil technique, which was about to step into great completion. After living for so long, how come your thinking is still so childish? Jiang Hong laughed lightly, his fingers continuously exerting force. The skin couldn't bear the fingertips and embedded itself directly into the body. I have long been in opposition to the whole world. After saying that, Jiang Hong didn't wait for the Five Elements sect Quasi-Emperor to react, fiercely knocking his five fingers and yanking them fiercely from his spine. The spine that was stained with blood and flesh was directly ripped out by Jiang Hong. Scarlet blood dripped from the spine and fell onto the rocky soil that had long since crumbled to the ground, and the body of the Five Elements sect Quasi-Emperor was completely incinerated by a nameless fire. Soul, enter the human emperor's streamer. Appearing once again, he stood with the two bitter lotus and white tiger, hissing vigorously at the vast number of Paragon emperors. I have long intended to be the enemy of the world. Jiang Hong completely absorbed the origin, casually dropped the string of spines, and turned his eyes to look at the many paramount emperors. Gentlemen, since you are unwilling to satisfy me, then please, go to your death. Indeed, he was missing his heritage, and wanting to set foot in the netherworld Holy Land in a short period of time was tantamount to delusion. But, he possessed the devouring devil technique, which could shorten this time to a great extent, and these Paragon emperors in front of him were the cornerstones of his rise. Bitter lotus, white tiger, including the five elements just now, extremely tonic. Although he could not see the opportunity to step into the way of harmony, Jiang Hong believed that he would be able to do so. Just carry on.
It wouldn't take long to complete the fish's leap through the dragon gate and reach a leap in the level of life.
Gentlemen, come and gather at my human emperor streamer. John Hong once again struck an inviting pose. But let many quasi-emperors unconsciously backward step.
Looking at the ground, 5 lion-sect quasi-emperors into the boneless chicken willow. Their hearts chilled beyond measure. John Hong kills people. Very bloody. Many people are afraid to look at it. And no one wants to become a boneless chicken fillet. Just how strong is this kid's fleshly body?
Ripping the 5 elements Taoist friends into boneless chicken fillets? I'm afraid it's the devouring devil technique, which inhibits the 5 elemental origins, causing him to be powerless to fight back.
Several of the most powerful Tao techniques under the sky have all been mastered by this kid.
How terrifying.
If this little devil is not put to death at this time, I'm afraid that he can no longer be contained in the coming days.
For the future, the many Paragon Emperors dared not imagine. Presently,
it wasn't as if there were no strong Jedi in this group. For example, the Bitter Lotus Quasi-Emperor was one of the stronger existences amongst the Quasi-Emperors.
Tao Dharma, the 5 elements sect Quasi-Emperor, was also very good. In Zhang Heng's hands, they all seemed to be stretched and not so powerful. The reversal of the battle power made all their perceptions wrong. The mortals are going against the grain to kill the paramount emperor. This is simply counterintuitive. Since all of you are unwilling to move,
then Jiang Mao will be the villain for once. The silence around them caused Jiang Hong to purse his lips and gently shake his head. With his right hand swinging horizontally, the ancient sword Immortal Punisher quickly circled around a few times and came into his hand.
Behind SB's back, the human emperor's streamer swung. The black flag fluttered in the wind, and countless stern ghosts led by Bitter Lotus, White Tiger, and 5 elements made a strange attack toward the hundreds of Paragon Emperors, covering the clouds along the way. On the way, the powerful Tao and the Seal characters instantly wiped out many of the severe ghosts, but in the blink of an eye, they broke out of the human emperor's streamer again. Week after week, it's relentless. Kill. As he watched the clouds made up of black stern ghosts completely submerge the countless Paragon Emperors, Jiang Hong raised the corners of his mouth, turning into a stream of light. He arrived in front of a sword-wielding Paragon Emperor. Mad Blade Paragon, behind you. Not far from the Mad Sword, the Hair Woman jerked violently, looking at the ghost and pointing behind the Mad Sword. Unbridled. Skyblade. The Mad Blade Paragon wielded his butcher knife and turned to slash at John Hung, a quasi-imperial weapon. This moment seems to open up the sky. The great firmament was directly cut open. He didn't have any reservations and used all his reserves. Ding! The blades were just swung out and the ancient swords were strewn across, and the pleasant sound of metal clashing did not last. The sound of breaking then reverberated through the great dome of the sky. Skyblade, broken. Without a pause, the ancient sword cut off Berserker's body in an instant, from the left shoulder to the right waist. Scarlet blood, gushing forth. This can't be right? The Mad Blade Quasi-Emperor looked at Zhang Hong with indignation. The most powerful thing about him was that he transferred his chi and blood, turning on an ancient secret method and becoming maniacally belligerent and powerful. That's why it's called the Mad Sword. The secret method could not even be opened in time, and Zhang Heng's sword, which contained the Tao, completely cut off his vitality. He could lose the battle, but what he couldn't accept was that the gap could be that big. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Family. Chirp. End of chapter. Chapter 137, The Forbidden Zone. Quasi-Emperor appears. Zhang Hong is only a saint, while he is a harmonizer. Even if Zhang Heng's heaven-defying nature makes it impossible for him to defeat, it shouldn't have collapsed under a frontal sword either. Should it? Weren't you screaming quite happily just now? Looking at the Mad Blade with only half of its body left, Zhang Hong pursed his lips in displeasure. I still like the way your mouth is full of. This person screamed the most joyfully just now. Mole cricket, reptile, maggot, little dog. It was only a few short hours, and he was given 7 or 8 nicknames. Subocular, medicine. This confused look in his opponent's eyes led to making him uncomfortable. Griffin, you're lucky to have obtained the inheritance of the Cloudwater Immortal. Otherwise you would be able to defeat us emperors? Berserker defied, gritting his teeth and growling angrily. Raising his right hand, he used the broken blade to viciously chop Jiang Hong, and many Seal characters quickly coalesced. And Jiang Hong raised his head and waved his right hand rapidly. Numerous sword chi carrying the origin ran across, chopping the Mad Sword into pieces in a matter of seconds. The black demonic power swept through, completely engulfing it, souls and souls, to become the feeder of the human emperor's streamers. After doing so, Jiang Hong stood in the dome of the sky, looking down on the many quasi-emperors with a disdainful stance, as if he was a fierce tiger ready to descend at any time. This scene, making Mu Wanyun, who was not far away, stare blankly, her hand holding Mu Qianhan's hand, were unconsciously much tighter. murmuring, "Mother, why is Jiang Hong so strong?" Subject of a talk or conversation. It made Mu Chohan's eyes confused. This, too, left him at a loss for words. According to reason, it was basically impossible to be challenged beyond the level of Quasi-Emperor when one reached that level. He practiced the law of heavenly Tao. It is in the underworld, making communication with the heavenly Tao and merging the Tao with the body. Whether it was the physical body, or the Tao, it was not something that a saint could break through. I'm afraid that it is indeed as the Mad Blade said, that Jiang Hong has gained great opportunities within the Cloudwater Immortal Palace, or even, it really could be the inheritance of the Cloudwater Immortal. In Mu Chohan's opinion, this was the only possibility. Previously, when Jiang Hong arrived at Tianya City, she had secretly observed her daughter's young husband. Indeed, the bottom line is powerful, and I'm afraid that there are very few people in the same generation who can fight against it. Not so strong. Then, is there a chance? Mu Wanyun's demeanor perked up as she looked at Mu Chohan with delight. Difficult. Mu Chohan shook her head, still maintaining this point of view. A fierce tiger is no longer strong. When facing a pack of wolves, there will be a time when it will run out of strength. The answer. Let Mu Wanyun burning mood, instantly doused, biting the lower lip, worried to look at Jiang Hong. In the meantime, Heavenly Sword Sect residents, compared to the rest of the positions, there are significantly more people here. Wu Hun, what's the situation? Wine Sword Immortal looked at the disdainful Jiang Hong, and after a long period of silence, he couldn't hold himself together any longer. Inside, it tickles. In this regard, Jian Wuhan's face was unsightly as he looked to his left and right, finally fixing his gaze on Jiang Heng's back. While shaking his head, he murmured, "Jiang Hong." After saying these two words, Jian Wuhan felt like a lump in his throat. This is a complete and utter plot. A massacre that he is targeting Yi Beixian. Except for us, Gu Jia, and Ji Luoshui, he slaughtered everyone. Those who died, including the Forbidden Zone heir, were all pawns on his chessboard. Presently, speaking here, Jian Wuhan glanced at Jian Qian, and after seeing that the other party was expressionless, he sighed. Jiang Hong has more than likely cultivated into the chaotic body. This scene was what he saw in the inner hall of the Cloudwater Palace. Jiang Hong vaguely felt the wisp of chaotic power when he violently knocked on the silkworm mulberry. It was also the time when the stern ghosts of the human emperor's streamers attacked no one but them. What? Chaos body? Wine Sword Immortal was shocked and looked blankly at Jian Wuhan. He was certain that Jiang Hong hadn't shown his chaotic body until now, which meant that the Jiang Hong in front of him hadn't used his full strength. There's still power left? Numb. Wine Sword Immortal was truly numb at this moment. I've never seen someone with so much substance in my life. Devouring Devil Technique, Chaotic Body, Human Emperor Streamer, Tao Artifacts, a body of top-tier magic treasures and top-tier Tao techniques. In this battle, I don't know how many people will survive. Previously, he was worried about Jiang Heng's defeat, but now it seems that Jiang Hong will not only not lose, and even the chance of winning is big. It is? Just as Wine Sword Immortal muttered. His pupils dilated violently as he looked at Jiang Heng's back in shock. In view, Jiang Hong moved again, like a fierce tiger from the lower mountains, swooping down towards the area where many Paragon Emperors were located. All of you have mediocre qualifications, and you have no delusions of greatness in this life, since it is destiny for me to meet with you and others. Be devoured by me, and when I prove to be a great emperor on another day, won't you and the others have a sense of participation as they are part of my body? Jiang Hong held the immortal Punisher and quickly wandered through the quasi-emperor camp, his body dodging the attacks of countless magic treasures in a bizarre stance. After a gap, a sharp cold aura flashed through, and the exorcist swung to cut off a quasi-emperor wearing a purple robe. Blood sprayed and screams instantly invaded the ears. This person is the quasi-emperor of the Hongmeng sect, whose sect demons were the first to set foot in the Cloudwater Palace, searching for that Hongmeng purple chi seed. Regrettably, when he killed Gu Yuan and the others, he was slaughtered by Jiang Hong in passing. On Jiang Heng's way to avoid the move, he was also chopped in passing. Gentlemen, you really can't hide anymore. At the very back of the quasi-emperor camp, Quasi-Emperor Linghu spoke gravely to the surroundings. This kid is getting braver and stronger the more he fights. If this continues, we will all die today. At the very beginning of the fight, he felt something was wrong. Among the paramount emperors, he was still ranked relatively high, but he couldn't even resist a single move. And now, Jiang Hong had already devoured a few paragon emperors, so if it continued like this, there was really no need to fight, break the boundaries and forget about escaping individually. His words caused many people to look at each other and then nodded solemnly. They knew that at this moment, if they didn't put their heads down and join forces completely, they would wait for Jiang Hong to kill 3 or 5 more people to devour them for a bit. There's really no way to contain it. A bunch of losers. A saint beating you all to a cup? It's really ridiculous. Just as the many paragon emperors were discussing, a gaping hole broke open steeply in the sky above. 8 old men in flashy costumes slowly paced out from it. His breath was thick like that of an emperor, and even if he was not a real emperor, his breath was not far from it. As if it was so close to that proverbial kick in the pants. It's the ancient imperial clan's grand provider, the ancient new quasi-emperor. Seeing the visitor, an emperor in the crowd hissed in excitement. They are called the Golden War Beasts and have been worshipping the ancient royal family for generations. At the same time, in the crowd, a clamor that kept echoing up. It's Immortal Mountain's heavenly silkworm Taoist, Kuanpeng Nest, Kuan Goku, Infernal Thunder Pool, Thunder Run, Wanlong Nest, White Dragon Quasi-Emperor. The compliments and fawning around them made these 8 people enjoy themselves immensely, and after sweeping a glance condescendingly, his eyes fixed on Zhang Hong, "Little, do you know the meaning of the Forbidden Zone? Such a thing as killing a forbidden area air has never happened since ancient times. You, and you're eating crabs? Hand over the immortal laws and secrets on your body, so that you can die a painful death. P.S. Remember to check in every day. Family." Chirp. End of chapter. Chapter 138, Gold Content. Storming the Forbidden Zone Paragon Emperor. As the words fell, countless quasi-emperors' faces suddenly changed, and the scorn in the depths of their pupils could no longer be concealed at all. The Forbidden Zone is the sword hanging over their heads. These people, if they were not happy, were always capable of initiating a change of heaven and completely wiping out a holy land from the heavenly law realm. And this time, the 8 Forbidden Zones of the Infernal Thunder Pool, the Morning Soul Ridge, the 100,000 Mountains, the Sycamore Forest, the 10,000 Dragons' Nest, the Ancient Imperial Clan, the Undying Mountain, and the sea on the other side. People come here all the time. Kid, weren't you very wild just now? The Taoists from the Forbidden Zone came and you fell silent? In the crowd, a dragon man with a double-horned head and reddish scales all over his body mocked at Zhang Heng. This person was a Red Dragon Clan quasi-emperor. It was also a branch of the 10,000 Dragons' Nest, and its pride, the Red Dragon, was killed by Zhang Heng in the Cloud Water Palace. As the words fell, the people around them teased, and the smile has yet to spread. Shoo! Zhang Heng disappeared from the original place. The next moment directly appeared on top of the Red Dragon Paramount Emperor's head, the ancient immortal punishment from the top to the bottom, directly to a penetrating cold. The scarlet scales of the dragon seem to be very hard, but they can't withstand the chopping of the immortal punisher. The dragon man, sliced in 2 down the middle, the blood, waving in the air, burned steeply like gasoline, rendering the great dome of heaven. No way. The remnant consciousness of the Red Dragon Paragon Emperor looked at Zhang Hong with resentment. You monster. Just one more word and Zhang Hong came this far to slaughter him? And what had he cultivated in these tens of thousands of years? As a quasi-emperor, he couldn't block the sword of a saint. Why on earth? Is the difference? Is it really that big? Unbridled. The old man from the ancient imperial clan looked deeply at Zhang Hong, his vicissitudes of life all solemn in his gaze. Just as he was about to reprimand, Zhang Hong grabbed the opportunity to speak. The path of cultivation, the survival of the fittest. Your clan's mole crickets, trying to get their hands on this heaven, falling will only be their only destiny, including you as well. Zhang Hong bathed in the rain of fire-carrying blood and nodded his head at the 8 people coming from the Forbidden Zone. Like this, it was known from the very beginning that there was bound to be a battle with these people, and there weren't too many surprises in the outcome of the moment. Ha ha ha, it's been a long time since I've seen such a bloodthirsty young man. Gunu laughed instead of being angry, a pair of cloudy eyes looking at Zhang Hong cruelly. In the next moment, he appeared behind Zhang Hong as he did, and his hand directly pinched Zhang Heng's neck. The speed was so fast that it suffocated many paragon emperors. Shrinking into the ground? The Forbidden Zone really does have depth. Humph. What arrogant capital does this kid have when he's missing the advantage of his great divine power? Let this brat see that he's not the only one in this world who possesses these powerful divine abilities. It's time for the farce to end. Many of the paragons were struck by Zhang Heng's shrinking ground and threw their weight around. After all, such speed, coupled with that ancient longsword, it's the one that can actually kill them. You can't catch it. You can't defend it. In his heart, he didn't know how much he was harboring anger. And in the moment, Zhang Hong ran into the ancient slaves, and he would shrink the ground just the same. In that case, advantage, wiped out. And, the next second of the screen, Zhang Hong directly by the ancient slave neck, pale as a withered hand. Click a direct neck broken. At the corner of Gunu's mouth, there was a cold smile. Saints are indeed invincible at the mortal level. But, all those who don't become emperors are ants. You have been bloodily abused by a saint, disgracing us paragon emperors. As he said that, Gunu lectured the surrounding and pinched Zhang Heng's corpse dead in his hand. When he came, the paragon of the Morning Soul Rage had said that there was no need to leave a living soul, even if it was a corpse. Their clan's secret method would be able to gain insight into all of Zhang Heng's secrets. And, just as Gunu was smiling, the remaining 7 people in the Forbidden Zone had faces that were shocked. Fellow Daoist Gunu, behind you 10,000 Dragon's Nest. White Dragon Quasi-Emperor hurriedly opened his mouth to point at Gunu. This caused Gunu to be stunned, and out of the corner of his eye, he curiously looked behind him, and what came into his eyes was a flawless face, a light and airy air, with eyes of compassion, and a dash of teasing. Confusion was written all over Gunu's pale face. When did Jiang Heng go behind him? Buzz dash. The exorcist constantly trembled as Jiang Heng chopped viciously at the back of the ancient slave. Mana immunity. Gunu hissed as hard as he could. Silver-white blood gushed out as the sharp cold aura chopped through, and the pale body of the ancient slave was directly chopped off by Jiang Heng. 2 triangles were formed. Unbridled, Gunu hissed, back to heaven kung fu. Green seal characters, covering the wound instantly. The broken body healed directly. Gunu turned to look at Jiang Heng, his entire body already trembling with anger. Unconsciously, he glanced at his hand. Jiang Heng's body was dissipating little by little, finally turning into nothingness, not be, or cease to exist, just gone in his hands. You have interpreted the shrinking earth to the level of immortal technique? Gunu looked at Jiang Heng in shock. Jiang Heng was silent, the body steeply fixed. The next second appeared in front of Gunu, in the hands of the exorcism again chopped. Shoo! Seeing this, Gunu immediately activated his shrinking ground and disappeared from his original location, arriving under a white cloud in the distant sky, overlooking the previous location. He took a long breath, and, before he could spit it out, there was a coldness in his back and his neck was like pins and needles, immediately shrank and quickly disappeared. Jiang Heng laughed coldly at this and once again pushed his divine ability to pursue and kill. The picture goes around and around and around. Within the large area, the figures of the two flickered, tossing and turning without stopping. Within a short period of burning incense, the figure flew more than 100 times. It made all the quasi-emperors watching the battle completely numb. This scene was worlds apart from what they expected. That ancient slave, known as the ancient imperial clan's oldest slave. It is the face of the ancient imperial clan that walks in the world. Even if it is the harmonizers of some holy places, when they see him, they will also be scornful and courteous. And, at this point in time, the wolves are in a state of disarray. Although he had dodged countless times, the wounds on his body kept getting more and more, and even if he kept running the heavenly restoration technique, it was still difficult to eliminate the body's decline. The hissing of the ancient slaves resounded through the vast bushfield. He didn't dare to stop and kept running the shrinking earth. The body, by now, had long since dried up. He's numb. Jiang Heng's mana, is it unceasing? Even if the heavenly Tao demon heart had unlimited supply, it would be impossible to operate this level of immortal technique and avatar continuously, right? White Dragon Spirit Seal. Just as Gunu was distracted, a sharp, cold aura poured down viciously towards his brow. When it was about to touch the center of his eyebrows, a white dragon swooped down and sped towards Jiang Heng's heavenly Tao demon heart. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. This chapter is almost over. The next one is the biggest climax of the whole book. End of chapter. Chapter 139, more people? Then you guys don't regret it. Mana immunity. In response, Jiang Heng immediately activated his mana immunity and continued chopping without hesitation. With this instantaneous distraction, Gunu had long since disappeared, going to a position 1,000 meters away. Bathing in the white dragon spirit seal, Jiang Heng nodded his head and glanced at the 7 Forbidden Zone Paragon Emperors above the sky from the corner of his eye, who had not made a move. Raising the corners of his mouth, he smiled indifferently. So afraid of me? This kind of sneak attack really made him not expect it. Almost. Gunu led the box. Just now a series of chopping. Spare him also some cannot eat. If not the heavenly Tao magic heart, in the heavenly Tao bottle under the support. Become more surging. May be on the mana depleted. What do we need to care about when we abuse a mole cricket? Shiro sneered. Where did he not understand Jiang Heng's words? But, he is a forbidden zone beings. The eternal decay of the ages his clan will survive forever, and it is enough to strangle the pride of the heavens. What do I need to care about? Gentlemen, why don't we execute this little thief earlier and return with the secret? White Dragon smiled and spoke to the few people beside him. Infernal Thunderpool and Thunderbolt nodded in agreement with this law. It instantly expanded and transformed into a thunderbird of more than 1,000 meters.
as dark clouds covered the dome of the sky and thunder roared. Very well, kill this brat who doesn't know his honor. Gunu swallowed a few pills, suppressing the urge to gasp for air, and looked at Jiang Han with a shocked expression. There was some bitterness in his heart. It's good to be young, to exercise so vigorously without taking a breath. For a moment, 8 spirits from the Forbidden Zone, from the direction of 6 lines and 8 divisions, Jiang Han completely locked up. This is, intending to bully the few with the many? Looking at the 8 people who had arrived, Jiang Han indifferently questioned with an expressionless face. Or what? The white dragon that transformed into a white dragon, clawed and covered his abdomen and laughed. The teasing in his eyes was already so thick that it was hair-raising. Little devil, you didn't think that someone would talk to you about rules and morals, did you? All the rules are made by the strong. We want to kill you, but just a thought. Kuan Wu, who had come from the pilgrimage sea, looked at Jiang Han coldly, not to mention the fact that the Kuan Pang girl was the one he had watched grow up. Let's just say a forbidden area like the sea of the other side. What reason is needed to kill a mortal? Even some of the powerhouses of the Holy Land, in their eyes, were just people who had died out in the dust under the changing of the years. The roundup was a matter of interest and a declaration to the world of their supreme will. Then, please, gentlemen, don't regret it. In the face of the group's clamor, Jiang Han didn't get annoyed. Instead, his eyes were indifferent as he swept the entire circle. Still, in the eyes of a few Forbidden Zone beings, as if it was a joke, they immediately laughed without hiding it. And, laughing, the many people couldn't laugh anymore as they stared at Jiang Han with wide eyes. Outside the law, Jiang Han raised the corners of his mouth and smiled faintly with meaning. When the words fall, beside him, 32 silhouettes appeared steeply, each of which was generally the same as Jiang Han. Each held a punisher and looked at the several paragon emperors that were surrounding Jiang Han. Now, it's 32 against 8. Jiang Han stood in the center, looking at these Forbidden Zone paragon emperors with a coldness. To be precise, it's 4 against 1 inch. The words fell. 32 split bodies. A layer of shadow erupted outside their bodies, forming a hideous and vicious Shura. It has 3 heads and 6 arms, scarlet veins all over its body, and a milky white weapon in its hand. Only, the original ancient sword was replaced by the immortal Punisher. It looks more menacing in its might. 32 extra Dharma bodies of the heaven and earth of the Dharma phase made the Kongi crowded for a while. It made countless paramount emperors' jaws drop and their eyes bulge out. Asterisk 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 another great divine ability. This is extra Dharma bilocation? More than that, the maximum number of extra Dharma bilocations is 8, and they cannot coexist with the Dharma heaven and earth. His 32 bilocations can use the Dharma heaven and earth, so I'm afraid it's an immortal Dharma as well. What? It can still be played like that? Wouldn't that mean he could have killed us all long ago? Could it be that from the very beginning, he was targeting these 8 Taoists of the Forbidden Zone? 32 Dharma phase heaven and earth. The impact given to them was too great. The fusion of the 2 divine abilities. This is also the first time that many paramount emperors have seen. When all is said and done, it is common sense that the avatars do not intermingle with each other. Jiang Han, on the other hand, surpassed this common sense and broke the theory. Rumble, rumble, and, just as many quasi-emperors were shocked, the 32 Dharma heavenly elements moved, each wielding their swords, sabers, halberds, and pestles as they sped towards the 8 forbidden area quasi-emperors. The heavy body caused the rock and soil on the ground to crumble and the mountains and rivers to shake. How can this be? Gunu looked at the golden shadow in fear, at the red meridians, and at the white weapon. Emotional, somewhat disturbing. Bang! Before he could say anything, a huge axe suddenly slashed at his forehead, to which, he immediately ran his Dao to resist. The moment it touched the axe, the seal character, which had been operating with great difficulty, was instantly cut apart. This is mana immunity? The white color, which he was all too familiar with, was none other than their clan's natural aptitude. Mana immunity. Subocular medicine. Each weapon is made of mana immunity? In a moment of distraction, the axe cut him open in the chest. Silver white blood, once again, gushed out. Gunu glanced at Jiang Han with indignation, then murmured to the surroundings, "Gentlemen, this kid restrained me. Help me." Before the words left his mouth, the Gurnuans were dumbfounded. In the field of vision, the previously arrogant and incomparable white dragon was now dripping blood all over its body, with countless white scales falling off. The previous divinely colorful gesture could no longer be seen. At the same time, the right side of the Lei Ben, now in a sorry state, large feathers, under the pressure of the 4 Dharma heaven and earth, chopped all over. Purple blood spurted from the right wing, from the bone-deep wound. The left side, Kuan Wu,
who had transformed into the Kuan Pang's original body,
had his scales and armor shattered, and his wings were directly chopped off.
The divine silkworm Taoist. The situation was no better. Hiding under the fort Dharma heaven and earth.
A wound on his body was deep enough to see the bones. If it wasn't for the undying scripture, most likely he would have perished long ago. The 8 quasi-emperors were weak under the siege of the 32 Dharma heaven and earth. It's like a little candle flame in the middle of a big wind. You bully the few with the many. Gunu's crimson eyes roared with vigor. It made Jiang Hong indignant. Wasn't it you who bullied the few with the many? How is it my problem? Strange. Why didn't these people say that when they were planning to round him up and ate? Subocular medicine. 32 of them beat 8 of them, and you're not convinced? That's just it. I'm tired of playing. Let's send you all on your way. Looking at the miserable state of the 8,
Jiang Hong grinned. Heavenly Tao vase. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. This chapter is almost over. The next one is the biggest climax of the whole book. End of chapter. Chapter 140, slaughtering half of the world's paragons. As the words fell, a seal appeared steeply in the center of Jiang Heng's brow, and a milky white light reflected a vial with a body like white jade. The moment it appeared, it quickly flew into the sky, its milky afterglow continuously showering down, render the entire area, the 32 Dharma heavenly elephant earth. At this moment, the golden color of their bodies became milky white, symbolizes the void, the origin. The milky afterglow caused Gunu to tremble and look up at the heavenly Tao bottle in shock. According to rumors, by bringing together the origin of everything in the heavens and earth, one can catch a glimpse of the power of the heavenly Tao. The fledgling is a small vial that is snow white and full of lines. Could it be? This is the heavenly Tao bottle? He had lived for countless years, experienced the devouring emperor bloodstained heavenly law, and witnessed countless ancient emperors and kings. I've heard that too. Legend has it that you can become an immortal with a heavenly Tao bottle. Subocular medicine. Surprisingly, it was in Jiang Heng's hands. No wonder you can control so many immortal laws. So you fused 100 schools of thought and forged the heavenly Tao bottle? You melted all the Tao seeds within the Cloud Water Palace? Speaking of which, Guru Nu had been shaken to the point of being unspeakable. It never occurred to me that the countless opportunities and treasures in the huge Cloud Water Immortal Palace had become the supreme foundation for Jiang Heng's path to immortality. Everyone, it's all hello. What? Lei Ben and the others were stunned and looked at Jiang Hong numbly. They had heard this statement from the ancient slaves. For a moment, the thinking was similar to that of Gunu. With unspeakable shock, they all looked at Jiang Hong, who had an indifferent face. Yes, this is the heavenly Tao seed, which can also be called the heavenly Tao bottle. Jiang Hong didn't hide it and pointed at the small bottle that was milky white in color. Now, it has become his native magic weapon, and he can control it with ease. And as these people say, this object was the foundation of the Tao for him to achieve supremacy in the future. Looking at the shocked eyes of the crowd, Jiang Hong pursed his lips and teased. Then, you all should have no regrets. Go on your way in peace. At the end of his words, the 32 shadows, like demonic gods descending into the world, no longer held back. The three-headed, six-armed Shura kept waving the Tao weapon in his hand. Scarlet blood, constantly scattered in the bushfield. No. The first one who couldn't withstand it was Lei Ben of the infernal thunder pool, who summoned a sky full of thunder and showered it on the several silhouettes. When the thunder touched the shadow, it instantly dissolved without a trace, and was crushed directly by an axe and a sword. The body was absorbed by Jiang Hong, and the soul became a human emperor streamer feeder. This was followed by the nest of 10,000 dragons and the white dragon. The four silhouettes struck in unison, chopping his more than 1,000 meter long body alive into 8 pieces. The broken body fell to the ground, still twitching. You this little, the ancestral dragon lord will avenge me. The large dragon head fought to hiss at Jiang Hong. Before he could finish his words, he was completely extinguished by the golden shadow's foot. Post-mortem, and Thunderbolt are as good as they come, followed by Kunwo and the god Silkworm Taoist. After the appearance of the heavenly Tao bottle, it caused the situation, which was already resisting, to collapse completely. Within a few breaths, the high and mighty Paragon Emperors of the Forbidden Zone died, leaving only Gunu, who barely managed to hold on by virtue of his shrinking round into inch. However, under the encirclement of the 32 Dharma heaven and earth, they were also stretched to the limit. Little, Gunu vomited a mouthful of blood, his hunched figure showing the vicissitudes of life at this moment. To the end, fellow Daoist, and go first. You won't be alone in the human emperor's streamer. Your clansmen, elders, and relatives, I'll send them in. Jiang Hong grinned, his eyes filled with solemnity. Words. It made Gunu tremble, and his cloudy eyes revealed a touch of essence. In this moment, he was somehow afraid.
Jiang Heng's words gave him a big
shock. Jiang Heng, Guna hissed. As the words fell, the white giant sword fiercely chopped down, completely mashing his body into pieces. Body, soul, as it were, the 8 paragon emperors of the Forbidden Zone. Gotham. Phew.
Jiang Heng long exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath,
feeling the body, the fusion of 100 heritage. There's a palpitation.
It seems that the legendary merging the Tao with the body is only one step away from the door.
This feels familiar. In his previous life,
when he was about to break through the quasi-emperor,
he had this kind of stirring. Gentlemen, have you seen enough?
Jiang Heng turned around and looked towards the paramount emperors who had gathered not far away, and walked step by step with lotus flowers under his feet.
Behind them were the 32 Dharma heavenly elements. With each walk,
the land that had long been broken like an abyss shook with it, and ear-splitting crumbles swept across the sky.
This image made the paragons fearful. The 8 people from that forbidden area, just like that, they were done away with?
There was a world of difference from the picture they had expected.
8 beings from the Forbidden Zone died just like that? Why? You're only a great sage.
I'm afraid that this battle power is through the ages.
That who? If you still don't open the boundary, how can we retreat? We're a joke. Jiang Heng, what do you want? Is it hard to believe that you're going to kill us all and you're going to be the enemy of the whole world?
The paramount emperors really couldn't tense up at this moment,
and Jiang Heng,
who was holding the pinch in his hand, had instead become their biggest obstacle. 8 Forbidden Zone powerhouses were obliterated as if they were chopped up.
Now,
the boundaries of this place have become the prison that binds him, and the hunter and the hunted have accomplished a 2-stage reversal.
Jiang Heng didn't say anything,
and what responded to these people were his white as jade teeth.
Next, 32 shadows moved, like a group of tigers descending from the mountain and pouncing into the flock. The leader, a paramount emperor, didn't even resist for 2 seconds,
and was sliced up by 3 shadows. Scarlet blood spilled and gathered into a line in the air,
floating slowly towards Jiang Heng. With the power of that heavenly law,
more and more paramount emperors were slaughtered like melons and vegetables.
1, 10, 100. In less than an incense stick of effort, more than half of the many paragon emperors withered away. They looked at Jiang Heng in fear and trepidation. And in the last party, Quasi-Emperor Linghu hissed with all his might. You're nothing but a mole cricket.
A few months ago I would have killed you as if I were pinching an ant to death.
Things have become a great danger. He hates it.
Jiang Heng had gone out from them, and when he had been under the questioning heart pass, he should have disregarded everything and forced his way out to kill Jiang Heng, a soul palace realm mole, a thought of a packet of death.
Back then, you couldn't kill me either.
Jiang Heng snorted, looking at Linghu Misty with contempt. In the other party's shocked eyes, a fruit appeared in his palm. Among them, the Tao power contained therein and its majesty was not as good as a true harmonizer, but it was not comparable to that of a quasi-emperor either.
This is the fruit of the road? How did you get the Tao fruit? At this instant, the scalp of Paragon Fox tingled, and a fearful thought quietly spread from his heart. P.S. Families remember to check in every day. End of chapter. Chapter 141, Returning to the Netherworld.
Worshipping the withered grave.
Jiang Heng, not of the moment? May. The thought struck him as absurd. But here's the problem. If this is not the case, then how can this fruit of the way be explained? So inquisitive? Then come to my human streamer, where I keep everything. Jiang Heng laughed,
and immediately mobilized 32 void shadows,
millions of lich ghosts, and more than 100 Paragon Emperors, chasing after the remaining Paragon Emperor. At this moment, he was in an extremely good mood,
understanding more and more why Yi Beixian had spared no effort to build the human Emperor streamer.
This thing is really good. It's a little tricky in the beginning, but by now,
he's not afraid to face the whole world.
Any more roundups are just sustenance for others under the Emperor's banner. The carnage, it's still going on. It lasted for about another incense stick, and there were very few remaining Paragon Emperors left. Jiang Heng indifferently glanced at them without the slightest bit of pity. It's done and it's waiting to be done. Treason, treason. If you dare to kill me, my father won't let you go. Are you any stronger than a true harmonizer? The blue soul of Linghu Paramount Emperor was mercilessly dragged and shrugged by the stern ghosts, as if they were builders and miners. He looked resentfully at Jiang Heng with fire in his eyes. There's no harm in it. Fathers are kind and sons are filial, sharing the heavenly family. Jiang Heng laughed, no longer paying attention to Paragon Emperor Linghu,
and turned around to fly towards the back,
where the Yao Qi people were located. You. The Linghu Paragon Emperor's soul trembled as he looked at Jiang Heng in shock. That's too harsh a word. Is he planning to send his father, too, to the human emperor's hockey? He still want to say something, but about to be dragged into the human emperor streamer. Look sideways,
the large dome of the sky, has long been no friend.
Over 200 Paragon Emperors were all killed by Jiang Hong. Not a single survivor.
Jiang Hong was truly planning to make an enemy of the entire world.
To be that devil of devils. Far away.
The location of the Yao Qi was the safest in this area,
sparing the heavenly sword sect position from the baptism of war.
Mu Wanyun looked at Jiang Hong, who was speeding towards her, and for a while her head hadn't turned around.
Jiang Hong.
She was ecstatic.
As a woman, she doesn't want to care about good and evil. Good and evil.
She just wants the man she adores
to have a good life. Even if she was the enemy of the whole world,
she would stand behind Jiang Hong and do her bit.
Your husband died? Crying so hard? Coming close.
Jiang Hong embraced Mu Wanyun into his arms and gently patted her back.
Mu Wanyun was silent.
1,000 words turned into silence,
enjoying this moment of tranquility. Instinctively, she knew that Jiang Han would leave soon. Won't stay. You, very strong. Mu Qiuhan looked at Jiang Hong with satisfaction,
still maintaining her goodwill towards the two young men's actions.
Thank you, elder.
Jiang Hong let go of Mu Wanyun and nodded gently to his mother.
Just now, when the fight was in full swing and the situation was at a disadvantage, he clearly felt that Mu Qiuhan was locking onto those Forbidden Zone supreme beings. It might be a fish out of water at any time. The mother and father were always on his side, just as they had been in their previous lives, which was a great relief to him. Little friend, go ahead. Just as Jiang Hong was about to say something, the large boundary instantly collapsed. Countless pink lotuses bloomed all around. From there, a gorgeous woman stepped out and looked at Jiang Hong blandly. This palace has risked universal condemnation. Look for a bright future for you, mother. Mu Qiuhan was stunned, looking at the visitor with some fascination. Grandma. Mu Wanyun's eyes contained a smile. Many thanks to Senior for stepping in.
Jiang Hong nodded seriously. Jiang Hong bears in mind the favor of Yao Qi and the karma with Wanyun.
In the future, it will live up to it. In this way, Yao Qi Shi Wang Mu shot, completely isolate this place. Invisible and the world forces, pulled a great antagonism. Someday, in the future, if these people were to settle their scores, what Yao Qi would face would be unimaginable to the common man. Even though, this move was somewhat redundant on a factual level, as his Heavenly Dao bottle, Heavenly Dao demon heart, and including the devouring demon technique, all had this aspect of effect. But, if you have a heart, you can. Jiang Hong doesn't ask for anything nowadays, only that the people around him don't fail. This heart really can't take the betrayal anymore. Nodding to Shi Wangmu, Mu Qiuhan and the others, Jiang Hong gently patted Mu Wanyun's back. Good girl. I'll leave first. Staying here for a long time will cause you to get stuck in the mud. Is it okay not to go?
Mu Wanyun sniffled and glanced at Queen Mother West in panic. Grandma,
Wanyun didn't beg you.
The Western Queen Mother was speechless and bitterly shook her head.
The world. It's not up to them to say what they want, although they are a strong and powerful force, and their depths are straight out of the Forbidden Zone. In the face of the world, there is only one way to die. It was even faster than Jiang Heng's death, because they are in the open. People come crusading at any time. On top of this heavenly chess game, I haven't jumped out of the game yet. People can't help themselves in the Jianghu. Jiang Hong shook his head, after gently caressing Mu Wanyun's hair, turning toward the far east. I'll go with you. Looking at the direction Jiang Hong left, Jian Xian, who was holding Ah Ban in the distance, became anxious. Instantly he came to his side and looked at him stubbornly. Also, you should indeed go and burn incense for Dusty Heart after a few seconds of contemplation. Jiang Hong nodded in agreement. Sleeve, a black sword tire steeply floating. In the flat space, directly cut open a wound. Jiang Hong picked up the sleeping barbarian and walked into the space without looking back. Jian Xian followed closely behind. All that was left of the large bush field was a mess. Right after Jiang Hong left, in about an incense stick of time, countless consciousnesses descended on this place. Looking at the devastation, a cold voice echoed, Queen Mother of the West, how dare you? Do you intend to be the enemy of the world? The cold voice of many people questioned. The Queen Mother of the West did not have half a bit of fear. Why do I, Yao Qi, fear everything? Besides, what does this place have to do with my Yao Qi? Gentlemen, if you want to fight, I will wait for you at Yao Qi, Eastern Wasteland, Ethereal Sanctuary, the back of the mountain, under the Sivan Cliff. While the clear spring flows, the quiet mountain stream leads to an unknown place, with green shades and grasses everywhere. Next to the creek, a dead mound stands, marred. It's this bastard that has caused our ethereal Holy Land to lose its dignity. Yeah, if it weren't for his death, which angered eldest brother, we'd be the most licensed right now. Eldest brother is also stupid, abandoning us for an outsider. What's so good about the Heavenly Sword sect?
It's degrading itself to be in the same boat as these dirtbags. This place to set up a mound. Every day there are misty disciples to come to the ground withered mound cursing, vent their feelings. It is he who is thought to have caused the departure of the eldest brother. In a moment of emotional rage, the lead disciple gritted his teeth and came to the withered mound, looking at the wooden monument with resentment, intending to kick it over. Just as he was about to kick over the wooden stele, a warm voice echoed beside the mountain stream. Good boy. Who are you calling stupid? P.S. Families remember to check in every day. End of chapter. Chapter 142. I return to settle grudges. Who is playing God? The sudden appearance of the familiar voice caused the disciple to look flustered. Unable to believe that it was that person, he looked east and saw a man with silver hair and white clothes on a greenstone not far away, was helping a little girl braid her hair. Beside him stood a young woman in a long green dress, holding a simple ancient sword in her arms. Seeing this bountiful and handsome man, the leading ethereal disciple looked bewildered and flopped onto his knees. Eyes, with an unspeakable shock. John Hong? No, big brother, you're back? He was dumbfounded, never expecting to come to the present. Said Zhang Hong. Zhang Hong appeared in front of him. The rest of the netherworld disciples behind him also looked in awe after seeing Zhang Hong. Many of them, who were once inner disciples, or outer disciples, were only promoted to core disciples after Zhang Hong slaughtered the third generation of disciples. Let's say it's not an exaggeration. Many people, in their entire lives, had never seen Zhang Hong. There is no such qualification. Now see, the legendary big man Zhang Hong, also know this once big brother. Temperament is how the dust. Eldest brother, are you back to lead us back to the top? The disciple in the lead was ecstatic, and after looking at Jin Duxin's withered mound with contempt, he clenched his hands on his kneeling knees and looked up at Zhang Hong with a burning look in his eyes. Zhang Heng's departure made many disciples realize that the good times they had in the beginning were selflessly given by this man of light and grace. Many disciples. There was not even the money to build the original magic treasure. Initially, they never worried about this problem, and they could solve it by begging with their big brother Zhang Hong. As I recall, your name is hidden front, right? Zhang Hong absently helped Barbara arrange her hair, the remaining light from the corner of his eye glancing indifferently at Zhang Feng. In the netherworld Holy Land, he was able to call out the names of every junior brother who was still good, and this was something that had been worked out. Afraid of not knowing the names of these people, they would be sad, have little emotions, and be very attentive to the details of these people. Eldest brother, you still remember me? Zhang Feng was ecstatic and glanced behind him in triumph, at the countless newly promoted disciples. Instantly, it caused a sensation. Many disciples looked enviously at Zhang Feng. When all is said and done, what a proud thing it is to be remembered by name by a great man of legend. Envious of senior brother Zhang Feng. Alas, it is a pity that we are not talented enough to ever be able to witness eldest senior brother's heavenly face. Elder brother Zhang Feng was indeed right. Elder brother is very polite to him. This time when eldest senior brother returns, senior brother Zhang Feng's fish jumps through the dragon gate. Flattery and flattery. An instant rendering of the large green field. While the fragrant grass clung to it, many disciples peeped at Zhang Han while envying Zhang Feng. And, just as they were discussing, the warm voice echoed once again. Were you just about to kick over this clothespin? Zhang Hong wore a light smile as he looked towards Zhang Feng. This smile, so that the apprehension in the heart of Zhang Feng instantly dissipated. The flavor of the right. Is that the light wind smile? Yes, it's all because of this cheap bastard that caused eldest senior brother to go astray. I intend to break his cloak and dagger, so that even on the path of reincarnation, he shall not feel at ease. Zhang Fengji was pleased and angry as he looked towards the clothespin and answered Zhang Heng's question in a curt tone. Behind them, the rest of the disciples also revealed smiles, supporting this decision of Zhang Feng. Then do you know that this clothing grave was dug by the seat's own hands? Just as the many misty disciples contained a smile, Zhang Hong lazily stood up and pointed at Jin Duxin's clothing mound before teasingly looking at Zhang Feng and the others. Continuing, he said, this seat set up the mound, and you griffins still dare to tear it down? While saying that, the teasing at the corner of Zhang Heng's mouth could no longer be suppressed. Instantly, it made Zhang Feng and the others' hearts startled, and the way they looked at Zhang Hong became jittery. It was a little cutie. At this point, all knew what Zhang Hong meant. Adding to that, under the 10,000 sword city, letting more than 100,000 cultivators from the ethereal camp to be ambushed. Zhang Hong came back this time, not as much as he would have liked. I'm afraid, elder brother. Could it be that you dash a bold and disturbing thought appeared in Zhang Feng's mind? He violently took 3 steps backward, pointing at Zhang Hong in fear. Could it be that you've come back to take revenge? After all is said and done, he almost laughed. This misty Holy Land,
is the possession of the great emperor, not to mention its teacher in Hongyi, is the female emperor of the domineering Tianluo.
Old man Linghu alone wasn't something Zhang Hong could contend with.
Was he? Coming back for revenge like this is definitely a dead end. May. Halfway through his laugh, Zhang Feng shuddered and looked at Zhang Hong in shock. He could tell from the expression on Zhang Heng's face that this was not a joke, and Zhang Hong seemed to have really come to take revenge. Eldest brother, do you really intend to go all the way to the dark? Zhang Feng's face turned pale as he opened his mouth to question. You have to realize that this is the Netherworld Holy Land. This is. Before the words could fall, he was shocked to see that a black flag had steeply appeared behind Zhang Hong. The black cloth hunted in the wind, embroidered with a morose skull. Therefrom, a countless number of severe ghosts were shot out. Among them, the appearance of many people.
Zhang Feng is too familiar. Is there sword peak of the eldest brother, eldest sister, and his familiar siblings, or the eldest brother or sister of the Dan Peak?
In the beginning, all these people, they had participated in that battle, died under the city of 10,000 swords. It became the sustenance of the human emperor's streamer. Senior brother, you have no relatives in the world. Why don't you come to my human emperor streamer and reunite with your loved ones? Zhang Hong smiled teasingly and took a step forward, whispering faintly in his ear as he passed by Zhang Feng. Then he went straight to the grave. Above the wooden monument, it was clearly written, Tomb of Brother Dusty Heart. Brother Zhang Hong erected. These words were engraved to deter the small-minded from interfering with the deceased's dreams. Right now, this group is bent on death. That must be accomplished. Roar! Roar! Countless stern ghosts sped and hissed as they sped towards the dozen or so ethereal Holy Land disciples on the ground. Zhang Feng's body, being gnawed down by the night ghost bit by bit, proceeded at a very slow pace. Every second, every frame, is a gouging pain, making his face hideous. He looked at Zhang Hong with indignation. Devil, you great devil, the Empress won't let you go, and neither will the old ancestor. Facing the roar of Zhang Feng Linjie, Zhang Heng's attitude was disdainful. Do you think that this seat has come here today to play house? There will be no more mist in the world after this. After saying that, Zhang Hong stopped speaking and raised his eyes to the sky dome, the large protector formation, which was already open at that moment. Countless severe ghosts, forward and backward, stormed towards the formation. Zhang Hong knew this well, and with a casual wave of his right hand, he took out 3 soul-gathering incense and inserted them into the censer in front of the grave. P.S. I wish you all a happy and prosperous day. End of chapter. Chapter 143. Have you made any efforts? Find out more about yourself. Ethereal Sanctuary, Holy Mountain. The afterglow rendered a piece of red makeup. Red sunshine sprinkled down the elegant garden. Pine and cypress in the spring green long in the branches. Father's changed his mind. The ethereal and second brother's soul lanterns are extinguished. The lanky man's face wailed sadly as he was looking up at a long-browed old man. It's, precisely, the old ancestor of the Netherworld Holy Land. Linghu Changmei, Han, is his eldest son. Linghu Jinhui, counting in Hongyi, the 3 harmonized Taoists were the Netherworld Holy Land's greatest reserves. It was also their greatest strength to stand tall in the eastern wasteland. Everything, wait until Hongyi returns from beyond the domain. Old ancestor Linghu shook his head and closed his cloudy eyes after letting out a long sigh. After a few breaths of silence, he continued. I'm afraid that Zhang Hong has become a climate, and he has quite a deep karma with my misty Holy Land, so I'm afraid that he'll be a major problem in the future. This time in the Cloudwater Immortal Palace, he slaughtered all the young generations of the Tianluo realm. None of the heirs of the Forbidden Zone are alive either. And, speaking of this, Linghu Changmei's brows showed a touch of horror. More than 200 exalted emperors, all of them were wiped out by him. These include the 8 Forbidden Zone Paragon Emperors, all of whom are renowned and powerful such as Gu Nu, Lei Ben, White Dragon, and Divine Silkworm Daoist. All, death to Zhang Heng's human emperor streamer. At the end of his words, Linghu's long eyebrows, showing deep remorse. Initially, he crushed Zhang Heng as if he were crushing an ant. There was no difference. He also had the opportunity to strike when Zhang Hong rebelled. And even under 10,000 Sword City, there was still a chance. He didn't expect that, when a scholar is separated from the world. Nowadays Zhang Heng's fish jumped over the dragon gate and really became an object that needed to be scorned. What? Linghu Jinhui was shocked and glanced incredulously in the direction of the central state. He did not question old man Linghu's message. After all, on his father's side, he had dealings with the central states, the Ji family, the Chen family, the Golden Winged Rock, and other powerful forces were all strategic allies. I'll step in and shoot this little? Linghu Jinhui felt that he couldn't delay any longer. With Zhang Heng's talent and innate ability, in another 10 or even a few years, who else in this world would be able to contain it by then? Kill. Old ancestor Linghu pondered for a few seconds and made a mortified expression at Linghu Jinhui,
then tilted his head and spoke sternly.
After saying that, he didn't have the courage to look at Linghu Jinhui. I understand, father.
Linghu Jinhui nodded his head in response, and the runes containing the great Tao flowed continuously in his eyes. He was about to say something when he looked to the south with a steep start.
That's the direction of the thoughtful cliffs. As far as the eye could see, black haze rose up to the sky, and the patriarchal formation automatically opened as the black haze infested the patriarchal formation. Numerous severe ghosts rushed into the sky, hunting down the sect cultivators. Just as he froze, a saint rose to the sky in a burst of anger, suppressing countless severe ghosts with the power of a single person. In an instant, he was beaten into a bloody froth by one of the stern ghosts. Gunu, seeing the pale old stern ghost that struck out, Linghu Jinhui's expression was like eating a dead fly. It's him that's back. Wasn't it a 3-year engagement? I'm afraid he has too much resentment and hostility in his heart to have the patience to wait 3 years. Old ancestor Linghu's eyes narrowed as he gazed at the back of the mountain, and he saw a chaos, a nothingness. Couldn't see what was happening. This shook him to the core. He is an emperor, a pathbreaker of the world, a nearly immortal being. I can't see what's going on from this close. At the same time, he knew that Jiang Han was acting erratically at this time, and was planning to settle his karma with them once and for all. Otherwise, there would be no fanfare. Good, very good. Linghu old man is not angry. Morose looked to the back of the mountain. Jin Hui, kill the rebels as the ethereal Holy Land Luonchan red clothes, and will not say anything. Yes, father. Linghu Jinhui was overjoyed and immediately nodded vigorously, stepping into the air and disappearing into the holy mountain. Old man Linghu, on the other hand, sat peacefully. As long as Linghu Jinhui arrived at the back of the mountain, the haze there would naturally be visible. By then, it was only a thought that he was going over there. John Hong, you won't be able to blame me if you seek death. You're still too young and impetuous to take revenge before your wings are even hardened. Quasi-emperor and emperor are two concepts. You'll see. Jiang Hong killing over 200 paragon emperors had indeed shocked him. But, after all, paragon emperors were half-baked. True harmonizers like them merge with the heavens, and are in control of imperial laws and imperial artifacts. Simply two-dimensional beings. The ethereal sanctuary, under the cliff of thought. The originally quiet mountains were completely devoid of vitality at this time, and under the rendering of the human emperor's streamer, the emerald green branches had already lost their green color. The ground was barren, as if it were a bleak and deep battlefield. Drip drip drip, a drop of wine, along the wooden monument percolating wet clothing mound. Jiang Hang mouth corner with a smile, vengeance to help you report. This kid kneeling in front of your grave. As he said that, he pointed to a dark blue stern ghost half a meter beside him, who was kneeling and trembling. His face was distorted, and he couldn't see the innocence in his face. It was Yi Beixian. John Hong, kill me if you can. Ahahaha, you punk, you can't even protect your own little brother. Ahahaha dash. John Hong, I'm wrong, really wrong, please spare me and let me die. As if he was mentally deranged, Yi Beixian stared indignantly at Jiang Hong, the expression on his face constantly changing, from anger, to smugness, and finally to pleading. John Hong, do you know what kind of life I had in the human emperor's streamer? As soon as I went in, the people of the Nangong imperial dynasty indiscriminately tore and gnawed at me, but I don't die. The resentful souls of the human emperor streamer are immortal. Later, some great powers came and divided me up as well. Yi Beixian hissed with all his might, roaring out all the pain and suffering he had experienced during this period of time. Inside the human emperor's flag, unable to define time or space, it was as if he had spent 10,000 long years. Brother, take it easy. Jiang Hong did not answer Yi Beixian and looked at Jin Duxin's clothespin, pursing his lips. After this calamity is past, I will find a way for you to return. He never owed anything in his life. It's better to be nice to your own people, and better to those who are nice to you. Sword Dusty Heart, one of the few that had been true to his heart, no matter how hard it had been at the time. He, of all people, is going to try his best to do it. Drinking a few cups of wine with Sword Dust Heart, Jiang Hong took a deep breath and his handsome face was filled with indifference. Turning around, he looked at Yi Beixian, who was kneeling on the ground and was trembling non-stop. Isn't this human emperor streamer your bane weapon? What? You can't suffer what others can. After so many years, has your cultivation grown? Has you practiced seriously? And find out more about yourself. When the words fall, Yi Beixian's soul was stunned and looked blankly at Jiang Hang. This set of logic hit him in the head and made him dizzy. I tried so hard alright. When he said that, he wanted to cry. The whole big situation is this virtue. Jiang Hung down the mountain began all the way invincible. What can he do? P.S. I wish you all a happy and prosperous day. End of chapter. Chapter 144. And Hongyi will go crazy if she knows about this, right? The starting point that Jiang Hong had, and those enviable encounters, were all things that ordinary people did not have. The words of his hometown is the golden lure, not a thing in the pool. Once it meets the wind and clouds, it will turn into a dragon? Kill me, okay? Yi Beishuan's knees were still glued to the ground, looking at Jiang Hong with pleading eyes. Presently, he no longer had the capital to turn the tables, and what was left was endless torture. Seek only relief. Didn't you laugh rampantly when my brother died? Jiang Hong narrowed his eyes with a deep smile. Lejak dash. In his hand, a bright cross evolved and finally became a long whip. Pa dash. Jiang Hong held the thunder whip and came at Yi Beishuan's soul with a vicious blow. Ah! The pain that pierced through his bones made Yi Beishuan's soul, all of it, start to riot, in a form that seemed like a hedgehog. Only, because its origin is equivalent to the human emperor's haki, the haki will not, and he will never be extinguished. So, even Jiang Heng's cultivation could not obliterate him. Congratulations, Bei Xian, you're truly invincible, not to mention me, even if a true immortal comes, you won't die or be destroyed. Jiang Hong held the whip that Lei Ju had transformed into, and lashed hard at Yi Beishuan's soul. Under the lash again and again, Yi Beishuan was overwhelmed and his eyes became lax. Jiang Hong, you shall not die. I will kneel here and watch your obliteration with my own eyes. Do you know the truth? It's 10 times scarier than you expected. And you're just a pawn. Yi Beishuan hissed with all his might, his spiteful eyes filled with mockery of Jiang Hong. In this regard, Jiang Hong was unimpressed and glanced to the east with a slight nod. Turning to Jian Qian, come, you palm the thunder whip and beat it all 100,000 times. Well, Jian Qian smiled, like a little girl, leaping to Jiang Heng's side. He directly picked up the thunder whip and looked at Yi Beishuan, who was kneeling in front of the sword dust heart mount. Throttle the thunder whip hard. Pa dash. Snap dash. The whipping sound of the thunder whip, accompanied by Yi Beishuan's wail from the soul, continuously resounded through this thicket. In response, Jiang Hong smiled bashfully, and after carrying Barbara over here, he bit through his middle finger to completely isolate this place. Oh, you can spot me? In the void, a burly man, curious, broke through the space and arrived not far from Jiang Hong. In his eyes, with surprise, it was reasonable to say that he was isolated from the void, unless the emperor was undetectable. When all is said and done, he is the emperor. The person who came was none other than the eldest son of old ancestor Linghu. Linghu Jinhui. Greetings, old ancestor. After Jiang Hong glanced at the blood-colored boundary behind him, he raised his eyes to look at the unruly figure in the dome of the sky. Only, the smile was cruel, the gesture wild and desperate. It's not even like the words "pay your respects," but rather a taunt. Sharp-tongued, Linghu Jinhui laughed coldly, and in the next second his hand arrived at Jiang Heng's shoulder. Rebel, do you have any last words? While saying that, he knocked his hand dead against Jiang Heng's shoulder. Milky white runes surrounded Jiang Heng's entire shoulder. Listen. Jiang Hong didn't think about the pain in his shoulder, and raised his hand to point at the sky-littering ghosts and the screams of one of his disciples. These screams, do they look like the sins you, Linghu's father and son, have created? Under Linghu Jinhui's obscure eyes, Jiang Hong raised the corners of his mouth and smiled teasingly. That's right. If I tell Hongyi that you killed her father, her mother, and his younger siblings, do you think she will go crazy? Ha, 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 ha. As he spoke, Jiang Heng's scarlet eyes were filled with mockery of the world, and his chest rose and fell violently. It seemed impossible to feel the shoulder, the sharp pain of being crushed by Linghu Jinhui. What are you babbling about? Linghu Jinhui no longer had the composure she had before, and instead, like a cat that had its tail stepped on, she snarled at Jiang Hong as hard as she could. Cenotaph. Yi Beishuan stared at Linghu Jinhui with wide eyes, shocked. Treadmill. And Hongyi relatives were killed by your father and son? You have created a madman. He's stupid. Jiang Heng's words, he would 100% conclusively not lie, because although Jiang Hong had become brutal, but, it seems that this man never breaks his word or tells a lie. In other words, the father and son, Linghu Changmei and Linghu Jinhui, were plotting something heavenly. Behind it, it terrified him. Ha ha ha. Jiang Hong laughed wildly, licking the dry corners of his mouth before continuing. Your deadbeat old man wouldn't want to soar, would he? But it's also right. Cultivating 9 channels of misty chi. He, Linghu Changmei, is also considered to be a loner dash, beyond the netherworld holy land's founding ancestor. Silence, as if a wordless struggle. Linghu Jinhui was Jiang Hong 3 words, directly dry broken defense. Something he thought was hidden, something he thought was seamless.
In Jiang Hang's mouth, how can you be so glib? That's just it. Kill you and everything will be buried.
Linghu Jinhui pondered for a few breaths and stopped moving his mouth with Jiang Hong.
The hand that pinched Jiang Hang's shoulder erupted once again with runes. A milky white seal character that represented the most primitive Tao and law in heaven and earth.
Jiang Hang's shoulders, to a degree visible to the naked eye, began to pop fast.
Flesh and blood are flying.
The distance in cultivation, even with the chaos body, seemed to be unable to make up for this huge gap.
Look, I'll kill you like crushing an ant. Linghu Jinhui smiled teasingly.
He couldn't stop laughing.
Jiang Hang's shoulder, which had been crushed into meat foam, was being repaired at an eerie speed. The rune crushes the flesh and repairs it.
Constant stalemate. Constant continuity. For a moment, the runes looked a little weak. What did you just say?
Jiang Hong still smiled brightly.
I'm old.
Some of my ears are hard of hearing.
Can you say that again? Ha ha ha. For some reason, Jiang Hang's mood was one of good when he returned to the Netherworld Holy Land. Smiles, all a lot more. Life seed? No, you can't possibly melt the life seed. The powerful life force made Linghu Jinhui instantly insightful.
Under the sky, the only thing that can have this kind of restorative power is the legendary life seed.
One of its pieces possesses endless life force. Spent.
Jiang Hong raised his right hand, yawned lazily around his mouth, and spoke blandly to the west not far away.
Old fox, since you're here, let's meet.
You've been separated from this seat for a long time.
And you're not going to catch up? That's natural. The old voice, not half as annoyed,
came to Linghu Jinhui's side in his furious state,
his eyes fiercely reprimanding.
He then looked at Jiang Hong with a smile on his face.
I, Linghu Changmei, have met young friend Jiang Hong. Ha ha ha, old fox, you have a day to be afraid?
Jiang Hong was still all smiles, as if he had come back to the Netherworld Holy Land this time to visit his family.
P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 145, Crowning the Ancient World, Quasi-Emperor Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong, we have no karma with you, right? Jiang Hang's cynicism was ignored by Linghu Changmei, who laughed along with him. The two,
as if they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for years,
were catching up. Subocular medicine.
Jiang Hang's words had indeed put a lot of pressure on him.
That matter, no matter what, and Hongi couldn't know about it.
Otherwise the first to be liquidated in the future would be them.
What's the big idea? What do you say? Jiang Hong nodded and looked faintly at Yi Beixian, who was not far away. I'm here today to settle the score. Murder pays for murder and debt pays for debt. Fair enough? At this moment, Linghu long eyebrows kneeling on the side of the Yi Beixian. See him for a moment.
The old man turbid smile in the eyes, with a rich shock, you this waste.
For Yi Beixian, he had high hopes. Unexpectedly, even Yi Beixian met his Waterloo and became a spiteful ghost in Jiang Hang's human emperor streamer. Initially, learning many truths, he had been planning for this. The first time he saw Yi Beixian, he knew that he was not among the five elements and that his fate could not be deduced. Jiang Hong, what exactly do you want?
Linghu Changmei lost his composure and narrowed his eyes to look at Jiang Hong indifferently.
Rights, as long as you're willing to make a heavenly oath, I'll allow you to return to the Netherworld Holy Land and continue to be your holy son. Past faults, treasures, money, or beauty, whatever you want, I can get it for you. After saying that, he raised his head slightly, his obscure eyes staring deeply at Jiang Hong. Ha ha ha.
Jiang Hong nodded his head and laughed wildly paradoxically.
Interesting, really interesting.
I want this world to sink. I want the sun and moon to turn upside down. I want this misty sanctuary to be extinct from Tianluo.
Old man, can you satisfy me?
While saying that, around Jiang Hang's body, black demonic chi was like a tidal wave that began to encroach in all directions. The green and lush bushland became barren and dead at this moment, accompanied by the distance. There were constantly miserable screams from the ethereal disciples,
making the entire atmosphere treacherous. Alas, there is a way to heaven that you don't go, and there is no door to hell that you come and throw yourself in. Linghu Changmei let out a sigh, and beside him,
Linghu Jinhui no longer stayed his hand.
Ethereal flying immortal technique. Linghu Jinhui immediately activated his Tao power, and countless seal characters spread out from his surroundings. The whole person became immortal. Previously, because of his hesitation, he did not make the first move to wrestle Jiang Hong, causing him to say those words, to the anger of his father. This time, he stopped holding back. Jiang Hong, do you know the difference between a harmonizer and a mortal?
Linghu Jinhui laughed coldly and continued.
Those who are not emperors are ultimately ants.
Only those who are in harmony with the heavenly Tao are qualified to be called emperors.
And, in harmony with the heavenly Tao,
they can all realize the Tao and law that are in perfect harmony with themselves.
To put it another way, only emperors have their own Tao. Even the quasi-emperors were dimly comprehending.
Flying immortal, great hand seal.
With a flash of rainbow light, Linghu Jinhui arrived at the celestial dome and looked down at the large sea-do cliff below.
He didn't hesitate to raise his hand and shoot. A palm print that obscured the clouds steeply emerged, and the sky darkened by a few points.
Along the way,
countless ghosts tried their best to resist, but the moment they met the palm print, they were crushed into nothingness. Even a severe ghost of the level of Gu Nu and Lei Ben couldn't withstand it for a second.
The gap between a quasi-emperor and an emperor seemed to transcend some sort of critical mass. The image is horrifying.
It made the many ethereal Holy Land disciples, who were trying their best to fend off the night ghost in the distance, rejoice.
It's the old ancestor who has taken action. Damnable Jiang Hong, daring to operate the human emperor streamer in the Holy Land.
The crowd. An older sage spoke angrily. His eyes were full of desire for the Tao. Beside him stood many of the rest of the Netherworld Holy Land's underpinnings. There are more than 10 saints and 2 emperors.
The rest of the people were mixed. There were 8th Realm Soul Palace and many 7th Realm cultivators. Among them,
there was no shortage of quasi-saints.
At this moment,
all of them raised their eyes and looked at this world-destroying palm. This Jiang Hong is arrogant at night, but he is only a mere saint, and he dares to come and call out the great emperor. After today, there will be no more Jiang Hong in the world. This human emperor streamer is too treacherous and has killed quite a few of our disciples.
That's just it.
As long as we destroy this little devil,
everything is worth it. Above the Sword Peak, Dan Peak, Rune Peak, and many other main peaks, countless disciples looked at the sky filled with severe ghosts, and their resentment towards Jiang Hong deepened. In just one incense stick of time, disciples with insufficient cultivation became the feed for the human emperor's streamer. Even the quasi-emperors and saints had withered quite a bit. The 2 paragon emperors who were still alive, at this moment is also full of wounds. At any time will fall. The human emperor streamer contains, is more than 200 quasi-imperial. Not as good as full strength, but the sheer volume of them still accomplished the descending blow. Only,
they thought it was worth it, with the great emperor taking action.
Even if Jiang Hong possessed the human emperor streamer, he would surely wither away. In this heavenly law realm,
there has never been a living being who could defy the great emperor. In the midst of his words, the large handprint had already touched the ground, and the entire ethereal Holy Land began to shake under this world-destroying palm print.
The huge mountains crumbled and an endless abyss was revealed. Kid, this is the emperor? Looking at his masterpiece, Linghu Jinhui was extremely satisfied. In his opinion,
Jiang Hong had no chance of survival under this move,
and it still converged. Otherwise, the entire Netherworld Holy Land would be tipped over under this palm strike.
World of mortals. Jiang Hong looked at the palm prints that covered the clouds, and there was no panic in his eyes.
Looking up slightly, he spoke blandly. You think you've got me? No more pretending. I'm showing my cards. After saying that, Jiang Heng's mana surged around his body, and black and white seal characters continued to emerge, weaving in and out around it. The breath, too, began to grow deeper. This is, beside him, in the cloudy eyes of old ancestor Linghu, the splash of shock was difficult to quell.
To break free from the shackles and ascend to quasi-emperor.
This can't be right. In his opinion,
what Jiang Hong had done was absolutely unbelievable.
To be in harmony with heaven, one must realize a certain path,
and to step onto that path is to be a quasi-imperialist.
Perfect control of this path is harmonization. It's a path that can't be treaded by accumulating deep enough. When all is said and done, there are some things that really can't be done by just trying. What is needed is talent. Talent that crowns an era. Although, he believed that Jiang Hong had the talent. But, how old was Jiang Hong?
Throughout the countless years of observing the Tianluo realm, one had never heard of anyone reaching such a realm.
It's unbelievable. And, after an instant's hesitation, Old Fox Ancestor was shocked to discover that the aura on Jiang Heng's body seemed to be truly somewhat ethereal. It's time to step into the field. The black and white seal characters continued to merge with Jiang Hong, smiling as the mana in his body was gradually transformed into the most fundamental Dao power. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 146. Emperor numbed by Quasi-Emperor. Jiang Heng's feet left the ground,
and his entire body was bathed in the runes,
his breath constantly transforming. Under the shocked gaze of Linghu Longbrow, Jiang Heng's aura completely completed its metamorphosis. Presently, really step into this area. Become a quasi-imperialist. It's not that hard. The metamorphosis was complete.
Jiang Hong turned his eyes to playfully glance at Linghu Changmei.
Then, the eyes looked upward. Humph. You probably don't realize that between an emperor and a quasi-empire, it's a completely different concept. This slap of my son is enough to wither you.
Jiang Heng's promotion to quasi-emperor had indeed shocked him,
but the gap between him and Linghu Jinhui was like a gulf or a moat. Wouldn't it be a mess if it could be replenished so easily? And, just as he laughed coldly, his eyes widened steeply as he looked at Jiang Hong in dismay. Then open your cloudy eyes and see how this seat reverses. Jiang Hong coldly grunted, and immediately raised his eyes to look at the palm that covered the clouds and the sun, and raised his right arm. A black and white runic seal character quickly coalesced in the palm of his hand. Song Sheng, great compassionate hand. When the words fall, Jiang Hong slammed out at the dome of the sky, and the black and white seal characters kept changing form. It finally converged into a large handprint, sprinting toward the vault of heaven. Between the gaps of the two palm prints, countless astral winds were generated, completely slashing the distant mountains around them. In a matter of moments, they collided together. Rumble! A huge roar swept through the thicket, and in the presence of countless misty disciples, the milky white palm above, as if touching a hard object glass, inch by inch began to crack. Only a few short breaths, the unstoppable palm print was completely crushed by Jiang Heng's palm print. The aftermath was unabated and crushed into Linghu Jinhui. The sudden change of events caused Linghu Jinhui to be completely moved. His right hand clenched his fist to break the palm print completely, shock written all over his rough face. Jiang Heng's promotion to quasi-emperor was something he could feel. Why is he the one who loses the moveset match? Even though he has not been in the Dao for a long time, he is still a real emperor. So what does Jiang Hong have to do with him? Pop! Just as Linghu Jinhui was shocked, a touch on his shoulder caused him to look startled and twist his head to the right. A handsome, flawless face, reflected in his eyes. Still good? Jiang Hong replied to Linghu Jinhui in the same way. His hand was like a dragon's claw, knocking on Linghu Jinhui's shoulder blade, the sound of bones breaking, accompanied by scarlet blood seeping out of his collar. Linghu Jinhui no longer knew what to say. Jiang Heng's expression had been beyond his expectations. Strongly enduring the discomfort in his right shoulder, he raised his left hand and turned his fist into a claw, knocking fiercely at Jiang Heng's throat. Seemingly ordinary attacks. The runes flowing on the fingers seemed to represent the extraordinary nature of this move. Kill the living Buddha. Jiang Hong put his fingers together, and silver-white runes converged, raising the power of this move. Once again, a few notches. In an instant, it ran through Linghu Jinhui's palm. Scarlet blood, spilling down the wound. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Regarding the pain, Linghu Jinhui didn't care at all. He cares. While fighting short-handedly, not only did he fail to destroy Jiang Hong, but he was helpless against him. Both encounters took a clear loss. This is not supposed to happen. You think this field is your home turf? I'm sorry, this is my home turf. Jiang Hong nodded and looked at Linghu Jinhui indifferently. In his previous life, he had an extremely deep foundation, and had cultivated the field of harmonization for 10,000 years, reaching unimaginable heights. The way and the law, the sense of enlightenment that I possess. It's not something that can be compared to a mere Linghu Jinhui. You have seen but a glimpse. You have not seen the darkness of the future. You do not know the despair when the heavens fall. You're only one mark. It's just a stronger ant. Jiang Heng's left hand fiercely clenched the remnants of Linghu Jinhui's palm, a pair of eyes coldly staring at the other party. Your deadbeat old man didn't tell you, did he? The darkness of the future is much more frightening than you can imagine. In past lives, many things have a trajectory. For example, in the future, in this realm, under the suffering of the living, not to mention a seal of emperor, even Linghu Changmei, such a veteran powerhouse who has deeply cultivated the harmonization of the Tao, will also be killed. What are you babbling about? Linghu Jinhui was indignant and directly ripped off his right arm, letting the blood fly across the room as the broken palm regrew at a level visible to the naked eye. This moment, his aura was no longer reserved, and his majestic imperial might swept across the entire netherworld Holy Land. Let the distance. The disciples who were fighting soundly could not help but kneel down reverently and look up to him. The old ancestor. On his face, there was an indelible shock and ecstasy. It's old ancestor Jinhui. He strangled Jiang Hong and is going to execute this rebel. The heavenly Tao is impermanent. Letting him become a quasi-emperor? It doesn't matter. The fact that Elder Jinhui will make a move as already Jiang Hong is the limit. 3 breaths, just 3 breaths and Jiang Hong will be erased. On the scene, countless ethereal Holy Land saints and powerhouses had absolute confidence in Linghu Jinhui. This is their emperor, the honor of the entire netherworld Holy Land. As for Jiang Hong, they knew their roots. Definite. In terms of talent and brilliance, in this vast Tian Luo realm, if the Hidden One did not speak, only the Empress was on par with him. But, genius, is the least of it. How many heavenly pride have withered and sunk in the vast Tian Luo realm, with its long years and ages? 300,000 years ago, Demon Moon Clear, who had become a quasi-emperor in just 50 years, ended up falling under the harmonization thunder punishment. There are countless examples of this. Presently, at the moment, countless disciples of the ethereal Holy Land, while still disdainful, they abruptly realized that the images in their field of vision, it's a billion miles away from what I had imagined in my head. Dharma, heaven and earth, outside the law. 64 huge shadows, steeply standing in the large sky dome. 304 treasure weapons, is against Linghu Jinhui crazy waving. They felt that the invincible ancestor of the world, to these law of heaven and earth, beat their heads bloody, was hissing wolfishly, impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Numb. Many disciples were numb. What happened? Jiang Heng, you want to bully your master? Old ancestor Jinhui, where's your dharma phase? Hammer him. Maya, what the hell are these 64 honors? Can you make that many? At the core battlefield, Linghu Jinhui wiped the blood from his head and listened to the shocking words of the disciples in his ears. In my heart, 10,000 grass horses were running wild. In front of him, the 64 Dharma heaven and earth were completely different from what he had seen before. The blood-striped, milky white treasure weapon reinforces the shadows and breaks all mana, offense and defense in large numbers. If he could break through, would he still be in such a mess? He couldn't figure out what these disciples were talking about. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 147, Red Lotus by Steps. Jiang Heng, long time no see. Jiang Heng, what exactly happened to you? I don't believe that you can be so profound. Linghu Jinhui adjusted his breathing and looked at Jiang Heng calmly. Previously, that great hand seal of Tsang Shang was clearly a true emperor's law, what he calls imperial law. It is a person who has realized the Tao that best suits him after he has become a Taoist, instead of learning from others. Jiang Heng, how could there be? Add to that the loss suffered from the brief encounter, and the 64 monsters in front of him. The underpinnings of this made him sweat. The human emperor streamer will give you the answer dash. Jiang Heng laughed lightly, with a faint wave of his hand. The 64 Dharma heavenly elements once again attacked Linghu Jinhui. Mutual cooperation. Within a few breaths, Fox Jinhui is like a ping-pong ball, was hit by the rolling around. A mouthful of blood, constantly spurting out of his mouth. The whole person, highlighting a wolf. The image caused the many ethereal disciples who were kneeling reverently in the distance to stare in fear. Their invincible ancestor was mercilessly crushed by Jiang Heng, vomiting blood out of your mouth and looking like you're going to die? Old ancestor Jinhui, you are our emperor and will not lose. Traitor, what sorcery did you cast? A quasi-imperial defying a great emperor. Is Jiang Heng truly a demon through and through? At that time, if we had been more lenient with Jiang Heng at that time, would we possess another emperor today? Jiang Heng's performance was completely out of many people's expectations. Using the position of a quasi-emperor to fight against a great emperor like Linghu Jinhui, they would never have believed it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. I don't know who it was, but he said something regretful in the crowd, instantly silencing the countless clamor. Yeah, it is. At that time, if the people had been more tolerant and trusting of Jiang Heng, would things have been much better? So much so that Jiang Heng is still the same glorious great disciple, leading them to conquer the world, and may be promoted to the ethereal sanctuary in the future? It's all possible. For a time, remorse filled the vast ethereal Holy Land, and those previously stiff-lipped paragon saints, and paramount emperors. There is a lot of remorse at this point. They missed an opportunity to take off, missing out on a demon through and through. Now that sharp spear, aimed at their hearts, was going to come down hard. And the remorse continued, as did the beating on the side of Linghu Jinhui. Bang, bang, bang. Linghu Jinhui was dressed in dark blue robes, which were already ragged and tattered under the constant pounding of the weapons. Breath, shriveled to the breaking point. Jiang Heng, you want to deceive your master? Linghu Jinhui vomited a mouthful of blood and looked at Jiang Heng in a sorry state. Presently, he doesn't know how to fight either. On the way to being beaten, many Daoan laws were performed, but they were either eliminated by the immunity of magic power or obliterated by the devouring demon power. Jiang Heng's heritage seemed to be enough to hold him up and complete the path of the emperor. Old fox, planning to watch your son fall? Jiang Heng lethargically leaned back, and out of the corner of his eye, he absently looked at old man Linghu. Two troubles in the ethereal sanctuary. The first is Linghu Longmei, and the second is in Hongyi. He had no idea what this woman had reached today. Let's just say, meet and talk. If Jin Hui's death can make you dissipate your anger, I believe he would be willing. Linghu Changmei's demeanor was deep and his expression was cold to the core. Slate-faced, no one else could see what he was thinking. From time to time, his eyes looked towards Aman and Jin Xin in the scarlet boundary. Father? Linghu Jinhui was stunned and looked incredulously at Linghu Changmei. He, some sadness. All his life he has been helping his father to fulfill his wish, and now he has to sacrifice him because of Jiang Heng's anger? He will? He won't. Father, do you really have no feelings for me at all? Linghu Jinhui's eyes were crimson, looking at Linghu Changmei without blinking. In response, Linghu Longbrow was silent. He has lived for more than 200,000 years, experienced the era of the devouring demon emperor, and has seen the vicissitudes of time. The heart, long since decayed. An heir? Isn't it something optional? Ha ha ha. Jiang Hong hilariously laughed, looking at Linghu Jinhui's lost soul expression as if he was looking at a clown. Jiang Hong Linghu Jinhui roared, his entire body filled with countless runes. In that case, I want you to die with me. As his words ended, he transformed into a ray of rainbow light and instantly arrived in front of Jiang Hong. Numerous runes to the naked eye. Seems extremely unstable, as if a large boiler, at any time because of the accumulation of energy and thus explode. Jiang Hong is silent, under the shocked gaze of Linghu Jinhui. He just looked at him lightly. You, not blocking? Linghu Jinhui inquired curiously. He's killing himself. He's blowing himself up. Even if Jiang Hong was truly heaven-defying and truly invincible, it was impossible to live under the same fate, right? Swinging for the fences? No need. Someone has come to stop you. Jiang Hong slightly raised his head, revealing his white teeth. Raising his hand, he pointed to the sky not far away. There, a scarlet lotus was continuously appearing out of thin air, blossoming into the most beautiful sight. In less than a breath, the red lotus became a road. The woman, with her bare jade feet, was stepping on the red lotus step by step, speeding towards the side. And Hongi? Linghu Jinhui was ecstatic and beckoned to Hongi. Hongi, kill this brat. The moment he saw Hongi, Linghu Jinhui was relieved. This woman's battle power at the moment seemed to have reached an unimaginable level. Exact. Everything was as his father had laid it out. And Redcoat can be translated as immortal. The red lotus bloomed. A short moment and Hongi came close. His eyes, motionless, locked. Jiang Hong, long time no see. The voice like heavenly music opened slightly, and her jade-like hand gently stroked Jiang Heng's cheek. It was like touching a supreme treasure. Red, why are you still catching up with him? Kill him. Linghu Jinhui spoke in a condescending, commanding manner. Bang! As the words fell, the snow-white palm, like jade, directly slapped at his head. Scarlet blood, accompanied by white pith, seemed to fan out into the distance and splash. The affairs of this palace. You dare to open your mouth. And Hongi looked at Linghu Jinhui, who only had a soul left, her scarlet eyes carrying a teasing look. And Hongi, are you crazy? Linghu Jinhui looked at his mutilated body and looked at Hongi with empty eyes, not understanding why the other party was doing this. Is this what you wish? And Hongi laughed lightly, gently glancing at Linghu Changmei below. Then her gaze fixed on Linghu Jinhui. Everything that happened here, this palace knows about it. Back then, the family of this palace, did you have fun killing them? P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 148, Cause and Effect established. Ethereal Falls. The woman's scarlet eyes, as gorgeous as rubies, looked down at Linghu Jinhui. The smattering of teasing was not concealed. I didn't. Linghu Jinhui shuddered, and after a sudden flash of panic in his eyes, his demeanor coldly said, Hongi, I'm doing this for your own good. Only the death of a loved one can catalyze your fury and raise it to the extreme. Now you've become empress. What an honorable title. Everything in this world is yours. What are those few cheap lives? In Linghu Jinhui's opinion, Hongi had to thank him. If he hadn't shot the other party's entire family, the empress of today will no longer exist. 1,000-mile horse, without meeting bowl, is just a horse that runs a little faster. If Hongi didn't have him, would she be able to have today? And, after saying that, Linghu Jinhui's soul instantly trembled, and he realized with horror that at some point, countless red lotuses had appeared out of thin air all around him. The scarlet fury of the emerald green rendering became barren. Within his gaze was the pair of scarlet eyes, and Hongi was gazing at him indifferently. Bastard life. Mole cricket. In the eyes of this palace, aren't you also a mole and a lowly life? After a few breaths of silence, Hongi faintly opened her mouth. There was no joy or sorrow in her pupils, and she couldn't see anything at all. It was as if she had come back from there with her whole being elevated. Red. You. Linghu Jinhui's blue soul gritted its teeth and looked at Hongi angrily, still planning to say something. A stern ghost came quickly and dragged him into the human emperor's streamer without mercy. Process. There was no intervention from anyone, and Hongi didn't, nor did Linghu Changmei. Linghu Jinhui looked down blankly at his old father's cold eyes. It was a moment of immense inner sadness. He was, after all, an outcast, a dispensable outcast. Do you like the gift? And Hongi turned her eyes to Jiang Hong. The reason why she had completely worn down Linghu Jinhui was because it was an excellent tonic for Zhang Heng's human emperor haki, the soul of a harmonizer.
It was enough to raise the human emperor's streamer to the level of a Dao weapon.
Only, this streamer of mine it's not smooth. The lack of a main soul always requires me to personally manipulate it, which is a bit laborious.
Zhang Hong smiled brightly and nodded with great satisfaction, and then seemed to think of something and looked at Anhongi expectantly.
Smiling even more brightly, raising his hand, he pointed at the human emperor streamer. At this time, the human emperor streamer, after absorbing Linghu Jinhui, the whole body ushered in a qualitative change. Ancient and simple Dao rhythms crisscrossed across the landscape, and the black demonic aura seemed to contain the originating Dao power. This time, after absorbing more than 200 quasi-emperors and one emperor, it was truly upgraded to an emperor's weapon. Only that the corresponding artifact soul was missing. As in the beginning, when Zhang Hong was at the bottom of the questioning pass, Long Yin felt Zhang Heng's humiliation and anger, and preferred to fold himself on the spot. Does it have to come to that? Between us?
Zhang Heng's reply caused a faint sound of sadness to permeate in Hongi's stunningly beautiful face.
Eyes like rubies,
staring motionlessly at Zhang Hong, you're now your precious emperor-to-be. I will achieve the legendary supreme realm in a matter of days.
Isn't it good to grow old together? When you killed my elders and insulted my dignity, did you ever treat me as a human being? Speaking here, the corners of Zhang Heng's mouth rose, revealing a wild and desperate smile. Just as I have come today. A 3-year contract. I'm out of patience. And Hongi, karma swings today? Nearly a year ago, under the 3-year contract at 10,000 Sword City, Zhang Hong was now out of patience. He did not want to come back later.
I don't want my brother's bones to stay in this cool place for another 2.5 years. Today's the day to settle the score.
And
there were still some truths that Zhang Hong hoped to see the results of today.
Thinking of this,
Zhang Heng's gaze was bland as he looked into Anhongi's ruby-like eyes.
These eyes. At this point, deja vu. Go and fulfill your karma. I'll wait for you to come.
Zhang Hong laughed lightly and turned to look at the vast ethereal sacred ground. 10,000 souls and grievous breaks dash.
Without hesitation, his right hand swung violently downward. The human emperor streamer, which had become an imperial artifact,
was already monstrously huge in terms of the might it displayed at this time.
The black aura of the ethereal sanctuary's white and flawless aura was completely rendered.
The countless ghosts were like peregrine falcons on a hunt,
speeding toward the bottom,
and began to hunt a disciple of the netherworld Holy Land. This world-destroying image caused the jaws of countless lingering disciples to drop.
A disciple of the 8th Realm Soul Palace looked at the sky with a bewildered expression. Is Lord Empress going to abandon us as well? When the words fall, the severe ghost that Lei Peng had manifested called for thunder to completely crush him into ashes. Many of the saints who had fled were panicked, looking at the sky at the female emperor with her feet on the red lotus, and their moods were tense to the bone. No one else knows. They know best.
And Hongi's infatuation with Zhang Hong had reached a pathological state.
To say it's sickly is an understatement. This half-year has been temperamental,
and many saints and quasi-saints have been slaughtered inexplicably.
The reason for this is that Anhongi has become sick with longing and her fury has exploded. Subocular medicine. Zhang Heng's human emperor streamer was running rampant, and the empress stood by and watched with folded arms. And Hongi, you are our empress. You want to watch us die? You too, master and disciple, are going to subvert this million-year-old inheritance? Empress, please step in to save us and kill this rebel. Where's old man Linghu, our strongest old man? Countless hissing, stern ghosts were hunting by hunting,
rounding up the disciples of the netherworld Holy Land to death,
enjoying the feast of blood. The inner gate, the outer gate, the core area. Countless disciples of the 8 main peaks had been rounded up. Now,
and Hongi watched with cold eyes and did not make a move against Zhang Hong.
And
something that made them even more desperate happened. A blooming red lotus that paved the way downward.
Location, under the Sivan Cliff, next to old man Linghu.
And Hongi's cold voice echoed through the large ethereal Holy Land.
Teacher,
cause and effect established.
You and I have a score to settle.
And Hongi's bare jade feet, her feet stepping on the red lotus, came to Linghu Changmei step by step. Looking into the other man's clouded eyes, he revealed a hint of meaningful serenity.
Red, the quest for supremacy requires learning to make trade-offs.
Old ancestor Linghu's demeanor was incredibly flat from beginning to end.
He was not moved by the wailing of countless disciples,
and he was not moved by the sinking of the ethereal Holy Land,
the fading of his sun. He remained unmoved. He calmly looked at Anhongi. Cultivators originally walk by the sky. That one road to heaven can't tolerate others. P.S. I wish you all the best of luck. End of chapter. Chapter 149, The Hunt. The time of heaven's tilt arrives. My son can give up,
and so can Zhang Hong.
You and I will join hands, fight our way through the heavens. Go to that supreme world, and enjoy the 10,000 flavors of that immortal realm. By then you'll realize that childishness is useless. Old ancestor Linghu remained unhurried, his words slow and methodical. Only, the clouded eyes, under the highly rendered words, flourished with ambition that had pressed on. Its purpose. It's the word for immortal. It's that path to immortality that's about to open. For this reason, his son may also be given up. The purpose of not intervening when Enhongi struck down Linghu Jinui was to eliminate Enhongi's anger. Murder pays for murder. Debt pays for debt. Immortal road. Old ancestor. You have the life to step through this barrier before you say anything else. The red lotus, which had already arrived in front of old man Linghu. Enhongi's face was expressionless. Just look at each other flatly, please. Linghu old ancestor was silent, raising his eyes to Jiang Heng. How do you know all this? Back then, I shielded the sky and cut off the roots. How would you know if there were no clues left behind? That was his biggest question. It's agonizing. However, he did not expect that Enhongi would be able to know. Seemingly thinking of something, Linghu old ancestor shook his head. It's just, this matter has already come to this. Knowing the answer is also useless. I guessed. Before old ancestor Linghu could finish his sentence, he saw Jiang Heng looking at him with a teasing, mocking expression. Words that made the subdued man completely explode. Guess? Linghu Chanmei was shocked. Surprised. He looked at Jiang Heng. He was puzzled. In the end, what kind of a creature is it to guess in this direction? Picking up Enhongi, he took care of the other as his own daughter. The many sons and daughters, none of whom received a tenth of Enhongi's treatment, were loving old ancestors from beginning to end. How could one guess in that direction? Jiang Heng stopped speaking. For a while, the cliffs were worried, and everyone seemed to have a secret in the three-legged scene. Red clothes, do you really intend to be my enemy? Old man Linghu looked at the red-clothed woman in front of him. God's expression. No longer the same blandness as before. You have to think clearly. After you finish fighting with me, there will still be a blood fight between you and him. If you lose, you'll lose everything. After saying that, old man Linghu pointed at the human emperor streamer, and then pointed at Jiang Heng, who was not far away. Enhongi laughed softly and raised her eyes to Jiang Heng. There's no need for old ancestor to bother about what's between me and him. The cause of other days, the fruit of today. Please go on your way, old ancestor. At the end of his words, a red lotus instantly bloomed in the surrounding area. The red baleful gas seems to be a blood mist, filling the large mountain field. Enhongi's long fingernails, aimed at the center of old man Linghu's eyebrows, dotted a crimson beam. Shoo! A rainbow light that penetrated the brow of old man Linghu. Only, on Enhongi's face, there was no half-hearted leap. Ephemeral. Old man Linghu's hunched figure turned into nothingness and appeared at the foot of a mountain not far away. Looking at Enhongi with a calm expression. You are indeed gifted through the ages. In just 30 years, you have traveled the path that the old man has traveled for more than 200,000 years. Old ancestor Linghu couldn't help but lament. The talent of the two of them, Enhongi and Jiang Heng, was the most he had seen in countless years. This time, the mind also wonders if this move would not have been made back then. Teach the two well, and isn't the future straight through the roof? And there's no turning back. Countless blooming red lotuses shot out laser-like beams of light, declaring toward old man Linghu. Swoosh, swoosh dash. The mountains and rivers were overturned, and the large ethereal Holy Land was broken apart under this beam of light. Seeing this, old ancestor Linghu's 9 milky white ethereal chi around his body began to continuously swim away. A milky white palm seal slapped towards the location where the red lotus bloomed. The Tao law was spreading across the land, causing the large ethereal Holy Land to become devastated. What was once prosperous and flourishing is now gone. All that was left was barrenness, corpses and bones, and disciples who were fleeing in distress. Above, Jiang Heng watched the battle between the two. No sadness or joy in the depths of his pupils. It wasn't something that concerned him. Looking down below, at the ethereal disciples who were fleeing in panic, there was no pity in their eyes either, as these people did to him in the first place. Since you seniors have arrived, why don't you come out and have a chat? Jiang Heng sat on the Dharma beyond the divided spirit, his eyes coldly scanning the surroundings. The void shattered. A familiar figure walked out from it. The Red Dragon Demon Emperor, the White Tiger Demon Emperor, Ji Wu Chang, the Queen Mother of the West, and so on. There were more than a dozen emperors. These people were different from rookies like Linghu Jinui. It is a strong person who has been in the Tao for a long time and has deeply plowed into this field. Casually twisting out a single person is a strong person who has been famous for many years. You killed my heir. Did you do what happened to the Cloudwater Plains? Stout in stature and covered in white fluff, the White Tiger Demon Emperor looked at Jiang Heng menacingly with a pair of white eyes. Yes, I did. Jiang Heng replied blandly. This
caused Queen Mother of the West to be stunned, her expression tinged with confusion, and she was just about to open her mouth when she realized that Jiang Hong had shaken his head at her. There was nothing to be done. No words were uttered. Swoosh, shoo, the instant the words fell, several figures instantly came to Jiang Heng's left and right, completely surrounding him. Other than the two Western Queen Mother and Ji Wu Chang, the rest of the visitors surrounded Jiang Hong. Sleeping for several months has actually made you a hidden danger. The Red Dragon Demon Emperor was displeased, with great contempt between his brows. However, you were exposed too early. We will definitely not allow a second devouring demon emperor to appear. His words drew nods from the rest of the group. Some beings were in the cloud water plains, deducing with supreme secret techniques at great cost, and learned the tip of the truth. The present age. Forbidden feats appeared and killed over 200 exalted emperors. The source of this could only be Jiang Hong, who had become a paramount emperor in such a short period of time. Other than the devouring devil technique, they couldn't imagine anything else. Kid, you won't survive this. The White Tiger Demon Emperor laughed coldly. Countless Tao friends are on their way, and the beings in the Forbidden Zone have moved. At this time the world is in shock, and countless people are dreaming of your death. In response, Jiang Hong was completely fearless, looking at the nearly 10 emperors around him without the slightest bit of cowardice. Previous incarnation, Buddhism, it's not like the same picture hasn't been experienced before. Becoming a saint, he was assassinated, lingered on until he became a quasi-imperialist, and was attacked by the world at the time of his union with the Tao. A life of misery, not just words, only, having experienced it in a previous life. How can I be afraid of it in this life? Has it started? Jiang Hong was silent, looking up at the sky. In the middle of the field of vision, a large slit was slowly opening, clouds pouring into the rift. The turquoise blue was invisible and the deep darkness seemed to swallow everything. 10. It all seems to be falling apart. The world, a shining star visible to the naked eye, a deep blue deep hole, seemingly unable to see the other side. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 150, The Path to Immortality. The world sinks. This horrifying picture, which Jiang Hong had indeed experienced in his previous life, was an unprecedented natural disaster. Monks, too, are not exempt. Mortals, moreover, will be plunged into an endless sinking. And, for the upper-level cultivators, it is a heavenly good, a heavenly joy, a heavenly richness. The heavens and the earth will fall, and the shackles that prevented the attainment of immortality will be opened. Whereupon, the world is sinking. Everyone wants to become immortal, and blood is flowing just for the unseen path. It is? The White Tiger Demon Emperor with the most vicious demeanor. His gaze was not locked on Jiang Hong, but his whole body was trembling as he looked at the sky dome in shock. The ancestral record of my clan says that when the heavens and the earth are tipped over, the road to immortality opens. Could it be that this is the path to immortality? His whole body was trembling, already forgetting the blood feud with Jiang Hong. As far as he was concerned, how could a mere heir, a mere brother, compare with the path that leads to the Jedi? Become immortal. Wasn't it reasonable for him to take the path to immortality for the then great emperor? Gulp. Even the Red Dragon Demon Emperor was a bit nervous at this moment. Looking at the huge heavenly abyss, his soul trembled. My last ancestor, the Lord of the 10,000 Dragons' Nest, said that the path to immortality is imminent in this life, but why the present moment, when it is supposed to take 10,000 years? Could it be that the mandate of heaven has changed? The Red Dragon Clan, as the lower clan of the Forbidden Area's 10,000 Dragon Nest, he went to the 10,000 Dragon Nest from time to time to have an audience with that one. The occasional few nudges from the other man were never lost on him. At the time of his merging, the other side had said, in this life, the road to immortality will be opened. So let him cultivate hard to become an immortal in the coming day. I didn't realize. It's starting now. This time, we are all immortals. Ji Wu Chang, the old ancestor of the Ji clan in the central state, spoke exuberantly, looking at the large heavenly abyss. The old face, overflowing a touch of blood only young people have. This moment, souls that have been decaying for 10,000 years are beginning to ignite. Even an old monster like the eternal Heavenly Father, whose face was like that of a child, had a thirst for the path to immortality written all over it. World of mortals. Beside the grave, Yi Beixian, who was constantly receiving the lightning whip, looked up at the heavenly abyss with an unspeakable shock in his eyes. I am the destiny of heaven, and I have a share in 3 parts of the destiny of heaven. Jiang Hong, let me out. I want to become immortal. You aboriginal, inferior man, demonized heavenly Tao. Don't think that I don't know that you're in. If you don't save me, I'm going to shake out everything that's going on. Yi Beixian hissed, the pain under the thunder whipping from his soul. He had completely ignored, and at this moment, His mind was on the path to immortality.
Mandate of Heaven 3 points, PRC. He possessed the demonized Tendo to occupy 1 bucket. Zhang Heng is the order of the day and naturally takes up 1 bucket. If heaven wants to return to wholeness, it should also take up a bucket. The heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao hasn't appeared yet.
Yi Beixian trembled and looked around in fear.
He's forgotten.
He and Zhang Heng are not the only ones who are the deacons of the world, but there must be the illusory heavenly Tao as well.
If not, the destiny 3 points will mean nothing. Right, there's that devouring demon emperor, that woman.
Yi Beixian was stunned as he rang up that perfect-looking woman.
All over her body, she couldn't stop trembling. Zhang Heng, let go of me, let go of me. He wants to become immortal.
This path to heaven was tailor-made for him.
Yi Beixian. The series of hisses made Zhang Heng, who was gazing at the heavenly abyss, cry and laugh a little, looking deeply at Yi Beixian. You're a quasi-saint. What can you do if you're spared? What can you do? You're a mole. It's all emperor here. What are you getting into? He was really a bit helpless when it came down to it. Whoever is standing here is not driving a Mercedes or Rolls-Royce. Yi Beixian is driving a Mazda. Still want to become an immortal? When they fought later, the mana fluctuated a bit, and the energy it released accidentally rubbed Yi Beixian a bit. It was enough to die 10,000 times. Yi Beixian? There's something else to say.
Zhang Heng stopped talking and turned his eyes to Anhongi.
This time, the battle between the two seemed to have entered a white heat. A blossoming red lotus, constantly destroying everything in the moment.
The large ethereal Holy Land was directly demolished by this woman.
Tear it down completely.
The dragon vein leading to the Holy Mountain was cut off by his monstrous magic power.
And even if the Netherworld Holy Land had not died out after this battle, it would not be possible to restore its former glory.
This was something that Zhang Heng knew in his heart.
From the beginning to the end,
this woman did not have the ethereal sanctuary in her heart.
Her biggest problem is her obsession. Red clothes? Isn't it enough for the old man to make amends with the entire Netherworld Holy Land?
The fluctuations of the battle splattered the sky with smoke and dust,
and Linghu Changmei kept dodging Anhongi's moves. A bit of a mess, but overall harmless. In this way, he completely gave up fighting Anhongi to the death,
using hundreds of thousands of disciples from the Netherworld Sacred Land to exchange for a reconciliation, watching countless disciples flying to the human emperor streamer. Although his heart pain, but for that road to immortality, he is willing to give up. Red, isn't it good to be immortal? Anhongi did not say anything. Linghu old ancestor's face was sullen as he spoke again. With your and my cultivation, except for those old monsters in the Forbidden Zone, there will be no more enemies in this world. Anhongi remained silent.
When the heavens tumbled, her gaze never looked more than once, and after the heavenly abyss appeared, her eyes never looked more than once. This time, she looked at Zhang Heng and asked softly and gently, if you want to become an immortal, I'll help you open the path to immortality. When the heavenly abyss is completely revealed, I'll be enough to step into that level. No,
I had no intention of becoming an immortal. Zhang Heng gently shook his head and raised his right hand to point at Linghu Laozu.
You can team up with your father's killer. Besides, speaking here,
Zhang Heng's expression changed and he opened his mouth unhappily.
I have not settled the account with you yet. Hurry up. I'm running out of patience. Zhang Heng, you know that I won't make a move against you. Anhongi took a deep breath, a very sad expression on her face. Back then, under the 10,000 Sword City, you insulted me to the depths, and I never harmed you. In this regard, Zhang Heng's face was changeless, slightly nodding as he looked at the other party. If it wasn't for someone protecting me, I would have been treated like a dog by you and locked up, right? That's all. Since you choose to be merciful, then this seat will do it for you. After saying that,
Zhang Heng instantly disappeared from the top of the Dharma heaven and earth and saw Anhongi in front of him. Taking a step toward her, he brushed past her and walked indifferently toward Old Fox Linghu.
Old Fox, a ride for you? Those allies of yours? I'm afraid they don't have the heart to care about you at this time.
Arriving in front of Linghu Changmei, Zhang Heng pointed behind him with a smile on his face and pointed at the White Tiger Demon Emperor,
Everlasting Heavenly Father, and other harmonizers.
These people's eyes were scarlet and exuberant as they looked at the sky dome, expecting the heavenly abyss to open completely.
They went in to break into that legendary path to immortality. Zhang Heng,
looking at Zhang Heng's confident touch, old man Linghu let out a long sigh.
There is no direct karma between me and you. How about this? You and I will team up to kill Anhongi. P.S. I wish you all good moods and happiness. End of chapter. Chapter 151 Heavenly Law in Turmoil. The Great Calamity is approaching. While speaking,
Linghu Changmei began to help Zhang Heng analyze the situation. The strength of her battle power nowadays is so overwhelming that even the old man has to retreat 3 feet.
How much will you have left to avenge yourself after your battle with me? Does that mean you're going to forgive her? Speaking of this, Linghu Changmei teased. Have you forgotten how Elder Sword died? Under the questioning heart pass, she would rather trust Yi Beixian than you. You once said, and Hongyi, I'll give you one last chance. Linghu Changmei followed the advice and said very much. The words are so precise that they can see the blood. And the words are so provocative that even if Jiang Hong has been a man for 2 lifetimes, he will not be able to see the blood in his words. Both felt uncontrollable anger. That old fox. That's great. However, there was one thing that Linghu Changmei hadn't gotten right, and that was that between the other party and him, there was karma. Previous incarnation, Buddhism, when he set foot on the path to immortality, and Hongyi held the red makeup and struck him in the back, completely cut off his life. Jiang Hong believed that all of this was the work of this old fox. As of now, this old fox's favorite thing to do is to calculate and combine things. And, at that time, he was as alive today, never the one chosen by an Hongyi. But the good thing is, the heart, it doesn't hurt as much. Shu, Song Sheng prisoner of heaven finger. Jiang Heng's figure instantly disappeared, utilizing that shrinking ground into inch to appear behind Linghu Changmei. Between the index finger of the middle finger, a small seal character continued to converge. These moves were the Tao that he had constructed in his previous life to save the lives of the common people. In this life, however, the contrasting use of these moves has killed a bewildering number of people. Jiang Hong. The sudden outburst made Linghu's long eyebrows tremble, completely losing his composure. And the remaining light from the corner of his eye looked at Jiang Hong in shock. Many immortal laws. In you alone encompass? Within the Cloudwater Demon Palace. What exactly did you obtain? Fingertips. Instantly stabbed into the back undershirt of Linghu Changmei. A few encircling ethereal chi, completely unable to block. It melts like tofu. Only, no blood was seen at Linghu Changmei's wound. In the next second, the figure was like a dream, directly turned into nothingness, and was seen again already a few meters away. Was looking at Jiang Hong with a serious face. It seems that you really intend to touch base with the old man? At this very moment, Linghu Changmei only felt that only an epileptic could match an epileptic. And Hongyi was crazy, but more or less still had some brains. This Jiang Hong, it was epileptic and maniacal, and the killing aura was still appallingly heavy. Between them and Hongyi, there was already a deep hatred. Is it not good to join forces and kill them? And Hongyi was unwilling to join forces with him because of love brain. What are you for? It seems that you're hiding more than I thought. One strike failed. Jiang Hong took a deep breath and quietly gazed at Linghu Changmei. The old man. I'm afraid it's impossible to kill at this point. The gap in cultivation between the two would have been appalling. He was only quasi-imperial at the moment. The old man's cultivation, at least the 7th layer of the harmonious Tao seal, or even higher. More than enough for self-preservation, but not enough for killing. This is a strike to test the waters. The strand of demonized heavenly Tao that escaped from the Cloudwater Demon Palace made him feel a little uneasy. Until that thing is removed, he will always live in the shadows. Shu. Jiang Hong used shrinking ground to instantly return to his original position, the center of the many great emperors surrounding the hunt. Look up and watch in silence as the heavens and earth tumble down, waiting for the heavenly abyss to open completely. Southridge. Looking down from the large dome of the sky, the originally emerald green mountains and fields, the turquoise blue lakes, and countless large peaks, the clans that stood on top of the mountain crumbled at this moment. It was as if a cut had been made in the skin, a large rift that completely disintegrated the place. The wailing, the crying, the screaming, and the whole mountain and river. It's tipping over. Heavenly Sword Sect, main peak. In the large martial arts arena, countless disciples carrying long swords were gathering here in fear. Several familiar voices were commanding the disciples in an orderly manner. The one in the lead was none other than Jian Wuan. And, far away from them, an old man with a profound demeanor looked at the horrifying wound above the dome of the sky, with an expression of indifference on his face that looked like a razor's edge. Tian Yuan. It's the road to immortality. The sword ancestor looked at the large heavenly abyss, and his breath was shortened by a few moments. The 9 happenings sword fetus. Through the 9 happenings feathered to immortality. Jiang Hong. This sword has traveled 8 times in my hands. It has no desire to remain by my side. Since he chose you, you're sure to succeed. Old ancestor. This time heavenly abyss we? Seeing the sword ancestor muttering and whispering, Wine Sword Immortal came to his side and gently tugged on his sleeve. Conquer the world. After pondering for a few breaths, the sword ancestor looked at the tens of thousands of Heavenly Sword Sect disciples below. I, Heavenly Sword Sect, hold the sword to cut down injustice and unrighteousness, and with this great catastrophe of the heavens and the earth, I invite all of you disciples to enter the world, and save the lives of the people from the fire and water. Gentlemen, Sword Luck Changlong. The sword ancestor interlocked his hands and bowed slightly to the disciples below. It made countless disciples below terrified. The old man, is there faith? But also a lifetime pursuit of the limit of the sword road. This time, they are anxious. Honor the order of the sword ancestor. Honor the order of the sword ancestor. Countless disciples, including the sword saint, had cut their fingers in response to the sword ancestor's call. Within a few breaths, the large heavenly sword peak, countless disciples peddle flying swords, such as the heavenly maiden general, to the surroundings sped away. Old immortal, what about me? Looking at the empty heavenly sword peak, Wine Sword Immortal was a bit uneasy, shutting down and merging with the Tao. The sword ancestor murmured. At his sleeve, an iron sword instantly enlarged, slicing through space and stepping into it. Cloudwater Immortal Palace. Rumble, rumble. The formerly solemn and dignified temple was now chapped to a degree visible to the naked eye. There are 8 side halls and 1 main hall. It's long since fallen apart at this point. 50 million years. Do you know how I've spent those 50 million years? In front of the Cloudwater Palace, a person wrapped in 7-colored immortal light slowly walked out. He raised his eyes and looked at the large gap above the dome of the sky, and the 7-colored immortal light kept shaking. Big, greedy gulps of free air. Seemingly thinking of something, his eyes stared to the east as if he could see directly into the ethereal Holy Land through endless space and time. Just your name is Jiang Hong, right, kid? I have to admit that you are the lord of the hour. But, you are too young. Ha 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 ha. I'll come find you when I'm done with that. Ha 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 dash. With those words, the void shattered, and wrapped in 7-colored immortal light, he blandly walked in. At the same time, the vast Tian Luo realm, the eastern wasteland, the southern ridge, the western desert, the northern plains, and the largest of all, the central state, all are happening similarly. Along with the great catastrophe of heaven and earth, there were also countless ancient sleeping powerhouses that had awakened to look at the dome of the sky. Exuberantly, he looked at the sky abyss that was about to open. P.S. I wish you all good moods and happiness. End of chapter. Chapter 152 Alignment. Treading the heavens. Eastern wasteland. Mountains and rivers crumbled. Mountain ranges stretching for hundreds of thousands of miles collapsed. And countless demonic beasts and spirit beasts fled around in fear. But there, it's all hell on earth. In the nameless village, the mortals looked at the sky with anxiety. And when they saw the huge heavenly abyss, their souls were worn out. At the same time, above the sky dome, several great voices were talking indifferently. Everyone, the heavenly abyss has arrived and the immortal path is approaching. Why don't we put aside our grudges and explore the immortal path together? Instead of fighting and killing, we should make an alliance. Above the netherworld Holy Land, everyone stood in the celestial dome after the strata had collapsed, and Ji Wu Chang, the old ancestor of the Ji clan, looked towards the White Tiger Demon Emperor, Red Dragon Demon Emperor, and the others with a smile on his face after he had gazed deeply at Jiang Hong. Original. He had planned to ally with the netherworld Holy Land, but after that incident, he had no choice but to wear the same pants as Jiang Hong. Very good. The words made the surrounding area silent, and as many harmonizers looked at Ji Wu Chang, a voice that one would not expect caught everyone's attention. World of mortals. Linghu Changmei was very agreeable, and after giving Jiang Hong a kind smile, he gave an Hongi an apologetic expression. Continuing, he said, how sad is it for us monks to spend our lives in Zen meditation? The purpose, isn't it to become immortal? Right now, the path to immortality is imminent. Why don't we put aside our past grudges and explore that supreme immortal realm together? Speaking here, Linghu Changmei's complexion condensed, coldly opened his mouth. Gentlemen, how many old monsters have awakened? Is there no alliance between them? If we are not united at that time, speaking here, Linghu Changmei did not say much and pointed to a majestic beam of light in the distance. Each of them represents the loosening of a seal and the awakening of an emperor from an ancient era. Millions of years of savings, countless people seem to be waiting for this moment. The Great Tao Contest. Jiang Hong, I'll listen to you. And Hongi came not far from Jiang Hong and carefully looked at him. Then you go to hell. Jiang Hong rolled his eyes and pointed to the human emperor streamer behind him. Come on, treasure, come on, as long as you enter the streamer. For the rest of your life might be a good treasure. And Hongi was speechless, her ruby-like eyes looking at Jiang Hong accusingly before gazing at the human emperor streamer delicately. It caused the rest of the people around Jiang Hong to break into a cold sweat. Spare the White Tiger Demon Emperor. At this moment, all smiled and laughed. Jiang Hong, little friend, just, devouring demon technique, human emperor streamer, you kill my sons and brothers. This emperor are not to be counted. In this case, would it be good to make an alliance first? In his opinion, and Hongi's top combatant, if this woman is really forced into the human emperor's streamer by Jiang Hong, the fight within the heavenly abyss, is it still a fight? Just now,
He had seen with his own eyes when it fought with this old monster.
Linghu Changmei. The girl. The moment has grown beyond belief. Fellow Daoist Jian Hong.
I have met you for the second time and have no grudges against each other.
The everlasting Heavenly Father, who had the appearance of a child, glanced at Hongi before his eyes rolled. Coming to Jiang Heng's side, he revealed a bright smile. To be fair, instead of fighting and killing, it would be better for us to become immortals together. His words caused the rest of the group to nod softly. Brother Jiang Hong, this seat, Red Dragon. The matter of you killing my heir ends here. Co-exploring Heaven's abyss? The Red Dragon Demon Emperor, who had red hair, also came to Jiang Heng's side, revealing a bold smile. It was a far cry from the previous ferocity. This time, in the vast dome of the sky, a dozen or so emperors had gazed at Jiang Hong, carefully watching him. The entire room
was waiting for Jiang Hong to give his approval.
I'd forgotten. Jiang Hong was a quasi-emperor,
while they were all emperors with deep roots.
In this regard, Jiang Hong was silent,
his eyes indifferently scanning the surroundings.
You guys are forcing me?
This answer. It was beyond the expectations of the many harmonizers present. They didn't expect that Jiang Hong would still throw his face at them after putting his posture so low.
And, devouring devil technique, human emperor streamer, killing their heirs and so on, all of these, one by one,
at this time to strike out and kill Jiang Hong. It was all natural and justified in their case.
Jiang Hong, don't think too much. You're just too sensitive.
Ji Wucheng saw that the atmosphere around him was not right,
and immediately walked to the center of the crowd.
Relieving Jiang Hong, fellow Taoists think that there is no need to make a big fuss at this time. Words that instantly brought a sigh of relief all around. There were nods of agreement.
In response,
Jiang Hong narrowed his eyes and gazed around for a second before.
After a few seconds of silence, he nodded. Since the seniors are so invited,
then Jiang Hong respectfully complies.
Only, my cultivation is too low,
so I'll trouble you all to charge at that time.
What's coming, is coming.
These people were of one mind to make an alliance and share the exploration of the heavenly abyss.
And he didn't bother to explain anything.
This great heaven and earth calamity was much more vicious than these people had imagined.
And, Tian Yuan's advance was foreboding but not fully prepared. This time, that's good.
There is enough time for him to harmonize with the way and walk out on an unprecedented path.
In his previous life,
he took the suffering of the living as his grand wish and aspired to save the living from the fire.
This life, he doesn't have that thought anymore.
He had already worked hard, toiled,
and vomited in his previous life,
and in this life he was not responsible for anyone.
And there's no need to bleed for anyone,
since he was originally a part of the heavenly Tao. Then in this life he should take the heaven as his Tao,
seize the heavenly Tao, and plunder the heavenly Tao. Thinking about this, Jiang Hong dispersed his Dharma phase heaven and earth, Dharma outside,
closed his eyes and began to comprehend
surroundings. Seeing this scene, many harmonizers let out a sigh of relief.
They had a headache. If Jiang Hong was bent on having his way,
then should they really go and fight Jiang Hong? Yeah, it is. All without fear of Jiang Hong.
But, and Hongi's eyes had yet to leave Jiang Hong at this moment.
Everyone had a hunch. This time, treading the heavens,
it seemed that they would have to rely on this woman.
In case she stepped into that realm, wouldn't it be the equivalent of separating herself from the forbidden zone beings? And, just as everyone's eyes locked and they were talking to each other with their divine sense,
the sight in the sky completely shocked them.
Originally,
a large heavenly abyss had already shocked them beyond measure.
This time, above the deep dome of the sky, a heavenly abyss once again appeared, as if it were a wound,
and began to expand rapidly.
The clouds flowed backwards,
the stars crumbled,
and the scene was like extinction. It is? Looking at the changes in the sky, the most shocked person was Linghu Longmei,
who looked at the newly appeared heavenly abyss incredulously.
State of mind, it's about to blow up. And, before it was too late to say anything,
the dozen or so harmonizers trembled, their gazes looking towards Jiang Hong in fear.
This time,
Jiang Heng's body melted 100 phases, a colorful seal character,
as if a joyful note wanders around its body. The body changed radically. P.S. Good luck winning the lottery and $1 million. End of chapter. Chapter 153, Melting Furnace 100 Phases, Seizing Heaven and Merging with the Way.
The original human body sometimes transformed into a true dragon,
sometimes into a true phoenix, sometimes into a qilin, a kuunpun, a nwa, a golden-winged rock, even a flame, a drop of water, a tree, a breeze. No constant shape, no constant force.
It seemed to evolve everything in this heaven and earth,
one after another. What is this? The White Tiger Demon Emperor looked at Jiang Hong,
whose evolution of a white tiger just now caused his tiger body to tremble. The purity of the bloodline in its body was such that even he was somewhat ashamed of himself. He's merging the paths, but what path is he following? Furnace 100 phases. What is he planning to do? Among the dozen or so people, Everlasting Heavenly Father was the most ancient, the oldest, and had heard the most, and after seeing Jiang Heng's posture, he was immediately certain that it was the melting furnace 100 phases. This is a phantasm that can only exist in legends, evolving everything in the world. The magnitude of what he was trying to do, he didn't even dare to think much about it. What? Linghu Changmei and the others were stunned and looked at Jiang Heng in shock, the incredulity in their eyes already too thick to dissolve. Not for a year. When Jiang Heng left the Netherworld Holy Land, he was only in the Tongyi realm, and in less than a year, he had crossed over the 7th, 8th, and 9th realms of saints, great saints, and quasi-emperors. Subocular, medicine. How dare you try to understand the Tao and begin to merge with the Tao? That's faster than in Hongyi. All of us have taken this step before, and we have been stuck for countless years when we were a quasi-emperor, which is required to comprehend the origin of the Tao. Be in tune with the heavens through the origin. Subocular, medicine. They remembered that Jiang Heng had only been promoted to quasi-emperor a day ago, right? How long has it been? Another promotion? Enlightenment? Is that so unbelievable? This kid has eaten the forgetfulness grass right. How can his talent be so high? It seems that gossip also has credibility. They say that this kid is gifted through and through, even stronger than in Hongyi. I've seen it today. That's not right. He's so talented. Why is he only in the 6th realm at the age of 24? He, taking care of his junior siblings as if he's possessed, wiping their asses all day long, not resting or cultivating for 365 days a year, and thinking that he's highly gifted and wantonly acting recklessly. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I was practicing at the time. How come I didn't run into this kind of person? Many of the paragons, people were numb at this moment. They all looked at Jiang Heng in shock, not understanding why his talent could be so high. At the same time, the words tell the truth of the time. Those who knew Jiang Heng, such as Ji Wu Chang and Linghu Changmei, spoke bluntly. Those years, if Jiang Heng hadn't helped wipe his ass every day, it was estimated that with his talent, he would have been able to cultivate up to quasi-emperor. And, at this time, and Hongyi looked ashamed. Her eyes were sad, and she wanted to speak but did not. Eyes, fixed on the human emperor streamer. Time, just a little bit. January, March, 6 months, 1 year, 3 years, 5 years. During these years, Jiang Heng's body continued to change, and the melting furnace 100 phases seemed to have evolved everything in the world. Once more, during these times, yes, in the sky, the second heavenly abyss, the gap seems to be bigger. Many harmonizers, still staying here, waiting for the opening of the heavenly abyss. 10th year, rumble. Above the deep and boundless dome of the sky, the clouds were completely lost, and the one star on the other side of the deep sky was reflected in the vision of countless people. The first heavenly abyss, completely cracked. It's colorful and seems to lead to the other side. Open, open. The white tiger demon emperor roared fiercely, his large voice shattering all the newborn trees. He raised his hand and pointed to the sky abyss with some trepidation. Spare the emperor. Seeing the things that life craves the most, and with a greed that is hard to hide, the road to immortality opened. What to do? This kid hasn't woken up yet. During this period of time, there were constantly emperors awakening in the eastern wasteland camp, with some choosing to go and some choosing to stay. At this point in time, no less than 100 emperors had gathered here. This has been the heritage of the heavenly law realm for countless years. Among them, there was no lack of top-notch great emperors, and there were even a few whose bodies were surrounded by a white breath that appeared and disappeared. It seems that at any moment, one is about to enter that level. Don't wait for him. The harmonized Tao is also an ant. In the crowd, an old man with a fishing rod spoke. There was an emperor with 5 marks. These words caused the red dragon, white tiger, and several other emperors to helplessly shake their heads as their gazes gazed around Jiang Heng. The woman in the red dress. This woman had followed Jiang Heng in his first year of seclusion by sitting on the ground. The breath. It's getting thicker. Otherwise, this he-fishing emperor would definitely be slapped to death by an Hongyi. And, just as the crowd stared, the second heavenly abyss above the sky dome completely erupted at this moment. Endless runes were like upside-down galaxies that sped from the sky toward the eastern wasteland. Ji Wu Chang, White Tiger, Red Dragon, and other harmonizers, before they could be shocked, discovered the dense runes. A brain poured into Jiang Heng's body. This time, the center of Jiang Heng's brow also began to shine with an eye-catching light, and a vial as white as snow suddenly appeared. It exudes an endless Taoist flavor, constantly hammering around Jiang Heng. Under its exploding potential, Jiang Heng's aura completely metamorphosed from a quasi-emperor and truly entered this level.
Hedo. This is the heavenly Tao bottle?
He fishing emperor shuddered, looking at the white jade vial beside Jiang Heng, his pale eyes. That glimpse of greed had long since gone undisguised, ignoring other people's dissuasion.
His hand fishing rod violently through immortal gold-made fish hook,
so wrapped on the heavenly Tao bottle outside the light, followed by, he gave a sharp tug to rip this bottle over.
In the meantime,
Jiang Heng realized that he was swimming in a large sea of stars, in the middle of an endless deep space.
Saw him. The other party was gazing at himself indifferently, just as he was about to open his mouth.
This sea of stars of his collapsed into nothingness. Jiang Heng opened his eyes and felt the familiar Tao force in his body. The corner of his mouth unconsciously raised a smile.
Just a moment ago,
when the melting furnace 100 phases had been hammered to the end and was about to stagnate, he used the Heaven's Path bottle as a base, the casting of all things.
At the same time,
that heavenly Tao bottle was used as a carrier to cast the Tao weapon for him to be in harmony with the Tao.
Finally, successfully stepped into this field. It's a good thing you're here.
Jiang Heng took a deep breath, his eyes looking lovingly at the heavenly Tao bottle in front of him.
Yes, where's the old heavenly Tao bottle?
Looking at the emptiness in front of him,
Jiang Heng was confused.
Before opening his eyes, the heavenly Tao bottle was right in front of him. How come his own Tao weapon was gone as soon as he opened his eyes?
Immediately looked left and right. Then he saw a fishhook, tied to his own Tendo bottle darting towards an old undead thing. *******Q. Even Jiang Heng, who was such a high and mighty pusher, couldn't help but curse foul language at this moment.
This old Biden stole from him.
P.S. Good luck winning the lottery and $1 million.
End of chapter.
Chapter 154, Even great emperors have gaps. Double standard strongman. Little friend. This bottle is able to live. Tribute to the old man.
He day old man may be willing to protect your life. In the face of Jiang Heng's cold eyes,
he fishing emperor was completely fearless. The Tao weapon in his hand trapped and locked the heavenly Tao bottle, and his posture was bent on having his own way.
It made the rest of the harmonizers sneer in their hearts.
For example, the White Tiger Demon Emperor, the Red Dragon Demon Emperor, and the others looked at this ancient heaven fishing sect ancestor with amusement. How fierce is Jiang Heng? To put it mildly, all the people present together had less killing stained in their hands than Jiang Heng. They've killed more than 200 emperors to be? They've killed penalty box passers?
They dared to slaughter over 100,000
cultivators? The young generation of the huge Tian Luo realm had all been killed off. This old boy. I'm afraid that there is no way to the heavenly road. We will wait and see what happens and sell Jiang Heng a favor. Within the initial small group, Ji clan elder ancestor Ji Wu Chang's eyes rolled and he immediately spoke to his left and right. However,
this fishing method of his can actually yank away the heaven's path vials in an invisible manner.
It's somewhat marvelous. For his part, Everlasting Heavenly Father was very interested in he fishing emperor's fishing rod.
It was reasonable to say that the heavenly Tao flask had already been refined into a Tao artifact by Jiang Heng.
So how could it have been fished away? In the end,
with Jiang Heng completely unaware,
he was really hooked by the fish hook.
Looking at the scruffily dressed and stooped he fishing emperor, Jiang Heng nodded slightly and looked at the other party indifferently out of the corner of his eye.
Would this seat be so degraded that it needs the shelter of a mole cricket? Devilish laughter echoed through the bushfield.
And he fishing emperor remained unconcerned, looking greedily at the heavenly Tao bottle and answering unhappily,
"Humph,
you this junior but just merged the way. Get this antithetical thing is a disaster."
The old man took his in the help you. With the jade you can understand? Swallow without dash. Jiang Heng didn't bother to talk anymore.
Looking at the heavenly Tao bottle that was taken away by the nameless Tao, he raised his right hand, and a black seal character appeared in the center of his palm.
This is the core Tao method of devouring devil technique, which was once used by the Demon Emperor under the 10,000 Sword City and the Demon Emperor. Next, around the large area, as if being pumped into a vacuum, meditation, bantering and watching the show many harmonized way, have a tremor almost did not stand still fell to the ground. Within the large area, there was no presence of the Tao or the law. It was as if the world had returned to nothingness. The vial that was bound by the fishing line also broke free at this moment and quickly flew in front of Jiang Heng. Fish hooks and lines. Then all the charm is gone. What?
He fishing emperor stumbled, incredulously looking at the Tao weapon in front of his eyes,
which he could do no harm to. This is a thing that can catch everything in the world.
Ignoring the boundaries of laws and rules, what he is practicing is the way of stealing,
which means fishing or stealing. And that move by Jiang Heng, he's seen it with his own eyes. 170,000 years ago, the battle during the crusade against the devouring demon emperor, in which he was present. did not have a center door to snipe at due to fear of the demon emperor's might. So, survived. You are the devil emperor's heir? He fishing emperor looked at Jiang Hong scornfully. That's just it. Since you have karma with the demon emperor, I'll let you off the hook today. I hope you. At that moment, Jiang Hang's move left him with no certainty at all, and after greedily glancing at the heavenly Dao bottle, he gradually suppressed the idea of seizing it. The thief, the last thing he needs is patience. And he was about to say something when he was horrified to realize that on his shoulder, there was an extra white palm. The Jiang Hong in front of him turned into a shadow and gradually dissipated, and standing beside him was none other than Jiang Hong. You old dog. You can take it or leave it whenever you want? Jiang Hong pinched He Fishing Emperor's shoulder hard, the corner of his mouth lifted up in a teasing manner. So not giving this seat face? While saying that, Jiang Heng's fingers kept applying pressure, and the crunching sound of bones exploding came from He Fishing Emperor's shoulder. Within moments the veins burst, staining its gray sleeves. Little friend, everything is just a misunderstanding. Jiang Heng's sudden outburst, as well as this deep-seated Tao, had caused He Fishing Emperor's heart to no longer have the same level of confidence that he had just had. The color is severe within the stubble said, the old monument is not unable to help you. Just into the immortal road opened. Do not want to get blood splattered on the street. Blood splattered on the streets? Jiang Hong was stunned and raised the corner of his mouth to look around, pointing at the many harmonious Tao powerhouses. Eyes teasing. He said, you said in front of all these many powerful people that you want to make this seat splatter blood on the streets? You are simply lawless. After saying that, Jiang Heng's eyes were fierce, and a thick devilish aura filled his entire body. The devil heart in his chest leaping. The entire person, as if a gaijin devil. The aura that made He Fishing Emperor look completely disheveled. Little friend. At this time, Jiang Hong had always been extremely impatient. Where would he listen to the other party's explanation? In its horrified eyes, the silver-colored light in his hand wrapped countless demonic chi. Bang! The palm of his hand pierced through He Fishing Emperor's Tao that was protecting him and directly slapped his head to pieces. The big watermelon exploded. The body was visibly stunned. The wound at the neck quickly healed, and the newly grown head looked at Jiang Hong in shock. You want to be immortal with me? Jiang Hong stopped talking. Black runes emerged in the palm of his hand and immediately pinched the neck of the He Fishing Emperor, and the large black mana was like a vortex. Black whirlwinds surged into the palm of his hand, tearing and devouring He Fishing Emperor's body continuously. The origin shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. The already gray hair and loose skin pulled the crotch even more, and within a few breaths, the essence of He Fishing Emperor was already disheveled. He looked at Jiang Hong in fear and hissed to the surroundings. He is the heir of the devouring demon emperor. All of you follow me to kill this Fong, or else in the future. Presently, he felt powerless, and the moment Jiang Hong touched him, all of his mana seemed to be nullified. Moving the bottom, it was again sucked away by the devouring demon technique. The physical body, powerful to a degree that he had only seen in this life, seemed to surpass the sacred ground and traceless body. Most likely, it is the unheard of chaos body in the legend. Speak up immediately and ask for help. The cold words from the surrounding area caused He Fishing Emperor's eyes to freeze and his pupils to contract rapidly. Fellow Daoist, he has been roaming across Tianluo for more than 200,000 years, so he shouldn't have any regrets. Ha ha ha, what are you saying? Fellow Daoist? What devilish or not? Having a sword and not using it and having a sword in your hand are two different things. This emperor believes in the character of fellow Daoist Jiang Hong. Fellow Daoist, the path to immortality is imminent. You should focus on the big picture. Since you don't know what's good for you, then don't blame us. Sacrifice the little self to fulfill the greater self. Daoist, in the face of the great right and wrong, you should be generous and heroic. Fellow Daoist, I have advised you. A pair of indifferent eyes were just watching He Fishing Emperor, and they directly chose to stand idly by as Jiang Hong used the devouring demon technique to continuously devour his origin. This time, He Fishing Emperor is the loser. The road to immortality is imminent. A loser is not qualified to embark on the journey with them. And Jiang Hong had already become a climate, pulling against Jiang Hong for the sake of a mere He Fishing Emperor. P.S. I wish my family smiles all the time. End of chapter. Chapter 155 and Hongi awakens, enters the heavenly abyss. Obviously not with the greater good in mind. Right now, the words of these people ruthlessly irritated He Fishing Emperor, who looked at these people in confusion. Word for word, word for heart. And these were words that he used to say often to his juniors. What's the big picture? Often the people who make you care about the big picture are not in the so-called big picture. So, the big picture equals importance, and not being in the big picture means being useless. You will regret this. He Fishing Emperor hissed sternly, his cloudy eyes scanning the surroundings. You might as well repent in my human emperor's streamer. Jiang Hung interrupted he fishing emperor's fury and completely crushed it into flying dust under his indignant gaze. Souls, by countless stern ghosts, were forcibly dragged into the human emperor's streamer. After absorbing the harmonized soul, the waving flag blossomed with a dark brown light that became even deeper. This image made many harmonizers stare coldly. In his heart, he was actually quite panicked. Jiang Hong just in front of their faces, he fishing emperor a set of takeaway. The gesture of this human emperor's streamer. Obviously there are already some supermodels. If you swallow a few more, Jiang Hong alone will become an army. One with many great emperors, quasi-emperors, and saints. A huge legion. I apologize for the bloodshed. Jiang Hong crushed he fishing emperor's dried up body and looked at the many harmonizers with his head held high. Under the scornful eyes of many powerful people. Flying towards the sky dome. Jiang Hang's white clothes hunted as he looked towards the vast heavenly abyss. This time, the abyss of the sky is crisscrossed, with the original one, and now there is another one, as if it were a cross scar. Previously, at the time of the merging of the paths, the soul unconsciously traveled freely through the sea of stars, in the infinite depths of the sky, saw a man, the other side. It alarmed and disturbed him. It seems that I need to mediate among the various forces. The heavenly order is advanced, mostly against me. In Jiang Heng's opinion, it was impossible to advance the fate of heaven after 10,000 years. Even if there was a change in the fate of heaven, it was impossible to advance 10,000 years. It does seem a bit cheeky to say that. But, Jiang Hong firmly believed that it was targeting him. Xiao Jiang. Just as Jiang Hong looked up to the sky and pondered, Ji Wu Chang, the old ancestor of the Ji clan, came to his side, smiling amiably. Is there any word on what happened between you and Luo Shui? The girl is at home. Speaking here, Ji Wu Chang didn't dare to open his mouth. And the moment the words were falling, a cool chill was felt behind him, a red lotus that crept up his shoulder. The icy, bone-piercing fury seemed as if it was going to devour him completely. And Hongi, you're awake. That lowly hoof. You old thing, keep an eye on it, in case it gets in the way. And the white hair is sent to the black hair. You can't blame this palace. Like a ghost. And Hongi came behind Ji Wu Chang and lowered her head to whisper in the old man's ear. Only, it was a soft whisper, but it brought the old man's heart to his throat. Immediately righteous words, cultivator a way to break love. Wait for the old man to go back. Let that girl feel at ease to cultivate. After all one's words, he gave Hongi an apologetic expression. You're busy. This moment, he regretted it immensely. Coming to Jiang Hong was the intention that the two would be allied many times in the dark. After all, there was Ji Luoshui as a link. Together with Jiang Heng's past character, he still trusted him. When we enter the heavenly abyss later, we'll still be able to take care of each other. May. And Hongi seemed to be staring at Jiang Hong all the time, clearly in cultivation, and he immediately woke up when he talked about this. Like a ghost girl. Poof. And Hongi looked at Ji Wu Chang's departing back and gave a cold snort before looking at Jiang Hong with a light smile. You're also a great emperor. Congratulations. Seeing Jiang Heng's silence, her ruby-like eyes overflowed with a touch of delight instead of frustration. Jiang Hong didn't scold her anymore. Hastily speaking, we can talk amongst ourselves. You know, I'm not interested in becoming immortal. I just want peace and quiet for my family. That's enough. I don't need your congratulations for merging with the Tao, and whether you want to become immortal or not has nothing to do with me. Jiang Hong took a deep breath and raised his hand with the intention of speaking, turning his eyes to Hongi's ruby-like eyes, pointing at Yi Beixian below. You and him are family. You and me, never. And Hongi, we've long since met our fate. Under the questioning heart pass, and Hongi had beaten him to save Yi Beixian, causing him to vomit blood. This matter could be disregarded. It doesn't matter if you don't believe or doubt him. Before Elder Sword died, that kind smile, the helplessness and bitterness in his heart when he was defeated and left the netherworld, he couldn't forget it in this life. It wasn't that he hadn't given it a chance, he had asked in Hongi 3 times, and the answer he got was still to trust others. This has been true in past lives and in this life. And he had never wronged the other in his past life. This life is not owed me. The words in a cold voice were like a sharp knife, ruthlessly stabbing into Hongi's heart. The face, already white, hung with a strange morbidness. Looking at Jiang Hong, she pursed her lips and didn't say much, turning around and flying into the distance without saying a word. This way, leaving many powerhouses bewildered. They looked at the body at this moment, and Hongi who had a strong immortal aura, and their heads were about to explode. What exactly was Jiang Heng's charm that could make it so obsessed with him? Within Hongi's current strength and status, what male favor would he want that he didn't have? Must this Jiang Hong? And, in their opinion, this Jiang Hong was too ungrateful.
How could he bear to refuse and speak coldly? Only, after a few glances at each other, no one chose to speak. Gentlemen, let's go. Just as everyone fell silent, a refined old man flew towards the very top and turned to look at them. Raising his hand, he pointed to the crisscross in the center of the heavenly abyss. It was none other than Linghu Changmei. He looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "The old monsters of the northern plains eternal life family, the many Buddhas of the western desert, and the various great emperors of the southern ridge. There are also some strong people who are hidden from the world who are ready to leave. We, too, should set out." Speaking of this, even with Linghu Changmei's urbanity, he was somewhat moved. The road to immortality. It has been opened twice since the dawn of time. The first time, it was the arrival of that immortal that opened it briefly, and that time it was not seen by anyone. This time, it seems to be a real first. When that is the case, it is time for us to depart. I hope that all of you will be united as we publicly explore the path to immortality. Fellow Taoists, immortals and mortals are just a thought away. If you don't become an immortal you'll end up as an ant, so I hope you'll give it your all. The many harmonizers scattered around responded, nodding their heads and lifting their eyes to the sky, looking at the large heavenly abyss with nothing but thirst in their hearts, the desire to become immortal. Not long after, the many harmonizers followed the steps of old man Linghu, transforming into a rainbow light as they sped towards the vast heavenly abyss. In addition to the eastern wasteland, other states were playing out similar images. Within a few breaths, Zhang Hong was the only one left on the scene, along with An Hongyi behind him, who was staring at him without a word. P.S. I wish my family a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 156, Yellow Spring River. Dragon Lord. Zhang Hong glanced at the red-clothed woman behind him and gazed at the sky with his head held high. In view, a Taoist harmonizer rushed into the sky like a rainbow. The quantity was so huge that even if he had seen it before, he felt shocked. This was the bottom line of the heavenly law realm for countless years. It is also the obsession of many of those who have joined the way. Millions of years of planning, just for today's ascension to the immortal world. It's time to fight for your life. Zhang Hong raised his head, emotions overflowing out of his heart. Next, it was a life and death struggle, and in his previous life, he fell within the heavenly abyss. Thinking of this, Zhang Hong turned to look at An Hongyi. Take a look at your red makeup. When he finished speaking, he held out his hand with a cold look in his eyes. An Hongyi was stunned, pursed her lips without the slightest hesitation, and a scarlet longsword stood out from the cuff of her right hand. It instantly flew towards Zhang Hong. The sword is small, but carries an incredible chill. The space around it trembled with the huge red aura of fury. Red makeup. Zhang Hong caressed the blade of the sword with his thumb, feeling the pain caused by the blade cutting through his fingers, and the corners of his mouth couldn't stop rising. Looking deeply at An Hongyi, "You remember to use her, to stab me again." After saying that, Zhang Hong raised his head and transformed into a ray of black rainbow light as he sped towards the vast dome of the sky. "Me? I didn't. How could I?" Zhang Hong uttered this topic once again, causing An Hongyi to feel grave. The first time he heard it, he only thought that Zhang Hong was fooling around. Now, she didn't think so. About to enter that level, she understood a lot. Looking at the back of Zhang Heng's departure, An Hongyi bit her lower lip. "Are you returning from reincarnation? What did you go through before that?" While musing, An Hongyi transformed into a blood-colored rainbow light, following Zhang Heng's back towards the sky above, crossing the abyss at a rapid pace. Time rushed by, and Zhang Hong flew for several days and nights when the heavenly abyss was clearly close at hand. Beside him, one after another, he has never seen the harmonizer, flying at a faster speed, seems to be competing for the ferry, seems to be grabbing that line of opportunity. The list goes on and on. Screen, displayed by a computer. Zhang Hong was touched by the temptation of becoming immortal. The high and mighty emperors had also sunk to the level of ants seeking profits. Time rushes on and another month passes. At this moment, thunder crisscrossed the endless deep sky that reflected in Zhang Heng's eyes, a brilliant star that emitted a mysterious fluorescent glow, deep and treacherous. The celestial abyss seemed to have no end and led nowhere. Seeing this, Zhang Heng's brow became even more gloomy. The heavenly abyss in front of him was different from his memories, and it was probably because he had seized part of the Tao that belonged to the heavenly Tao, which had led to the unusual change in front of him. This way, it seems even more unsettling. Look! A shocking hiss dragged Zhang Hong back from his thoughts, gazing at a boundless and endless river that appeared in deep space. The stars, too, are but their embellishments. Years and years? A harmonizer of the fourth layer seal looked at the river in shock. However, not far from him, an old man with an eighth layer seal shook his head as he looked at the yellow river, opening his mouth in a deep voice. "This is the Yellow Spring River." His words caused many of the surrounding harmonizers to move. This river is also known as the Road. also called the Road of the Yellow Springs, which leads to reincarnation.
The scene before us. Even the many Empyreans were beginning to get jittery. Oof, what Yellow Springs Road? Alarmist.
In the center of the cross star, which was piled with harmonizers at this time, a burly man with a disdainful figure looked left and right,
and opened his mouth excitedly and disdainfully. Gentlemen, this seat will take the first step, and the immortal realm will be waiting for you in the coming day. After saying that, without thinking, he rushed into the heavenly abyss with a brain.
As they flew above the Yellow Springs River,
many of the great emperors who were gazing at it trembled and looked terrified. In the field of vision,
the strong man was weightless. He fell into the water with a flutter,
and under the constant hissing,
his flesh and blood gradually disfigured, turning into a withered bone and completely sinking into the Yellow Springs. The number of those who are quiet but do not escape and are present on the occasion is about 800,
which is a frightening number.
It's the accumulation of millions of years in the Tian Luo realm.
At this moment,
they looked at the figure of the burly man and took a step backwards away from Tian Yuan.
All old birds, all know the burly man.
Not to say that the strength of the world invincible, but also of 5 marks of the emperor.
But so lost, fellow Daoist, how do I contend for the crossing?
A man was in a trance, looking towards the old man who had spoken out earlier. The other party could recognize the Yellow Springs,
so they naturally knew how to scramble across. If not, how can I step into the depths of this forbidden space and the Yellow Springs? If you don't go, you've been planning for 1,000,000 years, and now you're backing out? The road to immortality is just around the corner. At the end,
there is the possibility of an immortal realm, and those who arrive at that point will be immortals. The old man shook his head without saying a word.
The scene
instantly fell into dead silence as everyone looked at Huang Quan in shock,
unable to do anything for a moment. Time, just a little bit passed, and, just as everyone was despairing,
the large space cracked and a large dragon boat sailed out of the space.
In the place of the dragon's head, an emperor is so powerful that just looking at it makes people feel weak. On the dragon boat's seat of honor, a white-haired,
long-bearded old man's breath was like dust,
looking very rustic,
and his gaze looked majestically at the Yellow Spring River.
Dragon, Dragon Lord, it's Dragon Lord.
Among the many harmonizers,
a short old man.
Upon seeing the long-bearded old man, his entire body began to tremble. The sound of the words caused the originally noisy situation around them to quiet down in an instant.
Everyone looked at the Dragon Lord with fear and anxiety. Coming? Seeing the arrival of the Dragon Duke,
Zhang Hong didn't have any surprises,
while at the same time, out of the corner of his eye, he glanced to other places. Surroundings. There are also 7 sides of space chaps. A golden warboat flew out, with countless magnificently dressed emperors, sitting at the bow.
On the largest imperial chair,
a young emperor looked at the Yellow Springs with interest. It's the ancient imperial clan, the ancient emperor,
another person hissed.
In addition, there are flying boats representing the yin-yang diagram,
flying boats of the Nuwa clan, and flying boats of the True Phoenix clan made of countless colorful feathers.
Behind the 800 or so harmonizers,
the 8 forbidden zones came in droves,
all with carriers. The emergence of the forbidden zone made the originally powerful harmonizers to lay down their flag. It's too late to do anything. Instead,
they found the flying boats of the 8 forbidden regions,
stopping behind them and completely locking the way of retreat. This scene,
it caused many great emperors to be stunned, and they immediately converged together, looking at the forbidden zone powerhouses with hostility.
On a dragon boat, Dragon Communal right hand propped up his jaw. His gaze coldly swept around before fixing on Zhang Hong, the power of devouring. You're that little brat. Zhang Hong was silent, staring straight at the Dragon Duke with staring brows.
Long Gong's face was expressionless as he raised his hand and pointed at Huang Quan.
You go ahead and scout the way, or this seat will shoot you now. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 157, The Scramble for the Crossing.
The dead souls of all ages. This sudden coercion caused the many harmonizers around them to tremble and look at Zhang Hong in dismay.
Seemingly remembering something, they backed away from each other. The name of the Dragon Duke is a taboo in the heavenly law realm, and countless long-famous harmonizers wouldn't dare to disobey in front of him. The Forbidden Zone, the Bandung Nest, is its dojo. In the eyes of these people, if he opened his mouth and ordered Zhang Hong, then Zhang Hong had to go.
The crowd of people that had clustered around them receded in an instant, leaving only a few people who were still hesitantly standing by Zhang Heng's side.
It also included An Hongyi, who was gazing at Long Gong with cold eyes not far behind Zhang Hong. Elder Long Gong, would it be alright to give my juniors 3 points? Ji Wu Chang,
the old ancestor of the Ji family, arched his hand at the large dragon boat, and the wave of arrogance in his eyes,
at this moment, all but disappeared. Only scorn and humility remain, unbridled. Ji Wu Chang, you're a big old man and you've lived to be a dog? Let my father Lord Dragon give you face? Before the Dragon Duke spoke, an arrogant man at the front end of the dragon boat looked at Ji Wuchang with golden pupils of surprise. A powerful aura instantly forced this old man back to the rear without a word. Other than that, the White Tiger Demon Emperor, the Red Dragon Demon Emperor, Orlinghu Changmei and the others had long since left far away. Humph. So what if the one who says no is this palace? And what are you going to do about your 10,000 dragons nest? Ji Wuchang retreated, and after about a breath, and Hongyi saw that Jiang Hong was silent. Eventually, coming before Jiang Hong, his cold eyes gazed at the golden-eyed dragon man. Original. At the very beginning she had planned to speak up. Only Jiang Heng's silence had put her under a lot of pressure. Fear of being blamed for not chipping in the first place. Subocular medicine. She couldn't pretend not to see it. Empress. The golden-eyed man turned his anger into a smile and opened his mouth to an Hongyi. Under the golden dragon, my father, Lord Dragon, once said that there must be a place for a female emperor in the heavenly Luo realm. Speaking of this, the golden dragon sneered. Only, the dragon lord opening his mouth is the will of heaven, and the will of heaven cannot be disobeyed. Jiang Hong, please, it was a long journey, and Hongyi's natural talent was through and through, and she was qualified to enter the next realm. And, it is at a tipping point and can explode into a breakthrough at any time. The golden dragon dared not be offended. But, the open mouth of the dragon must not be violated. Unbridled. And Hongyi's ruby-like beautiful eyes contained a smile. Her feet stepped on the red lotus and came to the front of the dragon boat, gazing coldly at the golden dragon. Around the red skirt swaying in the wind, a bright red lotus quickly bloomed, diffusing a crimson karmic fire. This, making the golden dragon's eyes startled. He unconsciously took a step backwards. Karma flame red lotus. He's stupid. This karmic fire is the nightmare of every cultivator. Once touched, will be burned by karmic fire cause in effect, karma does not end and karmic fires do not stop. This, too, is the reason why cultivators are most afraid of being tainted by karma, and why they are most afraid of karmic fire. And Hongyi, you've cultivated the karmic fire. When he said that, he turned back to the Dragon Lord, and this time, the Dragon Lord on the honored seat, his posture still high, propped his jaw with his right hand and pointed at Jiang Hong in the distance. He doesn't seem to appreciate your anger. The words caused Hongyi's beautiful eyes to be stunned, and she hurriedly turned back to look at Jiang Hong. In view, Jiang Hong traveled to the riverbank and gazed carefully at the yellow springs, and then a black flag just appeared behind him. Jiang Hong rose up in the air and stood at the top of the human emperor streamer. He drove the human emperor's streamer into the path of the yellow springs. This scene caused countless harmonizers in the surroundings to stare blankly as they looked at Jiang Hong in confusion. Subocular medicine. It's not like we have to go. If the Empress comes out, the Dragon Duke, no matter what, is going to give 3 points. When all is said and done, it's the present moment, ready to break through. It's obviously not a good idea to offend someone who was about to become that level. And, everyone in the world knew that the Empress did not aspire to be a threat to the Dragon Lord. This Jiang Hong, does he have to be so hard-headed? He'd rather die than present in Hongyi's favor? Awesome. No matter what, this seat admires him. What's wrong with holding back a bit when the road to immortality is right in front of you? That's just it. It's his business to die. Watching Jiang Hong enter the Yellow Springs Road in silence, many harmonious Dao powerhouses' jaws dropped. Sympathetically glancing at Jiang Hong, they all gazed at Hongyi again. Jiang Hong. And Hongyi was stunned. Her bare jade feet quickly stepped on the red lotus and sped towards the yellow spring. Just as he was about to set foot on the Yellow Springs Road, the scene that shook everyone to the core happened. Jiang Hong stepped on the human emperor streamer, and when he arrived above the Yellow Springs Road, the previous weightlessness came as promised. Only, the bottom end of the human emperor's streamer, when it touched the Yellow Springs River, was not swallowed, but instead was like driftwood supporting Jiang Hong forward. Jiang Hong, on the other hand, sat at the top of the human emperor streamer and rested his eyes. What a pose! What a pose! Asterisk 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 asterisk. A harmonizer who felt that Jiang Hong was dead couldn't accept the scene when he saw it. No one else can go, so why can he? Could it be that old man from earlier, as he saw the scene, gazed at the human emperor streamer? Yes, that must be it. The human emperor's streamer, jumping out of the 3 realms, not in the 5 elements. All around them, who were already the top powerhouses of this realm, had excited faces after hearing the old man's explanation. The meaning in the words is simple. As long as the material is not in the 5 elements, it can be contested. Many have. This seat's 10,000 bone mound. Surely it's not among the 5 elements. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man. Look exactly like Gu Jie. He stepped on a bone mound made of skeletons and sped towards the yellow spring. After stepping on it, it falls into the yellow springs and floats peacefully. Success! At once,
countless harmonizers mimicked, each taking out their own reserves and choosing to start competing for the crossing.
Many people also know, one step at a time, and as long as you have a distance advantage to begin with, you might be the first to arrive. Grab the biggest opportunity. At one time, the large yellow spring road
emerged 1,000 strange fight across the magic weapon.
And,
at the time when countless artifacts sailed into the yellow springs,
the dragon boat,
which was like a huge thing, directly shook open a road and sailed into the yellow springs in an overbearing manner.
Beside the dragon boat, the warship of the ancient imperial clan,
the feathered boat of the sycamore forest,
and the white asjade thunderpool, the beings of the forbidden area,
too, began to scramble toward the depths of the yellow springs,
whose dragon boats, too, did not belong to the five elements.
The large Tianluo realm was full of powerful people at this time,
driving in droves, this yellow road with no end in sight, and divergence, too, began at this point. The yellow spring,
which had been swept out in a layer of ripples by the scrambling Dharma weapon,
seemed to have awakened. The waves have arrived.
A single grudge fiend rushed out of the yellow springs and launched a fierce attack towards the harmonizer on top of the spell. Some of the bodies were incomplete,
and the heads were all but half-formed.
Some of the intestines were exposed and crawling with unnameable maggots.
The most eerie thing was that many people looked at these grievous fury and trembled in their souls. Ji Wu Chang,
the old ancestor of the Ji clan,
looked at one of the hideous grudge fiends, his cloudy eyes full of horror, hissed, Father, P.S. I wish you all the best of luck. End of chapter. Chapter 158, Saving Suffering and Doing Good to Heaven.
A mournful hiss instantly caused everyone to gaze at the man.
Some of the older ones recognized it. Was Ji family ancestor Ji Qingtian, a harmonizer of the Nine Seals,
who inexplicably disappeared countless thousands of years ago,
but never expected to show up here. It was too late to be surprised.
The black-clothed man who looked like Gu Jie spoke in a deep voice to the distance.
You are the old palace master?
In front of him was a withered corpse. The rotting flesh beneath the tattered black robes, unnameable,
was looking cruelly at the man in black. Such a picture appeared in the large Yellow Springs Road. Countless former deceased people have blocked the way.
These people were the founders of some great religions,
or the ancestors of some eldritch families.
All of them are prestigious existences in the course of the ages.
Now, a withered bone, an unnameable wreck on this Yellow Springs Road. If there is reincarnation in this world, then why are these people here? Invite the king into the jar?
Below is the Yellow Springs.
With so many powerful people on your side, how should you fight your way across? Damn it, these ghosts, their battle power is no weaker than in life. You're my father. You'll die even if you block my path to immortality. Many harmonizers,
riding on their own flatboats, looked at these grievance fiends that had appeared.
Emotional indignation in the mind. The path to immortality was in front of them,
and they would not allow anyone to stand in their way.
Immediately, countless Tao laws streaked across,
and fierce fights filled this deep and long Yellow Sea Road.
Forefront, at the top of the human emperor's streamer, Jiang Hong sat upright, glancing around with the corner of his eye at the ancient powerhouses. The corners of his mouth lifted in an intriguing way. God help me.
The crisscrossing of the heavenly abyss has indeed taken a turn for the worse. And this Yellow Springs Road also existed in the previous life, but not these powerhouses.
Right now, not a bad thing for him.
His feats and magic treasures were all things that needed to be killed in order to thrive.
So, the messier the better. Otherwise,
the gap with these false immortals like Dragon Duke and Phoenix Mother would not be easy to bridge. As for guilt, this kind of emotion Jiang Hong has long been lost.
Can appear here, which hand is not stained with blood?
It's also just doing God's work for him.
Thinking about this, Jiang Hong looked not far away. Here, a fierce fight is going on.
It was the old ancestor of the Five Elements sect, who was crying out in pain to a creature dressed in five-colored attire.
Instead,
the Dao in his hand chiseled out viciously.
When he hit the wreckage with blood and flesh flying around, he himself also suffered a considerable amount of injuries. Fellow Daoist, let me help you. Seeing this,
Jiang Hong maneuvered the human emperor streamer and quickly walked down the Yellow Springs Road with a Tsang Sheng great compassionate hand, a direct greeting to the unnameable creature.
Under one move,
the already rotting body instantly exploded into countless maggots,
and a foul and unpleasant odor filled the large area. Jiang Hong, you dare to hurt my father? I want you dead. Jiang Hong's outburst was not exchanged for the five elemental ancestors' touch, but instead, his gaze was fierce and furious. Immediately, he performed the five elements technique, and the five elements covered Jiang Hong. 5 elements. Don't be insensitive.
This monster has long since lost its soul, and only a remnant of its body remains.
This seed is helping you.
Jiang Hong held his head high and looked indifferently at the five-colored Daofa. Devouring devil power surged in his hand and directly beat this resentful soul to pieces.
Can't even spell it. At the same time, the human emperor streamer and the devouring demon skill went hand in hand, and although they were transformed into grudges, the pure origin seemed to still be there. Entering his body, Jiang Hong only felt a surge of pain. Raising his hand, casually slapping away the 5 elements old ancestors' Tao, he looked at the other party with a cold gaze. Old thing, this seat saved your life. You don't know how to be thankful and still sneak attack behind your back? Scum like you are a scourge to live in the world. After saying that, Jiang Hong raised his hand, and an ebony seal character appeared in the palm of his hand. Polite appellation for a friend or colleague. The 5 elements old ancestor looked terrified and immediately drove the canoe back. Taoist Jiang. Misunderstanding. The moment Jiang Hong made his move, he remembered. The Jiang Hong in front of him had already broken through to harmonization, and was no longer the ant that he had once casually crushed to death. And with a powerful foundation in Tao, it was simply not something he could defeat. It's too late to run away. It seems. The 5 elemental ancestor was shocked to realize that his canoe had not left, but instead had retreated backwards towards the location of Jiang Hang. The Tao of devouring devil power seemed like a black hole, tearing him back mercilessly. Not a breath. He touched face to face with Jiang Hong, and those cold, scarlet eyes just stared straight at him. Bang! Jiang Hong didn't hesitate, and in the eyes of the 5 elements ancestors' fearful and uneasy eyes, he smashed his head with a slap. The Tao of the devil's power was like a millstone, continuously crushing and devouring the original of the 5 elemental ancestors. No use resisting. Within a few breaths, it transformed into a dried-up body, which Jiang Hong casually crushed into flying ash. The soul carried resentment, but was unable to resist, and was dragged directly into it by the resentful soul in the human emperor's streamer. After doing so, Jiang Hang's gaze flowed to look at the others, but anyone who had crossed the line, they have been written in small books to start a hunt. Back, far away, the large dragon boat wandered down the Yellow Springs Road, surrounded by spiteful demons as if they knew that the owner here was not to be messed with. They have retreated 3 feet. Lord Long, that boy. The golden dragon pointed at the distance, at Jiang Hong who was slaughtering with abandon, his expression somewhat scornful. According to this swallowing, his cultivation is progressing very quickly. In this regard, the Dragon Lord remained expressionless. It's just a mole cricket, so what can it do? Genius. How many heavenly prides have I seen in my long and uninteresting years, and how many have reached my level? As for Jiang Hong, he had never put it in his eyes. Genius. Before he grew up, he was just a mole, so he could kill him if he wanted to, even if it grows up. So what? He is the Dragon Lord, the supreme one of the Tenra realm. The fight on the Yellow Springs River lasted for a long time, and countless strong people withered away, and only half of the 800-odd people were left at this time. Some of them were hunted by Jiang Hong, and, just as the grievance fury was completely cleared, the endless darkness in front of them revealed a glimmer of light. At the end, a bridge that appeared in front of the crowd. Bridge of life and death. Path of reincarnation. At the sight of it, the Dragon Lord's hoarse voice echoed through the large area. This shocked the many remaining harmonizers. They all gazed at the weird bridge, and the eerie and long road behind it. First the Yellow Springs, then the Bridge of Life and Death, and the Road of Reincarnation in the rear? This place, is it really that leads to the immortal world? The old man who had spoken at the very beginning couldn't stop his entire body from trembling as he watched the series of shocking scenes in front of him. It was a question that also evoked the contemplation of many powerful people. At this moment, many people who were originally determined were not so confident. Yellow Springs River. Stopping by. Go. But, the Dragon Lord didn't care about that. Coldly gazing at the strong men, his hoarse voice rose unhappily. Those who stop, die. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 159, The Path of Reincarnation. Past lives revealed. The Dragon Lord represents the 10,000 dragon nest, while the 10,000 dragon nest does not represent the Dragon Lord. This dragon ancestor, its strength has long been no legend, because too strong has long been a taboo. No one is allowed to mention. Taiku, living for an unknown number of years, the ancient books representing history, could not prove its existence. And, behind him, the remaining 7 forbidden zones, too, approached. In this regard, the many harmonizers, who had clenched their teeth and looked at each other, although all of them are the strongest in the Tian Luo realm, they can face the Dragon Duke, Phoenix Mother, and the Ancient Emperor, which are the legendary taboos. They dare not make a move. The Bridge of Life and Death? If you cross the Bridge of Life and Death, you are not a person of this realm, and it can also be said that if you walk across the Bridge of Life and Death, you are no longer a living person. The old immortal will go first.
The knowledgeable old man looked around as no one dared to resist.
Terry walks the first one. The land remains forbidden to the air, and you slowly walk towards the bridge of life and death. Everyone, including Jian Hong, gazed at the old man.
When they saw that the old man walked across the bridge unharmed,
many people breathed a sigh of relief.
Also have stepped towards the bridge of life and death. And just as the huge troops, forward and backward, stepped over the bridge of life and death, for the sake of the road to immortality that may not exist,
no one hesitates at this time. And, just as many harmonizers stepped onto the path of reincarnation,
a scene of change emerged steeply,
left and right, up and down, in all directions.
A mark quietly emerged with many familiar faces.
Linghu Changmei, the White Tiger Demon Emperor, and the ancient Buddha of Sacred Desire.
In the picture, the past of these people had been recorded, only it seemed that it was not in this life, but in the past, or in a previous life.
It aroused the curiosity of many people, who looked left and right for what they wanted to see. And, watching, at this time, all eyes have condensed to one of the reincarnation seal. It was an image that horrified everyone. Sparingly, on top of the dragon boat, the Dragon Duke,
who had been indifferent from the beginning to the end.
His demeanor also became unnatural after seeing this image.
Within the seal of reincarnation, a young man in white was standing in a mountain field full of daisies,
lazily holding a leaf and blowing out the most body-crushing scherzo.
The youth was handsome, his face was not half blemished, and his bright smile seemed like the most healing thing in heaven and earth.
Time, just day after day,
the youth felt no discomfort.
Instead, I'm happy. And,
one day, a woman in red arrived and broke the tranquility of the place,
saying that the youth was gifted and unique in all ages. Take him back to the ethereal sanctuary. Woman, and redcoat, youth, Jian Hong. And then, for a long time,
the two got along very closely, as if they were young lovers in love.
Jian Hong lived up to the expectations and managed to pull out the top spot as the saint's son.
It took only 1 year from nothing to Tongi, and it was also the year when it was labeled talent through the ages.
Jian Hong is of perfect moral character, and in order to make Hongi carefree, he chooses to take on the negative aspects of the clan, helping out one mentor or mentee at a time. There came a young master called Yi Beixian. He traveled around the world,
knocked on the sword Dusty Heart,
and met Winsheim, Gu Jie, Mu Wan Yun, Ji Luoshui. Back to the clan retreat. After leaving the gate and being falsely accused under the Misty Peak, Chang Cheng identified Jiang Hong as practicing the devouring devil technique. Jiang Hong was speechless.
He had no choice but to go to Hongi, but the other party did not believe him at all.
The two, for the first time, had an argument,
and Jiang Hong was hurt and felt that he had done nothing wrong.
Why is that?
Asking the heart for 3 passes, the heavenly path proves him innocent.
But it doesn't help. Countless clans arrived here, threatening to have Jiang Hong ambushed,
and Hongi stepped in and fought against the odds to kill the Xian Heaven Holy Land Harmonizer.
Xian Heavenly Daofather, renowned once again in the Tian Luo realm. However, the master and disciples seemed to be completely broken, and Hongi scolded Jiang Hong hypocrisy. Why do not dare to admit?
She is not unable to protect.
The magic power abolished on the line. After that,
Jiang Hong took care of his senior brother and sister while looking for evidence.
But time and time again, inexplicable planting, and knocked on the head.
The human emperor streamer was refined by him, and the devouring devil technique was confirmed. Sacrifice the city and slaughter hundreds of millions of mortals.
The footage was shown, shocking countless people in the room.
From the cold stares at the beginning,
to the state of affairs feeling wrong, on account of
the discrepancy between this image
and what they remembered, was very great.
First, Jiang Hong didn't seem to be looking for Hongi to make a break. It was Jiang Hong who massacred the third-generation disciples under the questioning heart pass,
and Hongi struck out in anger. And Jiang Hong, who was in this, didn't seem to have descended from the mountain from the beginning to the end. It's been explained. It's been self-incriminating. The old man was killed by the Empress? In the crowd, Xian Tian Daozuan's pale eyes were filled with numbness at this moment as he looked blankly at Hongi. Head buzzing. I'm shot? And who am I? It's a question that's blowing his mind. Except for this, Linghu Changmei was even more shocked, his eyes constantly flickering between Jiang Hong and the mark. Shockingly, he said, reincarnation marks, visible in past lives and present lives. Jiang Hong, you're a reincarnator? At this moment, he was on the verge of exploding. He is not clear. Some of his own schemes, Jiang Hong in the end do not know. There are some plans, absolutely cannot be exposed. This moment, not only these familiar people, but even the many harmonizers had their gazes shaken to the point of numbness. Jiang Hong, you're a reincarnator? No wonder.
No wonder you resolutely descended from the mountain after setting foot on the inquiring mind pass.
Being counted by Yi Beixian in his previous life? Taking so many black pots for that kid?
This kid Jiang Heng's character is truly beyond words.
Martyr. I am you. I have gotten into the devil in my previous life. Kill all these people.
The image made many powerful people's brains bleed as they watched,
and their angry expressions were filled with dislike for the netherworld Holy Land. Who does that? Single-mindedly for the sake of the clan, not seeking anything in return, in the end, and to be so falsely accused.
There is nothing to believe in when it is said that it is a glorious and immaculate saintly son from the beginning to the end.
This for many strong people. It's all going to explode on the spot and kill them all. Yes, the hustle and bustle filled the wheeled road, but one corner was silent, and Hani's ruby-like eyes looked at Jiang Heng's past life experiences in the reincarnation seal in the distance. State of mind, down to the abyss. I, you, and Hani wanted to speak, but the words were stuck in her throat and couldn't be channeled. Put, vom dash. A mouthful of scarlet blood just spewed out straight away. Her breath wilted and her demeanor sorrowful as she looked at Jiang Heng. I didn't do it on purpose. I didn't know. I don't know what happened. She didn't know. She really didn't. This time, she gets it.
Understand why Jiang Heng didn't go looking for her when this happened.
Because it was useless to look for her.
The results remain unchanged.
At the same time, she also knew why Jiang Heng, under the questioning heart pass, had said, that year the daisies that covered the mountains and fields, regretted meeting her. Daisies, representing first love, purity and parting. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 160, Past Lives, Present Lives. Red makeup through the heart. The regret Jiang Heng spoke of seemed very fitting with this daisy, and Hani had not thought that in her past life and present life, Jiang Heng had done so much for her in silence, and in return, she had questioned and distrusted her. In the event that, if she had trusted Jiang Heng a little more from the beginning, would the outcome have been much better? The answer is yes. Regardless of past lives, it's a sure thing. And the horror of the entire scene didn't stop there, and many powerful people then saw the images on the reincarnation seal continue to play out. This year, Jiang Heng still did not give up. He firmly believed that as long as he did well enough, the world will be able to understand his good intentions, understand that he is not a great evil person, closed for practice. When he reached Soul Palace Perfection and broke through to Quasi-Saint, White Feather teamed up with the 6 Quasi-Saints to sneak in. Extreme backlash, soul extraction and refining. Learning that everything was directed by Yi Beixian, the two engaged in a 10,000-year-long tussle. Among them, Jiang Heng repeatedly won, but was repeatedly unable to kill. The hour of the heavenly hectare arrives. The heavenly abyss is now present, and countless hidden powerhouses have come out to fight their way to immortality. Only, the heavenly abyss at that time is not the heavenly abyss at this time. And, when they reached the end of the reincarnation road, a milky white glow filled the large area. The breath was ethereal, and just one glance made it impossible to forget. Seemingly, that's the path to immortality. Seeing this, the scene was dead silent, and all the powerful people stared at the end of that light greedily. Inside that mysterious area, immortality, where there are fairies, is the supreme, legendary immortal world. The immortal world. That's the immortal world. The immortal world really exists. The old man has lived for 540,000 years and finally waited until today. I want to become an immortal. Immortal. I even killed my father for this path to immortality. Jiang Heng, what's back there? What is it? Is it the immortal world? You became an immortal in your past life? No, you died. How did you die? Gollum. The path is right. Someone is bound to become immortal in this life. So why can't that someone be me? Demented and insane, filling the treacherous path of reincarnation, all of them completely forgetting the danger. Wide-eyed and crimson, he stared at the immortal world. There, it was the end of the trip and a place no one could give up. Far behind the front line, above the dragon boat's venerable seat, the dragon lord's eyes were stunned as he gazed at the ethereal immortal realm in the reincarnation seal. The immortal world. I am the dragon lord. I should be an immortal, and it won't take long for the great immortal world to prostrate itself under my feet. He looked into the distance, his mind calm and collected. The existence of the immortal realm had long been no secret in the eyes of people of their level. In the cloud water magic skill, that treacherous monster, it's not like he hasn't seen it before, and the other party's origin, he's pretty much mapped it out in these millions of years. Only, it's still shocking to actually see it. 2 millions of years of planning, just waiting for this world to become immortal without limits. Not far away from him, the rest of the 7 forbidden zones taboo. The demeanor is also similar to the dragon public. Eyes that had no fear of the immortal world. Rather, it is ambition. ambition so inflated as to be feared, and in the eyes of every taboo is the desire for the immortal world. Corner, still quiet. Here, at the moment, is a very different position from the others, for those with ambitions, desires. The woman in red didn't even care. What mattered was that Jiang Hong had worked so hard to prove himself in his previous life. So why could she, in that life, choose to stand by and watch? Why don't you help Jiang Hong? Though separated by time and space, she detected a strange sentiment in her pupils. Why did I allow this to happen? What the hell happened? And Hongi looked at the reincarnation seal in the distance, her pale face not seeing a single bit of blood, not being sophomoric. According to her character, she wouldn't allow such a thing to happen. Jiang Hong was her man with or without fault. No one is allowed to extend the dog's paw and touch her people in this Tianluo world. And, just as Hongi was shocked, the images in the imprint caused her soul to tear apart. A scarlet longsword came into view at her sleeve, and she looked at it incredulously. Raising his eyes again, he looked to the seal. At this time, the fierce battle was monstrous. Jiang Hong wanted to save the day and protect the mortals behind him. He had no relatives in the world around him, only the broken iron sword of the sword ancestor. Too many people died. There was Gu Jie's father, the heavenly demon palace master, the white tiger demon emperor who claimed to have killed to prove the Tao, and several queen mothers of Yao Qi. These people, one by one, withered away. Jiang Hong fought hard, and as he fought to the death, a scarlet longsword in his chest directly penetrated his chest cavity. Jiang Hong turned back with no expression on his face, and when he saw who the visitor was, the 10,000 thoughts in his eyes were visible at a glance. The heart seems to ache to the depths. The mournful cry of the soul is etched into the bones. Why? And Hongi, why? Jiang Hong hissed, his handsome, flawless face written with grief. Did I really make you so embarrassed? But I really tried. I wanted to do better, but I really tried. And Hongi was silent, and there was only indifference and emotionlessness in her eyes, as if she had cultivated the way of too high forgetfulness. There's no mercy. The reincarnation seal crumbled and the image came to an abrupt end. The scene, a dead silence. The sound of breathing imperceptible. Everyone stared at Jiang Hong, the shock in their eyes had long been indescribable. This ending reversal is something they never expected. Jiang Hong backstabbing his, fondly remembered, and Hongi, who has been attached to him all his life, when he was about to hold on. Empress, you're going to kill him? In the crowd, Ji Wuchang took 3 steps backward and looked at Hongi in fear. He's stupid. Mouths love miserable. Behind a knife directly sent Jiang Hong away. That were out the road mark through. Jiang Hong categorically no way to live to say. This, Jiang Hong did quite well, although the old man was slaughtered by him in the seal, but, he did try his best. The wail of grief in this kid's eyes when he died, made the old rotten heart, all of them jerked hard. How heartbreaking must it be? TSK, I told you, the most unreliable thing in this world is love. The Empress is good. Ha 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 ha, the road to immortality is in front of us. Not to mention lovers. My father will die even if he gets in the way. At this moment, as if there was a spotlight, the world became dim, and only in Hongi's feet were bright and transparent. All the powerful people, including the taboo people of the 8 forbidden zones of life, gazed at Hongi. When the world focuses on you, this time, the surrounding vision, and Hongi completely did not care. Her beautiful eyes like rubies, dead eyes on Jiang Hong. The red makeup. No wonder you want to see my red makeup. I killed you. You never lied from the beginning. I've been hurting you. Ha 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 ha. And Hongi curled up, her whole body trembling unceasingly as she looked at her Dao weapon red makeup. The whole thing went into a frenzy. P.S. I wish you all a flood of good luck. End of chapter. Chapter 161, False Immortal Red Dress, Evil Eye. Scarlet as blood. The baneful aura filled the huge reincarnation road. Red lotus blooming in karmic fire burning the city. The large dark place was on fire. I was wrong. I was wrong from the beginning. I shouldn't have sought you out. I shouldn't have brought you to me and brought you endless pain. Red dash. Ha 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 ha. And Hongi laughed wildly with abandon, and his scarlet pupils cried out in grief. Lowering her head, looking at the red makeup in her hand, she stretched out her jade-like white hand and directly covered the blade of the sword. The sharp edge cut through the palm of his hand, and drops of scarlet blood, transformed into work fire dripped onto the ground. Avalanche dash. This moment, red makeup, directly skimmed off by Hongi, the crunching sound of metal breaking, echoing through the large wheel of fortune road. The Dao weapon crumbled. It seemed to make Hongi's emotions even more uncontrollable. The scarlet fury was like an astral wind, walking through the large area. Karmic fire burns and inflames the sea. Is breaking it to move yourself? From afar, watching Hongi break the red makeup,
John Hong didn't have the slightest bit of pity in his pupils.
Having said that, he did not continue with his words. The reincarnation sealed just now, as a true overcomer.
The second time he looked at it he found many things.
Interesting, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha.
John Hong steeply laughed maniacally,
his cold pupils traveling through the area as if searching for something. That's not what I meant. John Hong, I don't ask for your forgiveness, but I will definitely pay you back what I owe you.
And Hongi's beautiful eyes wailed as she walked towards John Hong step by step.
Under the foot, step by step,
a scarlet blood-like lotus bloomed with the most brilliant flames the moment it appeared. Karmic fire that continues to burn.
And
everyone's eyes were terrified as they looked at Hongi's uneasy initiative and backed up to 100 meters away.
This time, Hongi's breath, again, began to change. It seems like an epiphany after a great sorrow, and as if this is how it should be at this point in time.
As Hongi took her steps, the forbidden aura emanating from her petite body grew stronger and stronger. As she walked in front of John Hong, it was as if the shackles that bound her were completely broken free. An aura that made everyone prostrate. It filled the large wheeled road, suffocating. Many harmonious Tao powerhouses choked as they looked at Hongi, the horror and disbelief in their eyes unable to be described in words.
They are clueless. The Empress has taken that step? This world can't become immortal and she's achieved the false immortal realm? The top of what heaven and earth can reach is this taboo level. And even though I had long guessed that she could reach it, I still felt shocked when I really saw it. See the Red Lotus Ferry, that ethereal holy land. It seems that it will also be promoted to a Red Lotus prohibited area?
The words were different. The same was the shock to Hongi.
Everyone didn't expect Hongi to take that supreme step under grief after breaking her Tao artifact red makeup. Achievement taboo. In the vast Tian Luo realm, with billions and billions of living beings, there were only 10 people who could arrive at this realm throughout the ages. 8 ancient taboos of the 8 forbidden regions of life. Dragon Lord, Ancient Emperor, Koan Pang, Heavenly Demon. Then there was the devouring demon emperor who had died the heavenly Tao 170,000 years ago, followed by, it was the current empress, and Hongi, who was now the Red Lotus female immortal. The girl, on the dragon boat, in Long Gon's lazy eyes. At this time there was one more point of seriousness, looking at Hongi's back. Rarely, it's a bit of a surprise, too. To go from nothing to something in just a few decades and step into the same level as him was something he had thought of and had not expected. Time, too soon. Long gone, out of the way? Just as the Dragon Lord was slightly surprised, a voice in his ear made him turn his eyes to look. There, it's the Sycamore Grove Phoenix. It was the Forbidden Phoenix Mother communicating with him. No need. The 8 of us joining forces. In this Tian Luo is the will of heaven. The Dragon Duke proudly held his head high without the slightest fear, just coldly looking at Hongi, walking towards Zhang Hong step by step. This time, the Red Lotus bloomed more and more intensely. And the heart-burning karmic fire was even more splendid as Hongi came before Jiang Heng, slightly raising his head. His ruby-like eyes stared into Jiang Heng's scarlet eyes. Hatsu, I will go. Don't feel bad. You didn't do anything wrong. After saying that, she walked towards the human emperor's streamer, with nothing in her eyes but her longing and unwillingness to let go of Jiang Heng. Beyond that, nothing seems to remain. The picture. It caused the entire crowd of Dawas to be shaken, their eyes first puzzled, then bewildered. As Hongi walked to the banner of the human emperor's streamer, their eyes were numb to the point of shock. Hongi had just forged the forbidden and was going to sacrifice herself as a furnace to become the main soul of the human emperor streamer? Isn't it too exciting? Fake it. You're the Red Lotus Fairy. Don't be ridiculous. John Hong, the path to immortality is imminent. What about reconsideration? She'd be of more use to you alive. Right and wrong have long been unspeakable. These two people's grudges are entangled, gouging out their hearts and bones. And Hongi's choice was opposed by many harmonizers. Although this section of Jiang Heng's karma shook them to the core, if Hongi really sacrificed herself, there's no more taboo on their side. And corner, which was extraordinarily silent compared to the hustle and bustle of the rest of the place, there was only an old man with his hands behind his back, his eyes teasingly looking towards Jiang Heng, and Hongi under the human emperor's streamer. Chess piece. How dare you peek at your destiny? A talent that is unrivaled throughout the ages. A talent that is unrivaled throughout the ages? 2 people? Aren't they also in the hands of the old immortal, a pawn to be manipulated at will? Ha, 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 ha. Old ancestor Linghu raised the corners of his mouth, and at this time, in his eyes, where were the previous vicissitudes and fatigue? In one's eyes, only sinister. Old fox, you've played a big game of chess. Fortunately it returned in the end. A Zhang Heng's familiar voice echoed in old ancestor Ling Hu's ears. It was that black fog in Yi Beishuan's sea of consciousness. This time, parasitic in the body of old man Ling Hu. Hoof. Yi Beishian. The traveler? Griffins try to change their destiny. Old man Ling Hu snorted coldly. Back then, the first time Yi Beishian set foot in the ethereal Holy Land, he could tell that this person was not within the three realms. And then, in a series of concerns, after discovering the it in Yi Beishuan's body and getting in touch with it, he arranged an amazing chess game. Whether it was Zhang Heng, or Anhongi, Yi Beishian, or Chang Cheng, they were all in his calculations. And don't think about it, without the old immortal's push and pull, how could that crude scheming have allowed Zhang Hong to be planted so viciously? In response, old man Ling Hu sneered. In his opinion, Yi Beishian really thought that he was too smart and could calculate seamlessly. It's really laughable. Still, I was quite surprised after you told me that Zhang Hong was a reincarnator. Fortunately, the final trajectory remains normal. P.S. I wish you all a flood of good luck. End of chapter. Chapter 162. Red clothes out of control. Arrow in the knee. Zhang Heng's growth rate was indeed a factor that jumped out of the chessboard, but in this regard, Ling Hu Changmei was unimpressed. As many have said, it was true that Zhang Hong had unrivaled talent and talent through and through, but so what? Less precipitation of years, less accumulation of millions of years, and old monsters like them, not a great of difference. Subocular, medicine. The path to immortality was just ahead, and Anhongi transformed into a false immortal, which was perfect timing for him. You're so mean. The black fog sneered. Vaguely visible, the haze in the upturned corners of the mouth. This Anhongi life is about to come to an end, but also cannot break free from destiny. Pathetic. Humph. If the old immortal had a merciful heart, would he have made it this far? Ling Hu old ancestor coldly grunted. Even his own son can be given up. What else in this world is worth keeping for the old immortal? Becoming immortal is my only way back. Let's begin. Or the woman is truly sacrificed. Looking at the intoxicated self Ling Hu Changmei, the black fog, that pair of extremely evil eyes, dead gaze at the human emperor streamer, that red-clothed silhouette. This time, Anhongi intended to sacrifice her body to fulfill the mission Zhang Hong had given her. Become the main soul in this human emperor's streamer, the one that manipulates millions of stern ghosts. Yeah. Ling Hu Changmei's complexion condensed, and his originally vicissitude eyes revealed a majestic ambition at this moment. His right hand flipped palm upwards, and a red bane like a silk scarf appeared in his hand, and then violently crushed. The scarlet aura was like a drug trigger, instantly causing the countless scarlet fury around Anhongi to become manic. The red lotus bloomed even more brilliantly. The extreme Een fury body, plus the 8 characters at the time of the extreme Een. Unable to resist this Hongmeng source fury, old man Ling Hu did not move and glanced to the left and right, quietly retreating to the end before the crowd could notice. And, under the human emperor's streamer, Anhongi's skirt fluttered, and there was an additional strand of bewilderment in her originally sorrowful eyes. This instant, it was as if her soul had been enlarged and reduced. Enlarged and reduced. The sharp pain in her skull made her body involuntarily tremble. In her ruby-like eyes, instantly filled with coldness, violence and solemnity. Ah! A shrill scream of misery swept across the vast reincarnation road. Thousands of scarlet lotuses. It quietly surfaced in this moment. It turned into crimson karmic fire, completely incinerating the area. The firelight, sweeping across the large reincarnation road, lit up the place completely. A closer harmonizer was still in the midst of surprise, and was simply too late to react. The appearance of karma ignites his sleeve. In the next second, as if it was attached to the bone, it completely stained his soul. In the shocked eyes of the surrounding powerhouses, he was completely transformed into a man of fire. Unextinguishable fireman. Ah, the man screamed, fighting for his life. This woman is mad. This woman is mad. The burning of his soul made him indignant. He hadn't provoked anyone, and had been silent and unspoken, but he was still suffering from an unmitigated disaster. Within a few moments, he was reduced to ashes, leaving only a cultivation condensed origin as the only evidence of his existence in this heaven and earth. Under the fire of karma, no one seems to last forever. It's forbidden fire. Around them, many harmonious Tao powerhouses stared, shocked, at Anhongi as they couldn't figure out what this was about. The number of red lotuses in this diffusion was densely packed, and the burning karmic fire was even more in pieces. What happened? How did he get like this? Run! This red lotus karmic flame will kill us if we are contaminated with it. There is absolutely no chance of survival. Sins, there are still 8 taboo behind us. Where can we escape to? Zhang Hong, he must have a solution. Anhongi's sudden rampage. This roiling red lotus and karmic fire. Even the many harmonizers couldn't tense up. Red Lotus karmic fire, burning all causes and effects. Seemingly ordinary, seemingly average, but in reality, it is one of the most powerful divine powers between heaven and earth. How many of those who can reach this realm are not tainted by karma? How many people don't have thousands of lives in their hands? There is more than cause and effect, more than karmic fire. Helplessly, for a while everyone's eyes, they gazed at Jung Hung. In their opinion, if someone could stop Anhani's rampage. In this regard, Jung Hung was silent as he raised his right hand and waved it casually, the ebony stream of light flickering away. The human emperor's streamer, a fierce and vicious ghost rushed out, covering the sky and lunging towards Anhani. Included among these, there were many paragon emperors. There was Linghu Jinhui, and he fishing emperor, as well as the many harmonizers slaughtered on the Yellow Springs Road. And the karmic fire that burned the sky and boiled the sea seemed to be able to burn everything, and the severe ghosts that pounced on them let out screams from their souls the moment they came into contact with the karmic fire. Battered and exhausted, in an instant, it burned into nothingness. It then rushed out again and was once again incinerated and reduced to nothingness. The cycle begins and ends. Gentlemen, to each his own. Jung Hong stared at the eyes of the many harmonized Taoists' chessboard. I've tried my best. Jiang, you can't let me, a junior, go to the exorcist, can you? Presently, sparring with Red? First of all, he doesn't have the strength to do so. When the other party hadn't yet become a forbidden spirit, he hadn't been able to grasp it at that time. And it's even more unlikely now. Yes, most of all, even if he could wrestle a bit, he would fight Anhani to the death when the time came. He's the fish and the man is the knife? This road to immortality, not everyone can step on. The rest of the big waves, that very few can enter the real world of immortality. These cold words caused the many harmonizers to be stunned, looking at Jung Hong in dismay, and then at the powerlessly ghosts roaming the sky. Anhani, who was covered in karma fire and had a swaying red dress, numb. At this moment, this female devil seemed to have lost her mind, losing Zhang Heng's final bondage. It's already starting to be inappropriate. No matter how many imprints a Dao aligner controlled, they were swept away by the waves of flames that swept over them and became ashes. It was only a few breaths, and a dozen or so harmonizers had died. At that moment, the total were all just over 400 honors. And, in the eyes of everyone who was stunned, what Jung Hong did next made them clench their small fists even more. And Hong's scarlet eyes, sweeping everyone, the whole person gradually became more maniacal, indiscriminately and regardless of who he saw. Kill anyone you see. Jung Hong did not say a word, vigilantly followed her, utilizing the devouring demon technique, frantically picking up the purest origin on the ground. 1, 3, 30. Without a word, muffled, Zhang Heng's aura became stronger with the naked eye as everyone watched. This moment, many harmonizers couldn't tense up. Good lord, has this seat become a leak? I'm part of your play, am I? This woman is pretending to be crazy, isn't she? Shameless man, you master and disciple teamed up with the aim of eradicating us? Damn, I took an arrow in the knee. P.S. Here we go. I actually wrote two chapters yesterday. Wrote and deleted them. The content was less than expected. The 2 missing chapters will be made up later, and they should be in Anhani characters. End of chapter. Chapter 163, Unexpected. Birth and Creation. On the vast path of reincarnation, many of the harmonizers were not able to see their previous majestic phases, but instead fled from the rushing karmic flames in a sorry state. Now, emotions aren't even fading. Anhani is in charge of killing people. Jung Hong is there frantically picking up the origin, which is something the rest of the world is not blessed with, according to reason. But Jung Hong had the demonic skill that could devour all origins. Seemingly, a perfect closure was formed, and they, the people, became the victims of veto, a part of the love affair between the two of them. It's not just them. Sparing the distant Linghu old ancestor, the expression on his face at this time had lost its previous composure. His cloudy eyes, shocked, looked at Jung Hong and then at Anhani. I'm numb. He didn't understand why it had developed like this. The Hongmeng Source Fury was the first strand of Fury Chi at the beginning of the birth of the Tianluo realm, and it was also the oldest and most primitive Fury Chi. Just now, through this strand of fatal Chi, he caused the fatal Chi in Anhani's body to completely explode. It's uncontrollable. At this time, Anhani had been reduced to a only slaughtering killing machine. Anyone who comes near will not rest until they are dead. Yes, and Gao Han's? Jung Hong is there picking up the pieces. Just picking up on it like this. Linghu Changmei felt that Jung Hong was even going to break through to become a forbidden if he had a little more enlightenment on the Tao. Poof. In response, Black Mist spoke in indignation. Griffin is also what you said. And fearless is also what you said. Okay. This Anhani's transforming fury didn't hurt him either. Upon hearing this, Linghu Longbrow fell into silence,
looking at Anhongi in shock, feeling incredulous as he watched the other party kill other people without frowning, but only ignoring Jiang Heng.
Jiang Heng's vigilant stance also represented that it had no idea what was going on. Numb, Linghu Changmei didn't say a word and stood numbly in place. And, at this time, Jiang Hong was still immersed. Inside his body,
the 5 marks that he had originally condensed on the path of the Yellow Springs under the incessant slaughter of the grievance fiends and the harmonizers.
At this moment, under Anhongi's slaughter, he kept picking up the slack, gradually condensing the 6th and 7th channels. Even the 8th path has a faint beginnings. The speed at which his cultivation level increased made Jiang Hong nod his head in satisfaction. Only, the words around him, however, made him indignant. Stopping to stare around at the indignant faces of these people, immediately, he spoke in displeasure. What are you guys rambling about? It's not like I killed these people. No one picked up the origin when it fell on the ground. What's wrong with me picking it up? It's not like the seed is going to steal from you. You can pick it up if you want to. After saying that, seemingly still not relieved, Jiang Hong coldly laughed. What can you do to this seat? You guys have the ability to go and kill her. Poof. After saying that, Jiang Hong raised his head and pointed towards Anhongi, who was not far away and whose clothes were still burning crimson karmic fire all over his body, while his sleeves were fluttering. Implication. It caused a silence. Except for the screams when they were caught by Anhongi and burned by the karmic fire, there was no more sound. These words caused the ancient Buddha, demon emperor, and other powerhouses to be dumbfounded. Jiang Heng's words didn't seem unreasonable, but it felt like something wasn't right. Watching Anhongi kill faster and faster, they were truly nonchalant at this moment. That pair of scarlet eyes of beauty. None of them dared to look directly at them. Looking at the silence in the distance, Jiang Hong licked the corners of his mouth and revealed a deep smile. If these people are not in a hurry, then neither is he. It's not like he's the one who died. After glancing at the many harmonizers, Jiang Hong gazed at the back of Anhongi's heart and watched her walk towards them a little bit. The old fox, though I don't know what happened. But, you must be in a good mood right now. Ha? Jiang Hong nodded, his eyes gazing indifferently at a vicissitude old man in the huge crowd. After the other party sensed it and cast his vision over, he raised his hand and made a light stroke to his neck, which caused the eyes of the old fox ancestor to be angered. And Anhongi's slaughter didn't end. It was as if she was aimless, killing wherever there were people. The redcoat hunted as if a tiger had entered a flock of sheep, killing into the harmonizers with great speed. He slapped the head of one person with a flip of his hand. It's the red dragon demon emperor. When he came and resisted, he was destroyed as if he were an ant. The scarlet lotus blossomed with radiant flames, incinerating all the many harmonizers. Included among these, it also includes Linghu Longbrow. He looked at the karmic fire that burned everything, and the scorn in the depths of his eyes was no longer concealed. Why? Why is this happening? Linghu Changmei was indignant. It is reasonable to say that after a person has fallen into insanity, there will only be the obsessive one in their vision. Zhang Hon, 1954. Chinese writer. Anhongi cannot escape the nightmare of a lifetime. At this time, the first thing Anhongi should have done was to thwart Jiang Hong. When all is said and done, has completely lost his mind. And Jiang Hong followed her and it's completely ignored, which was clearly unreasonable. Besides, the first one to strike was Jiang Hong. That fluttering human emperor streamer was still there, and those countless stern ghosts were hibernating at the top. Old ghost, you're playing it off. Black Mist's displeased voice sounded in Linghu Changmei's ears. Linghu Longbrow was silent, gazing deeply at Anhongi. No, we can't let her kill again. The immortal path needs sacrifices. If we keep killing, that heavenly gate cannot be opened. Speaking of this, Linghu Changmei seemed to have made up his mind about something, and his vicissitudes of posture changed at a speed visible to the naked eye. The hair, white as snow, was gradually deepening in color, and the skin, full of wrinkles and slack, was beginning to tighten. In less than a few breaths, the whole person's temperament changed radically. On the face as crystalline as an egg. Where are the traces of age? The only recognizable thing is the long eyebrows on both sides. Creation whisk. The karmic fire burned in the sky, setting everything ablaze, and a whisk rolled up countless white threads that quickly swept across the large reincarnation path. On touching the karmic fire, a strange scene occurred. The karmic fire that burned the sky and boiled the sea did not incinerate these white threads. Rather, under a mysterious and unpredictable power, the karmic fire was somewhat decrepit, and could not even burn this mysterious power, thereby sheltering many harmonizers. The white tiger demon emperor, Gu Tianqing, Ji Wu Chang, and the others were among this group. And Linghu Changmei's posture was lofty, gazing indifferently at Anhongi, and in his hand was a crystalline duster, thoroughly blocking the roiling karmic flames.
as well as in Hongyi's front path.
The old dog. Seeing this scene, Jiang Heng's eyes sank deep. Previously, at the bottom of the CO cliff,
he had felt strange when he fought with this old fox.
It was a high power.
Its weight is no less than the devouring devil's power.
This was terrifying, and since his emergence,
he had relied heavily on this technique,
and was invincible under any technique. In that instant,
it was as if the devouring devil technique had met its match.
Subocular medicine.
Jiang Heng understood that the other party was using the power of creation,
which was on par with the Red Lotus Karma Flame of Karma,
the Heavenly Tao of Forgetfulness, and a few other powers.
P.S. Here we go. I actually wrote two chapters yesterday. Wrote and deleted them. The content was less than expected. The 2 missing chapters will be made up later,
and they should be in Hongyi characters.
End of chapter. Chapter 164, The Elegy of an Era will begin.
Source and source.
Birth and creation. You're actually the remnants of that creation sect?
Looking at the young Linghu Longbrow, Jiang Heng stared deeply while his eyes glanced towards the 8 forbidden zones not far away. The Tianluo realm had once had some rebellious heavenly sects that had risen strongly in just 70,000 to 80,000 years.
Included among these,
there was the Taishang Forgetfulness sect, which majored in the Taishang Emotionless Tao,
and the Creation sect,
which cultivated the power of born creation. It was a great golden age,
with many celestial pride descending like a rainbow, motivated to fight their way through the immortal realm. It's just that it's a little too much.
It was scorned by the beings of several forbidden zones,
by the Dragon Duke, Phoenix Mother,
and other forbidden beings. A handful of heaven-defying sects such as the Creation sect and the Supreme Oblivion sect were exterminated.
And yet, I didn't expect it.
There was still a remnant of the Creation sect from back then, and this remnant was actually the old ancestor of the Netherworld Holy Land,
Linghu Changmei, and, also against all odds, was a false immortal.
This old fox has been hibernating for millions of years,
only to ascend to the immortal world today.
Humph. If it wasn't for the sudden change back then, my Creation sect would have long ago unified Tianluo and would have established the Creation Divine Dynasty,
bringing all of them to feathered immortality.
Linghu Changmei snorted coldly,
and after slightly angling his head to look down at Jiang Heng,
he turned his eyes to gaze at the Dragon Lord,
the first supreme being of the Tianluo realm.
Lord Long,
you are nothing but a deceiver.
It's you. So it's you. Long Gong sat on top of his honored seat,
and he gazed at Linghu Changmei after Jiang Heng opened his mouth. When it spoke,
his eyes snapped open.
Thinking about it, back then, when I fought and killed that heavenly creator in Huanyu, I vaguely saw a glimpse of you. He's, your father, isn't he? I didn't think that a mole cricket could grow to this point. Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha.
Long Gong looked at Linghu Changmei with a lazy demeanor and carelessness, no scorn in the depths of his eyes.
Still no one in sight. He, for the Dragon Duke, the supreme of the Tianluo realm.
He is the will of God, and his words are also the will of God.
Grilla Talpa? I am the same taboo as you, so what honor do you have to speak so highly in front of me?
Lord Dragon, I have a cause and effect that I shall settle with you today. Old man Linghu held his head high and stared indifferently at Long Gong as he stepped forward with his feet. Each step contained the power of creation.
Without realizing it,
he skipped the Hongyi who blocked his way and came under the dragon boat alone. In the silence of the reincarnation road, the remnants of the harmonizers were speechless,
looking at everything that had suddenly happened in front of them. In their hearts, fainting to numbness. This old fox is a remnant of the Creation sect? He's still a forbidden being? Counting him and Hongyi, there are 10 false immortals here? I shouldn't have come. I shouldn't have come. Why is it still black at the end? When will the immortal path open? What now? There's no way to get out of the army and no way to get in. Those who were still alive up to this point were all strong people with superior minds, or superior strength. Split second. It gives insight into many things. Right now, the 10 false immortals would inevitably go through earth-shattering battles for that path to immortality. In front of these people, they're not even mole crickets,
and Hongyi hadn't exerted much power when she slaughtered them,
casually crushing over 100 great emperors. Eternal night will come, and
the many harmonizers looked at each other, but they did not realize that a few people had long since cowered and made a large circle to come behind a man.
Xiao Jiang, my son is your friend for 8 years. You can't leave me alone. If I die, he won't have a father. Become an orphan. The heavenly demon palace lord, Gu Tianxing, came to Jiang Heng's side, looking scornfully at Hongyi, and the forbidden beings not far away. This time, he thought left and right, and the only this less than 1% survival rate was on Jiang Heng, this young man he had been secretly watching. At this moment, the situation was so dangerous, but there was not even the slightest panic. Jiang Heng, I'm also counted as half of your elder. You can't just ignore me, even if you don't think about me. You have to think about Luo Shui, right? She lost her grandfather at a young age. How sad is that? Ji Wuchang hunched his back and came behind Zhang Hong to speak. As with Gu Tianqing, looking at the ones in the distance, their eyes were full of scorn. Apart from this, there were also some people who chose to stand behind Zhang Hong at this time. At this time the burning situation no longer allow them to hesitate. Who knows, when the elegy of the times open. Subocular, medicine. Neither wants to wither. Gentlemen, Zhang Heng's strength is low. I'm afraid he can't take on a big job. Help yourself. Looking at these familiar faces beside him who were not respecting the old, Zhang Hong spread his hands to express his helplessness. Presently, he didn't even know what to do. One could only hope that Anhongi would continue to storm out, preferably getting 3 or 5 fake immortals killed, giving him a wave of cool food. At the same time, Zhang Hong felt as if the elegy belonging to this era had begun to play. Age. It's going to end. Xiao Jiang. Xiao Jiang. Just as Zhang Hong was deep in thought, Gu Tianqing's hissing in his ears dragged him back from his thoughts. In view, the red-clothed woman turned back, and was creating lotus flowers under her feet, sweeping the karma fire in the sky, walking towards this side step by step. This, looking at Ji Wuchang and the others, they were completely confused. Were they here to avoid disaster? Or were they here to carry the misfortune? How come they're here and Anhongi is here too? Phew! Zhang Hong took a long breath, his eyes gazing coldly ahead at Anhongi's ruby-like eyes. In the midst of everyone's attention, he took a step towards the human emperor's streamer, bowed and spluttered something before walking straight towards Anhongi. This, it shook many in the room. Even Linghu Changmei, who had confronted the Dragon Duke, was a bit shocked at this moment. This kid went to deliver. Then Anhongi will kill him. The most exuberant ones were the black mist beings. He was different from Linghu Longmei. His purpose was Zhang Hong from the beginning to the end, and his cooperation with Linghu Changmei was also the result of the other party's promise to help him get rid of Zhang Hong, and he would help the other party become immortal. Subocular, medicine. Zhang Hong went to deliver it himself. Good. When this brat is dead, Anhongi will help the seat to hold back a few people, and wait for me to wrestle the Dragon Lord. Great things can happen. Linghu Changmei looked back and watched Zhang Hong walk step by step into the abyss and unconsciously nodded. He knew best about the Hongmeng source fury. Ordinary people contaminated with a little bit of it would instantly go insane. And even if a harmonized wayfarer were to be contaminated with it, they would fall into endless insanity. Not to mention that Anhongi had absorbed all of a strand of source fury. Can't. Halfway through his thoughts, Zhang Heng's cold voice echoed in Linghu Changmei's ears, only to see Zhang Hong use his right hand, hold the remnants of the red makeup and hand it to Anhongi. Is it here to kill me? Come. You use it and stab me to death again. Zhang Hong gripped the red makeup tightly, and drops of scarlet blood flowed down the wound to the ground. The pain in his palm didn't change his face. The only thing left on his brow was a wordless indifference, and the coolness of seeing through everything in the world. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 165, The Hordes are divided. Heaven's Gate appears. Zhang Hong handed the red makeup to Anhongi without the slightest retrogression in his steps. It made Gu Tianqing, Ji Wuchang, and the others behind him completely terrified. Xiao Jiang. She is crazy. What are you doing? You are sending? Confused. She won't show you mercy. She's lost her mind already. The two fought and hissed, hoping that Zhang Hong would turn back to the shore and not gamble his life in a place like this. And, just as they hissed, Anhongi's eyes were confused as she raised her jade-like lotus root arm, trembling and gently touching red makeup, trembling fingertips, touching the blade. Sharp hissing, accompanied by skyrocketing karmic flames, completely swept away the vast reincarnation road. Huge waves of flame seemed to erupt this time, sparing the distant Linghu old ancestor, or the Dragon Duke on top of the dragon boat, and the ancient emperor and Phoenix Mother beside him. Their demeanor was also a bit shocked at this moment. They all looked at Zhang Hong with displeasure. This brat, just die. You have to make her mad. The ancient emperor spat at Zhang Hong. They have experienced endless killing. The most scrupulous ones were not the strong ones, but the ones like Anhongi who had gone crazy. Is it tough enough to kill yourself? If it was still a false immortal, along with the scarlet karmic fire that burned everything, it should always be tough enough, right? It's quite tricky to deal with. Is it because you know that there is no way to live today, so you want to drag us down with you? Unfortunately, it's a bit too stupid. We, who have no more enemies in this realm. The one who spoke was a feminine man. He is the ancestor of the divine silkworm clan. And there are legends in this clan that the divine silkworm died 9 deaths and became immortal. That is, it has withered and returned 9 times, now stepping into the ranks of false immortals. He was a genuine taboo being. The siege of the devouring demon emperor 170.
000 years ago was led by him. Humph. With the Hongming source fury plus her own fury. It's not even an exaggeration to say that this Anhongi is a grudge fury at this moment, thought she. The ancient emperor, Tianhua, and other forbidden people gazed at the area where Jiang Hong was, recognizing the words of the divine silkworms. Anhongi was in such a state that she had long since lost all 6 of her relatives. A real mom would be stabbed to death if she stood in front of her, and to go to her with a knife blade is clearly a death wish. May. Just as they were talking, their expressions were stunned as they spoke, and their looks followed by a mute look, one after another. Their eyes were wide and shocked as they looked at the female-clothed woman who was trembling unceasingly amidst the sea of fire. Me. I didn't. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't. Me. I wouldn't dare. Anhongi's bare jade feet, for the first time, stepped on the dirt, squatted on the ground holding her head, and kept trembling. She looked fearfully at red makeup, fearfully at Jiang Hong. I don't dare. Take it away. Quickly take it away. The domineering air of the past was all gone at this time, as if it were an 18-year-old girl. Take it and stab me to death. Looking at Anhongi who was retreating step by step, Jiang Hong remained expressionless. Taking a step forward, he forcibly tugged on Anhongi's hand and shoved red makeup's blade into her hand. Come on. Stab me to death. No. I don't want it. I don't want it. Anhongi looked fearful and tried to let go of Hongzhuang, as if this Dao weapon was something unclean, trying desperately to get away. But Jiang Hong didn't give him a chance, purposely bending around to get close to the human emperor's streamer just for the sake of the red makeup. Previously, when Anhongi slaughtered those harmonizers, her pace would always leave in fear whenever she wanted to get close to Hongzhuang. That circle of places became an inexplicable safety zone. Observe this while picking up heads after Anhongi. If you hide again, you won't even be qualified to enter my human emperor's streamer. Looking at Anhongi in a daze, Jiang Hong offered the heavenly Dao vase to check the scarlet karmic fire, endured the pain from the burning heat, and clenched Anhongi's arm in death, shoving the red makeup completely into her hands. Ah! As the red makeup entered, Anhongi hissed in pain, his shrill voice once again swirling a monstrous flame. Endless red lotuses bloomed, burning everything within this area. The way and the law are broken in the red lotus. Me. At this moment, the magnificent empress seemed to have returned. Anhongi blankly looked at Jiang Hong, seemed to think of something, trembling slowly lowered his head. When he saw the red makeup in his hand, the ruby-like pupils instantly dilated. I didn't mean to stab you. I didn't want to. I just lost control. Me. The fire is extinguished. Jiang Hong didn't want to talk nonsense. Loosening his grip on Anhongi's hand, he turned around and walked towards the human emperor streamer. This scarlet fire. Tough indeed. If he didn't have the heavenly Dao vase and hadn't seized the heavens at the time of merging, even with the chaotic body, I'm afraid that he wouldn't have been able to carry this karmic flame of karma. Only, the purpose is served. Good. Anhongi put away her karmic fire. The red lotuses around her instantly dissolved, and she followed behind Jiang Hong, not daring to say a word more. Passing the red makeup, she kicked it away in disgust. Remember, you still have to enter the human emperor streamer after this incident. Walking under the human emperor streamer, Jiang Hong turned to look at Anhongi. Raising his hand, he pointed to the flag flying in the wind. Good. Anhongi bit her lower lip and didn't resist Jiang Heng's order. In response, Jiang Hong stopped speaking and quietly sat under the human emperor streamer, his eyes gazing at the end of the path of reincarnation, seemingly waiting for something. And this sudden scene, however, caused the distant Phoenix Mother, ancient emperor, and the others to feel incredulous. Jiang Heng's words just now were truly too arrogant. This Anhongi has been tricked silly, right? This is even willing? The ancient emperor looked at Anhongi with indignation. What do you mean? If you hide again, your qualifications to enter my human emperor's streamer are gone. Is entering your human emperor's streamer something great? This wave of maneuvering dried his brains out. It was the first time that he, who controlled the royal power in the world, felt so shocked. That's just it. Anhongi is only one person even if he's tricky. Eradicate the remnants of this creation sect and we'll set foot in the immortal realm. Mother Phoenix, who was dressed in palace makeup, shook her head and blandly stood up from the feather boat and walked down one step at a time, eyes gazing at Linghu Changmei. In addition, the ancient emperor followed suit and stood up, his golden robe swaying as he instantly came behind Linghu Changmei. The Dragon Duke, on the other hand, remained high above the world, sitting on his seat of honor, his gaze looking towards the end of the reincarnation road. This time, the dimly lit path of reincarnation seemed to be summoned by something, and a milky white light swept over the end of it, completely lighting up the dimly lit path. That's a door, a heavenly gate that could not be seen at the top. The jade-like texture was carved with true spirits such as true dragons, true phoenixes and kunpangs. I am a true dragon.
I am the Dragon Lord, and I should have belonged to the immortal realm. Seeing the Heaven's Gate, the Dragon Lord's emotions were completely high, and without seeing his previous composure, he greedily looked at the Heaven's Gate. He knows. Step through this door and reach the immortal world. P.S. Good luck to everyone. End of chapter. Chapter 166 Wind and Clouds. Killing false immortals. At this moment, the calm and unhurried forbidden spirits all moved and gazed down. Fellow Daoist, come out. The mandate of heaven is at hand, and this is your only chance to go back. The Dragon Lord nodded indifferently, his eyes gazing into the distance, and the vision, the quiet space began to chafe. The mysterious person whose whole body is covered with a seven-colored halo, calmly stepped through the space and came to this unspeakable reincarnation road. His appearance caused the harmonizers who were shivering in the corner to be completely bewildered. Impossible. This is the reincarnation road. How can he step through it? He's the remnant immortal within that Cloudwater immortal palace? It can't be, can it? How did he show up here? When I came in, the Cloudwater immortal palace collapsed, which means that this person completely broke free of his cage. The many harmonizers were incoherent regarding his appearance, and in their minds, the most inappropriate location for this person to appear at this time was this reincarnation road. At the same time, a scene that made these harmonizers even more terrified came as this person stood close to Linghu Changmei. The 8 forbidden zones along the Yellow Springs River block the way back. The rear leads to the Tianmen site, which is again the Jianheng group. There in the center, Jianheng, the mysterious man wrapped in 7-colored immortal light, ignored the clamor around him. Turning around, he teasingly looked at Jianheng. I haven't seen you in many days. I want to think of you to faint. Ha ha ha. The sound of the words caused all the people around them to be shocked, glancing at it in dismay, and then looking at Jianheng in shock. The moment seemed really certain. This person was the immortal realm man, Yun Shui. Within that Yun Shui immortal palace, Senpai, Jianheng grinned and arched his hand at Cloudwater Immortal, saying very politely, I haven't seen you for many days, and I miss you too. Elder's bottle is very moist. After saying that, Jianheng's eyebrows shone with 7-colored immortal light, and a jade-like vial just appeared out of thin air. You're still so sharp-tongued. Fearing that you don't know that today's big day is coming, Yun Shui Shangxian was stunned and looked at Jianheng in surprise. This time, Jianheng's arrogant attitude had left him a bit baffled as to who was threatening whom. You're going to die. You know? Give me a little bit of a fake. Maybe you'll live if you beg for mercy? Now that we are all here, let's settle our karma today. Seeing Yun Shui and Jianheng fighting, the Dragon Duke on the venerable seat looked displeased and raised his eyes to look at the large heavenly gate. The urgency in his heart had long since been pressed. He immediately stood up and stepped down from the dragon boat, step by step, stepping on the void, about 5 meters tall with gnarled muscles of power. Apart from this, the remaining several forbidden beings also followed the Dragon Lord's steps and stepped down from the warship. Come to land. Beneath the quiet atmosphere, invisible and unseen killing opportunities loomed. Gentlemen, let's kill them all without waiting. The Dragon Duke raised his hand, pointing at Linghu Changmei, then Yun Shui Shangxian, and Hongyi, and finally settled on Jianheng. Naked words without scruples seemed to have accumulated under long years of dictatorship. Move around. The ancient emperor held his head high, scanning Yun Shui and Linghu Changmei before finally settling on Jianheng. I'm very interested in him. Mother Phoenix, help me stop that crazy woman? Jianheng had his clan's divine ability, and with some of its special features, it had long since caught his attention. Subocular medicine. He wanted to kill and see, and under the extraction of the soul and refining of the spirit, he gained insight into all of Jianheng's secrets. Aha! Clang! Clothed in a long crimson dress, the Phoenix Mother nodded her head slightly, and a sharp phoenix chirp swept out a channel of phoenix fire, lighting up the large wheeled road completely. She transformed into a red bird, bringing with her the burning flames of the red sky, and in an instant, she arrived in front of an Hongyi and fiercely slapped out a palm. Apart from this, the ancient emperor also moved, transforming into a silver stream of light, coming to Jianheng in an instant, his golden robes transforming into pure silver. The powerful one-handed blade viciously slashed at Jianheng's shoulder. Bang! The hand knife is empty. But the rocky soil was sliced open and a deep, bottomless gully appeared in the barren land. It was as if this place had been cut in half. Oh, Griffin, you've surprised me a bit. Seeing that the hand blade had struck empty, the ancient emperor teasingly gazed at Jianheng. In his view, that handful of swords just now was enough to wipe out Jianheng. After all, he had already broken through his confinement countless years ago, becoming the taboo of this side of heaven and earth. Jianheng. To the side, countless scarlet lotuses bloomed, and the burning crimson phoenix fire, though the same fire, was predictable. The power of the karma fire was clearly greater than Mother Phoenix's phoenix fire.
and Hani's scarlet eyes gazed indifferently at the ancient emperor. Ancient emperor, you seek death. How dare you get distracted? Phoenix Sky 1 ashes. Bang. And Hani's turn allowed Phoenix Mother to seize the opportunity, and the crimson immortal chi in her hands continued to intertwine into a searing flame. A palm was slapped at Hani's back. Vom dash. And Hani immediately sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist, which continued to bloom into a small lotus in the air. It turned into karmic fire and swept through the ancient emperor. Bastard servant girl, how dare you? The ancient emperor was immediately stunned, looking at Hani in dismay. He was curious. What is this woman's mindset? You want to die? The move just now was silky smooth, as if Hani knew that he would be sneak attacked by the Phoenix Mother, and then suppressed his continuous attacks by virtue of this spray of blood. It did. Even if you have immortal laws that ignore some of the Taoist laws. That scarlet karmic fire. He was also unwilling to get a little bit of it. It was tainted many years ago, and like a maggot in the hock, it took 10,000 years to douse it. Elder, since battlefield distraction is a big no-no, how could you forget that too? Immortal technique, Song Sheng prisoner's finger. The milky white heavenly Dao bottle constantly rotated around Zhang Heng, and at this moment, his breath was incomparably majestic. The whole person stood as if they were all natural, a part of this world. It was as if it were a tree or a blade of grass, a rock or a puddle of mud. In the instant that the ancient emperor was distracted, the prisoner's finger, with the heavenly Dao vase's enhancement, Zhang Heng fiercely pointed at the ancient emperor's chest. Unbridled. The ancient emperor was stunned, looking down at his chest and watching Zhang Heng stab himself. The corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. He was a forbidden major in the flesh, and had long since been unable to be destroyed. Unless Zhang Heng's Dao transcended the level of harmonization, it could not cause any harm to him. And the images in the field of vision left the ancient emperor completely shaken. Zhang Heng transformed into a silver man, his entire body wrapped in mana immunity as his fingers pierced through his immortal technique and pierced his skin. Silver white blood, spurting out along the wound. The ribs, it seems, are broken. Me, injured? The ancient emperor looked at the wound in shock and turned his eyes to gaze at Zhang Heng. He couldn't take it. A mole cricket was able to harm his flawless body. It hasn't happened in how many thousands of years, but the shock hadn't subsided. Zhang Heng's eyes were cold. His fingers plucked into the broken skin, snapped up the broken bone, and directly ripped him out of the ancient emperor's body. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 167, Strife opens. Little black sword. Silver-colored blood seemed like a fountain as it bloomed in the ancient emperor's chest. He looked at Zhang Heng incredulously, completely forgetting the pain. At this moment, majesty being scorned was the source of his anger. Boy, hello, you're good. It's great. As he said that, the ancient emperor's entire body was constantly blooming with a silver-colored light, as if it was a string moon. The commotion on this side caused Mother Phoenix to be a bit shocked and look at Zhang Heng in surprise. Although the ancient emperor was of the human race, his physical body was second to none among the eight. Its cultivation technique, with so many years of constant polishing, to put it bluntly, has long been indestructible. Subocular medicine. Injured by Zhang Heng? Not only was it the Phoenix Mother, but the group of people who were not yet at war for the time being by the Yellow Springs River had some shocked expressions at this time. That old kid, the human emperor, was actually injured by a mole cricket. Ha 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 ha. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man, with a sturdy body and naked upper body. His robust muscles were full of purple lightning arcs. It's the infernal thunder pool controller. I didn't realize the first place to see blood was the least likely place. The Nine Deaths God Silkworm laughed coldly and looked at the ancient emperor with contempt. This ancient emperor has had too many days of comfort, and was even plucked out of his ribs by a mole cricket. Oof. He didn't care about the ancient emperor's injury. Yes, its decadence, indeed, made him despise it. How many harmonizers had he killed in his hands? Injuries? Never has been. Ancient emperor, it's getting late. At the very front, the Dragon Lord spoke hoarsely after coldly glancing at the ancient emperor's side. In his perspective, it was impossible for the ancient emperor to lose, and Zhang Heng couldn't possibly win. And if the harmonious Dao had reversed the forbidden, their 8 forbidden regions would have long since been exterminated. How many years had this Tian Luo realm, under their domination, sunk? This confidence is given by the supreme honor. I know. The ancient emperor was stunned and faintly nodded his head in reply to the Dragon Lord. See this. Without further ado, the Dragon Lord gazed faintly at Yun Shuwei before speaking to the Kuan Pang and divine silkworms beside him. Stall him, and after I slaughter this remaining member of the creation sect, I'll personally fight him. Presently, he wanted to solve everything. Yun Shuwei Shangxian was within his expectations, and Linghu Chang Mei was a hidden danger.
He would not allow a mutiny. The gates of heaven are open,
and those who can step through them are destined for heaven. It's just right to use your blood to sacrifice this magnificent heavenly gate. Linghu Changmei coldly gazed at the Dragon Lord, his entire body filled with light golden power of creation, coupled with a wisp of hidden immortal aura. For the Dragon Lord, he had been thinking about revenge all these millions of years. Subocular medicine. The opening of the heavenly gate requires the bone and blood of a strong man to be sacrificed. These people in front of him are to him, i.e., the greatest extremes. Tianluo breaks the dragon. May. A golden shadow descended from the sky, the huge dragon tail resembling an axe, directly slashing at old man Linghu. At this point, the figure of the Dragon Lord was long gone in front of him. Lord Dragon. Looking at Long Gong's sudden arrival, old man Linghu's expression deepened. This Tianluo realm's explicitly strongest boss. It's impossible to say there's no pressure. The golden dragon tail, which seemed to be able to shatter the void, completely chopped Linghu old ancestor into two halves at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye. Surroundings. The many harmonizers who were originally shocked had their thoughts even more cluttered at this point. Jiang Heng's reincarnation seal broke the pattern at this point. First, there was Enred's rampage. Present. The Dragon Lord was enraged and took action himself. Marred. I've become a mole? A harmonizer clenched his teeth and looked at Long Gong in fear. Immediately, he chose to escape and sped towards the depths of the reincarnation road. Granted, there was a dead end there at this point, but it was better than here. What does this Linghu think? Even though it's a pseudo-immortal, the other party is the Dragon Lord. Ah, it's the Dragon Lord. Go first. We will preserve our strength and wait until the road to immortality opens. What the hell happened? Damn it. This kid Zhang Heng is also hiding his clumsiness. He was able to injure Lord Ancient Emperor. His battle power is 100 times more powerful than ours. The surrounding clamor was loud, and the fear of the Dragon Duke permeated from the bones. This taboo being had never been defeated since the beginning of time. At that moment, came to them, intending to make a killing, and, at the same time, many people looked at Zhang Hong with eyes that carried a shock that was hard to put into words. What the hell? They really don't know what the hell it is. Zhang Hong was able to beat the Ancient Emperor. This was no less than a mole cricket swallowing the sky to them. The ancient imperial clan that has been in Tianluo for millions of years. Prestige, not blown. At the same time, the rest of the harmonizers were also very numb. Some looking towards the battlefield between Zhang Hong and the Ancient Emperor, while others looked towards Hongi and Mother Phoenix. There were also people who looked at Kuan Pang, the divine silkworm, and the others who surrounded Cloud Water Upper Immortal. Others marveled that Linghu Longmei was not killed in seconds. Others have a sad demeanor. At one time they were majestic Tianluo. The forbidden area does not go out horizontally. Dogs passing by have to kick twice. When we get to this place, there was no place to land, and there were immortal laws everywhere. Down to the bottom. Gentlemen, what if Zhang Hong wins? Should we join him? Just as many harmonizers were sulking, the White Tiger Demon Emperor stepped forward, his gaze gazing into the distance. Zhang Hong, who was frantically dodging the Ancient Emperor's moves. Impossible. It's better to say that it's an Ancient Emperor than that it's a human emperor, and that it has a natural bloodline suppression of the human race. The Buddhist sect, have quite a deep karma with them. How powerful it is. Old monks know best. The Sacred Heart Ancient Buddha shook his head, overruling the White Tiger Demon Emperor's claim. What he said, it caused an uproar in the room. Many people were willing to follow Zhang Hong. These forbidden areas, or people such as Linghu Changmei, definitely didn't treat them as human beings. And, although Zhang Hong was now a demon, they had witnessed that glorious gesture in the reincarnation seal. Although nowadays you are in the devil, there is still a chance to fight. For a while, everyone's eyes gazed at the deepest battlefield, where Zhang Hong and the Ancient Emperor were fighting. Rumble. The Ancient Emperor's handblade was waved casually, and a deep, bottomless gully was once again chopped out. The area was devastated. All of them were the products of the Ancient Emperor's frequent attacks. Griffin, your stance really impresses me. The Ancient Emperor's demeanor was indifferent. With his powerful physical body, coupled with the extreme shrinking ground, he kept chasing Zhang Hong through this space. Only, Zhang Heng's shrinking ground seemed to be even more profound than his. And it wasn't even the concept of shrinking ground anymore. Tricky. Zhang Hong didn't reply to the Ancient Emperor. He was somewhat helpless against this humanoid titan. After the other party utilized his origin, his entire body reached a very bizarre situation. The Immortal Punisher and the enhanced Heavenly Dao bottle in his hand were also unable to cause damage to him. The effort of rolling around just now had taken advantage of the gap to attack a few times with little success. The skin, a shallow cut, spilled a little blood. It's back in a flash. What if it's it? Zhang Hong pursed his lips and seemed to think of something. From within his sleeves, taking out a small sword that was as black as jade. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 168, The Nine Robbers' Sword. False immortal stranger. After the 9 tribulations, I will be immortalized. Looking at this tiny sword tire, Jiang Hong was very curious in his heart. Even after reaching his current realm, he was unable to see through its essence. It was as if it didn't belong to this side of the world. Because it was too pristine. Rao seemed to be just an overly sharp sword tire at this point. Griffin, how dare you get distracted when confronting me? After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Hong looked at the ancient emperor who was speeding towards him with his head held high, waving his hand blade in a manner that seemed to be as simple as the great Tao. The land of reincarnation was once again shattered, and a bottomless abyss of earth appeared on Jiang Heng's side. I have to say, the speed of your stance is somewhat enviable even to me. Is this the power of shrinking the earth, cultivated to the level of immortal law? Looking at the moment he chopped, Jiang Hong transformed into a bizarre sideways dodge. A flash of surprise passed through the ancient emperor's eyes. A few times, they were all dodged strangely by virtue of this stance. He had the feeling that his punches were going nowhere. Without questioning, the ancient emperor can be sure that a punch, as long as he hits a punch, or a hand knife, it could instantly shatter Jiang Heng's physical body. Shoo! Sinking for an instant, the ancient emperor came behind Jiang Hong in a flash, his large palm intending to pinch the back of Jiang Heng's neck. It's fast. In a flash, the hand, about to touch Jiang Heng's neck, a miniature black sword tire, appeared in his vision, stabbing directly at his hand. In response, the ancient emperor was unimpressed. Jiang Heng's Tao weapon exorcism just now had only barely broken through his skin. Subocular medicine. What can be done with this pristine sword tire? Silver white blood gushed out, and the black sword tires seemed to cut through tofu as if they were stabbing out hundreds of times in an instant at the center of his hand. The white palms of his hands were now full of holes, and blood spilled to the ground along the various wounds. The ancient emperor was shocked and unconsciously took 3 steps backward, looking at the black sword tire in Jiang Heng's hand that was less than the size of a dagger. Impossible. My flesh has long been tempered to the extreme. It's not something that a mortal weapon can hurt. Wait, did it come from the immortal world? For this point, the ancient emperor is very confident. This side of the world he has been in the battlefield for a long time. No matter what strange things, it never did him any harm either. Subocular medicine. This black sword tire was actually able to injure him. Then there was only one possibility. This item was not owned by this realm. It was that supreme immortal realm that could only give birth to a strange item. Thinking of this, the ancient emperor's eyes glazed over, greedily looking at Jiang Heng's hand. This pristine sword tire. It's bleeding. Then it's okay. Looking at the ancient emperor's greedy eyes, the depth on Jiang Heng's face flickered away. Having been in the battlefield for a long time, he deeply understands the truth that the enemy's blood bar is a horrible thing if you can't see it. But when the other side bleeds, the nature is completely different. Jiang Hong took a step backwards, his right hand gripping the tire of his sword tightly, and instantly disappeared in the ancient emperor's teasing eyes. The speed was so fast that the ancient emperor didn't have time to be surprised. Turning to look over his left shoulder, silver blood spurted out in all directions like a fountain. The arm fell to the ground with a muffled grunt, and was directly chopped off by Jiang Hong. Jiang Hong looked at the ancient emperor with a smile on his face. You're nothing more than that. It seems that this seat's vigilance is superfluous. This next surprise was indeed something he had not expected. The sharpness of the sword tires is truly jaw-dropping. Even a perverted flesh body like the ancient emperor's could be directly chopped off, making him feel that there was nothing left in this world that could stop him. Ancient emperor, what are you up to? Not far away, Mother Phoenix, who was fighting in Hongi, was sweating profusely. Although he had long since become a forbidden being, and Hongi's battle power was absolutely terrifying, she was still counting on the ancient emperor to execute Jiang Hong earlier, relying on his immunity to the Tao, and the two of them working together to deal with Hongi. In the end, the ancient emperor had his hand cut off. How could she be calm about that? The ancient emperor did not say, also or with the look at his shoulder. This flat cut. It made his heart tremble with fear. He was the most vocal about that one just now. The touch of his shoulder was not like being chopped. Rather, a piece of bone and flesh was missing out of thin air. Space? The ancient emperor gazed at the sword tire. His right hand violently clenched his fist, and the shoulder that had been cut off rapidly grew meridians, bones, and flesh and blood at a speed visible to the naked eye, restored as before. Only, on the ancient emperor's face, there was more than a touch of undetectable fatigue. Rebirth by blood drops is very consuming to the origin. Griffin, it's time for the farce to end. The ancient emperor clenched his fists, his body expanding at a bizarre degree. The toned muscles crumbled away from the flashy clothes. The skin on his entire body began to grow scaly armor,
snake eyes and dragon horns. I am the Emperor of Man.
The ancient emperor's voice was hoarse, his right hand waving casually, thousands of astral winds with endless destructive power. It broke the huge reincarnation road into pieces. The ground crumbled and collapsed, and the mountains in the darkness in the distance were completely crushed.
In an instant,
all of Jiang Heng's paths were locked up.
It was too late to dodge,
and a sharp blade ran directly through Jiang Heng's body.
The clothes broke open,
and at the wound on his chest,
there seemed to be endless chaos,
completely obliterating the sharpness.
However, scarlet blood also flowed out. Seeing this, the ancient emperor transformed into a silver stream of light, his speed 100 or 1,000 times faster than before.
Jiang Hong didn't have time to do anything and was directly penetrated through his chest.
The chaotic body, it seemed,
was also unable to stop the full force of a taboo being from erupting.
At this moment,
the ancient emperor had no reservations.
Griffin, how dare you disobey?
Looking at the finger that was inserted into Jiang Heng's chest, the ancient emperor's scaly face was filled with disgust. This battle has caused him to lose his majesty. Jiang Hong had made him bleed 3 or 4 times, and had long since been guilty of unpardonable offenses.
When executed, ha, ha 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 ha. However,
what the ancient emperor saw was not Jiang Heng's remorse,
but a violent, maniacal laugh. It was as if a real devil. Give him a shock. So it's like this, it's really like this.
Of course it is. Jiang Hong looked at his leaping demon heart, and a strand of his heart's blood flowed down his arm into the sword tire. It was crazily devoured by the black sword tire. The original dagger-sized sword tire grew wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye under the nourishment of the demon heart's heartblood.
In a matter of moments, it reaches normal size. Ancient Emperor, you are the stepping stone for this seat to enter false immortality. Your flesh, blood, and soul, this seat will not waste. Who deserves to die the most between this heaven and earth? It must be you. Jiang Hong raised his left hand and clenched the ancient emperor's hand in a deadly grip, allowing the other party's fingers
to stir in his chest. The heart instantly crumbled more than 100 times.
Ignoring the pain, Jiang Hong looked at the other party indifferently. The ancient emperor, a human emperor of the human race, but the one with the most human blood, in order to become a promoted being,
quenched his body with human flesh and blood.
It was an unspeakable time and hundreds of people died. Only,
these Jiang Hong didn't care nowadays.
P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 169, Killing the Ancient Emperor, shocking the entire arena.
Slightly raising his head,
he playfully looked at the ancient emperor's shocked eyes and murmured, becoming an immortal. You're also worthy.
The living beings in this world are rushing for the path to immortality.
And this seat is the insurmountable mountain in front of you. Ha, 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 ha. You are not alone in your ways, and I will send them on their way together. At this moment, Jiang Heng's demeanor was once again maniacal, losing his previous calmness and dormancy. Presently,
he is no longer afraid of anything. After killing the ancient emperor and stepping into the taboo, the Dragon Duke's outburst would be just about on par with him, and no one under the sky could stop him.
Kid, calm down.
The ancient emperor jerked his right hand violently, trying to pull it out of Jiang Heng's chest.
At this moment, he was a little panicked. In the field of vision, the tiny sword tire,
which became the immortal sword at this moment,
had a body as black as jade,
but emitted a line of aura that made one's heart tremble.
Continuing, you now have the power to fight, and Enhani is completely at your command. Why don't you join forces with me and explore the immortal world together? At that time, you and I will both.
Before the words were finished, the jade-like black longsword violently penetrated through the ancient emperor's chest,
slashing upwards under his dismayed eyes. The chest, the throat, the jaw, the tip of the nose, the brow, the entire person was cut open from the chest with a single sword. Become 2 paragraphs.
Jiang Hong, unwilling to listen to the other party bleep anymore.
This life was different from the previous one.
What he lacked most in this life was patience.
Unbridled, the ancient emperor hissed.
His silver-white radiance completely erupted, and his body, at a speed visible to the naked eye, began to rapidly recover.
Swoosh dash, swoosh dash.
But Jiang Hong was tired of playing with it and had enough. His left hand clenched the ancient emperor's right hand, and his right hand instantly swung billions of times. The ancient emperor's body was madly chopped in an instant, although the silver-colored undertones, along with the few if any immortal chi, continued to repair his body at a bizarre speed.
But, the chopping goes on and on. Destroy, repair, destroy, repair. The ancient emperor's body,
aged at a speed visible to the naked eye, his silver hair color fading to become snow white.
Tight skin, began to become loose. Eyes cloudy, breath atrophied. No,
I have lived for 6 million years.
I am an immortal being. You can't kill me. I am the human emperor. The emperor of this human race.
The ancient emperor's old voice roared with vigor as he was unwilling to fall at this point, turning his eyes to look deeper into the path of reincarnation.
That vast gate of heaven. At this moment, an endless white light was emitted, completely lighting up the dimly lit reincarnation road.
The ancient emperor was intoxicated,
mesmerized,
and reached out his right hand,
ever forward, trying to grab that heavenly gate. Want to step on the path of immortality. May.
Zhang Heng beheaded him with a sword.
The old head, spinning in the air,
there was no sadness in its eyes, but rather a deadly stare into the distance, at the vastness of the heavenly gate.
Until death.
They are thirsty. Zhang Heng clenched his head and operated the devouring devil technique,
starting to plunder the endless origin in this body. The body,
suffused with a majestic blast of wind,
blew away the smoke and dust around it. The 8 seals of harmony, the 9 seals of harmony, the great perfection of harmony. May. It hadn't stopped yet. Zhang Heng was still plundering the origin,
and his body was like a furnace that continued to be quenched non-stop.
No way. This is absolutely impossible. What happened? Ancient Emperor? You punk!
The Phoenix Mother who was fighting with Anhongi was completely taut, and the shock that showed on her stunningly beautiful face was completely undissolvable.
The Ancient Emperor was killed, died under Zhang Heng's butcher knife. How could she take it? This level of living beings, since ancient times, there are few defeats, and even then,
it is also with the same realm to kill the result. But the final result of the fierce battle between the Ancient Emperor and Zhang Heng was that the Ancient Emperor lost, and had his head sliced off by Zhang Heng.
Become a nourishment under its devouring demon technique? Bitch, fighting with this palace, you still dare to be distracted?
Remnants of heavenly fire, Red Lotus dash. Seeing Phoenix Mother pause and get distracted, and Hongi's absolutely beautiful face overflowed with a cold smile, her eyes looking towards the Ancient Emperor's corpse.
Nothing felt wrong. In her opinion,
the Ancient Emperor's choice of Zhang Heng was the most wrong thing in this world.
Looking for death. At the same time, a scarlet lotus transformed into a heaven-burning and world-destroying flame,
and Anhongi bathed in karmic fire as she slapped her palm onto the Phoenix Mother's chest.
Flames instantly swept Phoenix Mother. Miserable screams filled the huge reincarnation road.
It made many of the still trembling harmonizers stare with wide eyes.
What the hell happened? Zhang Heng slaughtered that lord? The one who spoke. Is the Eastern Imperial race's harmonizer? The same as the Imperial race.
He naturally knows the might of the ancient Imperial race.
Previously, he had spoken so eloquently,
saying that Zhang Heng would surely die and wouldn't even last 3 breaths.
In the end, the ancient emperor was slaughtered.
The old immortal merged into the Tao 600,000 years ago,
and so far I have never seen anyone more demonic than Zhang Heng. Dreadful. We'll go forward to join fellow Taoist Zhang Heng,
and under his shelter,
we'll surely be able to set foot on the immortal road. This is too exaggerated. At this realm, who isn't a demon or a heavenly pride?
Why is Zhang Heng able to go against the grain?
No, he has the devouring devil technique absorbing the ancient emperor's origin. He might have to become forbidden. Numbed,
the remaining 100 or so harmonizers looked at the silver blood in Zhang Heng's hands in the distance,
as well as the head. Completely numb.
Zhang Heng had slaughtered the ancient emperor and still had to absorb the origin.
If he waited for Zhang Heng to step into the taboo, then he would really be invincible. After all, harmonization would be able to reverse the taboo, so becoming a promotion wasn't a messy kill? The commotion over here made the subdued Yin Shui also a little numb. Looking at the remains of the ancient emperor was a bit hard to accept. He can also shoot down the ancient emperor. Here, except for the Dragon Lord.
None of them were his 1-2 punch,
or else the Dragon Lord wouldn't have assigned it that way. Let the Koan Pang, divine silkworms, thunderbirds, and heavenly demons come to round him up. What does Zhang Heng have to go on? By greatness without words? At this instant, Koan Pang, divine silkworm, thunderbird, and the others,
also stopped the Tao in their hands.
Shocked, he looked at the distance, the broken body of the ancient emperor. As the same forbidden zone masters and forbidden beings,
they were well aware of the ancient emperor's power.
An indestructible physical body could not be worn out even if it was killed 100,000 or 10,000 times. Mana immunity and isolation from all Tao. It was so hard that a Tao weapon couldn't even leave a scar.
It was such an ancient emperor that was crushed to death by a harmonious Tao realm Zhang Heng, becoming the nourishment under the devouring devil technique.
Lord Long, I'm afraid this kid is the biggest change.
The voice that spoke seemed to be male or female,
and it was none other than the black and white-eyed Koan Pang,
who gazed at Zhang Heng and eventually looked at the Dragon Lord.
Subocular medicine.
Things are clearly out of control. Although Zhang Heng was only a taboo even if he was promoted, there were still 7 more on their side. But the road to immortality is in front of us, and the gates of heaven are visible to the naked eye. She was reluctant to have uncontrollable change. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 170, Passage of Life and Death. Ascending the taboo steps. The large reincarnation road was silent at this moment, and everyone's vision converged on the depths. The man in white clothes, taboo, not only represents distance from humanity, but also represents an era of immortality, the source of all darkness in the Tian Luo realm. Its 8 people, controlling the lifeblood of the heavenly law realm, were legends immortalized throughout the ages. Nowadays, folded in withered one, everyone held their breath and looked at Jiang Hong as if choking. It seems that this kid is the biggest change. The Dragon Lord held his head high and his eyes swept majestically at Jiang Hong, who was sucking in the ancient emperor's origin in the distance. At this moment, even he had to admit that Jiang Hong had become a scourge, just like the devouring demon emperor back then, growing faster than they could understand. It was too late to manage again, and Jiang Hong and the devouring demon emperor were not yet the same. In his opinion, that woman had long since lost her sharpness nowadays, while Jiang Hong was in his prime, and if he didn't have ambitions, he wouldn't have come to this place of reincarnation within the heavenly abyss. Kill without mercy. The Dragon Lord raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Jiang Hong playfully. This level of taboo is not that good to step into. You can merge with the Tao at will because you have a foundation from your previous life. You were only a harmonized griffin in your previous life. After saying that, the Dragon Lord gazed at Yin Shui. When he saw that Yin Shui was unmoved, he pointed at the Kuan Pang, the 2 forbidden thunderbirds. On command, the Kuan Pang seemed to swim away from the water, transforming into a large Kuan that sped towards Jiang Hong. The Thunderbird, sweeping through the sky with wild thunder, arrived in front of Jiang Hong in an instant. It left Gu Tianxing, Ji Wuchang and the others behind Jiang Hong, who were looking exuberant, completely mute. They never thought that this group of taboos would be so shameless, personally going down several times not to mention 2 more at this moment. My 2 lords, when Jiang Hong wakes up, would it be alright for us to explore the heavenly gate together? The goal is to become immortal. There's no need to fight and hurt the peace. Among the several harmonizers who had long since defected to Jiang Hong, a vicissitudes old man slowly stepped out. He gazed at Jiang Hong, who was closing his eyes and absorbing the ancient emperor's origin, and summoned up the courage to come before the Kuan Pang and Thunderbird and bowed slightly. Bang! As the words fell, the old man's head directly exploded, the raging lightning arcs at his neck not half subsiding. Griffin, becoming immortal with us? The Thunderbird's chest rose and fell violently, and as it laughed maniacally, thunder raged in the sky. Continuing, we have been dormant for millions of years, not to share the heavenly gate with ants. This son, I shall kill. Even if the old man did not open his mouth to beg for forgiveness, after destroying Jiang Hong, he would personally take action to completely swat away the indifferent. The road to immortality. Not everyone is qualified to step on it. If not, what have they been doing for all these millions of years? Serving as dowagers, nannies, and saints? Sheltering everyone from becoming immortal? In everyone's horrified eyes, the Thunderbird grinned as he walked, thunder raging in his right hand, and a manic thunder giant's sword steeply appeared, arriving in front of Jiang Hong. Seeing that Jiang Hong was still immersed in devouring, he cracked his mouth and sneered coldly. We have gone from nothing to something, and it has taken us millions of years to set foot on this level of taboo. You are but a few dozen years old, and you presume to reach the sky? Withering is your only destiny. After saying that, the Thunderbird did not hesitate and swung the Thunder Giant's sword in his hand, aiming it at Jiang Heng's head and chopping it down fiercely. He wanted to crush Jiang Heng's body and grind his soul under this Thunder Sword. The blade of the sword was bladeless, and when it was about to touch the top of Jiang Heng's head, the sharp cold aura chopped off a few strands of silver hair. The blade of the sword, wanting to split Jiang Hong in two. 10,000 karmic flames, red lotus of heavenly flame, a scarlet lotus, blocking the giant's sword of thunder. The moment the thunder touched the red lotus, scarlet karmic flames exploded as if they were bombs, and flames swept across the large area. 1, 100, 1,000, 1,000,000, densely dotted red lotus, as if the heavenly fire is generally splendid. The scorching heat will be the ground's rocky soil, completely melted into magma. Countless red lotuses forced back the Thunderbird in Kuan Pang, and Hongi stepped on the red lotus and indifferently arrived in front of the two, her beautiful eyes as scarlet as rubies, staring indignantly at the two, as well as the hurriedly arriving Phoenix Mother, murmuring, "This palace is not dead yet, and you dare to snarl and bark? Execute you!" With thousands of red lotuses beside her, burning inflammation and destroying karmic fire, and Hongi stopped in front of Jiang Hong. One step on foot, one step forward,
She was fearless in the face of 3 taboo of the same level. Kill her. The path to immortality is imminent. Don't have any more accidents. Otherwise, the Dragon Lord is going to be furious. Mother Phoenix took a deep breath and stared angrily at Anhongi. In this way, if she fought one-on-one, she was somewhat unbeatable. What Anhongi had cultivated had gone from being a grudge fury to becoming a cause and effect, which crossed the line of the unimaginable. That karma fire Red Lotus, compared to the Phoenix Flame of the Phoenix clan, was more powerful and hurt people more deeply. This time, there was still karma left in her. If he hadn't majored in fire himself, I'm afraid he would have died a long time ago. Kill. The Thunderbird nodded its head and used Supreme Tao techniques to construct a large thunder pool in this path of reincarnation. Wild thunder swept down from the sky, instantly detonated beside Anhongi. These tens of thousands of red lotuses, karmic fire rendering the zenith, lighting up the great path of reincarnation once and for all. In the meantime, the movement outside could be clearly felt by Jiang Heng. Only, what he needed at this time was silence, and the inexhaustible origin in front of him was enough for him to step into a deeper level. What was missing was the realization of the Tao and the law. What I cultivate is the way of taking the heavens, using the heavenly Tao vase to forge a supreme foundation. Both my body is the destiny of heaven. Then this Tian Luo realm should also have a share of this seat. Use it to forge the foundation of the Tao of immortality that belongs to me, while devouring the origin. Jiang Heng muttered to himself in his mind. At the moment the road is blocked. To put it bluntly, after stepping into the 9 heavens of the harmonious Tao, there is no guidance from the predecessors. A deeper level. It's all about self-realization. Yes, this path is traveled differently by everyone. The ancient emperor walked the path of the human emperor, forging himself with the countless human races, the path that had slaughtered the world and forged with the blood of mortals in the first place. And Hongi, walking the path of cause and effect, paved with supreme karmic fire, using this as a pretext. What Jiang Hong wanted to take was the path of this Tian Luo realm. This realm, it shouldn't be only the way of heaven that has it. He is a part of the heavenly order. He is a part of the heavenly way. And this path of conquest should have had his part in it. And, just as Jiang Hong had this thought, outside world, the crumbling mountains and rivers have long since been gently caressed, and the former harmony of the Tian Luo realm has completely disappeared. Countless mortals die. The formerly calm and quiet mountain village was reduced to the unnameable skeleton in the endless abyss. The dome of the sky had long since crumbled. A tiny wound appalling. Apart from this, there are also 2 heavenly abysses crisscrossing the sky. And at that moment, something that made countless people in the heavenly law realm tremble with fear happened. Above the 2 heavenly abyss, a 3rd heavenly abyss tore through the wound. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 171, Heaven's destiny should have a share of me. Slowly surfacing in front of everyone's eyes, the 3 heavenly abysses, just floating in the air, remained boundless and deep inside. Only, the clouds in the sky turned scarlet as drops of blood and tears waved down. Similar, in foreshadowing, 3 heavenly abysses. What does that mean? Heaven and earth are unfortunate. Where should we mortals go? God, someone save us? The heavens and earth are about to fall, and we quasi-emperors are also ants. So where should we go from here? By a fluke, but I don't dare to go. There will be bloodshed inside. Just, living in a corner of this life, is not a kind of luck? Heaven and earth are unkind and take all things as ruminants. What means do I have to survive as an ant in the world? I can't change my destiny. The hissing and wailing of countless people resounded through the vast sky. There are mortals and monks. There were towering saints, quasi-emperors who destroyed the heavens and the earth with a single thought, and supreme beings who stepped into the harmonized way to glory as great emperors. This time, it seems to be a similar fate. All of them are molehills, watching the infinite vault of heaven crumble. Many knew their fate and were unable to make any changes. It's as if this ill-fated destiny will not end until death. The nameless mountain range, a large rift valley hung across. Greetings, Sword Ancestor. Wine Sword Immortal dropped to both knees and mourned an old man in front of him. The old man was none other than the Sword Ancestor. His destiny was unaltered, and like his previous life, he fell under this heavenly pour. A battle for mortals, a battle for molehills, too rigid and easy to break. Withering in the sky, I will carry on your will, I will not live on. Wine Sword Immortal stood up and gazed into the vast expanse. Presently, there were countless harmonizers who did not travel to the heavenly abyss, acting like demons to wreak havoc on the living world. Some people refined bloodthirsty streamers, while others refined human devil halberds. Some people, in the body of a mortal, took the path of the original human emperor, wanting to break through the taboo and see the false immortal. The Sword Ancestor, fighting with 3 peak great emperors, broken Tao weapons wrestled 3 people and withered here after exhausting their origin. The dying instructed him, my generation of people should hold the sword of righteousness.
Kill the people who should be killed. Do the things that should be done even if this Tianluo crumbled, all the laws do not exist. But this devastated earth, moral justice is still alive. Go well, old ancestor. I'll be there in a minute. The wine sword immortal gripped his own Dao weapon tightly, and after bowing 3 times to the sword ancestor, he gazed at the vast heavenly abyss in the sky. He was reluctant to travel, to inherit the will of the sword ancestor and to do something about it. Within the heavenly abyss, the path of reincarnation. At this time, the road, not see the collapse of the previous fierce battle. The space crumbled, symbolizing the bridge between life and death, also turned into wreckage. The top was long gone, and the mysterious deep space was reflected in front of everyone's eyes. Jiang Hong closed his eyes tightly, and the grand blueprint in his sea of consciousness was constantly being refined. The way, constantly moving toward that step. He wanted to seize the origin of this heavenly law realm and take a path that no one dared to imagine in the ancient times. It's still the same, both the threefold destiny of heaven, both the predestination to be so, and the inability of the destiny to change. Then I should have my share of the heavenly order. This brat, what the hell is he doing? The 3 people who were in the middle of a fierce battle with Anhongi looked around at the changes caused by Jiang Hong, and the pores on their entire body exploded. The path of reincarnation crumbled, and at that moment, they were strolling through the endless deep air. All around, there is a shining star. The end of the field of vision remained deep blue and invisible. This is seizing the origin of heaven and earth. He's going to use the Tianluo realm as a foundation. This kid, so arrogant. The Koan Peng's 1 black and 1 white pupil contracted very small at this moment as he looked at Jiang Hong in shock. Words. Long ago, I was shocked. Controlling the 2 paths of yin and yang, he had a deep sense of this side of the heavens and earth, and with a single glance, he could see that Jiang Hong was seizing the heavenly Luo realm, and the illusory heavenly way. Robbing. This, it's just treasonous. Other than that devouring demon emperor, no one dared to do so. Jiang Hong, planning to go that way? No, he's not taking that path. He's robbing and seizing, seemingly seeing something. The Koan Peng trembled in fear. He's planning to take a path through the ages. Jiang Hong, it's on the take, straight out of the hands of heaven. Go and grab it. To him, it was outrageous with outrageous opening doors. Outrageous to the core. The devouring demon emperor, too, relied on his feats to devour and gnaw a piece down. Jiang Hong directly grabbed. What? Mother Phoenix thought she had heard wrong and looked at Koan Peng with wide-eyed dismay. She was truly alone in this practice of Jiang Heng's. What do you mean? Robbing tendos? This thing is still up for grabs? Heaven's destiny is threefold. Jiang Hong is originally a predestined person, and he seems to have robbed in a sensible, reasonable, and compliant manner. After all, heaven has always been fair. Even if he deserves a share, even robbery seems to stand. The Koan Peng spoke hoarsely, his eyes gazing deeply at Jiang Hong. Subocular medicine. Definitely can't put it off. If Jiang Hong succeeded, when the time came, with Tianluo as the base, who else would be able to check and balance between this world? Long gone. It's all a bit overwhelming, isn't it? Kill dash. Just as the 3 of them were shocked, the cold voice of the Dragon Lord in the distance echoed in the area. The 3 of them looked at each other and used their origin. He came towards Jiang Hong. On the way, karmic fire burned the stars and turned everything into ashes. And Anhongi wielded a sky full of karmic fire and countless red lotuses, toward the trio covered. May. At this point, the 3 already know the consequences. Do not dare a little half a pause. Began to fight for their lives. Even as the karmic fire burned their bodies, the 3 of them ran wildly towards Jiang Hong. Thunder, the 2 chi of yin and yang, the roiling phoenix fire, and many other Dao techniques, along with its original forbidden weapon. A swarm of them slammed into Jiang Hong. You guys, be outrageous. Seeing this, Anhongi's eyes were stained with blood, and the tears of blood that flowed down transformed into a red lotus. The whole body is on fire with karma. In an instant, he arrived in front of Jiang Hong, blocking the trio's attack. May. After a long tug-of-war and being 1 against 3, at this point, she had long since exhausted her origin. If faith hadn't been holding strong, most of them would have collapsed. Subocular medicine. Unstoppable. The ancient devil subduing mortar and pestle, with its roiling thunder, directly struck Anhongi's body. The wound was clear and deep enough to see the bone, and the blood that flowed out swept into the air, turning into a red lotus. Apart from this, the large copper mirror, shooting out the 2 chi of yin and yang, while decomposing the red lotus, made the wounds on Anhongi's body become more and more serious. Vomiting out a mouthful of blood, Anhongi's eyes were cold as she stared at the several people. You and the 3 of you, if you fought with me in a fair battle, would have withered away long ago. Humph. In this world, there is only success and defeat. Thunderbird snorted coldly at Anhongi and continued. In this case, you fail with him and wither away in this river of years, turned into a withered bone that no one remembers or knows. And we, long ago, ascended to the immortal realm. With that said, a demon-subduing pestle flew past Anhongi's ear, and she couldn't do anything in time but gaze sideways at the pestle, sprinting toward Jiang Heng's head. No! Anhongi hissed, her ruby-like eyes staring at Jiang Heng in death. The hem of the skirt had long been tattered from the series of heavy battles. Above the snow-white skin, a wound was shocking. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 172 Turning into a Taboo. Heavenly Tribulation 9 Paths Bottle. Yes. Anhongi's gem-like eyes tightened as she looked at the demon surrender pestle in confusion. In this life, she had obtained the taboo to cast the false immortal, and it seemed that there was no way to break free from her destiny and return Jiang Heng's karma. Zhang Hon, 1954. Chinese writer. It seemed to be dying in front of her again. Red Lotus Fairy. You are powerless to change anything in your past life. Looking at Anhongi's pretentious posture, the Thunderbird stirred its wings and laughed, eyes, gazing at the speeding descending mortar and pestle. He wanted to watch with his own eyes as the ancient pestle and mortar smashed Jiang Heng's head. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone stopped their hands and gazed at this place. Neither expected the situation to take such twists, turns and reversals. Originally, he had thought that Jiang Heng's decadence was all over the place, but he had bucked the trend and slaughtered the ancient emperor. And he had originally thought that Jiang Heng had utilized the devouring devil technique to reign over the world. At this point, however, lives are on the line, and Hongi can't even stop the momentum. If Jiang Heng has perished, then we can only turn to old ancestor Linghu. After all, he is also a false immortal. Unfortunately, as the years sink and the heavenly pride falls, this world is ultimately written by the winner. Immortal. I want to become immortal. The road to immortality is right in front of me. I'd be willing to make me a dog. It's a pity. Originally defecting to Jiang Heng, I might have been able to blend into the heavenly sect. Immortal. Nebulous words, but throughout the lives of many harmonizers, for the distant heavenly gate, they were yearning. This time, Jiang Heng will die, for which they mourned to the utmost. Not mourning Jiang Heng's imminent death. Rather, they mourned the fact that with less Jiang Heng, the possibility of them setting foot in the immortal sect would be even more remote again. At the same time, in the distance, Linghu Changmei gasped for breath. Looking at the mountain-like dragon public house, the flash of horror in the corner of his eyes was very obvious. Got it too. Why is it that even his father, who cultivated the power of creation, was no match for the Dragon Lord, and was torn apart and blood splattered by him in the universe? He's going to take over the sky. Just as Linghu Longbrow was horrified, Black Mist spoke with shock in his heart, growling, Stop him, stop him, what are you yelling nonsense for? Old man Linghu frowned and conversed unhappily, isn't he going to die soon? As he spoke, he gazed at the demon-subduing mortar and pestle. This object is the Thunderbird quenching millions of years. Its power can crush the stars. If they are not in the reincarnation road fierce battle, this object descending, Tianluo realm 1/3 of the world to be sunk. Jiang Heng resisted with his flesh? Run for your life. Looking at it, Linghu's long eyebrows twitched, and bewilderment was written all over his subdued expression. Visualize, a 9-colored mottled primordial chi, as if a galaxy, merged into Jiang Heng's body. The aura on its body also expanded at this moment. As more and more of the primordial chi grew, Jiang Heng's aura became more and more solid, and in the end it seemed to merge into this path of reincarnation, this heaven and earth. On his brow, the milky white heaven's path vase, too, began to shift in color. It became dark gray, dark blue, and on the wall of the bottle, a shining speck, as if endless stars, the black longsword melted into the heavenly Tao bottle, imprinting out on the wall of the bottle. This is impossible. Linghu's long eyebrows shook as he hissed madly. There's no way he could have broken through so easily. This is absolutely impossible. Subocular medicine. Jiang Heng seemed to have stepped into the forbidden and become a false immortal, alongside the likes of them. It is a supreme being, and that Tao bottle, even if he looked at it, he felt horrible. Something from the beginning of time? Not far from it. Jin Shui Shangxian stared in shock at Jiang Heng's brow, the vial that was all nothingness. In response, others are confused. Coming from that realm, he was more cognizant of these things than any of these people. The things of the beginning of the world, the first opening of the Hongmeng heaven and earth, the items born from the chaos, each of which has a basis in heaven and earth. There is a supreme law, and the dreamlike vial was not in his memory. Killed at this moment. Yun Shui's calmness, which had long since dissipated, erupted into a terrifying origin, instantly shaking away the dimming god.
heavenly demon, and divine silkworm.
He transformed into a milky white stream of light and flew towards Jiang Hung.
Bang! In the midst of everyone's gaze, the devil-subduing pestle, which could shatter the sea of stars, struck in front of Jiang Hung. But, unable to save, catching dash, an aura of the primordial chi instantly invaded the demon-subduing pestle. As if it was unable to carry such a primordial origin, it turned into a broken piece of unknown metal and completely disintegrated. Are you all gazing at this seat to catch a glimpse of the face of heaven? A clear, crisp voice echoed through the deep wheel of Fortune Road. In the midst of everyone's gazes, Jiang Hong slowly opened his eyes, a pair of eyes that seemed to be surrounded by thousands of stars, as if they were so large and starry that they dotted the entire deep sky, the air, like a great road to the dust. At this moment, many people were not calm, looking at Jiang Hong as if they were looking at an emperor who symbolized the sun. Heaven's authority will not be violated. You succeeded? The Thunderbird rasped, unconsciously taking 3 steps backward, looking at Jiang Hong with scorn. This time and this moment are just like the other time and the other moment. It was impossible to see the depths of Jiang Hong, as if he was looking at a mortal. This, obviously, is not reasonable. Sure, Jiang Hong changed from the norm and answered very patiently. You took away part of the origin of the Tian Luo realm? Kon Pang gritted his teeth and looked at Jiang Hong with gloomy eyes. Sure. Jiang Hong stood up, lazily patting the dust, as if everything in this world was very dear to him, including dust, murmuring, as a loving father, you can ask whatever you want, and it will be answered. As he spoke, Jiang Hong slightly raised his head, his star-like eyes looking lovingly at the crowd. As he said, that strand of primordial chi had been fully absorbed by his body, and what was left had become his capital to run through everything with the help of the heavenly Dao bottle, and the 9 tribulation sword. At the same time, the fusion of the heavenly Dao bottle and the 9 tribulation sword also forged the heavenly tribulation 9 Dao bottle. When he stepped into the threshold of taboo beings, he managed to take away part of the heavenly law origin, and at this moment, he also represented part of the heavenly Dao's will. It could also be said that everything born of this world belongs to him. What did you say, kid? Loving father. The always grumpy Thunderbird felt a bit incredulous as he listened to Jiang Heng's words. Is that an insult? As a true spirit born and bred in heaven, it was the first Thunderbird that opened up the sky and was born in the middle of the thunder pool. Jiang Hong, say loving father? Are you messing with my father's temper? Jiang Hong raised the corners of his mouth and teasingly looked at Thunderbird. It seems you haven't shifted from your identity. After all one's words, Jiang Hong appeared right in front of the Thunderbird out of nowhere in everyone's field of vision. In its dumbfounded and terrified eyes, slowly, he reached out and choked his neck. The movements are silky smooth and seamless, but revealingly spooky. Why don't you avoid it? Let go of me, you mole cricket. The Thunderbird was incomparably angry, and his right hand's thunder giant sword erupted. It chopped down fiercely at the top of Jiang Heng's head. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 173, Descending Strike. Clearing Karma. The thunder seemed to shatter everything, shaking the space slightly, arriving at Jiang Heng's eyebrows in an instant. What shocked everyone was that the moment the sword blade touched Jiang Heng's body, it seemed like a warm current that surged into Jiang Heng's body. Look at you. Skinning again. Jiang Hong grinned slightly, smiling obscurely at the Thunderbird. A sword in the hands of a rebellious son, a cleaver in the body of a loving father. Seems like a lot of good faces to give. At that moment, the realm he had reached was hunted. The same realm as where these people were, but at a different level. This time, Jiang Hong could clearly feel that everything in this world was nothingness to him. In Yi Beishuan's memorized words, human nuclear weapons are indeed powerful and can destroy the world if launched indiscriminately. The world in his words had nothing to do with the so-called blue star. The nukes that mankind has, even if they were 10,000 times more numerous, would not be able to have any substantial effect on that planet whatsoever. It's like mosquito bite. He is, at this point, like that. This Thunderbird's move destroys the heavens and the earth, and can pick the stars and the moon, shattering the stars and cutting off the sea. So what? These, all of them, are appearances. The heavenly law realm has existed for countless years, and there have been many vicissitudes and changes. So what if the mountains and rivers crumble? So what if the heavens and the earth are tumbling down? To this realm, it is only an insignificant drop in the ocean of years. It was the same for him. There's dead silence all around. At this point in time, everyone looked at Jiang Hong differently, and in the eyes of those with clear eyes, there was more fear and awe. It is an unreachable height, one that is beyond the speculation of the common man. Could he be a true immortal? This can't be possible, can it?
plundering the heavenly Luo origin and forging a supreme Tao foundation. This person, I'm afraid, cannot be contained. The Thunderbird palms the way of innate thunder, which fires the 9 heavens above and thwarts 10,000 souls below. But it was unable to inflict damage on Jiang Hong? Just what realm is Jiang Hong in? At this moment, many people only wanted to figure out in their hearts what kind of realm Jiang Hong had reached. Fairy? Or maybe it melts into the heavenly Tao and becomes the source of that Tao? Yes. Jiang Hong was silent, not answering the crowd's questions, his eyes gazing coldly at the Thunderbird. Innate beings, unfortunately, you are too disobedient. After saying that, in the eyes of the shocked crowd, Jiang Hong exerted force with his right hand and directly pinched and exploded the soul, bones and blood of the Thunderbird. Ravaging raging thunder filled the wheel of fortune road. Only, in an instant, it melted into Jiang Heng's body and became a nutrient. An innate being, a false immortal, was just casually crushed to death by Jiang Hong. Before then, when he killed the ancient emperor, the light decapitation was billions of times. But right now, it was actually effortless. Where, exactly, is this upper limit of battle power? Why did you make it? You shouldn't have succeeded. And you can't. Linghu Changmei stopped his killing spree and fell back 3 feet in shock, looking at Jiang Hong with unspeakable shock in his eyes. He's stupid. Back then, under the questioning heart pass, he was obviously an inconspicuous mole cricket. Because of his momentary arrogance, he didn't obliterate it with his own hands. In the moment, it has grown to this point? Yes. Jiang Hong was silent, unwilling to answer his words, and turned into a stream of light to come before Kuan Pang and Phoenix Mother, revealing a brilliant smile. Under the horrified gazes of the two, he slowly extended his right hand and stroked it to their foreheads. De Tianxing Yin Yang Fish. In response, the Kuan Pang was horrified. The tragic death of the Thunderbird was fresh in his mind, and he immediately swung both fists, black and white, transforming into a yin and a yang, blasted towards Jiang Heng's palm. Beside her, a palace-suited Mother Phoenix. Her demeanor was also very grave. Her hands turned into feathers and swung violently. Great Phoenix Heaven, brilliant amazing inferno flame. The crimson flames formed a whirlwind that was instantly born from underneath Jiang Heng's feet, completely engulfing Jiang Heng's body. Ran. Bang. There was a crisp, muffled grunt, and it seemed as if time stood still as everyone stared at the place, realizing that the flames were running at a fraction of a second. Jiang Hong was the only one moving at an even pace. He took a step out of the flames, raised his hand to crush the Kuan Pang's double fists, and gently stroked the Kuan Pang's brow with his right hand. It dissolved instantly, as if it did not belong to this age. It was simply too late to speak, and the divine soul was completely obliterated. No, I am the Phoenix Mother. I want to become immortal. I am a true spirit. I should belong to the immortal realm. Only the immortal realm is where I belong. All of this made Mother Phoenix feel incredulous. The encounter with Jiang Hong had also given her a lot of insight that the person in front of her was not powerful, but in this Tian Luo realm, invincible. Jiang Hong devoured the origin of this place and became one with this world. In a nutshell, unless one transcended the heavenly law, or did not use the Tao and laws of the heavenly law realm, one could fight against Jiang Hong. If not, there was no way out of death. All the Tao and laws were useless in front of Jiang Hong. It was like a cage in the middle of a cage. Jiang Hong was the disciplinarian, holding a gun and a whip in his hands, and they couldn't take on the enemy with their bare hands. After all these years, it's time for the curtain to fall. Before Mother Phoenix could stop talking, Jiang Hong had already arrived behind her, and all the Tao laws instantly dissolved the moment Jiang Hong approached. All of this brilliant amazing inferno flame that filled the sky was extinguished. Mother Phoenix twisted her head, looking at the buxom man, wanting to open her mouth to say something. The head exploded directly. The body melted into Jiang Heng's body, and the soul flew towards the human emperor streamer with the Thunderbird and Kuan Pang. The 3 forbidden beings all died at this time. The 8 forbidden, withering their deaths, all perished at the hands of Jiang Heng. This moment caused everyone around them to move as they looked at Jiang Hong, their jaws dropping. The temperament is different. The killing is similar. In Jiang Heng's hands, no one is left alive. It's my turn, right? Seeing this, and Hongi came in front of Jiang Hong, her stunningly beautiful face written with composure. Jade-like hand wiped away the blood from the corner of his lips and squeezed out a forced smile. Soon, Jiang Hong laughed lightly and said to Hongi word for word, "The sins of the past life are returned in this life, and the sins of this life are yet to be returned." After saying that and nodding to Hongi, Jiang Hong turned his eyes to Linghu Changmei, Long Gong and the others. The pace is slow, but it's a stone's throw away. In an instant, Jiang Hong arrived in front of several people, nodded to the crowd, and spoke with his head held high. "Gentlemen, you should have slaughtered me in the first place. Pity.
hesitate, and you will lose. Indeed, reaching the current situation was something he hadn't even thought of. But these people were too lonely and looked down on anyone under the sun. Subocular medicine. He seized the heavens at this place. The fire went out, leaving only the afterglow of the heavenly gate to light up the dimly lit path of reincarnation. The silence seems to speak of the solemnity of the place. I never thought that the most insignificant ant could have such a creation. But your lonely madness is not enough in front of me. The hoarse voice carried a trifle of coolness, and the dragon lord who stood in the very center of the room stood with his arms folded. The majestic eyes looked coldly at Jiang Hung. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 174 Fighting the Dragon Lord. Deterring the heroes. Raspy words filled the silent path of reincarnation. And the tall body of the dragon duke. The ground trembled with every step he took. Crossing over Linghu Changmei, crossing over the divine silkworm and the others. He came to Jiang Hong, and with his proud height, he looked down on Jiang Hong from above. For the dragon lord, disobedience is unforgivable. He is guilty and shall be punished. Jiang Heng's growth was truly unexpected and an unstable factor. Only, he was the dragon lord and had dominated the Tian Luo realm for millions of years, so his overconfidence was not inflated, but had been built up over the years. It wasn't as if no one had challenged him during this stretch of years. Yes, all have failed. At the moment, it seemed to him that it was just an insignificant bundle in a long line of years. Dragon Lord, have you ever lost? Jiang Hong replied, raising his head to look at the huge figure in front of him, his eyes carrying an unspeakable teasing. Defeat? This straightforward question made the Dragon Lord a bit surprised, curious to review this life history. He can only describe himself as invincible. It wasn't that no taboo had challenged him. The ancient emperor, Koan Pang, divine silkworm, and the others were also unruly at first, and striking out at will was the limit of these people. The taboo of the creation sect, the Taishang forgotten sect's Taishang Dao father, were all crushed to death by him with the lift of his hand. The dominance shown has long been a cliffhanger. So, he didn't panic when Hongi cast a taboo, and he didn't panic when Yin Shui Shangxian came. Linghu Changmei exposed himself, and he remained unperturbed. No, but this seed is quite willing to taste the fruit of defeat. Ha ha ha. The Dragon Lord raised his head, his eyes teasingly looking at Jiang Hong. Will you let this seed taste it? With pleasure. Jiang Hong took 3 steps backwards, making a large space in front of him, and raised his hand to make a gesture of invitation to the Dragon Lord. The few remaining taboo beings who were still here were made to stare coldly, looking at Jiang Hong with unspeakable dismay. None of them expected that Jiang Hong would really dare to challenge Lord Long. It is reasonable to say that if one reaches this level and wants to become immortal, one would have to convince or show an attitude with the Dragon Lord. On both sides, it's not too difficult. Jiang Hong chose the most unwise move. He's the Dragon Lord, the strongest in this Tian Luo realm. Yes, for tens of thousands of years he has never been defeated, and from the moment he descended into the world, he has reigned supreme. Good words are hard to persuade damn ghosts. When a weakling suddenly has the ability to shake everything, can he not expand? Words were pouring out, whether it was the harmonizers, or the few remaining taboos, they felt saddened by Jiang Heng's actions. It's so hard to have this kind of combat power, so why send yourself to death? This brat, more than likely he's going to die. Linghu Changmei let out a long sigh of relief, feeling an overwhelming sense of joy at Jiang Heng's next fate. In this case, if there is anyone in the room who has the most to say, it would be him. Just now in the dragon bus hand a dozen strokes. He deeply experienced his father's suffering back then. This old monster has long since transcended this realm. If it wasn't for the fact that Tian Luo could only be as high as this, it would probably have become immortal in place long ago. No matter what, Jiang Hong must die. Seeing this, Black Mist reminded Linghu Longmei, he has already seized the heavens and become the greatest scourge. And my contract with you, you do not forget. Otherwise when the time comes a slap 2 eyes. Like this. Jiang Heng's development caused Black Mist to completely lose patience. At first, he had asked Linghu Changmei several times to take action to kill Jiang Hong, but this old fox was jealous of him. Both sides are counting on each other, having missed the best opportunity. Right now, Jiang Hong seized the heavens and stood up. Part of this heavenly law realm's origin became Jiang Heng's sustenance. Simply appalling. This was a height that the devouring demon emperor, back then, had not even reached. Subocular medicine. When Jiang Hong fought with the Dragon Lord, he was bound to slip through the cracks, and that was the best time to strike. No room for error. Got it. Linghu Longbrow nodded his head, acknowledging what Black Mist had said. The look in Jiang Heng's eyes also carried an unspeakable scorn. Exact. Jiang Heng's growth also made him a bit intimidated. Please,
Jiang Hong remained unconcerned by the clamor around him and once again made a gesture of invitation to the Dragon Lord.
This, in turn, shook the Dragon Lord.
It had always been only him letting others make the first move. And right now Jiang Hong was arrogant enough to let him attack first.
Crazier than him?
Dragon's royalty, dead man's play dash.
In response, the Dragon Lord did not hesitate after sneering coldly, and his huge body flickered away. Appearing again, he had already arrived behind Jiang Hong. At the same time, swoosh dash, hundreds of holes appeared on top of Jiang Heng's body, and scarlet blood flowed down the wounds to the ground. In no time, a pool of blood was formed. Jiang Hong, busted, all around, jaws dropped. Everyone didn't expect the farce to end like this. Fake, right? But a few moves? This is the ruling power of the Dragon Lord. It's terrifying. Alas, the path to immortality is right in front of us, so why try to be strong? In response, many of the strongest people present were shocked and dismayed. They didn't expect that Jiang Hong, who had previously casually abused false immortals with 1 against 3, would be so unbeatable in front of the Dragon Lord. Dragon Duke still has gold. Ah, me. Just as everyone was horrified,
a miserable scream swept across the reincarnation road, which caused them to gaze over curiously.
It's the Sky Demon,
a pseudo-immortal from the forbidden region of 100,000 mountains,
controlling countless demon races, the Heavenly Demon. This time, the top of his body was riddled with holes, and dark blue blood flowed all over the place. It was exactly the same as the tragic situation above Jiang Heng's body. It instantly made the eating crowd completely tense. What happened? As a fellow taboo, the immortal god Silkworm couldn't tense up at this moment and looked at the Heavenly Demon in horror. Then he looked at the unharmed Jiang Hong. At this moment,
Jiang Heng's body was still full of holes.
That still full of wounds? Was smiling a big flawless smile. You, how did you do it? The Dragon Lord looked back, glancing at Jiang Hong from the corner of his eye. Damage transfer? Or was it transferred to a pseudo-immortal? How is that possible? Without breaking away from this realm, anything is possible.
Jiang Hong smiled faintly and took a step towards the Dragon Lord,
murmuring,
Heaven's destiny is threefold. Since you know that I am Heaven's destiny,
will you dare to act against it? Dragon Lord, after millions of years of domination,
you have lost your fear of heaven.
Prides himself on being heavenly and on being in control. You are simply lawless. Transferring damage was nothing more than one of the thousands of Tao methods to him. The Heavenly Demon had malice towards him in the beginning. It is the cause.
Taking irreversible damage and giving it back to the Heavenly Demon is fruit.
Yes, as long as one is in Tianluo, all the rules of cause and effect have a part in him and are ruled by him. Unbridled.
If your law of cause and effect can really ignore everything.
It was this seat that gave back just now? P.S. Remember to be happy every day. Family. End of chapter. Chapter 175. Time for the farce to end.
Jiang Heng's batch of words.
Long Gongxin didn't even believe it.
If the law of cause and effect could be controlled at will, then the number one target for transfer would not be him.
Mr. Long? So, there are bound to be unknown conditions if you want to launch. In that case, he's fearless. It didn't matter to him if everyone here died out. Right. Jiang Hong didn't hide this statement and frankly admitted, you're too strong to divert you. However, everyone here is an object for the seat to toy with at will. Him, you, or you.
As Jiang Hong said this, he raised his hand to point at the divine silkworm,
the dimming god,
as well as the white tiger demon emperor,
the sacred bathing ancient Buddha, and the others. These are the people he's blocking the knife for. To put it bluntly, if you want these people to die,
feel free to tamper with the law of karma.
These, he was able to do. This seat, I don't believe it. The Dragon Lord laughed coldly,
his sharp fangs resembling cold-ons.
Imperial Dragon, 7 square upper honor dash.
As the words fell, the Dragon Lord's body flickered to Jiang Hong,
his fingertips constantly flashing with a cold aura.
Eloquent 7 chopping strikes broke open the space of this place,
and the vast chaos unfolded in front of everyone's eyes. Zhang Hong, 1954. Chinese writer. It was cut into dozens of pieces. And, no way. The Dragon Duke was shocked,
and his eyes widened as he looked to the side at the originally indifferent immortal god Silkworm.
At that moment, he looked at him with a terrified face. Lord Dragon. The immortal god Silkworm looked at the Dragon Duke unwillingly. This 7 square upper exaltation was a chopping attack that broke through space, and even if he possessed an immortal body, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Jiang Heng's figure is the same as before.
The green blood of the immortal god Silkworm rendered the path of reincarnation,
and its torso was chopped into dozens of pieces. Soul, enter the human emperor's streamer. Dead as dead can be. You, this is impossible.
Long Gong stood in front of Jiang Hong, his head lowered to gaze into Jiang Heng's eyes. It happened so suddenly it caught him off guard. Why is that? This operation of Jiang Heng's was already unimaginable. Change the established cause and effect, and transfer all misfortune to others. This is outrageous. Yes. At this moment, the surrounding people didn't think so and looked at Jiang Hong with shocked faces. They are thoroughly surprised. Jiang Hong relayed the misfortune to someone else, and that someone else meant them, everyone including, and potentially excluding, and red coat, marred. What kind of Tao is this? That the end of karma isn't karmic fire? Just outrageous, you know? Jiang Hong, I can never bear you any ill will. I've always supported you. I want to become immortal. The path to immortality is right in front of me. Don't pass it on to me, okay? Father Jiang. When the bloodbath reaches their heads, many realize that suffering is not to be savored. The moment, all scared, counting the sons and heirs of the 8 forbidden regions, there were still about 1,000 people present. In other words, Jiang Hong is still able to transfer 1,000 times and die 1,000 times. Let's not talk about whether Jiang Hong died or not. The Dragon Lord had to die of exhaustion if he used his killing moves so frequently, right? You're not cool enough. Jiang Hong raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Long Gong as if he was mocking. If I were you, I would have killed them all. Doesn't that mean I can't be reborn? Seemingly thinking of something, Jiang Hong raised his head and teased. What? You haven't played enough of this power game? It's a family affair. Keeping you from yourself? Ha, 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 ha. As he said this, Jiang Hong cackled with laughter and pointed to the golden dragon, silver dragon, and other dragon duke's heirs in the distance. Or perhaps the phoenixes of the Phoenix clan, the serpents of the heavenly demons, and other beings of the forbidden zone. It seemed to him that the Dragon Lord was sinking into such a world at the moment, being complimented by a group of people lesser than himself, calling him Dragon Lord and looking up to him. Otherwise, how could the death of these mole crickets make its heart ache? Sinking for millions of years. This seems to be the only pleasure the Dragon Lord has. Otherwise, how could this rotten heart be so restful? You seek death. Dragon Royalty, 9 heavens rimming dust dash. Dragon Royalty, 8 desolate giant halberd dash. Royal Dragon, 9 turns of the wheel dash. Jiang Heng's words seemed to irritate the Dragon Lord, and all that remained in his crimson eyes was indifference. At this moment, he kept waving his arms, and an unspeakable Dao and Law dealt a fatal blow to Jiang Heng's body. It destroyed Jiang Heng's body and shattered it dozens of times. Yes, father on top of the dragon boat, the golden dragon, which was previously arrogant in demeanor, looked at the Dragon Lord in fear. His body, split in 2 down the middle, then shattered into thousands of pieces. The soul is cut to pieces. The intense pain made him fearful and uneasy. After hissing, he turned into meat foam and his soul flew towards the human emperor streamer. In addition to this, there are the silver dragon, the black dragon, and other sons and daughters. Or perhaps the other heirs of the 8 forbidden regions have all been transferred to the cause and effect at this time. Become Jiang Heng's knife blocker. Miserable screams, sweeping across the vast reincarnation road. In addition to the unwillingness, there were also the desperate stares of the remaining people. Words, no sound. Everyone looked at Jiang Hong as if they were looking at a ghost. This Tama, how did he do it? In the distance, Linghu Changmei wanted to say something, but his emotions were a bit bewildered. He's curious. Could his power of creation block Jiang Heng's transferred karma? The Dragon Lord's moves were something he feared but could resist. If it's passed on that way, it's a real injury. Heads will roll. The black mist was silent, and that pair of eyes filled with malice gazed deeply at Jiang Hong and the Dragon Duke Queen. Looked to Linghu Changmei. Eventually, he turned his eyes to Jiang Hong again. Had enough? At the core, Jiang Hong remained aloof, glancing at the distance, the heavenly gate whose light was becoming more and more dazzling. Turning her eyes to look at the Dragon Lord's crimson eyes, the corners of her mouth lifted into a bright smile. When the moment came, the farce was almost over. The gates of heaven are opened and the final reckoning is due. Indeed, the Dragon Lord nodded, a pair of eyes looking around indifferently. You've said a lot. This drama has been finished by this seat for tens of thousands of years, and it's time for it to end. Imperial Dragon 8-Side Demon subduing dash. As the words fell, a naked thunder roared uncontrollably above the dimly lit dome. Amidst the stunned gazes of many people, a thunderbolt washed down, directly taking away the many beings who were still in shock. Among them, the Phoenix clan, the ancient Imperial clan, the descendants of the heavenly demon clan, and the descendants of the immortal mountain. These people, all of them, are followers of the Dragon Lord, and an actor in this farce. At this time, the Dragon Lord's hot hand destroyed, slaughtering all of these people, leaving no one behind. After the thunder, at the scene, with the exception of a very few, most of the people withered under the raging berserk thunder. Okay,
You can start now. Long Gong gave a teasing smile and turned his eyes to glance at Gu Tianqing, Ji Wu Chang, and the others. He kept them on purpose, wanting to see if Jiang Hang's so-called house game had sunk in himself. Will these people be given a wide berth and mercy? Very vindictive. Ha, 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 ha. P.S. Remember to be happy every day. Family. End of chapter. Chapter 176. I am invincible in Tianluo. The Dragon Lord's move hadn't been unexpected by Jiang Heng, and it had managed to come so far, reigning supreme in the Tianluo realm for millions of years. It's not a good thing. Slaughtering these mole crickets that followed him also belonged to the normal category. Thinking of this, Jiang Heng couldn't help but laugh, cupping his abdomen and pointing at the Dragon Lord. You think this seed is as stupid as you? Told you it was just farce. To kill or not to kill. For him at this time, there would be no fluctuation in his state of mind, nor was there any significance. But, the question was posed by the Dragon Lord, so he would have to rebel a bit. It's not up to you. The Dragon Lord snorted and raised his finger to point at Gu Tianqing, Ji Wu Chang and the others in the distance, his eyes finally fixing on Jiang Heng. Teasingly, he said, since you chose not to take this path, how will you resist the next attack? Dragon royalty, skyrocket breaking dragon dash. With those words, the Dragon Lord rose violently, spinning continuously in the air, the scales and armor on the dragon's tail resembling immortal battle blades. A large front was drawn in the air. The space here was completely cut up, and the pale road was divided into two sections. This scene caused Ji Wu Chang, Gu Tianxing, and a handful of others at the back to have their expressions completely moved. Eyes, with a strong sense of shame. They had been roaming the Tianluo realm for many years, and were deservedly top-tier powerhouses, worshipped as ancestors wherever they went. But, in the moment, it became a drag. Shame. My people are ashamed to this extent. Gu Tianqing paled and lowered his head in shame. He was sheltered by his son's brother. Original. Jiang Heng could have taken him against his life. After all, the false immortals were all dead with only the underworld god left. How could he compare to this false immortal when he was just a harmonious great perfection? This space-shattering chop. Can Jiang Heng block it? Ji Wu Chang was very worried about Jiang Heng's situation. While his heart was moved, he knew that if Jiang Heng withered away, the only thing that awaited them was death. This move by the Dragon Lord is too domineering. To be precise, all of its moves were Dao techniques that did not belong to Tianluo, and were mostly of its own creation. It's gonna win. Under the depressing atmosphere of a few people, and Hongyi, who had an indifferent demeanor at the forefront, gazed at Jiang Heng with a pair of beautiful eyes. It will definitely win. Words, instantly breaking the silence. A few people blushing, rotten souls, are beginning to ignite. Clenching his fists, exuberantly, he looked at the core battlefield. The sharp chop. Yes, it's going to win. Marred. Jiang Heng won and we became immortals in place. The immortal world. Does it really exist? There were more than words, and they all gazed at Jiang Heng, looking forward to this battle and the final direction of victory. At the same time, space tore like glass, and images of nothingness appeared all around Jiang Heng, along with the golden chop that shattered everything. In an instant, it arrived at Jiang Heng's face. Yes, amidst everyone's breathless gaze, Jiang Heng raised his hand and directly cupped that golden chop, the cold aura that breaks through everything. At this moment, it was constantly trembling in Jiang Heng's hands, rubbing against the air and emitting ear-piercing whistles. Bang! It was like glass, directly crushed. Drops of scarlet blood dripped down Jiang Heng's palm, and the decaying soil actually flourished into emerald green grass. A barley grows wildly, seems to represent infinite vitality. This image caused these people to be shaken, their eyes beating up as they couldn't imagine how Jiang Heng had done it. It would not be an exaggeration to say that this move by the Dragon Lord was destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Is it something that can be blocked with your hands? How is this possible? Not far away. When Linghu Changmei saw this, his expression grew more and more grave. The heavenly Luo-breaking dragon just now was more than several times more powerful than when the Dragon Lord dealt with him. Jiang Heng's unarmed hand is next? That flesh. Just how powerful is it? He is transferring the origin of the heavenly law realm to resist. That is to say, this chopping strike of the Dragon Lord is equivalent to hitting on top of the heavenly law realm. Noticing Linghu Longbrow's horror, the black mist opened its mouth to explain and continued. To be able to injure flesh and blood is already groundbreaking. Realize that this is part of the Tenra realm. The uneasiness in Black Mist's heart at this time became more and more intense. Jiang Heng's growth nowadays had completely exceeded his expectations. Utilizing the Tianluo realm as a backing for oneself. You're kidding. It can still be played like this? Black Mist's explanation caused Linghu Changmei to be completely moved. The previous transfer of karma was outrageous enough. Now,
Jiang Hong directly withdrew from the heavenly law realm to block the knife,
which is simply off from the original spectrum. Then, if things went on like this, other than the heavenly Tao, who else could do anything about Jiang Hong?
Black Mist didn't say anything and looked at Jiang Hong with deeper and deeper eyes.
Ha, 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 ha.
Jiang Hong gazed at the palm of his hand. His eyes teasingly looked at Long Gong, raising the corner of his mouth to play with the flavor. Yours is so big. It hurts me.
Ha ha ha.
The words caused the Dragon Duke to be stunned, and his originally lonely and arrogant eyes were now wide with disbelief as he looked at Jiang Heng's palm.
The wound, about a centimeter deep. You could see the jade-like bones, but that seems to be about it. The bone was intact. There were no signs of decapitation, and it seemed to say again that it was just a flesh wound. It is I who underestimated you.
The raspy voice of the Dragon Lord echoed in the vast reincarnation road. The situation at hand was one he had not expected.
Jiang Hong used his body to block his enhanced version of the heavenly Luo-breaking dragon. Previously, when Linghu Long Mei resisted this move, it was called a sweaty one, and it wasn't even this enhanced version.
Come on Lungung. Buy your way past my corpse and you may step through the heavenly gate. Jiang Heng spread his hands and took a step towards the Dragon Lord, pointing to the heavenly gate in the distance and continued. As for whether or not that back there is the immortal realm,
I don't care. It is indeed time for the farce to end. Afterward, there are still many things to do. Entangled to the deepest karma, the moment is also time to purge. Yeah, it's getting late.
The Dragon Lord nodded his head in a deep voice, his eyes greedily looking towards the distance,
that heavenly gate that led to the endless deep space. Continuing, he said, if I kill you, no one will be able to stop my immortal path. Jiang Hong, I am the Dragon Duke. I am the true dragon, and will always remember you. You, it is the last stepping stone on my path to immortality. As he said that, the Dragon Lord's body began to expand and expand again. In front of everyone's horrified eyes, the body slowly lengthened and transformed into a huge dragon that looked like a mountain range. It was long and invisible, as if the entire path of reincarnation was its carcass, and each piece of scale armor was large enough to cover the bridge of life and death. The 9 claws of the foot represent the limit. It was indeed a genuine innate being, a true dragon. Yes, before everyone's shock subsided, the Dragon Duke, who had transformed into his own body, had his entire body's muscles and scales constantly trembling, compressing and recompressing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Swelling muscles, seemingly compressed to the extreme. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 177, Strong Stance, Playing Stressful. The body, again, converted to its previous draconic form, only this time the gnarled muscles were full of explosiveness. Pounds of origin were about to overflow from within the body. For millions of years, I shed my heavenly Luo realm origin and cultivated my own lineage to obtain today's cultivation. After settling down, the Dragon Lord looked at Jiang Hong in a low tone. I didn't expect that you would be able to drive me to this state. Jiang Heng's performance, from beginning to end, was completely out of his expectation. And just now, under that exchange of hands, but there was nothing to be done. But, after countless years of precipitation, he had long since cultivated his own Daoan law, and even if Jiang Hong controlled part of the heavenly law origin, he had no fear of anything. Come on, long-bearded and full of essence. The Dragon Duke spread his hands to Jiang Hong and made a gesture of invitation. The courtesies are reciprocated. This time, he gave Jiang Hong the chance to make the first move. You're welcome. Jiang Hong gazed at the Dragon Lord with an expression that was neither sad nor happy. Yes. As the words fell, Jiang Hong arrived in front of the Dragon Duke with bizarre speed, gently gazing at the other party's lonely eyes with his head held high. Wu Dao 8 desolate demon subduing true halberd dash. As the words fell, countless Dao Dharma origin, quickly in Jiang Heng's right hand, coalesced into a giant black halberd. Jiang Hong swung his arm and viciously chopped at the Dragon Lord's chest. It all came in a whirlwind, and everyone was caught off guard. In plain sight, bang! The hard scale armor of the Dragon Duke was directly shattered by the huge halberd, and blood and flesh were exposed in the air. The sharp chopping attack completely gouged out the Dragon Lord's skin. Drops of golden blood spurted out along the wound, forming a golden mist of blood. A wound from the right shoulder to the left lower abdomen just appeared in front of everyone's eyes. No, it can't be. A hiss resounded through the vast reincarnation road, and the one who opened his mouth was not the Dragon Duke, but the god of the underworld, who hadn't said a word from the beginning. As the last of the 8 forbidden zones, the Dragon Lord's champion, Styx couldn't take in the scene before him. The invincible Dragon Duke was wounded in the flesh by a mole rising in the current world by cutting open his chest at once? It's like impossible. Back then, that Taofather of the Tai Shang forgotten love sect could be said to be the strongest enemy he had ever seen. It's only 30 moves. It was then crushed by the Dragon Lord's soul, not entering reincarnation, completely erasing its traces in this side of heaven and earth. Yes. There was a dead silence in the room as everyone looked at Long Gong's chest that was still dripping blood, fear spreading to their bones. This, not a fearful dread, but an instinctive shuddering of the body. The myth of invincibility and undefeatability bled at this point. This means that the Dragon Lord can be defeated. The Dragon Lord is injured. And if I'm right, this is the first time he's been injured in millions of years. Can you do it, Jian Hong? It's terrible. When the world goes against the Dragon Lord, Jian Hong is a man of heaven's destiny, and Lord Long is actually acting against heaven, and the karma between the two is established. Numb, the many harmonizers present were all numb. In this battle, the one who showed dominance was actually Jian Hong, which was completely incomprehensible to them. Lord of the Dragon, it's really possible to lose. This kid, why is he so heaven-defying? Even the most deeply hidden Cloudwater immortal was staring at Jian Hong in amazement at this moment. The performance had been a bit pompous in his opinion. This was the Dragon Lord who had used his underpinnings, and could be said to be the strongest without equal in the world. Very good. The Dragon Lord lowered his head and gazed at the wound on his chest with a look of surprise in his eyes that was hard to dissolve. Soreness. It made him strange. Memories of not feeling this way, since descending into the world. He hits everyone with one move and kills everyone with one stroke. And even when heavenly punishment falls, he remains unharmed. Jian Hong broke his defense? Yes. Jian Hong raised the corners of his mouth and returned a bright smile to the Dragon Lord. An overly arrogant stance will lead to endless pain when it falls into the dust. Long Gong, I will help you. I help you recognize reality. After saying that, Jian Hong raised his right hand, and countless origins symbolizing the beginning of the earth were in his hand, condensing into 8 gigantic rulers. Taichu 8 desolate soul morning ruler dash. Shoo shoo shoo. Shoo shoo shoo. In Long Gong's shocked eyes, the 8 giant rulers quickly converged and plunged into his body from the 6 hexagrams. Bang! Raising his hand, he waved his arm at one of the giant rulers, and the golden ruler was instantly dispersed. At this, the Dragon Lord breathed a sigh of relief. However, before the smile could unfold, the giant ruler that shattered into specks of light converged once again, piercing mercilessly towards him. Before it was too late to do anything, the 8 giant rulers instantly pierced into the Dragon Lord's body. This moment, the golden soul of the dragon male seemed to be tortured, as if it was about to be stripped from its body. A low chorus from the soul filled the large reincarnation path. Everyone was holding their breath, watching this unimaginable scene, choking and long lost for words. The Dragon Lord, in torment. The souls, all seemed to be drawn out. The viciousness of this move was rare in their lives. Wanton, wanton. The surrounding clamor caused the Dragon Lord to completely lose his composure and violently erupt to break free from the giant ruler. Scarlet eyes stared at Jian Hong in death. The origin filled his body and transformed into a golden rainbow light, quickly arriving in front of Jian Hong, his palm ruthlessly slapping at his forehead. In this regard, Jian Hong was fearless, coldly looking at the palm, stretching out his white hand and slapping it against the Dragon Duke's palm. Bang! The aftermath of the collision was like a shockwave, causing the entire reincarnation road to tremble and completely crumble for a moment. It's like a scene of extinction. Yes, the golden scale armor on the Dragon Duke's palm completely crumbled at this moment, just like a cannonball, and was directly sent flying by Jian Hong without the slightest sign of stopping. Jian Hong was still standing in the same place. His hand was only overflowing with blood. This move, in turn, was assumed by the entire heavenly law realm, apportioned to forbidden areas, holy places, or mountains and rivers, the 4 directions of the sea, and endless deep space. See here, many have long since suffocated. Long Gong, another double loss, hasn't gotten the better of him since the confrontation began. From being vicariously harmed, personally executing a few false immortal followers, and then being forced to personally strike and overthrow these people, to the point where the real guns start doing it, to now being sent flying. If the fight continues like this, I'm afraid that Long Gong will be in trouble. Seeing this scene, Rao Yin Shui walked up to Ling Hu Long Mei and whispered softly. It did seem that way to him. It wasn't that the Dragon Lord wasn't able to defeat Jian Hong, but that the Dragon Lord wasn't able to defeat the Tian Luo realm. In this manner, Jian Hong, as a heavenly destiny and heaven taker, could regulate the power of Tian Luo at will. It was equivalent to the fact that the Dragon Lord needed to destroy a portion of Tian Luo in order to defeat, or even kill, Jian Hong. But, this is clearly unrealistic. In front of a party of time, even if they were forbidden beings, it was impossible for them to completely exterminate the world. Join forces. Ling Hu Longbrow nodded his head, recognizing this statement. Although he hated the Dragon Lord, but at this time, Combining forces was the best way. One person couldn't do it to destroy the heavenly law, but it might not be impossible if several people joined hands. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 178, Heavenly Bottle exterminating the dragon, shocking the heroes. However, the confrontation between Linghu Changmei and Yun Shui was taken in by Jiang Heng,
and his eyes faintly swept after.
In front of the two men, he walked straight to the Dragon Lord. Both of you, if you don't make a move, the Dragon Lord will die. As he passed by, Jiang Heng stopped in his tracks and reminded very kindly. Then, leaving his back bare to the two, he walked towards the location of the Heaven's Gate without looking back. This, after making the two of them look at each other, they looked at Jiang Heng's back and also began to sink lower. Rumble, not waiting for the two to make a move. Under the broken rocks in the distance, the Dragon Lord violently scurried out, his face angry and completely lost the previous calmness. The golden scales on his chest shattered, and there was still blood dripping nonstop from his palms onto the ground. In tune with Tenra, the Dragon Lord hoarsely opened his mouth, his anger making the temperature beside him much higher. Continuing, he said, that I will break open the universe and shatter this vast Tianluo realm. After saying that, the Dragon Lord gazed at Jiang Heng, his body's aura expanding amidst the gazes of everyone watching. The rocky soil under his feet couldn't withstand the pressure, and they all turned into pieces. The large reincarnation road constantly wailed and trembled, as if it would be destroyed at any moment. The large Tianluo realm seemed to be unable to withstand the Dragon Lord's anger. You're very good. In millions of years, you're the first to put me at a disadvantage. Mei, you're not as good as me after all. I am the Dragon Lord, the master of this Tianluo realm. The Dragon Lord took one step towards Jiang Heng, and with each step, the reincarnation road and the Yellow Springs River trembled. The mountains and rivers of the Tianluo realm crumbled and the four seas churned. Yeah. Jiang Heng broke the forbidden space of this place and slowly floated step by step towards the top, looking down on the Dragon Lord from above. Features. A small vial with an illusory body steeply surfaced in front of everyone's eyes. The 9 vials of heavenly havoc. This object, which carried Jiang Heng's heaven-robbing object, could be called a holy object of origin. The vial flowed with the chi of the beginning, mottled with 7-colored haze, exuding a mysterious and profound oppression. Looking at the Dragon Lord, Jiang Heng spoke indifferently. Come on, let me see if you, the majestic lord of millions of years, are as brilliant and undefeated as you once were. Today, and yet everything, bathing in the chi of the beginning. Jiang Heng seemed to have stars flowing around him as he looked at the Dragon Lord and made a gesture of invitation. Kill! The Dragon Lord roared lowly, and the golden origin was like a river in sea, constantly swimming around his body. In the mouth, there was a non-stop accumulation of golden ons. True spirit, brilliant heavenly silence dash. This move was the accumulation of millions of years of his work, fusing countless origins with the Tao he had created himself. With this, he wanted to break Jiang Heng's heavenly tribulation 9 paths bottle and completely shatter its connection with the heavenly law realm. Crush Jiang Heng's condescension. He is the Dragon Lord, the only one who rules this Tianluo realm. With a hiss, the Dragon Lord opened his fangs, and golden beams of light swept through the sky of runes, wrapping towards Jiang Heng. All around, the space was like glass completely shattering. The distant space began to distort, and the picture of nothingness within that space surfaced in front of everyone's eyes. It will be one. You are the Dragon Lord. You are our leader. In the distance, the black-robed god of the underworld roared violently, and his entire body couldn't stop trembling as he looked at the beam of light spat out by the Dragon Lord, revealing the ghastly dry corpse features under the black robe. As one of the earliest followers of the Dragon Lord, Taboo allowed himself to fail, but could not accept the Dragon Lord's defeat. Invincibility had long since become his belief. At the same time, Linghu Changmei and the others stared at the golden beam of light in shock. They have no doubt. This move could sink the Tianluo realm. It encompassed the invincible Tao of the Dragon Lord's life and was a manifestation of his great strength. Make a move and shoot Jiang Heng. Seeing this, Black Mist urged Linghu Changmei to strike behind Jiang Heng, deliver that fatal blow. Right now, he couldn't wait any longer. The stronger Jiang Heng got, the more dangerous he became, and could sense that that moment was coming. Linghu Changmei was silent, looking up at Jiang Heng from below, looking at the back of Jiang Heng's undershirt. His emotions clouded. All around, there was a lot of discussion, and everyone had a different attitude towards this moment of killing. Do not know who won and who lost. Although Jiang Heng's field looked like it was crowned with superiority, the other party was the Dragon Lord the king of that old era, the master of the majestic Tianluo realm. The tide of the age will be tipped over, and the remnants of the old age cannot survive the new world. I will stand on your bones and revolutionize everything. Lord Long, your ship is sinking.
the golden beam of light broke through space, arriving in front of Jiang Hong in a matter of moments. His expression grave, without the slightest hint of gullibility. Around him, the primordial chi flowed, and the heavenly tribulation 9 Dao bottle in front of him spun rapidly, then expanded continuously. At the mouth of the bottle, a deep sky-colored aura surged forth. As the golden beam of light was about to touch Jiang Hong, the heavenly Dao bottle poured out violently. Countless chi of the beginning of the earth wrapped around the beam of light that broke through everything in an instant. It was visible to the naked eye as it was assimilated, absorbed, and transformed into the most primordial power. Buzz dash. The heavenly tribulation 9 Dao bottle trembled and chirped lowly, and a long black sword came out of its shell, slashing violently from the sky at the beam of light. Black long swords fell from the sky, lasers were split, beams of light were sliced in all directions and decimated. The sharp, cold aura penetrated through the Dragon Duke's torso in an instant, without the slightest pause. This scene caused the Dragon Lord to be in a trance, gazing at the sky, which had been completely taken over by the chi of the beginning. His moves, gone. I lost. What was going on with his body? He knew better than anyone else, and out of the corner of his eye he glanced at the black sword behind him. Hoarsely, he said, Jiang Hong, you're strong. You're stronger than everyone I've ever met. As the Dragon Lord spoke, the upper half of his body slowly slid down his body, a ghastly cut that ran from his left shoulder to his right abdomen. The whole thing, cut up. He continued, go and become immortal. I am the Dragon Lord, and I am convinced of my defeat today. Jiang Hong, carry my will and go to that immortal world to roam and gallop. The Dragon Lord hissed. In this moment, he was not desperate. Jiang Hong had crushed him from the front, and although he felt resentment, he recognized Jiang Heng's power. Having dominated Tian Luo for millions of years, he believed in absolute battle power. Now defeated, he will not make excuses for failure. Good day, Lord Long. Jiang Hong arched his hand at the Dragon Duke, looking absolutely frank to death without saying anything insulting. He will give some respect to such a great man who goes to his death openly. As the words fell, the Dragon Duke smiled brightly, sparing his last ounce of breath to look towards the majestic and magnificent heavenly gate. Not far away. Immortal. I am a true dragon. I shall be immortal. I am a true dragon. So I should be born in the immortal realm. With a hiss, the Dragon Lord completely extinguished his vitality. The soul followed the wind and faintly floated towards the human emperor streamer. Only it seemed to be unconscious and was completely exterminated by the black long sword. Jiang Hong turned around and looked at Linghu Changmei and Yun Shui Shangxin. Both of you, go to your deaths. He's coming. I don't have time. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 179, 3 Points of Heaven's Destiny. Heaven's Path in the Dust. Jiang Hong had never forgotten the figure he had seen in the endless deep space at the time of the previous harmonization. The opponent looked exactly like him. Even he had almost misrecognized him, had it not been for the lack of any emotion in the other's eyes. Or else take it for yourself. As the realm rose and more insights were gained, what Jiang Hong understood became more and more. 3 Points of Destiny. About to begin. The silence of the Dragon Duke was unexpected by everyone present, and countless people looked on in shock, at the body that was split in two. State of mind. It's about to blow up. No! You stand up and fight him. You are the Dragon Lord. You are the invincible Dragon Lord. The most unacceptable ones were the controllers of the Morning Soul Ridge, the false immortals and the underworld gods. The dry corpse-like face was filled with indignation towards Jiang Hong. The Dragon Lord's defeat was unacceptable to him. At the same time, there was a dead silence in the room as everyone stared at the remains of the Dragon Duke, unable to speak for a long time. Let me go. I am unwilling to continue to participate in this realm's affairs. The heavenly Dao bottle is sent to you, and the grudge is cleared. Yun Shui Shangxian pondered for a few breaths and gazed coldly at Jiang Hong. Having seen the power of the heavenly tribulation 9 Dao bottle just now, he was unwilling to continue fighting with Jiang Hong. His strength was between that of Long Gong. Long Gong was beheaded by Jiang Hong. It's the same for him to go. After saying that, he walked straight towards the heavenly gate without looking back at Linghu Changmei, trying to escape this place of wrongdoing. Yes, in front of the pace was a waterfall like chi of the beginning of the earth, separating this place from that which is near the gates of heaven. Why? Yun Shui stopped walking and raised her eyes to Jiang Hong in puzzlement. In his opinion, there wasn't a great deal of karma between him and Jiang Hong, and it wasn't to the point of life and death. The heavenly Dao vase he had just voluntarily given up, and there was no other cause and effect other than that. Telling you to go back and call out for someone. Jiang Hong laughed lightly, teasingly looking at Yun Shui. The chances of this place are quite great, and I'm carrying the heavenly tribulation 9 Dao bottle. Even the strongest of the immortal realm will covet it, right? And, even if that's not the case, then Jiang Hong will still cut off the roots today. In this way, there is no such thing as good or evil. And why should those who come here talk about it? This Yun Shui he wanted to kill. So he did. Yun Shui Shangxian trembled and stared at Jiang Hong with anxiety. Words that lock him out of his retreat. Yes. Jiang Hong no longer cared about him. His feet stepping on the chi of the beginning of the earth as he took one step to arrive in front of Linghu Changmei. Reaching out, he choked its neck. The power of creation, rendered by the chi of the beginning, seemed to be completely devoid of that ability to warp the heavens and weave the earth. Jiang Hong, spare me. Linghu Changmei was in pain. He had never expected that the whole world had become a clown, and Jiang Hong had crushed them all with his absolute strength. Come on out. He's coming. There's no use hiding. Jiang Hong ignored Linghu Changmei and turned his eyes to look behind him, at the black mist that was invisible to normal people. Hateful. A black mist, steeply derived from within Linghu Changmei's body, floated in the sky. Among them, a pair of malevolent eyes gazed at Jiang Hong in death. His appearance caused Cloudwater Immortal to be stunned and look at Linghu Changmei in horror. Is he your bottom card? You're playing with fire. In an instant, Yun Shui realized that the evil of this thing belonged to that kind of extreme and limit. I am afraid that it is all the evils of the world, gathered together. In short, fraternizing with him is no less than seeking skin with a tiger. How did you come this far? And what makes you able to come this far? Black Mist was unwilling and stared at Linghu Changmei with indignation. You waste. You're just as much of a waste as that Yi Beixian. He had many chances to kill Jiang Hong. This bunch of losers look ahead in our night and day. Otherwise, it wouldn't be today. Jiang Hong did not say anything. His right hand waved casually, and the raging power of the beginning of the earth completely swept away the black mist. The haze recedes. A black-clothed figure steeply surfaced in front of the crowd. At the sight of him, many people's hairs exploded in sweat, and those with a poor state of mind fell back on the spot, their legs trembling unceasingly. What the hell is happening here? In the distance, Ji Wuchang, the old ancestor of the Ji clan, had fear in his eyes as he looked at the real body under the black mist. Scared to death. What is this for? Gu Tianqing was also stunned, looking at the black mist true body in uncertainty. It's not just them, the eyes of those who didn't die, with the exception of Jiang Hong, all of them, carried an unspeakable shock. Jiang Hong, red dress swaying, and Hongyi took one step towards the side, looking at the black fog real body. She murmured blankly, as if thinking of something. He said in disgust, "You're not Jiang Hong. You are the evil of this world, and Jiang Hong is the good of this world. So you've been opposites from the beginning. It's you guys, you're the ones who got me into this." At this moment, and Hongyi's demeanor was ostentatious and wild. Countless red lotuses bloomed, and a pair of eyes that looked like rubies looked resentfully at the black mist. The black mist man's appearance was exactly the same as Jiang Heng's except for the pair of malicious eyes, eyebrows, mouth, nose tip, all the features, they are exactly the same. You're stupid. The black mist man turned his eyes and stared at Hongyi in disgust. Who told you to have a weak and predictable mind? As a female immortal, you don't seek the path of immortality, but are only willing to be an idle woman. You deserve to die. If you had some talent, Jiang Hong would have died long ago. Those malevolent eyes were filled with resentment and hatred for the world. So what? Aren't you a loser too? Heaven's order is 3 points, and you'll be the first to die. Ha! Jiang Hong raised his head and looked at the black mist man, the mockery and teasing in his eyes so obvious. Continuing, you are nothing more than a dispensable, defeated dog, a lost dog. That being said, he meant what he said, and he wasn't wrong. He is the orthodox heaven's mandate of the heavenly Tao, while the other party is only an evil thought generated by Barbara's game with the heavenly Tao. To be blunt, it's not even a dog. You're still trying to figure out God's destiny. Come out. I know you're watching. Having come this far, let's meet. Looking at the extremely evil eyes, Jiang Hong roamed around and turned to look at the heavenly gate, whispering softly to that side. In a split second, puff dash, the underworld god, Ji Wuchang, Gu Tianxing, and the others, directly fell to their knees, their eyes shocked as they looked toward the heavenly gate. The terrifying pressure was something they had never felt before in their lives. Not even the fantasies in their minds had ever thought of such an oppressive feeling. This time, the heavenly gate seemed to awaken, and the milky white light swept over the reincarnation road, lighting up the place completely. At the end, the young man dressed in black and white attire stepped on the void and walked step by step, his demeanor bland and self-effacing, eyes, a sadness for the world, an indifference to everything, and a dislike of everything to the point of, the posture is solitary, the face is flawless, and the light is the same as the dust. You're doing great. The youth looked exactly the same as Jung Hong a few years ago, and he just looked at Jung Hong with pity. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 180 Fateful Karma. Shocking the 4 seats. It was more like pity than pity, as if God was taking pity on a family dog that had been through an ordeal and a downpour. And the strange thing is that everyone listening to this sentence did not feel offended, or rather, the attitude in which it was spoken, as it should be. Oh, what are you trying to express? Jung Hong took a step backwards and turned to look at the youth, smiling with curiosity. You don't seem surprised by my presence. The youth's demeanor remained flat, as if there was no second emotion, and when he said that, he stopped staring at Jung Hong, turning to stare at the man in black. Unfortunately, you failed to do so. Jung Hong has a point. You are not as good as him. The youth's light-hearted demeanor, as if it was a quick knife, caused the black-clothed man, who had a serious demeanor, to become completely furious. Indignantly, he looked at him. Originally, it should have been me who stood here, condescending. At the very least, I should be separated from you. Speaking here, Black Clothes gazed at the distance, at Yi Beixian who was having a shocked face and restless initiatives. Hissing, he said, You punk, you're not as good as Jung Hong. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at Linghu Changmei and said in disgust, You still want to become an immortal? You can't even catch up with the heat by eating. If it weren't for your hesitation, I'd be the one standing here at this moment. He hates it so much. 1 disobedient, 2 disobedient, looking for opponents who were some kind of bulls and horses, and letting Jung Hong grow to the point where he was now completely uncontrollable. Yes, it also appeared, representing this game, which was entering its final phase. Already, there's no time. Seemingly still not relieved, the man in black gritted his teeth and stared angrily at Yin Shui. And you, this waste, if you were a little braver in the Yin Shui Immortal Palace in the first place, and directly shot this kid, there's no follow-up to so many things. It's your fault. All of it. Seemingly having endless grievances, the man in black angrily pointed around, cursing everyone with hatred. This sudden sense of messiness caused the surrounding strong people who still survived to be shocked and uneasy. They were confused as to what was going on. Who was the man in the black mist? And who was that young man Jung Hong? Can someone tell me what's going on? What's going on? Why are there 3 Jung Hongs? 3 points of heaven's destiny. This is 3 points of heaven's destiny. This is all predetermined? What happens next? A tussle? That youth, the first time I saw him, I wanted to kneel down and worship him. Whether it was Ji Wu Chang, Gu Tianxing, or the remaining survivors, they all felt inexplicably intimidated by the situation at this point. The youth's appearance gave them too strong a sense of oppression. It was as if he had met his loving father and had a sense of hopelessness. Rambling for what? Jung Hong was unimpressed by the clamor around him, faintly scanning the black-clothed man and turning his eyes to the youth. Speaking coldly, Your arrival was expected. Therefore, heaven's order is threefold and everything is liquidated today. Let's do it. Become immortal? To the fairy world? None of this was his purpose, and from the very beginning his focus was not on the magnificent heavenly gate. Rather, it was the youth in front of him. Jung Hong knew that with the other party present, no matter what he did, it would be impossible. Fate, it seems, has yet to break free. You're very confident. Want to disobey me? The youth was unimpressed by Jung Hong's behavior, his eyes looking into the distance. It seems to see the misery of the present world through the path of the Yellow Springs. A scene of Prince, reflected in front of everyone's eyes. It was an old man with a sword. Behind him were billions of mortals. He cut the sky with an iron sword. His back was stooped, but it seemed to hold up a grand and magnificent blue sky. You see, your comrades in the past life don't seem to have changed their destiny. Withered. Jung Hong, didn't you realize? Speaking here, the youth looked with a light smile and continued carelessly. All of it, still on the original trajectory. Destiny has not changed. Of course, it wasn't my arrangement. It is God's will. The image was shocking beyond words, and everyone stared at it for a long time. It's swordsman. For the sake of mortals, for the sake of the justice in his heart, he is staining the dome of the sky with the blood of 1 against 3. Though victorious over their enemies, they themselves withered under the long sky of this chaotic world. A generation of sword ancestors? Gotham. In addition to this, there are many images of demons attacking Yao Qi, and the Queen Mother of the West, as in her previous life. Gotham. Many of the deceased have left, predestined, unchanged. The sword ancestor didn't come to protect the world? Mr. Great Justice. Seeing this, Gu Tianxing bowed slightly to the image in respect. The destiny has not changed. What happened after my previous life? Did I become immortal?
The only surviving underworld god among the Forbidden Area sovereigns looked at the image in front of him in confusion. If, as the youth said, destiny did not change, then Jiang Han might wither away immediately. Yes, what about his previous life? Did he become immortal? For a while there was a flurry of words, and curiosity about the future filled the vast reincarnation road. Yes? Jiang Han spread his hands and gazed at the youth indifferently. It had to be said that the other party's offensive scheme was indeed too strong. He was a little choked up just now when he saw the sword ancestor wither away. It is also true, as it is, that although the process has come out with many changes, the established results, it seems, have not changed. Fatalistic, as if it still exists. But at this Jiang Hong did not care in the slightest. All he had to do was to break his destiny. Even if the cage remained, the future could be changed. This journey was very different from the previous life. Otherwise, why did the youth in front of him start his heavenly destiny early? Don't dare give him 10,000 more years. Thinking of this, Jiang Hang slightly raised his head and smiled wildly. Aren't I still alive? Rambling, you're not afraid, are you? Mandate of heaven. Speaking of this, Jiang Hong cocked his head and teased. No, I should say my beloved heavenly Tao. Ha, ha 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 ha. Jiang Hong laughed wildly with abandon, lightly mocking his words, but it left the surrounding area in dead silence. Many people looked at the youth in front of them, their scalps tingling. Lord Tendo, what a niche term, what a shocking new track. If Jiang Hong hadn't spoken nonsense, the youth in front of him was that legendary supreme heavenly Tao. TN, Tendo? He's Tendo? What a niche word. Sounds weird as hell. I seem to be stuck in a quagmire. Will I be able to walk through the gates of heaven alive? Numbed, Jiang Heng's words caused the many people still surviving around them to become completely numb. At this moment, the appearance of a black-clothed Jiang Hong was already outrageous enough, and it turned out that the youth was the heavenly Tao. Yes, these words made Linghu Changmei and Yun Shui Shengxian directly explode, as if they were stressed cats, catapulting up and backing up more than 100 meters, looking at the youth in horror. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. These days should be finished. In fact, there are a lot of things to say, and so on the end of the book and then spit it out. Love you yo. Wahahaha. End of chapter. Chapter 181, The Terrible Truth. The source of everything. Knowing, guessing and seeing are three different things. The attitude of the two men towards the youth was one of horror, fear, and trepidation. The heavenly Tao, the prototype of a world's will, was also an existence that represented the supreme being in that part of the heavens and earth. In this side of heaven and earth, it belonged to the absolute masters. If the heavenly Tao struck at this time, it would be a descending blow to them. This vast expanse of the world and endless deep space was not something they could destroy. Trying to destroy a world was not enough for them at this time. Yes, what puzzled the two men was why the heavenly path was near the dust. What's going on here? What else is going to happen next? Boring. The sighs and shocks all around made the youth shake his head lightly, ignoring all the strange looks, gazing intently at Jiang Hong. Afraid? You're supposed to be me, so why make it so clear? Wasn't the original purpose to swat away all the unfavorable elements? Speaking of this, his eyes were tinged with obscurity. If it wasn't for your soft-heartedness in the first place, how could you have let that woman tear apart the world origin? As he spoke, the youth pointed at the man in black, his eyes tinged with disgust. This monstrous thing will not descend to the earthly realm either. Everything, it's because of you. At the end of his words, the youth held his head slightly high, lazily flapping his sleeves as he urged on Jiang Hong. Destroy him and fuse with me. Heaven is merciless and has its own workings. After saying that, he turned around and closed his eyes, no longer saying a single word more, but the aura he emitted was 3 times stronger than before. It was as if every second they stayed longer, the amount of substance they possessed would increase. He is not you. He is Jiang Hong, a living individual. Jiang Hong is not anyone. He is Jiang Hong. The amount of information in Tendo's words was so great that it caused many people to stand frozen in place, their eyes carrying a shock that was hard to dispel. Yes, the woman dressed in a red dress immediately stepped forward and looked at the youth's back with indescribable indifference. And Hongyi continued, if you are the heavenly Tao, get lost and run the order of this side of the heavens and earth. Don't meddle in everything in here. There are so many people dying out there. Why don't you go and take care of them? The sins of her past life, the grandeur of her current life is to return Jiang Heng's karma, not allowing this sudden appearance to manipulate the so-called destiny. This person's attitude towards Jiang Hong was that feeling of controlling fate. It made Hongyi even angrier. When she looked back at her life in the moment, it was as if she had been a pawn, from childhood to adulthood. Even after becoming a taboo spirit and ascending to the level of false immortal, it seems that one is still unable to break free from one's destiny. This was something she was not willing to repeat on Jiang Hong. Everything in this world has a destiny. a destiny, and I am the way of heaven, so why should I pity the ants?
The youth was not annoyed or angry. Gazing carelessly at Anhongi, all things
are ruminants, and that includes you, too, for daring to open your mouth like that. You're so unbridled. After saying that,
a chi of the primordial origin was violently waved out from the youth's hand, and everything turned into nothingness wherever it passed. It was as if it was disintegrated and completely disappeared from this side of the world. The deep sky-colored chi of the beginning of the earth was like a sea of tides pouncing in front of Anhongi in an instant. The karmic fire that burns the inflammation and boils the sea looks exceptionally small under it,
and a red lotus dissolves and becomes nothingness.
Bang! Just as the chi of Tai Chu was about to flood Anhongi,
John Hong,
dressed in white, instantly broke through the void and appeared in front of her.
Raising his hand, he completely dispersed the chi of the beginning. John Hong,
looking at Jiang Heng's back, Anhongi carefully murmured,
"I'm sorry, I don't want to get into trouble with you. No harm done."
Jiang Hong shook his head and laughed softly at the woman behind him. "You're going to die sooner or later."
"But not now. I did it to tell him. With me around, he can't do anything, and what I don't allow, even as the heavenly Tao, he can only be furious." Speaking of this, Jiang Hong took one step forward,
casually slapping the other party's head as he passed by the underworld god.
"Rip the soul out and pinch it in your hand, and when you pass by the human emperor's streamer, shove it in with your own hands." Holding the human emperor streamer,
Jiang Hong mobilized the primordial chi and began to quench it in front of everyone.
It's just a matter of moments. The morose human emperor streamer was completely transformed, with the dragon duke, phoenix mother, heavenly demon, and underworld god representing everything in this world. Earth, water, fire, wind, and all living things.
Everything seems to have originated in the 8 forbidden zones. Under the nourishment of several forbidden souls,
the human emperor streamer at this time was like a star, surrounded by the majestic primordial chi, as well as the unnameable power of greatness. After this, let's call you the 9 revolutions reincarnation streamer. After saying that,
Jiang Hong raised his hand to hold the streamer and threw it fiercely at the heavenly gate,
and the large reincarnation streamer plunged into the dirt. The souls of the dragon duke, underworld god, ancient emperor,
and phoenix mother were all tainted with the chi of the beginning of the earth, and the Taoan laws they manipulated were countless times more powerful than in their lives, leading these hundreds of harmonized Taoists and tens of millions of severe ghosts.
They instantly appeared below the heavenly gate, like moths to a flame.
They launched a fierce attack on the heavenly gate.
Jiang Hong.
This scene caused Linghu Changmei,
who was not far away, to be completely moved,
and he looked at Jiang Hong with crimson eyes and resentment.
"You just don't want me to become an immortal. You're going to ruin the path to immortality." In the moment,
he didn't know why Jiang Hong was doing this and felt that it was just targeting him.
Don't want him to become immortal. In this regard,
Jiang Hong was unimpressed and looked at the youth with a smile.
"What path to immortality? It's all fake.
I don't deny the existence of the fairy world,
but your memory, there must be something wrong with it."
As Jiang Hong spoke, he pointed his finger towards Cloudwater Immortal and continued under the other party's shocked,
horrified eyes. "You've been a person from this realm from the very beginning. You are that all-important originator, aiming to spread the Tao, to make everything in this Tian Luo realm prosperous and flourishing. Subsequently, as you wished, the 8 forbidden zones came out of nowhere, and countless celestial prides sprung up like the rain, constantly comprehending the Tao, making this heavenly Luo realm stronger and stronger." With that said,
Jiang Hong took a deep breath and walked towards the youth step by step until he reached less than a meter in front of him.
Only then did he manage to stop. Softly, he said, "The purpose is to perfect the Tao and law of this realm, where all are minions and human minds, in a single metamorphosis of the Tao and the law. The heavenly Tao of this Tian Luo realm is getting more and more perfect and stronger." Speaking of this,
Jiang Hong raised the corners of his mouth and smiled with absolute madness.
"Not wrong, my beloved Lord Heaven's path." Words that filled a wheeled road. At this moment,
except for Jiang Heng's words, there was not a bit of extra sound, and the content's gold content was too sufficient and impact was too strong. Everyone stared at the youth with wide eyes,
confused, thinking of hearing the other's answer. It's really like what Jiang Hong said. Then everything in this world is a lie. P.S. I wish you all a happy day.
These days should be finished.
In fact, there are a lot of things to say.
And so on the end of the book and then spit it out.
Love you yo. Wahahaha. End of chapter. Chapter 182, the showdown of everything.
The call for a showdown.
So what else is true? Or what else is worth their belief? Impossible. The old man is 276,000 years old, and all his senses are true. Can't be fake. This time, Ji Wu Chang,
who had been firmly supporting Jiang Hong, also began to hiss.
If what Jiang Hong said was true, then everything he had done was a bubble and a dream. just an insignificant mole cricket under the operation of this heavenly Tao. Existing. There was no meaning to it, it was only to make the Tao and law of this heavenly law realm more perfect and stronger. John Hong, are you telling the truth? Gu Tianqing was also shocked, and he, who prided himself on his unrivaled talent, had a somewhat broken state of mind at this time. His greatest strength is that he recognizes reality. Jiang Heng's words were actually believed the moment he said them. But, not willingly, he was a great emperor and the Heaven's Gate was right in front of him, so how could he be willing? Ascended to the immortal world and have since transcended everything. Jiang Hong was silent. His demeanor had been indifferent, and there was no fluctuation of emotion in his eyes as he gazed at the youth. Yes, you're right about everything. The youth lazily spread his hands and didn't deny Jiang Heng's statement. You're very smart. You can see the truth through the tube. Indeed. Speaking of this, the youth incarnated by the heavenly Tao had a careless face. The 8 forbidden zones of life, the countless human races, demon races, wood races, and spirit races, all of them are minions. The purpose of its location is to help me perfect the Tao and the law. Good luck getting me to that point. As he spoke, the youth's demeanor changed. From a warm sun to a dark star in a moonlit night. Emotions, constantly rising. Why is it that there are 3,000 great paths, and yet I, as the heavenly Tao, am inferior? All of you are ants. The only value of living is to help me perfect the Tao and wish me to become a great Tao at an early date. Get everything that's mine. All of which the youth did not deny. While his eyes swept around as if to vent his emotions, gaze quietly at all. What these people want is the illusory immortal world, while what he wants is the supreme Tao. There is a great way above the heavenly way. He was born at the birth of Tenra and became self-aware in the countless reincarnations of the world. Since then, this heavenly law realm was like a large graveyard that began to operate regularly and continuously. Yun Shui, indeed, was from the immortal world. Only, the torment of the long years, coupled with its endless lifespan, had completely lost its memory at that moment. Over the years, the other party has been playing the cow-horse pioneer, to help him constantly improve and repair the Taoist law. Enough! The youth's catharsis was impatiently interrupted by John Hung, gazing faintly at the other party, speaking faintly, a child's playground trick, one who has played it for so many years. You're still proud of yourself, aren't you? Rolling his eyes, John Hong was somewhat speechless. What kind of psychopath would it take to captivate a normal world? At the same time, in order to prevent people from breaking out of their cages, every endless years, the heavenly tilt will be opened, wiping out all the people in this world. In these countless epochs, he didn't even know how many times the other party had done such a thing. 10 times? 100 times? 1,000 times? Unpredictable and unaccountable. Only, that didn't concern him either. The only thing he wanted to do at the moment was to break free of his destiny. Rang! If the other side withers, everything will finally come to an end. Sorry, it did get a little raucous. The youth did not show the slightest bit of annoyance after smiling blandly in the face of Jiang Heng's coldness. So, start? Looking at Jiang Hong, he tried curiously. And, bang, bang, bang. Without waiting for Jiang Hong to reply, the heads of the many people present who still survived exploded directly as if they were watermelons. The one who bore the brunt of the attack was Ji Wu Chang, whose pale eyes stared at the youth in disorientation. Cursing angrily, he said, Heaven's way, my ass. You're just a twisted will. Where's the fairness in what you have to say? He always knew. This side of heaven and earth, normally there is a path to heaven. Each of them, arriving at a certain realm, can go to the immortal realm, enjoy the great mountains and the great rivers. Even his cultivation was sufficient. And as for the kind of forbidden beings like the Dragon Duke and Phoenix Mother, they definitely belonged to the supermodel type. Yes, the path to the heavens was sealed. And he understood why Jiang Hong had crushed the heavenly gate. Because it's false and delusional. His soul kept fluttering, and when he was about to be crushed, the 9 revolutions reincarnation streamer underneath the heavenly gate ripped Ji Wu Chang's soul through. At the same time, Gu Tianqing and the others were also crushed. The soul, sucked into the streamer. Apart from an Hongyi behind Jiang Hong, unexpectedly, only Yinshui Shangxian and Linghu Changmei were alive. How many years have you imprisoned me? At this moment, Yun Shui's head was about to explode, and at this level, his mind was top-notch. Jiang Hong casually nudged him and he guessed many things. It seemed to be imprisoned for an unknown amount of time in this Tian Luo realm. It doesn't matter. This is the last life, and you will wither away in this life as well. The youth gave a shallow smile and stopped answering Yin Shui, turning to look in front of Linghu Changmei, the man in black who looked like Jiang Hong. Indifferently, he said, Sinful animal, still not returning? When heaven's destiny is united, I will break the confinement and glorify the supreme 3,000 paths. Censure. To the horror of the black-clothed Jiang Hong, this is the oppression from the soul, the domination of the body in the face of the remnants of the soul. He was born to suffer, and, among the three, he was the weakest one, inferior to even Jiang Hong. Standing in the center, he looked left and right. Looking to Jiang Hong on his left, he then looked to the youth on his right arm. Numb. Hesitation will lead to defeat, and choosing wrongly will inevitably be in vain. Jiang Hong took one step forward, eyes, only youth, and, watching Jiang Hong walk step by step, the black-clothed youth gritted his teeth and stared resentfully at Jiang Hong. Even if I die, I won't give you a good time. After I'm obliterated, you'll end up just as bad. In the moment, he would not choose Jiang Hong. Dignity, too, would not allow him to choose Jiang Hong. He was the meat that fell off the youth, and Jiang Hong was also the meat that fell off the youth. The two are on equal footing. If he chose Jiang Hong, he was completely erased while representing that he was inferior to Jiang Hong. Instead of that, he should have let Jiang Hong die with him. Yes, just as he made a hard leap, intending to come to the youth's side, a deep black aura ripped him right back. Jiang Hong raised his hand, the palm of his hand as if a black hole emitted gravitational force. In the youth's surprised gaze, the man in black was directly pulled over by Jiang Hong and directly choked his neck. As I said, choosing indiscriminately is also for nothing. The move, it is not among the 5 elements, nor is it subject to the control of the heavenly Tao. The devouring devil technique, a technique created by a man himself, was a technique outside of his system that he had created with his unrivaled talent. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 183, The Origin Tao. The end has arrived. Therefore, here in the place permeated with the chi of the beginning, he could transcend the boundaries of the rules, rip the black man right over. At this moment, he had to admire Barbarian's farsightedness. In fact, the other party had told him a lot from the very beginning. Only, he didn't care at the time and didn't fulfill his promise to meet her at the Acacia Mound. This time, I'm afraid the other side is gone. Choking the man in black, Jiang Heng's devouring power in his hands, as if pumping water, greedily absorbed the other party's purest origin. It was also part of the heavenly Tao, devouring his supply in a way that no one before him, put together, could match. Only, at that time, the strength was not enough. The power of devouring did not reach this point. The old bird gift package can only be opened in the moment. Impossible. Why were you able to suck me in with the devouring demon technique? The black mist man was terrified, staring at Jiang Hong with wide-eyed resentment. While being absorbed, he still kept resisting, trying to break free from Jiang Heng's bonds. It doesn't help. Of course it's possible. Jiang Hong smoked while the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. All of my Tao has long since metamorphosed to the level of Tai Chou. I can control everything in this Tian Luo realm. When he first merged with the Tao, he used it as a foundation, and when he stepped into the forbidden, he even seized the heavens, used the 9-jacked heavenly Tao bottle to forge a supreme Tao foundation. Presently, the devouring devil technique that he was running was unique to him, and had long since transcended the framework that Barbarian had used in the first place. Break! Jiang Heng's words fell, and the youth's flat voice echoed across the vast reincarnation road. Ephemeral. Jiang Heng's hand that was tugging on the man in black was cut off directly as if it had been chopped by something sharp. The chaotic body, at this moment, was completely ineffective, seemingly unable to withstand the youth's casual strike. Scarlet blood spurted along the wound. The broken section was still tugging at the man in black with a deadly grip. Jiang Hong and Hongyi was stunned and desperately walked forward, hoping to come in front of Jiang Hong. Lay down your life to pay for the consequences. Jiang Heng's severed arm grew wildly outward in a bizarre form. Not long after connecting to the broken hand, restored as good as new. Interesting, this heavenly tribulation 9 paths bottle. It seems to carry something beyond my imagination. Seeing that Jiang Hong was not injured, the youth was slightly surprised and looked up and down curiously. Vision. It is finally fixed on the vial. This is something that has transcended cause and effect. Break. Once again, the youth's words followed the law. Sliding down, the void wrapped outside the vial, permeated with the chi of the beginning, began to tremble violently, as if it was going to crumble at any moment. The emptiness of the bottle was beginning to chafe. Yes, the small sword radiated a deep light, completely isolating everything. The vial was back to normal in moments. Mobilizing the world essence like this, it seems like you're under a lot of pressure as well. Jiang Hong kept devouring the man in black. The breath on his body became more and more indistinct. It is not up to the youth, but it is much stronger than before. Jiang Hong, Yun Shui, have never begged anyone in my life. I only beg you to wear him down and let me step into reincarnation. The more time passes, the deeper the pain the clouds carry. At this moment, many things came to him. but as inferred. In the beginning, he was being chased and unintentionally escaped to this place. At that time, this Tianluo realm was a void. Humans were still in the most primitive state, and all creatures abided by the cycle of birth, old age, sickness and death. Yes, this world is blocked. He cannot find a way out, helpless to hammer the Tao. I do not know how long after. He was in a trance, completely mad at this. Then, he was sealed in a Jedi, and watched the human, demon, and spirit races, among others, grow stronger by the day. Included among these, many forbidden zones were born. Those were ancient years. Those were endless epochs ago. The taboo then was not the Dragon Lord or the Phoenix Mother. Followed by, the long cycle of everything he had experienced was cyclical, as if he would never be able to break free of this cage. Right now, seems to be his only chance. Yun Shui immediately stood up straight on the rocker and hissed at Zhang Heng. I am the origin of the Tao. After you devour me, you will get unexpected effects. He only wanted to be relieved, to be devoured by Zhang Heng. If it was his destiny, then he was willing to accept that destiny, thus breaking the cage. Memories came flooding back, countless epochs reincarnated. He was truly tired and no longer had the courage to continue. Perish. Yun Shui's action caused the youth's expression to freeze, revealing a serious expression for the first time. Immediately, he extended his index finger, intending to completely silence the cloud water. Yes, Zhang Hong tugged on the man in black and instantly appeared in front of Yun Shui, using his body to block this Tao and carry the karma. Human body. Instant chaffing appeared, and a beam of nothingness continued to race through Zhang Heng's body, as if it was going to blow up at any moment. The heavenly tribulation 9 Dao bottle swayed, emitting the essence of qi, and Zhang Heng's body was once again restored to its original state. I told you, you can't do anything with me. Zhang Hong raised his head, coldly gazing at the youth, and under the other party's gaze, his left hand directly pinched Yun Shui's neck. The devouring devil technique was once again in operation, rapidly devouring the origin. For a moment, countless Tao laws surged into his mind, the richness of which was unheard of by Zhang Heng. Got it too. Why did Yun Shui, a remnant immortal, have the courage to face the 8 forbidden beings such as the Dragon Duke and Phoenix Mother? All of this Tao and law is its greatest strength. If the Dragon Lord and Yun Shui really fought, they would most likely be completely obliterated as well. Kill him and free me. Karma, purged in this world. Yun Shui was absorbed by Zhang Heng's origin, and there was no pain on her face, but rather relief. He, really tired. Zhang Hong, do you really intend to make an enemy of me and fight to the death? Know that you are me and I am you. Seeing that Zhang Hong was bent on having his own way, the youth no longer had any composure, and if it went on like this, Zhang Hong would really become a hidden danger. When he came out of the Cloudwater Immortal Palace, Zhang Heng's destiny seemed to be beyond his control, which made him astonished. In a short period of time, from great saints, to quasi-emperors, great emperors, and forbidden beings, subocular, medicine, and to stand apart from him? Although he didn't think that Zhang Hong could change his fate against all odds, this resume really shocked him. Countless epochs, countless reincarnations. It was the first time anyone had ever looked at him directly, although it was a piece of meat that fell from his body. Phew! Yun Shui's body transformed into a wisp of flying ash. His soul returned to the reincarnation streamer. Zhang Hong nodded and looked at the youth. New awe, return it to you. In his right hand, the black-clothed man's origin was also sucked up by Zhang Hong. By the time he had sucked in 70%, the man wasn't talking much and seemed to have resigned himself to his fate. Silence. The youth laughed coldly, not even looking at the man in black, and yelled down with a bland yell. The man in black completely turned into ashes in the eyes of despair and resentment, and was completely erased from this world. It's clean. Come on. Zhang Hong looked at the youth and made a gesture of invitation. P.S. I wish you all a happy day. End of chapter. Chapter 184, Forging the Devouring Avenue. The enmity and grudges are entangled to the depths. At this time Zhang Hong do not have any idea, only seek to clean up the enmity and grudges. This memory carries too much. Sour, sweet, bitter, spicy, right and wrong. This road of no return he has long had no desire to continue to walk in vain. In the moment, it was time to stop. Stubborn. Zhang Heng's invitation. The youth did not think, slightly shook his head after the countless rules of bondage, slowly floating into the air. Looking down, he gazed at Zhang Hong. This realm is all mine. How can you fight me? Look. Lifting his hands and throwing his feet, the chi of the beginning of the heavens wrapped in countless chaotic chi, instantly permeating this path of reincarnation. It could be seen with the naked eye that the originally devastated reincarnation road was instantly repaired as good as new in front of this supreme power. Inches of cracking ensued.
The path of reincarnation completely collapsed, surrounded by an infinite deep sky, with a single star dotting the universe. The yawning sun in the distance was very conspicuous. Look, I can do whatever I want. As he said that, the youth that the heavenly Tao had manifested spread out his hands and pointed around in a showy manner. It seems to say this world sinks and floats. Everything is dominated by him. You're as boring as a child. Jiang Hong sighed slightly and shook his head helplessly, hanging in the air and stepping on the stars in the sky, pacing towards the youth. With every step, endless Tao flowed around him. The chi of the beginning of the heavens and chaos seemed like shocking waves and wild waves, completely crushing the stars that blocked the way. With every step, the vast expanse of the universe seemed to set off wild waves, shattering space and silencing the Tao. All of it, back to the source. This was the collision of the heavenly Tao to its simplicity and the purest Tao and Dharma. Yes, Jiang Hong still walked forward, without the slightest bit of cowardice in his eyes. Reincarnated, he discarded all and penetrated with the will to break the stubborn stone. Coming in front of the youth, Jiang Hong gazed into the other party's eyes. Look at this starry sky. Does it look like instantly brilliant fireworks? Just as your life, after a moment of eternity, is but dust in the infinite deep sky. Stars, chaps, the remaining fires of the Earth's core are released in the world, as if they were carved for eternity, or as if they were instantaneous and brilliant fireworks. It seems that your will has been broken? The young heavenly Tao's demeanor was no longer as calm as it had been before. Jiang Heng's current Tao had already become a climate. It's long since been worse, hasn't it? Tai Cho Chaos Technique. Jiang Heng's face was expressionless, as if he was stating an unrelated matter, but the spearhead was so obvious. When the words fall, the entire universe, as if shattered like glass, and countless stars turned into dust. Space is constantly distorting. This, the ultimate Tao he had comprehended, was based on the chaotic body and supplemented by the heavenly tribulation 9 Tao bottles. Plus Ben took over the sky. This gong method has long been transcendent, with levels that are unspeakable and unheard of. The enormous power of the primordial chaos transformed into a huge palm that pinched the youth directly. Useless. The youth laughed coldly and looked at Jiang Hong quietly. Previously, that little dragon was unable to silence you. Did you, forget? Speaking here, the young heavenly Tao pointed in the direction of the heavenly Luo realm, and then pointed at the stars in the sky and the endless expanse of the world. This path, all of it, is the heavenly Luo realm. That infinite deep space, this sky full of stars, all of them can block the sword for me. If you want to exterminate me, unless you crush everything in this world. While saying this, the youth indifferently sneered as his body erupted into a powerful land of origin, completely shattering the giant hand that the primordial chaos had transformed into. In an instant, he arrived in front of Jiang Hong and ruthlessly pinched Jiang Heng's throat. Jiang Hong, you are too arrogant. I am the lord of this world. I am the lord of creation. I am the source of all. Who dares to destroy me? And who can destroy me? The beginning, chaos? Aren't they also my power? Everything in this Tian Luo realm is mine. As he said that, the young man stared arrogantly, and countless Tao laws were interpreted around his body, and an ancient seal character appeared in the universe. White Tiger Technique, Green Sky Dragon Transformation Decision, Sea Suppressing Scripture, and Mountain over Sea Technique were all created by countless talented people in the heavenly law realm over the past countless years, and all of them were revealed at this moment. It is the product of the accumulation of countless epochs by the young heavenly Tao. It also represents the wisdom of countless eras, of those whose talents were so great. No, seeing this roiling Tao, Jiang Hong didn't have the slightest fear and pointed at the best of them, raising the corners of his mouth in disdain. He spoke. These, too, are nothing more than that. While saying that, around Jiang Heng's body, the origin chi transformed into monstrous black mist. Devilish aura, the countless Tao laws, under the black fog, were like a dark cloud-covered sky. The dots of stars dimmed, devouring devil kung fu, specializing in these rihuhu. Talent, too, is graded. Jiang Hong angled his head and teasingly looked at the youth. Although this technique was not created by me, but, when Barbarian was created, it was an honor to defeat you with a forbidden counterattack. At this time, this seed is once again strengthened to claim your life path by him. Okay? Jiang Hong operated the heaven-swallowing devil technique, inhaling the countless runes around him into his body, and while the Tao was being interpreted, the countless feats couldn't even compete with it. In this life, the immunity to mana was completely ineffective under the power of devouring. To be precise, it is not as good as it. Jiang Hong, the youth was enraged, his eyes gazing coldly at Jiang Hong. I'm from the same lineage as you. You're the meat that fell off my body. You're going to use that as kung fu against me? This, he couldn't accept. The power of devouring was weird, as if it transcended everything. and he couldn't figure out that the devouring demon emperor was just immortal at that time.
How can you create such an unbelievable kung fu? Beyond all, beyond the word, the 9 vials of heavenly havoc.
Jiang Han was silent.
A small vial was offered up on his brow, emitting endless light in the vast expanse of the universe. At the same time,
the devouring devil technique operated. The color of the vial of nothingness was instantly rendered as black as ink and jade, to the point of being completely invisible.
The sight, all of it, is going to be completely engulfed. I, Jiang Han, am the heavenly Tao of this realm. That is to say, at this time,
I used the 9 tribulation sky swallowing vase as a carrier, presenting the great Tao above and exploring the 9 specters below.
I, that is,
am the uncatchable one of the 3,000 paths.
Since then Hong Yuan 4, devouring avenue.
Jiang Han erupted all, and would devour Yun Shui's,
the man in blacks,
and the origin that sees the heavens. All of them were poured into the 9 thunders heaven swallowing bottle.
This is what he has long formulated, using the heavenly Tao bottle as a carrier, breaking the sky and seeking the supreme Tao. He didn't understand how many levels there were in the immortal world, but none of that mattered. He was going to skip this class today, and, strictly speaking, he didn't even belong to the realm of humans,
and there was no need to raise his realm a little bit.
It's impossible. It's absolutely impossible.
Zhang Heng's actions wiped out the youth's composure, and he couldn't accept the scene.
End of chapter. Chapter 185, Imperfect Perfection.
He is the heavenly Tao of this realm, and among the countless small worlds, is the most likely to become a great Tao,
when all is said and done.
In other worlds, the heavenly Tao operates on a basic trajectory, as if it were an unconscious instrument that knows only the most basic laws. Because of the arrival of the cloud water, so the birth of part of the consciousness, with the coincidence of chance to slowly wasted achievements today.
Zhang Han, 1954. Chinese writer. On what grounds?
There was also some kind of devouring avenue that he hadn't even heard of. According to his expectations, the inevitable future qualifying tournament. He felled the great Tao against his will in the position of the heavenly Tao and became one of those 3,000.
Jiang Han was even better, creating his own avenue.
Humph. You seek death. Everything in this world is bound by rules,
even those of the great Tao. No one can reverse it, and if you touch it, you will die. Jiang Heng's choice made the youth feel funny. He couldn't stop it and was too lazy to do so.
Presently, there was only one way to die if Jiang Han did this.
Is it possible for an ordinary person to fulfill that great ambition? Promoted to the great Tao? Is already taking the way of death. Just because you can't, doesn't mean others can't either. I'll tell you today, your countless eons of scheming have made you even more of a clown. You are not the heavenly Tao at all. You are the same as that one evil thought. You are a negative emotion produced under the operation of the heavenly Tao. It's garbage too.
Sensing everything with the heavenly vase and forging the Tao with the power of devouring, Jiang Han felt everything in the process.
Tian Luo realm. Mu Wanyun's worry. Wine sword immortal's indomitability. Gu Jia's bewilderment.
An old man with gray hair in a mountain village looks out over a devastated world and prays inwardly for peace.
Young parents hold their children in their arms, hoping to find a place to settle down.
Everything in the world was at his whim, including the youth in front of him. The malice emanating from the other party was no less than that black mist, and even more than 10,000 times as malicious.
What are you babbling about? I am the heavenly Tao of this realm.
The youth's eyes were tinged with anger as he looked at Jiang Han unhappily.
That's just it. You're going to die soon. After you die, I reap the power of devouring. This avenue is at your fingertips.
With a cold snort, he stopped fighting with Jiang Han and gazed at him playfully.
The black aura seemed to completely fill the entire universe,
and countless devouring forces absorbed it recklessly. Wherever they passed, they all withered without exception.
Impossible.
The scene moved the youth. He wasn't being heartbroken about these origins, which were insignificant at the moment compared to the entire world.
The aura emanating from the black mist was clearly above everything else in the world. It was as if the subject was facing the king.
He could only feel it when he touched those great avenues.
Jiang Han, on what grounds? However, in the black mist, the heavenly bottle appeared, as if it were a vacuum cleaner, sucking the world here completely into the bottle.
The youth could feel that his power was being stripped away. The barriers of the heavenly law realm had broken down, and Jiang Han was now truly in control of a great Tao.
Devouring avenue. The farce is over.
Jiang Han stood at the top and watched as the space barrier shattered.
In the middle of the field of vision,
horizontally and vertically crisscrossed,
that is a grand Tao. No more, no less, exactly 3,000, plus a black Tao that just appeared and cut across everything. Exactly 3001.
Not far away from it was a large world with white clouds, Standing so far away one could feel that the power there was much purer and of a higher grade compared to the origin of the heavenly law realm. 3,000 avenues. This is the immortal world? Looking at the situation outside, John Hong was somewhat surprised in his heart. It never occurred to me that if I wanted to go to the immortal world, I would need to break the boundary wall to do so. Presently, the great Tao that he had constructed with the supreme ancient artifact of origin and the supreme Tao method had actually helped him decipher part of the truth. Heaven's Gate, it's really a fake. Even if the Dragon Duke, the ancient emperor and those people set foot and entered it, I'm afraid that they would never be able to reach the end. Become dead bones all the way down the road. The Yellow Springs countryside and the road of reincarnation. Getting to see the heavenly gate may not be a good thing. Farce? The youth gritted his teeth and looked at Jiang Hong with resentment, his demeanor extremely similar to those eyes of the black mist. At this moment, it seemed to completely expose its nature. So what? This Tian Luo. It's already my call. In the next second, countless chaotic chi and primordial origin covered Jiang Heng's heavenly bottle. May. Absorb. Devour. The capacity of the heavenly vase seemed endless. No. This is impossible. The young heavenly Tao's complexion gradually became shriveled. He couldn't take the sight. That's all there is to say. Go inside. Jiang Hong came to his side and instantly pinched his neck, the black devouring power quickly blocking all his movements. The nine tribulation heaven swallowing bottle transformed into an instant of streaming light and arrived directly in front of the youthful heavenly Tao. Before it was too late to say anything, it was sucked right in. Ephemeral. Jiang Hong then felt the return. Originally, he controlled about 30% of Tian Luo, and the other party controlled 70%. Now, 40, 45, 75, is rising, and the youth's breath was weakening. In this regard, Jiang Hong was in no hurry. Exhaling a long, cloudy breath, he turned to look down at the woman in the red dress, gazing down at him. Streamers. Jiang Hong maneuvered the 9 reversals reincarnation streamer and turned into a black rainbow light, flying towards the location where the barrier was broken. Straight up blocking. Jiang Hong. And Hongi slowly vacated the air and came to Jiang Heng's side whispering, "It's my turn, isn't it?" She understood what Jiang Hong meant. After such a long time, and Hongi completely understood that Jiang Heng's pursuit in this life had nothing else but to settle all grudges. Her destiny had been set from the very beginning, to go to the human emperor's streamer and become the main soul controlling the ghosts. Go on. I can't bear to kill you. I won't let you go. Jiang Hong turned around and looked at Hongi's magnificent face, looking at the other party's ruby-like eyes, slowly murmuring, "You shouldn't have come to me that year in a mountain field full of daisies. I'm sorry, And Hongi turned around and trembled, not daring to answer this question as she flew straight toward the human emperor streamer. Come under the streamers. She took the initiative to sacrifice her soul, unlike the others, and it was also as if Jiang Hong was granting her final mercy. Her soul, her favorite red color, still stepping on the red lotus, she slowly entered the black streamer. And finally, Hongi looked back at Jiang Hong. Carefully, he said, Can I still see you? There is no danger here, and every 10,000 years, you can see me once." As Jiang Hong turned around, he looked back at the red-clothed silhouette under the black sail. Thanks. And Hongi nodded her head seriously without shedding any tears. She has her own strength and her own pride. The soul is completely integrated into the black streamer. The body began to burn rapidly, scarlet karmic flames, transforming into a red lotus, floating and encircling. It accompanied this one large 9 revolutions reincarnation streamer. Chapter 186 Extra. My name is Hongi. 1. Yangchun. March. The smoke from the cooking fades in the clear sky. The cicadas chirp in the thicket, and the wood from hard work is piled up next to the scribbled huts in the mountain ranges. Immortal Master, you're giving her to us to foster? The simple man, looking at the swaddled baby girl, had a look of growing joy on his face. Beside him was a woman, looking at the baby girl with a charitable look, leaping forward to take her in her arms. I'll come and take her away in 15 years. At that time, grant you supreme fidelity. The old man who spoke had long eyebrows and looked at the man with a look of towering pity. Yes, since she is destined to be with you, you will be the one to give her a name. Name? And Shang looked at the baby girl in his arms, at the bloodstained swaddling clothes on her body, and murmured, So, is it okay to call her Hongi then? Good. The long-browed old man gazed at the baby girl and nodded meaningfully. Then she will be called Hongi from now on. 2. Time rushes on. Year after year passes, and red grows up slowly, as time goes by. I don't know why. Her originally dark hair and deep pupils slowly turned red, as scarlet as blood. However, the smile on his face was still bright, and his deep eyes were like a bright moon stained by blood. 3. My name is Hongi. I'm a woodcutter's child.
My parents always said that when I turned 15, a fairy would take me away. But I don't want to become an immortal. I just want to be with my parents and my mom and dad and live happily ever after forever and ever. But time, it seems, always fails the expectant. And I, too, have become one of them. As I grew up year by year, closer and closer to the age of 15, I realized that there seemed to be a special power within my body, which I didn't dare to tell my parents. That was also the year my brother was born. His name is Reassurance. I looked at the cradle, that one little nub, and the warmth of home reassured me once again. For my 15th birthday, my dad had birthday peaches and a new red dress for me. I still love it even though the red dress is all patched up on me. In the evening, we sat down at the table for dinner, and it was a great day with chicken, duck, beef, and my favorite, okra. Just when I was full of joy and ready to feast, I saw a middle-aged man who pushed open the door and looked at my father before he could say anything. My father's loving eyes seeped out 2 lines of blood and tears, and my mother screamed and frantically hugged me. He's horrible, a nightmare I can't get out of my head for the rest of my life. Daddy, is Daddy dead? Rouge, run, go to the immortal master. He is the only person in this world you can trust. Mother's voice murmured in my ears. What I saw was the corner of her mouth vomiting blood, and the fond eyes. I sat down on the floor disoriented, my head going blank. I still have my brother at ease. I got up with great difficulty and walked towards the cradle, but the middle-aged man took a step ahead of me, grabbed an xin with disgust, and gazed at me with indifference. Lowly mortal, his life is as low as yours. He strangled Reassurance to death in front of me. I can never forget that cold, teasing look, as if a high heavenly god was looking down on an ant bug. At this moment, I couldn't control my emotions, and I saw countless scarlet lotuses that filled the air around me. I also saw that it was a long-browed old man who casually crushed the middle-aged man and looked at me with a guilty look on his face. 5. As time goes by, I was brought back to the ethereal sanctuary by my teacher, Linghu Changmei. I'm doing well here. Everyone respects me? They say I'm a woman of unparalleled talent, and that I'm going to be known as the future empress of the Tianluo realm. Everyone looks at me with awe and admiration. I barely managed to put a smile on my face, only I knew that none of this was what I wanted. And after the reassuring deaths of my parents and brother, my wandering heart had long since gone nowhere. Unattached, and with all the cultivation of the fury being my only interest, my strength has increased rapidly. A breakthrough in a few days, a small realm in a month, a big realm in half a year. Without realizing it, I became a saint and the legendary great sage. But for 2 years, I became a paragon without any distractions. On this day, and Hongyi's name resounded through the Tianluo realm, although he had not yet merged with the Tao. But there have already been many people shouted at me female emperor. Countless powerful men have come to my door to propose marriage, hoping to spend the rest of their lives with me. My heart's not in all this, and it also seems to be that I have not met the person I am waiting for. 6. I am about to merge, but I feel that in my life, I am missing what I want, and merging is not the way for me to go. After bidding farewell to my teacher, Linghu Changmei, I walked alone in the Tianluo realm and began my first red dust refinement. Along the way, I met a lot. Demons abuse mortals and cultivators treat human life as grass, and I'm strong enough to kill everyone. I am not a good person, but what happened to me that night could not make me stand by and do nothing. Year 2. I came to a place, a mountain field full of daisies, and I saw him. It's called Jianheng. In Jianheng, I see the shadow of peace of mind, and it also puts this wandering heart of mine at rest. I brought him back to the netherworld sanctuary, and that's the thing I regret the most in my life. I shouldn't have messed with him. 7. When we return to the netherworld sanctuary, I will personally teach him to cultivate. At first when I brought him back, everyone didn't think much of the mountain boy, but he was the most competitive. I was surprised to find that his natural talent was no weaker than mine. Any feat or divine ability that was performed once in front of him could be perfectly reproduced. He promised me that he would be my pride and joy. Up and down the mountain gate, he helped senior brothers and sisters in my name, giving me unprecedented fame and respect. His perfect character is also called immaculate. After a few years of companionship, I felt that the demonic energy in my body became more and more obedient under Zhang Heng's pacification. For the first time since I lost my family, I felt at ease. Zhang Hong was very attentive and gave me a sense of security at all times. He was perfect, more perfect than I could have imagined. Seems to be in love with him. 8. My master explained to me to take a disciple. It was a mountain village, all dead by the time I got there, except for one teenager who looked innocent. He said his name was Yi Beixian. The way the little thing looked at me made me so disgusted that I wanted to strangle him. After bringing him back to the netherworld Holy Land and accepting him as a close disciple, I didn't care about his cultivation. Most of the time, it was the teacher who taught him. Yes, the quiet time with Jiang Hong had dulled my perceptions, and I was completely oblivious to the fact that everything in this ethereal sanctuary was out of my reach. The day came. Early in the morning, within the elegant garden where I reside, Feng Qingtian hurried over. I was told that Jiang Hong practiced magic. Hearing that, I put a smile on my face. Jiang Hong's virtues are clear to everyone. It's impossible to cultivate magic skills. And, in my opinion, it's not a big deal at all, even if it's cultivated. So what? Isn't this with me? It's fine to abolish the magic power. It's fine to continue training, can't I? And Hongyi, still cover it? In a few years, I'll be able to take that step and become the equivalent of taboo. May. Feng Jingtian said that my female disciple, Chang Chang, said it herself, believing that Jiang Hong practiced magic and mutilated his fellow disciples. All of it was put on by Jiang Hong. This made me a little cloudy. But there was no hurry. I wanted to wait for Jiang Hong to come to me and tell me himself. As long as he says it, I believe it. 9. Teacher came and told me not to favor Jiang Hong in this matter, and that those who practice magic have devout followers. The middle-aged man who shot down the knight he saved me that year was the demon servant. He didn't tell me because he was afraid that my mind would be messed up. This moment, my mind is really messed up. After saying goodbye to my teacher, I still waited in the elegant garden, waiting for Jiang Hong to come to me, and also wanted to have a clear conversation with him. May. Everything was so sudden. Jiang Hong was leaving. Through the distance, I saw his eyes, in which there was no clearness, but rather vicissitudes, as if an old man with 5 failures of the celestial beings, after experiencing everything, saw through everything under the sinking of time. He was going to leave, preferring to face the questioning pass. 9. Asking heart pass came as expected. Jiang Hong killed many people. I saw all these dirtbags, kill them as far as I'm concerned. Asking the heart for 3 passes, facing the judgment of the heavenly Tao. Jiang Hong remains safe, never having done anything wrong. His heart and mind are united, and he remains honorable. At this moment, I was ashamed beyond words in my heart, and I knew I had misjudged him. I didn't have the courage to step in as I watched him leave. Yes, the 3 old maggots of gold, silver and copper blocked his way. I was inwardly delighted, but before my joy spread, the silver maggots were killed by Jiang Hong. This moment, I felt the power of the harmonious way in Jiang Hong. If he didn't still look familiar to me, I'd even think he'd been taken over. 10. Jiang Hong's white clothes are stained with blood, casting the devil heart of the heavenly Tao. Watching this scene, my heart is dripping blood. Yi Beixian the maggot went to challenge him, overwhelmed by him raising his hand. I plan to watch Yi Beixian die and then step in to appease Jiang Hong. That way it's back to the beginning. May. Teacher asked me to step in and save Yi Beixian, remembering my mother's dying wish. I once again went against my heart. Strike out. I injured Jiang Hong and saved the maggot Yi Beixian. Even though it was not my intention, I did it after all. Facing Jiang Hong, my eyes with timidity, he questioned me. His eyes lost their usual doting and loving look, and it was a heartbreaking moment for me. I don't understand what's happening. Me, if you're going to kill him, can you at least give me an explanation? This familiar and unfamiliar feeling made my emotions, too, difficult to control, and the fury in my body erupted, losing its usual composure. Jiang Hong, he practiced magic and framed me. I believe. I knew what he said was true, but the teacher's instructions were too much for me to forget. Caught in the middle. I don't know how to live with myself. In the instant of hesitation, Jiang Hong became extremely impatient, looked at me sadly, and said that he knew. Jiang Hong said, and Hongyi, our fate is over. I'm not convinced. I really am. I'm deeply entangled in his karma. How can it end? How can one sentence end a relationship? He's all I have in this life, and I believe he loves me, or he wouldn't do that to me. At this moment, the fury in my body exploded and I couldn't calm down. May. An old thing, but at this time to be the head of the head, the sword gored to defend 10,000 swords, but also summoned the sword ancestor's sword tire. In the misty peak mess, I am the empress. This man, unbridled, I'll shoot him, but he, too, opened the void, allowing Jiang Hong to leave completely. At this moment, my heart pumped hard, unwilling to let Jiang Hong leave like this, and the fury in my body completely exploded. I can't quite control my sanity anymore. I reached out, trying to grab him back, but, after all, he was gone. My emotions, in this moment, were completely out of control and my personality was completely awakened. It favored the copper maggot who came to question me when I was in the worst of moods. It is simply a case of disrespect and wantonness. I raised my hand to destroy him. 11.
I learned that he was in the city of 10,000 swords and rushed there with stars and moonlight, and I saw the woman clinging to him, slave girl. At this moment, I confronted him in anger. He hit me, say some very hurtful things, but I'm also aggravated. What did I do wrong? And what should I do for him to want to look back at me? He made a 3-year pact with me to be the main soul of his emperor's streamer. Indeed, if that's not his attitude, I'm not averse to it. For the rest of his life, it was always better to be in his company than to be alone and empty. I don't ask for anything but a place to put this heart. Back at Misty Peak, I could sense a lot in the shadows, and everything Jiang Hong did seemed to have a purpose. It was a moment when I didn't want to trust the teacher completely. Between Yi Beixian and the teacher, there should be a direct sexual connection. On the contrary, this lowly dog came to me and said a lot to replace Jiang Hong. Ludicrous. How can a lowly, love-struck dog compare to Jiang Hong? Vaguely, I guessed part of Jiang Heng's idea. In that case, this dog will play its own afterglow. I told him to kill Jiang Hong. 12. I experienced a catastrophe in the midst of chaos, and within a few short months, my cultivation peaked. I know there is no way a teacher can beat the person I am now either. Yes, he came with a promise to me. This time, win or lose, it's my heart's desire. May. I heard it all. Everything was a conspiracy. Everything back then was a lie. My relatives were killed by a teacher. The purpose? To get me into the fury, to become a pawn for him to manipulate. At this moment, I completely understand. Misty Peak, questioning pass, Yi Beixian. Everything was arranged by the teacher. I came back stepping on the red lotus and slapped his eldest son to death in front of the teacher. But this old man, he didn't seem to be angry. He was so intent on seeking immortality that his parents and son could be abandoned. I looked back at Jiang Hong, and my wandering heart settled down again. I didn't want to fight with him, and promised him to become the main soul. May. He refused, saying the time wasn't right and told me to wait. I followed him very quietly. He wanted to see my makeup. I gave it to him. Say, this is the Dao weapon that stabbed him to death in his previous life. It dawned on me that he was a reincarnator and had been stabbed to death by me in a previous life. Never in my life have I disliked my red makeup so much. When he encountered difficulties, I was unwilling to stand by and use my karma to break through to pseudo-immortalism. I, calling out the Dragon Lord, want to get a piece of justice for him. 13. Divine order in 3 parts. So that's what it means. He finally did it. Beheading the Dragon Lord in front of me and putting to death all the taboos. Grind the heavenly Tao of the heavenly law realm. 2. Into the dust. Devouring Tao. Jiang Hong finally chose that woman's Tao. Also right, after all, I am just a woman who has betrayed him. I'm not worthy. The end came, and he used the 9 Revolutions reincarnation streamer to shake the shattered space, and used the souls of countless powerful people to guard the border. And he also obeyed the fate and came to be the main soul in the Hada. Jiang Hong, I'm sorry. It seems that I have never broken free from my destiny from the beginning to the end. I made a mistake, but I hope you believe that from the beginning to the end I would not want to hurt you. If I could, I wouldn't have brought you home from the daisy-covered hills that year. If possible, I want to live simply for the rest of my life with my father and mother in the mountains with the smoke curling up.